The story unfolds along a rural path, pulled from the pages of an old man's diary. A stranger is approaching the village. Slim watches the stranger's arrival with an incredibly serious expression. If anyone were to ask, he'd say his first impression of the guy wasn't exactly great. That look in his eyes, it was as if he'd done some terrible things. I would have been much happier if he hadn't stayed in the village, but since the village chief is such a kind-hearted man, he allowed him to stay. As usual, I decided to go back to what I was doing. To keep the story going, it had been 4 days since he started living in our village. His place was quite quiet, as if no one lived there at all. The gossips in the village seemed unusually interested in him. Slim just brushed past them like a water strider gliding over the surface. As for me, I couldn't care less. A week passed, and then it had been 10 days since he first appeared. Now I knew what he was doing in there. The village kids had climbed his fence and came back to tell me all about it. The kids said he just spent all day swinging his sword. He must have had some reason to do that. If that was all there was to it, it was better not to pay him too much mind. And a month went by, and he was still swinging his sword in front of his house. I hadn't seen it with my own eyes yet, but that's what I kept hearing from everyone else. Another month passed, and it was the same old thing that man kept swinging his sword, and the villagers kept whispering about it, saying he was preparing to take revenge on someone, claiming he held deep grudges against knights and famous mercenaries. While peeling potatoes, Slim managed to eavesdrop on all sorts of things. Honestly, all the rumors about him were starting to bother me. I had absolutely no interest in that gossip. Tomorrow, I'll go see him swing that sword for myself. He'd been training for nearly half a year now, without taking a single day off. My curiosity kept growing, even though I tried not to let it get to me. Just how fast could he be? How strong was he? Just what kind of incredible swordsman would he become after training like a madman? And so, Slim made up his mind. Tomorrow, I'll go watch him myself. He truly followed the man to judge him. Disappointed. I'm honestly so disappointed. To those who knew nothing about swords, it might have looked impressive, but for me, I could easily gauge his ability. Because my business involved a few swordsmen, I knew there was nothing special about him, just a mediocre guy swinging a blade. Slim told himself there must be some hidden motive behind it all, a story painful enough to break him both physically and mentally. But no matter how hard he tried, it probably wouldn't help him in the end. He walked away disappointed, feeling like a fool, and a bit guilty too. From now on, it was best if I didn't pay him any attention. The story continued when another family arrived in the village, a retired mercenary with his daughter and son. The daughter's name was Rima, a beautiful girl. She was like an angel whenever she greeted everyone with a smile on her face. Tomorrow, I have to find a way to talk to her, no matter what. I almost forgot, even though it didn't really matter much, the man was still swinging his sword today. It had been 3 years since the first day. The feeling was strange, not good, but not bad either. So, I picked up my pen and wrote these things down for the first time. After 2 years of courting, Rima finally became my wife. She is the most precious thing in my life. Every day, I am overflowing with happiness. But strangely enough, there's him. A man who has nothing to do with me. Yet, I keep thinking about him. 5 years is a long time. Out there are so many interesting and tempting things. Yet, he just stands in front of his house, swinging his sword back and forth. How long does he plan on doing this? Starting tomorrow, I'll check on him every day. Slim's grueling surveillance began. That man had been swinging his sword for 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days. He kept meticulous records. That man had been swinging his sword for 5 years, 4 months, and 15 days. And so it went, until that man had been swinging his sword for 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days, with Slim occasionally throwing in a few remarks. 6 years, 2 months, and 3 days. Even when it snowed, he kept working away at his sword swings. Until Slim's own life saw a big change. I had a child with Rima, my beloved daughter, Flora. Everyone in the village gathered to congratulate me, and yet that man kept on swinging his sword. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days. The tip of his sword was still moving even after the sun had set. One day, it suddenly started pouring rain, a torrential downpour that soaked the man completely. Slim's story continued, and by today, it had been 15 years. And thinking about it, I hadn't even checked to see if he was training today. But surely he would be. He was as constant as the sun and moon appearing between day and night. His training was clearly for some deeper purpose. It was best that I stopped doing this pointless watching. A repeated calling pulled Slim out of his thoughts. "Grandpa, is something wrong?" Rolly asked excitedly beside Slim. "Wake up, Grandpa. Don't sleep anymore." But before the boy could say more, a voice spoke up to stop him. "Why are you bothering Grandpa?" Flora walked in with a smile and a gentle reminder. Why don't you go outside and play? Slim slowly sat up. Flora looked over and asked with concern, Are you awake, father? Slim asked in return, Are you kids heading somewhere? Flora didn't hide it. I was planning to take the kids to the market in the next village. Would you like to come along, father? Even so, Slim refused. It's all right, I'm fine. You kids go ahead. He watched as the figures of Flora and Rolly gradually disappeared down the path. Only then did Slim think to himself, I should probably go for a little walk. A pleasant exclamation escaped his lips as he stepped outside. Slim mumbled as he closed his eyes to soak it all in. The weather is truly beautiful today. As he strolled through the village, many people stopped to talk to him. What's wrong, Chief? Nothing at all. Are you out for a walk, sir? Village Chief, we caught a huge one today. And Slim always replied with such politeness. I'm doing well, enjoy it. He walked alone along the village trail. It had been such a long time, and everything in the village had changed. After a few more steps, he came to a complete halt. Slim looked around, thinking to himself, there is only one place. In front of Slim was the door where he had watched the swordsman his whole life, and nothing had changed. It had been 37 years. For some reason, Slim leaned in to peek through a hole in the door. What caught his eye was so shocking that Slim broke into a cold sweat. Slim was so startled he had to run away. He headed toward the swordsman behind the door. He stopped when he was exhausted, his breathing becoming ragged. The swordsman's hand was still gripping the sword tightly. He had collapsed beside it, but his hand never let go of his weapon. Slim watched and assessed the situation silently. His eyes were still burning with intensity. Even in his final moments, he held onto his sword. For a while, I couldn't even bring myself to look into his eyes. And when the light faded from him, I laid him down and gently closed his eyes. Slim took a moment to look at the man before him. He muttered a blessing. I'm truly grateful. I hope you find yourself in a better place in the afterlife. Then, Irene woke up with a sharp gasp, opening his eyes, drenched in sweat, and muttered, What kind of dream was that? This place is the Irene Pareira Spirit District. The Irene Pareira Spirit District is located in the southern part of the kingdom, a hub where many slaves from neighboring kingdoms gather. And there's one thing that stands out more than anything else. Enos's booming voice rang out, directed at the Irene Pareira Baron's children. You all understand what I'm saying, right? Someone's voice chimed in with curiosity. The kids? Are they? The wise-looking guard replied, That's right, especially Princess Kirill. She's only 11 this year, and has officially received the title of Maj. She wasn't just appointed by the royal family, you know? I've already told you that. You know how rare mages are in our district. Kinda's eyes lit up as he continued. I know. I've heard they're even harder to find than witches. They can't be compared to the witches from the Witch Tower. But to be appointed as a mage, Lance finally let out a sigh, pouting as he remarked, Forget it. They were born princesses anyway. That comment hit Enos like a bucket of cold water. He shouted loudly, How dare you spout such nonsense in front of a rookie? Lance explained simply that since he's a rookie, he needs to know the truth. But the more he spoke, the more heated things got. This jerk even dared to talk back to a veteran like him? From start to finish, Kinda just smiled cautiously, trying to avoid the storm. Truth be told, I already knew all those stories. And speaking of facts, obviously Kirill is very famous, but there's someone else just as famous. The biological son, Irene Pareira. Daring to talk back again? Did I say something wrong? And that person has the nickname the Lazy Noble. He lost his mother at a very young age, and hadn't done anything until he turned 15. He stayed in his room all day, doing nothing but sleeping. That's where the nickname came from. Seeing one's mother die isn't something everyone can handle. A strange voice cut through the argument between the soldiers. What is going on here? The sudden appearance made them sweat bullets. Because the ones who appeared were powerful figures, Lady Amelia Irene Pereira and Princess Kirill Pereira. Kirill asked with a stern face. Who told you to say such hateful things while on duty? All three soldiers bowed down immediately, apologizing. We are truly sorry, Princess. However, she didn't let them off easily and retorted, Is saying sorry enough after doing something wrong? They promised even louder. We won't dare do it again. To their surprise, Kirill kept the pressure on. Won't dare again? Do you think that's all it takes? Who exactly were you talking about? Sweat poured down the three soldiers' faces like a waterfall. They were praying internally when Amelia intervened. That's enough, Kirill. Kirill looked displeased. Mother, these people. She just smiled and explained. It's all right, they've realized their mistake, right? Like grabbing onto a life raft, the three soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, ma'am. Amelia continued pointedly. Good. I don't know what you were talking about, but instead of gossiping, you should focus on your work. They shouted back, keeping the same tone. Yes, my lady." Only then did the two of them leave. The three soldiers watched them without blinking. Only after they left did they breathe a sigh of relief, followed by some comments. "Princess Irene Pareira is so impressive, and the lady is truly terrifying. Ever since they arrived, the future of this place has looked much brighter." Yeah, those two are really different from the others. Meanwhile, Irene Pareira sat up abruptly with a tense expression. What is this? He had only one thought in his heart. It's strange, I can't sleep. I should be asleep by now. Yet, all day today, there have been so many times I couldn't sleep. Irene Pareira held his head with one hand, muttering to himself, that dream. Everything has been so strange since that dream appeared. The smell of sweat I feel when I'm exhausted, the screaming from my muscles. Everything is so real. He stepped onto the ground, thinking, and above all, this is my own body. His hands trembled as Irene looked at his body. My body feels like it's missing something. I can't control it. Thinking that, Irene Pareira spoke up. Is anyone out there? The servant appeared immediately, responding, Yes, do you need anything, my lord? However, Irene Pareira remained silent for a moment, letting out a stuttering sound. The servant stood there, confused. Eventually, he just said it straight. I asked where my sword is. I want to swing it. As soon as he finished, the servant went silent. After processing the information, his face went blank, and sweat started pouring down like a stream. What did you say? At the Kiril family training ground, everyone was looking outside. The soldiers watched with confused expressions. Hey, I'm not seeing things. Am I? Everyone looked stunned as the figure appeared outside. I told you. It's real. Someone is leisurely walking in. Everyone was shocked to see Irene Pareira appear. That lazy noble actually came to the training ground himself. The soldiers whispered to each other as they watched his silhouette. It's so rare to see him. What's going on? They were quite curious about Irene Pareira's intentions. Is he actually going to train with a sword? Come on, are you kidding? Ignoring all the whispers, Irene Pareira walked straight toward the weapons in front of him. Is he serious? The butler following him tried to advise him. Young master, even though they are wooden swords, they have different functions depending on their shape, size, and length. I am not a great swordsman, so if you could wait a moment, I will bring someone with deep knowledge of the sword for you. Irene Pareira's answer caught the butler off guard. It's fine, I'm okay. He just stood there silently, gazing at the weapons in front of him. Then, Irene Pareira's eyes locked onto a weapon. Irene Pareira picked up the largest sword and declared, I will train with this one. The dark-haired soldier couldn't believe his eyes and asked his comrade, Is this a dream? Pinch my cheek. While Irene tested the sword, the two soldiers started arguing. Young master, please, don't. I wish this was a dream. Irene was drenched in sweat, struggling to keep a grip on the sword. Two soldiers nearby heard the commotion and turned to look. Even the butler standing by was stunned, hardly believing his own eyes. To think that Irene Pareira could actually lift that massive sword. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into holding it steady. Just holding the heavy blade drained Irene Pareira of so much energy. Sunlight glinted off the polished metal, casting a shadow on the ground. He tightened his grip, preparing to swing. He put all his might into a downward strike. The others watching from the sidelines wore expressions of open disdain. They stood there, relentlessly mocking Irene Pareira's strength, expecting nothing from him. He's pathetic, they sneered. The crowd outside made no effort to hide their ridicule. Ha! He's just a lazy bum who never does anything but sleep all day, they muttered. But, I have to admit, seeing him actually try for once is something. What on earth possessed him to start training again? Maybe it's because of Young Du? A blue-haired man nearby questioned the blonde one. What did you say? Last month, Yang Du of the neighboring kingdom said that he was a disgrace to his title as a viscount's heir. Hearing the chatter around him, Irene Pareira kept silent. Right, that happened, didn't it? I don't know. I just think he fits better sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, I never thought he'd achieve anything with that physique anyway. The two young men, bored, turned their backs and walked away, not bothering to watch anymore. Let's get back to work. How long do you think he can keep this up? Who knows? I'll bet 30 minutes, tops. The butler, listening from behind, felt his blood boil. Everyone had something to say. A bunch of fools, he thought, staying close to Irene Pareira to keep his spirits up. Young master, the butler urged. The art of the sword requires constant, unrelenting effort. You can't overcome such hardship on your own. He made an offer. I will call for a skilled instructor to assist you. Irene still clutched the sword firmly, lost in his own thoughts. Every time he gripped the blade, it felt like his body, not just his hands, was tearing apart. He gathered every bit of his strength to lift the sword once more. But why? Irene's stamina was so low that his legs were already buckling beneath him. Carried by momentum, he stumbled forward and collapsed. Irene Pareira lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet for the first time, he felt a strange sense of peace. He was truly exhausted, longing to just stay on the ground forever. But then, Irene Pareira gripped the sword and pulled himself back up. He remembered the visions from his dreams. Each repetition of those movements seemed to peel away the heavy weight crushing his heart. Irene Pareira didn't give up. He kept swinging. Every time he swung the sword, the dark, haunting memories faded. The blade became a vessel for his determination, and all his tangled thoughts simply vanished. Irene Pareira held the sword with fierce resolve. I can't stop. His eyes burned with a determination that couldn't be hidden. Young master, the butler hurried over to intervene. He was deeply worried about Irene Pareira's state and tried to persuade him. Please, stop. It's already dark. Irene Pareira turned around, looking confused. It's dark? What do you mean? Before he could finish, he collapsed straight to the ground. The butler rushed forward, catching Irene, gripped with anxiety. Are you all right? My body. I don't have a single ounce of strength left. The butler held him, offering praise. You've worked far too hard today. Irene Pareira looked up, seeing that the sun had already dipped below the horizon. When did time pass so quickly? He used his final bit of energy to mutter, Why didn't you stop me earlier? Why didn't you go to the bathhouse? You could have called me sooner. How could I dare leave you here alone? I've been waiting for a long time, but you wouldn't listen to me. The butler, deeply concerned for Irene Pareira, cautioned him, Let someone else clean this up. You should go and rest. Training is good, but please, don't overexert yourself. Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time. By evening, a desperate groan escaped his lips. I'm exhausted. Irene Pareira lay on his bed, his body aching, complaining incessantly. Everything hurts. I can't even move. What kind of crazy dream was that? Irene Pareira hugged his drained, aching body, groaning, unable to fall asleep. 5 minutes later, he was snoring away, completely out cold. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Sometime later, Irene Pareira was shoving a large sandwich into his mouth, eating ravenously. He devoured the food like he hadn't eaten in years. The butler, watching from the side, thought to himself, It's been a while, but I still can't get used to this. Are you going to train again today? Even while eating, Irene Pareira couldn't stop thinking about his training. That dream had haunted him ever since. To dull this pain, I need to master the sword. He knew it would be difficult, but he remained determined. If I keep this up, I'll lose my mind. But I don't think it's all bad. It might actually be worth it. Irene Pareira slammed his water glass onto the table and shouted, Either way, I need to eat plenty to have the strength to train. Bring me more sandwiches and milk. Yes, sir. Inside the castle, everyone was whispering and gossiping. Is it today? I wonder what's going to happen. The soldiers were huddled together, talking about Irene Pareira. I'm going to win the bet. Don't get your hopes up. Hey, newbie, who do you think will win? As they gossiped, someone approached. I don't know. What's going on? Excuse me. Can I ask you something? An old man in a red hat stepped forward. Which way to the training grounds? The soldier looked at him, surprised. You're looking for the training grounds? I'm just a traveler, but I'd like to watch the training as someone who used to wield a sword. The three soldiers exchanged looks, considering his request. Of course, I have full certification too. It's around here somewhere. The black-haired soldier agreed to the old man's request. Fine, we're about done with our duties anyway, so you can follow us. We were heading there ourselves. Thank you, you're very kind. As they led him to the training field, they couldn't help but keep talking. This is Valeria's training ground. Let's see who wins. Something happened that left the soldiers stunned. What is this? They never expected Irene Pareira to still be there, training persistently. Wait, is that really him? What is this? It's been 4 days. The blonde soldier laughed gleefully. I win, damn it. Now, hand over the food you promised. The black-haired soldier had to pull out his coin purse and hand it over. Here, you brat. Thanks. The black-haired soldier still couldn't believe his eyes. Maybe his head has been messed up for the last 4 days. Didn't I tell you? He was humiliated by Viscount Garen's son, wasn't he? I thought he'd stay like that for the whole week. The other two started arguing loudly in the corner. Hey, you think you're the only one who knew that? And you have the nerve to call yourself my partner? Calm down, you two. Hey, newbie, do you know about this? No. Damn it. The man in the red hat stood silently, observing without a word. He was watching Irene Pareira's resilience with quiet surprise. He's not bad at all. I don't feel like I've wasted my time. But as the old man in the red hat watched, he drew his own conclusion. His swordsmanship is still far too amateur. He's weak, and he can't even handle the weight of that blade. His breathing was uneven, draining all his energy. Yet, deep down, the old man couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of doubt. But how long can he keep this up? Is all of this just because of Kirill? Swinging a sword around like a toy, he's going to break it at this rate. The old man in the red hat was genuinely puzzled. How much energy does he even have left? Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, making everyone look up. What's with this wind? The black-haired soldier realized exactly what was appearing above them. It was Irene Pareira, who finally lifted his head to listen to the howling wind. Someone was laughing. A massive bird was flying straight toward him. It was the divine beast, Griffin. No one expected Kirill to show up here. The beast accompanying Kirill was unique. A griffin with a lion's body and an eagle's head. Along with skin as tough as armor, it was a creature of legend, something that shouldn't exist in reality. Or at least, that's what everyone thought. Kirill stepped down gracefully from her beast, but the weight of the creature as it landed cracked the ground beneath them. Kirill gently stroked its fur, showing she could control anything she manifested. The beast's eyes reflected everyone around them, as if she had poured her energy into it, making the creation feel truly alive. "This is," Kirill Pereira said, pointing forward in anger. Her magical aura was intense. The blonde soldier, realizing Kirill was pointing at him, jumped back in fear. "Yes?" She glared at him with burning eyes, as if evaluating his very soul. Then, she shifted her gaze. Kirill had targeted the brown-haired soldier, and then moved her aim to the black-haired one. "You too?" The old man in the red hat finally spoke up. "And who are you?" "Oh, me? Just a wandering knight observing the training grounds." Upon hearing this, Kirill grew even more incensed and reprimanded the guards. "So, you're all just slacking off and neglecting your duties, aren't you? You're still on the clock. What are you doing here? We just finished our shift." The black-haired soldier, knowing they were in the wrong, stammered out an excuse. "We've already handed off our duties to the afternoon shift, I swear. We haven't caused any trouble." Kiri, witnessing their pathetic excuses, didn't hold back her criticism. "Are you really trying to talk back to me?" No, not at all. Enough. Just gossiping at the training grounds is grounds for disciplinary action." Just then, Irene Pareira walked up to her. Kirill looked at him with a scowl, confused. "What is it?" Kiri saw his disheveled appearance and fell silent. She quickly averted her eyes, avoiding Irene Pereira's gaze. She couldn't find the right words, and began to stutter. After a moment of contemplation, Kiri finally spoke. "Just give it up. Right now? Like this? What do you think you're doing? Stop this foolishness." Irene heard her and stayed silent, unable to retort. He turned away and walked off with such a heartbroken look that Kirill was left stunned. Seeing his reaction, she felt a sudden surge of anger. Irene Pareira gripped his sword, preparing to train again, and Kirill lashed out at him. "You think you can just learn swordsmanship that easily? You're at this age and all you do is sleep all day." She poured out all the frustrations she had been bottling up for so long. "Even if you keep swinging that sword, do you really think anything is going to change?" Kiri pointed at the nearby guards, asserting, "Open your eyes. Your form is pathetic. Don't you realize even that new recruit is doing better than you?" She kept nitpicking everything Irene Pareira did. "You're only doing this because of what happened 2 weeks ago, aren't you?" "Kirill." A woman descended the stairs and called out gently. It was their mother. She walked down with a calm expression. "Kirill, stop bothering your brother. Come here." Kirill still didn't seem satisfied, but their mother repeated herself. "Kirill, come here." She finally bowed her head, looking contemplative. Their mother led Kirill away, but not before praising the soldiers. "You all have done well." Before she left, she turned back and gave Irene Pareira an encouraging smile. "Irene Pareira, don't push yourself too hard." Irene Pareira replied softly, "Yes, mother." With that, the two of them slowly left the room. The soldiers breathed a huge sigh of relief as they departed. Suddenly, the divine beast shrieked, scaring the three men out of their wits. The old man in the red hat wondered, why is that creature still here? Did they not take it with them? Is this the legendary Kirill Pereira? She's like a storm sweeping through. The old man's eyes turned cunning the moment he heard Kirill's name. After observing, the old man with the red hair finally understood Irene Pereira's personality. No matter what was happening around him, his mind remained completely unshaken. Should I watch for a few more days? As night fell, moonlight spilled into the castle hallway. Someone's footsteps echoed softly against the stone. Suddenly, the butler appeared right behind Kiri. "Young mistress, it is late. You should be sleeping." "So what? Tomorrow is a new day. It'll be better then. I have business to settle with him." "Couldn't that wait until he wakes up?" Kiri stopped and turned to leave. but she suddenly shifted into a combat stance. "Are you defying me?" The butler watched the scene unfold, trembling in fear. "What?" This pressure. He bowed his head before Kiril's overwhelming power. Kiri clutched a box in her hands and threatened the butler, "Don't you dare breathe a word to anyone about what happened today. If you don't obey, you know what will happen." The butler could only drop to his knees, watching her shadow disappear down the hall. He stood there, deep in thought, his heart full of complex emotions. The next morning, the sound of a flute woke Irene Pareira up. He was confused to see an item sitting next to him, along with a small note on the table. Irene Pareira opened the note with great curiosity. It was a message from Kiri. "I'm sorry for what I said this morning. After finding out you've been overtraining and even skipping meals, I was really worried." Irene looked at the doll she had left and couldn't help but smile. "I left you a doll to help you rest. I hope it's useful. Don't tell Mother I snuck in, okay? She told me I wasn't allowed in your room." On the back of the note, there was another small message. "Kirill is behind this too. If Kirill bothers you, just tell Mother. Until then, I'll pretend I don't know anything about this. Love you, Mom." Irene Pareira felt truly moved by what both of them had done for him. Kiri and his mother cared for him so much. "For the last 10 years, I've just been acting like a lazy fool." Outside, the butler's voice echoed, "Young master, your meal is ready. Eating? Now." He rushed down the hallway, filled with curiosity. "How can this be? From today on, I will eat with my family." The butler, hearing this, hurried away. Young master, really. Luke couldn't hide the smile on his face, happy to see such a change. Kiri placed a piece of beef on Irene Pereira's plate and urged, "Eat this." "All right." She piled dish after dish onto his plate. This one, and this too. There. Now, Kirill." Irene Pareira seemed lost in thought, his eyes betraying no hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, he spoke, catching everyone off guard. "Father, Mother, Kirill, thank you all. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Thank you for always taking care of someone who did nothing but lie around all day." Irene Pareira wanted to say to every member of his family. He hadn't been able to say it on his own before. "I'm sorry. And I love you. I love you too, my son. I'm sorry for making you all worry." Irene Pereira's father accepted his thanks and replied, "It's all right. Let's just eat." "Yes." His father spoke up again. "By the way, son." "Yes, father?" "I've been worried about you," he said, offering some advice. "I heard you've been practicing your swordsmanship lately. Training hard is good, but don't overexert yourself." Irene Pareira, seeing his concern, reassured him. "It's okay, father. I'm not pushing myself too hard. I'm taking it slow. I'm really fine. Please don't worry. Compared to what I have to go through, this is nothing." White clouds drifted slowly across the sky. The family members standing nearby watched, wondering, how many days has it been now? The two onlookers were still curious about Irene Pereira's determination. "About 15 days, I think." They kept whispering about his condition. "The young master hasn't stopped training for 15 days. Has he finally come to his senses? He's probably reaching his limit soon. Doesn't look like it." The two of them noticed the old man in the red hat standing behind them. "Hey, where did that old man come from? I've seen him at the training grounds for days. He said he just wanted to watch. Besides, he was given permission. He had been sitting there quietly observing for days now. Watching? Watching what? Who knows?" The old man in the red hat continued to silently assess Irene Pareira from the shadows. "Has it been 10 days since I started observing the Pareira heir? At first, I thought he was training out of ego and insecurity, so I assumed he'd give up soon. As for Luke, his perspective on the young man had shifted, but he realized he was completely wrong. That lazy nobleman." From what he had observed over the past few days, the old man in the red hat finally understood. "I heard he was so lazy that lazy became his nickname. How can someone who has never trained a day in his life keep this up without showing a hint of boredom?" He held Irene Pereira's spirit in high regard, as if the boy's mind were that of a master blacksmith, living day by day without being swayed by anything. Suddenly, the old man's gaze changed. "Even in my entire life, finding someone with such willpower is impossible." Wait. He was genuinely surprised by Irene Pereira's determination. No matter how great a hero is, they must be tempered over a long time. That iron will. I'm seeing it in a 15-year-old boy. If he keeps swinging that sword, if his potential is guided by a passionate teacher. The old man in the red hat truly wanted to know the answer from Irene Pareira. Just how far could this boy go? Irene Pareira continued to train energetically with his sword. The old man in the red hat kept watching him silently from the sidelines. He even turned to ask the person next to him, "Hey, gatekeeper, Can I ask you something? Yes, of course. Go ahead. The old man in the red hat asked. About the young nobleman training over there. Will he be receiving formal swordsmanship training? The gatekeeper then explained it to him. The princess said she would let him learn swordsmanship. He's been training on his own these past few days without any master. The man tried to recall the name of the instructor meant to teach Irene Pareira. So, do you know who will be the instructor? It's no secret. I believe it's Knight Onsk. Suddenly, the old man in the red hat reacted with fierce opposition. Absolutely not. What was that? Remembering the image of Onske, the old man couldn't help but complain. The night before the official training session, that guy just drinks. He couldn't entrust Irene to someone like that. I can't let a precious gem fall into the hands of a bastard who only knows steel and infantry. Suddenly, the old man in the red hat turned and left. All right, I'll take action. To find a talent like this and just watch from the sidelines would be a waste. He had a plan now. I need to see the princess. Inside the room, a question echoed. Is that really true? The old man in the red hat had come to see Irene Pareira's father. Yes, my lord, I am certain. When his father heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. This man was saying his son had potential. Irene Pareira's father felt a bit hesitant, but he knew about the academy the old man mentioned. The Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. A letter of recommendation. It was the best sword school on the continent, accepting only true talents. Everything about that academy was well known to Irene Pareira's father. It made no distinction of race, gender, or status. Just being a student there meant being treated like a noble. Its reputation far exceeded even the Royal Academy. But Irene Pareira's father was still hesitant and troubled. Getting accepted and surviving in that academy was incredibly difficult. Would Irene Pareira? He summoned Irene Pareira to see him. Yes. His father understood his state of mind and gently reminded him, Irene Pareira, I won't force you. If you don't want to go, you can refuse. He poured his honest feelings out to him. I just want you to understand the challenges you will face. If you choose this path, please, father, give me some time to think. All right, I understand. Irene Pareira returned to his room to reflect on his father's offer. Can I really do this? His heart was filled with questions, having spent 10 years lying in one spot. Irene Pareira could only bow his head and sigh helplessly, but he gripped the sword hilt in his hand tightly. It seemed he had made a decision. He didn't want to lie in one place anymore. He had made a firm resolution for himself and his family. After careful thought, Irene Pareira went to find his father. Father, he declared, with a serious and clear face, I will go. Very quickly, Irene left the castle, turning back to say goodbye to his family. Everyone was waiting for the results after he left. See you again soon. Irene Pareira's carriage moved slowly down the road. Inside the carriage, the butler asked, Is this your first time leaving home alone? Young master? Young master, the royal family sent a necklace for you. Lady Kirill asked me to give this to you. Seeing the small sword pendant in front of him, Irene Pareira stared at it intently. He wore the sword pendant around his neck, feeling deeply moved. Thank you, Kirill Pareira. The butler looked outside and realized they had arrived. Young master, we've arrived. A large crowd had gathered at the city gates. The butler offered, I will see you to the gate. Unexpectedly, Irene Pareira refused, leaving the butler stunned. A large crowd gathered before the castle gates. The butler approached and made an offer, I'll see you out to the front gate. Unexpectedly, Irene Pareira refused, leaving the butler dumbfounded. No, I'll go by myself. Yes, he whispered to himself. From now on, I'm just a trainee. I need to start doing things on my own. The butler looked at Irene Pareira with teary eyes, unable to hold back his emotions. Young master, Irene Pareira turned around and gave him a reassuring smile. I will be back. The butler bowed deeply to see Irene off. I look forward to your successful return. With a proud and confident gait, Irene Pareira walked toward the academy gates. The two guards at the gate started introducing the young man with blue hair. This is a noble from Blois, a prestigious bloodline of the Kubera kingdom. He was recommended by Sir Colesway, a renowned knight. The other guards at the gate began fawning over him, saying it was an honor to meet a noble of such lineage. Welcome. A guard with dual-colored hair glanced outside, looking puzzled. Irene Pareira brought his invitation forward and introduced himself. I am Irene Pareira, from the Baron Irene Pareira family. I have come with a recommendation from Sir Bran Somervin, the Silver Knight. The guard next to him perked up at the name, fawning immediately. It's a true honor to meet the young master of the Pareira house. The guard then started recounting the heroic feats of the red-hatted old man. I'm familiar with Sir Bran Somervin. Wasn't he the leader of the mine conquest decades ago? If you were recommended by him, you'll surely pass the test. The guard happily pointed out the way for Irene Pareira. Just head straight into the auditorium ahead. Good luck. Thank you for the encouragement. The guard with dual-colored hair watched him, feeling skeptical. Bran Somervin? What is that old man up to? Did he really write a letter of recommendation? It's real, all right. Wait, isn't that the lazy noble? Catching sight of Irene Pareira, they started whispering among themselves. What do you mean, lazy noble? You don't know. He's the good-for-nothing son of the Pereira family. I'm not sure, but just looking at him, I get the idea. Instructor Karaka quietly observed Irene Pareira, despite the whispers around him. He looks quite frail. I wonder what that old man saw in him. Whatever it is, we'll find out soon enough. Irene Pareira placed his hand on the door, feeling hesitant. Finally, he gathered his courage and pushed it open. Everyone inside turned to look at him at once. The trainees all stared at Irene Pareira with curious eyes. Irene Pareira looked around, fully aware that everyone was watching him intently. A red-haired girl also watched him quietly from a corner. Stay calm. Everyone is just looking around at the other trainees. Calm down. Irene noticed the instructor stepping up onto the podium. That man, Instructor Karaka, introduced them solemnly. Welcome, all 400 reserve trainees. I will be your instructor, guiding and evaluating you. From now on, he is our mentor. Instructor Karaka looked down at the crowd, feeling puzzled. Amidst the crowd, he had spotted a few talented faces, some promising ones. It seemed Instructor Karaka had done his research on them. The most notable one must be Ilya Lindsay, the second genius of the Lindsay family. I heard she's even more talented than her brother, though I don't know how true that is. The young man with blue hair noticed Ilya Lindsay. Ilya. Lindsay. Why did she come here? Seeing her, he wasn't happy at all. Damn it, no wonder there's no one else threatening here. Instructor Karaka continued. As I said, you are not official trainees yet. You are reserves. As you know, the sword training process will be extremely difficult. He clearly outlined all the academy's requirements. If you pass the next 2 performance evaluations, you may spend 1 year studying here. Until then, you remain reserves. And of course, hardship awaits you even after becoming an official trainee. Instructor Karaka smiled and gave an order. Leave your belongings here and come outside. I will take you to a place. Instructor Karaka led everyone to a clearing. He used his feet to demonstrate the theory. This is a place to train your physical fitness, like cardiovascular endurance or muscle stamina. The surface might be a bit uneven, but this is a standard training track. Instructor Karaka took a step forward and spoke up. All right. Then, he suddenly bolted forward, shouting loudly, "Start the physical fitness test. Everyone, run." Instructor Karaka looked at the trainees nearby, taunting them. This pace doesn't seem like much. Pick up the speed. He ran ahead, continuing to lead the group. Good. Very good. I've assessed you now. Run faster. The crowd behind him scrambled to keep up. The blue-haired youth behind him thought while running, a marathon? I have to keep up with his pace. I'll stay behind and observe the situation. He turned his head back with a smirk. That lazy guy. Irene Pareira had already collapsed to the ground just a short distance in. That nickname really isn't wrong at all. Irene's eyes widened, his heart pounding wildly. It felt like it was going to explode. No way. While Irene lay collapsed on this side, everyone else had run to the opposite side. Instructor Karaka noticed him. I can't take this. Even though he couldn't run anymore, he tried to stand up. The crowd was getting further and further away, yet he couldn't even lift his feet. But then, he finally stood up and started running. The blue-haired youth in front glanced back, quite surprised. I didn't expect Irene Pareira to have the willpower to get up and keep running. Seeing this, Instructor Karaka smiled with satisfaction. This is nothing. Irene Pareira remembered the silhouette of the person he met in his dream, comparing it to the man in his dream. He used that person as the standard to strive for. I want to become someone like that. Instructor Karaka looked at the figure running desperately in the distance, thinking to himself, how surprising. I thought he would give up immediately. Suddenly, the instructor noticed something strange and hummed in surprise. He doesn't look too good, Instructor Karaka thought to himself. Not far away, Irene Pareira was still running while gasping for air. Huff, huff. He looked like he couldn't take much more. Behind him was a long line of people struggling to keep chasing without stopping. Heavy thumping sounds echoed everywhere. Just then, Instructor Karaka ran over and caught Irene, preventing him from falling to the ground when he was too exhausted. The crowd, not noticing the person in front had suddenly disappeared, kept running ahead. The instructor set Irene Pareira down on the ground, looked at him, and thought, looks like he passed out. He completely exhausted himself beyond his body's limits. What an interesting kid. The instructor silently assessed the person in front of him who was still gasping for air. Irene Pereira blinked softly and frowned. A moment later, he woke up completely. He sat up, looked around, realized he was in a strange room, and thought in confusion. Where am I? A voice rang out, drawing Irene Pereira's attention. A teacher with a rather long braid and a friendly demeanor walked in. He spoke to the boy. No need to worry about your health. You're perfectly fine. I'm Jun Tahan, and I'm in charge of the infirmary. Hearing this, Irene Pereira responded with gratitude. Oh, thank you, sir. Upon hearing that, the teacher cleared his throat, sounding as if it were entirely obvious, and said to him, Of course you should thank me. If it weren't for my skills, you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. It seems like we'll be seeing a lot of each other. Irene Pereira. The teacher looked at him again, adding a quiet remark. Irene Pereira replied awkwardly, I guess so. This made Teacher June feel extremely intrigued. He replied, I'm just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Then, Teacher June handed Irene Pereira a scroll, which left him puzzled. What's that? Teacher June opened the scroll to show him and explained, These are the competition rankings, but don't worry. They're different from the midterm and final exams that affect your official admission. This is just a quick test to determine the abilities of the reserve students. Irene looked on, bored, and finally found his name at the very bottom, standing out quite clearly. Rank Neliasota, Irene Pareira. Teacher June smiled and said to him, Well, it's actually a good idea, because it makes the high-ranking students happy and encourages the lower-ranking ones to try even harder. Don't you think so? That ranking will be completely different in just a year anyway. So, there's no need to worry. He comforted the boy, fearing that Irene was unhappy with his rank. After speaking, the teacher watched Irene's reaction, confusedly thinking, what's wrong with him? I'm trying to comfort him. But he didn't look sad at all. Just like what I'd heard, he's quite interesting. In front of the teacher, Irene Pereira only replied softly and sat silently, staring at the paper in his hand, which left the teacher very surprised. A moment later, the teacher grabbed him and called out, All right, get up. You can't just lounge around on your first day. Irene Pereira was confused but complied. All right. Soon enough, everyone was present in the lecture hall. The teacher stood on the podium, excitedly delivering his first introduction to them. Hello, reserve students. Did everyone sleep well? Everyone answered in unison, Yes, sir. Hearing this, Teacher Karaka laughed and continued, Haha, good. It seems everyone is doing great. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Karaka, and I will be your instructor. From now on, all daily activities will follow this schedule. He pointed to a large printed schedule that listed the following activities. Chrono Swordsmanship Academy timetable. Morning classes and breakfast, morning training, lunch, afternoon training, dinner, mental training class, and liberal arts. He waited for everyone to finish reading, and continued, We will notify you if there are any changes. After the daily activities, you will have free time. Starting today, the indoor training hall and other practice areas will be open throughout the night. If any reserve students want to train individually, feel free to use them. Hearing this, Irene Pereira bowed his head and smiled, thinking happily, Great, I can use my sword there. Just then, the teacher raised his hand and continued, But all training weapons are strictly prohibited. He bluntly shattered the boy's budding hope, leaving Irene Pereira deeply saddened. He was stunned, thinking, What? The sky gradually turned to night. Darkness blanketed the vast space. A group of students was walking together. One looked at his friend and sighed. Isn't the liberal arts class boring? Luke, just thinking about a class full of nothing but theory makes me sleepy. The green-haired friend quickly spoke to him. That's because you can't understand a single word. Luke frowned and retorted. But I can understand what you're saying, so just shut it. All three entered the training room. They exclaimed excitedly, Whoa, it's huge! So many students are here training their bodies hard. They discussed lively, everyone working diligently on their first day. They'll be exhausted soon enough. Suddenly, Brad Lloyd noticed a corner where a very large dumbbell sat, looking incredibly heavy. The person lifting the weight was a white-haired girl. She was training hard, completely unaware of her surroundings. Her movements were extremely precise and beautiful. Seeing this, Brad Lloyd silently confirmed, Ilya Lindsay, the rumors about her must be wrong. Just looking at her makes me feel overwhelmed. She doesn't look like a reserve student at all. She makes me feel so inferior. She's on a completely different level. Luke looked on, feeling confused and puzzled. Whoa, that makes no sense. How is she that strong? I heard she's only 1 year older than me. Meanwhile, his friends were still left in shock. Good grief. The two suddenly ran to a corner and saw Irene also training, so they rushed over to mock him. Whoa, looks like the loser is training too. Luke sneered contemptuously. Right? He was training hard yesterday too. He's a completely different person. The other friend laughed along, mocking him ridiculously. If he could work this hard, why was he a disgrace for 15 years? He. Look closely. Oh God. He'll probably faint again. Irene Pareira ignored their comments and focused intently on his training. Just then, Elia Lindsay finished her workout, stopped, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Brad Lloyd called to his friends. Stop wasting time on nonsense. Let's go. The rest of the group quickly replied, Okay. While leaving, Brad Lloyd suddenly spotted some familiar red hair. He looked at the girl not far away, thinking to himself, that girl is Judith, who beat my friend and took second place in the test. She's a commoner, but she's here, so she must be quite strong. Brad Lloyd looked at her back, but his eyes narrowed. He confidently thought that he wouldn't lose to her again. He approached behind Judith. She suddenly spun around and shouted at him, Seriously, stop staring at me. Did you just talk to me? Brad Lloyd asked, flustered. Judith shouted at Brad Lloyd, her voice full of contempt. Are you an idiot? Who else would I be looking at? I can't train because you keep staring. So get lost. Hearing this, Brad Lloyd's friends rushed over and shouted at her. Hey, what did you just say? He comes from a noble family, a member of the Lloyd family. How dare someone like you act so disrespectfully toward him? Judith coldly scoffed. Humph, what's wrong with you people? You love clinging to him that much? One of Brad Lloyd's friends heard this and shouted at her, kneeling and begging for mercy. From Mr. Lloyd, Judith also replied with contempt. Ugh, your mouth stinks. I thought we ate the same food. Can you shut up? She continued speaking, and the person opposite her looked confused. Shut what? Just then, Brad Lloyd, who was standing nearby, looked away and suddenly noticed a strange scene. Even Judith felt the same. Both of them stood there, stunned, looking just a short distance away. It turned out that Elia Lindsay had walked right up to Irene Pareira while he was training. She spoke up. Hey, if you don't mind, could we talk for a second? Irene Pareira was caught off guard and let out a confused, Huh? From his throat. Judith watched from afar, clearly wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, the two of them just stood there in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, Elia Lindsay stepped closer to Irene Pareira. Everyone else who had been training stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes toward them. All of a sudden, Elia Lindsay turned around and walked away, heading straight for the training room door. She opened it without a second thought and left, the room echoing with a harsh, loud slam. Irene Pareira stared at her retreating figure, dumbfounded and speechless. He awkwardly turned away, while everyone else immediately pretended to be super focused on their training, acting like they weren't eavesdropping at all. Brad Lloyd and Judith were the same. Both of them acted like they hadn't heard a thing. A moment later, Judith walked off. Brad Lloyd's friend called out to him in confusion. Hey, where are you going? We aren't done here yet, I thought to myself. Irene acted like he didn't care at all and went back to his intense training. The day Judith walked up to him and called his name, Irene Pareira looked up without saying a word. His attitude annoyed her, so she confronted him. Are you seriously ignoring me? Aren't you supposed to answer when someone calls you? Irene quickly replied, Oh, sorry about that. Is something wrong? Judith answered with a look of indifference. I'm not exactly thrilled to be talking to you either, so just make it quick. Irene was caught off guard and let out a surprised, Huh? Judith stepped closer to him and asked in a sharp tone, Elia Lindsay, what did she say to you? Judith looked skeptical and asked with annoyance, What? Are you telling me she just taught you how to properly use the equipment in Room R? You expect me to believe that? You're kidding me, right? She stood there with her hands on her hips, questioning Irene Pareira with frustration. He tried to explain himself, looking flustered. It's the truth. That's exactly what she said. Judith continued to press Irene Pareira. What kind of relationship do you have with her? Have you known each other since before, or is she your girlfriend? He was completely flustered and quickly denied it. No, this is the first time I've ever met her. Judith thought for a moment and muttered, Fine then, and wiped that look off your face. People might think I'm bullying you or something. Irene Pareira turned away, confused, thinking, What the hell? She's so persistent. I should just get back to training. He went back to his spot and dove right into his training. Just as he was deep in thought about what the girl had said, he heard a voice calling him. Hey, I have a question. Can you tell me what you and Elia Lindsay were talking about? Brad Lloyd walked up and asked Irene Pareira. And tell me the rest of it, he added. If you can, tell me about your conversation with the red-haired girl too. Time flew by, and soon enough, a month had passed. Brad Lloyd was chugging down water after training his heart out. One of his friends sighed. Man, we've been repeating this same routine for a month now. Isn't it pointless if we still can't even use our own swords? Brad Lloyd didn't say a word. He looked off into the distance. Hey, he said, talking to Irene, don't arch your back. Breathe evenly, she continued to remind him, while he stayed buried in his non-stop training. Brad Lloyd couldn't have cared less. He rolled his shoulder, thinking to himself that he didn't need to worry about those two. I'll never win if I just stay calm. That girl, Ilya Lindsay, was completely different from Irene Pareira. He secretly judged him, convinced that Irene must have gotten here with someone's help. How could a guy who had never trained in his life reach his level after all that useless effort? Even though the ridicule from everyone else and Ilya Lindsay's encouragement might keep his spirits up, the moment he gets used to it, he'll just go back to his old ways. He'll turn back into a lazy noble and hit the track again. Brad Lloyd stopped his train of thought and silently set a goal for himself. My goal is second place. Brad Lloyd left the training room and stepped out onto the field. He caught sight of a familiar figure and let out a huff. Someone nearby said, Judith is training really hard. She gets here to run even earlier than us. The other person replied, someone like her has to train that hard just to keep up here. Brad Lloyd felt something boiling inside him. He ordered them to start running, which made his friends panic. What? Right now? Hearing that, Brad Lloyd replied, if it's too much for you guys, just run behind me at your own pace. But if you think you can handle it, give it everything you've got and follow me. He turned back to tell his friends that. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, 3 months had gone by. Master Ahmed and Karaka were observing the students together. Master Ahmed remarked, they're truly giving it their all. Master Karaka nodded in agreement. There's quite a lot of talent this year. As expected, the peerless trio continued to train in their own ways that included Judith. Brad was also giving it his all, and so was Ilya Lindsay. Master Karaka glanced over at a corner and added, and the lazy one. He quickly corrected himself. No, we can't really call him the lazy noble anymore. A while later, in the lecture hall, the teacher was making an announcement to all the students. We have an announcement today. The time had finally come for the midterm evaluations. This is the route for your midterm evaluation. You must complete it within the time limit. Master Ahmed said this while projecting a map of the course with checkpoints marked on it. Seeing this, the students broke out into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves, that's impossible. How are we supposed to finish that in the time limit? That's insane. Master Ahmed seemed to read their thoughts, crossed his arms, and said confidently, it's not hard at all. The route includes everything you've learned here over the past 4 months, including running and swimming. This test is just a competency assessment. You just need to complete the route within the limit. Rankings don't matter. The Swordmaster said he would personally give a reward to the 5 most outstanding students. A great incentive, right? The teacher added that, and it sparked a bit of motivation in the hearts of the students. Finally, Master Ahmed concluded, the evaluation will take place at 9-10 days from now. Starting today, there won't be any classes for the next 10 days. You are free to use the remaining time as you please, aside from meal times. Good luck to you all. The class ended. Brad's friends crowded around him. One of them asked, Lord Brad Lloyd, you'll be all right, right? Another one quickly shouted, of course he will. Do you think Brad Lloyd is like you? Meanwhile, Brad Lloyd's thoughts were miles away. He was silently analyzing Ilya, Lindsay, Judith, and the others. I might be being cautious, but there's no risk in me being in the top 5. But why am I so worried about that guy? He frowned and cast his gaze toward a spot not far away. There is Irene Pareira, pushing himself through an endless, grueling workout. His dedication and persistence truly intense. Inside the training room, Judith is still deep in her own rhythm, lifting weights non-stop. She's drenched in sweat and exhausted, yet she feels incredibly satisfied, telling herself, new record, that's enough for today. Suddenly, a sound catches her attention. Yeah, Lloyd. She turns around, stunned by the sight before her. Irene Pareira is crawling on the floor, gasping for air. Judith's eyes widen as she thinks, that guy, is he pushing past his limits again? Honestly, his physical strength has improved so much since he first joined the academy. How? How is he even still going? Judith watches Irene Pareira haul himself up to continue training, panicking internally. How could she be less persistent than a guy who used to be called a total slacker? She can't accept that. Judith clenches her fists, gritting her teeth as she lifts her weights to resume her own routine. One day before the exam, instructors Karaka and Ahmed go to check on the students' progress. Instructor Karaka asks, how many are competing this year? About 30. Instructor Ahmed replies. Suddenly, a voice cuts into their conversation. 30. That's a pretty big number. Instructor Ahmed is startled and asks the master swordsman, Sir, why are you here? I'd rather see it for myself than just hear stories, replies Yan. the master swordsman of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. Oh, you must be the new assistant. I heard you're from the kingdom. Yan looks toward Instructor Karaka and waves. Instructor Karaka quickly responds. Yes, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Yan suddenly asks, so, how old do you think I am? Instructor Karaka is flustered for a moment, then looks surprised. What? 52. The instructor's answer makes Master Yan laugh heartily. Ho ho ho. You're quite the interesting one. I don't like flattery, but I'll double your salary though. In reality, he's actually 90. Instructor Karaka replies with a polite smile. Thank you, sir, while Instructor Ahmed, standing beside him, thinks to himself, don't believe him. Someone else manages the finances. By the way, they're very different from last year's students. I suspect you two deserve the credit for teaching them so well. Ho, ho. Master Yan returns to the main topic, watching the students train and showering them with praise. Instructor Karaka replies, you are too kind, sir. He notices Master Yan's gaze fixed on someone in the room, and immediately speaks up. Ah, that girl is from the prestigious Liney swordsmanship family. She's the second prodigy here. She hasn't lost the top spot in any exam yet. A brilliant talent, living up to her reputation. Hearing this, Master Yan sighs. How pitiful. You could have chosen your own path, so why are you so obsessed with walking the same road as everyone else? Is it the world forcing you to be this way? Sigh. I hope you can let go of that obsession. He looks toward Judith and asks, is she the girl you were telling me about earlier? Yes, that's her, Instructor Ahmed replies. She's definitely pushing herself too hard. Have you tried stopping her? Master Yan asks. Instructor Karaka quickly answers, of course, but she won't listen. She's the most stubborn student we have. You should stop her. It would be such a waste if you just let her train until she collapses. There must be a reason for this. I'll go ask her myself. Master Yan walks toward Judith. Can he actually get her to stop? Instructor Karaka watches and asks Instructor Ahmed. Ahmed quickly asserts, of course he can. She has no choice. After all, he is a master swordsman. But unexpectedly, Master Yan quickly turns away. As Judith keeps training fervently, the two instructors are left in shock. Huh? What the heck? Instructor Ahmed wonders aloud. Master Yan laughs and explains, ho, ho. She's truly stubborn. She says she won't stop until I give her a valid reason. Where's Irene Pareira? He asks. In another corner, Instructor Ahmed watches and thinks, oh my god, how many minutes have passed? He's been at it for 30 minutes already. Instructor Karaka explains, Irene is still lost in his weights, not caring about anything around him. Master Yan looks and walks away. He adds, just leave him be. The two instructors are stunned. What? You want us to just ignore him? That's right. As long as he doesn't give up, don't stop him. That boy is in perfect control of his mind and body. He looks back at Irene Pareira, confirming it once more. A while later, Irene Pareira returns to his room. He collapses onto his bed, letting out a long breath. His body is covered in pain relief patches due to the intense training. So many strange things have happened in just a few months. He thinks about how those who used to mock and ignore him are now becoming cautious around him. It's so weird. Irene Pareira feels confused about Brad Lloyd and Judith. Why did Ilya Lindsay help me? She doesn't seem like the type to help someone just out of pity. He continues to feel perplexed. No point in overthinking it. Suddenly, a wave of red flashes before his eyes. Irene Pareira thinks in a daze. Huh? It's been so long. I never want to leave this bed because I want to keep going. A woman dressed entirely in red appears before him. He throws himself into her arms, thinking, I know this isn't my mother's embrace, but why is it so warm? He hugs her tightly, thinking, if I could just sleep here forever. A sudden burst of light appears. The woman vanishes, and a muscular man appears in her place. Irene Pareira stares in bewilderment. He starts to follow the man, but a hand grabs him. It's the woman in red. He gently pushes her hand away and says, thank you so much. But now, I really have to go. Irene Pareira jolts awake. It was just a dream, but it was also a reflection of his own resolve. He needs to move forward. Soon enough, the day of the exam arrives, and Irene Pareira appears on the field. Everyone looks at his state, silently judging. What's with his clothes? Did he train all night? Brad Lloyd's friend mocks, what an idiot. If this evaluation includes his rivals, he's going to lose for sure. While Brad remains silent, he thinks to himself, Judith has been training just as hard these past few days. Her condition must be even worse. Thinking that, Brad Lloyd regains his confidence and smirks. As long as I don't let my guard down, second place is definitely mine. Ilya Lindsay watches Irene Pareira from a quiet corner, evaluating him silently but saying nothing. Instructor Ahmed appears and shouts, it is now 8:55. I will explain the rules for the midterm evaluation one last time. There will be 4 stages in today's route, and each stage will have an instructor. Once you clear the required points, you can move on to the next location. Once again, this test is an absolute assessment. Don't let your surroundings distract you, and show us just how much you've improved. He wrapped up his instructions and shouted, "All right, get ready to begin. The competition is officially underway." Stage 1, Press-Ups. Ilya Lindsay started her weightlifting set. She was incredibly fast. I could never keep up with that. No matter how much I train, Brad Lloyd thought to himself while lifting. But besides Ilya Lindsay, I can catch up to the rest. He quickly regained his strength to lift more. Meanwhile, his friend was struggling beside him, confused. Ugh, how is this possible? Brad Lloyd squinted, shocked by the scene before him. Someone was pushing the weights frantically, heavy gasping filling the air. Huff, 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 even instructor Karaka had to stop to observe that person. It was Irene Pareira. He was pushing the weights with rock-solid form and consistent speed. The instructor watched Irene's exertion, confused, thinking, what on earth is that kid doing? Is he trying to push himself to death? While he was lost in thought, Ilya Lindsay finished stage 1, startling Brad Lloyd. What? She's already done? That's way too fast. Instructor Karaka continued calling out, Irene Pareira. Hearing that, Brad Lloyd broke into a cold sweat, thinking, no way. Instructor Karaka finished the sentence. Stage 1, cleared. Irene walked away, panting, amidst the curious whispers of the class. What the hell just happened? Don't pay any attention to that guy. He'll pass out sooner or later, mark my words. Fine. Laugh all you want, Irene Pareira thought, quickly moving on to stage 2. Box jumps. I get what you mean. I'm surprised by myself, too. Irene thought while exercising. My body feels so different, it's burning, but it doesn't feel like I'm overdoing it like I usually do. What happens if I burn out? No. He widened his eyes, refocusing his energy. Fast isn't enough. I need to be faster. Even faster, Instructor Am quickly declared. Irene Pareira, stage 2, cleared. His words shocked Brad Lloyd and his friend, who were both still struggling through stage 1. Brad Lloyd glanced at a corner. Judith was still furiously pushing weights. Swordmaster Yan had been watching the competition for a while, and soon they reached stage 3, long-distance running. Irene Pareira was trying hard to run, his breath heavy with exhaustion, sweat pouring down like rain. Ahead of him was Ilya Lindsay. He pushed himself to run, a strange feeling creeping into his head. What is this? This is so strange. Irene Pareira thought to himself. What is this feeling? I want to surpass her. That was Irene Pereira's only thought at that moment. He watched her stride, gaining more strength, and accelerated as much as he could. Suddenly, Judith, who knows when she showed up, surged forward with incredible speed. Irene Pareira panicked. Judith, I won't lose. I will never lose. He watched her shadow, his resolve hardening. And so, Irene Pereira's stride remained steady. Meanwhile, Judith was also pushing her limits. She thought to herself, it was so hard for me to get here. I heard she got into the Chronosword Academy, a place where even noble aristocrats struggle to pass the assessments. People like that are everywhere. Judith suddenly remembered the malicious remarks she had heard before. Once they hear things like, you're different, or you're special, they lose their grip on reality and start acting recklessly. Judith pressed her hands to the ground, gripping tight, thinking, you all call me reckless without knowing anything at all. Do you have any idea how hard I had to train to get here? I won't lose to anyone. Never. Judith gritted her teeth, thinking, I will never lose. As she thought this, she dove into the water. The race had reached stage 4, long-distance swimming. Judith struggled to stroke through the vast water. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her leg cramped, causing her to yelp. What just happened? Judith thought in confusion, never stopping her movements. She suddenly froze. Ilya Lindsay had passed her. I knew I was overdoing it. Judith thought in a panic. But doesn't that mean I can't beat anyone if I don't go beyond my limits? Judith watched Ilya Lindsay's shadow, resolving, just a little further. But it was too difficult. Judith was exhausted. She wanted to rest. She lost her strength and slowly began to sink. But someone immediately saved her in time. It was Irene Pareira. He was struggling to pull Judith to shore. He was swimming with one arm, while holding her with the other. The physical toll was immense. Judith regained consciousness, opened her eyes slightly to look at the person in front of her, and thought, who is this? Irene Pareira was watching her intently. Irene Pareira hurriedly pulled Judith to the bank. She whispered, What? What are you doing? Judith managed to choke out the words, feeling terrible. He anxiously reassured her, Don't worry, we're almost there. Irene wearily laid her on the bank. kneeling on the ground to catch his breath. Irene Pareira turned his head and asked, "Are you okay?" Instructor Karaka rushed over to them. "Leave it to me. Hurry up and go." He stood up, obeying. "Understood," the instructor shouted. "Hurry up!" She gritted her teeth, panting. Judith watched dreamily as he jumped back into the river. She squeezed her eyes shut as Irene dived in with a splash. That idiot. The black-haired boy finally reached the bank, his eyes welling up with tears. "I can't keep going. I've trained so hard." Karaka stood in front of him, encouraging him. "It's too early to let yourself get discouraged like that. Look at you." He raised his voice to give the black-haired boy strength. "You still have 2 rounds of the assessment left. The standards are much lower than the first round, as long as you don't give up. I'm sure you can make it." He and the other boys cheered joyfully. "Yes! This time, I'll definitely do it." Ahmed walked over to Karaka, saying, "As expected, there are more candidates who succeeded in the first round compared to last year." He laughed heartily. "That's right. There's something different this year. There are so many talented kids. But the highlight of this midterm assessment," Karaka introduced, "was Irene Pareira, our hero of the day. The person who ranked 5th in the first round out of 35 successful candidates. Irene Pareira." Lance smirked as he looked toward him. "How pathetic. Why do that during an assessment? Trying to act like the good guy or something? Well, thanks to that, I got an S rank." Luke ran up to him and asked, "How could someone like you get 5th place?" Lance put his hands on his hips, smugly. "Hey, shouldn't you be congratulating me? If you're jealous, just say so." The black-haired girl ran over to join the fun. "Congrats, buddy. You even got a reward from the Swordmaster. I'm a little jealous." Brad Lloyd stepped forward to compliment him. "Congratulations, Lance." He turned to greet him. "Mr. Brad Lloyd." Lance's attitude changed immediately. "It's all thanks to your guidance lately," he modestly replied. "I didn't do anything. You're the one who achieved that." Lance replied in a sycophantic tone. "Congratulations on 2nd place, Mr. Brad Lloyd. I knew you could do it." He laughed in response. "Happy, right?" Brad Lloyd looked toward the memory of his performance during the midterm assessment. "It's not a level I can keep up with." He frowned in annoyance. "If Judith hadn't been exhausted, I would have been in 4th place." Deep down, Brad Lloyd knew he had to admit his total failure. Early the next morning, Irene Pareira was hard at work with his running drills. He was gasping for air during his squats when he was startled by the sound of Ilya Lindsay. "Why did you do it?" she asked, stepping right in front of him. Irene Pareira looked up, confused. "Huh?" Ilya Lindsay raised her voice, sharp and cold. "You know exactly what I mean." He stood up as she questioned him. "Isn't that obvious?" Irene Pareira asked, looking straight into Ilya Lindsay's eyes. "You're talking about me saving Judith, right?" She nodded in response. "That's right," Ilya Lindsay said, her voice rising. "Why would you do that?" He hesitated, then replied, "It's just." Irene Pareira hung his head low. "It's just that I felt like I had to." She asked angrily, "Do you have any idea how meaningless that sounds? Even if you hadn't done it, one of the instructors in charge of that phase would have saved her anyway. How could you just throw away a reward from a master swordsman of the 7 kingdoms for a reason like that?" Ilya Lindsay pressed him, accusing, "Not only that, but the mouths that have been mocking you all this time, and those eyes full of contempt they're going to keep attacking you. You know that, don't you?" Irene Pareira stood silent, not responding. After a moment, he replied with a question of his own. "Are you asking if I know I'm called the Lazy Noble?" Irene Pareira recalled those memories. "For a very long time, I felt like I was stuck in a swamp. It wasn't without reason, but to be honest, I was just so desperate for a long time. I didn't even bother trying to climb out of that swamp anymore. I was pathetic, but it was my loved ones who pulled me, Irene Pareira, out of that dark abyss." His eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at the rays of light shining into his darkness. Irene Pareira remembered how his loving family had lifted him out of that mire. "Now, you did the same for Judith, and I am someone who was able to stand up thanks to the help of so many people. I don't think it's right to pretend, like you don't see someone drowning right in front of you." He flashed a bright smile. "That's why I did what I did yesterday. That is the only reason." She listened to his confession in silence. Ilya Lindsay turned away, frustrated. "You said you had never even held a sword until last year, right?" she said, gritting her teeth. "Physical training and sword training are completely different. Both require hard work and skill. But skill is what matters most when it comes to swordsmanship. You must have missed your chance to be personally tutored by the master swordsman because of the results of yesterday's evaluation." He broke into a nervous sweat hearing her next words. "And from now on, I won't help you either. Even if you become the laughingstock of everyone, I hope you don't regret it." Irene Pereira's lips trembled as he called out to her. Ilya Lindsay. She stopped in her tracks. Why did you help me before? She kept her head down and replied, I don't know. Ilya Lindsay walked away as she spoke, probably because I hate people who whisper about others without actually knowing anything about them. Irene Pareira watched her back in silence. After gathering all the trainees, Ahmed announced clearly, I will now announce the results of the midterm evaluation. There are 35 candidates who passed the first round and 78 who passed the second round. The total number of successful candidates is 113. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the results. The top 5 reserve students from the first round will receive a reward after a private meeting with the master swordsman. Jan interrupted, reminding him, Wait, did you forget someone? The teacher suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right. Irene Pareira was startled when his name was called. Reserve student number 31, Irene Pareira, please step up to the podium. Both the Baron and Ilya Lindsay shared a look of surprise. He spoke, presenting the point. Competition is interesting because you have to chase someone, and then struggle in the hope that you aren't overtaken by the person chasing you. You have started to achieve more and surprising results. He stood on the podium as Jan spoke. But if you focus too much on that and fail to see what is happening around you, you might miss important things right in front of your eyes. He continued proudly. But the student Irene Pareira had not done that. He sacrificed himself in a situation where he could have fallen into a deep abyss. And because of that, he was able to save a friend who was drowning. Irene Pareira and the other students focused on the lecture. You might think differently, but this master swordsman and all the instructors agree that this is an act worthy of praise. Everyone applauded the speech, which was why this young student was called to the podium. The other students clapped in admiration. Lance frowned, looking at him with annoyance. Irene Pareira blushed in embarrassment. At the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, in the Master Swordsman's office, he shared his thoughts. It seems like I've been thinking too narrowly. Jan smiled with satisfaction. You don't need to belittle yourself like that. A person who thinks narrowly would not admit their own mistakes immediately. He stood up straight, denying it. No, until now, I have been arrogant and insisted on doing things my own way. Like you just said, from now on, if there is something I need to learn from others, I will. Afterward, the Baron stood at the door to greet him, leaving with a thought. He has talent, he is aware of the situation, and he shows a positive commitment to overcoming his own shortcomings. He even has the ability to lead those around him. The master sat in his office, deep in thought. He certainly has the arrogance and pride of a high-ranking noble, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. If he were in a different year, he would have definitely taken first place. But sadly, this year is full of talented people. Ilya Lindsay spoke up to discuss the reward. I would like to ask for your guidance. Jan nodded in approval. Very bold. He used the attitude of a senior to teach her. Let me give you one piece of advice. Don't let people sway you, but live your own life. She listened intently. Don't waste your time here just being tied up by your obsessions. Go back to your family and learn in your own way. That would be much more useful. Ilya Lindsay spoke up. I want you to teach me. Master Jan thought helplessly. Ah, it's my fault for thinking you'd listen. He asked again. Well, this room is quite big. You wouldn't mind practicing here, would you? She nodded in acceptance. Thank you, Master. Jan sighed in relief. You finally? He asked. What is the reward you want? Even if it isn't an object, it doesn't matter, so feel free to say it. Jan thought curiously. I am very interested in your answer. Irene Pareira's request was far from what he had imagined. How? How do I reconcile with someone? Irene Pareira didn't dare to look up at Jan. I know I have made a very unreasonable request. I am truly sorry, Master. I just have no one to confide in about this. He offered some advice. You don't need to apologize. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with how you feel. Jan mused to himself. It makes sense, though. This kid hasn't stepped outside his house once before turning 15. He looked at the boy's confused expression. This was his first real exposure to the outside world. That's why the poor kid is so overwhelmed right now. Jan silently resolved. Someone needs to reach out and help him. He's someone who has always been mocked by others. He spoke up encouragingly. It's okay. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on? Irene Pareira exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Master Swordsman. Your words are truly helpful to me. Jan replied, I'm glad to hear you say that. It's been a long time since I gave someone advice that had nothing to do with the sword. He suddenly thought of he never expected Ilya Lindsay to be the one to befriend this boy. Truly, there are many things even I can't wrap my head around. Jan spoke up, agreeing and suggesting, All right, let's stop talking about Ilya Lindsay and get to the main point. The boy looked at him, bewildered. The main point? The master's lips curled into a smile. My conscience wouldn't allow me to just reward you with a few words. Irene Pareira gathered his focus to listen to Jan's teachings. Why don't I give you some useful lessons on swordsmanship? I'm quite an expert in that field. After all, you can ask me anything you want. The boy stumbled over his words, clearly flustered. I'm sorry. Honestly, I don't even know what to ask. Irene Pareira confessed truthfully. To be blunt, I only started using a sword about a month before I enrolled here. It's embarrassing to admit, but I don't know what to ask. I don't even know what I want right now. The master sighed and called his name. The boy broke into a sweat, lowering his head in shame. I'm sorry. I know this is a rare opportunity to be taught by you. Irene Pareira was startled when Jan suddenly clapped his hands loudly while he was still talking. Even though he knew he had given a ridiculous answer, the master radiated a protagonist-like aura. What is there to apologize for? Stop saying sorry so often. A swordsman must know how to stand tall and firm, Jan asked in a stern voice. Am I right? The boy looked up, eyes wide. Yes. The master stood up and instructed, Fine. I'll save your reward for another time. Whenever you find something you're lacking, come find me. Otherwise, I'll decide for myself what you need to learn. Jan asked for his thoughts. Was that okay with him? Irene Pareira stood up and bowed. Yes. Thank you. The master commanded, You can go now. The boy wandered through the academy grounds alone. Jan stood by the window, watching him. A truly special child, he thought. He couldn't help but feel worried. But why do I get the feeling he's a completely different person? Even though he knows nothing about swordsmanship, he doesn't seem anxious or afraid. It's as if he's had a goal set from the very beginning. Jan felt as though the boy was receiving support from someone else. He gazed into the distance, looking at the boy with thoughtful eyes that reminded him of someone he had met long ago. The image of that person remained etched in his mind, a natural talent with overwhelming self-confidence. That face slowly surfaced in his memories, an unpredictable personality. He looked up at the sun with concern, but the aura they radiated felt completely different. Irene Pareira returned to his room, training diligently as usual. Judith suddenly appeared and remarked, Training again? I know, you're only good at practicing. Tomorrow is when we actually get to spar with swords. You're probably going to be swinging that thing all day, right? The boy stood up and asked innocently, Is something the matter? She clutched her head and sighed. I have something to tell you. Judith took a deep breath to muster her courage. Thank you. Leaning in close, she added, I'll make sure to pay this debt back. So don't you worry. Irene Pareira nodded in acknowledgement. I'm fine with that. Judith immediately offered, Whatever. From now on, let's train together. Seeing Irene Pareira's surprised, blank expression, Judith grew annoyed. Huh? What's with that look? I said let's train together. You always eat alone, so why don't we eat together from now on too? She slapped him on the back and laughed. You eat by yourself anyway. We can practice swordsmanship together too. Sounds good, right? Seeing that Irene Pareira didn't respond, she barked, Answer me. The boy shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. That's a great idea. She turned and waved. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. I'm heading out. The boy rubbed his shoulder in pain. She's 3 years younger than me, right? Irene Pareira actually felt happy. Still, the feeling wasn't bad at all. Judith led him on a tour of the academy. Hey, do you know this song? It's Tato. If you drop your sword, I'll roast you and eat you up. Irene Pareira stared wide-eyed, stuttering. No, that's the first time I've heard it. Chivas looked at the two of them in confusion. Is she even human? Brad Lloyd. Isn't that a bit weird? He asked with curiosity. Do you think she ended up like this because she almost drowned? Luke grimaced in discomfort. It gives me goosebumps. Brad Lloyd frowned as he stared at them. The strange thing was that he was more focused on something else entirely. Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira, both were trying to keep their distance. Did something happen? Ahmed stepped onto the platform and announced loudly, Everyone, listen up. He crossed his arms and declared, As you all know, today we have swordsmanship practice. Now, enjoy the fruits of your labor over the past 4 months. All the students took turns choosing their weapons as Ahmed instructed. I'll give you all the chance to use these swords freely for the next 2 hours. Choose a wooden sword and treat it as a training tool. She picked a sword and swung it to test the weight. Before this, I had practiced, and it was so hard to maintain my balance. Ahmed grinned, thinking, Of course, we didn't just help you increase your strength and stamina. Brad Lloyd excitedly swung a sword. Even though it was just a wooden sword, it felt completely different than before. I've improved to the point where I can actually feel the weapon now. He stopped when his eyes caught something. Irene Pereira's footsteps echoed, and others also stopped to look in his direction. Ilya Lindsay glanced toward Irene Pareira. He paused, observing each weapon. Irene Pereira's eyes were locked onto the heavy, broad sword mounted on the wall. He stepped forward and took it down. As soon as Irene Pereira held the heavy sword, a strange magical energy radiated from it. Jan smiled, satisfied with his choice. Irene Pereira raised the sword and swung it once. A powerful gust of wind erupted as the blade cut through the air. Chivas, Brad Lloyd, and Luke all wore looks of astonishment. The boy smiled awkwardly, eyes wide. What was that? That didn't look too great, did it? Ahmed silently noted that his stance was a bit off. Karaka frowned, evaluating him seriously, but the posture was getting close to the standard for holding a sword. Ilya Lindsay stood frozen, staring at the scene that had just unfolded. Chivas spoke up loudly. I thought he said he'd never practiced with a sword before? I knew it, she continued, looking confused. A total newbie trying to act all cool? How pathetic. She frowned, clearly annoyed. The person standing next to her watched Brad Lloyd's back. Brad Lloyd turned his gaze toward him. Brad Lloyd walked up to him and called out, Irene Pareira. He pointed his sword at Irene Pareira in a challenge. I want to spar with you. Brad Lloyd's challenge stunned the entire hall. Irene Pareira was momentarily flustered and couldn't respond. He looked away. The instructor nodded, allowing the challenge. Irene Pareira thought for a moment, looked him straight in the eye, and accepted. Fine. The crowd watched as Brad pointed his sword at Irene. Ahmed saw the tension and immediately intervened. What on earth are you two doing? The lesson just started, and you two already want to spar? Karaka watched silently from the side. Why does Brad Lloyd want to spar with Irene? Despite the noise around him, Karaka thought. Irene Pereira only swung his sword once. That doesn't prove he's any good. Just as the teacher was about to say that everything must follow proper procedure, Juntahan slowly stepped forward. Haha, well, sometimes we have exceptions, don't we? His comment made Ahmed jump to the side. The master swordsman, true to his word, stood between the two and made an announcement. Before the spar began, Juntahan warned them both with a serious expression. During this bout, if either of you ends up in a dangerous situation, we will step in to intervene. Do you both understand? Irene Pereira and Brad Lloyd answered in unison. Understood. Immediately after, the teacher's voice rang out. Then, let the match begin. Brad Lloyd swung his sword and lunged straight forward. Irene Pereira stiffened and let out a cautious gasp. But then, he had to widen his eyes in surprise. Irene Pereira could only tilt his sword to block Brad's side attack. His gaze was icy cold. It was as if there was actual killing intent in his eyes. He glanced at his sword, which had been knocked away, and looked at Juntahan, but he didn't stop there. He raised his sword again and lunged forward with force. Irene Pereira gritted his teeth, struggling to tilt his head to dodge a fatal blow. His footing was unsteady as he backed away, struggling to defend himself behind his blade. Everyone watching felt a shiver of fear at the intensity. What is this? I thought the match would end quickly. He's holding his own pretty well, isn't he? Judith watched the match, feeling so annoyed that she couldn't help but grit her teeth. That guy. The look in his eyes, she saw the killing intent, and the way he swung his sword, convincing her that he was testing Irene Pereira. Suddenly, Brad Lloyd stepped back to create distance. He held his stance, observing his opponent. His reaction speed isn't too bad, but he can't keep his balance while using the sword. Watching Irene Pereira gasping for air, he was confused. His posture and movement are terrible. Does he really like swordsmanship? He concluded, he's worse than I thought. The next second, Brad Lloyd lunged forward, crouching low. Then what about his raw strength? Sensing the danger, he tensed up and seized the moment to swing his sword high. Feeling the pressure from above, he looked up in shock, only to see Irene Pereira swinging his sword straight down in front of Brad with all his might. He stepped back immediately, then slipped to the side and swung his sword, leaving Irene Pereira stunned. He was frozen, only having time to catch the look in the other man's eyes from above. In a flash, Brad Lloyd swatted Irene's sword away. The blade clattered onto the cold ground. Irene Pereira let out a gasp, sweating as he looked at the sword pointed at his throat. That's it, a voice rang out. The match was over, and Brad immediately turned and walked away. The winner is Brad Lloyd. A moment later, Karaka happily announced, All right, this is the last task of the day. Today, based on the swordsmanship test, you have seen that classes will be divided by level, and lessons will begin tomorrow. As each name was called, he gave a few words of advice. Ilya Lindsay, Brad Lloyd, Judith are among those in Class A. You three are in the top tier, so training will be much harder. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally. Then he looked at the list and continued. Next are Marl Anfet, Amir Kichlan. Those who were just called will be in Class B. Next is Class C. Judith excitedly turned to Irene. You'll probably be in this class. He nodded in response. But the next sentence made her wonder. The 54 new students mentioned will be in Class C. Both of them glanced up at the podium. Why isn't your name among them? Karaka spoke up then. And finally, Irene Pareira. His announcement left him stunned. You will be in Class F. Judith couldn't hold it back anymore. She frowned and threw her hands up. That jerk Brad is so annoying. Watching Irene Pareira practicing endlessly in front of her, she felt like she was going crazy. Does he want to use you to satisfy himself or something? Nobles. What a load of crap. He must be feeling so satisfied after beating you. The more she spoke, the more she couldn't hide her internal rage. Don't be too sad. We still have a chance to take him down in the final evaluation. That madman and his lackeys too. But then, seeing him staring at her, she noticed. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me so intently? He replied with a gentle, comforting tone to soothe her. Don't be angry anymore, Judith. I'm very happy that you're worried about me, but when you get angry on my behalf, it just bothers me. Judith blushed, embarrassed, but then panicked. Who said I was worried about you? Huh? Afterward, Irene Pareira complained as he stopped her. Judith, why did you hit me all of a sudden? There's an injury there. Back in his private room, Brad Lloyd let out a long sigh. After showering, he flopped onto his bed, exhausted, but he couldn't put his mind at ease. Recalling the scene of Irene Pareira swinging his sword down at him, he thought he had intended to block the strike, but somehow, he had dodged it without realizing. The more he thought, the more he frowned. It wasn't just the sword, even the look in his eyes and his gestures were different. He looked so determined and strong. Was he only focusing on that downward swing? Thinking that, Brad Lloyd sat straight up. His mood suddenly sank. And what about me? When I swung my sword, what was the look on my face? The next day, Jun Tahan stood in front of Irene Pareira and asked, So, you don't know anything other than horizontal and vertical swings, right? He replied uneasily, Yes, I'm sorry. The teacher didn't seem annoyed at all. On the contrary, he said happily, No need to apologize. Since you haven't been trained properly, you can't be good right away. So let me ask you a question, Jun asked slowly. What do you need to catch up? Compared to the other students who started training earlier than you? Even so, Irene Pareira naively replied, still focused on training hard. Hearing that, his instructor tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He was doing it all wrong. Then, with a powerful swing, he struck the ground with his blade. Standing tall, he planted the sword firmly and declared that this was the talent Jun Tahan possessed. Tracing the blade across the ground, he explained it to him. Of course, hard work is just as important, but it depends on how far one takes that training. They might be on par, or even stronger than those they aim to surpass, but that doesn't apply to you, because the gap in training time is just too wide. Before Irene Pereira's astonished eyes, his instructor set a 1-week deadline, adding with a confident smile that the condition was to master the fundamentals of swordsmanship within that week. If you pass, I'll promote you straight to Class C. Even so, he asked with a hint of fear, and what if I fail? Of course, this was easy for the instructor. Nothing would change. You'll just keep training in this class. The instructor stepped forward, patted his shoulder, slowing his pace for a moment, then spoke with a provocative smile on his lips. If you don't even have the talent for that, I think you should just leave the academy. Feeling encouraged, Irene Pareira vowed to give it his all. Hearing that, Jun smiled even more broadly, satisfied. Good. I knew you'd train hard. The next day, he trained without rest. By the second day, Jun stood by, watching and guiding him to pivot correctly. You need to put more power into your shoulders. By the third day, the instructor finally offered some praise to Irene Pareira. Good, you're doing well. By the fifth day, the training continued relentlessly, and even on the sixth day, he didn't stop. Jun watched him improve and couldn't help but be impressed. It's only been a few days, but the kid's rate of improvement is truly impressive. Aside from his unusual diligence, watching him panting after continuous training, the instructor concluded, the kid is truly different from what he looks like. Watching him grip the sword tightly, despite his exhaustion, the instructor was certain the boy truly had a talent for swordsmanship. By that afternoon, tired as he was, Irene still asked for help. Judith, can you evaluate me one more time? This is for tomorrow's test. She, of course, didn't mind answering. I'm going to be very picky. If you wobble, I'm kicking you out right now. Get into position. At first, she wore a confident smile. But after seeing the results of his training, her expression changed. Irene Pareira turned to Judith, full of anticipation. How was it? Judith responded with a proud thumbs up. The next morning, the sun was bright. Seeing Jun Tahan leisurely drinking tea, He was delighted. "Oh, instructor, you've returned to the infirmary already?" As if remembering something, he checked on the situation. The instructor smiled proudly. "That's right. Irene Pareira has grown much stronger and more confident now. That kid made it to Class C." Judith sat down and devoured several plates of food, then slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Hey, eat more! Getting enough nutrients is super important. How can someone who eats as little as you move faster than me?" Just then, Luke walked by and scoffed. "Looks like we have a hippopotamus here. How many plates has she eaten?" Judith immediately turned around and snapped. "Hey, you! You like me, don't you?" He reacted indignantly. "What did you say?" She took the opportunity to mock him. "Why are you so flustered? If you really like me." "Sorry, but you're not my type." Surprisingly, this angered Luke. "What the hell are you spewing, you bitch?" Brad Lloyd suddenly stepped in. "Luke, that's enough. Let's go." He obeyed. "Yes, Brad Lloyd." Brad Lloyd continued walking as he spoke. He gave a general warning to the group. "Stop bad-mouthing others. You know that's not a good look." "Yes." Judith watched on, very pleased. Those jerks have finally been tamed. Suddenly, Irene spotted Ilya Lindsay. Judith, beside him, noticed and asked, "Why have you two been acting so cold to each other lately? Did you guys have a fight, right?" Irene Pereira hesitated and denied it. "No, we didn't fight." He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Is this what people call a fight?" This made her suspicious. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, he asked. "You've already become friends with Ilya Lindsay, right? Since you two are in the same class." Judith replied, looking annoyed. "You said you didn't fight, so why don't you go ask her yourself?" Actually, Irene Pereira's reaction amused her. "I was just teasing you. You look pretty funny right now." All right. After that, she began talking about Ilya Lindsay. Truly, nothing had changed. She was still the top student in Class A, and even the instructors acknowledged her as a rare talent. She then shared her own thoughts. "But I think everyone feels insecure, thinking they're inferior to her. Also, because of her family background, no one dares to approach or talk to her. I'm the same way. I heard she goes to the weaponry alone late at night to train her family's sensory skills or something like that." Finally, Judith didn't forget to give advice. "So, you'd better rank up fast so you can go there and train with Ilya Lindsay." This made Irene Pereira uncomfortable. "Cut it out. I'm starting my training now." He moved so fast he was nearly invisible. Brad Lloyd stood in the corner, observing. Judith attacked seriously. Irene Pereira was slightly at a disadvantage. Her eyes scanned him thoroughly before she delivered a decisive strike. Though Irene blocked it, it was difficult. Luke, in his head, thought, "Just as I expected. If Judith gets serious in a match, it's really hard for me to withstand her attacks." He tried to counter and exclaimed, "This is really a completely different level compared to mine." After that, Irene Pereira moved, and once he got close to his opponent, he raised his sword high. Judith frowned, guessing, a vertical slash? But he changed direction unexpectedly. The surprise made it hard for her to counter. She gritted her teeth and spoke. "Not bad, kid." Judith gripped her sword hilt. She gritted her teeth, put in all her strength, and then knocked Irene Pereira back. For a moment, he felt dizzy. Finally, he was knocked far away, and a thick cloud of dust covered the room. "You've improved. Even though you're progressing very quickly," Judith noted confidently. "You still haven't reached my level." She stood up, looked around, and said, "All right, that's enough for today. Are we finished then? It's getting late. Look around. We're the only ones left here." She didn't forget to hint. "By the way, if you want to go to the weaponry, you can meet Ilya Lindsay there." This made Irene Pereira blush. "Judith, stop it." He sighed, watching her back as she walked away. Ilya Lindsay was training intensely, and her aura was radiating outward. She took steps forward, her eyes slowly opening. She frowned when she saw someone. "What are you doing here?" Irene Pereira stood still for a moment, offering an awkward smile. Ilya Lindsay looked annoyed. "What do you want?" Irene Pereira stepped forward and offered. "I came to give you this." He explained. "I received a letter and a gift back home. It was all a bit sudden." Ilya Lindsay, still confused, asked, "Why are you giving this to me?" He stammered as he explained, "I have a younger sister." Then, he mentioned Kier, saying, "She isn't very good at communicating with people. Just like me, we've had our fair share of arguments. Because of constant misunderstandings, I would often fight with her. And when Irene woke up, she saw the gift. The next day, she would leave a gift and a letter for me." Finally, he scratched his head and concluded, "I'm not very good at explaining things. Organizing my thoughts into sensible sentences is even harder. So, I decided to write a letter, hoping it would be easier to understand. Now I finally get why my sister writes so many letters. because there are some things that are truly hard to say. But unexpectedly, Ilya Lindsay coldly countered, "Do you think I'll help you again just because of this stuff?" He felt a bit disappointed and prepared to leave. "Fair enough. I'm sorry for bothering you while you're training. I'll be going now." Luke watched her, his expression confused. As night fell, Ilya Lindsay read the letter and exclaimed, "What a child." Suddenly, she remembered the gift. When she opened it, she found a bracelet, but as she looked closer, her expression changed. Ilya Lindsay's hands trembled. It was an Adonis armor. Tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously, and the space around her turned dark before a light suddenly appeared. Returning to reality, Ilya Lindsay looked outside. Perhaps the view through the window calmed her down, making her realize she had been too obsessed with that matter. At the training ground, Judith proposed, "Let's increase the intensity today." Irene Pareira replied, "You could go a bit easier on me, you know." Someone walked past. It was Brad Lloyd. Judith spotted him immediately and quickly shouted, "Hey, green hair, you want another round, don't you?" To everyone's surprise, Brad Lloyd actually stopped and replied, "I have something to discuss with you, so stay there." Judith was shocked, thinking, "Why me?" But the next sentence took even Irene by surprise. "I also have something to say to Irene Pereira," Brad continued with his proposal. "I want to train with you from now on." Judith stood by, bewildered, muttering, "Is this guy crazy?" He looked at Irene Pereira and remarked, "From what you showed during the midterm assessment, and in our match, you possess a level of focus that I lack. Could you teach me how to do that?" His face was completely serious. "In exchange, I'll teach you how to use a sword. I'd be very happy if we could become a team for a short while and grow together." The whole room went silent upon hearing his request. Judith couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Her words caught Brad's attention. After Irene Pereira's performance in the duel during the aptitude test, what exactly was he plotting? "Don't tell me you're trying to use him for your own benefit." Brad frowned and replied, "Using Irene?" He then surprisingly admitted it. "Yes, you're right." That made Judith furious. "What? Your skin is pretty thick, you know that?" He smirked and asked, "What's wrong with that?" He explained that he could find his own methods to become stronger. But Brad Lloyd had realized that those methods weren't effective in this place. Besides, it's not just me who benefits. You guys will benefit from me too. Afterward, he rattled off a series of arguments. "Outside of class hours, don't you spend the whole day training with Irene Pereira anyway?" "Judith, I think we should learn from the experience of facing different types of people. Think about the bigger picture. We can't always learn everything about swordsmanship just from staying here." He clenched his fist and asserted, "This place is an opportunity for us. I'm here to learn and compete fiercely with the people in this place. And in that time, I will gain invaluable experience." However, the situation caused a stir among the others. "How can an A-class student say such things to a class guy?" one student whispered. "That's cool." Finally, Irene Pereira accepted. "All right, but is that really okay for you?" Irene said with a bit of self-doubt. "In terms of ability, I can't compare to you. I'm afraid I don't have anything special for you to learn." Brad Lloyd smirked and reassured him. "I already told you, you have something that I don't." He frowned as he expressed, "I've been thinking about it a lot since the midterm assessment." He couldn't escape the thought of what exactly that something was. "I've tried doing what you do, but why is it so different? We have the same training time, so what makes you stand out from me?" Something that only Irene Pereira possessed. One day, Brad realized it. It was the image of Irene Pereira training harder than anyone else. Everyone had the same amount of training time. Irene utilized every second and minute, but the density of his focus was completely different. From the moment training began until it ended, Irene Pereira never once lost his focus. Brad Lloyd stepped closer and asked, "Can you tell me, how are you able to focus like that?" But Irene Pereira just bowed his head and replied, "I don't really know how myself." Brad Lloyd, as if expecting that, turned to leave. "I knew you'd say that. Geniuses always say things like that." The words left Irene Pereira bewildered. "What do you mean? Genius? I'm no genius." Brad just replied with a smile, but in his mind, it was clear. "From what I've seen, you truly are a genius. Maintaining that level of focus isn't something that can be done easily." With that, Brad Lloyd prepared to leave. "I have my own training session today, so I have to go first. Judith, will you train with me tomorrow?" Judith flared up and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever agree to train with you?" Suddenly, Brad Lloyd stopped. "Let me give you some advice." He glanced at Irene Pereira. "Stop belittling yourself with words like that." He reasoned that Irene was born into the Pereira family, a lineage of noble blood. "I didn't know before, but now, the way you behave and your capabilities are the qualities of someone from a noble family." He emphasized at the end. Therefore, you should feel proud of yourself and act with the dignity that suits you. But Judith still held a prejudice and showed her attitude. Is anyone else feeling sick after hearing those words? Someone who only knows how to bite and scheme all day suddenly knows how to say nice things. During the training session, Brad Lloyd was instructing Irene Pareira. Your hand movements need to be faster. He stood up to demonstrate. You have to thrust forward quickly and cleanly. Your feet and body must coordinate perfectly. Once you're in the right stance, your direction of movement cannot be wrong. In just a moment, he lunged forward. After a while, Brad Lloyd called out, We're done. Judith, do you want to spar with me? Judith answered irritably, Not interested. Brad Lloyd just sighed and placed a bet. How much longer do you think it'll take for her to agree to practice with me? She's so stubborn. Irene Pareira caught on and replied, He didn't curse, so it should only be about another week. At lunch in the cafeteria, suddenly, Ilya walked by, and then she spoke up. I read the letter. Judith asked suspiciously, Did you confess your feelings to her? Making him blush and deny it, saying he didn't. Another day passed, and Irene Pareira lay awake, thinking about the level of concentration as Brad Lloyd had mentioned. This was definitely something he needed to ponder. Those thoughts gradually drifted him into sleep, wondering how he could improve his concentration. Suddenly, he thought, if his concentration became more refined, could he become someone like him? Irene Pareira appeared hazily in a strange place. He tried to reach out, realizing, what is this? A dreamlike state. He looked at his hands in astonishment. I can actually feel my hands. It's completely different from before. Then Irene Pareira clenched his fist, feeling, not just his arm, but his entire body. Looking at the massive man in front of him, he could feel the man's presence. He jolted awake from the dream, looking out the window. Is it still dark? Irene Pareira made a decision right then that he needed to find his sword and practice before this feeling faded. The next morning, seeing the state of Irene Pareira, Judith wondered, what have you been doing these past few nights? But he wouldn't say, nothing. Afterward, she and Brad Lloyd practiced together. Don't look away in the middle of a match, you stubborn jerk. Suddenly, Brad Lloyd lost his concentration, making Judith furious. Hey, are you messing with me? Didn't you say not to look away during a fight? Seeing this, she called out to Irene Pareira. Are you sleeping? What are you doing? Brad Lloyd retorted. Leave him alone. Let him sleep. He looks tired. Suddenly, Irene Pareira jumped up, then stood up to practice, and then went back to sleep, confusing Brad. What is this? Look at that. He's acting so strange. At someone's call, Irene Pareira, Brad Lloyd couldn't take it anymore and approached to ask, Sorry to interrupt, but what exactly are you planning to do? Irene Pareira shyly explained, I'm practicing to improve my concentration, but this way doesn't seem to be working. I don't think it'll work. But he misunderstood and thought he was practicing meditation? I've heard of that before. Isn't that how spirit masters find their true selves? He didn't know what to say, so he just agreed. I guess so. Saying that, Brad also tried it. That sounds good. I'll give it a try too. But for him, he was just slowly drifting into sleep. It's not as bad as I thought. I feel myself becoming calmer bit by bit, until a voice called out, Sir Brad Lloyd, Sir Brad Lloyd, Lance asked with a suspicious look. It seems like you're sleeping. Brad Lloyd immediately denied it. I'm not sleeping, I'm just meditating. Judith happened to walk by and teased, What kind of meditation leaves you drooling all over your mouth? Even so, Brad Lloyd didn't give up. I understand now. The problem is the posture. They always practice sitting like this. Judith glared at him and scolded, You idiot, that won't work for you. Irene is a special case. But he wouldn't listen. How do you know if you haven't tried? She couldn't help but give up. Fine, do whatever you want. Jan spoke up and asked, Nothing has been going on lately, right? Karaka reported the situation. Yes, no issues, sir. Oh, right. Irene Pareira has been promoted to Class B. Thanks to the guidance of Brad Lloyd and Judith, the kid's development rate is quite fast. Is that so? Then he smiled and added, And while we're at it, you're right. He's a master of swordsmanship. He gave his affirmation in the classroom. Brad Lloyd would be the one to make a small ripple. The sword being knocked away was also the signal. The match ended, and Ahmed announced the winner was Brad Lloyd. Even so, Judith was unwilling to accept it, and suggested, This jerk only won because of a little mishap. Let's fight again. But she was reprimanded by the teacher. In the end, she could only demand, After class, let's have a match. Brad Lloyd didn't refuse. As you wish. Ahmed, standing nearby, smiled in satisfaction. The kids are truly amazing. Don't laugh. Both of them have improved at an incredibly fast pace. Saying that, The teacher looked at the image of the bar and commented, "Especially Brad. There's a small difference between him and Judith. Both were competing for second place." Brad Lloyd was extremely satisfied. "Good. The meditation training is finally showing results. If things keep developing at this rate," he clenched his fist with hope, "I can do it." Then he secretly glanced at where Ilya Lindsay was practicing, and the sword tip pointing straight up was Irene Pareira, who was also training. He paused, realizing that sitting meditation was indeed helping him be better than before. His expression was thoughtful, but this was still not enough. He needed a little more. Irene Pareira appeared and remarked, "Why do you practice downward slashes so often?" Then he waved his hand and called, "The master of swordsmanship is calling everyone to practice concentration. Let's go." Irene Pareira guessed, "So we're practicing concentration in the meeting room, right?" Brad Lloyd replied, "No, it's at the martial arts arena." The location surprised Irene Pareira, the martial arts arena. At the arena, Jan stepped out and spoke. "Everyone has been here for 9 months now." He offered comments and praise. Throughout the training process, everyone has endured rigorous evaluations and grueling practice, and some of the people here have improved much more than before. Then he raised his voice to emphasize, "I won't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point, and that is about the final evaluation." The new announcement surprised everyone. Unlike the midterm, we won't evaluate based on skills at a fixed point in time. It's a bit abstract, but for the final evaluation, what we are assessing is— Jan smiled cryptically and emphasized, "each person's potential." Irene Pereira's expression became worried. "Don't be too worried. I trust that this won't be too difficult for you all. You just need to prove your ability and show what you are best at in swordsmanship." Jan set the requirements, saying, "You can combine it with a finishing blow or show us the technical variations in swordsmanship that satisfy the viewers. In other words, it means, show us what you can do." He happily provided motivation. "I am sure everyone here will be able to unlock their full potential and try to do their best in the remaining 90 days. This might seem a bit soon." But saying that, he opened his coat. Jan was holding a sword. "I have prepared a gift for you all." Irene Pereira's eyes were fully focused. "I am just an old man swinging a sword, but I hope you can learn something from it." His face was very relaxed. Then he opened his eyes and performed a sword dance. The sight left everyone stunned. Each sword stroke seemed to create an entire galaxy. The students stood there with their jaws dropped, witnessing speed that was both blinding and incredibly fluid. Everyone was focused with all their might to witness every single sword stroke from the master. At this moment, it seemed like Irene Pereira felt as though he was all alone. Jan glanced over, took a few steps forward, and then a circle created by his sword waves appeared. The scene left everyone stunned. "Done," Jan said. "That's all there is to my technique." While everyone was still bewildered, he had already left. "I wish you all the best of luck." A classmate, Jun Tahan, asked with a tremor, "What on earth did I just see?" Another replied, "My own ego in the sword?" The other frowned, puzzled. What the hell is an ego doing here? At the academy, Brad Lloyd panted and requested, "Phew, let's take a break." Then he struck up a conversation. "Did you see the master's sword technique yesterday? It was truly mind-blowing, wasn't it?" But getting no response made him annoyed. "What's this? How embarrassing. Am I talking to a wall, my friend?" At this, Judith scolded him to be quiet. "Why are you all being so noisy?" Brad Lloyd asked cheerfully. "Are you in a bad mood?" He guessed it was because of I, right? She softened her voice. "Why on earth would you bring him up here?" Judith frowned and stayed silent. Then she explained that it was because he spent all day focusing on meditation, even though the final evaluation was right around the corner. Would he be okay? Brad Lloyd confidently affirmed, "Yes, he will definitely pass this test." Judith didn't understand. "What do you mean? How can you be so sure?" But he just asked back, "What is the most important criterion for the final exam?" She replied, "Potential." "That's what the swordmaster said." Brad Lloyd smiled and emphasized, "Exactly, potential." He then explained in detail, "This test isn't based on current ability, but on future potential. Everyone who joins this academy shows great potential, and who has developed the most remarkably over the past 9 months. Finishing his sentence, he walked away, not forgetting to remind her, "It's definitely Irene, so stop worrying about him and get back to training." "Who said I was worried about him? You busybody." Judith regained her composure and declared, "Relaxing is enough. It's time to climb to the top spot." Brad Lloyd immediately crushed her hopes. "That's impossible. Ilya Lindsay will be the one taking the top spot." This made her annoyed again. "Why do you have to mention that girl's name here?" Brad Lloyd told the truth. "You know she comes from the most famous family on the entire continent. The Lindsay family is considered one of the most prestigious families in terms of swordsmanship, and she studies swordsmanship too. So no one can take the top spot from Ilya Lindsay. Even so, Judith refused to accept it. What the hell are you talking about? Just for that reason, no one else can reach the top? At this, Brad Lloyd reassured her, I'm just saying, the power in their swordsmanship style is not to be underestimated. She gritted her teeth and scolded, get serious. If you already know the result, why even bother taking the test? She couldn't help but shout, what's so great about that family anyway? Her brother, the one, considered the greatest genius on the entire continent. When they got to the important part, Brad Lloyd's expression changed. Yet, he was defeated by a commoner, who was an orphan since childhood, and now he doesn't dare face anyone. Judith realized it just in time. What's going on? Why did you suddenly? When she turned around, she saw Ilya Lindsay standing nearby. Lan and the others were gossiping. This isn't good. Ilya Lindsay frowned as she stared at them. Then, she retorted, unfazed. It won't matter if you curse me or look down on my family. Even if all of you talk behind my back, it won't affect me at all. Judith immediately flared up and proposed. If that's the case, let's have a match. Pick up your sword and fight me. Brad Lloyd tried to intervene. That's enough. Students fighting each other will get expelled. With that, Ilya Lindsay left, not forgetting to declare, this time I will be the one to take the top spot, and it will be the same in the future. Every word was full of confidence. I don't need to learn the family sword style. What I've learned at this school is enough to prove that I'm superior to all of you in terms of skill. Suddenly, Brad Lloyd ran over and called out, wait, Ilya Lindsay. Then he asked about the cloud sword, the Lindsay family's style, right? The demon race were the rulers of the sky 400 years ago. That name was given by the demon dragon king, right? The question surprised Ilya Lindsay. What? Brad Lloyd smiled and stated his wish. I want to see with my own eyes how amazing it is. But she quickly turned around and asserted, that will never happen. Is that so? That's a bit of a shame. Brad Lloyd narrowed his eyes and said, if you won't show me what the cloud sword is like, then I'll take your top spot. Irene Pareira was pushing himself to practice in the training room. At this moment, he didn't feel the familiar sensation while holding the sword, so he whispered, still not that feeling. Irene Pareira focused all his thoughts on finding that feeling, then muttered to himself, I thought I was getting closer, but then I felt like the distance was growing even further. Let's try focusing again, starting with meditation. Just then, he remembered something and told himself, wait, wouldn't it be better if I meditated while holding the sword? Switching scenes, at the same time, there were others practicing just like him. The people practicing were Luke and Lance. After a while, he dropped his sword and admitted defeat. I give up. You win. Coincidentally, Brad Lloyd was passing by and greeted them. You guys seem to be training very hard. Seeing him, they both called out in unison. Brad Lloyd. He walked over to them and said, your breathing is much more even than before. Lan suddenly replied, the final assessment is coming up, but it's mainly thanks to your words. Brad Lloyd was stunned and asked, me? He responded loudly and firmly. The things you said to Ilya Lindsay that day, it really affected us a lot. Hearing that, he thought for a moment and stammered, oh, sure, but whatever. Before he could finish his sentence, Judith walked up and interrupted. Brad Lloyd, stop making that face, it makes me sick. She even challenged him, pick up your sword, you blue-haired jerk. Brad Lloyd accepted Judith's challenge. Very quickly, the two of them clashed like true warriors. Just a moment later, she was shocked when his sword struck straight toward her face. Luckily, Judith dodged in time, but she was still thinking that he was getting faster and faster. After that damn remark, she immediately counterattacked. But Judith was stunned that Brad Lloyd could move that fast. Taking advantage of a moment she wasn't paying attention, he landed a hit. Very quickly, Judith blocked this move from her opponent. Moreover, in her heart, she silently praised him. He wasn't just sharper than before. Judith focused on observing his technique, while internally still thinking, he's even stronger than before. She decided to strike him with a decisive blow, but he was one step faster, quickly retreating backward. Seeing that he managed to dodge her attack, Judith looked completely shocked and muttered to herself, is that even possible? Can he really surpass Ilya Lindsay and take the top spot? In truth, with my current abilities, I have to admit, I have no chance of beating him. But he taught me something. How to aim for greater heights. I don't need to rush things. I can beat him once I become an official student. A little while later, Brad Lloyd sighed and suddenly called an end to the spar, leaving her speechless. That's enough for today. We shouldn't overtrain right before the evaluation. With no choice, Judith reluctantly agreed. Fine. Seeing her agree so easily, Brad found it strange. Did she eat something weird today? She usually goes crazy over training. She started walking away and replied, I have things to do. He tried to ask, what kind of things? But Judith threatened him, you're gonna get a beating if you keep asking. So, Brad Lloyd didn't press further, just sighed. But then, he broke into a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, at least I'm getting stronger every day. That goal might actually be possible. Now I can truly feel that I'm on the same level as her. And as for you, Irene Pareira, I think I can finally face your sword strikes. Changing scenes to Irene Pareira, who was still meditating. A second later, he opened his eyes and began to complain internally. I tried changing my posture, but it made no difference. I really have no clue how to recreate that feeling. Just as he was deep in thought, someone came looking for Irene Pareira. Are you feeling suffocated in here? It was Judith, and she offered to take him out for some fresh air. The scene shifts to Ilya Lindsay, who was strolling through the garden, and she was visibly surprised to see the sight before her. Currently, Irene and Judith were passing by her spot. The two found a grassy patch, and she laid down, saying, you can rest here. He stood there, confused, and asked Judith, are we allowed to? She replied softly, of course. If anyone says anything, we'll just leave. So, Irene Pareira reluctantly agreed. All right. Judith then brought up the main topic. Are you prepared? He didn't understand what she meant and replied blankly. Prepared for what? She quickly explained. The final evaluation. We only have about 15 days left. Hearing that, Irene Pareira hesitated and replied, oh, I'm just trying to do the best that I can. Judith didn't like his tone and scolded him. Why do you sound so weak? Irene Pareira glanced at her and shot back. What about you? Are you confident? Judith replied with total confidence. Of course. I'll do my absolute best. Who do you think I am? Anyway, Ilya, Lindsay, who do you think I am? Before the question of whether that annoying girl was confident she could win, Irene Pareira didn't believe it and asked innocently, confident about winning? Judith didn't like his attitude and asked if he knew how stupid he sounded. He still didn't get it and replied, you told me to ask, didn't you? Judith felt even more annoyed. See? You're still hesitating. Then, she suddenly went silent. A few seconds later, Judith blurted out, I'm sorry. It left Irene Pareira completely confused. She quickly explained, because I haven't been by your side for a while. Back when we first sparred, I could have shown you some new moves. Hearing this, Irene Pareira gave a surprised oh, but then smiled and said, it's fine. You don't need to feel bad about that. Before Irene Pareira could finish, Judith interrupted, I'm an orphan. Hearing that, he couldn't hide the shock on his face, and she poured her heart out to him. I didn't tell you this just so you'd feel sorry for me. As a kid, I had to struggle just to survive every single day. I stole, I robbed food from shops, and when I looked at the people around me, I realized everyone lived like that, regardless of their age. And living that way, I never felt grateful to anyone, nor did I receive anything that I felt thankful for until now. That's why the day you saved me from drowning, I was actually angry instead of saying thank you. Honestly, I just felt that kind of stuff was too cheesy to say out loud. So I tried to repay you in my own way, but it didn't work as well as I thought. Please, do really well. Irene Pareira heard these words and responded in a surprised tone. Not stopping there, she continued to encourage him. You absolutely must do well in the final evaluation, so you can become an official student. I'll help you, so you won't have to feel so uncomfortable anymore. He happily promised her, okay. Having said what she needed to say, Judith left, telling him, if I walk back with you now, I'll die of embarrassment, so wait 5 minutes before you head back. Irene Pareira watched her figure walk away and whispered to himself, Judith, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one who hasn't been by your side for these past 2 months. It seems like I've changed so much. Before, I only knew how to lie in bed. But now, I'm sitting here, just watching the sky. The year I've spent at the academy hasn't been bad at all. It feels like I finally understand myself better. All these thoughts and feelings. I'm truly grateful for everything. He quickly returned to the training hall with one thought. Judith, Brad, Ilya, Lindsay, the swordmaster, and the instructors. This is the time for me to give back everything I've learned. The problem is, I've only been trying to imitate by watching. Meditation is an exercise to train the spirit. Thinking of this, Irene Pareira closed his eyes. As the power burned within him, he had a sudden thought. I just need to pull it out to the surface. 2 weeks later, Ahmed loudly announced to everyone, the time has come. The final evaluation begins. Everyone gathered at the arena. The first contestant was Luke. With just one strike, he successfully sliced the floating leaves in front of him in half. This made Jan extremely satisfied. and he laughed, saying, "The speed and precision are both excellent. Isn't that the student from Class B?" Ahmed quickly replied, "Among the lower-ranked trainees, there are quite a few who have improved rapidly. Sir, do you think the final rankings will change?" The second contestant was Lance, and his task was a rock. For him, this was a trivial matter, so Lance quickly sliced it into two. His performance was praised by Jan. Even though it was a diagonal cut rather than a vertical one, the cut surface is very clean. Then, he closed his eyes and thought, "Everyone is showing a level of performance higher than expected, but I'm still a bit disappointed." At that moment, the teacher announced loudly, "Next up, Judith, step forward." She looked at the person in front of her and loudly asked, "Master, can I participate in the evaluation with the other potential trainees?" Ahmed looked surprised and asked, "Wait, do you even know what you're saying?" But Judith responded with a confident look, "I think through this sparring, we can show our strengths clearly. Plus, it's good for all the trainees to practice together." And Jan approved it. "All right, this is getting interesting. So, who's going to train together?" she announced loudly. It was Brad Lloyd. Just like that, they both stepped onto the arena. He pointed his sword at her and said, "Judith, are you ready?" She looked at the sword in her hand and replied, "Brad Lloyd, I really wanted to have a relaxing break, but I guess that's not happening. Today, I'm going to beat you." Brad Lloyd replied playfully, "Only if you can manage it." Judith sat down, her teeth grinding audibly. The next second, she suddenly lunged at Brad Lloyd, but thankfully, he parried the attack. At first, she had the upper hand, forcing him to back away. This made William gasp and shout. The collision was intense. Brad Lloyd had to put his all into it, grinding his teeth to hold off Judith's blade. Meanwhile, her eyes glowed with the cold intensity of a true swordsman. A moment later, Judith successfully broke Brad Lloyd's sword, causing him to stumble back. Taking the opening, Judith attacked his face. At this moment, Brad Lloyd was completely on the defensive, only able to dodge. He gave his all just to evade his opponent's strikes. Luke, seeing the scene unfold, lost his cool and shouted, "She's so fast!" A few minutes later, it was Brad Lloyd's turn to counter, pushing Judith back. But she didn't give up, charging forward once more. Brad Lloyd pulled his sword back to gather momentum for a strike. Even so, Judith was a beat faster. She jumped high into the air to dodge. Seeing that, he couldn't believe it. Catching him off guard, Judith attacked from above. Although he was a step slower, he managed to block her strike. At that moment, Jun Tahan silently praised them both in his heart. Both of them were incredible. A moment later, they fell into a fierce exchange. 1 second, Judith swung her sword at him, and the next, Brad Lloyd retaliated, the sound of clashing steel ringing out continuously. Ahmed watched the match and felt happy inside. Judith's swordsmanship was truly ruthless. But Brad Lloyd dodged those heavy, punishing strikes with ease. Brad Lloyd looked tense as her blade grazed his ear. A moment later, he quickly responded with a strike of his own. The blade went straight for Judith's face, eventually leaving a scratch on her cheek. Judith was furious and ready to retaliate, but Brad Lloyd quickly stepped back. She shouted, "You coward!" He taunted her. "Is this all you've got? You think this is enough to beat me?" That sounded like a provocation, driving Judith to attack even more fiercely. She fought while telling herself she had to be stronger. He fought with the thought that he needed to move his blade faster. Since both had a burning desire to win, they both dove in for the final decisive strike. After that hit, dust and debris filled the entire training room. No one could be seen on the arena. In a corner of the room, Judith stood there with a bladeless sword in her hand. Luckier than her, Brad Lloyd's sword, though scratched, hadn't snapped. Even though they were both covered in wounds, they still managed to stay on their feet. Judith said to herself in disappointment, "In the end, I still couldn't beat him." Outside the ring, Jun Tahan excitedly told everyone, "A true match of equals." Karaka replied with interest, "Indeed, but one side still has the upper hand." Jan praised him loudly. As expected of Brad Lloyd, he clapped and said, "Excellent work, truly a great match from both of you." Both of them quickly bowed and said in unison, "Thank you, Master." Jan turned to ask the teacher, "Ahmed, I'm looking forward to the next one." They were both eager to hear Ahmed's answer. "It's Ilya Lindsay. She's definitely stronger now. I'm not who I used to be anymore." Seeing her, Brad Lloyd smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, Maybe, I can actually beat her? Can I really win?" Right after that, Jan asked Ilya Lindsay, "What sword will you use?" She calmly replied, "I will use my family's sword." He smiled brightly and asked Ilya Lindsay, "Is it the heaven sword that slayed the demon dragon king?" With Jan's approval, she brought out the sword. At first, Brad Lloyd was smiling, but the next second, his expression turned serious. Ilya Lindsay began to draw her sword to prepare for the fight. Before everyone's eyes, she performed movements that were incredibly fluid. They looked gentle, yet carried a strange power that made Karaka feel hesitant, suddenly thinking. The light breeze turned into a storm, but Ilya Lindsay's footing remained as steady as ever. Her sword dance was fast and decisive. Ilya Lindsay's eyes were full of killing intent. A storm was enveloping the room, and it was being controlled by her. To everyone watching, Ilya Lindsay looked like a warrior battling a tempest. At the same time, the wind she created began to affect everyone present. Seeing it rushing toward him, Judith intended to stop it, but she was stunned when she was blown backward. Just like that, Judith stammered. What? What on earth is that? Finally, Karaka said hesitantly, "That is the Heaven Sword." Brad Lloyd heard it and replied under his breath, "Wait. No way." While screaming inside, "Is this for real? It actually exists." He wore a look of pure disbelief, while staring straight at Ilya Lindsay. In an instant, Brad Lloyd turned into a scared little black cat, and she became an impassable wall. After everything, he had to admit his own inadequacy, and told himself, "Humph, I was just dreaming." A few minutes later, Brad Lloyd asked Judith, "Hey, Judith." She quickly replied, "Finally, it's the last turn." When it was Irene Pareira's turn to step into the arena, Judith cheered loudly. "Irene Pareira, go for it." On the contrary, Brad Lloyd felt worried. No, Irene Pareira. He clenched his fists in tension. Even Brad Lloyd had to admit it to himself. It was unsettling. At that moment, he suddenly remembered a conversation with her earlier. Back then, he had praised her. "Judith, you're truly a good person." Hearing that, Brad Lloyd replied uncomfortably, "What was that for?" She quickly explained to him, "You are always bright and warm. I feel comfortable when I'm with you. That's probably why everyone likes being your friend." Brad didn't understand why Irene said that, so he asked directly, "How can you say such things so casually all of a sudden?" She smiled brightly and said, "I must have done something wrong again." "Next," Brad countered, "But you're mistaken. I'm not the good person you think I am." Back in reality, he was still feeling incredibly tense, whispering to himself because of him, "Irene, even you are like this. Please, Irene Pareira." He felt surprised to see Brad's tense expression, while inside, he was still saying, "Someone like you isn't special at all." At this moment, Irene Pareira stepped forward to face Jan. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Let's see what you've got to show me." Irene Pareira. He looked tense, then bowed his head in silence. Luke's group also lowered their heads just like Irene Pareira. Meanwhile, Judith and Brad were extremely nervous. Even Ilya Lindsay was waiting for his response. Irene Pareira clenched his fists and shouted, "I'll do a vertical slash." This answer shocked Jan, Judith, and Ahmed. Lance couldn't take it and yelled, "Hey, you maniac, this is the final exam. Your critical technique is poor, and you're talking about what? A vertical slash?" The teacher immediately turned around to scold him. "Lance, I'm warning you. If you interrupt the assessment one more time, you're expelled." Luke, standing beside him, quickly whispered, "Hey, have you lost your mind?" Finally, he had to admit his fault. I'm sorry." On the surface, Ahmed acted irritated, but deep down, he understood why the other guy did that. The teacher only said that, but he knew that perhaps everyone here understood his mood. As Lance said, since it was the final exam, he was trying to showcase extraordinary techniques like the vertical slash in such an important arena. What? What on earth is he thinking? Before starting the test, Irene Pareira let out a sigh. Like in the practice room, he quickly closed his eyes. Jan looked at Irene Pareira, still placing his hope in his student. "All right, show me. Even without my training, and even though you aren't interested in my swordsmanship, show me your sword style, Irene Pareira." The entire arena was dead silent because of him. Lance saw no movement and grew impatient. "What? Why did he stop?" The guy standing next to him quickly reminded him, "Shh, stay quiet." Meanwhile, Ilya Lindsay thought he was meditating, breathing evenly, tensing his whole body to enter the subconscious state. Everything was exactly right. Indeed, Irene was entering his subconscious. In front of him stood a tall pillar, and then an old man appeared from within it. So, Irene shouted that even though he didn't know who he was or what he wanted to slash, in that moment of pain and patience, he kept swinging his sword. Thinking of this, from within his subconscious, Irene Pareira swung his sword again, with the thought of being able to keep moving forward. He held the sword with a firm grip, and his mind was completely resolute with stubborn will. At this point, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at Irene Pareira. That look was like a command that made him shout in his heart. It was time. Irene Pareira opened his eyes and swung his sword. Its destructive power was beyond everyone's imagination. He left a long slash mark on the ground as dust flew everywhere. Lance was so startled his face twisted, and even Ahmed couldn't believe his eyes. Ilya Lindsay stared with her mouth wide open at Irene Pareira. The large rocks were split into uneven pieces. Currently, Brad was speechless in astonishment while looking at those stones. After the dust settled, a long, deep trench remained on the floor. Irene Pareira still had a tense expression as he looked at it. Judith looked at him and called out, confused, "Irene Pareira?" Additionally, she felt puzzled when Brad mentioned the subconscious state. Judith looked at him and called out with a questioning voice. Brad, Lloyd, and Jan were caught in the wake of Irene Pereira's recent sword strike, which even blew away their cloaks. A moment later, he laughed loudly and said, "You've been waiting a long time, right? I won't keep you waiting any longer. I'll announce the results right now. Since there is still a final interview assessment, I will call the names in reverse order. Rank 66, Peter Nansen. Rank 42, Alice Burnett. Rank 7, John William. And rank 4, Judith. Rank 3, rank 2. At this point, Jan suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, he shouted, "Irene Pareira," which surprised the boy himself. Next, Jan announced the first rank, and the first place is Ilya Lindsay. Everyone worked hard for this assessment. I will announce the next interview later, so you can all go rest now. The scene shifts to after the competition ended. Ilya Lindsay came to find Irene Pareira. She gently opened the door to his practice room. As soon as she saw him, Ilya Lindsay said, "I knew you'd be here. The only person to head to the training ground right after the exam ends is you." Irene Pareira looked surprised to see her but still greeted her. "Hello." After that, they both found a seat and sat in awkward silence for a moment. Finally, she took the initiative and said, "You've grown much stronger." Irene Pareira replied naively, "Huh?" Ilya Lindsay explained, "Brad and Judith aren't half bad either, but it's been a long time since I felt like someone was keeping up with me. You were almost ranked first. I should be unhappy about that, but this time, I find it interesting. Luke, that sword strike of yours was truly intimidating to others. Being praised by her, he wasn't happy. Instead, he felt flustered. Your swordsmanship is also great." Being praised, Ilya Lindsay teased Irene Pareira. "You aren't the type of person who gives compliments, are you?" Irene Pareira, "I won't be staying at the Kron Swordsmanship Academy." Her decision made him panic. "What? Why?" Ilya Lindsay found his reaction amusing. "That's a nice reaction, isn't it?" Irene Pareira quickly justified. "Ah, it's just so sudden." She casually spoke her mind. "Actually, from the beginning, I never intended to become a full-time student. I only planned to win the top spot in the midterm and final assessments, then return to my family immediately." Irene Pareira heard her and stood there blankly. She continued. "Do you know who is called the greatest genius on the continent?" He honestly replied, "No, I don't know." She gently replied, "It's the Lindsays, which is also my brother." Ilya Lindsay began to recount her past. "When I was 8, my brother was so famous that everyone on the continent knew him. He was only 10, but he won a battle against a knight. With his extraordinary talent, he reached an unbelievable level at that age. Of course, he also received recognition from famous masters. Before long, he became a genius known throughout the continent. My brother grew up with so much expectation. Even though he was a commoner, he still held the highest position at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. But he refused to become a full-time student and organized a mercenary group when he was only 14. Since then, he became the second genius of the continent. A girl with black hair appeared. A person named XN appeared. She challenged my brother to a duel. Our family didn't hesitate to face that proposal. At that moment, both fought with all their might. However, the result was that after only 3 exchanges, my brother's sword was shattered. That girl was extremely agile and easily slashed away his sword. The match ended with the victory belonging to Ignite Crayon. Her gaze showed clear disgust. She snorted, "That's all?" Every word seemed to crush him. "I'm a little disappointed." He was so shocked he collapsed. For the first time, the person I idolized fell right before my eyes. I hugged my brother tightly and sobbed. When I saw him calmly comforting me, I finally overcame it. I was relieved, thinking he would stand up and fight for victory again. But he seemed to transform into a completely different person. He just couldn't bounce back to who he used to be. From that day on, everyone looked at him with cold, judgmental eyes. It was the first time he'd ever been criticized and mocked so mercilessly. My brother couldn't handle the pressure and disappointment. Watching from the sidelines, Ilya Lindsay couldn't stop crying. I watched him self-destruct, locking himself away in his room. In that moment, her eyes were filled with pure indignation. It was precisely because of the way others looked at him that she pushed herself harder than ever before. I promised myself that I would never end up like that. I wouldn't let myself be swayed by the gazes of others. But I had no idea that I had already been pulled into that same vicious cycle. It was as if she were trying to hide within that girl's shadow, only to be swallowed whole by it. Ilya Lindsay's face remained incredibly calm. The reason I came to the Chronosword Academy at just 12 years old was that she had joined at 13 and already reached the top. As she said this, she slowly sat up. The reason I had to push myself to be recognized as an official knight at 14 was because she was appointed as an honorary knight at only 15. But now, I really want to stop. Is chasing after someone like that even right? In front of her were the wide, round eyes and attentive face of Irene Pareira. Thanks to you, I'm not getting caught up in everything around me, and I've stopped caring what others say. I want to see you walk the path you truly desire. Ilya Lindsay looked up and offered a faint smile. Now, I want to walk my own path. Then, she turned and walked away decisively. As long as you walk the path you choose, you'll reach the realm of a true master. Just then, an innocent voice piped up. You're so cool. Ilya Lindsay turned back in surprise at his ability to overcome such hardships. It's wonderful that you're thinking of a world far greater than just swordsmanship. Irene Pareira spoke while looking at his own scraped-up hands. As for me, his eyes dimmed. He had no clear goal. Ilya Lindsay suddenly laughed. Don't say such silly things. He looked up, stunned. Huh? Don't worry too much, she said, keeping her calm demeanor. Just train harder. Otherwise, even if you look full of spirit, the distance between us will only grow. Hearing that, he felt a sudden surge of motivation, though he soon fell into deep thought. Irene Pereira's mind was flooded with anxiety. Will I really be okay? His hands tightened around the hilt of his sword. The hallway suddenly felt empty. Irene Pareira looked at the weapon in his hand. Is it really okay to keep going like this? Elsewhere, someone stood looking at the ground, which had been cracked in two. Brad Lloyd stood motionless for a long time, until Judith suddenly appeared from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey pal, this place is going to be renovated, so you can't be here. She happily invited him to step outside. Hey, let's go spar outside. I'm feeling restless, she said, sounding quite pleased with herself. You're restless too, right? Big sis knows all about it. Brad Lloyd suddenly spoke up. I want to give up. She looked confused. What do you mean? His eyes were filled with pure dejection. How can someone who just started holding a sword show that much power after only a year of training? When I've been practicing for so many years? Judith's eyes widened in shock. How much longer do I have to train to get to that level? Oh, no, he said, turning to look at her with an expression of defeat. Can I even reach that realm? It feels like the people who can do these things are just destined for it. Then, Brad Lloyd started to walk away gently. Thanks for everything lately. Just as he was about to leave, a strong hand landed on his shoulder. When he turned around, a fist slammed straight into his face. Brad Lloyd was sent flying. He shouted in anger. What is wrong with you? Judith yelled back in fury. What are you talking about? Are you losing your mind? You're so good at dodging my sword. So why couldn't you dodge a single punch from me? In her rage, she delivered another hit to his head. Did your brain rot, and now your body is failing too? Is this really it? Giving up is that easy for you? Judith poured all her strength into every punch. Fine. And here I was, unable to beat a coward like you. Brad Lloyd couldn't do anything but take her blows. If you talk like that, then all the others learning swordsmanship here, are they all doing something meaningless? Brad Lloyd sat up, looking at her scraped hands. He had always been proud of being the one who won the test to become the best swordsman on the continent since he was a child. Now, her words were filled with disappointment. Had he really become a guy who wanted to run away from everything? Judith then huffed and walked away. Only kids run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Her face showed a hint of reluctance, while Brad also fell into deep thought. A few days later, Jan called Ilya Lindsay in to ask her a question. In the end, everything went the way you wanted. Do you feel more at ease now? She replied, Yes, I feel much better. She bowed her head slightly, hesitating, before adding, It's not because I reached the top position. He understood her meaning immediately. I see. You look much better than you did during the midterms. Ilya Lindsay was respectful. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. He praised her highly. What did I teach you? You were already gifted to begin with. All right, you may go. Thank you, master. After Ilya Lindsay left, he told his aide, Ahmed, to call in the next student. Ahmed nodded. Yes. As soon as he heard the next student's request, he asked to confirm. Are you serious? Your performance is flawless. Your image, even in the testing room, is exemplary enough to be a model for others. You should let go of your ego, fix your flaws, and polish your strengths. Furthermore, the student didn't say anything, just hung his head low. Jan also had high hopes for him, and as a teacher, he had great expectations. However, the student said, "I'm sorry, I don't have enough confidence anymore." He thought to himself. His eyes are lifeless, like a candle that has burned out. No matter what I say, he won't listen. Before he left, the teacher gave his final words. Just do what you want. He hoped the student would find a chance to change his mind. The next student called was Irene, and the teacher showered him with praise. Your final evaluation was very impressive. Honestly, I've been quite surprised during your time training at the academy. Thank you, Master, the teacher suddenly asked him. Do you remember our consultation after the midterms? He was quite surprised. Yes. Oh, I remember it. The teacher continued. I have some advice for you. He listened attentively, hoping to hear it. Jan suddenly smiled. Before that, I asked you a question. Being called by his full name made him startle slightly. Student Irene Pareira. His question made him freeze. What is the reason you want to practice the sword? He immediately looked down at his own hands. The reason the swordmaster's body appeared, the reason he practiced. Irene Pareira was a bit flustered. That is. Ahmed immediately encouraged him. You don't need to worry. If it's not for some noble cause, that's fine. Even mundane reasons like fame or money are perfectly acceptable. I just want to help you feel comfortable enough to open up. Any reason will do, as long as it doesn't go against your morals, so feel free to speak your mind. However, Irene Pareira remained extremely tense. Jan shook his head, not forcing him any further. All right then, Irene Pareira. He then asked, is your swordsmanship born from your own will? Irene immediately replied, yes, that's right. Ahmed was taken aback by his master's attitude. What was going on? The master calmly replied, I'm not sure either, his eyes fixed sternly on Irene Pareira. I've found it very strange. Irene Pareira, you've improved faster and trained harder than anyone else. But usually, such progress comes with a shift in emotions. Yet, I don't see any emotion in you at all. When they feel their own progress, most swordsmen are the happiest. At that moment, Judith felt terrified of falling behind. She had been so furious that she lost herself. Every apprentice swordsman expresses either joy or sorrow through their sword. But in you, I can't see a single flicker of emotion. Irene Pareira, tell me, are you practicing your swordsmanship by imitating someone else? Instantly, the image of that swordsman flashed through his mind. Yes, that's right, master. Receiving this answer, the old man looked incredibly satisfied. As I thought, it's truly surprising that you've improved this much just by following someone else rather than your own will. Very well, I won't ask who that person is. The master pointed at him. However, if you plan to keep using a sword in the future, you need to think about it seriously from now on. Jan stated bluntly that if he had no reason to hold the sword, there was no reason for him to stay there. Hearing this, Irene was stunned. He realized that compared to just swinging a sword here, finding himself in a much wider world was far more important. The master's words gave him strength. Yes, he bowed respectfully. Thank you, master. This was the master's final piece of advice, something he would never forget. The master smiled at him. Since this is the last time, don't look so sad. Irene was startled. Yes, with that, Jan pulled something from his robe. Come closer. Do you mind if I take a drop of your blood? Irene agreed instantly. Oh, sure. Irene Pareira pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall. The master inscribed his name on the golden tablet. This makes you the 27th official swordsman of the Kron Swordsmanship Academy. Jan then gave him a challenge. I'll give you 1 year to find your own sword. Irene didn't hesitate. Yes, I will definitely return within a year. As the sunset faded, Ilya Lindsay turned to say goodbye. She took Irene Pereira's hand and said gently, if you have time, come visit my home. Irene was curious about the eagle-shaped crest she held. Seeing his gaze, she explained, this is my family's crest. If you show this to the gatekeeper, you won't be treated poorly. Ilya Lindsay also promised him, if you come to visit, I'll give you some flowers. Irene was surprised. Flowers? Ilya Lindsay gestured to the bracelet on her wrist. Adonis flowers. They're the same ones carved onto my bracelet. Irene immediately realized those were the flowers his family grew. She spoke of them with great joy. When I was 7, I pulled them all out, but from now on, I'm going to plant them again. They bloom from April to May, so please come visit around that time next year. Irene Pereira shook her hand, promising, I will definitely come. Suddenly, Judith appeared. What's this? Give that shiny thing to me. Both were surprised. Oh, Judith. She didn't force him. If you don't like it, I'm not forcing you. Ilya Lindsay looked slightly surprised. No, it's not that I don't like it. So, she said, then give it to me. Holding the shimmering crest in her hand, Judith couldn't help but admire it. Oh, even nobles are obsessed with this stuff, huh? I bet this would sell for a ton of money. Then she turned back and said, I'm sorry about what happened back then. Ilya Lindsay looked puzzled. What happened? Sorry for insulting you and your family. Ilya Lindsay smiled faintly, while Judith stammered. Back then, because I never had a family, I just lashed out in anger. No, that's just an excuse. Irene Pareira watched them from the side, smiling. But regardless, I'm truly sorry for what I said. Seeing that, Judith nudged his shoulder. But why are you just standing there giggling? Irene laughed and replied, You like peace, don't you? Judith suddenly got angry and wanted to start a fight. Again? Are you mocking me? Come here. It's just because I want to fix my habits. Wait, calm down. While they were arguing, both noticed someone behind them. Oh! Irene immediately ran over to call out to Brad Lloyd. The two girls didn't follow, just watched them from afar. Irene asked worriedly, I heard you're leaving the academy? Is everything okay? Brad said nothing, just glanced at him before casually replying, Let's see. It was hard to explain. Irene waved his hand. Ah, it's fine. Everything has its reasons. Brad Lloyd suddenly asked, Are you leaving too? Irene replied, Not completely. I'll return after finishing my personal training. Brad Lloyd stood silent, remembering Irene's words. I'll return after finishing my personal training. Unlike his own departure, as expected of him. Just as he was thinking, Irene spoke up. Thank you. Irene Pareira beamed a radiant smile. Because of you, I've become stronger. His words made Brad stop in his tracks. I felt the vitality when I swung my sword. Irene shared honestly, I can't explain it exactly, but a year ago, a small change happened inside me. Because of that change, I started learning swordsmanship and came to the Chrono Academy. Brad fixed his gaze on him. But it was only after meeting you that I could look back at my past and move forward. Irene Pareira looked at him with complete sincerity. Thank you. Catching Brad Lloyd staring at him made him slightly bashful. Oh. Brad finally spoke. Baron Lloyd, someone called out. It's been a while, sir. Please, get in the carriage. The carriage had been waiting there the whole time. I'm leaving now. With that, Brad stepped into the carriage. Irene couldn't bear to see him leave and shouted to give him encouragement. You can definitely do it. Both girls stared in shock. Inside the carriage, Brad Lloyd's hands wouldn't stop shaking. Must be strong, until next time. Inside, Brad gritted his teeth, his whole body tense. The carriage drove off right in front of Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira watched with a heavy heart. Judith teased him. What's with that look? It looks like lovers saying goodbye. You're something else. Irene Pareira didn't turn back, answering softly, Must be my mood. Judith didn't say anything more, but he had a feeling he might never see Brad Lloyd again. Just then, Marcus appeared. Young master, I'm here to pick you up. And who are these people? Irene introduced them happily. They are swordsmen from the academy, and my friends. Marcus looked slightly suspicious. Ah, friends? But then he panicked. What? Friends? His reaction made Irene ask, What's the matter? Then, he bowed respectfully to the two young ladies. Ah, it's nothing. Thank you all for being so kind to our young master. Irene Pareira then climbed into the carriage and waved goodbye to them. Well, I'll be heading out now. Make sure you get back soon. As their carriage pulled away, Judith and Ilya Lindsay stood there watching, smiling. But a moment later, they both looked away, suddenly feeling awkward. What was that? Why did things turn out like this? Am I supposed to wait here with him? This is so embarrassing. When exactly is he supposed to arrive? Finally, the two turned back to each other, looking flustered. Hey, look. I've got a stomachache, so, you go ahead. Anyway, good luck to you too. Meanwhile, Ahmed felt a bit of a loss. It's a real shame to see such promising kids leave. Jan just smiled. He couldn't deny that. He then brought up Irene Pareira, the swordsman Irene Pareira. Is he really going to be okay? Finding your own sword isn't exactly an easy path. He turned to look out the window. What are you worried about? Isn't he the fourth genius of the continent? The other man looked surprised. He insisted, That's right. He's no different from the other geniuses. But isn't he also a genius of pure effort? Back on the road, Irene Pareira sat in the carriage with a happy smile. Meanwhile, Judith left, looking quite downcast. Her gaze dropped, and her retreating figure looked incredibly lonely. Back to being alone again. Just then, someone came running up, and a hand landed on her shoulder. To her shock, The person who had just left was standing right there. Brad Lloyd asked her, "What's down there that you're staring at while you walk?" Judith couldn't believe her eyes. "Huh? What? How? Why are you here?" Brad Lloyd stood there, looking dashing and confident. I gave it some serious thought. Baron Brad Lloyd of the House of Lloyd can't just give up looking like such a mess. Besides, since he already left, there's no one else who can put up with your annoying personality. She fought the urge to get angry and snapped. "What's wrong with this kid?" he asked casually. "You don't like it? You didn't want me to come back?" Judith's face turned bright red. "You lunatic! What the hell are you talking about?" Brad Lloyd reminded her. "Irene Pareira said swearing is bad, you know," she replied, flustered. "Shut it. Do you really think a master is going to take back someone who quit on their own like you?" He kept his confident attitude. "Of course, I'll have to beg a lot. But even so, he won't give up on a talent like me." The two kept bickering as they walked. "Damn it, I really want to cuss you out, but I'll hold back. What a disaster." "Fine, fine." Meanwhile, Irene Pereira's carriage continued down the road. Marcus, sitting inside, glanced at his young master. He felt a pang of sadness seeing the hollow look on his face. The young master just keeps staring outside. There's nothing he can do. He must be heartbroken because he couldn't become an official swordsman. Suddenly, he noticed something and asked curiously, "Young master, what are you holding in your hand?" As soon as he saw the shimmering object, he exclaimed in shock, "The platinum token of the Lindsay family? Where did you get this?" He replied indifferently, "A friend gave it to me." His words left Marcus even more stunned. "A friend?" He looked at it and smiled. "Do you remember the white-haired girl I introduced earlier? That's Ilya Lindsay." Marcus stared at the item, unable to believe it. "What? She gave this to the young master? This is incredible. The Lindsay family is far greater than I thought." After that, he nodded and said, "Sorry, but I'm going to take a nap." Marcus didn't press further. "Ah, yes, young master." Irene Pereira closed his eyes and thought to himself, "My sword." And just like that, we've reached the city. They stopped at a large house. "Young master, we'll be staying at this inn today." As soon as he got inside, Irene Pereira sat in a meditative posture. Seeing that everything was quiet, Marcus tried to listen in, but he couldn't hear a thing. He paced around anxiously. He seemed so disappointed. What should I do? No, I need to do something to cheer him up. With that thought, Marcus headed out to the streets. Immediately, something caught his eye. A green-skinned man selling goods at a stall in the distance. It was an orc shaman. Well, well. It's not easy to run into me on a regular day. You only ever see us in the northern part of the continent. So what are you doing here in the south? Furthermore, he wasn't just a regular orc. He had a shimmering piece of metal around his neck, a necklace, and a tattoo on his hand. Marcus immediately recognized the orc shaman. He rushed back to tell Irene Pereira. "What? An orc shaman?" Marcus excitedly introduced him to the young master. "Among all the fortune tellers, the orc shaman is the absolute best." Irene replied, "I've heard that if you meet an orc shaman, you'll be blessed with good fortune. You'll be blessed with good fortune." As soon as they arrived at the stall, the orc greeted them warmly. "Very nice to meet you, dear customers. Which one of you is looking to have their fortune told?" Irene Pereira spoke up. "I would like to have mine read." Marcus looked happy on the outside, but inside, he was thinking, honestly, these famous shamans just tell people what they want to hear. If he hears good things about his future, the young master will perk up. The orc, Kuvar, offered several topics. "You want to look into your luck for the day, the year, your love life, or your health? Just tell me whatever you want to know." However, he paused for a moment. This talented shaman, Kuvar, suddenly asked, "Pardon me, but how old are you?" Marcus looked at him, confused. "What? His age?" Irene Pereira answered honestly, "I'm 16. Kuvar laughed, looking at the young man. "If you lie, the reading won't work." Irene looked bewildered. "I'm not lying." Marcus, standing outside, felt incredibly annoyed. "If that's the truth, from what I see, if you join any night order, you'll be accepted in a heartbeat." The orc continued on and on. "If you follow the path of the sword, you will definitely succeed in the future." Marcus couldn't hold back his frustration anymore and pointed at the orc's face. "Seriously? This is ridiculous. Are you even a real fortune teller?" While the two were still stunned, Marcus marched off in a huff. "What a waste of time. Let's go." Just as Irene was about to leave, the orc called him back. "Wait." Kuvar handed him a piece of paper. "This will help you when you run into something unexpected." "Ah, thank you." From his retreating back, one could see the immense strength he possessed. Kuvar watched him with a smile. This person doesn't just have a sturdy build. His muscle density is incredibly flexible in every movement. But what's even more astonishing is the tenacious power surrounding his body. Irene Pareira left without knowing a thing. Only 16, and already possessing such power. Who would believe that? This person is truly a mystery. Will we ever meet again? The people around them started whispering. Hey, he looks just like a vagrant, doesn't he? Kuvar's face darkened. Damn it, I can't do business here anymore. The carriage then continued on its way. Sitting inside, Marcus bowed his head in apology. I apologize for yesterday. I had no idea he was a fraud. Irene didn't blame him at all. Don't worry so much about it. He didn't really say anything bad, did he? But deep down, he thought to himself, actually, it was better that way. Irene Pareira opened the paper he had been given. You do not have to stand alone. He was confused about what it meant. He thought about it intently. Could it be that the orc shaman? Was he asking about my age because of the man in his dreams? Marcus was incredibly frustrated. It already felt weird from the start. How could he just ask the young master how old he was? And he even talked to someone who supposedly failed their exam and was on the way home? How could he say the young master would pass into any night order? That guy is definitely a quack. Just then, Irene Pareira said, I didn't tell you, did I? I didn't actually fail. Marcus looked stunned. Huh? Marcus's face was filled with question marks. I passed, but not for right now. The condition is that if I complete the requirements set by the master within 1 year, I'll be accepted into the academy. Marcus was so shocked he shouted loudly enough to startle the people outside. Seriously? The driver suddenly announced, Young master, there's a carriage coming toward us up ahead. It's Viscount Garen's carriage. Marcus nervously poked his head out. What? The noble crest on Viscount Garen's carriage confirmed it. Huh? Seriously? Marcus's mind was filled with anxiety. Why do we have to run into Viscount Garen, the sworn enemy of the Pereira family, right here on the road? That family has always looked down on and insulted the young master. Marcus was terrified. That face. It's Aaron Garen. Outside, 2 men were watching them. Marcus nervously spoke to the young master. Young master, Aaron Garen has gotten off his horse, along with Duke Jack Stewart. If you feel uncomfortable, you can stay inside the carriage. I will. However, the young master remained very calm. I'm fine. It wouldn't be polite to hide. Marcus was quite surprised but didn't say anything more. Yes, in the forest, the wind was blowing fiercely. As soon as he got out of the carriage, Marcus bowed politely. Greetings, young master Aaron Garen and Duke Jack Stewart. Aaron looked at the 2 of them and raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's you guys. He looked Irene Pareira up and down. This kid, Irene, seems to have grown quite tall. His physique has improved too, hasn't it? He asked with a friendly, mocking smile. Are you returning from the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy? In his heart, he was mocking him. No matter what, he's still just that pathetic Irene Pareira. Marcus immediately stood up to reply. Yes, that's correct. May I ask what business brings Lord Garen here? I have something I'd like to tell your father. Aaron walked over to address him. Long time no see, huh? It's nice to see you, Irene Pareira. The young master just gave a slight hum. Suddenly, Aaron complimented him. It seems the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy teaches well, doesn't it? I never expected you, Irene Pareira, to change like this. Will you continue to practice swordsmanship? Irene Pareira replied indifferently. Yes, I am studying at the academy. I suppose so. Aaron's tone carried a hint of mockery. At the family estate? I guess that makes sense. Studying elsewhere might be a bit vague. You started way too late, after all. Marcus, standing outside, was extremely annoyed. That damn brat is a year younger than our young master, and he dares to. The young master wasn't angry, he just glanced away. I suppose so. Aaron made a noise, then asked bluntly. Is there anything else you want to say? Aaron was suddenly startled. No. Seeing that, Irene Pareira immediately turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. The journey is long, and I want to rest a bit. Jack Stewart was quite surprised by his attitude. I provoked him, but his reaction. Is he even a lazy noble? Aaron's face twisted. He aggressively called him back. Wait. Aaron Garen held out his hand. Nothing special. Let's just shake hands before we go. Irene Pareira asked coldly. Is that really necessary? Aaron was losing his patience but forced a smile. You brat, don't you know? Swordsmen can gauge each other's strength just by shaking hands. That's the first time I've heard that. Oh my, are you still that ignorant? Aaron smirked, glancing at Jack behind him. That's what the famous Duke Louis Sogat said. Nothing is more important than swordsmanship, right? Isn't that right, Duke Jack Stewart? The Duke nodded. Indeed. Aaron bluntly held out his hand. Even the top half knight of our family says the same. As a senior who has studied swordsmanship for 6 years, Let me see how much your swordsmanship has progressed. Irene Pareira looked at his hand, hesitant. Under the gazes of Jack and Marcus, he gripped Aaron's hand tightly. Aaron Guerin felt like he had achieved his goal. Great, just wait. I'm going to crush you with my strength. He smirked. Come on, let me see that pathetic expression of pain on your face. However, the person in front of him showed no emotion at all. What? No reaction? Aaron's whole body suddenly tensed up. This kid, he doesn't look like he's in pain. Why? Why do I feel such pressure? Irene Pereira then innocently remembered. Ah, that's right. I have to use some strength too, don't I? Aaron's eyes widened, and a jolt shot through his body. Aaron cried out in pain and pulled his hand back. Irene Pereira realized he might have been a bit too forceful and apologized. Oh, sorry. It's my first time, so I couldn't control my strength. Aaron was incredibly embarrassed. What? Did I pull my hand away first? He couldn't say a word. Oh, how embarrassing. Not seeing a response, the young master said, Well, I'll be going now. Just then, a cat appeared on a tree. What's that? It's over already? Jack was slightly surprised. A talking cat? Marcus was terrified. Could it be? Lou, high up, shouted excitedly. What are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Is this some kind of magic? Someone stood in front of a large boulder, causing everyone to murmur that it was impossible. Then, the person lifted the boulder into the air. This couldn't be explained by common sense. It was so absurd that we couldn't believe our eyes. Rolly stood in the crowd, excitedly clapping and cheering. When people see things like that, they usually use words like magic to describe it. The boulder was now resting on his hand. However, to be serious, that description is incorrect. It's easily misunderstood because it involves the invisible power of mana. But in truth, magic is a science that follows reason and logic. If so, what word is appropriate when facing a situation that is completely incomprehensible? Lou, from afar, shouted along with everyone else. That's sorcery. Hurry up. In cases that completely defy the laws of the world, it only happens through sorcery. Marcus stood elsewhere, panic clearly visible on his face. Did the sorcerer turn into a cat, or is the cat the sorcerer? Aaron and Jack also stood there watching. People say that if you get involved with sorcery, you'll constantly face bad luck, especially with a black cat. We have to leave this place quickly. Before anyone could sneak away, Lou strutted forward. I apologize if I've disturbed you, sorcerer. We'll take our leave. If I've offended you, I invite you to the Viscount Guerin family. Wait, what? Are they really not going to fight? Lou stood with his hands on his hips, annoyed. Just leaving like that? Ugh, how boring. Standing on his two hind legs, Lou pulled a pink bag out from inside himself. At least have a duel. I'll lend you a sword. Then, he reached into the pink bag and pulled out some kind of treasure. Turns out, he pulled a sword right out of the bag. To keep everyone from being disappointed, he swung his sword around to show off. Like this, whoosh, swish. Seeing Lou dance with the sword was hilarious, but he just stood there laughing. Our two families have always supported and helped each other. It seems there's been some misunderstanding. I actually thought something fun might happen. What a letdown. No need to beat around the bush. We'll take our leave now. Apologies for taking up your valuable time. Since we're worn out from the long journey, we'll head out. Young master, to the carriage. Aaron hadn't quite processed what was happening yet. Oh, right after saying goodbye to Lou, Irene Pereira and Marcus climbed into the carriage together. Young master, we should be going too. Yeah. Lou was still sitting there, licking its paws. I wonder if it can actually turn into a human. As he got in the carriage, he couldn't help but wonder about that cat. I'm not sure myself. It might be related to Lady Kirill, since they're both mages, I suppose. I'll look into it as soon as we return to the estate. After a long journey, the two of them finally made it home. As soon as he arrived, his family welcomed him warmly. You're back. Let me look at you. You must have worked so hard. Come inside. The whole family gathered at the dinner table, getting settled. So, that's how it is. In that case, haven't you been officially recognized for your swordsmanship? I'm truly proud of you. Thank you, father. Proud. Hearing himself being praised, he kept replaying those words in his head. Hearing his father say he was proud of him, Harun Pereira smiled brightly at his son. Oh, I heard from Marcus that you encountered a talking cat on the road. Thinking he might be curious, his father explained. That cat is a mage named Lou. Wait, isn't that just a human transformed into a cat? Learning the cat wasn't human left him feeling slightly unsettled. He truly is a cat. However, he possesses human-level intelligence, and Kirill interrupted Harun Pereira to add, and what else? He's incredibly strong. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's stronger than any mage I've ever seen in the capital. She looked down, feeling a bit sad, so Ilya spoke up for her. About 10 days ago, Lou came to see Mother and said he wanted to become Kirill's master. Since we didn't know his background, Mother sent someone to the Mages Association to investigate. While saying that, she smiled at her, but the most important investigation was Kirill's heart. At this point, she stood up angrily and slammed her hands on the table, facing him. What do you think? Oh, I think the most important thing is your own ambition. He didn't know much about mages, so her eyes were like a tiger's, wanting to overpower him. I know you don't know much about mages, but you met him in person, and I want to hear your opinion. He stammered, unsure of what to say, but the two of them kept pressing him relentlessly. Hey, Kirill, it's been a while. Why are you being so difficult with your brother? I didn't do anything, I was just asking. That was a hard question to answer. Under their intense questioning, he broke into a cold sweat. Not again. Kirill's infinite stubbornness, clearly, something wasn't right. Even though her mother reminded her, her face remained stern. Seeing her expression, he felt anxious and couldn't sit still. This is bad. She's really mad. What do I do? I've only just returned home after a year. Right, that's it. Oh, Kirill, I have a gift for you. A gift. A blue box was pushed toward her. I don't know if you'll like it. Wow. Irene Pareira whispered happily to his wife. Irene Pareira even knows how to buy gifts now. Seeing the gift, her mood calmed down, and she felt a bit shy. Thanks, huh? He found it strange that she said thanks, which annoyed her, and she stood up and shouted, I said thanks. Once is enough, you know. Oh, sorry. Marcus appeared out of nowhere behind. It definitely has to be a gift. I definitely have to thank Marcus for buying it for me. Lou's quiet footsteps approached slowly. I also have gifts for father and mother. Wait, so you're Kirill's brother? He was shocked by Lou's sudden appearance during their lively conversation. He had to strain his ears to make sure he hadn't misheard. In the blink of an eye, Lou was sitting comfortably in the middle of the table. No wonder they smelled the same. Seeing Lou, Kirill's anger flared up again, wanting to eat the cat, but he was very different from Kirill. Hearing Lou badmouth her, she ran over, grabbed the cat by the head, and scolded it. Why are you in here? Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to startle everyone. Elia noticed she couldn't keep her cool, and cautioned her. In the face of her ferocity, Lou just covered its mouth with both paws. Well, since it's already like this, I'll try to convince your brother. What do you mean by that? I only meant to think that to myself, but I accidentally said it out loud. She held on quite tightly, causing Lou to wince a little. Lou explained, What do you want? Right now, nothing. It's just that his personality is easier to influence than yours. The more she heard Lou talk, the more she lost her temper. Kirill loves her brother so much, so is it enough just to influence him? That was my thought, master. Lou also lost its cool and started acting crazy right along with her. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I? She couldn't take it anymore and screamed at Lou, as if she wanted to devour it whole. Hick, sorry. I won't do it again. I absolutely don't want to. After that, she dropped Lou and stormed out, leaving everyone stunned. I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. In the corner of the window, rays of golden sunlight shone in. I don't know how to handle this properly. Let's talk about that complicated issue later. Irene Pareira. Tell Mother about your sword training. Yes. He was lost in thought, looking blank. Seeing this, the two looked at each other and smiled. They were so happy just because he bought them a gift. It seemed his parents were even more moved by this than by him getting into the sword academy. Then he sat up abruptly. Those were things usually seen in normal families. Even though it was a small gesture, seeing his parents so happy made him feel both happy and guilty. He sat on his bed, thinking with a relaxed mindset. That's right. From now on, I can't waste time like I did before, and I certainly can't delay finding my own sword any longer. Just as he was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. Who's out there? Yes, young master. May I come in? Sure, come in. The maid walked up to him respectfully to give him instructions. Tomorrow, you are to go to the training grounds, sir. Right. I'll be leaving early in the morning, so before that, prepare everything I mentioned. The maid started to look worried and asked again, Are you really all right, sir? You spent 15 days on the road from the academy to home. Such a grueling journey. But you haven't rested properly. I'm fine. He clenched his fist and shouted, startling the maid beside him. On the contrary, the son, with a sulky face, was upset with his father. I'm leaving now, father. Sorry for the trouble. The large, magnificent room felt cold and devoid of warmth. Jack was standing to one side, waiting when someone called him. Jack Stewart? Yes, my Lord Viscount. The Viscount called him over to talk. Viscount Garin. Aaron's expression looked strange. What happened in the Pereira territory? With a serious face, he replied to the old man. On the way back, we encountered young master Irene Pareira. That lazy young master is back from the Swordsmanship Academy. Yeah, and they just paid their respects to Viscount Aaron. That old man's gaze was quite dangerous. Right, so, what exactly happened? The old man went berserk, knocking everything off his desk. How could he let that happen? Then he pointed his finger at Jack, cursing him out, asking what the hell he was doing back there. I apologize. The old man patted Jack's shoulder and turned away, saying there was no way to leave the situation as it was. Ha ha ha, yeah, that sounds just like him. The old man was screaming like a madman. That damn brat, that dying kid has actually changed. He seems like a completely different person. He must have learned a lot at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The old man just kept losing his mind. Damn it, it's not like the academy teaches magic, either. He gnashed his teeth just thinking about Harun Pereira. Harun Pereira, I've never liked that guy. Since way back, everything from his hairstyle and appearance to his beautiful wife and his daughter, the mage. His territory just keeps getting richer. At the tea table, a hand reached out quietly for a teacup. Among them, the one who usually cowers the easiest was starting to show some spirit. Why don't you just stay in your room? Why are you even coming out? Why? As the conflict flared up, a voice called out, Father, please, calm down. We just need to crush that young sprout once again. That's right, Aaron Gen. Do you have a brilliant idea? Aaron Gen sat back arrogantly, crossing his legs with a grin. It's not hard at all, Father. Viscount Garin, doesn't young Master Aaron Gen have a submission match coming up? His eyes glinted like an assassin's. When the 6 families in the southern part of the Hley Kingdom hold a clan leader meeting at the Pereira territory, that's when we'll take that lazy young master down again. Hearing his son's brilliant plan, the old man burst into a loud laugh. Oh, that's right, that's the one. Jack, you can leave now. I'll take my leave. He backed away with an incredibly foul look on his face. As expected, you are the pride of our family. Ha ha ha. He even glanced back at the madman with a look of disdain before heading out. If that happens, Irene is going to be in big trouble. Someone far more cunning, capable, and wicked. His face radiated deceit at every turn. The eldest son had finally made his move. At the castle's massive gates, soldiers began to march out. Damn it. Why do they have us out training so early in the morning? The soldiers, forced to wake up at the crack of dawn, were clearly annoyed. The expedition is coming up soon, and if we don't stop those monsters, they'll swarm right into the villages. That's just what the old geezers think. A soldier with a naive, blank expression muttered. The expedition? It's just become corrupted. It's basically just an event for the high-status socialites now. The soldier's remark left the others in a panic. Hey, don't say things like that. No matter how much you complain, everyone froze in place, stunned as they saw him working out on the pull-up bar. Lord Irene, he's actually back? Enos stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, my lord. He heard the lord had returned yesterday, and yet he was already out here training at the crack of dawn. Oh, I almost forgot. The soldiers were supposed to have their morning training session today, right? He said, continuing to do pull-ups without a pause. I'm just training by myself, so I won't get in your way. Don't mind me. Yes, sir. The other soldiers couldn't help but look on, completely bewildered. If he's here, does that mean he got kicked out of the academy? Probably. But wait, isn't his physique way better than it was before? He lifted the heavy weight with expert ease. Look at that weight plate. Is it even possible to lift it like that? There's one right there. Let's try lifting it. A soldier stepped forward, grabbed the weight next to him, and gave it a go. Hey, this thing definitely isn't just for decoration. How on earth can he lift it like that? Hey, you bastards, what are you doing standing around? Runtan, standing across the field, saw the others getting distracted and shouted. You didn't come here to play around. The subordinates behind him also spoke up. Is Lord Runtan here? The subordinates were just sitting there watching him train. Ignoring everything around him, he continued his pull-ups and weightlifting. Gasp. Is this for real? Wait. He's doing pull-ups with a weight strapped to his body? Is this really the same weakling from before? His form is actually pretty good. What on earth happened to him over the last year? He laughed loudly, leaving the soldier next to him standing frozen. Ha ha ha, pull-ups like that? That's nothing. You guys are surprised, sure. But for knights, that's just basic stuff. Oh, really? He continued to change his grip, sending everyone into a frenzy. He can actually do moves like that? Runtan's face darkened in frustration, while the men behind him just laughed nervously. Lord Runtan, can you easily do those moves too? Runtan, as if poked by someone, turned and roared at the soldiers. You bastards! It's already 6 to 10 in the morning. How much longer are you going to keep acting like sleepwalkers? Line up right now. Yes, sir. The clear blue sky was filled with birds fluttering above. He stopped the pull-ups and hoisted his massive sword, dragging it along the ground. Phew! He froze when he saw Lulu walking along the fence. Lord Irene was sitting there, licking his paws. "It's Lulu!" He looked at Lulu with a hint of suspicion. "Is he trying to persuade me?" He turned his back on Lulu, making the cat jump. "Huh, whatever, don't pay any mind to him. For now, just focus on training." Lulu stayed relaxed, scratching himself while waiting for him to train below. "I need to find my own sword. I can't just keep swinging it like that man did. I'm going to practice the swordsmanship I learned at the academy." The sunset turned the sky a deep orange. A week later, he took 2 soldiers out for a run. How can he be this fit? He's running faster than us, his breathing is perfectly steady, and he's barely even sweating. He was still full of energy, while the others had already collapsed. "Ugh, my lord, that's as far as I can run." He stopped and stood, hands on his hips, looking down at his subordinate. "Your physique really has improved significantly, hasn't it?" Lance stood tall, proving his point. "Our training ended earlier than expected. Do you plan on heading back, my lord?" "I think I'll stay and train a bit more." He thought of his friends at the academy. Everyone there was so skilled. They were all persevering with their sword training at the Chrono Academy, while he was training all by himself without any support. If I hadn't had that dream, I might still be just a... His eyes were deep in thought, and Lulu waited, sprawled out on the fence. Lulu has been watching me train for over a week now. I wonder what's going on in his head. He was lost in thought when a soldier walked up behind him and said, "My lord, you'd be better off being a bit careful." "Huh? Why?" he asked, and the soldier stood there blankly for a moment before replying, "My lord, I've heard rumors that that mysterious cat brings misfortune to those around it, as if the cat itself is cursed." Lulu walked proudly through the crowd of soldiers, and no wonder they avoided him whenever they saw him. Those long legs stepped forward in a leisurely stroll. "Is it really because of those nasty rumors?" I was listening to the soldier when Marcus called out, "Young master, are you done with your training for today?" Lulu perked up at the sound of his voice. "What's with the staying put?" I walked over to where Lulu was standing, staring up at him. "Aren't you planning on persuading me? Why aren't you saying anything?" Even as I got closer, Lulu didn't back away. Seeing me stand there for a while, Lulu cracked a wide grin, humming to himself. "Kiri is really something, but I'm not that interested in you. You look as bored as a pile of rocks in a distant valley." Hearing Lulu say that, I felt helpless, but there was nothing I could do. "What was that?" Lulu quickly jumped from the wall onto some wooden crates. "That's why you haven't said anything. Why would I give you a gift, just like that?" Lulu then pulled out a blue orb, the light illuminating his face as he looked at me. "Just think of this as a token of my sincerity. Humans call it bribery, right? Take it and tell Kirill good things about me." Marcus ran over from the corner, his jaw dropping. This is a cat's eye stone." He peered into the orb, letting the sunlight hit it. "Oh, cat's eye stone? Marcus, is this thing that valuable? At this size, you could buy 14 territories of the Pareira family." A look of bewilderment was clear on my face. "Really? So, just keep talking me up so Kirill Pareira might think more highly of me? Isn't this a bit too much? As long as it's something that can persuade the girl, I'll give you even more precious things." Lulu looked excited, but the two of us just stared at each other, full of questions. "Why do you want to take my younger sister as your student? And you're even willing to give me these precious items? Oh? Are you trying to probe me?" Lulu tilted his head back, lost in thought. It's just because I like her." Hearing that answer, I had even more questions. "Don't you have any other reason?" Lulu stood up on the wooden crate, clutching the cat's eye stone, and put his paws on his hips. "I want her as my student, simply because I like her. Do you need another reason?" No, it's just..." I pointed at Marcus. So you're giving me the cat's eye stone just to bribe me?" "Hey, you, what do you mean by that? Do you think I don't know the value of money?" challenged. Marcus panicked and looked flustered. "It's not just that. Just looking at that face of yours, I know you think I'm some stupid cat, right? Even if I am a cat, I know the value of this cat's eye stone. You hear me?" After that, Lulu put on a dangerous, pensive expression and reached into his pouch. "More than anything, you humans only care about gems and gold. For me, there are things far more valuable than gold or jewels." He pulled a wooden ball out of his pouch. "Look at this. This is just a ball made of solid wood." Then, Lulu sniffed it repeatedly. "This wooden ball has such a pleasant scent. I can't find this scent anywhere else. It's a precious treasure to me. Even if you traded a dozen cat's eye stones for it, I wouldn't trade it." Lulu calmly stood there, explaining his life story to us. "It's not just the ball, but these items too. Lulu drifted into a dreamlike trance, holding a stuffed bear and some wheat ears. This is a fox's tale that holds memories from back when I was little, before I learned secret arts. And this doll? I got it from another cat. Lulu hugged his keepsakes tightly, cherishing them. These are treasures that no amount of gold or jewels could ever buy. I understand now, my lord. You really are wise. I was quite surprised by the cat's quick wit. I never expected this cat lord to think through everything like this. Then, is Kirill also one of those things that money can't buy? Lulu got angry, shouting back at me while hugging his belongings. You'll never be able to dig up treasures like these. I like to stay put. I just watched the cat dance around in a frenzy. All right, Irene Pareira, take it and say some good things about me to Kirill. I was still hesitant, not wanting to make a deal with the cat. Suddenly, I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. What? Did you not hear me? This thing is incredibly expensive. I smiled brightly at Lulu and explained. I also have things so precious that money can't buy them. Hearing me say that, Lulu looked a bit disappointed. Who? This isn't going according to plan at all. Instead of saying good things because of a bribe, I'll tell my sister exactly how I feel about you, Mr. Cat. After that, Lulu hopped away happily, leaving me stunned. I don't know anything about Kirill, but I thought I could seduce you with just that stone. But in the end, it was useless. Even so, I still smiled at everything that had just happened. That still doesn't change the fact that you're easier to persuade than Kirill. From now on, I'll persuade you. A person and a cat were both looking panicked at something upstairs. The next moment, Irene Pareira, it's a big problem. Come with me right now. Is something wrong? I ran after Lulu in a panic. Tell me what's going on. The scene that made me freeze in my tracks was Lulu eating. Just stay there and watch me eat. That's your big problem. I wasn't even annoyed, just sat down and watched Lulu eat. I feel anxious when there's no one by my side while I'm eating. Lulu was back in a state of panic, dragging me toward something. Irene Pareira, it's a big deal. What is it now? On the high ledge in front of us was a white cat. That female cat over there. How do you know what she's thinking? I have no idea what she's thinking. The two of us bickered back and forth. I'm asking you, why are you asking me back now? Lulu turned and scolded me, furious. You told me to guess. That means you already knew what that cat was thinking, right? What gives? How could a cat like me read the mind of another cat? After that, both of us sat down, and I smiled like an idiot. BFFT. Is something funny? My face lit up more than a flower, and Lulu called out, Oh, nothing. I just kept smiling, ignoring Lulu pouting next to me. Hey, what's that for? Ha ha ha. My smile slowly faded, then only a few soft sounds came out before I went silent. An old man with a white beard was also laughing. You have 1 year to find your own sword. I stood up abruptly, leaving Lulu puzzled. Then I turned and walked away, leaving Lulu alone. Irene Pareira, you just stood up and left? Where are you going? Irene Pareira. The rain poured down from the sky like a waterfall, washing the entire sky white. The raindrops seemed to cleanse every corner of the castle. My hand, holding a sword against the ground, was acting as a drain. I don't have much time left to do things like this. I need to find the reason why I'm learning swordsmanship as soon as possible. I lost my true self after leaving the Swordsmanship Academy. Now, I have no ideas in my head at all. Lulu stood off to the side in the rain, watching me. My feet stood in the pouring rain. What should I do? Then, I stepped, splashing water on both sides. What should I do? I put force into the sword, preparing to swing it down. Lulu's eyes lit up, shining upon the scene before us. My silhouette reflected on the surface of the water was a perfect version of myself, making Lulu stare intently. Only then can I find my own sword. I looked discouraged, my face sad in the rain. Until now, I've only known how to swing my sword following his lead. Irene Pareira, have you ever learned secret arts? Lou stood in a puddle, the water sparkling beneath their feet. He started thinking about what Lou had just said. A witch? Why are you suddenly asking me that? A purple circle appeared in the sky above them. His blue eyes seemed to fill with a glimmer of hope. Lou, as if trying to wake him up, called out, Irene, become my apprentice. They stood at opposite ends, talking to each other, the pressure evident on his face. This is so much pressure. Seeing him like that, Lou stepped closer. It didn't feel like the usual Lou. He approached nonchalantly. Hey, are you even listening to me? Become my disciple. Lou, losing patience, stood on his hind legs and pointed at him. I will teach you everything about it. Come with me into the fascinating world of magic. Ah, the heavy mood had vanished. He shook his head at Lou's persuasion. No, is it really a no? Why? Because I'm not a wizard. I'm a swordsman. Seeing him say that, Lu became annoyed and retorted, It's fine. It's not like lessons are forced. I'll teach you weight, not sorcery, but actual magic. So what do you say? He felt anxious at the request. It's not something you can just learn because you want to. You don't know anything. From the start, there has been no one more suited to be a witch than a swordsman with a strong will. Through that, you can find the one who influences your sword. Lu's persuasion made him waver. What do you mean? Do you know the difference between a magic swordsman, a mage, and a witch? No, I don't. I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. Think of a brave soldier wielding his sword. All martial artists, including swordsmen, focus their ki into their bodies, that is, their internal universe. Through constant training and conditioning, they learn infinite, mystical power. That is Aro, the mysterious energy. A hooded figure floated by with a book. Conversely, mages focus their chi on the external environment, meaning their external universe. They analyze the mystical power present in all things, known as mana, and strive to understand the logic, principles, and laws of the world. The cat sat neatly within a purple magic frame. So, what about a witch? Something strange with wings flew across the sky. People often say they are the most evil beings in the world. Their existence turns the impossible into the possible. Kiri appeared majestically with a large red eagle, breaking every law to achieve their own desires. They are extraordinary beings, who can make any wish come true. And they are witches. His eyes narrowed in surprise. They are cunning people. I have a lot to say about witches, but honestly, that's only true to a certain extent. But there is one thing you need to know. They possess a will so strong that they can change the world themselves. Lu kept explaining incessantly. An extraordinary, one-of-a-kind intellect that a normal person couldn't even imagine. Lu stood with his arms crossed behind his back, then used his free hand to perform a spell. In other words, a witch's power is directly proportional to the strength of their will. The fingers on Lu's hand began to glow. That vertical slash you just performed, he pondered for a moment, then swung his sword as if to cut something away. I can feel an incredibly strong will inside you. After talking so much, Lu took a break and scratched himself. That's enough for now. In short, with a little help from me, you'll be able to awaken the magic within you. It'll even be useful for your swordsmanship. He stood there dejected. Lu wasn't apologizing, but it really wasn't working. Why? Why not? Lu was at a loss, not knowing what else to say. It's not that I don't like learning magic, but with this sword, it just won't work. Hey, stop beating around the bush, and just be straight with me. Not knowing what else to do, he spoke plainly. It's very hard for me to explain. This sword isn't my sword. Oh, that was an unexpected answer. His expectant gaze was clear. Maybe, just maybe, Lu could find the secret to his dreams. While things were peaceful, he mentioned something that left Lu confused. Hey, Lu. The scene shifted to soldiers, diligently training together. Wow, that's amazing. It's like they're possessed, right? Possessed? Yeah. I heard some people have completely different souls and memories, or multiple personalities within one person. Though, I've never seen it before. He sat there sadly while Lu licked himself. It doesn't quite match your situation, but it's similar, isn't it? But does that really have anything to do with learning magic? He clenched his fist until it shook. A witch like Lu, who had only seen it for a fleeting moment, reacted like that. That man's sword was truly magical. He sighed, not wanting to think about it, but Lu wouldn't stop pestering him. Either way, I've made up my mind. I have no intention of learning witch magic through someone else's will. Hey, don't be like that. Just try it once. I'm sure it'll be fun. But he remained unmoved, his expression serious. I want to find my own sword. Your own sword? Yes, my sword. Which one is your sword? Lu continued to scratch himself. The one you just showed me isn't the one you usually use? Isn't that your sword? He felt helpless, not knowing what to say. His face clearly showed disappointment and boredom. Eventually, they were back to square one. Lu remained silent, just glancing at him before ignoring him and leaping over the fence. As a master, it's time for me to give some advice to my disciple. Disciple? What are you talking about? I already said I don't want to learn. Hearing that, Lu turned back. It seems you're mistaken about something. Everything you've done until now hasn't been real effort. As soon as Lu finished, he stood up abruptly. What? He stared at Lu, his world turning dark. It wasn't effort. To be honest, it was nothing but a futile struggle. In a room with white curtains, he lay on the precious bed, lost in thought. Everything Lu said made his head spin. He hadn't been lying there long before sitting up. Young master, may I come in? Sure, come in. Mar walked to his bedside. I don't know if that. Which cat is here? Is Master Lu here? Master Lu? Is there something you need? He looked blank. I have two things I need to tell you. First, regarding the upcoming battle. In a few days, the meeting regarding the Southern Alliance battle will be held at our family estate. The family head will speak with you. So, it would be better if you prepared yourself mentally. He was still down, his spirit not lifted. Yeah, I understand. Next is the matter regarding Master Lu. Hearing the name Lu, he immediately looked away. There are some unpleasant rumors about him. A tall building stood engulfed in flames. After he joined the Oracle Mage Guild in the East, the continent had rumors that the guild dissolved shortly after he left. They say that the second son of the Jack territory, who had relied on him for a while, died in an accident. It's a shame, but Archmage Gum at Sangdan Banbani, once a merchant, said that ever since he brought home a cat, he couldn't escape his downfall. It sounded like a tall tale, didn't it? Is it really true? Everything mentioned at the Oracle, in Sangdan Banbani, and across the Jackal territory. It's all real. He sat there, hands pressed against the edge of the bed. So, Lulu is involved in those cases? Actually, there was no proof. It was just a hunch. But his expression soured toward the little guy. Maybe it isn't Lulu. Young master. His mind was swirling with doubt now. He knew that what the Oracle said might not be the truth. There are so many folktales and superstitions about black cats that rumors are bound to spread without any basis. He looked surprised by his own argument. That cat sorcerer looks innocent. Maybe he didn't do anything wrong. But the but in his sentence made him freeze. Yet the young master couldn't ignore the risks involved. I apologize, young master. I have overstepped my bounds. I shall take my leave. He sat dazed on the bed, his mind blank, his spirit even more drained than before. Sitting there, he finally found a reason to justify himself. Please, try to understand Marcus. Everything he said was out of concern for me. He clasped his hands together. I've told you before. I won't be distracted by other things. I will focus only on conveying what I see and feel. I feel like he spotted something on the floor. Actually, I don't think you're evil enough to harm anyone. His face brightened up again. You are special, a bit different from humans, but you have more good qualities than most people. I think, at the very least, you are a person. I will pass these things on to Irene Pareira. It has nothing to do with the rumors. A sound came from under his bed. What if something bad happens to you and Kirill? Actually, there is that. He leaned back, glancing sideways. I'll ask you one thing. Was everything Marcus just said the truth? Lou, lying under the bed, stayed calm. Yeah, he immediately poked his head out. So you did those things? It wasn't me. Lou walked away, looking dejected. I was just out for a stroll and saw two grumpy old men fighting at the Oracle, and the tower burned down. The children of the Archmage of Songdan are always starting wars in Songdan, and it's the same in the Jackal territory. His eyes followed him. Either these unfortunate events were just a series of coincidences, or Lulu is lying. Either way, it's dangerous. But he closed his eyes and let out a sigh. I'll be fine, won't I? Lulu lay curled up, looking sad. Even though we're close, I'm still fine, but I'm still just a black cat that brings bad luck. He smiled helplessly. It's fine. Then, he cheered up and explained to Lulu, the bad rumors about me are countless too. Elle heard this and looked up. Huh? His face beamed. I'm just like you. I've been misunderstood many times. Lou was moved to tears by what he said. Anyway, I'll trust my own feelings. If I'm with you, and bad luck strikes, I'll rethink it then. Humph. Lou hopped onto the bed. Everyone will worry about me, but I'll deal with it piece by piece. Lou surprised him by pulling something huge out of his pouch. Here, take this. Another giant gem. This is very expensive. It's even better than the last one. Take it and remember to tell everyone, I am not a bad guy. That's that. I'm off. Wait! He chased after Lulu. I told you I don't take bribes. But just like that, he vanished. He looked back at the giant gem Lou had left on the bed. Wait, this is clearly the one he showed me not long ago. He recalled the past. Look, Irene, this is my new collection. It was one of the treasures Lou cherished most. He stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes fixed on the sphere. But Lou, isn't this too big? The sky was deep blue, and the gentle sunlight shone down on the world. Lou, Hajun Tahan asked in a stern voice. So, have you decided? Yes. Irene Pareira clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. I will participate in this battle. He asked again. Can you really do it? But he replied firmly, I will try my best. Hajun Tahan looked straight into his eyes. Irene Pareira, the subjugation battle isn't just about fighting monsters. It's about competing against other families. It's much harder and more stressful than you think. Even so, do you still want to join? Irene Pereira frowned slightly and nodded once. I will try. Hajun Tahan didn't try to stop him anymore. All right, I understand. Scene shift. 1 week later, at the city gates, shadows of people could be seen standing there. Shortly after, a carriage raced forward at high speed, kicking up dust in its wake. Hajun Tahan called out from inside the carriage, Please, come in. Viscount Garin was standing there. Hearing the voice, he laughed. Greetings, Baron. Irene Pereira was startled when he heard his voice. Sure enough, when he saw Irene Pereira, he raised an eyebrow and shouted, Oh my, Irene Pereira, long time no see. You look much more dignified now, don't you? He frowned, answering reluctantly, Thank you, sir. Hajun Tahan didn't pay it any mind. Viscount Garin, please come inside. Then, they all headed to the mansion. By now, all the guests were seated at a sumptuous table prepared in advance. I frowned, looking around warily. He couldn't help but remember Marcus's words. Previously, he had warned sternly, Young master, you must be careful. You must remember, no family here has good intentions toward us. He had no conflicts with the Fried family, but they weren't on close terms either. Baron Bauer, Baron Fried. He looked toward the two of them, thinking to himself. Then, Irene Pereira continued to scan the area. The families showing clear hostility toward the Irene Pereira family were the Lear and Joe families, the Baron, Baron So, the Garin family, and Viscount Garin. Especially be careful of Viscount Garin. Ever since the war, the relationship between the two families had been poor. Right at that moment, Hajun Tahan, who was sitting in the middle, stood up. Holding a glass of wine, he said in a loud voice, Thank you all for taking your valuable time to keep the trade in the South secure. For the prosperity and peace of the 6 southern families. Everyone simultaneously raised their glasses. For peace, Irene Pereira looked at them blankly, his hand instinctively raising his glass as well. He watched everyone take a sip, feeling puzzled. Do I have to drink? Even though he thought that, he took a sip out of reflex. After drinking, he frowned and wondered, I don't think I had to finish it, did I? It's so bitter. Suddenly, he was startled, his eyes widening as he looked up. Irene Pereira realized that everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Why are they staring at me like that? He turned pale with fear, sweat dripping down his face, his heart in a mess. Did I do something wrong? Before he had to wonder long, Viscount Garin spoke up. Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira. He jumped and replied, Yes? He smiled gleefully. You're holding your glass wrong, young master. White wine is a drink sensitive to temperature. If you hold it like that, the warmth from your hand will transfer to the wine. It's better to just hold it by the stem of the glass. He said that while lifting his own glass to demonstrate. Irene Pereira looked flustered and said, I apologize. Jin laughed even louder at that. Apologize? What for? It's just one way to do it. Come now, young master, try holding it again. Irene stiffened and followed his instructions, picking up the glass, but the man raised his voice again. Oh, good, very good, but it would be better if you used your pinky finger. Irene Pereira, son of the Baron. He kept pushing him. Don't you know, young master? In times when spices were scarce, people used their thumb and pinky to add seasoning to their food to avoid waste. If you hold the glass with all your fingers like that, your pinky will get wet, which would be such a waste of spice. Irene Pereira frowned, feeling miserable, realizing that was the case. Harun Pereira sat to the side, listening to them in silence. The Baron continued. Of course, in this day and age, there's no need to worry about such things. But as nobles, one must maintain proper dining etiquette. Leicester smiled and chimed in. Exactly. It is that very etiquette that sets commoners apart from the nobility. Rassel didn't miss the chance to mock Irene Pereira. That's right, Jin said, with a fake forced smile. No, you almost misunderstood my intention. Baron Pereira, I didn't mean it that way. You all understand what I mean, don't you? Please don't misunderstand me, Baron. He gestured, acting as if he were flustered. Harun Pereira said in a low voice, I didn't misunderstand anything. The man cried out, Oh, what a relief. I was only speaking out of concern for Irene Pereira. Saying that, Jin and Aaron glanced at each other, signaling. He asked in a low voice, Oh, that's right. Aaron, have you listened to the symphony I recommended last time? He replied smugly, Yes, father, I particularly enjoyed the second piece. Leicester looked over at Irene Pereira with a bright smile. Aaron also has a deep knowledge of music, doesn't he? Irene Pereira. What music have you been listening to? Irene was caught off guard and stammered, he replied in a low voice. I haven't been listening to anything in particular. The man looked surprised. Huh? Really? Oh, that's right. I heard you went to the Swordsmanship Academy, so I suppose you haven't had the time? Even so, one should at least have the basic knowledge. If a conversation is interrupted, it becomes very embarrassing for both sides. Leicester leaned in and whispered to him, but just a second later, he wore a harmless smile and said, I'm just joking, just joking. Don't take it too much to heart, young master. Aaron Gen, sitting to the side observing the scene, curled his lips into a smirk. He thought with delight, how do you feel, Irene Pareira? How does it feel not being able to answer basic questions a noble should know? This is all the accumulated result of your laziness and ignorance. And this moment clearly shows the irresponsibility of Baron Pareira. You have neglected your son for many years. He can't do anything. He can't do anything at all. After the drinking portion finished, it was time for table manners. Irene Pareira looked tremblingly at the plate of food in front of him. Beside it were a knife and fork. Harun Pereira asked him with concern. Are you all right? Irene Pareira asked. I'm sorry, but I suddenly feel unwell, so I'll ask for permission to leave early. He fell silent for a moment before saying, do as you wish. Irene stood up and left without a second of hesitation. Irene Pereira walked quickly out of the dining room. Then, he broke into a run, fleeing the place. Again, he thought, his face dark as he panted for breath. I ran away again. I thought I was more confident now. I really thought I could handle it. I didn't know anything at all. Irene Pereira clutched his heart in pain as it pounded heavily. For all this time, how much suffering has father endured? How much pain have Kirill and mother been through? He gritted his teeth, thinking, I am truly pathetic. Irene Pereira ran to a secluded corner, and finally, he couldn't hold it back anymore as tears fell. I really am a useless son. Tears rolled down his cheeks. He frowned and quickly grabbed his sword, then swung it with tremendous power. I couldn't do anything, even with my own sword. He couldn't help but recall his previous conversation with Lulu. What are you talking about? Why go through all this useless effort? Lulu said in a low voice. As I said, it doesn't mean anything. Practicing hard and torturing yourself isn't mastery, is it? Giving your all to achieve a goal is what mastery really is. Using your body is just as important as using your mind. A steady mind supports powerful actions. Lulu smiled, patting his chest, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at him. How is it, Irene Pereira? Can you say you've done your absolute best? He swung his sword hard, shouting, I really don't know anymore. His strike was so powerful that it created a strong gust of wind in the air. Right at that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. Did you say you don't know? What? He's actually here. Irene Pereira glanced behind him and saw the twins, Kevin and Seiza, rambling. Look at that. The stance isn't half bad. It seems it's true that he went to the Swordsmanship Academy. Waiting for the adults to finish talking is so boring. Let's fight. Hey, Baron Leicester's young master, Kevin, why aren't you answering? Could it be that you don't just lack the knowledge of how to hold a wine glass, but you also don't know how to hold a sword? The eldest son of Baron Rassel also smirked in mockery. He even let out a sigh. Makes sense. 1 year is far too little time to learn how to hold a sword, especially for a lazy young master like him. Kevin laughed gleefully at that. That's right. That's entirely possible. All three of them were startled when Irene Pereira didn't say a word, but pointed his sword directly at them. What? Do you really want to fight? Unbelievable. Irene Pereira was filled with murderous intent, his cold gaze piercing through them. Let's fight. The setting sun cast its light gently over the practice field. A light breeze blew across the area. Irene Pereira held his sword pointed at the three Leicester brothers. His gaze was mixed with 3 parts caution and 7 parts determination. Kevin gritted his teeth in anger. What? You want to fight me? Don't be so arrogant. He walked toward the weapon rack as he spoke. All right, I'll indulge you. Kevin grabbed a sword and gave it a practice swing. It's been a long time since I held a sword, but someone who has only practiced for a year stands no chance against me. He smiled smugly. I'll make him taste humiliation. Irene Pereira frowned and stood ready in a combat stance. Kevin looked him straight in the eye. Let's see what someone like you can do, and how much you've actually improved. To be fair, I'll let you make the first move. Without waiting for him to finish, Irene Pereira surged forward like a gust of wind. Kevin couldn't react in time. He could only look down in shock. Irene poured almost all his strength into the sword, knocking the weapon out of Kevin's hand with one strike. Kevin stared blankly at his sword as it flew away. Irene Pereira didn't waste words. He placed the tip of his blade against the boy's shoulder. The other two were stunned, jumping back in shock. Kevin looked at the sword, pinning him, controlling him, terrified to the point of being speechless. In stark contrast, Irene Pereira stood calmly from above, looking down with a sharp, cold gaze. He walked toward the two of them and asked in a low voice, "Who's next?" Kevin finally snapped out of it and scrambled to sit up. "Wait, this round doesn't count." Hearing that, he looked over. "Doesn't count? Why not?" Sweating profusely, he stubbornly insisted, "I didn't say start yet. You're really the type who plays dirty with a surprise attack, aren't you?" Irene Pareira didn't care at all and said, "Fine, get up, let's go another round." He glanced at Juntahan's sword lying on the ground. Just then, Ma-un slowly stepped forward to help him up. "Kevin, stand up, I'll take your place." Seeing that, Kevin grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Forget it, what are you?" Before the arrogant bastard could finish, he glared and cut him off in a low voice. "I know it's because you were off guard, but I want to take this match." Kevin saw that look and shut his mouth in fear. Ma-un stepped forward, full of intensity. "It'll be good to have a match with you." Off to the side, Kevin and Caesar were whispering to each other. That jerk cheap-shotted him before he was ready. You saw that, right? He's definitely a shameless scumbag. And then, he had the nerve to act all high and mighty after cheating like that. Ma-un definitely won't lose. His skills are on a completely different level from us. Both of them now held their swords, ready to strike. Irene Pareira asked quietly, "Are we ready? Let's do this." Immediately, Ma-un lunged forward, swinging his sword with full force, but Irene Pareira easily blocked the blow. Ma-un felt smug at the sight. Totally useless, he can only defend. Bolstered by the momentum, Ma-un swung his sword repeatedly, but Irene Pareira blocked almost every single one. Watching the scene, the twins' eyes widened with a smirk. He's winning. That's it, keep crushing that bastard little by little. But only Ma-un understood the truth. Frowning, he thought, why is this jerk still able to hold his ground? Unlike himself, who was becoming increasingly exhausted, Irene Pareira was still calmly parrying without even being out of breath. Ma-un frowned and stepped back. With sweat covering his face, he gasped for air, realizing he was getting winded from swinging his sword so much. But not letting him rest for long, Irene Pareira took the opportunity to dash forward and swung his sword. Ma-un was momentarily startled and hurriedly raised his blade to block, but he didn't have the strength to hold it. His face turned darker, and he quickly retreated again. He gritted his teeth, looking at his hands red and throbbing from blocking the strikes. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, since when did my hands get like this? Irene Pareira looked straight at him with a cold face. What's wrong? Are you out of gas? Ma-un couldn't help but tremble with fear. I can't swing my sword. I don't want to keep fighting. Someone needs to step in and stop this. Irene Pareira didn't hesitate to raise his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, when suddenly, another voice rang out. Why don't you let him off? Isn't the outcome clear enough? Ma-un. Stop before your hands get worse. You don't want to get hurt, do you? Hearing that, he stammered a reply. Ah, yes. It turned out the person who entered was Aaron Gen and his younger brother, Irene Pareira. Looks like you've improved quite a bit. Want to have a match with me? He smirked and added, if we're going to do it, let's use real swords to make it interesting. Aaron was startled and called out to his brother. Irene Pareira frowned slightly at him. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, I understand. Aaron Gen smiled even more gleefully. I'm starting to like that attitude of yours. He held a real, sharp sword in his hand, lost in thought for a moment. Aaron Gen couldn't help but laugh to himself. What's with that courage? I never expected him to agree to a real sword fight. It seems like since returning from the Sword Academy, he's actually become stronger. Should I leave a scar on his face? No, he's still a noble, so I should probably spare the face. His smile grew more twisted. Aaron Gen said nonchalantly, as your senior in swordsmanship, I'll let you strike first. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Before he could finish, he was bluntly interrupted. Fine. I accept your offer. He frowned, his body surging with killing intent. You damn dog, let's do this. Then, Aaron chuckled softly. Irene Pareira just stood silently, frowning as he stared him down. Aaron Gen smirked. I never thought I'd have a match against you like this. It feels so strange. Ever since I saw you back then, the veins on Aaron's face began to bulge. Before his eyes, he saw the image of his cowardly self from the past. You're just a coward who hides under his blanket. He gripped his sword tight. Come at me. I hope you don't disappoint me. I don't know when it happened, but from someone who used to hold a sword while trembling in fear, Irene Pareira had become someone who fought those who bullied and humiliated him, without his hands shaking at all. Aaron heard him exhale and smirked mockingly. Irene Pareira didn't care. He just silently focused on his breathing. The three Leichter brothers frowned, not understanding. Is he closing his eyes? This guy is seriously insane. He slowly opened his closed eyes. They held not a shred of emotion, just a chilling intensity as he looked straight at Aaron. Seeing that look, Aaron frowned slightly. Aaron Gen could clearly see a powerful aura surrounding his body. He turned pale with fright and didn't hesitate to jump backward. He retreated until his back hit the wall, unable to go any further. Aaron Gen widened his eyes, gasping, "What is that? Why did I step back to keep my distance? Is it me?" He was once again facing Irene Pareira. Trembling, was he afraid of a strike coming from that lazy noble? He gritted his teeth in anger, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Damn it, don't mess with me. I can't accept this." To his surprise, before he could act, Aaron's eyes bulged as he watched his own sword snap in two. The blade just split in half before his stunned eyes. The sword broke into two pieces, splitting in a way that made Aaron clearly see Irene Pareira's swing. Everyone present was shocked in disbelief. Jaws dropped. Impossible. Did my brother lose? Aaron was no different from them, his entire body stiffening as he stared in confusion at the sword. How? How on earth did he do that? His face went visibly pale. The two swords didn't even touch. How? Suddenly, another voice rang out. Is everyone at the training grounds? Aaron Gen was startled by the sound and looked toward the door. It turned out to be the three of them, Hajuan, Gion, and Lear, who had just entered. "Are you children sword fighting?" Aaron Gen stuttered as he called out. His father's eyes flashed, quickly assessing the situation, and Garen asked in a low voice, "Aaron Gen, what happened to your sword?" He didn't dare hide it and replied honestly, "I lost my match against Irene Pareira." His father was shocked, unable to believe it. "What?" Harun Pereira looked slightly surprised too. "Irene actually beat Aaron Gen?" Aaron Gen's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he calculated. "What do I do now?" He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "Enough. I have to act as imposing as possible." Duke Stewart took it, and he handed his broken sword to Stewart, thinking to himself that he had to act as cool and collected, as if nothing had happened. Aaron Gen smiled, and explained to them that Irene Pereira's swordsmanship had incredible power. He attacked from about 5 meters away, and my sword was cut in half just like this. Garen and Lear stared at him, bewildered. Aaron Gen's face turned pale under their gaze, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Garen smiled brightly, saying, "So that's how it is. Irene Pereira's swordsmanship seems truly exceptional. That makes sense. He spent a year training at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, so naturally, you were no match for him." Lear, standing nearby, quickly clapped in agreement. "This is a huge stroke of luck for the Southern Alliance's position. There is no doubt that Irene Pereira's astounding growth will be a major asset in this subjugation battle." "Yes, indeed. Baron Pereira, I am truly envious of you." Harun Pereira replied impassively, "Thank you, Viscount." Before long, the sky darkened, with only the lonely moonlight illuminating everything. "Look, those people are finally leaving." The meeting had ended, and it was late into the night. "We shall take our leave now." "Yes, very well." They walked out of the mansion one by one. Garen called out in a low voice, "Aaron Gen." He had been on edge since the afternoon, and upon hearing his name, he quickly answered, "Yes, father," he said softly. "Since you regained your composure after the loss, it seems your relationship with the Pereira family has improved. But next time, I won't overlook you altering the plans on your own, so be careful." Aaron Gen lowered his head, whispering, "Yes, I apologize." He was fuming, his teeth grinding, his whole body tense like Harun Pereira's. Duke Stewart. Stewart stood behind him and answered, "Yes, young master." He growled an order. "Once we return to the family estate, prepare 5 training soldiers for me." In the study at the Pereira mansion, Harun Pereira sat in his chair and said, "It's fine even if you don't participate. Although the subjugation battle is important, becoming an official swordsman of the Chrono Academy is even more important. It might take time, but wouldn't it be better if you could focus on your own sword?" Irene Pereira, standing before him, frowned in thought. Then, he suddenly said, "I will participate in the subjugation battle." He couldn't help but be surprised by this statement. Irene Pereira looked at Harun Pereira with burning, passionate eyes. "I want to participate. I know what you're worried about, father, so I will try to make up for my shortcomings. In the remaining 3 weeks, I will do my absolute best to overcome everything you're concerned about. If you still can't trust me by then, I will give up." Upon hearing these words, his father's eyes softened, glinting with a touch of sadness. After finishing their conversation, Irene Pereira quickly left the study and walked down the hallway. Behind him, Elia and Kirill were watching him sneakily. Both of them looked at Irene Pereira's back with worry. Kirill frowned slightly, her eyes welling up with tears, and asked, "Will he be all right, mother?" Amelia was just as sad but spoke gently to reassure her. Of course he will be fine. Kirill, your brother is doing very well. He is trying his best, so we just need to believe in him. Kirill believes in your brother, don't you? Yes. Irene Pereira had no intention of resting at this moment. He was still training at the practice field, swinging his sword over and over, his face covered in sweat. No, this isn't enough. Irene Pereira's strikes were so powerful that the other swords mounted on the walls rattled along with him. I won't be a burden to the family anymore. I won't let my family be looked down upon because of me anymore. Because he had seen his family suffering and suppressing their anger, he couldn't just watch anymore. His eyes burned with more determination than ever before. After a while of training, he was exhausted, panting heavily. Then, Irene Pereira glanced to the side. How is it? Are my actions and my current efforts just in vain? Lou sat on the railing, smiling as he replied, No, what you are doing now is indeed a genuine effort. He frowned and asked, Then can I learn magic now? Lou nodded firmly. You can learn it now, Irene Pereira said loudly. Teach me, quickly. I will do whatever you ask. But Lou just replied softly, Irene, you don't need to be like that. I will definitely teach you, but not today. It would be better for you to calm down first. I don't know what happened, but you should rest first and start tomorrow. He frowned slightly. Even though he didn't want to, he had no choice but to agree. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Good, don't overdo it. Early the next morning, Irene Pereira went to the training field. He scanned his surroundings. No one will come to this practice field. I've asked my father to control access. Lou nodded and said, Very good. Suddenly, he was startled and bewildered. Lou, where did that monocle come from? It's cute, actually. Lou smiled and said, Attire is important. Even the smallest things like this can change your mood. He didn't understand at all, so he just gave a vague response. Oh, I see. Lou didn't say much more and went straight to the point. As I said before, in magic, the mind is very important. What we want to achieve goes far beyond what we want for you, simply because we want to protect your family. Irene Pereira nodded slightly. That's right. Lou quickly opened the book in his hand to search. If so, how can I make that desire stronger? Let's see. Its eyes lit up. The most common and easiest method is faith. Faith? That's right. Rumors don't have logical foundations, but they are a form of faith. And in the world of magic, nothing is as important as that. No matter how absurd the story is, depending on how much you believe in it, the power of magic becomes stronger. Ancient people worshipped giant rocks and the sun as gods and tried to achieve their wishes through offerings. Faith is the most solid form of belief. The method of paying a price through self-sacrifice is also quite effective, but if possible, it is best to avoid sacrifice. Compared to relying on the power of mysterious magic, there is a high chance it might reach the ears of demons. Lou climbed onto Irene, grabbing his collar. Anyway, the most suitable method for you right now is to practice swordsmanship that embodies your intense desire. He frowned, confused. What are you doing? Before he could do anything, Lou covered his mouth tightly with his hand. The most important thing for you right now is to practice swordsmanship with intense desire. Irene frowned, confused. What are you doing? Before he could even react, Ilya covered his mouth tightly with her hand. Pick up the sword, quickly! Irene Pereira swung the sword with all his might. His eyes were burning with determination. He raised the blade above his head, then swung it down with every ounce of strength he had. His face was drenched in sweat. After finishing his practice, he turned to Lulu and asked, Am I training exactly the same way as before? The little creature nodded in agreement. Isn't it completely the same? Lulu seemed to ponder for a moment. How about we use a more profound term than promise? Yes. Let's call it a covenant. That word piqued Irene Pereira's curiosity. A covenant? The little creature continued with an intrigued look on his face. Every single day, you must swing your sword 1,000 times with a truly sincere heart. With a sincere heart. How will that help me go further? It's about accumulating effort, one day at a time. Irene's expression turned dead serious. 1,000 times a day, with his whole heart. Lulu moved like a conductor, leading an orchestra. It's similar to the superstition I mentioned earlier. Just practicing sword skills every day doesn't automatically mean you'll reach your goal. The little creature continued to wave his magic wand. But repeatedly performing actions tied to your deepest desires will strengthen your faith in the power of your heart. The more days you uphold this covenant, the better. Unlike before, this time it's infused with a truly profound sincerity. Deep down, Irene agreed. Yes, if he just swung the sword mindlessly, it would be no different from the past. Even thinking that, he couldn't help but pour sweat. It was difficult. But Irene Pereira was determined not to give up. He had to grow stronger and pour all his energy into the sword. In his heart, Lulu was cheering him on. Whether it was through the love he had for his family, remember your foolish past and reflect on yourself. Irene Pareira poured all his strength into those sword swings. If he didn't, he would continue to be looked down upon. He prayed for the ability to master incredible swordsmanship. Lulu watched from behind, eventually letting out a sigh. It was time for him to start worrying. Lulu truly believed in the person standing before him. If he put in the effort, he would definitely come to a realization. Lulu had to admit one thing. True realization comes through effort. It might seem absurd, but I think this kind of realization suits the current Irene perfectly. Soon, the second day of magic class arrived. On the evening of the fourth day of magic studies, he was still training. He practiced until dawn, until the wooden sword finally fell from his grip. Irene Pareira kept at it until the 10th day of magic class. 10 days had passed just like that. Irene Pareira began to doubt himself. Am I actually doing well? What if I'm just wasting my time? Lulu suddenly appeared in front of him. Irene Pareira was startled when he saw the little creature. The creature's tone suddenly turned harsh. Do you know what cools down a burning heart and crushes a mind of iron into grains of sand? His voice grew louder and higher. It is doubt. Doubting yourself. That is natural. The mind is not always the same. Irene Pareira looked down at his wooden sword as he listened. When the burning willpower from the beginning starts to fade, and the body begins to feel heavy, distracting thoughts multiply. In times like those, most thoughts tend to turn negative. Lulu offered him a piece of advice. Don't do this alone. Do it with someone else. The little creature frowned, his eyes filled with fiery intensity. If you can't believe in yourself. Irene Pareira was already sweating from the intense training. Then believe in those who believe in you. Lulu suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his collar. And later, when someone else is in trouble, lend them the same faith you received. If you are together, you can become stronger. He grabbed Lulu and said with a pained expression, but there is no one who believes in me that much. That statement surprised the little creature. Why? Why would you think that? Irene Pareira turned his head away, filled with self-reproach. I am a coward who has always run away and hid. No one likes or trusts me like that. Lulu immediately retorted, I believe in you. Those 3 words left him stunned. I've told you this before, haven't I? It's just like hundreds of pebbles piled up in a valley. But I was wrong. The creature glanced at a stone hidden beneath the ground. Pebbles are still pebbles, shiny, solid, and beautiful. I think everyone likes beautiful stones. Lulu quickly added, by the way, Kirill is that stone over there. He wiggled his body. I am a cat, not a human. But Lulu said confidently, from the perspective of a cat like me, there are many people around you who like you, so don't be so quick to make decisions on your own. All right, today's lesson ends here. Irene stood there, dazed. Think about it carefully after you go back to your room. I'll be going now. Irene Pareira returned to his room. He looked up at the chandelier that was still glowing. Irene Pareira was still thinking about Lulu's words about those who believe in him. He looked at the photo by his bedside of his father, his mother, and Kirill. They were the ones who had helped him regain his spirit over the last 10 years. Irene Pareira remained deep in thought. Without the faith of his family, he never would have been able to even think about holding a sword with such willpower. He also thought of the people at the school, his friends, his masters, and the academy instructors. Irene Pareira stared straight ahead. Everyone believed in him. They believed in him despite all his shortcomings. Irene Pareira quickly drifted off to sleep. Was there something enveloping him? Can I become someone who brings faith to so many people? The feeling grew stronger. I have to do this. I must. Kirill was still diligently reading when she suddenly sensed something, a surge of powerful magical energy. Kirill quickly pushed the door open. When did he? Is that you, brother? Lulu looked like he'd been caught red-handed. Kirill stared at Irene Pareira, who was wrapped in a black sphere. What is that? Why is he? Lulu hurriedly explained. Irene Pareira has achieved magical realization. Kirill was furious and rushed forward. Realization? What realization? I've never heard of anything like this. Lulu was deeply confused by the situation, but she couldn't stay calm anymore. Tell me exactly what happened, now. Lulu rushed to explain. Irene Pareira was entering his own mind to achieve his desires. Kirill was even more outraged upon hearing this. What? His mind? Her hands clenched into tight fists as she listened. It is the most suitable place to achieve what one wants without anyone else entering, without being hindered by anyone. Lulu pointed at the sphere. Irene Pareira will continue his training in there, until he achieves a result he is satisfied with. Kirill couldn't help but ask, if that's the case, When will he come out? When will he leave that place? Even Lulu didn't dare to be certain. He can come out the moment he achieves his goal. But I don't know when that will be. Kirill was stunned to her core. What? Lulu looked at him with worried eyes. It could be tomorrow, or it could be a month, or a year. Deep down, the little creature felt very sad. I have to beg him again, so desperately. Am I bringing the curse back? Please, I'm begging you. Irene Pareira is still trapped in a dream world. Please, just come back safely. When he opened his eyes, he was in a different place. The walls. Irene Pareira kept looking around, then glanced into the distance and saw someone swinging a sword. It's that dream again. The dream about the man swinging his sword. Irene Pareira watched that man. So incredibly diligent. He was always swinging that sword, day in and day out. He seemed quite happy, but Irene Pareira suddenly noticed something. The man was looking right at him. Irene Pereira's eyes widened in shock. The swordsman remained silent. Irene Pareira felt frozen in place. How? How is this possible? He stared at that swordsman. The man stood there, locking eyes with him, not saying a word. Something flared up behind him. That power erupted even more intensely. Irene Pareira could only watch in stunned silence. The energy surged straight toward him, transforming into chains that wrapped around his arms. The light seemed to restrain the man. Irene Pareira felt like he was being pulled toward him. He couldn't help but scream out loud. Now, he was curled up on the ground. Irene Pareira sat up, clutching his head in pain. What a bizarre dream. Maybe the bed was too hard? Wait, he realized the truth. It wasn't a bed, it was the bare ground. The clothes he was wearing weren't his either. Irene Pareira turned to look at the empty clearing. Could he still be dreaming? He frantically searched for that man, but the man had vanished. He was confused about his own state. What is happening? Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Suddenly, a thought struck Irene Pareira. Could it be that when he returned, he brought his own sword back? A breeze swept through the space, leaving both Lulu and Irene Pareira completely stunned. His magic then shifted, and he was overwhelmed with joy. Have I finally gained control over magic? Irene Pareira grabbed the hilt of the sword, which had been manifested from his own desires. The sword was lifted off the ground. This place, Irene Pareira smiled as he gripped the sword, was a place for training. He took a deep breath, with no one to stand in his way. Now, Irene Pareira was filled with determination. This was a place meant only for him. He immediately swung the sword. This is great. Irene Pareira was ecstatic, swinging the sword over and over in this space. He shouted to pump himself up as he trained. I will find it. No matter what. Irene Pareira poured all his strength into the next swing. He trained diligently until night fell. Looking up at the night sky, he whispered to himself, I was just warming up, and it's already dark. He finally stopped. If only it could be daytime forever. But there was no other way. That's enough for today. Tomorrow. Suddenly, he saw his own shadow. Irene Pareira was surprised by the intense light. The sun was already high in the sky. The sun had risen, his heart filled with joy. This is magic. Irene Pareira looked at the grass and trees along the path. I wish it were spring right now. Immediately, a gentle breeze began to blow, keeping the air from getting too hot. Irene Pareira quickly walked into a room. He eagerly gave an order to the system. I'm done training, so get me some comfortable clothes. A table filled with food appeared before Irene Pareira. As soon as he finished eating, he slumped onto the bed. This place is truly amazing. Irene Pareira felt incredibly excited. This is the best environment to focus on sword training. The power of magic is truly incredible. 5 days had passed in this other world. Irene Pareira was still throwing himself into training. Even when he slept, he always woke up back here. If I don't reach my goal, does that mean I can't leave this place? The image of the man from the dream he had before coming here suddenly crossed his mind. What was his connection to me, and why did he appear just as I was awakening to magic? For a moment, Irene Pareira went completely blank. He tried to shake the thoughts away. Stop thinking nonsense. Irene Pareira swung his sword once more. Just focus on practicing your swordsmanship. Focus your mind on the swing. He set a goal for himself. Yesterday, he swung the sword 2,000 times. Today, it had to be 3,000. 3,022. The number kept climbing. 4,508. 5,471. 5,645. 211 days had passed in this other world. He was exhausted. Since hitting 6,000, he couldn't seem to increase the number anymore. Irene's body felt like it was about to collapse. What's wrong? No, he comforted himself. It's okay, don't doubt yourself. Irene Pareira used all his remaining strength to swing, continuing on, and the numbers crept up. 6,680, 6,695. He suddenly stopped to observe. Irene Pereira was drenched in sweat. That's right. I've become too accustomed to this environment and let my guard down. The leaves had turned yellow. Irene Pereira had reached his 353rd day in this other world, and his body was completely spent. Conversely, his output had dropped to 5,695 swings. Irene Pereira quickly walked into the wooden cabin and whispered to himself, "Come to think of it, I've been training non-stop for a whole year. This is too much. I need to rest up and start fresh tomorrow." Today was already the 417th day in the other world. Irene Pereira trained while counting. 3,694, 3,695. His hands were now blistered and swollen, and his right arm was going numb. If I keep pushing now, it'll interfere with tomorrow's training. Let's stop here for today. Warm rays of sunlight illuminated the room. The sword lay abandoned on the ground. 624 days had passed in the other world. Irene Pereira was lying on the bed. He had no energy left. He couldn't even pick up the sword. After 99 days, Irene Pereira looked up with tired eyes. He looked like a shell of a man. Actually, Irene Pereira closed his eyes again, trying to reassure himself. This was inevitable. I've spent half my life living lazily. He started to recall his time training at the academy, even the way he held himself back then, and how the sword seemed to vanish that wasn't even his own will. Only now did he realize something. In his mind, he remembered the image of that swordsman appeared before Irene Pereira. The man from his dream. Irene Pereira tossed and turned on the bed, looking at his current state, this place where he came to find the sword using his own strength. The sword was now covered in dust, and everything collapsed miserably when the man's help vanished. The young man, Irene Pereira, lay facing the wall, deep in thought. Was all that grueling training just meaningless swinging? After a year of devoted effort, is this all I can achieve? The system suddenly provided him with a blanket. Irene Pereira's eyelids were growing heavy. I don't even know how long I've been here. If time passes here the same way as in reality, then haven't I wasted so much time? Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, then immediately shut them again. It doesn't matter anymore. It's fine just to be comfortable in this place where no one can see me. Was someone calling his name in his subconscious? Irene Pereira. Irene Pereira finally snapped awake. He looked around in a daze. Who's there? The sudden appearance of the character startled him. Ilya Lindsay quickly urged him to get up. Wake up already. Irene Pereira. She looked at him with an extremely stern expression. You have to start training early in the morning. Irene Pereira was so startled by that, he jumped up. It's Ilya. He quickly ran after her. What's wrong with you? But the blanket was still tangled around his feet. Irene Pereira immediately face-planted onto the floor. He was busy checking if his teeth were still intact. Ilya Lindsay quickly asked, Are you that surprised? She looked at him and could only sigh. But are you planning to run in that outfit? Seriously, the two of them were jogging together. Irene Pereira felt quite surprised deep down. There hadn't been this running path before. He kept looking left and right while jogging. When did this appear, I wonder? Ilya Lindsay, who was ahead, quickly reminded him. Irene Pereira, you seem to be slowing down. Pick up the pace. Hearing her call out, he accelerated. By the time he reached his front door, he was utterly exhausted. It's been a long time since I've run until sunrise like this. Ilya Lindsay was sitting in front of a table full of food. Sit down, hurry. After you finish eating, we still have swordsmanship practice. Irene Pereira was still feeling confused. Yeah. He picked up some food while looking at the girl. Ilya Lindsay was eating quite nonchalantly. Suddenly, she looked up and asked him, What? Do you have something to say? Irene Pereira voiced the question in his heart. Ilya, how are you able to be here? She suddenly became extremely stern. Don't ask such useless questions. Just eat already. You're late for training. Irene Pereira didn't dare ask anything else. He ate faster. I got it. Ilya Lindsay was very critical of the way he trained. What's that? Did you slack off for a few days? Your stance is all over the place. Afterward, she loudly scolded him for his empty spirit. You have to perform with your whole heart for the moves to be correct. You learned that from Lulu already, didn't you? Irene was stunned to hear that and looked back. How do you know Lulu? Ilya Lindsay looked as if she were raining thunderbolts down on this young man. Stop asking useless questions. 2,000 more reps. Of course, he didn't dare talk back, and he trained until late at night. Seriously. Ilya Lindsay then gently stepped closer. You've worked hard. That's it for today. Before leaving, she made an appointment. See you tomorrow. After that, she vanished through an invisible gate. Irene Pereira could only stand there and stare. He quickly came to a conclusion. It definitely wasn't real. Seriously. Irene Pereira finally lay down on his familiar bed. So tired. No need to sleep today. Either. When Irene Pereira closed his eyes, 1,000 questions filled his head. How could Ilya Lindsay appear in this world of magic? Or did I summon her unconsciously? He unconsciously broke into a smile. Even so, the feeling wasn't bad. Just then, someone grabbed his shirt and hauled him up. What's this? You little brat. Aren't you going to wake up yet? Judith stood there with a very angry look. The sun is already up. How long do you plan on sleeping? You want to die? Irene Pereira finally came to his senses. Judith immediately dragged him out. I told you. I knew this brat would be sprawled out on the bed. Brad Lloyd saw him and gave a smirk. Irene Pereira, what's wrong with you? Why are you waking up so late? Weird. Judith held her sword straight toward his face. Hey, pick up your sword. Let's spar. Brad Lloyd immediately looked displeased. We haven't even warmed up yet. Think before you speak. She was so angry that she yelled, This brat wants to cause trouble again. You want a beating? Right? Brad Lloyd over here isn't a pushover either. You think I don't dare lay a hand on you? Taking advantage of their bickering, Ilya Lindsay pulled him away. Follow me. Ignore them. Let's go back to training. His shadow stretched long on the ground, and Irene Pereira couldn't help but feel disappointed in himself. My form is sloppy again. Is it because I rested for too long? Ilya Lindsay seemed quite worried at that moment. Irene Pereira. She spoke up to comfort him. It's fine. It's a little messy, but it's already better than before. Ilya Lindsay encouraged him with a look of absolute trust. You can do it. Hearing those words, he just bowed his head. Right after, Irene Pereira turned around to look behind him. Both of his friends were looking at him, smiling. But that only made Irene Pereira feel even more self-conscious. Don't look at me. Now he switched back to jogging. Why again? Irene Pereira was asking himself in his head. Without the help of others, I can't do anything. Brad Lloyd seriously reminded him. Keep training, Irene Pereira. He bit his lip, looking at his sword, and told himself, I am truly weak and lazy. Judith kept shoving food at Irene Pereira. Try eating this. Come on, my cooking is tastier, right? Brad Lloyd saw this and was speechless. Stop making him eat, he'll be too full to move. Irene Pereira ate while feeling doubtful. Why did it turn out like this? A sense of being moved stirred in his heart. Everyone believes in me. A pair of feet were running on the ground. Irene Pereira was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. So tired. I can't breathe. He continued to run, his steps becoming heavier and heavier. He had truly reached his limit. He ran while wondering, but why? His eyes flashed with surprise. Why? Then he happily kept running, realizing something. I can still run a bit more, can't I? A loud shout startled him. Judith was running ahead, cheering him on, telling him absolutely not to give up. His footsteps stopped. Another set of footsteps stopped as well. Irene Pereira and Brad Lloyd drew their swords, intending to lunge at each other. Brad Lloyd took the initiative and struck first, saying, Let's go again. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed. Irene Pereira used his sword to block Brad Lloyd's strike. Brad Lloyd smiled with satisfaction and dodged. Much more stable than yesterday. Irene Pereira gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his face full of determination. He swung his sword toward Brad Lloyd with great force. Brad Lloyd quickly dodged to the side, but suddenly, a pair of feet appeared from behind. Irene was already standing behind Brad Lloyd, still holding his sword, but Brad Lloyd had managed to block the strike in time. The two swords clashed once again, flashes of light sparking from the collision. Judith and Ilya Lindsay stood by, cheering. Irene Pereira, give it a little more, go for the winning move. That's it. Ilya Lindsay was extremely surprised. It was the first time Brad Lloyd had been continuously pushed back. Brad Lloyd panted and smiled faintly. Not bad at all. Irene Pereira was exhausted but beaming. It's all thanks to you guys. The atmosphere grew quiet, with only the wind and the blood-red sky. He was right. Light glinted off the sword. I was wrong. I don't need to be alone. The shadows of the three of them stood under the sunlight. Irene Pereira seriously held his sword with both hands and raised it. The image of the master appeared with a bright smile, trusting in himself. Like a reminder, the master handed a letter to Irene Pereira. Stay by the side of those who love you. His eyes were full of determination as he fiercely swung his sword down. The image of him reading the letter, his steady figure holding the sword with such majesty, I can overcome this to stand tall. Judith, Brad Lloyd, and Ilya Lindsay smiled as they watched his back, feeling proud. Did you overcome it? Irene Pereira turned around and answered. Yeah. Sweat beaded on his face as he offered a faint smile. Thousands of times. There's no need to be alone. Judith stretched, feeling refreshed. Our roles are done now, Brad Lloyd said, hands on his hips. Who knows? Maybe we'll get called in again someday. Judith looked stern, pointing a finger at Irene. Don't you dare get discouraged. Keep practicing hard, and stop doubting yourself. You hear me? He agreed happily. Yeah. Ilya stood by, cheering him on. Do your best. Irene Pareira looked proud and sincere. Yeah, thanks guys. Then they vanished, leaving him behind. He smiled, watching them go. He picked up his sword from the ground, gripped it tightly with both hands, raised it to the sky, and shouted, All right, time for a fresh start. Then, with a look of pure determination, he swung the blade down with all his might. Images of Irene Pareira jogging flashed by. He kept at it. Day 1237 in the other world. Day 1292 in the other world. He was practicing his sword swings, training diligently. Day 1375 in the other world. He was still at it, his face set with resolve and effort. Day 1492 in the other world. He was all alone in the clearing, training. Day 1506 in the other world. It was already pitch black, but he kept on swinging. Then, it started to rain. Day 1613 in the other world. Irene Pareira was still clutching his sword, training away, regardless of the weather, sun or rain, day or night. Day 1687 in the other world, autumn had arrived. Red maple leaves scattered everywhere around the wooden cabin in the clearing. Day 1755 in the other world. Snow began to fall, but the sword was still there. Irene Pareira held it with both hands, his face weary. He swung the sword down hard, sending the surrounding snow flying and gouging a crater into the ground. Then, spring returned. A bright yellow flower bloomed in the sun. And there was that same back, standing in the middle of the clearing. His bare feet were calloused, covered in cuts. His biceps were much bigger now. His clothes were tattered, but his eyes shone with absolute effort. His entire body radiated a powerful aura, and in his hand, the sword now nicked and worn remained. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them, looking down at his palms with a grin. I really miss the days at the Swordsmanship Academy. It feels just like back then. I wonder how much I've grown since then? He gave a satisfied smile and turned his head, lost in thought. It's been so long. Should I try calling them? Maybe it'll actually work. Brad Lloyd, Judith, and Ilya Lindsay appeared, each with a different reaction. Look at this kid, Judith said, stepping toward Irene Pareira. Did you call us here just to brag about how much you've grown? Irene Pareira gave a light laugh. No. He turned around and started walking away. Judith called out from behind him. Then what is it? If it's some nonsense, I'm leaving. He held his sword in one hand and replied, Let's spar. She grinned confidently, rolled up a sleeve, and drew her own blade. All right, fine, whatever. Your first opponent is yours truly. Irene Pareira turned his head back and answered, No. All three of you. To their utter shock, he turned his back, pulled his sword from the ground, swept it in an arc, and said confidently, Come at me all at once. Irene Pereira's face was full of confidence, completely fearless. Ilya, Lindsay, and Judith both drew their weapons. Did you hear that? Yeah, he's different now, Judith said, with a haughty look. You've gotten a lot more arrogant, haven't you? Brad Lloyd, standing behind, chimed in. Is that even you talking anymore? Shut up and pick up your swords. A faint smile played on his lips. It wouldn't be easy. His eyes were burning with determination as he stood alone, facing all three of them. But I won't lose. He opened his eyes wide, then shut them, listening intently. His feet started to move, and his muscles tightened around the hilt of his sword. Judith gasped, slightly anxious, sweat dripping down her face. With an icy cold smile, Irene Pareira lunged forward, his blade clashing directly against Judith's block. From behind, Brad thrust his sword straight at Irene Pareira, who quickly dodged to the side. Ilya Lindsay also rushed in, attacking from above. He dodged just in time. The three of them began the fight. Ilya was in position to strike from behind Irene, but another figure lunged down from above his head. He dodged to the side, and the person slammed into the ground, creating an explosion. Judith was rushing in from the distance. Their swords collided. Judith and Irene Pareira were in close quarters. She teased him. Not showing off, huh? Irene Pareira chuckled, dodging a strike as he replied, That's right. Keep a close eye on me. He used his blade to parry Judith's attack. She was incredibly surprised. What? From behind, Brad and Ilya Lindsay were rushing toward them, their swords gripped tight, moving at breakneck speed. The sheer power was immense. Judith struggled to hold her ground, and Brad lunged from behind. A blue light erupted from his sword. Judith and Brad Lloyd worked in perfect sync, a deadly duo. Irene Pareira was stunned, his eyes wide, the ground shattered, and blue and red lights flared everywhere it was impossible to see anything. From the right, Ilya Lindsay appeared with sword in hand, charging at Irene Pareira. He suddenly realized it, turning to look as her muscles tensed, ready to strike. A powerful slash cracked the very earth. Irene Pereira's face was serious. He swung his sword in a circle, parrying the blow, leaving Ilya Lindsay in shock. This transformation Judith didn't hold back, rushing from behind, sword raised, her power flaring as red light enveloped her blade. Brad Lloyd watched everything, completely shocked. That move! That's Judith's! The two blades collided, unleashing a massive wave of force. An explosion turned the area, blinding white. The ground was shattered, dust filled the air, and ash floated in the sky. Judith gasped, struggling to breathe. What? How? She stared at Irene Pareira in disbelief. My swordsmanship? He smiled, gripping his scarred blade with both hands. Ilya Lindsay called out, that move you just used, wasn't that Brad's defensive technique? He glanced over with a sheepish grin. That's right. Brad couldn't just stand there, either, and asked, what on earth have you been doing? He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Well, all I could do was images of him in the weight room with Ilya Lindsay, training swordsmanship with Judith, and sitting in meditation with... He scratched his head, looking at Brad and Judith with a frustrated expression, because all I could do was give it my absolute best. Ilya Lindsay stood by, smiling with genuine affection as she heard Irene Pareira say, I still can't handle it perfectly. My memories from the academy just weren't enough. Brad Lloyd let out a long sigh as he heard him add, I want to learn your swordsmanship, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up my own style. Irene Pareira spoke with complete sincerity. I want to strengthen my will and my sword, so, please, teach me. Teach me your swordsmanship. Judith, indignant and shocked, pointed a finger at him and shouted, This is cheating. You're a total thief. You're way too greedy, you jerk. Irene Pareira looked stunned, not understanding what was happening. Brad said, Judith, looks like you've realized he's using magic too. Judith swung her sword toward Irene Pareira. Good heavens, what are you even saying? How am I supposed to fight when you're swinging your sword like that? She chased after him with her sword, furious, as they bickered back and forth. I've been working so hard to get this far too. Shut up. Are you really not going to stop? You want to keep getting hit? Fine, have it your way. He raised his sword toward the sunny sky, standing behind the butler, teasing him before clashing swords with Judith once again. He was training intensely with Ilya Lindsay when a sword suddenly flew down from the sky and slammed into the ground. Ilya Lindsay looked completely exhausted, and even the butler was drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Judith lay on the ground, dripping with sweat, and shouted, Damn it, I said I'd teach you. Irene Pareira stood there, pointing his sword at the exhausted Judith sprawled on the floor. You win. Let's leave it at that. He chatted happily with Judith before she faded away. I'm not going to hold back when we get out there, so you better be ready. All right, see you later. Irene Pareira smiled with satisfaction, looking at his own hands and telling himself, I did it. His sword was stuck in the ground, leaving long and short scratches in the dirt. I've truly become stronger. He lay on his bed, pulling the warm blanket over himself. Now, I'm finally ready to leave this place. He tilted his head and closed his eyes to sleep. I'm so anxious for tomorrow. As evening fell on the desolate wooden cabin, small whirlwinds began to stir. Something suddenly rose up from the ground. A magnificent, massive, iron door appeared. Irene Pareira looked up, confused, dressed in nothing but his simple clothes. Is this the exit? A palace-like iron door stood before him. He stepped closer and touched it with one hand. There was no handle and no keyhole. Something behind him caught his attention. A sword lay on the ground, leaving Irene Pareira stunned. The sword of the man from his dream. Was it right here in front of the door? He gripped the hilt with both hands and pulled it out. So, this is it. The sword was slowly pulled from the ground. He held it in his hands and laughed aloud. Are you the key? He let out a sigh of relief, looking at the sword with affection. I must have grown, because this size fits me perfectly. He thought to himself with a satisfied grin. This is exciting. He walked forward with his bare feet. I came here to escape the shadow of that man's sword. But now, I have to use it to escape this place. He carried the sword toward the door. If it were the old me, I would have been in despair. His eyes were filled with determination. But I am different now. I understand it now. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ever since I met that man in my dreams, I have truly changed. The muscular back of the master swordsman appeared in his mind. Thanks to him, for the first time in my life, I got out of bed and swung a sword. Images of Irene Pereira's immense efforts flashed by, his dedicated training with the sword. For the first time in my life, I ran until I passed out. His face was set with absolute resolve. Everything I've done. His face was drenched in sweat. All those clashes, the determined look in his eyes as he stared at the sword, competing in strength with Judith, resting and relaxing after every training session. Every swing of the sword showed his determination. The ground split in two after his strikes. His face radiated the intensity of his struggle, all just to become that man. The swordsman wielded the blade with both hands, surrounded by power and golden light, but that wasn't what he wanted. A glowing figure appeared. I am the one who needs to raise this sword high. A strike of light, fueled by his own heart and soul. The iron door slowly began to crumble. Irene Pereira's face was filled with pure joy. A mix of purple and golden light danced around his sword, an image of his own feet lying on a bed inside a castle. Huh? My room? I'm back. He slowly sat up on his bed. The room hadn't changed at all. He sat there, lost in thought. It hasn't been that long, has it? I need to go see my father and mother. He looked at the castle window, when suddenly, a cat let out a cry from behind him. A white cat. Wait, it's not that day. Marcus reached out to close the window and complained. You damn cat. I closed all the doors. How do you keep getting in? Someone called his name from behind. Marcus turned around, and something left him completely stunned. Oh my God! He burst into tears and hugged Irene tightly. Where is everyone? Oh, Marcus, you have wrinkles. Young master, you've returned. What's wrong, Marcus? They hugged and talked. I'm so relieved. I thought you were never going to get out of there. Irene Pereira's jaw dropped in surprise. What are you talking about? He pushed Marcus away, his expression turning serious. How long have I been asleep? It's been 5 years, sir. His face turned pale, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. What? Time passed at the same rate as the real world? Then what about my promise to the academy director and Ilya Lindsay? What about the honor duel between the families? He stared at his butler, questioning him. Where are father and mother? Are they safe? Irene Pereira's parents appeared, hugging him and sobbing. Oh, my son. Thank goodness. He knelt before them. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I was gone for so long. Harun Pereira wept as he comforted his son. No, thank heavens, I'm just happy you're safe. He cupped Irene Pereira's cheeks. Thank you, son. Thank you. In that atmosphere, he asked, Where is Kirill? Your sister is at the CJ Duchy. She's now a disciple of Skinna, a very talented mage. He smiled, feeling truly happy. Kirill is doing well. He felt a flicker of worry, but I've caused my father and mother so much trouble again. From now on, I have to give it my all. With tears still on his lashes, he continued. Even though you say everything is fine, I know you both have been worried. His parents looked at him, completely surprised. During the years I was trapped in that distant place, you must have suffered so much. But over the last 5 years, I've learned a lot, he shared happily. I trained harder than anyone else and achieved great results. Harun Pereira asked, confused. Training? You mean swordsmanship? Yes. From now on, father and mother, you won't have to worry about anything, he said with a proud, happy face. From now on, as the eldest son of the Pereira house, I will prove that I am worthy of this position. His father looked moved. Irene Pereira took his mother's hand and declared, It's already April, and I will participate in the next interclan battle. Suddenly, the door opened. A step echoed, followed by a voice. You want to compete? He turned around in surprise. Who gave you permission? It was Kirill, dressed in a beautiful combat outfit. Irene Pereira was overjoyed to see her. Oh my, you've grown so much. What are you smiling at? How can you still be smiling at a time like this? He was taken aback by Kirill's reaction. I'm just happy to see you again. His mother asked, surprised. Kirill, why are you here? You should be at the CJ Duchy. Kirill firmly declared, I will participate in the battle in his place. The other three stood there, stunned and speechless at her words. Kirill, you don't have to be like this, she added, her expression sincere and slightly anxious. There's no reason you have to participate in that match. Father should be stopping him, too. He's been trapped for the past year. Does father really want to push him into danger? Kirill looked incredibly startled and reassured her. Kirill, you don't need to worry about me. After training where I was, I've become much stronger. No, she began to complain loudly and seriously. That's a battle of honor between our families. Considering everything, wouldn't it be more appropriate for me to go? She tossed her cloak aside, placed her hands on her hips, and challenged him. And if you're so confident, fight me to see if you're even worthy. Elia looked nervous and restless. Kirill stepped forward and said, Fine, if that's what you want, Irene. He brushed past her and told her, "Follow me. I'll show you the strength I've learned from that place." As the red doors closed, the two spirit guards began to gossip. "I never thought we'd see the young master again. I thought he had perished while using the secret arts. I can't believe he's actually back." In the middle of the dirt field, the two stood facing each other. But why were they fighting? Kirill, with her hands on her hips, shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up already." Irene Pereira held out his hands as if he were gripping a sword. "I'm ready," she continued to shout, her expression still irritable. "Don't make me repeat myself." Suddenly, she was taken by surprise, her eyes filled with shock. He hadn't even held a sword, yet a strange light began to emit from his hands. Out of nowhere, a sword slowly appeared in Irene Pereira's hand. An iron sword materialized, and his face turned serious as he shouted, "Start! I'm ready." Irene Pereira gripped the sword tightly, his eyes filled with courage as he looked ahead. The two Pereira soldiers gasped in amazement at the appearing sword, and Marcus dropped his jaw, thinking to himself, "Is that a secret art?" He really awakened the secret art. His parents covered their mouths in shock. "Oh my God." The crowd began to murmur and praise him. "He's truly incredible. The rumors are true. The young master can use the secret art too?" At that moment, he laughed at himself and thought, "I have no other ability besides conjuring a sword." Kirill bit her lip. She pulled something out of her pocket and said, "Why are you always?" She took out 3 small swords and threw them into the air. The 3 blades immediately grew in size, crackling with small bolts of lightning. She gritted her teeth and said, "Now, let's begin," he asked in a weak voice. "Can we call off this match?" But her blades didn't listen at all, instead zooming toward him. He quickly used his sword to deflect them. While blocking the attack, he thought nervously, "I only just deflected it, but my arm feels like it's about to break. This power is truly extraordinary." But the 2 remaining swords continued to close in on him. Irene Pereira put all his strength into holding them off. He then knocked one sword behind him. His parents went pale and cried out, "Irene Pereira, behind you!" Kirill had sent a sword flying toward him from behind. He turned in surprise and knocked it away. Kirill didn't give up. She glared, then continued to launch the swords at him. They flew toward him with lightning speed, but Irene Pereira didn't flinch. He lowered his stance and deflected them one by one. After knocking them all down, he was panting for air. Kirill frowned and growled before launching them again. Irene Pereira swallowed hard, calmly preparing for the next wave as the swords struck him repeatedly. At this point, Irene Pereira was covered in dust, making the 2 soldiers fearfully ask each other, "Shouldn't we stop them? How could we possibly stop them?" Marcus stood there, stunned, thinking, "But why is the young master still standing firm against Kirill's attacks?" Marcus continued to think, "He isn't even fighting back." Irene Pereira was so angry, her hands were shaking. Irene Pereira looked up to see 3 swords flying toward him, but then they suddenly fell silently and vanished. Marcus smiled lightly, while Kirill burst into tears. She cried, "You idiot! Do you know how Amelia hugged her husband?" Smiling gently, Irene Pereira slowly walked over to Kirill. He said gently, "You don't need to worry about me so much, Kirill. I did this because I'm truly confident now. I'm sorry. I was gone for too long, right?" As he spoke, he gently embraced the sobbing Kirill. She cried and shouted, "Brother!" Irene Pereira just said, "You've worked hard." A while later, at their castle, Kirill was reminding him, "But you still have to be careful. This year's expedition is much more dangerous than before." Kirill asked, "More dangerous than before?" She replied, "The demon men have appeared." Irene Pereira muttered in shock. "Demon men?" She recounted. "About a month ago, traces of them were discovered in the southern part of the Gan territory, entities that gain immense power through a pact with a demon. You could say a demon man is on par with a practitioner of the secret arts, a corrupted and twisted power born from a negative heart. Their level of danger is incomparable to ordinary monsters." Finishing her sentence, she thought of something, and in an irritable tone, said, "It's no use. I'm going to participate in the expedition too." Seeing this, he jumped up and said, "Kirill." She snapped toward him and stubbornly said, "Just because you're going doesn't mean I can't, and you just saw it, didn't you?" "I'm super strong." Irene Pereira awkwardly agreed. "That's true." But just then, a woman walked in and called out, "That won't do, Kirill. A very important event is taking place in 2 weeks. Then what are you doing here?" Kirill saw her and shouted in surprise, "Master! My only brother finally escaped after 5 years. Of course, I had to meet him," she guessed. "Ah, so you are Irene Pereira? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I am the most beautiful practitioner in Skina Kitten," and she was indeed the secret arts master of Skina Kitten. Irene Pereira looked at her and stammered, "Hello." Then he thought, "Skina Kitten. I heard she was over 50. Did she use secret arts to look younger?" As if reading his mind, Skina cheerfully replied, "That's right." This left him stunned. "That's what you were just thinking?" He asked awkwardly, "Can you use the secret arts to read my mind?" She giggled and replied, "No, I don't need to do that. I just know. Ah, she's so beautiful. Is someone this pretty really my little sister's master? Isn't that what you're thinking right now?" Kirill saw her master's expression and irritably said, "Don't listen to her. Other than the secret arts, she doesn't do anything useful." Skina hugged Kirill tight and beamed. "Oh my, of course. At least I'm the best at the secret arts." "Oh, the shy little girl. I didn't think you would compliment your master in such a roundabout way." Kirill replied bashfully, "I didn't. When did I say that?" Skina continued, "Let me tell you, this child has talked about you so much this past year." Before she could finish, Kirill shouted loudly. Her master played with a lock of her hair and teased her. "Now, what was it you just said? If you don't want me to talk anymore, maybe you should go to your room and wait." Irene Pereira heard that and thought, "Amazing. I've never been able to handle Kirill perfectly." After Skina saw Kirill leave, she turned to talk to him. Irene Pereira thought to himself, "Great, I could never quite handle Kirill perfectly." After watching Kirill walk away, Skina turned to start a conversation with him. "Forgive me, that wasn't a very good first impression, was it? I had to be stricter than Kirill Pereira to become the little one's master. I hope you understand." He gave a faint smile and replied, "No, I understand where you're coming from." She looked at him and said he was quite different from Kirill. He laughed softly. "Is that so?" Then, she took out a necklace and said, "Actually, I came to give you this. It's an artifact capable of detecting demonic energy and danger to a certain extent. It can also neutralize most toxins." Irene Pereira took it and said awkwardly, "I can't accept something this valuable." She immediately refused. "No, please, take it. Kirill and I created it together. It took 5 long years. While waiting for you to wake up, Kirill poured all her energy into crafting this necklace every single day. It was the first time I've ever seen her so passionate since I took her on as my apprentice. So, please, make good use of it." He held it tightly in his palm and replied, "Thank you, I will." After handing over the gift, she turned sharply and left, calling back, "I'm very glad you're such a good big brother. You exceeded even my expectations." Watching her leave, he smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he was happy his parents were doing fine, and Kirill Pereira had found a wonderful, great master. But where was Lulu? As he spoke, he rubbed that black orb, his face filled with deep contemplation. The scene shifts to the Genjin territory, their temporary encampment. Inside a certain tent, Irene Pereira sat, lost in thought. Memories surfaced along with Kirill's question. "Do you really not know? Honestly, why would you lie to me? You stayed in the territory for months, but then you suddenly disappeared. And after that, I never saw you return, that's all." Seeing her turn away so coldly, Irene Pereira felt a bit sad. He spoke slowly. "I know you don't think highly of Lulu, but you know, it wasn't Lulu's fault. From the very beginning, no one was at fault. It was just what I wanted." Kirill then asked, "Then what am I supposed to do?" Irene Pereira was surprised before answering, "Just, the next time you meet, try not to hate her so much." Upon receiving the answer, Kirill stepped away and replied, "I'll try to put that memory behind me." In his mind, he was still dwelling on the name Lulu. Elsewhere, a man named Kevin was chatting with Ma about Irene, surprised that the kid was actually participating. He asked, "I heard he got caught in a magical barrier, didn't he?" Kevin asked back skeptically, "Isn't that just a lie? That sounds like an excuse just to be lazy and lay in bed." Not believing it, he asked, "Wait, that's allowed?" Kevin was confused. But really, what was that kid thinking, joining this subjugation battle? They said he had no experience in monster subjugation at all. Ma Ann guessed, "If Luke has the skills, he'll do fine." He clicked his tongue in annoyance, hoping the kid wouldn't get in their way. Behind them, Aaron Gengen was quietly maintaining his sword. He thought of Irene even though they didn't know where he had been all this time. It was truly lucky to meet him like this. As he thought this, he glanced toward where Irene Pereira was. Just then, Hajun Tahan walked out and asked gently, "Is everything convenient for you?" Irene Pereira smiled lightly. "Yes, father." He thought with a sinister smirk, "I will definitely pay you back for that humiliation." Ma-on was still gossiping. "So, you joined the subjugation battle too? I thought you wouldn't, since Jun Tahan is afraid of demonkin." Kevin laughed and retorted, "Do you think I'm you? Because of the demonkin, the Sunset Knights, priests, and even mages have all come here. Plus, the vice captain of the Sunset Knights, Duke Hill Burnett, will be in charge of this subjugation. Luke had the silhouette of a large man standing behind him, but he didn't notice and continued. A battle where there's nothing to lose and honor to be gained? Of course I had to join. Ryan saw the man's tense expression, while Ma Yu was frantically whispering, "Kevin, shut your mouth." The boy asked blankly. "We're only in the rear. Why are you like this?" And when he turned around and saw the face of Hugh, he screamed in shock. "Vice Captain!" Hearing the shout, everyone stepped out of their tents, asking blankly, "What's going on? Vice Captain?" The Vice Captain of the Sunset Knights, Hill Burnett, said sternly, "I apologize for the intrusion, but since all the families have gathered here, it would be better if you did not participate in this subjugation battle." Hearing this declaration, they were stunned, mouths agape. Even Aaron Gengjin didn't say a word. Irene Pareira was also taken aback. Burnett continued, "I will only carry out this battle with the forces I have brought." Fingenjin stepped forward and asked loudly, What do you mean? How can you make such an important decision on your own? This is unbelievable, unacceptable." Hugh stomped his foot and growled, "Demonkin are completely different from monsters. That is a fact even a child knows. But apparently, the southern nobles." Jolted by the pressure, Jun Tahan trembled, thinking, "This is terrifying." Hugh continued with a powerful voice, "You don't know this truth. My troops and I have armed ourselves with firm belief and absolute loyalty to the country. I have prepared everything to eradicate the Demonkin, but compared to the safety of the continent and the peace of the nation, I have no interest in fighting alongside those who prioritize their own honor above all else. Do you have anything else to say?" he asked, looking down at them. Fien was gasping for air, not daring to speak. The soldiers and Kevin were the same, only able to bow their heads. Irene Pereira was different. Just then, noticing something, someone knelt before Hugh. He said, "You, standing before me. Who are you?" He spoke with a surge of momentum as he approached. Ryan Jun Tahan shivered, gritting his teeth while thinking, "What is this invisible pressure?" He bit his tongue and said, I am the eldest son of the Genjin family, Aaron Genjin." Hugh asked coldly, "And what is it?" Rian replied, "I won't offer any excuses. I apologize for letting my guard down before the Demonkin. However, I will not let it happen again. I will take you, Vice Captain, and the Sunset Knights you lead as an example, and I will do my utmost to ensure no such negligence occurs again. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance." Hearing these words, Hugh smiled faintly. He laughed out loud and turned away, saying, "Apologies, everyone. I was joking a bit. Of course, I can't forbid you from joining. I couldn't do something so crazy. The heads of each family must directly lead the way in the subjugation of the Demonkin so that the people can live in peace." Phi was smiling awkwardly, muttering, "Of course," Hugh suddenly said in a cold voice. "Of course. The fact that I said there must be absolutely no negligence in the fight against Demonkin is the truth. I hope everyone can boost their morale for tomorrow." As night fell, Hill Burnett sat in his tent, thinking that Aaron Genjin was quite a talent. The problem was, just as the young man left, someone told the vice captain he had a guest. When he looked down, he met the wandering knight of the Gabera Kingdom, Tom Miller, who was smiling and saying, "Are you still doing well?" Hill greeted him happily. "Oh, Mr. Miller, it's been a long time. What brings you here? Please, come in," the old man replied politely. "I apologize for the intrusion." After chatting for a while, he burst into laughter and said, "So that's how it is? Ah, I've heard about that from my student as well. An amazing prodigy. Isn't that right?" "That's wonderful news," Hugh asked. "Isn't that a bit too harsh? I heard you were from the 27th class of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy." The old man answered shyly, "Well, regardless, he was just a boy who left before becoming an official swordsman. Naturally, his path to becoming an official swordsman will likely be delayed even further. He's still a long way from catching up to a genius like Ilya Lindsay." Hearing this, Hugh asked, "Are you talking about that genius from the kingdom?" During the final evaluation at the Chrono Academy, she refused to become an official swordsman. The old man confirmed, "That's right. After leaving the Swordsmanship Academy at just 14 years old, she became the strongest knight of the Moonlight Knight Order in the Ideen Kingdom. If only someone that exceptional appeared on this continent." Hugh sighed, "I'm so envious. Why doesn't our Hale Kingdom have such talent?" The old man asked, confused. "What are you talking about? I heard from my student that there is someone from the Hale Kingdom who is on par with Lindsay." Hugh laughed dismissively in surprise. "I'm old enough not to be fooled by such talk anymore. Who do you take me for?" The old man sighed and asked, "Oh, you really don't know?" During the final evaluation, There was a swordsman who displayed talent equal to Ilya Lindsay. I heard that person was ranked just second after her. My own student told me that. As he spoke, he slammed his hand down on the table and said in a firm voice, I was absolutely shocked. Seeing his uncle's reaction, the young man widened his eyes in surprise and stammered, This is the first time I've heard of this. So, is that swordsman at the Chrono Academy now? The old man denied it. No, he also left the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy for some reason. He's from the southern part of the Hale Kingdom, and I heard he's joining the subjugation war. You haven't met him? If it were you, I would have recognized him. Hugh shouted. What? What is his name? The old man tried to recall. What was it again? Ah, right. Irene Pareira. It's Irene Pareira. Time passed until morning, and they began to mobilize the troops. As they reached a clearing, Hugh ordered, Everyone, rest here for a bit, and grab something to eat while you're at it. They replied quickly. Understood, Captain. Afterward, they slumped down against the trees and sighed. He told them, Look at them. Aaron Gren was training with Kevin over there, which made him sneer. It's better than doing nothing, but aren't they showing off a bit too much? He agreed. Their skills aren't too bad, especially him. Aaron Gren, right? He replied. Yes, he seems to have an edge over the others. Piren, from afar, heard those words and thought happily, Well done, Aaron Gren. Keep attracting everyone's attention. In the last few years, the gap between our family and the Pereira family has grown wider and wider. We have been completely left behind by the Pereira family. However, if we take full control and perform our roles perfectly in this subjugation, our family can restore its status. To do that, the key lies with Rian. The kid needs to get the vice captain's attention. Oh, the vice captain is heading toward Rian. Is he planning to give Rian some guidance or something? Good. He must have had a good impression of Aaron Gren since yesterday's incident. Seeing Hugh approaching, he smiled smugly and thought, He's coming here. I'll show off my flashy swordsmanship. But Hugh paid him no attention and walked right past him, leaving him shocked. He thought to himself, It's okay. I knew something like this might happen. It's fine. There's still plenty of time, right? But then he saw something, and his eyes widened. He thought, Why is the vice captain heading toward that bastard? Irene Pereira looked up and saw Hugh standing before him, so he stood up to face him. He looked at him quietly, then recalled what his subordinate had said. Yes, isn't he quite famous in the southern part of the Hale Kingdom? He's the one people call the lazy noble of the Pereira family. The subordinates also heard rumors that he was unconscious for a long time because he was affected by divine magic and was taken somewhere. Hugh asked, Divine magic, you say? Then he thought to himself, What happened to him? He refused to study at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, returned to his family, and then got into trouble with some kind of divine magic? Does this have anything to do with his sister? Kier? I can't begin to guess what happened to him. After a moment of thought, he called his name. Irene. He replied seriously. Yes, Vice Captain. Hugh corrected him. Call me Captain, since I'm the one leading this subjugation. He obeyed. Yes, Captain. Hugh said bluntly. I'll ask you straight. Every young man here, except you, is using their break time to practice swordsmanship. They are training hard. But why are you just sitting here relaxing? If you don't mind, could you tell me the reason? Irene Pereira pondered for a moment and replied, I apologize if my behavior is unpleasant to you. However, my current state in swordsmanship training can hardly be called effort, Hugh asked in surprise. Why? Why is that? Irene Pereira replied calmly, because doing so would go against my true self. Hearing that, the captain was speechless. Meanwhile, the others were gossiping, and Kevin mocked him. It would go against my true self? What the hell is he showing off for? Rian warned. Shut your mouth, Kevin. Hugh looked up and asked, That's an interesting answer. Could you explain that more clearly? Irene Pereira replied directly. The reason I joined this subjugation is to defeat the demons. Winning merit in this subjugation will help raise the reputation of our family. Hearing that, the captain thought, a very honest answer. Not bad at all. Irene Pereira continued. Right now, I am lost in thought about what I must do to earn merit in this subjugation. Because I am inexperienced in these kinds of subjugation battles, I decided to focus my energy on other things, instead of just mindless training. True effort is when we put our whole heart and mind into every action. Practicing swordsmanship, while unable to be fully dedicated to it, cannot be considered effort. That is what I mean. Hearing his perspective, the captain thought, This kid. Suddenly a soldier approached and said, Captain, it's time. He understood and replied, I understand. Is everyone finished preparing? We'll be moving out. So return and stabilize the formation. Irene Pereira walked beside me, and I found myself wanting to talk to him more. As the soldiers began to move out, Aaron Gen clicked his tongue in annoyance under his breath. His father reminded him, "Don't lose your patience, Rian. When the time comes, the opportunity will present itself. If it doesn't, we'll just create it ourselves. What do you think?" The old man chuckled with a sinister grin as he looked at his son. His son giggled back. "I was thinking the same thing. The best part is always saved for last." And over at Hugh's place, he's still chatting with him. "So, it's still in your hands then? Truly extraordinary." Irene Pereira nodded and replied, "Yes, if you have any doubts, I can show you my sword." Hugh immediately declined. "No need for that. You can drop the formalities with me from now on." He replied, "Thank you for understanding." But then, Hugh paused, thinking, has he really awakened holy magic? He keeps surprising me over and over again. Then he said, "Let's continue our earlier conversation. You said there were things you needed to focus on more than just sword training, right? What are they?" Irene Pereira stated bluntly, "There are 3 things on my mind. First, I've never killed anything before, so I need to mentally prepare myself for the shock or instability I might face during my first kill. Second, I know there is nothing more dangerous than a reckless warrior. I will do my absolute best not to cause any trouble for the reconnaissance team by keeping my excitement in check and following orders from my superiors. And third, regarding the demonic energy emitted by demons and their minions, I will do my best to warn everyone of their presence using my senses." That was all. Upon hearing his thoughts, Hugh burst into laughter and praised him. "Those are all practical points. I like that." Irene gave a strained smile and replied, "Thank you, sir." Then Hugh looked down at the soldiers and continued, "But the reconnaissance mission has only just begun. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, especially regarding that last point. You can leave that to seasoned warriors like us." Irene Pereira answered seriously, "I will keep that in mind," Hugh continued. "Besides, I brought priests along specifically to detect demonic energy. Your job is to focus on the other 2. Just then, seeing Irene staring blankly at something, Hugh turned his gaze toward him and wondered, "What are you looking at?" And when he turned, he saw a giant demon charging toward them. Irene Pereira snapped out of it, eyes wide, and shouted, "We have enemies coming from behind." Hugh quickly ordered, "All warriors, prepare for combat. Knights, get into formation immediately. Members of the 6 families, move to the rear and protect the mages and priests. Now." A large group of monsters is appearing at the 9 o'clock position. "Stop them. Mages and priests, fall back and keep your distance." They quickly replied, "Understood." Then Hugh turned elsewhere, thinking he would leave the monsters to the knights. "I'm the only one who can handle that giant monster in the back." But just as he was about to rush out, something zoomed past him. It was Irene Pereira, courageously charging at the giant monster with his sword. It roared, revealing sharp fangs, but Irene Pereira remained calm. With lightning speed, he lunged forward. Behind him, Hugh thought in astonishment as Irene Pereira sliced the monster in 2 with a single strike. His eyes were filled with killing intent, followed by Hugh's thought calling his name, "Irene." The monster had been struck in the upper body by Irene Pereira. His eyes were filled with determination. Seeing him in danger, he shouted, "Irene Pereira." The monster was now being brutally attacked, its eyes glowing blood red. From afar, he shouted a warning, "Watch out." Without hesitation, Irene Pereira slid past it. The monster threw a punch that shattered the ground. Watching the scene, he was stunned. "Irene Pereira." The monster had momentarily stalled. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Irene Pereira suddenly lunged straight at it. The monster was stabbed immediately, which left it frozen for a second. Irene Pereira did not hesitate and acted decisively. Its body was torn apart, and he immediately pinned it to the ground. But just then, Irene Pereira faced an attack from behind. He spun around with blazing eyes. A bolt of lightning flashed in the air. In a split second, they collided. The monster quickly destroyed a nearby tree. Its eyes glowed red through the smoke. It was poised to attack him, lunging forward with ferocity in an instant. Seeing Irene Pereira in danger, he shouted a warning, "Run away." But Irene Pereira was determined to stand his ground. He struck with fierce killing intent. The monster's eyes glowed red, and a gale created by him swept across the ground, the force of it heading straight for the monster. They witnessed the scene in complete shock. Those nearby were also affected by the shockwave. A powerful gust of wind swept across the ground, and as things began to settle, he stared at the scene before him, frozen. What was that? I can't believe it. The entire landscape before them had been leveled. Hugh stood frozen, his eyes wider than ever. It's real. Irene Pareira stood calmly in place. It really is him. That guy from the Haley Kingdom is a monster. He stood tall after defeating it. Suddenly, more movement occurred. Hugh immediately commanded, "Everyone, hold the formation. The battle isn't over yet. Wipe them all out." Very quickly, things quieted down. Everyone gathered together, and the soldiers reported, "Everyone is safe, and the supply wagons have no damage." Hugh turned and said, "All right, we'll be moving out soon." Irene Pereira stood, rooted to the spot, wondering why he had acted like that. When he saw the monsters, he couldn't control the rage inside him. This was the first time he had felt such intense emotion. Irene Pereira felt a bit shaken, a strange sensation. He doubted himself, as if at that moment, he wasn't himself anymore. Hugh stepped in front of him, standing seriously. Hugh looked up at him with a grave expression. "Irene Pereira, do you know what you just did?" Irene Pereira remained silent, then looked away. "I apologize, Captain. I acted on my own and didn't follow orders. Even though I spoke to you earlier, I still acted this way. I couldn't control my emotions and took matters into my own hands. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Hugh laughed. "Irene Pereira, I was just teasing you. Why are you being so serious? Head up. We are in the middle of this reconnaissance mission, and we all share the same goal of eliminating the demons threatening the kingdom. You did well." Hugh praised him. "Thanks to you killing that large monster, we suffered no casualties. I'll hear the details later. But for now, congratulations. Your first performance was truly impressive. I want to see you continue like this in the future." Irene Pereira was very happy to hear that. "Thank you, Captain." Hajun Tahan ran toward him in a rush. "Irene Pereira, my son," he asked, with great concern if he was hurt. "I'm fine, just a little dirty." Hajun Tahan immediately rushed over to hug him. "Irene Pereira is your father, and he's very proud of you." Hearing this, Irene paused for a moment. He lowered his head, and his father placed a hand on his back. Then, Irene Pereira hugged Hajun Tahan with a sense of relief, knowing that everything was behind them. "Thank you, father." Meanwhile, Jack was somewhere else. He turned around and called out to Jack. He asked, sounding serious, "Is that thing ready?" Jack turned back to report, "It's ready. Let's do it." He turned back with a murderous look in his eyes. He walked over to Irene Pereira. "So," he asked again, "does that artifact really detect demonic energy?" "That's right," Irene Pereira explained clearly. "My sister is a witch. This is an artifact she created with her master. He said it would be useful for the subjugation battle." He widened his eyes as he looked at it. Even for a great witch, this artifact could detect demonic energy faster than a priest's holy item. Is that really possible? Irene Pereira suddenly froze. "There are enemies. They're moving toward the left." He didn't hesitate to give the order. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Priests, move to the left." There was a noise coming from inside the bushes, and right after that, a few small monsters appeared. This wasn't a coincidence. He shouted immediately, "Troops, attack! Wipe out the demons!" Within seconds, they had the situation under control. He slowly walked over to him. "Irene Pereira, understood, Vice Captain?" he said bluntly. "From now on, I will prioritize your word over the priest's accomplishments. As soon as you sense demonic energy, tell me immediately." The two of them then walked away calmly. Seeing that, the others were extremely jealous. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, today's march ends here. Stop to set up camp and prepare a meal." They stayed behind to rest. The boss and Bree were chatting. "How old is he this year? 25? 21? You've got to be kidding me. 21, and he has that kind of ability?" They continued to talk about him. "It seems like he's an expert, right? He's too outstanding, isn't he?" The boss insisted firmly. "He's definitely an expert. You saw him fight, didn't you? Fighting that monster all by himself. If that's not an expert, what is?" It looked much stronger than the usual monsters. They couldn't understand where someone like that had been hiding all this time. Irene Pereira paused for a moment. He remembered what she told him before. If the artifact turns black, then there's definitely poison. Because it has a detoxification function, you just need to wait until it returns to its original color. Irene Pereira now knew exactly who was trying to harm him. Although he had predicted that someone would compete with his family, he didn't expect them to use such a blatant method. It must be one of the other 3 clans, most likely from the Duke's house. "I shouldn't tell my father. I can't let him worry for nothing, as long as I can resolve this quietly." Irene Pereira turned his face away and immediately added a drop. Then, something suddenly appeared under Irene Pereira's hand. He immediately looked down. He reached out and pulled out a note. Under the bowl was something. Inside the paper was a warning. "There is poison in the food. Be careful." He immediately deduced that the scrawled handwriting was either to avoid detection or because the person was in a hurry. I didn't think anyone would help me. Who could it be? A black shadow was lurking in the distance. It turned out to be Jack. Perhaps he still had a conscience and helped him in secret. He didn't know if it was a good thing or not. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Irene, are you finished eating?" "Yes, I just finished." He excitedly reached out and suggested, "Fight me." "Wait, what? A fight?" He explained immediately. "I think it's necessary to grasp your strength for the upcoming subjugation. I understand." He then brought him to an open area, and everyone turned their faces toward them. "Hey, stop. They're about to fight. Why does the vice captain want to spar? Are they done sleeping?" "Irene Pareira?" He gripped his sword and demanded, "Pick up your sword." Irene Pareira also prepared himself. Everyone was shocked. "What is that? The sword is moving on its own? You've got to be kidding me. Hey, hurry up." He immediately radiated a murderous aura. "This match is to test your strength. Strike me with all your might. Can we do that?" Irene Pareira replied calmly, "Sure." He was surprised by that confidence. He didn't hesitate at all. Does that calmness come from habit? Then he denied it himself. "No, it feels more like actual talent. More than I thought." He stomped his feet hard onto the ground, his face radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. The people standing around were also scared, because the energy he was emitting was too overwhelming. His whole body was now glowing with a brilliant light. His aura felt like it could crack the sky, sharp like steel. Wait, something is very strange. His aura is becoming huge. Very quickly, he radiated the aura of a god. He held his sword tightly. If he didn't give it his all, he would be done for. He was becoming a beast. Those around them couldn't help but be frightened. "Hey, is the vice captain serious?" A guy ran up and said, "I'm here. Hasn't it started yet?" Suddenly, that guy tripped and fell. Time seemed to freeze, and he stopped immediately. The soldier looked up and said hurriedly, "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away." No one expected him to ask, "Irene Pareira, stop the match. That's enough. From now on, Irene Pareira can act on his own without needing my permission." He was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head and praised, "With this kind of ability, it's fine to act on your own. Admit it. You can't be anything but an expert." Everyone, disperse. Night had fallen everywhere. Irene Pareira was still tossing and turning in his tent. He remembered the feeling of dealing with that giant monster. When facing the captain, the feeling was a bit different but still similar. A burning sensation controlled his entire body, as if someone had stripped him of his own autonomy. That's right. It was as if Irene Pareira could feel it even more clearly. Like the first day he had that dream. That figure appeared again. It really is that person. I thought I had escaped it, so why is it appearing again? He paused for a moment. Wait, is there something special about that person? Irene Pareira could see very clearly that the person was angry. Irene Pareira suddenly realized one thing. The dream had changed. That person had never shown any emotion, except for this moment. He looked at the scene before him and couldn't believe it. Why? Why is he angry? Irene Pareira suddenly woke up in reality. He sat up immediately. Let me try to think. When the dream changed, something happened to me. Something changed. Irene Pareira walked outside with a look of certainty. Something is certain. He walked out with an annoyed face. Jack Stewart, didn't you say yesterday that you put it in the stew? He confirmed it again. Yes, I checked the food, but why is it still normal like this? Jack Stewart just pretended. I don't understand either. That poison takes effect immediately. Who knew he would play it big? Put in double the amount today. Jack Stewart hesitated and stopped him. That's too dangerous. I'm afraid that if the dosage is too high, it won't just be a simple illness that kills him. He started to panic. Wait, is the person standing right in front of me actually worried about Irene Pareira? This made him lose his temper. Jack immediately lowered his voice. My apologies. I misspoke. He began to grumble. Even you? Do you have any idea how stressed I am? It's all because of that brat. I guess my father didn't hit you hard enough, did he? Act appropriately, and remember who you owe your position to. Jack Stewart just responded slowly. I will keep that in mind. The announcement was made. They would begin the march immediately after the meal. The artifact on him turned black again. Irene Pareira hadn't expected to be targeted again. They're persistent, aren't they? Are they planning to put something in every meal? He suddenly chuckled. Even so, he was happy that at least someone was on his side. Jack left another note to remind him. After the meal ended, they resumed their march. Hru turned back to check on him. You don't look so good. Are you okay? He denied it, saying he was fine. The atmosphere suddenly went quiet, and a strange sensation brushed past Irene Pareira. He immediately lowered his head. I sense demonic energy. I'll take care of the left flank. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed off like a bullet. Sure enough, monsters were right in front of him. Irene Pareira didn't hesitate to deliver the finishing blow. He slashed once, decisively. Meanwhile, another monster lunged at him. It tried to overwhelm him with its massive body. Irene Pareira powerfully blocked it with both hands. Its eyes glowed red, but his eyes were burning with just as much intensity. The monster seemed to shudder as his decisive strike split its body in two, but immediately after, several more surged forward. Slashes were unleashed instantly. Hru appeared to save him. He wouldn't let him face this alone. Leave the rear to me. The soldiers cheered for him. Young master, you fought amazingly today. Thank you. Irene Pareira smiled with relief, then looked down at his hands. Irene Pareira clenched his fists. My senses are getting sharper and sharper. I can even feel the demonic energy before the artifact does. Is this also an influence of that person? What does that have to do with anything? Rian was furious after learning of another failure. Damn it, he shouted, questioning them. You messed it up again? What on earth is going on? Jack Stewart explained clearly. I saw the artifact that senses demonic energy glowing. It also has the ability to neutralize poisons. Hearing this, Aaron Jen's blood boiled even more. Damn it, that bastard again? Why is it always him? He felt completely helpless. What should he do about him? Aaron Jen's face was full of frustration. There was truly no other way. He gripped his sword tightly, determined to capture the demon person. After walking for a while, they stopped. We're here, the man-made cave. This is the demon's headquarters. Irene Pareira, let's lead the troops in. Understood, Captain. Aaron Jen stepped forward. Captain, I will provide backup from behind, but absolutely do not let your guard down. They slowly entered the cave, and a bewitching sound echoed through the space. The sound of a violin played. They began to be captivated by it. That's nice, one said. I can hear a piano too. It's beautiful here. I feel so relaxed. I want to hear it closer. It was truly mesmerizing. In this group, only Irene Pareira remained conscious. Everyone is acting so strange. Are you all hallucinating? Irene Pareira shouted to warn everyone. It's a trap. Everyone, wake up. They suddenly froze, and a mysterious entity attacked from the shadows. Hru screamed to warn them all. If anyone isn't clear-headed, shake it off. Don't let the demons get to you. But it seemed they all reached their limit. From far away, a gentle melody played. We have guests. Welcome everyone. It seemed the demon was stronger than he thought. She spoke in a sweet voice. Shall we listen to another song? Pinoise slowly stood up from the piano. She and her minions looked at the knights with a savage smile. This made Rian and Hru hesitate, speechless. Hru looked at the red-eyed woman in front of him, puzzled. Is that really a demon? He found it hard to believe her appearance. Except for those red eyes, her other features didn't belong to a human. She had borrowed the power of the devil, yet kept her own ego. Facing the eerie Pinoise, even Hru was impressed. This is the first time I've seen such a demon. Beside him, Aaron Jen was trying to reassure himself. I can do this. I'll show them my superior strength. Suddenly, Pinoise spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. Shall I perform a song for you all? Rian rushed up from behind, shouting, Shut your mouth, you cruel demon. Hru quickly waved his hand to warn him. Lord Jiran, please stay close to us. She spoke in a bewitching yet gentle and deliberate tone. Please, turn back. My performance is wonderful. Pinoise stuck out her tongue, her eyes flashing inexplicably, releasing a light violet magical energy into the air. That last song was just the opening act. I will show you my true talent. As if predicting something, Pinoise spoke to draw their attention. My sweet, deep voice will embrace your weary bodies. Very quickly, Rian was mesmerized. His eyes became vacant, and he gradually lost consciousness. Well, then just one more song. Pinoise's words echoed in his ears. It will feel as comfortable as a dream. Suddenly, Hru turned and shouted, startling him back to reality. Wake up! He immediately reminded him. Don't look directly at that demoness. You'll be hypnotized. Suddenly, Aaron Jen bolted forward, despite everyone trying to stop him. No, stop! In his heart, young Master Gen was filled with nothing but selfishness and a desire to stand out. I must kill this demoness. Rian thought everything could be overcome so easily. He figured he could kill her with just one strike, but he had greatly underestimated Pinoise's abilities. She tossed her hair to his astonishment. Hair? The hair flew toward him so fast that Aaron Gen had to stop to defend himself. He quickly swung his sword to cut the hair in front of him. However, contrary to his expectations, Rian's attack was useless against her. I can't cut it. Seeing this, Pinoise sighed with contempt. What are you doing? Do you think you can cut it by doing that? Without hesitation, she turned her hair into a giant hand. In just a moment, it reached Aaron Jen's face before he could do anything. Luckily, Jack arrived just in time, using his sword to block the attack, causing Aaron Jen to shout in surprise, "Jack!" even though the man tried to push Aaron Jen away to protect him. "Young master, get back. It's too dangerous." But he just stood there, stuttering. I must. Just a second of distraction. And Pinoise's hair wrapped around Jack's face to his shock. Then, Pinoise successfully controlled it to wrap around Jack's stomach and drag him away. Jack was coiled up tightly and brought before Pinoise's. She leisurely greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Jack." Then Pinoise turned her gaze toward Hugh. Now, don't worry. I have no intention of killing the lad." Contrary to her words, she lifted Jack up, not as a threat, but with a sinister smirk on her face. "I'm a pacifist, you know," Hugh growled, asserting his authority. "What kind of game are you playing?" Pinoise smirked and offered a deal. "I am negotiating with you people." She held Jack out as if he were mere merchandise, trading the life of this talented and handsome knight. Then, Pinoise directly offered a trade, the life of the beautiful and talented young man that is me. "I want to trade these two. What do you think? Not a bad deal, right?" Faced with Fingon and Hill, who were speechless with rage, she remained calm, laying out her terms. "If you grant me a way out, I will leave this place and drop this knight somewhere I deem safe." "Luke!" Hugh called out, warning the old man. "Viscount Giron, please don't confront her." Fingon gritted his teeth in resignation. He shouted, firmly rejecting her demands. "The Giron family will never negotiate with a demon like you." But Pinoise wasn't the least bit afraid. She remained composed. "Is that so? What a shame." She then tightened her hair around Jack's neck, causing his expression to contort in agony. Poor Jack Stewart had to sacrifice himself for his family. Ryan hadn't given up yet. He slowly approached, fueled by desperation. "I wanted to risk everything to save the young master." Meanwhile, Pinoise was rambling on. "Then, can we change the terms?" As she spoke, a suspicious purple light flickered in her eyes. It turned out Pinoise had noticed him and was restraining Ryan. I can't move," Fingon anxiously warned. "Ryan, get back here, right now, hurry." Luke, feeling cornered, gave the order. "Everyone, prepare to fight." Pinoise wouldn't just stand there and take it either. She controlled her hair, lashing it forward to wrap tightly around Aaron. Fingon's face turned pale with worry. "Ryan, no." It was too late. Both young men were now firmly in Pinoise's grasp. Hugh refused to compromise. He pointed and ordered his men to attack, but Fingon immediately stepped in to block them. "Wait, stop. I said stop." Seeing this, Hugh yelled, confused. "What do you think you're doing? Get out of the way." The old man stood in a difficult position, teeth gritted in frustration. By now, Fingon had made up his mind. He ordered his subordinates to protect the young master and stop the Sunset Knights. All the soldiers received the order and shouted in acknowledgement. Fingon was livid, looking like he might explode. "Viscount Giron, do you think I'll just let you get away with this?" But the old man only cared about saving his son and ignored everything else. "Shut your mouth!" Fingon turned his head in a panic. "I have to save my son. I will not back down." He turned to Pinoise and asked, "Is your deal still valid?" "Of course. I swear it before my master, Lord Lastro." Hearing this, Fingon turned to Lastro and Jay, seeking their help. "Baron Russell, Baron Lastro, please, lend me your strength. If we don't, you both know what will happen, right?" However, before they could react, Hugh was already brimming with intensity, warning them in a stern voice. "As the general of the punitive force, I command you. I will not show mercy to any family or anyone who tries to stop me from exterminating this demon." Fingon was about to speak, but Pinoise cut him off. "How ridiculous. Don't you all agree?" Then, she pulled Jack forward, staring at his pained expression. Pinoise teased him. "Oh, poor Jack, why are you reacting like that? If I were you, I'd have died a long time ago." She glanced around excitedly. "Well, what should we do now? Let me show you my madness a bit more." While bragging confidently, Pinoise suddenly paused, as if she realized something. "Getting impatient? Are we? Come on, let's watch." She noticed someone in the distance, surrounded by a flow of energy, and wondered, "What is that?" It turned out to be Irene Pareira, standing motionless with his sword pointed forward. Pinoise was curious. Why is he? How long has he been standing there? She looked at his face, eyes tightly shut. "Huh?" she muttered, confused. "Is he closing his eyes?" Pinoise felt a hint of disdain. At a time like this? Just as she was lost in thought, Irene Pereira suddenly opened his eyes. How strange. In an instant, Just like that, Irene Pereira dashed forward like a storm. Pinoy opened her eyes wide in shock. With a single strike, he slashed across her body before she had a chance to react. He watched as she was sent flying away, crashing into the piano, shattering it into pieces. Even Hill was surprised by the level of skill Irene Pereira displayed. Only he kept his cold, determined expression. Sitting on the ground, looking at his own wounds and muttering, recovering too slowly. She realized the power of her opponent, gritted her teeth in anger, and the wounds began to heal as if nothing had happened. Pinoy immediately stood up and grabbed Jack and Aaron to do something. As expected, she immediately pushed the two forward. Hostages must be used as shields to buy time for recovery. Irene Pereira seemed to anticipate her move. He hardened his expression, gained momentum, and launched an attack. His slash was so fast that Pinoy was left stunned, unable to react. It wasn't until her arm was sliced off that Pinoy regained her senses and shrieked. Pinoy realized that this kid didn't care about the hostages at all. Faced with Irene Pereira's sharp gaze, Pinoy realized he was only aiming for her. He looked back at her without a hint of hesitation. Their vengeful gazes met, signaling that a life-or-death battle was about to begin. Immediately, Irene Pereira swung his sword again. Pinoy didn't want to just take the hit and scrambled into a defensive stance. "I have to stop him." She raised her hand, channeling her defensive energy. As soon as the sword touched her, her hair wrapped around her like a sturdy shield. She didn't seem to be hurt, and whispered to herself, "All right." Pinoy opened one blood-red eye to observe. "Now, I'm gradually recovering." Suddenly, she looked at the falling strands of hair and wondered, "What is this? The demonic energy. It's not merging." Pinoy realized in horror. Could it be that this kid did this? She gritted her teeth in fury. He couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Not giving Pinoy a chance to counter, Irene Pereira unleashed a fierce attack. Pereira's Justice. A massive surge of power seemed to light up the sky as it descended upon her. It still wasn't enough. The attack only created a slight crack on Pinoy's shield. Without giving up, Irene Pereira unleashed a new technique, another strike immediately raining down on her. It seemed to have an effect. Pinoy realized in terror, "I can't believe it. The shield is hardening." Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Irene Pereira continuing his assault. A final strike. She finally widened her eyes, realizing she was wrong. She couldn't beat him. That was way too close. I almost lost my life there. A massive explosion turned everything blinding white, but Irene Pereira just stood there, calmly watching it all unfold. Hill reacted in a flash. Lester and Finn were left staring in total shock, eyes wide as they waited for the outcome. Suddenly, a strange silhouette shot out from the thick cloud of smoke. A cloaked figure was right on its heels. It was Lulu, but in a different form. He let out a loud, thunderous roar. In an instant, he launched a strike straight at Pinoy, who was desperately trying to escape. Lulu gritted his teeth in anger. As something clicked, he realized that the layer of hair shielding her wasn't her actual body. Only half of her. So where was the rest? Meanwhile, she was scrambling for her life with what was left of her body, thinking, "I have to get out of here." Just as she glanced back, she saw a familiar figure looming behind the hazy glow. That silhouette drew closer and closer, becoming clearer by the second. A sharp glint flashed from within the dust. Pinoy seemed to realize something and just froze in a daze. Before she could even react or turn around, a clean slash swung down from the distance. Staring blankly, Pinoy could only widen her eyes in shock. How humiliating. Even in her final moments, Pinoy Noise just couldn't accept it. How? How could he possibly defeat me? Gripped by resentment, she began to fade away. It was unbelievable. Her body simply dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind. As the smoke cleared, all that remained was a deep crack in the ground from the weapon's strike. The first one to process it was Ha-jun. He lowered his voice. A demon. Everyone around them realized what happened and erupted into cheers. The demon had been defeated. "Young Master Irene Pereira killed the demon," Ha-jun shouted, beaming with pride. The praise poured in for Irene Pereira. It was truly incredible. Lulu returned to his normal form and let out a sigh of admiration. He was completely speechless. Jack finally regained his composure. He looked at the person who had saved his life, standing there in a daze, unable to find the words. Irene Pereira stood like an indomitable statue in the Jan territory. At the temporary headquarters of the Sunset Knights, a soldier spoke up. "I really can't believe such a brutal battle ended without a single casualty." Bright began his analysis. The opponent was extremely powerful, even using hypnosis. He went on to talk about Irene Pereira and his raw strength handling that monster entirely on his own. "I'm genuinely surprised. Young Master Irene Pereira is completely different from the rumors. I still can't get the image of him slashing that demon out of my head. The monster finally appeared in the Hahale kingdom. He paused, wondering, by the way, now that the vice captain has finished up, we can head back, right? Someone next to him quickly clarified, yes, it must be dealt with. A voice rang out. This was something that never should have happened in the first place. It turned out to be Finn making excuses. Forgive me, sir, but I wasn't in my right mind at the time. His pathetic attempt at a cover-up was immediately shut down. Enough of that garbage. How can you even try to justify yourself now? The old man kept digging. Don't you see, Vice Captain? I was brainwashed by that demon. Finn kept scrambling for excuses. It's true that I care about my son, but that's not why I'm not stupid enough to sacrifice the peace of the continent. He covered his face with his hand, lying through his teeth. Honestly, if that demon hadn't hypnotized me. Lulu stared at the old man with a look of pure disgust, despising him from the bottom of his heart. What a pathetic snake. Everyone knew he was perfectly lucid the whole time, but there was no concrete proof to seal his fate. Beneath the sleeves of Finn Genin, hidden smiles were carefully tucked away. At that same moment, in a room, someone was lying on the bed with their feet sticking out. It was Irene Pareira, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, he sat up and sighed, thinking about that sword. Irene raised his hand to feel the air, remembering the sensation. It wasn't the sword for his family. It was a sword meant only to cut down demons. Then, Irene remembered that mysterious person again. Could it be because of that man? He wondered. Who exactly is he? Will he just keep throwing my life into chaos? A voice suddenly called out, grabbing his attention. Young master, you have a visitor. Seeing it was Jack, he politely greeted him, Lord Jack Stewart. Jack gave a respectful nod. Greetings, young master Irene Pareira. Irene got straight to the point. Yes, what brings you here? Jack Stewart explained quickly. I came because I wanted to speak with you regarding the subjugation battle. First, I wanted to express my gratitude. Irene looked a bit confused. Yes, Jack continued. When I was taken hostage, no one cared about my life. Not Vice Captain Hilburnett. Not my own men. Not even Lord Fingen. Irene didn't reply. He felt a bit guilty. It's not like that. At the time, I didn't care about the hostages. I was just focused on taking down the demon right in front of me. Even so, I didn't know that. And I'm still sincerely grateful. If not for you, I would have certainly died. I really, truly thank you. Irene Pereira avoided his gaze, just giving a perfunctory reply. It's nothing. Jack Stewart spoke up again, his voice serious. And there is one more thing I must tell you. He revealed the truth, catching Irene completely off guard. I was the one who poisoned your food. Please, have a seat, I'll explain the details. Jack knew for himself. Even if it was an order from his lord, it was something he never should have done. He bowed his head, sincerely owning up to his mistake. Regardless of morals or basic humanity, even though words aren't enough, I am truly sorry. He stood before the man, bowing his head in silence. Jack Stewart added, I will accept whatever punishment you decide. Young Master Irene Pereira. Contrary to Jack's expectations, Irene already knew. I had already guessed as much. So it was true. I'm so confused. All of this. Irene Pereira stood up to dismiss his guest. I'm not in the mood to talk right now, so please, just leave for today. Jack tried to push further, but Irene turned his back on him. Resolute. I have no intention of letting this slide. I'm quite conflicted right now, so please, just go. Jack knew there was nothing left to say and could only leave behind his final words. I will pay for my sins, I promise. After he left, Irene Pereira stood deep in thought, until suddenly, a voice rang out. Dwelling on it won't change anything. Irene saw Lulu and shouted in surprise. Lulu, he asked tentatively. Are you doing all right? Irene knelt on one knee to ask back. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for so long. Lulu felt ashamed and couldn't bear to look Irene in the eye. It's no use. I don't have the face to see you. Lulu turned his head away, saddened. If only I had taught you better, your other powers would have surfaced. You wouldn't have been separated from your family for so long. Irene fell into deep thought. He realized that being trapped in that illusion world was his own fault. Lulu covered his ears in regret. Kiryu wouldn't be this sad either. It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry. But Irene Pereira didn't blame him at all. He reached out to comfort him. No, Lulu. You didn't do anything wrong. Just as his arm reached out, Lulu immediately backed away. Don't touch me. I'm a jinxed black cat. Irene Pereira retorted instantly. What are you talking about? All of that is just superstition. It has nothing to do with you. Lulu was so annoyed that he stood up on his hind legs to explain, superstition is also a form of power. If enough people believe in meaningless stories, they become reality. Even if something doesn't have inherent power, if enough people believe in it, it becomes true. Even as he stood up, he kept rambling on without stopping. Magic is created from the collective will of many people, and it has the power to change the laws of the world. Influencing Irene Pareira, Lulu created another power circle, preparing to do something. If you stay with me, you'll definitely become miserable. From now on, I won't show myself in front of you anymore. Suddenly, something darted forward. It was Irene Pareira, grabbing Lulu before he could bolt. Gotcha. He panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Let go!" Irene Pareira, my bad luck will rub off on you. Let go. But Irene Pareira didn't listen. He lifted Lulu close to himself. From today on, black cats are a symbol of good luck. Lulu was still scared, pushing his paws against Irene's nose. What are you saying? Black cats aren't lucky. No matter how much he kicked, Irene Pareira remained firm. Things are different now, because you'll be by my side. Lulu was moved to the point of tears by his conviction. Compared to the beliefs gathered from others, I am more trustworthy. You are a cat that brings good luck. Finally, he gave in. Lulu hugged Irene Pareira. I missed you so much, Irene Pareira. Now that Lulu was back to chatting comfortably, he added, that, I can do too. Truly, magic is mysterious. You're just like Irene Pareira, rambling on. I didn't expect our friends from the academy to show up either, and now, even using a sword made of magic. Truly, Irene Pareira, you are so well suited for magic. Irene Pareira wondered. Huh, how did you know that? Lulu felt guilty and immediately jumped off the bed. Well, I've been by your side since you left the illusion world. Irene realized the issue immediately. What? Lulu confirmed it. The white cat was also me, in disguise. And I was the one who sent the note during the battle. There is poison in the food. Be careful. Irene Pareira looked blank and confused. What? But why tell me? Lulu glanced at him. Irene Pareira, I have something to ask you. His tone suddenly turned serious. When facing the demonic entity, you seemed a bit strange, not like your usual self. What's the matter? Irene Pareira didn't hide anything and recounted everything to Lulu. After hearing the truth, Lulu rested his chin on his paw, looking as if he understood. So that's what happened. The blurry man facing Irene Lulu analyzed that he seemed to hate demonic entities. No, perhaps it's the origin you're starting to remember, or perhaps it's a hatred for demons. Immediately, a silhouette appeared in his mind. If it were someone from about 150 years ago, Irene looked down at the cat and asked, Someone from 150 years ago? It replied, That's right. At this, Lulu jumped onto the bed. But that's not even that important. Why does the problem lie in what that man thinks? He looked indignant. The most important thing is that man's will. Your mind was completely swept away when you were there. Irene agreed. Lulu understandingly placed a paw on Irene's shoulder. Even so, being swept away happens sometimes. And you have put your sword down in exhaustion before. But you also picked it back up with great strength, didn't you? Lulu said fiercely. If it's too hard, I'll help you hold it. Look, I've been training hard, all year, and now I'm extremely strong. Seeing this, Irene burst out laughing. What are you planning to do? Lulu kept flexing his muscles. Do you see these muscles? What do you think? Not too bad, right? Irene couldn't help but feel flustered. It's so good to have Lulu by my side. Irene thought to himself, if I were alone, I would only be more anxious. It's so good to have someone I can trust. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, there are a few things I haven't resolved yet. His promises to the headmaster and Ilya Lindsay and Irene couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. I haven't seen them in a year. I wonder how everyone is doing. Switching scenes to another place, a man wearing golden armor was pacing back and forth. He kept turning around, looking extremely uneasy, and then the other person shouted in annoyance. Damn it! He clenched his fists. The other families had been manipulated by that Viscount Gen. Is this how the insubordination against the orders of the kingdom's knights is being ignored? His expression was anxious. For the sake of the kingdom's prosperity and peace across the continent, these kinds of precedents could not be allowed. Just then, a voice rang out. Vice Captain, you have a visitor? He was startled and looked back. The person who had just walked inside immediately called out to Hilburnett. I have some things I need to tell you. Seeing that person, he was surprised. You are. Switching scenes to another mansion, the scene outside was peaceful, but a teacup was thrown straight at the window. What the hell is this? The man shouted angrily. How could you serve me tea that tastes like trash, huh? The subordinate quickly knelt on the ground and begged. I'm sorry, sir. He shouted loudly. Get out. I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out of my sight right now. The other person immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Before he could finish, the old man interrupted, "Shut your mouth and get out of here right now." After that, the room was left with only Fingen. He secretly thought to himself that he had successfully evaded punishment related to the crusade. But what now? Fingen couldn't stop the fear in his heart. That was the last chance for our family to make a comeback. Everything has completely vanished just because of that bastard Irene Pareira. Just then, there was a noise outside the door, and the old man shouted, "I told you I didn't want to meet anyone today." Finn lost his composure and pounded the table, saying, "Get lost." Suddenly, a light laugh rang out. "You seem to be quite angry today." Hearing that voice, the old man was startled. The person slowly walked inside, continuing to smile. "I only came to conclude our conversation." Upon seeing the person, Fingen glared at Hill Burnett. Finn was annoyed. "What else is there for us to talk about between us?" He just smiled and replied, "Since there isn't much time left, I'll get straight to the point. I know that the Gen family committed a despicable act during the crusade you planned to poison the food of the young Lord Pereira." Just hearing these words, Fingen's expression changed in panic. "What the hell are you talking about?" He lost his composure and said, "Are you trying to push me into a corner again? When you have no evidence, this behavior makes me very uncomfortable. Get out of my territory right now." Hill Burnett's expression remained calm. "What would you do if I showed you the evidence?" Hearing this, the old man stammered, "What? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here immediately, if you don't." At this point, Fingen suddenly froze, as if he had seen something truly terrifying. Someone else appeared behind Hugh. He was a witness to the incident. Jack Stewart had told us everything, and since he confessed, he would face appropriate punishment. Upon hearing this, the old man panicked immediately. "No way, that guy is lying. That bastard, he did it himself. Tell the truth, will you?" Fee panted relentlessly, sweat dripping down his face in sheer tension. Rack cleared his throat and continued, "You still look pathetic until the very end, don't you?" "Viscount!" the old man shouted. "You damned scoundrel, how could you do this to me?" Hugh spoke up, offering a warning. "Viscount Gen," he continued, "I will be sending an official request to the kingdom, and an investigation will commence shortly. If you're lying, you'll simply be punished according to the findings. However, if everything is, as he says," Hugh's voice turned cold and cautionary, "you had better prepare yourself to face the consequences." Just like that, he turned away. "There it is if you don't want to lose everything you've built." With that, Hugh walked straight ahead, with a steady gait. While walking, he thought to himself, "Finally, that's settled." Those around him greeted him, "Welcome back, sir." Next, Hugh got on his horse and spoke to those below. "I'm going to head to the Pereira family estate for a bit, so get everything ready for our return." His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." Inside, Hugh thought, "I'm going to recruit Enya into the Sunset Knights. I cannot lose him, no matter what." Hugh quickly spurred his horse forward, his face full of anticipation. But then, he asked in confusion, "Wait, what? He's already left for the Chrono Fencing Academy?" Hugh's voice was filled with disappointment. "I heard he was rejected, though?" His father replied that he had come home because he had some business to attend to, but in reality, he had been officially accepted into the academy 5 years ago. Hugh couldn't help but sigh. "I see. I'm too late." Still, he offered praise. "You truly have an amazing son. Your son is a treasure, not just to the kingdom, but to the entire continent, isn't he?" The father laughed upon hearing this. "I'm so happy to hear you say that about him." Meanwhile, he continued on his journey. As he walked, he marveled. "So, that Jan fellow is the headmaster of the fencing academy? Is he really that talented?" A voice replied, "Yes, I know he is one of the greatest swordsmen on the continent." En looked on with admiration. "He is the one who guided me in the right direction. He is the first teacher I have ever respected." Aaron Gen sighed with regret. "If it were him, I'm fairly certain, I could have received some useful advice regarding my current unstable state. Then again, maybe he wouldn't have been able to offer any helpful advice concerning the dream I've been having." Lou's ears twitched slightly. "Who knows, maybe he could solve the mystery of that dream of yours? Doesn't that make sense?" He tilted his head and asked, "Didn't you say he was one of the greatest swordsmen on this continent?" He responded in confusion. "So what?" Lou explained. "Regardless of the field, the person considered the best on the entire continent is no stranger to holy arts, because those people possess extremely high-level skills and an extraordinary will that defies conventional logic." Hearing this, he smiled thoughtfully. It seemed this question wasn't necessarily unsolvable. At this point, Lou spoke up again. "Wait a second. Do I count as your master when it comes to holy arts?" En replied, "Yes, you do. Lou is my second master. Lu immediately sounded excited. That sounds like a lot of fun. After that, Lu hopped down to the ground. All right, let's get serious about this journey. A puff of smoke began to rise. On looked on, stunned. Lu, suddenly, a limb that looked just like a human leg appeared, followed by a tail in the back. Followed by an outfit resembling a brave warrior, complete with a cool hat. He asked, "What do you think?" By now, Lu had transformed into a warrior cat and said, "I'll show you everything on this journey of ours." And also exclaimed, "That's so cool." Lu acted quite confident. Normally, I don't like wearing things like this, but when I decide to do something, this is child's play. He couldn't help but smile. It looked like he wouldn't be bored on the way there. And so, they headed forward. Just you wait. The strongest swordsman is on his way to the Chrono Fencing Academy. Scene changed to the capital, Ankancha. As they walked, they looked around. Is this the place? This is the city of the Chrono Fencing Academy. As they walked, En said, "You could stay out all night with these magic street lamps." Over there, a group of people were constantly using magic. En said, "Look over there. They're using magic, they're juggling. It looks like fun, right?" He looked around and smiled. That's why this place could develop into such a large capital. It's because the main building of the Chrono Fencing Academy was built here. You seem so excited, Lu. The Fencing Academy is a much more interesting place than I imagined. En walked around and said, "First, let's find a place to stay." Lu wagged his tail excitedly. "How about somewhere with a really cool sign?" Afterward, they arrived at an inn. "How about this one? A sword emblem? That suits you. Are you happy now? All right, let's stay there." He immediately jumped down. "En, I want to go out and play for a while." He reminded him, "All right, don't be home too late. Will do." After that, he went inside to ask. Inside, he couldn't help but be in awe. Everyone inside was drinking and eating boisterously. It's so spacious inside. But suddenly, On felt uneasy. But the atmosphere here, he looked around, almost everyone there was carrying a sword. Why are they staring at me? And couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as he looked at the gazes directed at him. Did I pick the wrong place? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, wait a minute." A large man walked over. "Are you a guest of the Chrono Fencing Academy too?" On replied, bewildered, "Yes, but how did you know?" The other guys saw this and immediately burst out laughing. "Haha, he's a guest too? This place really attracts all sorts of people, doesn't it?" From the other side, someone warned, "Anyone can challenge themselves, but being too full of yourself isn't good." Just then, another noise erupted. "What did you say? You lot? Kick those bastards out. Because those little brats are joining, we have to stand here and wait longer." The man's hand pointed forward as he signaled, "Hey, if you want to complain, come here and I'll settle it for you. All you do is flap your gums. Don't blame me when you regret it." What did that damn punk just say? Eon stood there, full of question marks, trying to figure things out. "I've been waiting for a while. What are they talking about?" The innkeeper spoke up to remind the young man, who then turned around, looking dazed. "Me?" The old man replied, "Who else would be standing there besides you?" Just then, a shout echoed out, "Get out of here, you damn idiots." Eon walked over, feeling confused. "Shouldn't we stop them?" The old man just chuckled and said, "Don't worry. They've been here for 10 years, and there's never been an actual fight." The innkeeper turned away and started asking, "You said you're a guest of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy?" Eon replied, "Yes." He wondered to himself, "But how does he know that?" The old man answered, "You came in here without knowing? Everyone here is a guest of Chrono. Our inn is famous for housing visitors to the academy, so no regular people ever come here." He took a sip of beer and added, "Is this your first time at the visitor reception tournament?" Eon replied, "Visitor reception?" The innkeeper was speechless. "You really don't know anything, do you?" Eon gave a sheepish smile, and the innkeeper began to explain. The Chrono Swordsmanship Academy is the dream destination for many swordsmen, and because of its fame, sword-wielding visitors come to visit all the time. Since there were so many people, the academy eventually refused to accept them, but those who wouldn't leave the gates until someone saw them began to appear. They even formed groups that insulted the academy, calling the Chrono people cowards. As a result, a visitor reception system was created, held every 2 weeks. On the day set by Chrono Academy, they accept anyone who wants to challenge them to a sword fight. The old man reminded him that this is why they all want to get the mercenary badge, to meet the requirements for the challenge. "Follow me." Eon looked puzzled but thought, "I see. Well, it's none of my business anyway." He was a bit startled, but he figured getting a mercenary title wouldn't be a bad thing. Eon was amazed. Is this the boss leading the way and acting all cool? Beneath the ground of a facility for mercenaries, the boss said as he walked. The test can't take place upstairs because of the noise. Eon was confused. A test? Really? The old man laughed. You'll see soon enough. They arrived at a room. I'm here. A man was already waiting inside. Eon, why are you here now? Oh, you brought a guest to take the test? Eon looked at the object, confused. What is that? The innkeeper replied, it's a Jack Stewart gauge. Hit it as hard as you can, and the power you generate will show up on the square disc below. Eon asked, do I hit it with my bare hands? The other man picked up a sword and said, of course, use a sword. This is the simple, yet accurate way to categorize your ability by measuring the impact force you generate. Eon asked, what if I shatter it? He didn't seem too sure. The old man laughed. You've got spirit, kid, but that's a magical prop. It's not that easy to break. Don't worry. Only youngsters like you ever worry about that. Eon smiled slightly and replied, I understand. I won't hold back then. The innkeeper walked over to the other man and said, he's a guest of Chrono. The man asked, doesn't he look a bit too good for that position? He crossed his arms and immediately said, I bet 7 silver coins he hits 300. The innkeeper sighed. Come on, he looks stronger than his age suggests. At least 500. They started bickering. Fine, I bet 501. The innkeeper chuckled. Heh, sly guy. On the other side, there were swords laid out. He reminded Eon, young man, since you didn't bring a sword, just pick one. Eon replied, I'm fine. The man looked puzzled. Fine? What do you mean? Suddenly, a sword appeared right before their eyes. Both men were shocked. What the hell? That sword just appeared out of thin air. Eon, meanwhile, didn't care about what was behind him. He closed his eyes and quietly felt something. Then, Eon opened his eyes, an oppressive aura radiating from his entire body. He raised his sword high, aimed at the power testing device, took a deep breath, and swung the sword down with all his might. A shockwave echoed out immediately. The two men couldn't help but be startled and dumbfounded. Eon looked at the ground, slightly bewildered, and was surprised when he saw that the object hadn't been damaged. Amazing. It really absorbed the impact. The innkeeper walked up to Eon, trembling as he asked, wait, how did you pull out that sword? Eon smiled and replied, mystic arts. It's similar to magic. The man was stunned as it vanished. Eon turned to them and asked, so, what's my score? I don't really know the standards. But is it good? After seeing the score, both of their expressions changed. It was an unimaginable number. 10,772 points. Eon asked happily, did I pass? The man replied immediately, of course, but my dear customer, a silver card is the highest rank you can receive for a first-time mercenary. Eon replied casually, that's fine. I'll take the silver card. Then he returned to his new room. So this is the mercenary card. Eon smiled and said, yeah, a silver card. Pretty interesting. Lulu began to lick her fur and said, tomorrow is the day. He smiled softly and replied, yeah, tomorrow. He wondered to himself, will I be able to see Duda tomorrow? The image of her smiling face appeared in Eon's mind. I want to see her. The next day arrived, and Eon headed to where they needed to go. The main gate is over there. Where are all those people going? He looked around and spoke up. They were participants in the swordsmanship event, known as the visitor reception. Lulu's expression became excited. Sounds fun. Let's go too. Let's go watch. Eon was speechless. Fine, let's go. They followed the crowd. It would be interesting, right? Eon laughed. Are you that eager? He thought, we'll just watch for a while. They arrived at the arena, where a group of people was already gathered around. Eon sat next to Lulu. You're excited. This should be fun. It's so fun. So exciting. There are more people here than I thought. A group of people nearby spoke up. What the hell? They sent a kid like that? Aren't they looking down on us? Eon followed their gaze, looked down, and couldn't help but laugh. So, an acquaintance? Yeah, he replied. Indeed. A familiar figure appeared. It was Lance Patterson. He looked straight at the person. He's from my generation. Seeing him, Eon immediately said, happily, Lance, he's a classmate from my department. Lou saw this and looked down too. He looks pretty strong, he replied. Yes, he's very strong. Lance then spoke up to them. Greetings to the visitors of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. I am an intern from the 27th training class. I, Lance, will be your first opponent today. A chorus of unpleasant noises erupted. What? An intern? This kid hasn't even finished the course yet. Are you mocking us? I didn't come here to fight. An intern. Stop playing games and go focus on graduating. A slight shudder ran through the crowd. Did you guys hear that rumor? The 27th class is known as the Golden Generation. Another guy sneered. Golden, my foot. At the end of the day, they're just interns. This is clearly a scam, Lance replied calmly. I understand. Normally, visitors would face graduated masters, he continued, but since the academy wants the interns to gain some experience by fighting outsiders, we decided to change things up a bit starting from this round. Of course, since I'm just an intern, I might not be a match for you. He flashed a calm smile and added a condition. If anyone fighting me feels disappointed, I will call my teacher out. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Enough! Someone stepped onto the stage. A man with a scarred face approached. We just need to take you down and drag that teacher out here, right? Lance replied. That's right. I'm truly looking forward to our match. At this, Lance suddenly looked in one direction and exclaimed. The man used a great sword, and his opponent mocked him. What's wrong? Scared already? Lance smiled and replied, It just reminds me of someone. Should I let you go first? Hearing that, the man roared in anger. You! The man lunged forward instantly. I'll make sure you never dare to speak such arrogant words again. He swung his massive blade down at Lance. Lance's eyes remained calm as he watched the incoming strike. Then suddenly, clang! The man was left stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He thought to himself, clearly. At that moment, Lance swung his sword as well. The man wondered if he had swung his blade, but Lance had already attacked with lightning speed. Immediately after, the man's greatsword was sent flying. What? Then, the giant blade embedded itself into a nearby wall. Lu saw this and was amazed. He really is strong. The man who had just been so aggressive was now slumped on the ground, trembling. This power and speed are on a completely different level. Lance still stood tall on the stage and said, All right then. He looked around and asked, Who's next to challenge me? The man, still unable to believe it, knelt on the ground. I lost. He tried to pick up his sword to stand, but fell back to the ground, unable to move. The others were shocked. What was that? The guys sitting above whispered to each other. He's just an intern. How is he so strong? I told you, most of the 27th class are geniuses. The golden generation. He immediately felt tense. All right, we need you now. The man was confused. Me? They kept urging him. You're the hero of our village. Didn't you say before that you took down 17 people by yourself? Only you can take down that brat. The man felt flustered and whispered, Shut up, you maniacs. Keep your voices down. Lance noticed this as well. His expression showed genuine surprise. He immediately began walking toward them. The guys on the other side grew tense. That guy is heading this way. The person next to him was startled. It's true. Only the strong can recognize the strong. The guy inside was pleading in his heart. Please don't come over here. From now on, I'll be a good person. Better than I ever was. So please. But Lance spoke up. It's been a long time. He called out, Irene Pareira. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Lance smiled and asked, Do you still remember who I am? Irene immediately replied, Lance, it's been a long time. The two of them started chatting excitedly. I never expected to see you here. Where the heck have you been all this time? The guys nearby were startled. What the hell is going on here? He's not coming after us, Irene replied. It's a long story. They went back and forth, of course. It was going to be a long story. 5 years. Can you believe it? Man, it sounds like you've had your share of troubles, he agreed. Lance sighed. It's a real shame. If you had come sooner, you would have met Judith and Brad. Hearing those two names, he was slightly startled. Brad returned to the Swordsmanship Academy? Lance replied. So you didn't know? He came back and gave it his all a few days ago. He and Judith have headed out on a training journey. Hearing that, he smiled. That's great. I'm really happy to hear that, though it's a pity I missed him. After that, he spoke up again. The most important thing right now is to get down here. Come on, Lance said, smiling excitedly. Let's have a match. I know you're much stronger than before, right? He also smiled and agreed. Then, Irene and Lance stood facing each other. Who is that guy, Irene? It seemed like they knew each other. Is it that guy? The one who failed the final evaluation and couldn't become an intern? Probably. That makes sense. From above, Lu called out loudly, Irene, take that guy down. Don't go easy on him just because you know him. Lance was surprised. A cat that can speak? Is that cat yours? Irene replied, Oh, no, that's my master. He was stunned. Since his master was here, he didn't say anything more and drew his weapon. That's right. I learned this from her. As soon as the sword suddenly appeared, Lance's expression turned to one of astonishment. Where did that sword come from? Is it magic? He then thought to himself, No, maybe it's a secret technique. If his master is a cat, then this might just be a secret. Irene, You really are something. Eon smiled at his words. That's the result of 5 years of training. Then, Lance also picked up his sword. But I haven't been sitting around doing nothing either. He assumed a fighting stance, and leaning in seriously, he said, I won't go easy on you if you're too weak. Eon looked straight at him and spoke softly. Lance curled his lips into a confident smile. He shouted, Come at me, Eon responded. Yeah, just like that. The two of them lunged at each other. The piercing sound of clashing metal rang out powerfully. Lance tilted his blade to deflect Eon's sword. The two kept launching attack after attack at each other without holding anything back. The people watching from above were amazed. That guy got pushed back. Their attacks are so fast. No, look closely. He's blocking every single strike. Lance immediately lunged forward, his sword slashing toward Eon with blinding speed. Suddenly, he flinched. What was this? A strange sensation washed over him. As their blades clashed, a piercing, prolonged screech filled the air. Lance's expression shifted instantly. No way, he muttered. That's impossible. How could he do that? He swung his blade again, determined to verify what he'd just seen. Eon noticed the change and caught his gaze. Both of them struck out at the same time, before leaping back to create distance. Lance caught his breath and demanded, Aaron Jen, how do you know Bread's swordsmanship? Aaron Jen simply maintained a faint smile as he watched him. Irene Pareira and Lance stood locked in a standoff, both gripping their swords with white knuckles. Lance stared at the blade in Irene Pereira's hand, completely stunned. There was no mistaking it. That was Bread's swordsmanship. His eyes widened. Is this for real? He spoke, his tone laced with disbelief. How did you? Suddenly, his face twisted in even greater shock. Across from him, Irene Pereira stood tall, his sword gripped firmly and leveled forward. Lance thought to himself, that stance. He realized something was wrong and shouted inwardly, No! But Irene Pereira didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, launching a surprise attack. Lance scrambled backward, thinking, I can't let him land that devastating blow. A flash of light erupted as Lance barely managed to parry Irene Pereira's strike. While Irene remained steady, the sheer force of the impact sent Lance skidding backward. He still couldn't bring himself to accept the reality of the situation. The last time he'd seen Brace's swordsmanship was during the final evaluation 5 years ago. He wondered how on earth he could have learned it from memories half a decade old. After a long silence, Irene finally spoke, his tone grave and focused. A loud roar echoed as he vaulted high into the air. Irene Pereira hung in the air, his sword pulled back to build momentum. His voice was icy. My turn. Lance panicked, stumbling slightly as he thrust his sword forward to meet the incoming strike. He desperately tried to block, but Irene Pereira's attack was far too overwhelming. Lance was forced back, his boots grinding into the ground until the tiles shattered beneath him. He screamed internally, No! Lance simply couldn't believe what was happening. No way! Irene Pereira performed a somersault in midair, unleashing a series of sharp, chilling slashes. Lance was caught off guard. Irene Pereira landed, the force of his impact cracking the earth beneath him. Lance struggled to stay upright. He realized the move he'd just faced was pure swordsmanship. Memories of the past flooded back into his mind. Memories of him lying exhausted on the floor. He remembered gasping for air as he climbed back to his feet. Judith stood tall, looking down at him as he knelt on the arena floor. Had enough yet? That's good. Lance finally remembered. The swordsmanship Irene Pereira had just used was Judith's. As Irene Pereira's blade closed in on his throat, Lance poured every ounce of strength he had into his defense, but once again, he was pushed back. Lance let out a shaky breath, his lips pressed tightly together. He pushed me back. Lance tightened his grip on his sword. I was always so confident in my defensive skills. In that regard, I was sure I was on par with those two. Am I just not strong enough yet? Lance glared at Irene Pereira, thinking, is it really possible that I can't beat him? With a loud laugh, Lance refused to give up and charged straight at Irene Pereira. He managed to intercept another sudden attack. The sounds of blades colliding rang out incessantly. A man in the stands couldn't help but jump to his feet, shouting, The blonde guy is being pushed back. A girl retorted, No, he's not. Irene Pereira is still standing firm. Irene Pereira's face was tense. If I slip up on my defense, I'm done for. Lance kept up his relentless assault, never giving him a moment of respite. Irene Pereira nimbly dodged every strike. Sweat poured off Lance like rain. He thought he knew how to counter, but Irene Pereira kept shifting. Lance had lost the initiative, and he realized with dread that he couldn't win. He thought of Irene Pereira, Judith, and the others. These guys, they gained this kind of strength through insane, relentless training. Lance's eyes flared with renewed intensity. But I trained just as hard. Old memories surged forward. Lance, stumbling, desperately calling out to Judith. Judith, one more round. She turned back to look at him. She saw the fierce determination in his eyes. Just one more time, he thought. I won't let myself get left behind. Returning to reality, Lance lunged at Irene Pareira once more. Irene kept a stoic, serious face as he watched him. To Lance's utter shock, Irene suddenly ducked, dodging the attack completely. Lance gasped in amazement. Irene Pareira swung his blade in a fluid arc, and Lance's sword was sent flying. The entire crowd watched in stunned silence, mouths agape, as the sword embedded itself deep into the ground. Irene Pareira returned to a proud, upright stance. Lance let out a long sigh and broke into a smile. Lulu shouted with joy. Irene Pareira won. The match was over, and the winner was clear to everyone. Irene Pareira walked over to shake Lance's hand. That was a great fight, he praised. Lance replied in kind. What the hell have you been training for all this past year? A man in golden armor sat in the stands, deep in thought. Wow, that's insane. Even that trainee lost to him? Lulu suddenly spotted something. He leaped over to Irene Pareira and whispered, Irene Pareira, he's here. Irene looked at him, confused. Huh? Who? Lulu replied. That person, the master you were talking about. Irene was stunned. The person standing there was none other than Jan. The old man stroked his beard and chuckled. Oh, what kind of face is that? I never expected to see you here. Jan's eyes crinkled with laughter. Irene Pareira, what brings us to meet in a place like this? Irene sounded overwhelmed. Headmaster? He asked, baffled. It's been a long time. How have you been? Irene replied. I'm doing well, sir. Jan looked off to the side, then smiled warmly at Lulu. Hello there. Lulu was caught off guard. A talking cat? Well, that doesn't matter right now. Jan asked. Looks like you two had a match. Who won? Lulu bowed his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I lost. Headmaster Jan stepped closer to Irene Pareira and laughed boisterously. Ho ho, I never thought you'd be able to beat Lance. It seems like you haven't been slacking off at all. Irene Pareira hung his head, looking down. Headmaster, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be late. The old man simply removed his cloak and said, We can talk about that later. He drew his sword. When one swordsman meets another, we should speak through our blades. Irene, Lance, and Lulu were all shocked by his sudden declaration. He settled into a fighting stance. You're not tired from fighting Lance, are you? I don't recall ever having such a weak student. Seeing Jan draw his sword, everyone gasped. The crowd in the stands broke into a frenzy. Is that the headmaster of Chrono? That's him, isn't it? They say he's the strongest swordsman on the continent. Nobody could hide their excitement. I can't believe we have the chance to see his swordsmanship. This is incredibly lucky. Irene Pareira and Jan stood facing each other. Irene Pareira said in a serious tone, Come at me. Jan quickly responded, Bring it on. He thought to himself, Give it everything you've got. Irene Pareira quickly grabbed his sword and lunged forward. Jan, with one hand behind his back and the other holding his sword, blocked the attack. Jan chuckled as he parried the blow. He swiftly countered Irene Pareira, the force of the blow driving him back a few steps. Jan scoffed, calling the attack too simplistic. As he kept attacking, he spoke. At the moment of impact when your opponent blocks, you take advantage of that to boost your speed and power. But in the end, this is still just a basic strike. Jan gently brushed his hand over his sword. He reminded him, There's nothing better than putting your soul into your arm and betting everything on it. Jan pointed his blade straight at him. Irene Pareira parried with his sword, stepping back as Jan pressed forward. Jan paused his assault and said, Interesting. You're using the breast swordsmanship? Your mastery is quite impressive. He continued. However, suddenly, he appeared on Irene's left. Your flow has been interrupted. Irene was left completely stunned. Irene scrambled to block. Jan picked apart his flaws, noting how clumsy his shift to defense was. Jan thrusted straight toward the center of his chest. The strike was so fast that Irene couldn't even react. Irene Pareira buckled and retreated. Jan clenched his hand into a fist and continued. No matter how many different swordsmanship styles you use, if you can't connect them together, they're nothing but useless tricks. How are you supposed to test your true potential on an actual battlefield like that? Instead of collapsing, Irene Pareira lunged forward. Coming at you again! He surged forward like a gale. Lance watched, jaw dropped in disbelief. Irene Pareira's strike whipped up a massive cyclone. A powerful wind blasted through the spectator stands. Lance gasped. No way. Is he actually pulling off the cloud sword technique? A word of praise rang out. Not bad. Not bad at all. But Irene's cloud sword was blocked by Jan with effortless ease. He told him, But, you're still missing something. Watching Irene panting for breath, Jan asked, I'm sure that's not all you've got, right? There's something you haven't shown me yet. isn't there? Irene Pereira was startled by his words. He remained silent for a long time. He lowered his sword slightly and closed his eyes tight. The crowd in the stands was lost. What's going on? Why did they both stop? Is the blonde kid closing his eyes? Lance realized something and thought, that move. That's the one I saw at the final assessment. Irene swung his sword straight into the ground, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Jan also prepared to unleash something. A glow emanated from around him. Lance watched, stunned. Jan's eyes widened. A strike descended toward Jan, shattering the stone floor into debris. Lance gasped as the arena floor was torn apart. Everyone was shocked. What the hell was that? Did something happen? A brilliant light flared up, and the crowd began to whisper. Look, that's something only true swordmasters can do. Jan's sword burst into radiance. He had used sword aura. I wasn't planning on using this, Jan said with a satisfied grin. Amazing. So, you finally found your own sword. Irene Pereira nodded. Yes. Just then, Jan cut him off. Your mind is still wavering, isn't it? You probably have a lot to ask. Irene was surprised as Jan turned to the stands. My dear guests, I apologize, but this reception must end here. Thank you, and I hope you understand. He turned his back and gestured. Follow me. Now that the talking with swords is over, it's time we talk properly. In a private room, Jan sat in a chair. Kra stood beside him, and Irene Pereira sat opposite them. Lulu excitedly jumped onto the table. I'm Lulu, Irene Pereira's teacher and secret technique. Jan laughed heartily. A pleasure to meet you. Should I speak formally? Lulu replied. Just talk naturally so we can get closer. Jan looked at Kra, then turned to Irene Pereira. Irene, this is your first time meeting her, right? She is the deputy. Kra interrupted to introduce herself. I am the vice principal of the Chrono-Krafen Swordsmanship Academy. Irene politely introduced himself. I am trainee of the 27th class, Irene Pareira. Jan spoke up. Now, let's see what you want to ask about everything that's happened to you over the past year and the problems you've been facing. After a long conversation, Jan said, I see. It's because of that secret technique. It seems that dream is affecting you quite a bit. His tone turned serious. Let's get straight to the point. I can't offer a solution for your dreams. However, I can give you some advice. He told him to leave this place. The advice left Irene Pereira stunned. Jan explained, of course, training here is an option. If you can't control the will of that man when facing monsters, you could just avoid them. But is that the right path? There are many paths for a swordsman. Living a life hiding from that man's will is not the right way. He advised him, the world within you is only a small part. The world changes when you view it from a different perspective. If you want to see it change, it will change according to your will, because that change starts from within your heart. He continued, you can find something to help your sword become sharper, or you could also wield a different sword, not the one you have now. So, set out on a journey into this vast world, to find the answer about the man inside your dreams, the one who has been influencing you until now. Irene Pereira listened in silence. Jan added, this is not an easy decision to make, so take some time to think about it. Finally, Irene Pereira spoke up. No, I will leave. Until now, I've done nothing but run away. Lulu sat on the table, clutching his stomach and shouting, Irene, you said you wanted to avoid things you didn't want to do or things that made you feel miserable. With a resolute tone, he said, I don't want to run away anymore. Kra looked out the window. Jan, sitting in his chair, asked her, what do you think of the kid? Kra thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. Other than his outstanding talent and straightforward personality, I can't really call him a true swordsman yet. Jan laughed loudly. Ho ho, you're cold-hearted, aren't you? Give the kid some more time. If it's him, I believe he'll make it. Irene Pereira left with a smile on his face. The next day, Irene and Lance met up. Lance said with a regretful tone, what a shame. You should have stayed here for a few more days. He smiled happily and replied, haha, if I stay too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave this place at all. Lance asked curiously. You're heading west, right? Judith seems to be going in that direction. Irene was surprised. The west? Lance continued. Yeah, the Western Kingdom is known for its swordsmanship, isn't it? Not only do they have many swordsmanship academies, but there are also famous arenas there. Irene was surprised. Oh, is that so? Lance suggested he should try going there to see for himself. Maybe it would help him. As Irene Pereira walked away, he looked back and said, yeah, thanks. I've got to get going now. Lou, sitting on his back, waved goodbye. They both headed off in different directions. Suddenly, Lance froze in his tracks. Someone called his name. Lance. It turned out to be Kira. Lance was stunned. Principal. she said to him. Don't let your own insecurity hold you back. Use it as a stepping stone to overcome it, Kira said in a stern tone. Take control of your destiny and move forward, just like you always do. Lance Juntahan shivered and said nothing. He suddenly smiled and replied, Yes, Vice Principal. She looked at him and smiled as they went their separate ways. Along the way, Lou asked, So, where are we heading now? Irene Pareira looked around and replied, Well, to start. Suddenly, someone crawled up to his feet and pleaded, Traveler, please, give me something to eat. It's been a week since I've had anything in my stomach. That person was none other than Kuva. He asked, Oh, kid, do you remember me? Irene Pereira replied helplessly. Yes, he said. Think back. I'm the one, the orc, who predicted your future 5 years ago. Hearing that, he shouted, Wait, you're the mage orc who gave me that note at the diner. Kuva ate like he was starving, never stopping for a second. Lou, hiding on Irene Pereira's back, whispered into his ear, Irene Pereira, this guy is super suspicious. Is he dangerous? He reassured her, Don't worry, he's not a bad guy. Irene Pereira stared at him for a long time. Both the note and the way he mentioned his age back then kept playing on his mind. Perhaps he knew something about his dreams. After stuffing himself, Kuva let out a sigh. Now I finally feel alive. Lou tapped him and said, Hey, you, don't you think you're being a bit shameless? You're just a stranger who read his fortune 5 years ago. He laughed loudly, pulled out a sphere, and said, Haha, listen here, little mystic, look at this and you'll see. Lou was surprised. What is it? A wooden ball. He clutched the ball, rubbing it against himself in delight. The scent is amazing, Kuva explained. There's a bit of powder on it made from a plant famous for its scent called ayu. That plant only grows in the northwest of the continent. Every cat goes crazy for it. Lou changed her tune. Irene Pereira, this orc guy is a good person. Kuva continued. Now that I've made friends with this little mystic, it's time to pay back for the food. Irene Pereira asked curiously, Didn't you say you didn't have a single penny to your name? He explained. You know who I am, right? I'm a mage. I have more power than human mages. I figured giving you a fortune-telling would be enough to cover the cost of the food, right? He said helplessly. Fine then, try telling my fortune. Kuva pointed at him and asked, There's a persimmon tree where you live, isn't there? He replied, No, there isn't. He argued, I'm sure there is. Maybe it was in the past. You probably forgot because you were so young back then. He denied it. I'm positive there's no tree like that. Kuva stood by his prediction. Maybe it was planted just a few days ago. I'm sure you'll see it when you get home. Lou stood with her arms crossed and said, This smells like a scam. Tell me mine. Kuva quickly replied, Isn't it obvious? You love raw salmon, don't you? Lou replied, Every cat loves raw salmon. He laughed. There are some things only cats know. How would someone like me know? But I guessed it anyway. Doesn't that show how powerful I am? Lou was left speechless by him. He whispered to Irene, 100%. This guy is just a regular con artist. No wonder he didn't have money for food. Kuva suddenly sighed. Sigh, come on now. If you two keep thinking I'm a fraud, it'll be such a headache. His eyes suddenly glowed as he said, It seems the burden in your heart is growing heavier than before. Hearing this, Irene was startled, and his eyes went wide. Kuva continued. Before, it was hidden deep inside, but now it's starting to show on the outside. He said, A strong, rigid iron bar is embedded inside your chest. No wonder you've been having such a hard time. To the surprise of both the man and the cat, he continued. And that iron bar isn't just stuck in your chest, it belongs to someone else, Lou said, sounding stunned. What? How on earth did he guess that right? He reached into his bag. Look here. I didn't use any rituals. I used my spiritual ability to observe Irene Pereira. Although I'm not as skilled as those who truly master it, it's enough to detect something as unusual as metallic energy. Irene Pereira's eyes went wide. Metallic energy? Kuva pulled out a handful of sand. Spiritualists believe the essence of life is composed of the 5 elements: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. Harmony is achieved through balance, mutual generation, and restriction within the 5 elements. Irene Pereira asked, Does that mean my metallic energy is out of whack? Kuva praised him. You're a quick learner. The iron bar I mentioned is exactly what's breaking your internal energy balance. He asked, How can I get rid of it? Kuva raised his hand, and a wisp of smoke appeared. You can't get rid of it. Didn't I tell you? What you need is to achieve harmony. He explained that if one of his energies becomes too strong, they must borrow the power of other elements to suppress it. He snapped his fingers, and the piece of iron on the table burst into flames. What I'm talking about is fire energy. He continued. If you use it to suppress that metallic energy, there will come a time when that misfortune will turn into an opportunity for you. He clapped his hands to extinguish the flames. Even though that iron bar is called a burden, if we forge it at high temperatures, it will become an extraordinary sword that anyone would crave. The iron bar had now transformed into an exquisite sword model. Irene Pareira looked at it in amazement. He asked anxiously, "Then what do I need to do to control my fire energy?" He replied, "You need to let the fire inside your heart burn even brighter." Irene Pareira was skeptical. "The fire in my heart?" Kuva said in a serious tone. "I can see it. The fire you lacked years ago is action. To make a fire burn larger, one must add more firewood. As long as you work hard, you will get what you want. And that fire will grow little by little." Irene sat in silence, pondering. To let the fire grow stronger, he needed to take more action. Leaving the diner, Irene Pareira said formally, "I have to go now. Thank you for the advice." Kuva replied, "Yeah, sure." As he was walking away, he called out, "Wait," he asked. "Can I come along with you?" Irene Pareira was shocked. "What?" he explained. "It seems like this is the first time you've started your journey, so I thought I might be able to help you out. I've been traveling all over the continent for nearly 10 years now. If you're willing to pay, I'll be your guide," Lou said. "A guide? What exactly do you want?" Irene Pareira was deep in thought. "Finally, your decision is set. Let's head out together, then." Kuva was absolutely thrilled. "Perfect. Finally, some steady income." Both of them stared at him. Kuva quickly clarified, "Hey, I'm not just joining you for the money, you know. It's rare to get a chance to watch a young man grow. If I can be a part of that, I'll be pretty satisfied with this life." Lou threatened, "If you don't do your job right, don't expect a single penny." Kuva replied, "Got it." Irene Pareira mentioned the name Daringu. Kuva, walking beside him, replied, "Yeah, it's a city packed with blacksmiths from the dwarf tribe. I'm pretty sure it'll be helpful for you. You should head there before going to the 5 Western Kingdoms." Lou yawned lazily. "Irene Pareira doesn't need a new sword or anything like that." Kuva looked away. "I'm not talking about you going there to get good gear. I mean meeting the best person in the world at mastering fire and iron." The image of the dwarves in the forge appeared a suffocating, sweltering place with molten iron. If you can witness the process of forging a sword, it might help you get a grip on the fire inside your own heart. Lou, on his back, looked intrigued. He's right. Sorcery has a similar way of developing power. You desire something, and while imagining the actual manifestation of it, "Master, you should try applying the concepts of sword forging to your mental training." Kuva smiled brightly. "Mental training? That's not a bad idea at all." Master turned and added, "It should be easy for you, considering you've already got experience in the world of sorcery, right?" Irene Pareira smiled. "All right. I'll follow your lead, Master. Let's go to Daringu." Kuva led the way, boasting, "An excellent decision. Let's take the shortcut to get there faster." A burly man crossed his arms. "It can't go any lower." Kuva kept negotiating. "Come on, I'm sure you can do it." The man remained firm. "I already said no." He didn't back down. "I know the price of the inn right next door, so why are you doing this? Do you want me to tell everyone around here?" The man hesitated for a moment. He turned away, annoyed, but muttered, "Fine." Kuva gave a smug smile. "Leave the luggage here. We'll be back later. I know a great place to eat around here." At the eatery, he continued negotiating. "Come on, we ordered so many dishes, you should at least throw in some beer for us. Is this how you treat your regulars?" "If I were you, I'd give them a glass on the house." The waiter was flustered. "All right, just a second." Irene Pareira thought he was a real pro. Night fell outside the window. Irene Pareira called out to Kuva. He was lying on the bed. "Tell me something interesting." He put his hands behind his head. "Something interesting?" "Irene Pareira, do you know who the 10 strongest people on the continent are?" Both he and Lou were surprised. Irene Pareira thought for a second and replied, "No, I only know the principal. Jan. And I've heard that Lord Joshua Lindsay of the Lindsay family is also incredible." Kuva sighed. "Just as I thought. You really lack knowledge about this world. I can't believe someone who calls himself a swordsman knows nothing about the world." He explained that most of the strongest people on the continent came from the 5 Western Kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. The ones who broke that tradition and became famous everywhere are people like the principal of the Chrono Sword Academy, Master Jan. He's a leader and a very close friend to the captain of the Holy Kingdom's White Knights, Julius Hun, the captain of the Crimson Knights Guild, Regob, and the lords from the 5 great sword families, including Joshua Lindsay and the great warrior of the Oros tribe, Karakum. They are currently considered the strongest on the continent. Oh, there might be an 11th person, because Ignite Crayon is among them too. Irene Pareira was surprised by the name. Lou looked up. Wait, it feels like there's one missing, a voice echoed. Exactly. Perhaps it's because Master Yan's rise was so shocking. Everyone chose him as the strongest swordsman on the continent. However, I don't think so. Personally, I think Kun is the strongest, because that man became a swordmaster at the age of 70. Irene Pereira asked, 70? Really? Lou was also surprised. 70? To become a swordmaster at 70. That guy must have been incredibly persistent. Most people mocked Kun and called what he did stupid. Honestly, who could challenge themselves to become a swordmaster at 70? That must have been a difficult path. But Kun did it. Talking about him, Kuva sat up. He didn't give up, and he became a master at 70. And look now, some of the strongest people on this continent are already in their 90s. He just doesn't have much influence over swordsmen compared to the others. Irene Pereira exclaimed, "He's truly extraordinary." Exactly, he said. I'm sure Kun was already extraordinary even at 50. Think about it. At that time, he was mocked by many others, but even so, he was an extraordinary person, right? He sat on the bed. There are surely many talented people like him all across the continent. People who will persevere to the very end, even if others don't recognize them. It's just that they aren't widely known on this continent yet. People like that definitely exist. Kuva looked over sympathetically. Like you said, there are countless talented people. They just haven't reaped the rewards yet, even though they're putting in their all every single day. He thought the young man was interesting. Even though he was a swordsman, he didn't just think about swords. He listened to stories and had a broad perspective. That's what made a man charismatic. On a clear morning, Kuva happily introduced, "This is Mount Anhat. Once we cross this mountain, we'll be at Daringu." Lou laughed. "All right, let's cross it." Kuva stopped him. "No, there are bandits there." Irene Pereira was startled. "Bandits?" Kuva reassured him. "Don't worry, we can join a trade caravan. Didn't you say you had a mercenary license?" He said, "Oh, right." He smiled and urged, "All right, let's go." The head of the trade caravan looked at him in surprise. "I didn't expect you to have a mercenary badge from Unconcha." "Of course you can join us." He looked grateful. "Thank you, sir." Irene Pereira sat on a log and asked, "Are you sure, sir?" Kuva looked confident. "Of course. A mage is a symbol of good luck, you know. Any trade caravan would want to hire me." Lou looked at them, thinking they'd been scammed. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "You can take off your shoes, armor, whatever. As long as there's money, I'll do it." A soldier looked at the young girl and asked, "We're about to set off. Is that okay?" The girl wiped a towel and smiled. "It's fine. I'm fast. Anya can do anything." Anya suddenly turned, the girl running frantically while holding her hat. Anya braked to a sudden stop. She stood in front of him. Lou startled and blurted out, "What the heck is that?" Anya pointed to Lulu, a cute, talking cat. Even he blurted out, "Thanks. You're pretty cute too." The girl curtsied to introduce herself. "I'm Anya." She repeated her usual pitch. "Whether you need shoes or armor fixed, I can do it all, just as long as you pay me." He waved his hand. "No thanks." She ran off to find someone else. "All right, if you need anything fixed, just say the word, but you've got to pay." But then, he and Lulu grew tense as they sensed the aura coming from her. The girl was a black magic practitioner. A purple aura swirled around Anya. The entire merchant caravan was on the road. Lulu panicked, grabbed his hair, and called out to Kuvar. He looked at Irene. His expression seemed a bit off, as if he were lost in some deep thought. He asked, "Irene Pereira, is something wrong?" He asked Kuvar, "Is it really okay for me to raise my sword against another person?" He was lost in contemplation. "I've never killed anyone before." Kuvar walked silently in front, listening. "I have a feeling that day might be today. I don't want to do it at all, but when the time comes, I'll have to draw my sword to fight someone. When that time comes, will I be able to do it without a moment's hesitation? Sure, I'd be facing weak bandits. But everyone, their lives still have a certain value." He bowed his head. "Maybe I should just scare them off so they run away? But if I do that, those bandits will just go and do the same thing to other people. I can't say that what I'm doing right now is exactly the right thing." Kuvar let out a loud laugh, leaving him confused. He said, "That's a pretty thorny topic, but you don't need to worry about it too much right now." He ran back. "But I did hear that a notorious leader named Kazia is in this mountain pass. That Kazia guy actually likes peace and quiet." As their footsteps continued, he added, "It's been over 5 years since Kazia's group occupied this mountain. They'll let you pass, if you pay the toll." The merchants don't even hire guards to fight the bandits. They're just there for show, to scare them off. You could think of this as business, rather than robbery. The merchants didn't even think they were bad people, just a bit of a nuisance, like paying taxes to a superior. He was stunned. Irene Pareira was still very worried. But aren't they all bad guys? Taking money from merchants for no reason at all? Do the people of the kingdom and the surrounding territories just let them be? A soldier behind him explained, "Of course they do. They've bribed the neighboring territories. This is no joke. A bunch of people with big egos getting together just to loot from the common folk." Lulu held her head and screamed, "That's enough. My head is about to explode." He sighed. "It's so complicated." Kuvar remained calm and smiled. What's right in this world anyway? Good or evil, there's nothing that can clearly categorize those things. Speaking of evil, there they are. The soldier gestured to the group ahead. He held up a bag full of money. "Here is the toll. Can we pass through this mountain tonight?" Kazia's men shouted, "Hand over all your wealth and belongings." Lu turned to look at Kuvar, who wasn't calm anymore. He was sweating profusely. Lulu wondered, is this what they call big egos meeting together? A group of strangers just blocked their path. "What do you guys mean by this?" He tried to negotiate. "We'll pay the toll, so please, let us through." Kazia spoke in a low, menacing voice. "I won't say this a third time. If you want to live, leave all your belongings here." He broke into a cold sweat. "That's not a funny joke at all. Sir Kazia, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Kazia kept shouting. "We have a few things we need to prepare for later." What is he looking for? He wondered. "Why are you doing this?" Lulu pulled her hair out, asking, "What's going on, Kuvar?" He was also in a panic, not at all like the person they knew before. Irene Pareira stepped forward, filled with determination. "Irene Pareira, what's wrong?" he growled. "That man. I can sense demonic energy on him. That man was exuding a red aura." Lulu was startled. "What? Demonic energy? Nothing happened to you suddenly, like back during the punitive expedition, right?" He nodded. "This aura is a bit weak, so I can still handle it." Kuvar turned around, surprised by the sudden change. "What does Lulu mean by that?" Irene Pareira explained. "It's related to that metal energy. My emotions flare up and manifest outwardly whenever I sense demonic energy. I start to get swept up in feelings of rage and can't control them. I don't think he's a demon, but what is he?" The werewolf drew his sword and confidently stepped forward. "I knew it," he thought. "You can't trust bandits." He prepared to swing his sword, the icy blade. That knight was the werewolf. He could be considered a veteran warrior among warriors. "Thank goodness," he thought, feeling relieved. "Will this be all right, Sir Warwolf?" he replied confidently. "Don't worry, I won't make a big scene out of this." He stood face to face with the bandit. "If the two of us fight, you're the only one who's going to get hurt, so you should step aside and let us pass." Kazia suddenly became polite. "Sure, but that's a nice sword. If you leave it here, we'll let you pass." The werewolf looked arrogant. "A bandit dares to negotiate with me? At least you have an eye for quality, knowing I have a good sword." He remained smug. "Know your place." But Kazia swung a large hammer. With just one hit, the werewolf was sent flying. The werewolf's head smashed into a tree, and he was heavily injured. Everyone was worried. "Sir Warwolf!" A merchant screamed. You're a mercenary, right? Get out there and fight." The young soldier jumped, terrified. Even Sir Warwolf got hammered. "What are we supposed to do?" An old man, Juntahan, was scared. "Let's just give them all our stuff. At least we'll keep our lives." But another merchant argued. "What the hell are you talking about? I'd rather die than give them our goods." Kazia's voice boomed. "Why the hell are you all arguing?" All the merchants were startled and terrified. Kazia said, "I've changed my mind." A dark aura surged within him. "I'm really annoyed now, so I'm going to kill every last one of you." Hearing this, Irene Pareira suddenly realized something. Kuvar called out to him. He was calm. "It's okay. I have a plan." Irene Pareira stepped forward forcefully. He advised, "Stop this. Sir Kazia, you're not yourself right now." Kazia asked, "Who the hell are you?" He introduced himself proudly. "I am Irene Pareira, a trainee from the 27th class of the Chrono Sword Academy." Everyone murmured. "Did he say he's from the Chrono Academy? Is the 27th class that group they call the Golden Generation?" Ania watched the situation in surprise, but Kazia stomped his foot. "Do you all think I look like an idiot?" Kazia grabbed his hammer and swung it frantically. How can a trainee from the Chrono Sword Academy not have a sword in his hand? He remained calm. As soon as the hammer came down, he caught it with his bare hand. Kazia was in deep shock. "What? He blocked my attack with just one hand?" He pushed the hammer back, making Kazia stumble. "Sir Kazia, where did you get that necklace? You shoved him aside, sending him crashing to the ground. The gemstone on the necklace started glowing, and he went berserk. You bastard! You lowered your hand, staring at his wild, uncontrollable rage. Irene Pereira drifted back into his memories. Kirill was watching him. He was strong now, but she told him to stop wandering around with that idiotic look on his face. He just stood there like a fool. He was grateful for her concern. Really, it was just. She didn't seem to care. Who said I was worried about you? I wasn't worried about you. I was just worried about everyone else. A strong person needs to look the part. If I can't even do that. He lunged forward. I'm going to kill you. A sword materialized in your hands. You swung that glowing blade, thinking, I just need to scare them a little bit. But your swing was so powerful that they were forced to scatter to both sides to dodge it. You were determined to make them feel true fear. Irene Pereira gripped the sword, his resolve hardened. The guy lay on the ground, his hands Juntahan trembling in terror. Kirill's voice echoed, anyone who sees that stupid look on your face would want to pick a fight with you. Irene Pereira leaned down, Lord Kazuya, but the man just covered his face with his hands. Please, have mercy. But you suddenly yanked that strange necklace away. A sinister aura was still radiating from it. I knew it. Even though the demonic energy wasn't vast, it was incredibly dense. You realized Lord Kazuya's bizarre behavior was caused by the necklace. A terrifying aura was surging all over him. Irene Pereira growled. Listen, Lord Kazuya, tell me, where did you get this necklace? He hesitated, knowing that if he lied, he was a dead man. He calmly recounted, I don't remember clearly. When I regained consciousness, the necklace was already on me. I only remember carrying this necklace everywhere, but I don't remember when it all started. The merchants shouted angrily, do you think we believe that nonsense? Can't you come up with a more reasonable story? You're the one who started all this trouble, aren't you? But Irene Pereira just smiled and said, I believe you. Sia Juntahan spoke up. Thank you, you added. In exchange, I'm taking this necklace. You asked gently. Can we pass now? A voice replied, Yes, of course, go right ahead. To all the merchants here, I am truly sorry. I have done unforgivable things. Evening began to fall. The merchants were deeply grateful. We're only alive because of this swordsman here. He urged, if you need anything, just say the word. If it's within our power, we'll make it happen. You sat on a log and thanked them. The bandits turned around and left, while Lou was fuming. We shouldn't have let them get away like that. Irene Pereira explained. They've been like that for days. They won't do it again because we've already taken the necklace. Lou tapped his feet. They better not. If they ever dare to do that again, I'll break every single bone in their legs. That sounds terrifying. Irene Pereira looked down. I need to get back to my sword training. I've been slacking off for way too long. Kuva looked over in surprise and praised you. You look strong. I just realized something. If I wasn't strong enough to suppress that guy, none of us would have made it out alive. Luckily, you continued, everyone here would have been in danger. I think situations like this are a good reason to keep developing my swordsmanship. Kuva spoke quietly. That's true. Irene Pereira asked, you mentioned there are many famous swordsmen gathered in Duringu City just to find a certain blacksmith, right? He stroked his chin. Yeah, they're even fighting each other just to get a single sword from that smith. It'll definitely be an eye-opener for you. You stood up excitedly, something to look forward to. A fire ignited within you. Kuva saw it and looked startled. What's this? I can feel the flame inside him growing stronger. You pulled it from your clothes and said, all right. You raised the glowing sword. Wait, almost forgot I need to destroy this necklace. Lou cheered, crush it. But Kuva stopped him. Hold on. He picked up the necklace and put it in a pouch. You shouldn't destroy it so recklessly. Just keep it in a safe place and get rid of it later. Irene Pereira agreed. I understand. Suddenly, a compliment caught your attention. That thing is so cool. Little Anya asked, do you want to trade that sword for one of Anya's treasures? You looked down at the little girl. Anya, sweetie, she said, trade it for my treasure. I want to give it to the captain. You smiled awkwardly. A treasure, Captain? I'm sorry. I can't give this to you. This is a sword I cherish. And truth be told, I haven't even fully mastered it yet. The girl kept smiling. Anya can do it. Lou jumped down. Hello, Ania. The little girl waved to the cat. She pulled out something glowing with a hint of magic. Wait a second. Let me show you Anya's treasure. She pulled out a giant golden pig. And everyone was stunned. The cat yelled, a golden pig! Kuva, look at those eyes. It's so sparkly. But you were startled when you noticed what was clinging to it. I can feel such strong magical energy. What does it actually do? Lou asked. What is this? How did you do that? The girl happily explained. Ania earned it with all my hard work over the years. Lou inspected it closely and touched it. He exclaimed, "This is amazing." She looked up at you. "Can I have the sword for this?" You were blunt. "No, it's not for trade," she pleaded. "Don't be like that. I'll raise the price." She pulled out a bag. "This will change your mind. This is all of Ania's savings." She dropped a gold coin into the pig's slot. "See? If you put money in the piggy bank." Suddenly, the golden pig grew huge and started moving. Lou screamed, "It grew! That's incredible!" All three of them urged you to trade. The cat's eyes were glowing. "Irene Pareira, can't you trade it for the sword?" Ania continued. "Won't you trade it?" Kuva chimed in. "Think carefully. You won't find a gold nugget like this anywhere else." You looked at it blankly. Lou calmed down. Kuva was innocent. "Really? Not even for that?" The other two snapped out of it. "I got hooked for a second there. Sorry about that." Her expression turned sad when she heard the next part. "I'm very sorry, Ania. I really can't." The girl innocently carried the golden pig away. "Then I'll come back next time. If Ania works hard until we get to Daringu, the piggy bank will look even cooler. Then, you'll change your mind." Kuva watched her carry it away, muttering, "What an interesting little girl." You felt relieved. And Lou added, "I like her." On a full moon night, Kuva called you over. "Irene Pereira, come here. Hurry." You stepped quickly up the stairs. "Kuva, I don't drink." He pointed to the person sitting next to him and introduced them. "It's not that. This gentleman brought news from Daringu for you. He said the best blacksmith living in Daringu is rumored to have come out of hiding." Irene Pereira sat bolt upright. "You know who the best blacksmith is?" he said with confidence. "Yeah. A dwarf named Vunsinus. He's so famous that almost every swordsman on the continent craves the work he produces, the special numbered swords of Vunsinus. They're called numbered swords. Out of the 100 swords he has created, only 9 exist like that. The important thing here is that I hold up 2 fingers. Only 2 types of people can own a numbered sword. Either a master swordsman, or someone who is destined to become one." He pushes unexpectedly. Illy continues. 10 years ago, 3 ordinary swordsmen were given 3 numbered swords. As time passed, all 3 of them reached the rank of master. The other owners are also master swordsmen. He says calmly, "That's incredible." While a bit tipsy, the old man adds that in 2 days, there will be a competition in Daringu to find the owner of the 10th numbered sword. A voice asks from behind, "What? What? Is that for real?" The crowd buzzes. "Do you know how it's going to play out?" The old man hesitates here. "I don't know that. You could try to find out." Irene Pereira says, "Keep telling me about the fierce swordsmen gathering in Daringu. I thought this would be a good experience after leaving the Swordsmanship Academy, so I'll participate too." The person at the inn looks gloomy. "Then we don't stand a chance. With Irene Pereira here, who would dare to compete?" "I think so too." Irene Pereira chuckles. He stands up and smiles at everyone. "Anyway, I'm heading back to my room." Kua looks surprised. "So soon?" The fun has... He takes another sip of beer. Something feels different. Then he sets the frothy glass down. Even though it's an exciting event for a swordsman, he doesn't seem to show much interest. He muses. Perhaps it's just his personality. But the vibe he gives off is different from the swordsman he's met before. Perhaps that's just who Irene Pereira is. He is sitting in his room watching the moon. He seems far different from a typical swordsman. Irene Pereira gazes at the moonlight deep in thought, his lips pressed shut, not saying a word. Irene Pereira thinks he was shaken again, but luckily, everything went well this time. Will something like this happen again in the future? He sits cross-legged. It's been a while. He could try image training. His entire body begins to glow. In his mind, he imagines an image where his 2 hands are separated, just like in the wizarding world. He feels every sense. His body enters a different world, where Irene Pereira is touching a large stone wall. A village appears. It is the craftsman city of Daringu, where every soldier looks highly experienced. Kua introduces, "We are all here. This is Daringu, the city of craftsmen." Irene Pereira looks skeptical. "I see a lot of swordsmen." He smiles brightly. They must have arrived after hearing the rumors. Just then, a young girl named Ania is talking to a swordsman. He greets her. "You've arrived? The money grubber." The girl shouts, "What? Why are you alone?" The bald captain leans in to eavesdrop. "You recognize that person, a master swordsman." Joss looks affectionate. The captain will likely be late due to an emergency. Kua is startled. He thinks, "Really? He looks very strong. But is he a swordsman? I don't know anything about him. Is he a newly promoted master?" George greets them warmly. "Are you the people Ania mentioned? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Joss." The man also introduces. I am Lulu, he replies. The elf mage Kua. It's his turn to introduce himself. Hello, call me Irene Pareira. Joss smiles. What a special group. I mean no harm. Sorry if I sounded offensive. He replies, It's fine. I didn't take it that way at all. He asks, Irene Pareira, I know this is very rude for a first meeting. However, could you let me see your sword? He is a bit taken aback, but answers, yes. Joss explains, this girl keeps pestering me, saying it's truly a fantastic sword. Please, indulge me. He calmly replies, that's no problem. Irene Pareira swings his sword with a sharp arc. The aura released makes him somewhat interested. The sword isn't the only thing that's interesting. He turns his head in surprise. What is it? Joss smiles. I apologize. I kept staring at it. It really is a good sword, worthy of Anya's craving. The girl jumps up. Right? I thought the captain would really like it. He reminds her. True. But don't try to steal other people's belongings. The girl grumbles. Who's stealing? Wasn't I planning to use my piggy bank savings from the whole year to trade for it? Joss is startled. A whole year? The sword is certainly worth more than that. We can't keep bothering him anymore. Anya gloomily agrees. Joss speaks up for the girl. We have been very rude. We'll be going now. Both of them say goodbye happily. See you again. He still can't take his eyes off them. He seems very strong. I think Lulu was right. Kua, beside him, echoes the sentiment. Do you think so too? Suddenly, I've become curious about the captain that child mentioned. To have subordinates like that, he must surely be a great person. That's exactly right. What kind of person could he be? As they walk, Joss questions. Didn't I say not to covet other people's things? The girl angrily explains. I was trying to trade. Are you listening? Suddenly, the crowd buzzes. Hey, is this real? The twin swordsmen Slot and Victor have really appeared. Kua hears this and wonders, are they very famous? A fairly well-known pair of swordsmen. I heard that when they fight together, their combat power can match that of a master. Irene, this competition won't be easy. Be careful. He grows increasingly worried. He asks, Joss is participating too, right? I think this will be a good opportunity. I have to make an effort with a mind eager to learn. Kua reflects on his determination. He turns to him. Irene, let me give you some advice. It's no problem even if you decide to quit. If you meet a good swordsman, the most important thing is to hone your skills through the match. However, don't stand in front of others thinking you'll be taught. He mentions when he challenged Yan. Did he pick up the sword with the intention of learning? No. He likely really tried to win. To win, you must want to win. This time, I will definitely win. The fighting spirit just piles up. I think that's the reason he climbed to such a high position. He feels enlightened. If you are a swordsman, step out with the determination to win. He is speechless at such practical advice, but then he blames himself. I'm sorry, I was a bit too much just now. He smiles brightly. It's okay, Kua, and besides, thank you. I think I know what my shortcoming is now. He looks at him. Irene Pareira turns away. I'll go back to the inn first. I need to think more deeply about Kua's advice. He watches him walk away, finding it hard to say anything. Irene Pareira returns to his room and meditates on the bed. He ponders for a long time about what Kua said, the desire to win. Until now, he had never thought about this. Back in the other world, he just wanted to be like that man. Unlike his classmates, who raised their swords with the determination to surpass their opponents. He looks at his hand holding the sword, a heart with a strong fighting spirit, the purest state of mind that a swordsman should have. I think I understand why Kua gave that advice. He stays silent for a moment, the light casting his shadow. I need a heart like that. He tightened his chest, feeling a sudden pang. Had he ever felt like this before? That afternoon in the village, the weight of his own regret echoed. He had said things he shouldn't have. Lu yawned, long and drawn out, while the man continued his story. Seeing him grow so quickly, I grew greedy, the man admitted. He should have been more mindful of Irene Pereira's true nature, but Lu just nonchalantly scratched his ear. It'll be fine. Don't worry so much. Then, the cat's eyes lit up. Irene Pareira, good morning. Lu could sense something had changed in Irene Pareira. He walked up to the table. Is that so? Lu leaped up. I'm not entirely sure, but you look much better. Irene thanked him. A flicker of intense power flashed in Kuva's eyes. He was weaving magic with such ease, casting embers even brighter than before. Kuva looked at him bashfully and said, Oh, it's nothing. Lu sighed. See? Was all that worrying for nothing? Well then, shall we go? At the Durinku training grounds, the crowd erupted. Look at that! Is that the crochet twin blades? Aaron Gendon was already there after just one strike. Sitting in the stands, Kuva gazed in awe. I see so many strong candidates here. With things as they are, do you think Sarlat and Victor can secure a win? The person next to him shouted, "It's starting!" Their expressions grew tense alongside Vuncinis. The dwarves began to enter Pablo and one among them. Vinus picked up the loudspeaker, his voice booming across the stands. Right, everyone knows who I am, so I'll get straight to the point. As you know, the prize for this competition is a sword forged by my own hands, also known as a numbered sword. The rules are simple. Anyone confident enough can step up onto the dueling platform. After the match, the winner stays and the loser steps down. If the winner decides to forfeit, two others will step up to continue the fight. The process continues just like that. Someone in the audience wondered aloud, "Wait, what? How do we decide the final winner?" Vinus continued, "This isn't a competition just to see who wins the number 10 sword. The purpose of this contest is to find someone who can truly inspire me. Therefore, until that person appears, the competition will continue. The two men standing behind me are here for the same reason." Kuva was intrigued. So that's how it is. Instead of just forging the number 10 sword, he's waiting for a swordsman to inspire him. The swordsman would gather, providing the spark for Vuncinis to craft the blade. The old master declared that the competition was officially underway. "Come on up," the crowd gasped. "My God, what is this? Is that Victor and Aaron Gendon already?" Both were top contenders. Aaron Gendon rested his sword on his shoulder, taunting, "I hate hypocrites like you the most. You're clearly hiding your rotten thoughts behind that smug, polite smile." Victor kept smiling, though he was just a hot-headed junior swordsman. Lou asked between bites of a snack, "Why are they like that?" Kuva explained, "Sarlat and Victor are highly respected mercenary swordsmen. They cleared out demon nests in the countryside for a pittance, and they have plenty of stories to their names, like the time they saved the harvest from a giant monster. However, the higher the reputation, the more people grow jealous. It's quite interesting." Irene Pareira looked at him. He seemed to enjoy it. Aaron Gendon called out to Vinus. "I have a question," the old man told him to ask. Aaron asked provocatively, "Am I allowed to kill my opponent?" The old man didn't stop him. "That sounds interesting. It doesn't matter. As long as the other side agreed, of course." Victor was confident. "No problem. If I can overwhelm Mr. Aaron Gendon here, then there shouldn't be any issues, right?" The other man gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Vuncinis shouted, "It looks like both are ready. The match starts at my signal." His finger lifted, and when he shouted "start," he slammed his finger down on the table. In a blink, Aaron Gendon lunged with a strike. Both unleashed slashes so clean it was frightening. Aaron Gendon's sword shattered in a single hit. He staggered back, trembling. Victor wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. "That was fast. I almost had a hole in my chest." The crowd was bewildered. "What? Did you see that?" Aaron Gendon's sword was snapped. Irene Pareira exclaimed, "So strong." On the hill, someone remarked on their strength, and their companion asked, "Really? Just how strong?" Jose and Anya were watching from afar. He recounted, "He's quite strong among the masters. I'd guess he's in the top 200 on the continent." He looked down. "How did you check?" Anya, with her keen eyes, replied, "Are those the ones?" The golden energy line turned red, exactly the targets we're looking for. He directed, "Good, leave the mark." The girl pulled out 2 golden piggy banks. "I really don't want to spend money twice in one day." Then, she used her power to shatter both piggy banks, and streams of energy rained down onto the stands. The magical bolts flew straight toward the foreheads of the 2 swordsmen. Sarlat smiled. "Victor, are you trying to show off? Hurry up." He laughed. "Are you jealous?" Victor had the mark on him, but he didn't notice a thing. He continued, "Ah, excuse the boasting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's get started." Joss directed the next move. But the girl is weaving magic while knowing exactly what to do. Got it. The thread of energy struck Lou straight in the forehead, causing the cat to jump in surprise. He asked, "Lou, what was that?" The cat yawned. "Don't know. Just scratch it off. Being caught up in the match like this. I'm having fun. Well done." George was confused. "Wait, you said the target was Irene Pareira, so why did you send it to the cat?" The girl was annoyed. "Does that matter? Lou is always following him anyway." He asked further, "By the way, isn't 1 piggy bank worth 2 seals?" Anya explained that marking a secret art user was harder. Joss sighed, feeling defeated. Fine, okay." He wondered how this reckless little girl ever became a secret art user. Anya innocently sucked on her candy. No matter how you looked at it, that ability was too unfair. Although Anya had her own limits, as long as it didn't exceed the value of her savings, That magical piggy bank could grant her any wish. The man collapsed on the floor with his broken sword. The host announced the winner. Once again, the match ended in a single blow, and Victor had secured the victory. The knights below looked at him with chilling eyes. That's the 17th match. What does this mean? The final winner will likely be Victor. There's no point in fighting anymore. Sarlot laughed with his twin brother. Is there no one left but you? He replied. It's only you now. So don't be lazy, get up here. The man turned to respond. Sure, let's make it a quick one. Let's make it as impressive as possible. Venus watched intently. Irene Pareira stood up, and Lou asked, Irene Pareira, are you going up now? He nodded. Kuva clenched his fists in support. Do your best. He felt confident. Yes, I will give it my all. The sound of his footsteps on the stage made Sarlot gasp. He said, the challenger has arrived. He spoke to his twin. Maybe I should take the next turn. Victor agreed. Yeah, let's do that. He looked at the young man's spirit. This guy is pretty strong. He smiled at Sarlot. If you were planning on taking the stage, I'll wait. The man replied, no problem at all. I'm fine. You go ahead. Though, I think you forgot your sword, he said confidently. Don't worry about the sword. I'm all set. Charlotte smiled. I see something, he said respectfully. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll head up first. He stepped onto the stage and walked into the arena. That's right. I have it too. His expression caught Vunkus's attention, the drive to win. Confidence seemed to radiate from his very chest. He remembered running and crying as a child. I was surpassed by someone during the midterms. The feelings he felt seeing Ilya Lindsay were the same as his friends. She had run ahead, a burning, fighting spirit. He was ready for the battle now. Remembering those feelings, Charlotte, the crowd roared at this display of spirit. What a gaze, Irene Pareira thought, standing before his opponent, fighting for victory like a true swordsman. No matter who it was, no matter what waited before him, but the judges rushed toward the arena in excitement. A fire ignited in his chest. He was determined to break through. But a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Vunkus hurried over. I've decided, the old man shouted. The owner of the numbered sword. He gripped the hand of one of the two. He raised his hand and shouted, It's this young man. Charlotte stepped forward, surprised. Wait, the blacksmith? Why would you say that so suddenly? The people in the audience were outraged. What kind of nonsense is this? Even though the match hasn't started, how can you just accept such an absurd decision? Don't ruin the contest, the old man shouted back angrily through a megaphone. Shut your mouths. I've said it before, this isn't a contest to decide who is the strongest. Finding a swordsman who can inspire me. That is the purpose of this competition. One also spoke up. We choose this young man too. Pablo looked a bit troubled. I wanted to avoid overlapping choices if I could, but unfortunately, I really like this kid, the old man announced. Then the contest ends here. Everyone, disperse. The twin swordsmen were a bit annoyed. Vunkus waved his hand. And you? Follow me. The two calmed down. Scott said happily. From the start, I knew you weren't just an ordinary guy. I never expected you to immediately become the owner of a numbered sword. Congratulations. I'm not upset. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous. But I accept the result, he said appreciatively. Thank you. In the stands, someone was watching Aaron Jenin didn't seem convinced. The blacksmiths told him to swing harder. He delivered a powerful strike, but they urged him on. Still not enough. The blacksmith yelled, Good, now set that sword here. Move quickly. The sword was placed on the table. Labo exclaimed, What kind of hellish metal is this? Even if it was created miraculously, how can it be like this? Vunkus wondered. Unable to leave a mark even with a hammer. How could he have made these scratches? Kuva yawned. You have to hold the sword for a long time. I've never heard of such a forging method. He was surprised too. I know. I didn't expect to have to demonstrate my swordsmanship, either. Perhaps they sensed that man's willpower and chose me, Kuva smirked. Very likely. He cheered up. Don't worry too much. It's a process. Isn't that right? One day, your flame will definitely melt that chunk of iron. He agreed with him, but his concerned expression made Kuva realize. He closed his eyes and made a decision. Come to think of it, I just had a good idea. You got hurt summoning a sword you didn't even need. You deserve more. He immediately walked toward the blacksmiths. Lou was excited. Kuva, tell him to make another sword for me. He replied. Request accepted. Hearing this, Vunkus angrily challenged him. Giving away swords for free? He continued. There are two conditions. Kuva's face was cold, holding up two fingers. You must forge a sword for Lou and readjust the gear for Irene Pareira. Also, allow us to observe the crafting process. The old man shouted. Why should I listen to such unreasonable demands? Kuva remained calm. Just be honest. Aren't you using Irene Pareira to develop the skills that have been stagnant? The old man's face showed surprise. He looked toward the other two, Pablo and Juan. I know both of you have hit a wall for a long time. While you were looking for a spark to reignite your craft, this inspiring young man appeared like a miracle. Don't miss this opportunity. Isn't this a rare chance? Vunkus was still angry. What are you doing? The person involved hasn't even spoken yet. He laughed and pointed to himself. He introduced himself. I am the greatest instructor. Irene Pereira was happy to see Lou with his amazing gear. This is lighter than I thought. Sir, the gear is finally complete, he said. Kuva laughed loudly. It suits you both well. Smoke billowed into the night. He was watching Pablo's forging process. Then Irene Pereira's gaze shifted elsewhere. Vunkus put the sword into the furnace. The glowing red sword burned brightly. His body felt as if it had become the blacksmith. It wasn't time to strike yet. The hammer lay still. Now, rays of light filtered from his chest, bursting into a flame, the flame in his heart. That flame transferred to his hands. He thought it was time to heat the iron. His very hands and that flame were heating the sword. A month later, a green forest appeared. Kuva asked, Is the visualization training going smoothly? Irene Pereira answered honestly. Still on a small scale, but I'm starting to feel better. I'll keep trying. He turned to ask, By the way, have you seen the other swordsmen? Kuva replied calmly. Most likely, their goal was the numbered sword, so there's no reason for them to stay now. His footsteps were heavy. What a pity. That was a good chance to fight for a swordsman. Sir Lou advised, It's all right. Once Irene gets the numbered sword, it will help you become stronger. Kuva chimed in. Lou is right. Don't be too disappointed. Kuva added happily. We'll come to see it when the sword is finished. But then Vunkus scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm very sorry about this. I don't think I can finish the sword right now. It's very hard to find the materials. Kuva seemed displeased. Then how long do we have to wait? The old man replied. 1 year. Give me 1 year, and I will make the best sword in that time. This will be the greatest masterpiece of Vunkus's life, even better than the sword you showed me. Kuva was about to ask the other dwarves, but Irene Pereira answered, All right, I'll wait. Kuva whispered in his ear, You could have pretended you didn't need it anymore. Wouldn't it be better to get a written guarantee? He said confidently, It's fine. I didn't come here for the sword in the first place, and I've already received plenty of gear, so it's good, he finally conceded. If that's what you think, then there's no other way. They had walked out of sight, but Lou still called out, I trust you guys. Stay safe out there. Voss replied, Leave it to me. Then they headed into the forest. I wondered what their next destination was. After a moment of thought, he said, This time it's a city called Lon. That's where the most swordsmen in the kingdom of Myos are gathered. A surge of evil aura made Lou jump as she looked at CV, who was still busy talking. You can fight as much as you want this time, Lou shouted. Hold on for a second. I smell blood up ahead. Both of them stopped, wondering about the blood. Cuba jumped in surprise, his eyes widening as he saw the twin swordsmen covered in blood, hiding behind the trees. They were stunned, seeing Charlotte and Victor looking like that, both of them holding a severed head, blood dripping down. They had met again. We've been waiting for this. Kova was stunned, stuttering in shock. In his hands, Charlotte wore a cunning smirk. I just finished taking care of it, he said, throwing the head down. Both of them realized it was the head of a ruffian. Cuba shouted, questioning them. What the hell are you guys doing? You just killed someone. The man replied casually, Oh, come on. We just dealt with a thief. The two twin swordsmen flashed a smile that looked friendly. A thief? The man explained. To be exact, there are a lot of people chasing after you. We've been working hard. With that, he took off his hat, revealing a streak of blood. Now we need to be paid for all that hard work. Irene Pereira was deeply shocked. No way. They laughed deviously. Exactly. Hand over that numbered sword. Lou shouted, explaining, It's not finished yet, so we don't have it here. Victor laughed like a deranged demon. Don't lie to me. You think I don't know you hid the sword using magic? You tried to explain. That's really not the case. Kuva shouted. Hey, are you guys planning to ruin your lives just for a single sword? This news is going to spread, not just in Duringu, but all across the continent. Charlotte laughed, unafraid. Thanks for your concern, but nobody is going to suspect us. After all, you've seen that our reputation is pretty good. Both of them were stunned to hear that. The man explained. A young swordsman was attacked by thieves looking for his sword. Victor and Scott just happened to be passing by and tried to help them. But because of the distance, they couldn't save them in time. What do you think of that excuse? Isn't it justified? Quava looked troubled. How can it be? Irene Pereira spoke up. I have a question. Victor looked at Kuva, who was staring at him blankly. He asked with confidence. I heard many stories about you guys before I arrived. With your excellent swordsmanship and years of good deeds, you are respected by other swordsmen. So why are you doing this? If you don't give me a proper answer, even if you kill me, you won't get the sword. The man thought for a moment, then the words spilled from his mouth. Because the numbered sword is more important than all those things. You asked angrily. It's just a sword. Are you saying it's more important than the code of honor you've kept all these years? They shouted. The numbered sword isn't just a sword. You don't know anything. You were stunned as their evil aura flared up even more powerfully. The twin swordsmen looked like demons. Victor said, We've been masters for over 30 years. 20 years have passed. Since we reached our limit, the threshold to the realm of sword masters. We've tried everything to break through that wall, giving our entire lives for it. He gritted his teeth in anger, his whole body tense. However, as the years passed, we couldn't cross it. We're trapped in this hell. Their killing intent swirled, Charlotte said. Not just us. So many swordsmen have struggled for decades but couldn't cross that final barrier. Countless people have died trying to break that wall. The burden we carry, the pain we've had to endure. Your sword appeared. You said to them, That's ridiculous. Why did you feel that? Your eyes widened amidst the thick, dark aura. He surged forward in fury. You will never understand. He appeared with streaks of black shadow. You saw the evil energy radiating from the human. Irene Pereira gritted his teeth, watching him lose his mind. You swung your sword, and a golden avatar appeared. Joss said, Found it. He called out to Anya. She understood and responded, Yes. Anya shattered several golden pigs, turning them into wishes. She said, I understand. A massive space-time portal formed in front of them with light. Seeing that brilliance, all three were stunned. It was so bright that the surrounding area went dark. A figure stepped out of that black hole. The twin swordsmen were stunned. Kuva recognized the commander of the Holy Kingdom's Black Knights. Her hair flew in the wind, illuminated by the light. Irene couldn't look away as she stepped out, the one named Ignite Crayon. Her hair caught the wind. All three were stunned, Kuva shouting out the name, Ignite Crayon. Irene's eyes were dazed. That person. Everything, Ilya Lindsay said. She stood tall. She growled the name, Charlotte and Victor. Looking at this state, you've gone way past your limit. The two of them were covered in blood. Charlotte was startled. Countess Crayon? Why are you here? She threw off her cloak. Do you two have any final wishes? She prepared to draw her sword. I will give you one chance to explain yourself. The two swordsmen were furious. Charlotte gritted his teeth. You intend to stand in our way? If you have anything else to say, spit it out now. Her gaze was sharp and cold. She glared fiercely. This is my final act of mercy. She stood on a high cliff, emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing that immense power, Irene Pereira felt surprised. Charlotte called Victor. Then a piercing scream rang out. He tried to hold onto his sword. Ignite Crayon's sword was planted in the ground. Your answer is truly disappointing. You two. In the blink of an eye, she flew from a distance, heading toward a tragic end for them. Irene Pereira and both twin swordsmen were surprised by her speed. Victor tried to strike her with his sword, but Ignite Crayon was so fast she dodged the attack. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. When he lost his guard, Ignite Crayon lunged forward. She kicked him, sending him flying like a meteorite. That agility terrified Charlotte. It didn't end there. She delivered a kick while he was still flying through the air. A single spinning kick sent Victor crashing straight into the mountain of rock ahead. Ignite Crayon's gaze swept over with complete confidence in her target. Charlotte called out to Victor in a panic. She flew in and unleashed a final blow aimed at him. Charlotte ran over in terror, but it was too late. His pupils contracted. On the other side, Ignite Crayon was perfectly calm. Look, Victor's head was buried deep into the rock. Isn't this the most pathetic death for a swordsman? Charlotte went mad, charging with his sword. She remained frighteningly calm. With one flash of a slash, Charlotte froze. His hands were gripping the sword, but he was pointing it at himself. A look of surprise crossed his face, and then Charlotte collapsed, ending it all. She was full of sarcasm. How pitiful. He used his final strength to turn his head. How? Her voice was cold. Can you even think of yourself as a human in that form? Ignite Crayon raised her long leg. Enough. It was a terrifying sight. Blood splattered onto her face. Irene Pereira stood frozen in fear. Her figure and the fallen bodies left all three too terrified to speak. Josh thought to herself that even knowing the opponent was a master swordsman, using nothing but her bare hands to kill two masters was truly a brutal display of power. She held up her blood-stained hands. Ania came scurrying over, calling out, "Captain, here is your sword, my lady. I'll help you clean your hands and your boots." The little girl carefully wiped and scrubbed the boots. She's happy. "Well done, I'll pay you." Ania was delighted. She would work hard to clean them. She asked, "Josh, what do you think?" He wondered what she meant. Judith happily discussed the classic dialogue they just had. Can it now compare to the nobles of the Holy Kingdom? He chuckled. Yes, the captain speaks very proficiently. A voice from afar called out to her. How did you do that? Irene Pareira approached and asked, How? He pointed his sword at her and questioned her. How can you answer so confidently after killing people like that? Lou and Kuva broke into a cold sweat as he continued. This isn't sarcasm. I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious. Josh smiled when she heard him say, Killing is an act everyone would be reluctant to do. So how could you strike without the slightest hesitation? He raised his sword with a determined look. Personally, I couldn't do it. Her cold gaze pierced straight through him, and then suddenly Judith read out his full name, Irene Pareira. He asked, puzzled, You know me? She stepped forward slowly. Today, under the authority of the Avilius Holy Kingdom, I appoint you as a member of the Black Knight Order. He held his sword pointed at them. Even Kuva was shocked. Why did Judith know Irene? Furthermore, her offer didn't seem like a deception at all. What's this about? He asked bluntly. I refuse. A black cat exclaimed in surprise. What? Judith just calmly smiled. You refuse as sharply as a blade. Is there something you don't like? He replied instead of saying he didn't like it. She cut him off. Wait. Listen. The Holy Kingdom is much better than you think. She thought about that place. In terms of benefits, this part is a bit hard to explain. Please understand that I'm not good with words. Irene Pareira remained full of caution. He refused again. I'm very sorry. But no matter how much you try to persuade me, I will not join the Knight Order. Her gaze turned cold as she looked at him. He was startled for a moment, but remained determined not to yield. Her eyes glowed as she used an appraisal technique on his body. Lou realized that just like George had done, she was probing inside Irene's mind. Judith sighed, as if she already knew. As expected, I heard there was a young man with a demon sword in his heart. He heard this and was stunned. She continued to explain, It's not just a lump of iron. This demon steel is refined enough to make even someone as arrogant as Viscount Britain drool. Personally, I can't help but crave it. She smiled. But after arriving here, her eyes seemed to have guessed something. I see that it seems you still haven't become the master of that demon sword. He broke into a cold sweat and agreed with what she said. She still stood tall with an imposing aura. I'll say it again. Irene Pareira, I am appointing you as a member of the Black Knight Order. This is an order, not a suggestion. His sword remained held high. I refuse. She shouted in anger at being rejected by him 3 times. You have no choice. You will be consumed by the power you cannot control. Hearing this, his expression shifted slightly. She continued to advise, Do you want to bring chaos to the continent? Lou bristled with anger and jumped down. He already said he didn't want to go. You witch. Irene Pareira is getting stronger. I believe he will definitely overcome that. Judith chuckled. A talking black cat. That's amusing. The cat lord was terrified and hugged Irene Pereira's leg. Run for it. He clung tightly to Irene Pereira's leg, but still acted tough. In any case, Irene Pareira isn't going anywhere, so stop being mean and go back to your kingdom. He looked at the cat, placing its trust in him, and he affirmed, That's right. I'm trying. She said, I don't believe you. He steeled his resolve. I will prove it. I will prove that I have the ability to control the demon sword in my heart. She didn't believe him. Tell me, how are you going to prove it? He thought back to the past and recounted. I once faced a knight from the Hebrian kingdom named H. Burnett. The brutal bloodlust he radiated was no different from that of a demon. His golden persona appeared. Back then, I didn't realize that kind of spirit could stimulate the sword in my heart. He steeled his resolve and made a decision. If Viscount Grayson thinks so, I will show you the way so that I won't be consumed, she asked mockingly. Do you mean you want to fight me? With that strength, the sword rang out. Student of the 27th class of the Chronosword Academy, Irene Pareira, requests a duel with Commander Judith Kron of the Holy Kingdom. The sound of falling leaves mingled with the silence. Kuva was dumbfounded, while Lou was confident. It's okay. If it's Irene Pareira, he can do it. Just go for it. But Kuva, knowing his opponent, thought of Judith, who had killed countless demons. Her aura was as intense as a demon's. He wondered if Irene Pareira could handle it. Is there no other way? He gripped his sword tightly. He thought this kid had been strange since a while ago. He gritted his teeth, wondering why he was so angry. He looked at her. Was it because of Ilya Lindsay's past? He brushed that thought aside. It wasn't like that. He didn't know why, but now his hand squeezed the sword lightly. It seems you're ready. The match will begin the moment I release my aura. Do you understand? He was calm. Yes. Her feet were steady, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Then she raised her sword, her whole body surging with power. She unleashed a powerful wave of aura. He also manifested the golden figure. She looked closely. As expected, he cannot control it. But he made her eyes widen. Irene closed his eyes to feel it. Now, deep in his mind, he had to use this feeling. A hammer appeared. He felt it, and his hands were holding the hammer, striking the block of iron. The greater his anger, the more he poured all his strength into striking the iron block. The fire in his heart burned brighter. That strike made the iron block glow white-hot. The fire flared up, making him focus, and it glowed brighter and brighter. If that was the ember, the kindling, he breathed heavily as the iron block turned red-hot. His whole body burst into flames. His hands and his sword became powerful and imposing. He said to himself that he could become strong. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth and shouted, raising his sword high, thinking, I can do this. He swung his sword down with massive force. Kuva was stunned at how much stronger he had become. Lou was full of excitement, unable to look away. Josh was also taken aback. Ania watched him innocently. Judith looked at the incoming light with excitement. He roared with intensity. I'm attacking! He charged forward, but Judith Kron blocked him. He swung his sword with all his might, a strike crashing into the ground, but she had already jumped away. He frowned at that speed. Too fast. Judith just calmly watched his trajectory. She suddenly vanished. And immediately after, he ran as fast as he could to slash at her. But her speed was still too fast. Lou clapped her hands in excitement. Irene was pressuring her, but Kuva's eyes told a different story. Something wasn't right. Irene Pareira hadn't even unsheathed her sword yet. Irene Pareira moved fluidly, dodging every incoming strike. She leaped into the air, ready to strike down from above, her gaze sharp as if she had already predicted everything. The two swords collided with immense destructive force. The sheer power of her strike sent him stumbling backward. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Joe smiled, while Kuva stared in disbelief. She had blocked Irene Pereira's attack with just one hand. Exna swung her blade, forcing him to quickly raise his own to parry. A massive explosion erupted, sending Irene Pareira flying. He gripped his sword tightly, fighting to regain his footing. He braced himself, desperate to get back into a defensive stance. But before he could, she was already behind him, swinging her sword in the middle of the clash. Where are your eyes wandering, you little brat? A terrifying, earth-shaking gust of wind surged forth. He squeezed his eyes shut, his hands slipping from his sword. She coldly prepared to finish it, but at the very last second, his hands clamped back onto the sword. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, determined to keep going. Exna looked up in surprise. He seized the opening, sword in hand, and charged. Irene Pareira launched a powerful slash, but she dodged it with ease. He stared in shock as she countered with a heavy punch. You damn brat. He took the hit hard, his body arching as he was sent flying. The air tore around him as he hurtled backward. Lulu and Kuva cried out in panic, calling Irene Pereira's name. Joss approached. Exna's expression remained cold, yet she smiled brightly. Will the captain take him with us? No longer looking bloodthirsty, she seemed amused. Do you want to make me a liar? That brat showed what he was made of, just like he said earlier. What an interesting little kid. She looked at him, full of surprise. What was that? She looked at Irene Pareira and laughed. He actually wanted to defeat me. While Kuva and Lulu wept with worry as he remained unconscious, she continued. With all of his strength, his name was called out repeatedly. Closing his eyes, he let out a shout, and suddenly sat bolt upright, to the relief of the other two. Oh, you're awake. Do you feel like anything is wrong? Irene looked around, dazed, then startled when he saw Exna sighing in front of him. She raised a hand and asked, Since you're awake, I think we should take care of this right now. He was confused, but she pulled up his shirt, making Lulu shriek. What the hell are you doing? You perverted witch. She examined the wound. You cat, who do you think you are calling me a witch? Don't use that filthy language with me. You hear? He watched in amazement. She was using healing magic on the wound. The coagulated blood began to recede. Kuva was stunned it was holy magic. She reminded them that from now on, he could move easily, without any issues. He bowed his head in thought. Then Irene Pareira asked firmly, What kind of sword is yours? The captain questioned. That's a strange question to ask, don't you think? You said you were Chrono's student, right? He replied. That's right. She looked up. I see. Those are the kinds of odd things that old man Yan would say. Asking questions like that is why a brat like you has to do so much thinking. She suddenly turned around. My sword is the one that makes a king. Kuva was incensed. Are you crazy? Are you planning a rebellion? She remained calm. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I'll explain it to you, but first, give me that string. I'll purify it for you. He looked at the string in surprise. She held the charm in her palm like an expert mage. You know we are living in a time of peace, don't you? Simply because our kingdom forbids starting wars between nations. That might have been 155,000, 405 years ago, or even further back. The reason is that the demons grow stronger and more ferocious every time a war breaks out. You surely realize that as well. Even though we are in a time of peace, this world isn't truly peaceful. She used her purification magic on the string. She bowed her head and continued, I don't know how to save those who are suffering, or how to stop these dangerous things that are slowly creeping into the human world. Would that be fun? If I were to create a nation overflowing with personal freedom in a world like this? With that thought, all my actions began. You don't need to worry too much. I will achieve my goal in the most peaceful way possible. Her gaze dropped. That black cat isn't half bad, seeing as you're happy. But you need to try harder to protect these precious relationships. The wind blew through the window as she reminded him. And you, Irene Pareira, do you have faith in yourself? He stared at her, stunned, while Exna looked out the window, deep in thought. I have always believed in myself. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen the truth. She continued, I have always trusted in myself, and that is the only reason I can walk the path I've chosen, without a single moment of hesitation or doubt. He sat in silence as she stepped toward the window. If we meet again, I will offer you the same deal. Not for the steel embedded in your heart, but for the person named Irene Pareira. She vanished. Lulu and Kuva looked down in shock. Did she just jump off like that? He suddenly said. When Ignite Crayon killed Victor and Sarlot, I felt that what she did was just, because in every one of her actions, I could feel it. I had viewed those actions as something obvious, but another part of me felt hesitant. He bowed his head. I was so angry at Ignite Crayon, a person who acts on instinct so naturally. As for me, I couldn't do that. I was so jealous of her. A carriage passed over the hill. Kuva was driving the horses while Lulu watched Irene Pareira intently. Her eyes didn't leave him for a second. He was dripping with sweat. He was in his subconscious, trying to forge that block of iron. He was panting, sweat pouring down his face. But despite the heavy hammer blows, nothing had changed. His hand touched the iron, then a light flickered, but the fire wasn't as strong as before. But I won't stop. He kept hammering away as the sunset approached. Kuva called out, Lulu, Irene, it's time for dinner. He sighed in relief. Is it dinner time already? He called back. Are you in the middle of training your mind? He stepped out. And Kuva continued. You seem diligent. Any progress? He looked at his hands, happy. No clear progress yet, but I can feel something, so it's not exactly fruitless. Suddenly, he looked toward where Lulu was still sleeping and called out, Lulu, it's time to eat. Irene Pereira said, I think she's practicing the Juntahang. She won't wake up no matter how much you call her. Kuva leaned in. Do all people who study the secret arts train like that? He replied, It depends on the person, but maybe that posture helps Lulu feel more comfortable and makes it more effective. Kuva looked at him and thought, he seems to have been influenced by the words Exna said earlier. He shouted, Well, let's the two of us eat first. The two ate by the campfire. He devoured the food. This is delicious. What did you put in this? He let out a secret chuckle. As night fell, Kuva followed the sound. Is he training? The guy was truly extraordinary, pouring everything into his practice without wasting a single moment. Even knowing he was an earnest person, this was well beyond anything I could have imagined. A voice called out, We'll be arriving in Lawn tomorrow, so let's just get some rest here tonight. Kuva turned around. You're filthy. Go take a bath first. Lou clung to Kuva. Me too. He sat slumped at the table. Bring me a glass of whiskey. Seriously? More whiskey? What's the deal with drinking it day and night? He startled, and the voice continued. What about you? Why don't you order less food? We always end up with leftovers. His eyes widened in surprise. A girl spoke up. What are you talking about? I always clean my plate. The guy sitting next to her added, You think that's something to be proud of? You end up throwing up everywhere after stuffing yourself like that. Judith stood up. You're one to talk, she yelled at the young man, pushing him away, clearly annoyed by his drinking habit. Judith suddenly shouted his name. Irene Pereira. He happily acknowledged her. She stared in disbelief. You really are Irene, aren't you? Brad Lloyd asked. What are you doing here? But Kuva and Lou stepped in to protect him. He held up a defensive stance. Who are you two? You're not planning on doing anything to Irene Pareira, are you? Luke Juntahan shouted. Don't you dare hurt Irene Pareira. She looked completely taken aback. A talking cat? Kuva looked surprised. You two are strong. Lu agreed. Very strong. Irene Pareira stepped forward to make introductions. Wait. No need to make such a big deal out of this. These two are my friends. We were fellow students at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The two of them greeted each other warmly. Right, I'm Brad Lloyd, and this is Judith. He introduced his companions. You two can think of them as my teachers. Kuva coughed. I'm Kuva, an orc shaman. The cat sat there, smiling happily. Hello, I'm Lu, the master who teaches secret arts to Irene Pareira. She looked curious. Secret arts? She stepped forward. Sorry for cutting you off earlier. It was just a misunderstanding. We've run into similar trouble before, he said sympathetically. I get it. Judith threw an arm around his shoulder. Man, Irene Pareira, you've gotten taller. But suddenly, she slammed him down in anger. You damn bastard! She pinned him down, causing him pain. You said you'd come back, but we didn't hear a word from you. I actually thought you were dead, Luke wondered. Irene Pareira, are they really your friends? Brad Lloyd sighed. So, something happened, huh? He replied miserably. It's a long story. She coldly let him go. Forget about that for now. Don't you think we should have a match? He looked confident. Sure thing. A flash of light erupted from the woods. They moved to a sparring area. Here. This place is never used. Judith drew her sword, curious. Where's your sword? Irene Pareira. Did you change your weapon? Why can't I see it? He used magic to manifest his blade. I always have my sword with me. Both Judith and Brad Lloyd were shocked. He asked in awe. What was that? Kuva smirked. That's a secret art. Judith was intrigued. I see. Looks like you haven't been slacking off for the past year, huh? I'm coming for you, Irene Pareira. She lunged forward. A fiery red blade strike slashed through the air. The swords clashed. Kuva watched and exclaimed, so strong. His sword surged with power, forcing her blade down. Her eyes remained locked on him. He spun with his blade. A blinding flash of light erupted, and Judith was sent flying back. He didn't stop there, following up with another strike. She managed to block it, beads of sweat dripping down. No mistake about it, he was using their own swordsmanship against them. She laughed loudly. What's gotten into you? He remained confident. Didn't you say we'd talk about that later? Brad Lloyd drew his sword and rushed in. I can't just watch from the sidelines anymore. Move aside, Judith. Let me fight Irene Pareira, she yelled back. Get out of my way, you jerk. All three of them were brimming with fighting spirit. If it's going to be like that, let the three of us fight together. A chaotic brawl broke out. They exchanged blows with seasoned skill. Brad Lloyd struck, but Irene dodged effortlessly. She lunged with her pointed blade, a streak of light firing out, but he blocked it with his sword. He smiled. That's strange. You don't mean to tell me you remembered that after seeing it just once? He deflected Judith's attack while answering, a little later. I'll explain everything to you guys in a bit. The three of them continued their intense spar, all sharing the same restless hunger for battle. She shouted, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? While they were busy staring each other down, he leaped into the air and slammed his sword into the ground. Judith sensed the incoming attack. Now Brad and she were fighting together, though she remained on high alert. Irene Pareira swung, but Brad Lloyd jumped over it. He spun and unleashed a strike that caused an explosion, rocking the arena. Brad looked exhausted but thrilled. Man, your attacks really pack a punch. Kuva watched from the sidelines, stunned. This was top-tier stuff. They hadn't rested even for a second. The three of them were absolutely enjoying the battle. Judith smiled, her face glistening with sweat. You're better than I thought. Irene Pareira complimented them. You two are seriously impressive. They all took a breather. Brad Lloyd said, at this rate, when will we ever finish? Let's call it a day. She didn't seem to want to stop. What? But we're having fun, he reminded her. The sun is setting. Let's head in and rest. She turned to ask, hey, Irene Pareira, show us that thing. He looked blank. Her face lit up. You know, that vertical slash you used during the final assessment at the academy. He gave a slight nod, agreeing. Irene Pareira raised his sword, his eyes burning with intensity. The two of them were left speechless. That fast? Cracks shot out across the arena floor. The entire ground had been split in two. Judith froze. There was nothing left to say. Brad Lloyd knelt down to inspect the fissure. He's faster and more precise than before. You must have practiced that vertical slash a lot, huh? He grinned. Not really. I just started practicing it again recently. They all began to head back. Brad suddenly asked, Did you hear about it? I went back to the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. He smiled. I heard about it from Lance and the Master Swordsman. He asked, Oh, you already knew? So you did go back to the academy, right? He nodded. I went back, so I heard everything. Lou looked at her. You were strong back there. Brad Lloyd jumped in surprise. Thank you for the compliment. He held up a pink gem. I'll give you this jewel. She looked terrified. No, I don't need things like that. But he continued to offer more. Just go ahead and take it. I've still got plenty. Brad Lloyd questioned. What's wrong? Isn't this exactly the kind of stuff you like? She whispered. Black cats are a symbol of bad luck. What if I get cursed after accepting it? The cat lord grumbled. You guys. Lulu cried a river. She fearfully explained. That's not what I meant. They returned to the inn. She wondered, aren't Luku and Kuva coming down with us? He stepped forward and replied. They said it's been so long since the three of us met, so they wanted us to have some time to catch up. Brad Lloyd grinned. What's wrong with having one more person? Actually, make that one Oros and one cat. She was still hung up on the past, asking, So, what on earth actually happened to you? Tell us quickly, she pressed. He sat down, not sure where to start. I'll start from before I entered the Swordsmanship Academy. At that time, I kept having this recurring dream about a man swinging a sword. Following the advice of the swordmaster Jan, I began my journey. Both friends went quiet. He sank into thought for a moment. This story must sound a bit ridiculous to you guys, right? You did well, she said. He looked up, startled. Judith was blunt. To be honest, hearing you talk about those things, it actually made me a bit annoyed. Because back then, among our peers, I thought I was the most stubborn and tough one. But when I saw you at the academy, I was speechless. I never imagined there could be such a madman in this world. She looked up. But that wasn't just your own willpower. It was thanks to the help of the man in your dreams. It felt like being deceived. Thinking about it carefully, to defeat that insane man who only knew how to swing his sword, you struggled alone every single day for such a long time. She placed a hand on his shoulder. You've worked hard. You did well. Because you were the one who finally conquered that man. He sat in silence, then couldn't help but let Irene Pareira chuckle. He smiled. Thank you. Brad Lloyd spoke up. I'm the one who taught him. Judith asked skeptically, What do you mean by that? He looked smug. I am the one who shaped you into the person you are today. Thanks to me, you've become who you are now, so you should be thanking me. She got fired up. What the hell is this jerk talking about? He kept smirking. Oh, come on, can't you use some nicer words? She shouted. Who the hell are you to demand anything from me? He retorted. I really don't like your attitude right now. He sighed while looking at the two of them. Brad Lloyd was much more cheerful than he used to be. Brad Lloyd turned around. Irene Pereira, you're heading somewhere right now, right? Why don't you come with us for a bit of fun? What do you think? He felt a bit shy. I don't have a problem with that. Irene Pereira sighed. I don't know if everyone will be able to get along with those two. I'm a little worried. Kuva and Brad clinked their beer mugs together. This is great. Usually, no matter how much I beg Irene Pereira, he never drinks. He started drinking refreshingly. I've been traveling with a kid who doesn't know how to drink at all. It's honestly been so boring and tiring. She got annoyed again. All right, just lie down right there. You're dead meat today, he laughed. Come on, you're going to lose anyway. Fine, I'll drink with you. A while later, a drunk Judith hugged Lulu and cried, Lou, I'm sorry about earlier. I'm sorry for calling you an unlucky black cat. He pushed her away. I know. I understand. So, please just let me go. She praised him. You're a lucky cat, Lulu begged Irene Pereira. Get her off me. She's hugging too tight. I can't get out. He thought to himself. I'm overthinking this. On the carriage, he said. Now that you mention it, where are you guys heading? Our group is on the way to Lon. They gasped. What? You guys are planning to go to Lon? Judith looked annoyed. You haven't been there yet? Don't bother going there. It's terrible. Brad Lloyd turned back, agreeing with her. He asked, Is something wrong there? She said angrily. Nobody there accepts a duel. We even saw those swordsmen there closing their doors, refusing to meet us. Those damn instructors are just a bunch of arrogant, conceited fools. Don't you think those people are being unreasonable? Kuva asked. Did you two go to the arena and introduce yourselves as the 27th generation of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy? She was fuming. Of course we did. And yet, those jerks turned us down flat. He explained. The reason might be your backgrounds. Students from the 27th generation are considered the golden generation, and those people care a lot about their reputation. I think they refuse to fight because they're afraid their reputation will take a hit if they lose to you guys. She cursed. Cowards! Lulu lay on his head. So, where do we go now? He wondered. I'm not sure. Brad Lloyd suggested. How about Parsons? What do you think? I heard it's a newly opened city. There are a lot of freelance instructors gathered there. Kuva praised. Wow, you really are reliable. All right, let's hit the road together. A week later, he said. Kuva, thanks for the meal today. He laughed heartily. As long as you guys enjoyed it, that's all that matters. Judith stood up. Well, since we're done eating, why don't we warm up a little? He replied happily. That sounds good. An explosion occurred. He was panting, and she laughed. Are you using those tricks to block my attacks again? Then, he was startled, sweat pouring down his face as Judith's sword began to glow. Kuva was surprised. That aura, Lulu exclaimed. Is that sword aura? Brad Lloyd explained. Not quite. It's just a bit of aura coating the blade. This is nothing compared to the aura of a true swordmaster. She struck fiercely. She was still training, although she couldn't maintain the form for long during battle yet. It was enough to intimidate her opponent. He thought, I can only realize it. But why can't I master using sword aura like them? I've learned that it comes from improving concentration and emotions, combined with other techniques. And among the three of us, the one who can become a sword master, I think that person might be Irene Pareira. His massive sword touched the ground. He was exhausted. I lost. She laughed. 9 wins, 1 loss. I guess my win rate is 90%. He sighed. I wasn't expecting much, but right now, I'm the weakest of the 3. It's tough for me to take down both of them in a duel. Brad Lloyd approached. Enough with the physical sparring. Now it's time for some mouth sparring. First, Judith, this is your second spar today. I noticed you let your guard down during your first swing, so you tried to avoid it. She put her hands on her hips. Yeah, I did, Brad Lloyd explained further. You panicked and slid to the side. After dodging, you immediately tried to counterattack. That pattern of yours has repeated itself a lot these past few days. She agreed. I guess I need to focus more on my basic footwork. He turned. What do you think, Irene Pareira? That method is called swordless. The swordsman discussed it and reviewed what happened in the match. Irene Pareira smiled. I see. It's just that it won't be easy for me right now. If it's okay, I'll just sit here and listen to you two talk. Irene Pareira felt happy inside. This is great. That's why those two are getting stronger and stronger. I'll do my best to catch up to them. At the inn, Kuva wondered. Irene, why aren't you eating dinner? Where are you going at this hour? That was the reason why the two of them were getting stronger and stronger. I'll try my best to keep up with them, he thought. Back at the inn, Kuva asked, Irene, why aren't you eating dinner? Where are you going at this hour? He stood up from the table. I need to go get some training in. I might be back by tomorrow morning. Judith also rushed over. I'm heading out to train too. Brad Lloyd sighed and stood up. Here we go again. Sorry, but I have to head out now too. She asked, Is something wrong? As he walked away, he thought, every time Irene showed that determined look, like he wanted to train seriously, his growth rate would skyrocket immediately after. Judith understood that, but seeing him leave, he didn't want to be left behind either. Haven't you seen things like this when you're with him? Kuva sighed. I've seen it a few times. He continued. As expected, Irene Pareira never changed. He was still the same. He trained until the earth trembled, his blade flashing brightly. The master was right. There's no need to try and mimic anyone else's swordsmanship. His strikes grew more powerful by the day. What I need to do is find the balance within my own swordsmanship. That man's swordsmanship could pierce the very sky. And then there's the foundation I learned at Chrono Academy. My swordsmanship is rooted in both of those things. Focusing on those two things and combining the parts I can use from Brad Lloyd's and Judith's styles. Then, I can perfect my own knowledge. His body glowed, and he dragged his feet across the ground. She seemed to be pushing herself to compete. She was furious. You jerk, are you making rapid progress again? How can that even be possible? It's cheating. Brad Lloyd lay on the ground, gasping for air. This is how the world works. It feels just like when I watched Ilya Lindsay 5 years ago, nothing's changed. Kuva chuckled. This is amazing. Irene Pareira had once again closed the gap between them. She yelled, Fine then, you jerk. Her body lit up, a powerful source of fire energy enveloping her. Anyone who acts like that won't be able to get anything done properly. Her inability to control that energy was the current problem. 2 days later, Kuva's expression changed. Judith was overwhelming him, pushing him back. In a blink, her sword was at his throat. She laughed joyfully. I finally won. Kuva was surprised. That move just now. There was something about it that resembled Irene. How could she do that in such a short amount of time? It must be pure innate talent. She laughed out loud. What do you think, Irene? He praised her. That was great, Judith. I didn't expect you to pull that off. And that hunger for victory was truly unmatched. I'm not qualified to judge anyone, one student said. This is the Hiram Swordsmanship Academy. What are you guys doing here? Brad Lloyd introduced them. I'm Brad Lloyd. I'd like to challenge some swordsmen here. The man looked skeptical. You guys look so young. Are you famous? A voice came from the doorway. Master Ken, what's going on? He called out. Ah, we have some guests who want to request a duel. Let them in. He stepped forward with poise. It's a pleasure to meet you, young ones. Hiram, the head of the Hiram Swordsmanship Academy. All three introduced themselves happily. I'm Judith, I'm Irene Pareira, nice to meet you, and I'm Brad Lloyd. He chuckled to himself. Just by looking, he could tell these kids were not ordinary. I'll handle this personally instead of leaving it to Ken. He looked down at the hall. You said you came here to duel, right? The first floor is for students. Follow me. I'll show you to a private training room. Brad Lloyd asked. So, who is our opponent? He turned around happily. Who else would it be but me? Ken was shocked. Master Hiram. Irene Pareira was also surprised by the decision. She was incredibly excited. Amazing, he asked. Who's going first? He stepped forward. If you two don't mind, can I go first? Both were surprised. You? Wow, I didn't expect that. Since when were you so eager? He warned them. Let's start with wooden swords. It's not good to get injured during a friendly match. He confidently grabbed the sword. Whatever works. Everyone took their positions. Then, let the match begin. Hiram started first. He lunged forward. He stood still, calmly watching his opponent's movements. Hiram thought confidently, let's see just how strong these kids really are. He swung his sword down with precision. Immediately, it landed squarely on Hiram's head unexpectedly. Hiram collapsed hard onto the floor as Ken shouted, Master! Both his friends were worried. Irene Pareira, did you kill him? He helped Hiram up. I didn't. I am so sorry, Master. The old man had bandages all over his head. No need to apologize to me. I think we know who the winner is now. Where did the three of you learn your swordsmanship? The three were awkward and silent for a moment before looking up to introduce themselves. We are students from the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. He continued, I figured as much. You guys must have heard the rumors about Class 27. The Golden Batch Group, right? Yeah, that's what they call us. We're aware of it, Hiram sighed. Other than that place, there isn't anywhere else that could produce such monsters. I'd heard the rumors, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. At first, I thought you came here to wreck my academy. He was startled. Wreck it? Why would we do something like that? He laughed loudly. It was just me overthinking things. I'm sure you guys just wanted to spar. Irene Pareira stood up. Yes, we just wanted to find someone to spar with. He calmed down. I understand now. After asking you a few questions, I already have my answer. You don't even know how strong you really are, do you? He reminisced and explained. What level of swordsmanship does a swordsman aim for? For ordinary people, the answer is simply to become a master swordsman. But for typical swordsmen, their goal is to become an expert, where background, talent, and hard work are the foundation. They use what they have to strive to become stronger. All three listened intently. You could say the expert rank is quite high. Most heads of swordsmanship academies are at the expert level or higher. Even so, there aren't many opportunities to handle the three of you. Maybe 4, maybe 5 people. But in the end, all they could do is stall you. In the end, the victory would still belong to you. So, be proud of yourselves. Judith hung her head, feeling sad. Is that so? Hiram wondered, thinking. Even after hearing that, they're still not satisfied? He exclaimed. But there is still one person, a master who could be stronger than all three of you combined. She's aggressively curious, isn't she? Just how strong are they? They must be masters, right? Hiram explained. They aren't masters yet, but they're quite well known and recognized by many masters. There's a group called the 100 Sword Clan, 100 top-tier swordsmen known by the masses. And standing above them all is the strongest swordsman, the one ranked 101st, Jet Frost. And, as luck would have it, he's hosting a 2-day training seminar here in Estet. Judith clenched her fists in excitement. Awesome! Let's go meet him! A crowd was already gathering in the courtyard of a massive building. Why are there so many people? Irene Pareira looked a bit disappointed. Hey, do you think we can actually spar with him today? Hiram sighed. Another huge crowd? That lazy jerk just loves making everything complicated. Why can't we just spar and get it over with? She looked annoyed. What are you doing here, Guildmaster? He chuckled. Jet is way stronger than me. Watching you kids spar with him might actually be a big help. Brad Lloyd stepped forward and asked, Sir, do you know Jet Frost? He smiled warmly. Did I not tell you guys? We've known each other for nearly a decade. Jet looked visibly annoyed. Then, could you ask him for us? It's just a practice spar. The Guildmaster laughed sheepishly. I tried, but he turned me down. A man from the crowd stepped up to introduce himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Glenn, Jet Frost's butler. Since there are more people than expected, we've decided that only those who pass this test can go inside to see Mr. Frost. You just need a score over 5,000 points to pass. The protagonist looked at the magic measuring device and asked about it. Hiram looked at him, surprised. You know quite a bit about this. Have you tried it before? He answered honestly. Yes. I think I got over 10,000 points last time. The Guildmaster smirked. 10,000? That's no small feat. He didn't seem to be lying at all. The scores rang out. 6,201 points pass. 4,999 points. Fail. Glenn recognized the next person. Guildmaster Hiram, you're here too? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to go. Good to see you again. Glenn read the number. 1,281. You passed. It seems your score is higher than last time, sir. He laughed again. Maybe I've just practiced with this thing so much that I've gotten better. His two friends cheered. Go, Irene. He used magic to manifest a sword. Glenn praised him. Young man, is that a magic sword? He was startled. It's just a normal sword I conjured. Is that not allowed? It's pretty sturdy, but other than that, there's nothing special about it. The old man looked around. To keep it fair, I'll prepare a similar weapon for you. He accepted. The old man smiled brightly. All right, whenever you're ready. He took the other sword, still feeling very confident. He unleashed a powerful slash, and Glenn started sweating. What was that? Beside them, Hiram gasped. Unbelievable! Everyone was stunned. 18,817 points. You passed! Judith excitedly stepped forward. All right, my turn. I'm going to beat that score. She felt the same way. She unleashed a lightning-fast strike, her whole body glowing with blue light. 16,581 points. 16,601 points. Both of them passed. Brad teased her. Is losing to him really that hard for you? He comforted her. Hey, the scores weren't that different anyway. She looked ahead, and Brad Lloyd continued to provoke her. Oh, look at that. The little lady lost again. Maybe next time, I'll let you win. She snapped back. I just messed up my swing, that's all. That's why my score was a bit lower than yours. Irene Pareira called out to the other two. They said whoever passes should head over to the training area. The three of them headed to the gathering spot. She looked a bit angry. Same here. Glenn announced that because so many people passed, they would have a 3-on-1 match. The three of you will go in at once. Please bear with us. Now, only the four of them remained. I guess it's just us now. Seems so. Glenn stepped forward. Mr. Frost says he will spar 1-on-1 with Guildmaster Hiram. Hiram replied happily. He's treating me like an old friend this time. Judith leaned in. So the three of us go last. Here's our chance. Guildmaster. Wait a second. She whispered something to Hiram. I'll leave it to you. He agreed as he walked away, glancing back. Leave it to me. A massive burst of light, and the next moment, a blade was already at Hiram's neck. He sighed. Yep, I'm definitely no match for you. The opponent smirked. You seriously thought you could beat me? This taught me a lot, Hiram said. Thanks. Jet smiled calmly. Well, this is my job as an instructor. Hiram noted that only the last group remained. Jet replied, All right, I'll finish this up. You go get some rest. Hiram reminded him. Oh, the next group wants to make a bet with you. Jet turned, confused. A bet? Hiram said nonchalantly. Just some young swordsmen. They said if you win, they'll do whatever you want. Hiram leaned in close. But if they win, you have to give them individual tutoring for a whole month. Jet burst out laughing. That sounds interesting, he answered quickly. Fine. I'll make them clean up every single piece of trash in the estate district. Hiram chuckled. Fantastic. Only then did Jet realize, wait, Glenn, why didn't you tell me? These three kids are masters. Glenn looked a bit annoyed. Guildmaster Hiram already told me. You're the one who drank all that fruit wine. Jet yelled, That jerk! There wasn't even that much left. He was stunned to hear, We're so glad you accepted our request. She raised her sword. Brad Lloyd, Class 27, Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. She jumped in to introduce herself. I'm Judith, Class 27, Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. He unleashed a bright aura. And I'm Irene Pareira, Class 27, Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. They were filled with fighting spirit. We look forward to your guidance, Jet thought to himself. Class 27 of Chrono Academy? Aren't they supposed to be the golden generation? His eyes widened when they shouted, "We're coming at you!" Irene Pereira lunged forward with his sturdy sword. A wave of pressure radiated outward. Jet's face tightened. He looked at the determination in their eyes. What kind of power is this? Jet was pushed back by the sheer force. A razor-sharp blade nearly hit him, moving as fast as lightning. Brad joined the fray, knocking his sword away. Suddenly, Judith swung her blade, catching him off guard. Jet accelerated, escaping the encirclement. He looked at the fight, intrigued. Whoa, these three have great teamwork. I'll have to put the pressure on to force them into a one-on-one situation. An obstacle appeared right in front of him. It was Judith's blade. Luckily, he ducked just in time. Immediately after, Irene Pereira slashed straight toward his chest. Jet moved away again. He jumped to dodge a strike from Brad Lloyd. These kids aren't even giving me a second to think. An explosion rocked the training ground. Glenn trembled. Don't tell me. These kids might actually be able to beat the master. Beside him, Hiram laughed loudly. Why are you so surprised? It's not like they made that bet for no reason. Jet gritted his teeth. Losing to a bunch of kids meant he'd be stuck tutoring them for a whole month. His gaze is overwhelming. How is that even possible? The three of them stare in shock at his presence. Jay is radiating an enormous amount of energy. He cracks his neck. I'll admit, you kids are strong. To be fair, I'll give it my all. Irene Pereira tries to stand tall. How can his aura be this sharp? This aura, it's making it so hard to get close to him. Judith stands frozen, struggling. She charges in anyway. He tosses his sword aside. The sword hits hers, and Judith jumps in surprise. His sword? He wonders. Did he just throw it away? Jet takes a powerful step forward. The three of them rush him, but he leaps into the air. Irene Pereira's eyes widen. Where did he go? No, he's above them. The moment they realize it, he's already dropping down toward Irene Pereira's head. He has another sword. Irene Pereira hesitates, should he stab or slash. I need to judge this perfectly to block that blow. But Jet is radiating such intense aura. Irene Pereira stumbles on the training ground. The tip of Jet's sword is already inches from his chest. Jet calls out, "Next one." Irene Pereira's eyes reflect in the blade. Jet swings. This kid. A shockwave sends both of them flying back. Just then, Judith lunges in. Jet twists his body, and she slashes at empty air. She hears a sound by her ear. A split second later, the blade passes right through her red hair. Jet calls out from behind her. You two are out of the ring. The sparring session pauses. Jet reminds the blue-haired boy, "You're Bloy, right?" He nods. Jet assesses. Your swordsmanship is very stable. At your age, not many have skills as good as yours. I'm quite impressed. But your ability to observe and predict attacks is still lacking. Or maybe you're just too focused on your own safety, Irene Pereira argues. But that attack was clearly impossible to block. Jet shakes his head. No. When I teach, I have my own methods. I only swing my sword with enough reach for you to parry, and I stop as soon as I see your stance falter. He looks stunned. Jet glances at Judith, making her jump. Next, this girl, your attacks are too predictable. She asks, how, though? Jet points out, didn't you see how I handled your attack? You just use your sword to hack away without utilizing its full potential. Jet picks up his sword again and looks at Irene Pereira. Right then, since it's just you left, I think I'll play a little longer. Irene Pereira is stunned. He's so confident. I'm not the type to give up easily. Your attack had some power behind it. So come on, use your full strength to attack me. Both of them look surprised. Irene Pereira, is he letting him go first? Both friends burst into laughter. Irene Pereira asks, are you sure you won't change your mind? This place is going to take quite a beating, you know. Irene Pereira takes a deep breath. All right, break as much as you want, I don't mind. He looks incredibly confident. Then I'll give it my all. Irene Pereira closes his eyes, and an aura flares across his body. Jet is genuinely surprised now. The fire within him burns brighter. What is this? Where is this massive amount of aura coming from? Jet breaks into a cold sweat. And Kid is actually controlling it? Irene Pereira clears his mind. The three of us combined our efforts, but we still couldn't do anything. This person is truly too strong. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to be taught by someone this talented for a whole month. That fire burns intensely. I have to seize this opportunity. He raises his arms, face contorted with effort, until a shout of, "Stop!" freezes him in his tracks. Jet holds up his hands and sighs, surrendering. I yield. Just put that down, for heaven's sake. The three of them beam. We look forward to your guidance. Jet nods with a weary face. The next day at the training ground, the three of them wonder what this place is. Jet uses magic on a seal. This is where you'll be training for the next month. Other seals in the room light up, and all three feel uncomfortable. The gravity in here can be manipulated by the magic circle. Judith winces. My body feels so heavy, Jet explains. Developing a healthy body makes a swordsman's aura stronger. The capacity for aura increases by pushing your body past its limits. Jet points behind them. Now, move those rocks over to the left side. I want you to finish moving the whole pile. He emphasizes, if you don't finish, I'll assume you lack the strength and will, and I'll fail you. You understand me, right? 3 hours later he returns. They should be done by now. He looks on in shock. The pile of rocks hasn't diminished. What is this? They haven't finished moving the rocks? He hadn't thought it would take them this long. Glenn explains, this is already their third round. Jet is startled. The three of them are still training, carrying rocks. The old man tells him they finished the original pile before 11 a.m. Instead of waiting, they wanted to keep training, so they kept going. Jet grins, annoyed. Do they have to be this obsessed? Let's see how much these kids can improve. On the second day of training, the three of them are doing sit-ups. On the fifth day, they move on to dragging rocks. Judith struggles to pull a massive boulder. Jet watches them intently. Back at the inn, someone asks, are you only doing physical training again today? Lou, lying on him, wonders. It's been a week already. Has he sparred with you guys at all? Irene Pareira explains, I'm sure he has his reasons. Catman is still skeptical. Isn't he the 101st strongest swordsman? Could he be a fraud? Irene Pareira lies there thinking, the 101st strongest swordsman. Back in Jet's office, he clenches his fist. It's a title no one wants. He looks sad. His gaze is pensive. I knew it. He looks at his glass of wine and remembers the three of them, the look in their eyes. They're getting stronger, and it's not just talent. He takes a sip of his wine. I was like that once. 2. Time flashes back to when he was struggling to train his sword, the time when his own eyes were burning with passion. The next day, during training, he says, from now on, I'll provide guidance and advice on your swordsmanship based on your individual strengths and weaknesses. Judith smiles. Awesome. Finally, the time for sparring. Irene Pareira, go first. He draws his sword and chooses his attacks. Jet stops him and advises, overall, you're quite outstanding, but you're too passive. Being slower than your opponent only makes it easier for them to catch your blade. Am I right? I bet you'll be spinning like a top from the start to the finish of the match, especially when facing opponents with slick movement like Judith. Wait, are you saying I'm slower than Judith? That's right. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward, his feet radiating a powerful aura. However, being slower doesn't mean you're on the defensive. You simply need to keep claiming the space around you and expanding your territory. Then, Jet's overwhelming presence erupted. The wind howled through the building, shifting to his advantage. He continued to close in, forcing his opponent into areas where they had no leverage, making it impossible for them to run or strike back. Jet's pressure bore down on him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He lunged with his sword. Jet kept teaching, pushing his opponent into a corner. Irene Pareira calmed himself. I understand now. Thank you very much. Over the next few days, he continued to watch everyone's training. When it was her turn, Jet reminded her, that's enough for today, Judith. You don't need to push yourself so hard. She tried to hold her ground. What's with that weak talk? We've only just started. Judith gripped her sword, determined to beat him this time. He seemed to realize the problem and looked at her. Jet called her over. Judith, I want to give you some advice. Follow me. She was puzzled. Right now? He was firm. Put your sword down and come to my room. Jet added, it's almost time to eat. You two go ahead. It'll take a while for me to talk to Judith. They looked happy. Yes. We understand. Suddenly, her voice screamed, what the hell are you talking about? Irene Pareira looked back. What's going on over there? Sounds like Judith is cursing. She stomped out of the door. Brad Lloyd asked her, hey, where are you going? She scowled. That's none of your business. They both entered his private room. What did you say to Judith? He replied, I'm sure you heard it from outside. Holding a bottle of wine, he mused. Every time I see you kids, it reminds me of my youth. In the years when I picked up a sword for fun, I reached a master's level at a very young age. With my talent blossoming, my next goal was to become a sword saint. But reality was cruel. Across the continent, there were so many people more naturally gifted than me, and through all those comparisons and duels, I grew discouraged. Eventually, I stopped focusing on my sword. He sighed. I kept comparing myself, competing, and craving victory over them. A drop of wine fell into his glass. It would be great if I could regulate that and keep that burning passion alive inside me. but how can one handle such competition properly? When you're around two geniuses like you, people tend to get hot-headed and lose their cool, he said with a start. Irene Pareira listened intently. That's why I advised her to let go, stop comparing and competing with you two, and find out what her own essence is. But it seems it had the opposite effect. He took another sip of wine as footsteps entered the room. She arrived with a sad look. First of all, let me apologize. He was startled. I know you didn't mean to mock or insult me, and it is true that these bastards are much better than me. I've been pushing myself hard to catch up to you both, but I didn't pick up this sword for fun. Her expression changed. I hold this sword to survive. Judith recalled her childhood. That competition was the result of a battle to save my own life. My essence is competition. If I can defeat those more talented than me by pushing past my own limits, if I keep moving forward without failing, then no matter how difficult it is, I will endure it. The fire in her heart ignited, because that was the process. A week later, all three of them stood outside the manor. Irene said appreciatively, "Thank you for your advice. Have you decided on your next destination?" Brad Lloyd said sadly. "Not yet," he replied. "Then try going to the Land of Proof. The arena in the Land of Proof is the pride of the Kali Kingdom, one of the 5 great powers in the West. It's an extremely unique arena, and I've heard the level of competition there is much higher than anywhere else. Since a fairly famous swordsman recently appeared there, I think you know her. She's part of your golden generation." A girl with platinum hair appeared. Ilya Lindsay was cleaning her sword by the window. She was currently the champion of the Land of Proof arena. The carriage rolled on. Irene Pareira sat sadly in a corner. Judith was nostalgic. Ilya Lindsay must be much stronger now, right? Brad Lloyd looked out the window. She's probably moved past that incident by now. She looked surprised. What do you mean? What incident? She was shocked. You don't know? About the case where the eldest son of the Lindsay family went missing? He was shocked. What did you say? 5 years ago, after the final evaluation at the academy, Ilya Lindsay returned home. Ilya Lindsay's brother, Kalen, was no longer in the house. He vanished without a trace, as if hit by a forbidden spell. Even the family mages couldn't find him. After 3 months of intense investigation, there were no positive results, and people began to whisper that he might be dead. After that, rumors about the Lindsay family began to spread, intended to mock and insult the future of the house. He was surprised he hadn't heard of this. Brad Lloyd added, "But you don't need to worry. Ilya Lindsay is the champion of the Land of Proof now. That isn't a position easily achieved when they are being attacked and mocked by everyone else. After losing to her in the final evaluation, this is my time to settle that debt." She was excited. That's right, this time I won't lose to her either. They arrived in the bustling district of the Kali Kingdom, the city of gladiators. Irene was overwhelmed. There are so many people here. Irene Pareira wondered, why are there so many rich people here? And so many beggars on the street? Kalen laughed loudly. It's like two sides of a coin. The reason the Land of Proof is special compared to other arenas in Izum City is because this place is also known for betting and gambling. A ticket seller came up warmly. "My dear sirs, you seem very interested in the gladiator matches." He was cautious. "We are," the man jumped into his sentence. "I worked hard to earn these tickets. Take a look." He leaned into him regarding the champions match. 4 p.m. today. I'll book 4 tickets for you right now." The stands were packed. Judith exclaimed, "This place is huge. I've never seen an arena this big." 2 people next to her whispered, "Hey, who are you betting on?" He replied, "It's obvious. Who else could it be but Ilya Lindsay? She's the youngest champion ever, a prodigy who became a master swordsman at 18. Judith looked surprised to hear the term master swordsman. She seemed lost in thought as the stands roared. The ladies and gentlemen had clearly been waiting a long time for this. Someone stepped into the arena. Today's challenger was a second-rank gladiator, the king of ranks, Crick Cooper. And as for his opponent, a pair of slender feet stepped onto the stage. The undefeated gladiator adjusted her sword. The blade glinted as it was drawn, belonging to the greatest prodigy in history. Brad Lloyd recognized her as the youngest champion. Judith gasped, sensing the aura of a master swordsman radiating from her. Irene Pareira was stunned by her ability. As she moved with such momentum, her name was announced, Ilya Lindsay. Her expression held a hint of sadness. The 2 rivals stood facing each other in the arena. In a flash, she lunged, closing the distance so quickly it startled him. With razor-sharp strikes, she attacked relentlessly. Sidric winced, thinking, "She's too fast. I have no choice but to dodge." Lilia's gaze was cold as she unleashed a lightning-fast strike, the sword stopping right at his chest. Sidric was pushed back, and the blade was leveled right at his face. If he tried to block her aura-infused strikes one more time, his sword would shatter. He couldn't let the match end without landing a single decent attack. He let out a loud roar. Cedric's sword shone as he lunged forward, but she deflected it with ease. She stared straight at him. With a single flick, Cedric's sword snapped in two. He collapsed to the floor. The crowd chanted, "The winner is the champion, Ilya Lindsay." Kova's eyes lit up. Incredible! The others weren't even a challenge for her. She really is from the same generation as you three. All three of you are monsters. Kova turned to ask, "Are you guys okay? You don't look so good." He bowed his head in disappointment. "I'm going out for a walk," and he ran off. "All right, we'll wait for you at the inn." His back faded into the distance as he walked alone through the bustling streets, his steps heavy. What is this? Did I see it wrong? He looked up, trusting his intuition. No, it's not right. I felt it. Irene Pareira had seen the purple aura radiating from her. He could sense a surge of demonic, dark energy coming from Ilya Lindsay. I have to meet her right away. But first, I need to gather some information. Kova was known for finding information in places like this. He walked in with a cold expression and approached the bartender. "Greetings, I'm here to ask a few things." The man crossed his arms. "This isn't your average bar, kid. If you don't want to get beaten up, go somewhere else." He stood his ground firmly. "Don't worry, I'm here to buy information from you." The man wiped a glass. "What kind of info do you want?" "I need to know where I can find the champion of the arena, Ilya Lindsay." Everyone nearby jumped. A tough-looking guy turned around. "Let me tell you something, kid. Are you sure?" he asked. The man replied, "Sure. You just need to win a bet against me." "What kind of bet?" The man's face went cold. They began punching each other in the face. Whoever gives up first is the loser, and the one who stays standing until the end wins. He calculated the risks, thinking this was likely how people around here settled things. "Fine." The man reached out. "I'll go first. You don't have a problem with that, right?" He answered stoically. "I don't care." The man clenched his fist. "Here it comes." The man punched him hard in the face, but he just turned his head without falling. "He actually took that? That guy isn't half bad." The man sneered. "If you had gone down in one hit, I would have been so disappointed." "Why don't we have a little more fun?" he said in a cold voice. "My turn." A punch fueled by glowing aura was released. The man was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. He stood firm with a cold expression. "Why is he still on the ground?" The others shouted. "Boss! Wake up, boss!" The lackeys were stunned that he had taken down their boss in just one hit. One of them rolled up his sleeves. "How dare you do that to our boss?" A voice intervened. "Calm down." A young man stepped forward. "Making a scene won't benefit anyone." Reporter Hinz stepped in, just as a punch was thrown his way. "Who do you think you are to meddle in our business? Get lost or I'll crush you." He gave a challenging look. "Be careful. The moment you raise your hand, it might be in tomorrow's weekly paper. This bar will become famous, and that won't look good for you, right?" The man backed off in fear. Hin looked at him. "Let's get out of here. I'll tell you what you wanted to know." They both stepped out onto the main street. He took off his hat to introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a reporter for the weekly paper." Hin looked at his attire. "Looking at your gear, I guess you're a swordsman. May I ask your name?" He replied, "I'm Irene Pareira." The reporter was surprised. "You definitely aren't from the West," he asked, "but why are you helping me?" Hin smiled. He couldn't admit he was just hungry for a scoop. He spoke up, "I just had some free time. That's all. Besides, we should help people when they're in need. Follow me this way." They walked down the street together. He wondered, "But why do you want to meet the champion? Are you a fan of hers?" He explained, "She's a friend of mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time." The reporter's ears perked up. "A friend? Isn't she a very difficult champion to approach?" He asked. "How long has Ilya Lindsay been here?" Hin said, "Almost 2 months. As soon as she arrived, she became the champion. It's been a long time since someone with such overwhelming power appeared. She even broke X9's record." He was startled. "Ignite Crayon was also a champion of this proving ground? Are you surprised? Isn't that a well-known story?" The topic of these two special individuals was being discussed all over the city. X9 had held his championship title for 5 consecutive months. It's been 2 months since she arrived. If the current champion can hold the title for 4 more months, she will surpass X9's record. He pondered for a moment as they reached a large building. This mansion was the residence for the champion. "Thank you." The reporter hid to watch. Irene Pareira walked inside. Hin wondered if he would actually be able to meet Ilya Lindsay. "Even the local lord doesn't get an audience." The guard asked, "Do you have business here?" He held up his badge. "My name is Irene Pareira. I wish to see Ilya Lindsay." "This is the platinum badge of the Lindsay family." The guard looked confused. "My apologies. Could you wait while I go verify this platinum badge?" Of course. I will wait here. A girl with a powerful presence walked out and greeted him. Greetings. I am the guardian for Lady Ilya Lindsay, Emma Garcia Shia. Even though this platinum badge is genuine, I'm sorry, miss, but she refused the meeting. She turned you down flat. My apologies, please head back. Irene remained stubborn. She refused to see me? He asked. The maid recounted. The miss said, I am not here as a member of the Lindsay family, but as a knight. Therefore, I want to dedicate my heart and soul to my training. Irene looked dejected. Did you tell her my name? He asked. The maid replied bluntly, No, I was planning to mention it once you actually met face to face. Irene stood firm before the gate. Then please, tell her one more time. Tell her that her friend, Irene Pareira, has come to see her. After a short wait, the gate finally creaked open. The maid gestured, Please, come in. Reporter Hin watched, fuming. They're actually letting him in? It's true. They really are friends. Irene knocked on the door. From inside, a voice called for him to enter. He sighed, feeling a bit heavy, then pulled himself together. With a bright smile, he called out, Ilya Lindsay. She sat gracefully in her chair. It's been a long time, Irene Pereira. They sat opposite each other. Ilya Lindsay crossed her arms and spoke first. Now, tell me, what's your excuse for visiting me so late? Irene Pereira gave a sheepish smile. I'm sorry. Let me tell you what happened. After that, I met up with Judith and Brat Lloyd, and eventually, we all made it here. She looked surprised. Is that so? It seems like a lot has happened to you. He grew thoughtful, then spoke up. Ilya, Lindsay, when I first got here, I watched your match. I was happy to see you getting stronger, but it also made me suspicious just my own thoughts, mind you. But is the reason you're here because of X9? She didn't even blink. It seemed he had guessed right, but her gaze grew heavy, and a dark aura began to seep from her body. What do you mean by that? Irene's eyes sharpened as the dark energy intensified. Ilya Lindsay, I haven't forgotten the years we spent together at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. She shuddered. I still remember every single memory we made there vividly. Those memories are incredibly precious to me, as are the people I met during those years. And among them, you were the first. You were the one who helped me escape my loneliness. You are the person I cherish most. After the final assessment, you told me that you would never let anyone manipulate or control you. It's not too late to stop. As her mood darkened, he continued to persuade her. Nothing will change if you just keep chasing after this. She clenched her fists, pacing. You're right. I still can't escape the way others look at me. Ilya Lindsay's eyes darted around, the dark aura surging even stronger. It's all because of the burning desire to tear those scumbags to pieces. She lifted her sword. I will do my absolute best, over and over again, until those bastards no longer dare to slander my brother or the Lindsay family. Because this is the result. She displayed her glowing blade. Ilya, Lindsay's expression twisted. The aura on this sword is proof that the path I've chosen is absolutely correct. She declared firmly, I am not the one who is wrong. He stood there, stunned, watching her. She screamed in anger, the one who is truly wrong is my past self. Do you have anything else to say? He pushed his chair back and stood up. It seems that no matter what I say, you're determined to keep this winning streak alive. No matter how I advise you, you won't change, right? She nodded firmly. If that's the case, then I know what I have to do. Ilya Lindsay stood frozen. Irene Pereira clenched his fist. There are still 120 days before you break Ignite Crayon's record. Within that time, by any means necessary. She looked surprised to hear this from her friend. A bright, golden aura enveloped his body. I will knock you off that champion's throne, she gasped. What? He said firmly. The match to break your winning streak will take place in 4 months. Starting today, I am going to defeat you. Ilya Lindsay was stunned. Have you lost your mind? He replied. No, I am perfectly sane. By that time, I will have defeated you. He turned to leave. I know that even if I say this, you will take it seriously. Ilya Lindsay asked, surprised. Do you really think you can beat me? She shuddered. I know. Right now, I don't have the ability to defeat you. That's exactly why I'm going to train with everything I have to surpass you. He looked back. I'm sorry. It's been so long since we last met, and I'm already saying things like this. She remained stunned. Irene Pereira smiled. Even though it's a bit embarrassing, I still consider you the friend I cherish the most. See you later, Ilya Lindsay. He walked away decisively. Judith lay back, arms crossed. She thought, I know Ilya Lindsay has become much stronger, but becoming a sword master, that seems a bit too far-fetched. She had to admit, the girl's strength was leagues ahead of her now. But in 5 or 10 years, she suddenly sat up, excited. Wait, in the future I might still have a chance to beat her. Lu sighed, annoyed. You startled me, Judith apologized. Then, the cat-like creature's face lit up as he called to Irene. Where did you go? Why are you just now getting back? He sat down. Kua asked. Did you go see Ilya Lindsay? Brat Lloyd looked surprised. And you challenged her? You're not joking, are you? He nodded firmly. 4 months from now, I'm going to challenge Ilya Lindsay. Brat Lloyd looked confused. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Judith stood up. I believe in you. I believe our Irene Pareira can win. Kua looked worried. Irene Pareira. I know you're very strong, but your opponent is a sword master. Irene sat firmly. I know. Even if she is a sword master, that's not the problem for me right now. He gritted his teeth. This challenge is something I must do. She stared at him, wide-eyed, as he set his goal. I will win at all costs. Judith's competitive spirit flared. She gritted her teeth and patted him on the shoulder. You're right. We're here now, so we have to show them our best. I'm going to challenge her too. She marched outside. I need to go train. She stomped out. There's no way I can just sit still and be as calm as him. Brat Lloyd turned. Looks like you've motivated Judith, Irene. He looked puzzled. Motivated her? Brat Lloyd asked. So, do you have a plan yet? Irene Pareira replied boldly. Not yet. I'm thinking of starting right now. How can I possibly defeat Ilya Lindsay? He slammed the table and stood up. Help me out, Brat. Brat grimaced and sighed. This guy has really lost his marbles. I'm surrounded by lunatics. He downed a full glass of beer. This isn't entirely impossible. Similar things have happened before. A high ranker defeating a swordmaster, Kua clarified. I've heard of such cases. However, there are 3 conditions that must be met to pull it off. He pointed out the first. You need a perfect sword that can withstand the power of your sword aura. What is the durability level of your sword? Irene thought about what the blacksmith had told him. That sword can't possibly break. It's been appraised by several experts I know. Brad Lloyd is actually skeptical? Well, that's good then. Secondly, you need your own special technique. You need a move that your opponents can't predict. In your case, I'd say that vertical slash of yours. You need to hone it until you can use it effortlessly. Irene Pareira looks determined. All right, I'll give it my all. Brad Lloyd cheers him on. Right, but don't think it'll be easy. But who knows? Maybe you'll actually pull it off. And the last thing is the most important condition of all. His face turns serious. Chun Tahong listens intently. Your swordsmanship needs to be on par with a master, and it's no coincidence that Ilya Lindsay became a master swordsman. He mastered his swordsmanship before he even mastered his aura. He takes a sip of beer. You know what happens if you can't close the gap between you two. He shouts, I'll do my best over the next 4 months. Suddenly, reporter Hin pats him on the shoulder, making him spill beer all over his face. Challenging the champion, are we? You're definitely no amateur. His eyes light up. I knew at first glance you weren't an ordinary person. That's why I've been following you. This is a golden opportunity. I can't let it slip away. Lou clears his throat, takes off his hat, and introduces himself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm reporter Hin from the weekly newspaper, Weekly Arena. Brad Lloyd wipes his mouth and shoots him a death glare. You were eavesdropping on us, weren't you? What is your real motive? He laughs. Eavesdropping? Me? My hearing is just a bit sharper than the average person's. I heard those 3 conditions you mentioned earlier. Brad Lloyd. However, you're missing one thing. He looks surprised. Missing something? What am I missing? The arena for gladiators in this proving ground depends on their rank. Right now, you're only at the entry-level rank in the proving ground. You need to climb the ranks through matches, and only those among the top 10 swordsmen at the king rank get the chance to challenge the champion, Hin explains. Suppose you reach a high rank and qualify to challenge him. You still won't be able to challenge the champion if you don't grab the crowd's attention. That is the 4th condition. Kova slams the table. So, you're going to write an article catchy enough to grab everyone's attention, right? Bingo. The gladiator's popularity will explode. He leans in close to Irene Pareira. I'll help you. No, please, let me help you. I'll make you shine in the arena of the proving ground. The next day, at the entrance exam ring of the proving ground, the audience shouts, Get stronger, get more intense. At this rate, you won't even make it to the night rank. Another reporter grins from ear to ear. Oh my, I never expected 2 people from the golden generation to show up here. Brad Lloyd is a noble, one of the golden generation from the 27th class of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, and the other is just a commoner, Judith. He watches them while scribbling furiously. Both of them are in a 3-way match for the entrance exam. I'm certain both of them will be promoted to the statue rank. I have to be quick to interview them before the weekly arena guys beat me to it. The reporter's questions become more frantic. What is the reason that trainees from the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy have come to the proving ground. Is it to prove the strength of swordsmen from the Western lands? Everyone crowds around them. Lady Judith, look this way. Brad Lloyd replies coldly. We aren't giving any interviews. Another reporter runs up to him. Sir, he says angrily, what is this? Why are you here? I told you to go watch Karis and Chistan's match. He replies, their match is already over. Karis and Chistan. A soldier swings his sword. Irene Pareira's gaze seems to pierce right through him. He moves like a passing gust of wind. The man's sword shatters, leaving everyone in shock. He stands tall. Both of them were defeated by one young man. Hin approaches and asks, You're Irene Pareira, right? I heard you're also from the 27th golden generation of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The crowd gossips. Pareira, I feel like I've heard that name before. Hin wouldn't lie about this. Hurry up, the questions rain down. The crowd surrounds them. Do you know Lady Judith? May I ask a few questions about Sir Brad Lloyd? And why the three of you have come to the Proving Ground arena? He remembers Hin's advice during the interview. You must always project confidence and strength. He exudes exactly that. I'm sorry, but if Judith and Brad Lloyd aren't accepting interviews, then I have nothing to say to you all either. Instead, I'll tell you about my ambition. No, it's more like a promise. With the pride of a swordsman from the Chrono Academy, I will defeat every single one of my enemies with just one blow on my way to reaching the knight rank. Reporter Hin is very satisfied with that performance. He shouts to the crowd, I am not here to train. I am here to prove that I will become the champion. The older man holding the newspaper reads and chats non-stop with the person at the table. These kids are young, but just having joined the arena, they're going to reach the statue rank. I watched their match. It's really no joke. I've never heard of this Irene Pareira, but he's from the 27th golden generation. The person opposite him frowns and replies, I'm sure he left the Swordsmanship Academy for some reason. The man stares intently at the newspaper in his hands. Wow, his goal is to become the champion. Isn't that a bit too ambitious? The person opposite bursts out laughing. Well, he's a madman, all right. Maybe thanks to him, the arena will become more entertaining. Who knows? The man huffs coldly. We'll see how far that guy gets. In the arena, the door to that room is shut tight. Elsewhere, reporter Hin is laughing and talking. Great start. There's a ton of feedback regarding that performance just now. The blonde person opposite him speaks up softly. Thank goodness. Reporter Hin closes his eyes and says in a quiet voice, I'm preparing to write an article on the topic of following your progress. Brad Lloyd glances over at Hin. Irene Pareira speaks up then. All right, I'll leave that to you. Irene Pareira asks hesitantly, Did Judith go out again? Brad Lloyd looks at Irene Pareira with a sidelong glance, saying, She's training by herself during this time. Then Brad Lloyd looks at Irene Pareira and starts to speak. Eon, I have something I want to ask you. At Brad Lloyd's words, Irene Pareira is somewhat surprised and looks toward him. Seeing that surprised look, Brad Lloyd stares at him with an icy expression and speaks in a flat tone. Irene Pareira looked surprised at Brad Lloyd's words and turned toward him. Seeing Irene Pareira's startled expression, Lloyd looked at him with icy eyes and spoke in a flat, monotone voice. You seem to be in a real rush, just like the way you answered questions back in the starter zone. Why did you come all this way just to defeat Ilya Lindsay? Faced with Beloy's unexpected question, Irene Pareira lowered his gaze, unable to find an answer for himself. After a long silence, Irene Pareira spoke in a low voice. Actually, his voice trembled a bit as he asked, What? You're not joking about the demonization process, are you? The other person just gave a small grunt in response. Recalling the angry look on those two's faces, Irene Pareira kept his voice steady. I believe that sinking deep into negative emotions, like feelings of inadequacy or resentment, is the catalyst that triggers the demonization process. Irene Pareira sat at the table, his voice remaining level. Some people can overcome those negative emotions, just like in Jess's case. It's just that I sensed a dark energy, very similar to demonic energy, when I met Ilya Lindsay. Hearing what Irene Pareira said, Bloy's expression turned worried. If I don't stop her now, the demonization process will continue. So that's why you're doing this? Bloy still seemed a bit skeptical, so he asked again. We'll keep this a secret. Don't tell Judith. If she finds out, who knows what she might do. Hearing this, Irene gave a brief, dismissive grunt. Right after that, Bloy asked again. Defeating Ilya Lindsay in 4 months won't be easy. Irene Pareira looked down at Bloy. Yeah, I'll do the best I can. Just as they were talking, Lulu suddenly appeared and shouted down at them. Hey, why didn't you tell me something so important? Brad Lloyd jumped and looked up. Lulu, weren't you supposed to be with? Lulu jumped down and stood in front of Irene Pareira. You want to break through your growth plateau in such a short time, don't you? Irene Pereira looked at Lulu and asked, That's right. Do you have a way? Lulu glowed with a purple light and turned around. In the arcane arts, this is completely possible. It's time to start a special training course for you. Lulu reminded him, From now on, every time you swing your sword. Hearing this, Irene Pereira looked down at Lulu, his brow furrowing. Lulu saw the expression on Irene Pereira's face and continued, Swing it with an intense desire in your mind. That evening, looking out the window, the sky was pitch black. A girl dressed in white from head to toe sat on a chair, just sitting there silently without saying a word. She looked down at what was in her hands, thinking to herself, Irene, why? She remembered the words Irene Pereira had said earlier. It's not too late to stop. Nothing has changed. Even if she tried to follow X, she had finally realized one thing. I thought he would understand me. Holding the wreath in her hands, she just stared at it for a long time, unable to say a word. Suddenly, a thought struck her. No, maybe we're just having a misunderstanding. She gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with confusion. I should go there and pray. Back to Irene Pereira. He was currently carrying Lulu on his shoulder. That elf reporter introduced him to you? Hearing that, he just smiled and replied, Yeah, he said he's a famous teacher around here. Irene Pereira smiled, then held out a piece of paper in front of Lulu. There's still a week until the next match, so I think I should go see him and find out. Lulu looked at the paper in his hand and let out a surprised, oh. After walking for a while, Irene Pereira saw a crowd up ahead, very noisy and rowdy. Master John Drew, please take me as your disciple. I need to increase my rank. Seeing this, Irene Pereira immediately asked, Looks like this is the place. Irene Pereira walked up to someone nearby and said, hello, I'm here based on a recommendation from the reporter Hins. The other person smiled. Oh, I've been waiting for you, sir. Please, follow this way. Irene looked at the scene in front of him with a worried expression, while Lulu's eyes were wide with excitement. Whoa, this place is so luxurious and magnificent. In the carriage, Irene was taken to a lavish palace. It took a long way to reach the hall, so I will escort you by carriage. Inside the carriage, the person opposite began to speak to Irene Pereira. So, you want my master to teach you? Irene Pereira looked intently at the person opposite. Yes, I am looking for guidance in swordsmanship from him. The person opposite smiled and said to Irene Pereira, Unfortunately, that's a bit difficult. The person just laughed, then continued to tell Irene, Pereira, my master is currently very much enjoying his life. He wouldn't even step up to teach someone, no matter how much money they offered. Even so, my master is still very fond of money. Irene Pereira just smiled. What if it's a huge sum of money? Lulu sighed. The person opposite just laughed it off. Haha, I understand. In the blink of an eye, Irene Pereira was sitting in the palace. Please wait here. I will bring my master to meet you. With that, the person left immediately. The room was left with only him and Lulu. Irene Pereira looked down at Lulu and asked, Lulu, what do you think about this? Lulu gently licked her paw and replied, It won't be hard at all, since that guy likes money, after all. While he was talking to Lulu, someone walked in and asked, Oh, what's this? A young man here? Irene Pereira was startled and looked up. The man approaching was smiling. From the John Drew family. Irene Pereira stood up to greet him. Nice to meet you. I am Irene Pereira. John Drew put his hands behind his back and smiled at Irene. Oh, you're here through Hins's introduction, right? He nodded briefly in response. Yes. John Drew smiled at Irene. Well then, let's make this quick. I'm sure you've prepared the tuition fee, right? Faced with John Drew's question, Irene Pereira became flustered. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lulu stood up for Irene Pereira and said to John Drew, I'm the one who will be paying his tuition. John Drew was extremely surprised when he heard Lulu say that. A talking cat? Is this some kind of arcane magic? Lulu just snapped her fingers, and out of thin air, a pile of gold mice fell beside her, looking completely indifferent. Is this enough? Is it enough for you? John Drew spoke in a trembling voice. Gold. Gold. John Drew looked at the pile of gold in front of him, his eyes shining bright. With just that much? That's nothing compared to me, Lulu said, in a very smug tone. Not enough? Lulu kept conjuring more and more gold until she was standing on a mountain of it. How about more? John Drew's eyes went wide with shock. Then, John Drew quickly bowed repeatedly to Lulu, his voice full of admiration. I am at your service, my lords. Lulu stood with her hands on her hips, a gold mouse sitting on her head. This is the power of money. Right after that, they were quickly moved to the training ground. John Drew began to instruct Irene Pereira. First, show me how you perform your swordsmanship techniques. Irene Pareira asked, a bit confused. Swordsmanship techniques? John Drew had switched to his serious mode to teach Irene Pareira. I will teach you in the most effective way after I analyze your abilities. Physical strength, sword style, combat instincts, habits, everything. Lulu sat there, watching Joe-Roo with a look of satisfaction. Oh ho. Hearing that laughter, Ayn glanced over at the two of them. When Lulu saw Irene looking in their direction, her eyes narrowed slightly. Old memories flooded into Irene Pereira's mind. Lulu was standing on a tree branch. Are you done? Anne, you must not lose your focus, not even for a second. Lulu was giving Irene Pareira very strict instructions. You need to reach that feeling of wanting to save her. Channel that feeling into your desire for strength, and pour that desire into every single one of your strikes. Back in the present, Irene Pareira just tightly shut his eyes and pointed his sword forward. In his mind, Irene Pareira began to concentrate, filling every stroke with his deep longing. Elsewhere, the young lady had arrived at the priest's place. She stood before the priest. She clasped her hands together, her eyes looking incredibly sorrowful. I don't know. The girl's voice began to tremble. Does everything I've been doing actually mean anything at all? I've been so afraid that it's all been completely meaningless. Tears started streaming down from the corners of her eyes. I don't even know if the path I've chosen is truly the right one anymore. Irene Pareira continued to swing his sword forward, and as he did, his heart was filled with thoughts of one person, Ilya Lindsay. The priest began to speak in a soft voice. There is nothing to be afraid of. The priest gently placed his hand on Ilya Lindsay's head. Meanwhile, Irene Pareira was pushing himself through the training, whispering to himself that he would never give up. An aura began to emanate from beneath Irene Pereira's feet. The priest's gaze toward the girl before him turned somewhat dark. You must set aside things like envy, criticism, paradoxes, and jealousy. The priest reached out his hand toward Ilya Lindsay's head. Do not let yourself be swayed just by a passing gust of wind. Irene Pareira had developed some kind of technique. His sole focus was that he would become even stronger. Joe-Roo watched Irene Pareira in utter amazement. Then there was Lu, who was a bit calmer. Secret technique. He actually succeeded. Looking over at Irene Pareira, the two of them exclaimed in awe. That's his own personal space. The priest smiled quite menacingly. Keep dedicating yourself until all the wins in this world have vanished. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, determined to do it no matter the cost. On the other side, Ilya Lindsay looked like a soul lost, only knowing how to follow the priest's words. Yes. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth even harder. I will save you. An invisible barrier surrounded Irene Pareira. Is that what they call a secret technique? Lulu sat on the chair, staring fixedly at Irene Pareira. That's right. It's a space created from Aaron Jen's desires. Lu added further explanation about it. He will grow much faster while inside that space. You must absolutely not disturb him while he's training in there. Irene Pareira seemed completely immersed in his own world. Suddenly, the sword in Irene Pereira's hand dropped to the ground, embedding itself deep into the floor for a long distance. Irene Pareira let go of his sword and squatted on the ground, sweat pouring down incessantly. Just then, Lu hopped off the chair and walked over to where Irene Pareira was sitting. Are you done training? Irene Pareira spoke up, exhausted. Before Irene Pareira could even reply, Lu frowned and started a whole rant. Are you not tired? You've been swinging that sword in there for nearly a week. Irene Pareira was panicked upon hearing that. What? A week? Has that much time passed already? Seeing his panic, Lulu asked him. So, now that you've realized how much time has passed, did your training yield any results? Irene Pareira stood up straight, looking down at Lulu. He tested his own strength to see how it felt, and he was immediately surprised, then asked Luo back to clarify, It feels like my senses have become much sharper than before. Right at that moment, Yoru walked over to Irene Pareira, holding some papers. Hey, put that aside for a second. There's something very urgent. Irene Pareira asked back upon hearing that. Something urgent? Joe-Roo looked a bit troubled but continued. I didn't want to disturb you while you were training so hard, but you have a match scheduled for 2 o'clock today. Irene Pereira's face showed sheer bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, Irene had moved to the tournament arena. An MC shouted to whip up the excitement of the entire crowd. Welcome back to the arena, everyone. Today, we have a match between high-ranking contenders. It's the matchup between Aaron Jen and Dominic, two very promising swordsmen from recent times. As Irene Pareira stepped out onto the arena, the MC announced loudly, one is Aaron Jen from the Chrono Academy, and the other is the rising swordsman Dominic. Can Aaron actually pull off a win? A brown-haired man standing below glanced over at the man with black hair. Hey, is that the kid who said he'd win with just a single strike? He's hoping to compete for the championship of this land. Isn't he? The black-haired man replied. Yeah, that's him. Let's see if he can actually win this match. Everyone in the arena was quite curious to see how he would perform. As soon as he finished speaking, the MC gave the signal. The match began, and Dominic didn't hesitate, rushing quickly toward Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira was somewhat surprised. In his head, Irene Pareira thought about his opponent's movements. Irene Pereira's eyes widened, and he glanced behind him. He was shocked to realize one thing. He could see everything perfectly clearly. Dominic had reached Irene Pareira. His face looked incredibly fierce, somewhat confident that he had the upper hand. As the sword came toward Irene Pareira, he just gently tilted his body to dodge the strike, then swung his sword to block the attack without being too fast or too slow, creating a massive cloud of dust. Dominic was left stunned, his face blank, seeing his attack so easily blocked by Irene Pareira. Huh? Irene Pareira watched Dominic closely, deep in thought. After all that training, I've really improved a lot. Dominic had now completely knelt on the arena floor. The MC spoke loudly into the microphone. That was too fast. The match is over, the MC shouted to the stands. And the winner is N. The audience below was absolutely stunned, their voices even a bit shaky. I can't believe it. He actually won in one strike. Just then, a man wearing a hat walked up next to Iron. This person spoke with an enthusiastic voice. Congratulations. That was such an amazing victory, defeating your opponent in just one blow. How do you feel after that match? Irene Pareira wasn't exactly thrilled. He just replied in a flat, even tone. This is only the beginning. My true goal is to become the champion of this proving ground. Irene stared straight ahead, his eyes burning with determination. Just wait and see what surprises are in store. Irene Pareira said it as if the outcome were already set in stone. As I said before, one strike is all it takes to end it. The crowd behind Irene Pareira was buzzing like a disturbed beehive. Too confident. Tell us more about your training, one of them shouted, urging him on. Say something, will you? Elsewhere, some guys were grabbing beers when a bald youth piped up. Is that really the up-and-coming swordsman, Dominic? One guy at the table stayed silent, but another continued. The match was over so fast, just one strike. An old man nearby held up a newspaper, his eyes scanning the lines with intense focus. Word is, Eon spent time in the military, hunting down demonesses. The person next to him panicked and leaned in to check if the news was true. Well, no wonder the tavern was in such an uproar. Anyone know when his next match is? Does anybody know? I can't wait to see what he does next. Someone else chimed in. Me neither. Joe Rue just smirked. You fought well, but you're still lacking in many areas. Joe Rue stood across from Irene on the training grounds, continuing his guidance. Your moves are still too textbook. Your footwork and strikes need a lot of improvement. Suddenly, Joe Rue jumped and pointed ahead. You need to move more fluidly and strike faster. Look, something's behind you. Hearing this, Irene Pareira turned his head toward where Joe Rue was pointing. In an instant, Joe Rue spit right at Irene Pareira, but unexpectedly, Irene shifted his weight and leaned aside, dodging the dirty trick. After dodging, Irene stared at Joe Rue, looking annoyed. What are you doing? Joe Rue balled his hand into a fist and chuckled cheerfully. My bad. Just messing with you. Joe Rue held out his hand toward Irene, still covered in his own spit. Joe Rue urged, Come on, let's shake hands and call it even. Irene looked down at that hand, his face darkening. Then, Irene suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. He realized, to his horror, that Joe Rue had pointed his sword at him without him even noticing. Joe Rue just offered a light, smug smirk at Irene Pareira. He looked at Irene with a look of pure triumph. In my book, swordsmanship is about doing whatever it takes to win. The most important thing is catching your opponent off guard or making them underestimate you. That's crucial. Getting the upper hand for even a split second can decide the whole match. Joe Rue acted like a mentor, constantly guiding his young student. You need to pay attention to that. I've been watching you fight, and you're still too naive. You're missing one key ingredient, cunning. You need to learn more about that. Irene listened intently to everything Joe Rue taught him. 10 days later, the sword in Irene's hand easily swiped the weapon right out of someone else's grip. Joe Rue quickly hopped back. Not bad. Your movements are much more fluid now. It seemed Irene Pareira had improved significantly. Joe Rue retreated, his face noticeably pale, thinking to himself, he's impressive. To soak up my lessons this quickly in such a short time. Joe Rue looked up at Irene. I've taught you every dirty trick I know. Irene Pareira took his stance. Joe Rue watched Irene's every move closely. He's really improved a lot. It was a clear, breezy night. The crescent moon was enough to illuminate everything. Irene Pareira was now deep in sleep. In his dream, Irene saw himself in a strange place, standing in silence. His gaze was filled with killing intent, and he thought to himself, "It's this place again." Irene watched the long-haired man swinging his sword. "It's been a long time since I've been back here." Looking at the man in front of him, Irene began to size him up. The man with the sword. He looked older than before, but that presence was still the same. Irene's gaze softened slightly. "Why am I back here? Does he have something to tell me?" Irene knelt on one knee before the man. Irene closed his eyes, starting to sense everything around him. "If you want to help me improve, I'm ready to learn. But if you try to stop me, I won't just stand by." Irene began to meditate, closing his eyes to center himself. "My will is stronger than it used to be. I won't let what happened before happen again. I have to be more confident and push forward." Irene's physical body began to emit a faint aura. Lou was walking toward Irene. He looked down at him. He's training even in his sleep. Truly a ironclad will. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Above the arena, a throwing star flew through the air. A blade pinned into the floor tiles. Irene had easily defeated his opponent. The MC shouted loudly to the crowd. Unsurprisingly, the winner is Irene Pareira. He was like a fighting machine. The MC couldn't stop showering him with praise. His swordsmanship is becoming more and more perfect. Irene's opponent lay sprawled on the arena floor. Once again, Irene swung his sword toward his rival. In just 3 days, he had climbed to C rank. His opponent pointed his sword at Irene and scoffed. Even though the ranks were higher, he kept winning without pause. The audience below was beyond excited. "Amazing. He's too good. Go, Eon. You got this." Just like before, he finished the match in a single strike. The red-haired girl in the stands stared down in shock, her eyes wide with amazement. At this level, no one in the proof grounds could stand against him anymore. Irene glanced up at the stands. The MC shouted to him, "Congratulations. You've climbed to B rank in such a short time. This will be a huge stepping stone for you to compete for the championship of the proof grounds." The crowd in the stands roared his name. Eon. Lou, sitting on CVA's head, cheered. "See? Eon is the best." Cuba laughed happily. Eon Bloy smiled slightly. "He's gotten so strong." Just like that, Bloy glanced at Judith and teased, "So, what are you going to do?" Eon was about to surpass her. Seeing Judith leave in silence, Bloy didn't say another word. He watched Judith's back as she walked away. Amidst the cheering of the crowd, Judith silently bit her lip and walked off. "I thought I wouldn't lose when it came to sheer power." Judith's feet kept moving along the stone path. "I thought." Images of Irene Pareira flashed through Bloy's mind. He was superior in willpower. Judith stood there in silence for a long time. Judith clenched her hands tightly. "I can't." Judith looked down at the ground. "Am I really going to be defeated by him in every single way?" As they were walking, Judith bumped into a man on the street. A book fell from the man's grasp, so Judith picked it up and handed it back to him. "I'm sorry." The man just chuckled. "It's all right." Judith muttered a quick response and then turned to leave, leaving the man standing there. But just as Judith was about to walk away, the man called out, "Excuse me, miss?" Judith turned around, a look of confusion in her eyes. The man pulled down his hood and gave a slight smile. "Are you free?" Elsewhere, someone was swinging a sword, and the person on the receiving end of those strikes was Irene Pareira, but he quickly dodged his opponent's attack. Irene Pareira leaned back, completely evading the blow. When his opponent saw how easily Irene had avoided the strike, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then, the opponent vanished right before Irene Pereira's eyes. A second later, the man reappeared right behind Irene Pareira. But Irene Pareira had already sensed the presence behind him. Irene Pareira spun around instantly. The man swung his sword with immense power, thinking, "I'll strike straight down like this. Let's see him try to block it." As the blade came crashing down, lightning fast, Irene Pareira suddenly vanished, leaving the man in shock. Immediately after, Irene Pareira appeared right behind his opponent, catching him off guard. The opponent spun around and let out a frantic shout, his eyes wide with panic. Irene Pereira's sword was already pressed against his throat, causing the opponent to turn pale. The announcer shouted to the crowd, "The match is over." The opponent just stared silently at the blade, unable to say another word. Irene Pareira, meanwhile, was beaming. The announcer roared, "The winner is Irene Pareira." The audience in the stands erupted into chaos. The announcer shouted into the mic once more, "Irene Pareira wins again," and once again, the match ends in a flash. Match after match, Irene Pareira completely overwhelmed his opponents. The crowd was cheering non-stop. The announcer said in an astonished voice, "Up until this very moment, no one has been able to beat him. Just one more win and he'll be promoted to the king tier." Another voice called out loudly, Is there really no one in this entire proving ground who can stop him? Elsewhere, two people were raising their glasses to each other. Cheers! Kuva looked over at B. Lloyd, laughing as he said, "Everywhere you go now, people are talking about Irene." B. Lloyd just grinned from ear to ear. "Yeah, there have been a ton of articles written about him too." Kuva chuckled and asked, "Now that you mention it, Judith is about to be promoted to the queen tier, right?" To Kuva's question, B. Lloyd answered calmly, "That's right. Her next match is the deciding one." Kuva lost his playful demeanor. "And what about you? It seems like you don't want to compete with those two." B. Lloyd raised his wine glass to his lips, sipping it while answering Kuva coolly. "How should I put this? You seem like the type who wants to get ahead in the competition, don't you?" B. Lloyd set his glass down on the table and asked Kuva, "Is there a reason for this?" B. Lloyd's gaze drifted downward, no longer looking directly at Kuva. "I ask myself that too." B. Lloyd recalled a moment where he stood in front of someone, his voice full of confusion. "What? Graduation?" B. Lloyd asked back, clearly anxious. "There isn't a final exam?" The person in front of him asked in disbelief. "An exam? What kind of exam are you talking about?" That question from Jan only made B. Lloyd more confused. "Besides, I heard from Judith. She's leaving the academy to start her graduation exam. She said she has to travel outside the continent to gain experience." Jan was busy with his paperwork. "Only those who are weak need to do that." Jan looked up and gave B. Lloyd a beaming smile. "B. Lloyd, I've reviewed your progress and decided you're already qualified, no exams needed. As of now, B. Lloyd is officially a graduate of the Chrono Fencing Academy." Jan said softly to the stunned B. "Lloyd, congratulations." B. Lloyd then let out a satisfied smile. B. Lloyd remembered laughing and saying something to Jan back then, though he couldn't quite recall the exact words. Kuva, having heard the whole story, gave a slight smile. There he is. Just as they were chatting happily, someone pushed the door open and walked in. B. Lloyd immediately turned to look. B. Lloyd saw who it was and called out, "Judith." Judith just kept her head bowed, saying nothing. Her body was covered in wounds of all sizes, some shallow, some deep. B. Lloyd walked over to Judith, concerned, and asked, "What happened during your training to end up like this?" B. Lloyd stopped there, unable to say another word. Judith finally spoke in a soft voice, "Fight me." B. Lloyd's face went pale upon hearing those words. Moments later, they were at a cliffside, and the sky had already grown dark. B. Lloyd asked, puzzled, "How did you find this place?" B. Lloyd touched his sword hilt and chuckled. "All right, let me see how much you've really improved." Judith called out B. Lloyd's name, her expression ice cold. B. Lloyd was instantly startled. "What? She looks different than usual." Judith pointed her sword at B. Lloyd, her eyes vacant as she said, "Just this once, fight me seriously." B. Lloyd's expression turned completely grave. "All right." At his castle, Irene Pareira woke up, his face full of confusion. A cry from somewhere left him doubting his senses. Someone asked, "What's wrong?" A strange glow emitted from Irene. I've started to see some kind of energy surrounding my body." Lulu walked over, looking at Irene Pareira with a cheerful greeting. "Humph, you mean aura? You're only just noticing it now?" Irene looked back at Lulu, surprised. "Sometimes I could feel it, but I've never actually seen it with my own eyes until now." Irene Pareira held up his hand, admiring it. "Well, that's good. Now that you can see it, it means your senses have become much sharper than before." Irene Pareira asked in amazement, "Is this aura?" While he was lost in thought, someone walked in and said loudly, "Irene, your match is being postponed." Irene asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" The person arrived with an incredibly anxious expression. The match was supposed to take place tomorrow, but the problem was, the person hesitated and said, "Your opponent is." Irene Pereira looked at the speaker with an expectant gaze. The stands were already crowded with spectators, but then a loud voice boomed out, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting for so long. "Ladies and gentlemen, the day has finally arrived for our official match to begin." Irene Pereira stepped out, clad in his armor. The swordsman, currently boasting an undefeated record, the star of the Chrono Academy. Irene Pareira. He walked right out onto the arena platform, and his opponent, making her entrance, would be Judith. She had just been promoted to the rank of queen yesterday and had issued an incredibly arrogant challenge. Judith walked over, her body covered in wounds, the very same swordsman of the Chrono Academy. Brat Lloyd's expression darkened. The battle between the Chrono students, Irene Pareira and Judith, was about to face off directly. A dramatic clash between two fighters of the same generation. Who would emerge victorious? Seeing Judith appear, Irene Pereira couldn't help but ask, I heard you personally designated me as your opponent. What are you thinking? At Irene Pereira's question, Judith simply closed her eyes slightly and smiled. Haha. What am I thinking? What are you talking about? She looked intently at Irene Pereira. The reason is simple. Because I want to fight you, and I want to beat you. Hearing this, Irene couldn't hide his look of astonishment. Today, in this arena, I will surpass you and face Ilya Lindsay. The referee's voice rang out, and the match officially began. At that exact moment, a massive pillar of fire tore through the arena, heading straight for Irene Pereira. But Irene Pereira quickly dodged the blow, shattering the stones on the stands in the process. Immediately after, he launched a counterattack. If you think you can surpass me, then go ahead and try. Irene Pereira was truly angry now. I'm not going to lose to you. With that, he poured all his strength into rushing toward Judith. On the other side, Judith was ready, sprinting forward as well. They collided, sword meeting sword, their strikes creating a thick cloud of white smoke. Then, Irene Pereira leaped high into the air while Judith retreated. Judith's eyes darted around, panting heavily. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror. Out of nowhere, Irene Pereira lunged with his sword, the blade stopping just inches from Judith's throat. Instantly, dust and debris exploded into the air, obscuring the entire area. Judith gritted her teeth, falling to the ground and raising her sword to defend. The spectators watching the match buzzed with excitement. What just happened? That was awesome. He really is on another level. Brat, on the sidelines, wiped away sweat, thinking worriedly that Judith was being completely overwhelmed. Just then, Irene Pereira shouted, "Come on!" At those words, Judith's face went pale. Irene Pereira's relentless storm-like attacks rained down on Judith, making it difficult for her to defend. In that moment, she gasped in terror. What is this strength? Judith fought back helplessly, her mind racing. He's not the same as when we sparred before. What on earth has he been training with lately? Judith was panicking. If she kept blocking like this, her sword would be knocked away. It was just too hard to parry his direct strikes. This isn't something I can handle. Now, both of them stood with their swords pointed at each other. Judith was exhausted, breathing heavily. She thought to herself, the gap between us is just too vast. Irene Pereira stared straight ahead, his expression cold. Judith was still anxious, wondering what she should do. What should I do to beat him? She gritted her teeth, wondering if she could ever defeat him. With that thought, Judith poured all her energy into a frontal assault, whispering, "Attack." She swung her sword at Irene Pereira, thinking to herself, I'll keep going until he collapses. Then, she went into a frenzy, launching continuous attacks with a single conviction. I will keep attacking until he falls. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and white smoke filled the air. Irene Pereira and Judith locked eyes. Both faced each other, ready for the final blow. As the white smoke cleared, the sword in Judith's hand suddenly vanished. Right after, the announcement echoed. The match was over. The entire crowd cheered upon hearing the result. The winner was Irene Pereira. Judith's sword lay scattered on the arena floor. Scene changed to the podium. The crowd gathered to hear the winner speak. A reporter stepped up and asked, You've finally reached the rank of king in this land. You won't stop here, will you? Irene Pereira quickly affirmed, My original goal hasn't changed. I won't stop until I achieve it. He continued, If anyone blocks my path, I'll simply defeat them. Just then, Juntahan stepped forward. Congratulations, Irene. Congrats on your promotion. Irene Pareira replied politely, Thank you, Juntahan. Brat Lloyd also called out cheerfully, You look pretty happy, man. You must be enjoying this interview, right? Irene Pareira chuckled. Not at all. Then, he suddenly asked, By the way, where is Judith? Brat Lloyd went silent, looking a bit sad. He then mentioned that after the match ended, she had gone somewhere. She's probably really disappointed in herself, so let's give her some space. Hearing this, Irene Pereira nodded in agreement. Yeah. 2 days later, night fell over the small house. Brat Lloyd sat restlessly on his bed, lost in thought. Looks like she didn't come back today either. She must have been really shocked by what happened that day. He continued to reason. To suffer such a crushing defeat by Irene, the person she always thought was on her level. She definitely gave it her all back there. Then, Brat realized something. Her mental state didn't seem right either. Wait a minute. Come to think of it. The day before the match, Brat recalled the sight of Judith fighting with her sword and concluded she had an unusual aura of dark energy. He remembered what Irene Pereira had said. I believe it depends on negative emotions or rage to trigger the demonic transformation. Thinking of this, Brat Lloyd kicked the door open and ran out. Panicked. No way. He ran down the street, panting. Finally, Brat Lloyd stopped at the arena where the fight had taken place, then ran off to search elsewhere until he was exhausted, muttering, "She's not here either. Where on earth is she?" Suddenly, it clicked in Brat Lloyd's head. He turned around and sprinted, convinced. The training ground in the forest. Brat Lloyd quickly ran into the woods. As he went, he gritted his teeth. No way, that can't be it. It's absolutely impossible. Scene changed to a dining table, where a hand reached for a glass of red wine. A cold-faced stranger lifted the glass and spoke to Judith. "If you wish, I can act as a priest to help you pray." Meanwhile, Brat Lloyd was still trudging through the forest. By a small rock, Judith was sitting with her head bowed, lost in quiet, sad reflection. Seeing this, Brat Lloyd stepped forward. "Judith, you." He stopped, falling silent. On the other side, the stranger drank his wine and mused, "What a shame," recalling Judith's words. "Thank you for your offer, but I have work to do now." Then, a single drop of water fell, and tears began to stream down Judith's cheeks. She sobbed as she spoke. "I knew it." From the moment their swords clashed, Judith continued to express that she couldn't defeat Eon, but I still gave it my all. She recalled the moment on the arena floor and explained that she wanted to catch up to him, to surpass him. Judith confided her sadness, but every time, every moment she felt powerless, she would burst into tears and say, "He's leaving me further and further behind." She continued to feel weak. She expressed that this made her feel. Judith's pitiful face appeared. She cried out, "I'm so useless." Brat Lloyd looked at her with pity. "Judith." Immediately after, Judith threw herself into Brat Lloyd's arms, burying her face and sobbing. She clung to Brat Lloyd, crying like a child. Brat Lloyd softened, thinking to himself that nothing would ever change. "I will." He then spoke to Jan. "I'm sorry, sir, but could you postpone my graduation for a while?" he said earnestly. "I also want to go on a training journey. I believe I can learn something during the trip. I will return together with Judith." Then, he spoke to himself. "I wonder if I can actually do it." He laughed and said, "I'll find something even more important than swords." Thinking that, Brat Lloyd gently placed his hand on Judith's shoulder. He pulled her into an embrace and silently promised himself that he would protect Judith. On the arena floor, a fierce battle was taking place. People were buzzing about this Irene. "Isn't that Eon? So the rumors that he's been coming to watch the royal level matches lately are true? Should I go over and ask for his autograph?" "Hey, don't bother him. The match is still going on." Irene Pareira's emotions at that moment were indescribable. He observed the intense battle between the two swordsmen and silently analyzed it. As expected of a royal level match, both of them know how to use aura. The black-haired swordsman poured all his strength into his sword strike. Irene Pareira watched every move and evaluated it. When swinging the sword, the aura light helps the arms and shoulders become more powerful. Below on the arena floor, the two sides fought fiercely. Irene Pareira silently analyzed, and when moving, the lower body becomes more stable. Donovan surged forward quickly. The black-haired swordsman quickly noticed and spun around, and then both sides rushed in at the same time, unleashing attacks on each other. Donovan's sword hit the opponent's weak point, and immediately, the announcement rang out. The match ended. The winner was Donovan. Finally, Irene Pareira drew his own conclusion. Although the red-clad gladiator had more aura, he still lost to the blue-clad gladiator. How well one utilizes aura directly impacts the outcome of the match. After the match, everyone rushed out, laughing and talking loudly. Irene Pareira walked and pondered, "If I want to close the gap with Ilya Lindsay, I need to master aura. I'll go practice now." Right at that moment, someone spoke up. "Humph. Aaron Jen, you came to watch the match too?" Irene approached happily to greet him. "Brad, it's been a while." Then Brat Lloyd asked, "What did you think of the match? At the royal level, the skill of the gladiators must be very high." Irene Pareira remembered and replied, "Yeah, I learned a lot too." As he finished, he suddenly wondered, "By the way, is Judith back?" Hearing that, Brat Lloyd was silent for a moment before answering, "You don't need to worry. She returned to the lodge a few days ago." Irene Pareira said happily, "That's a relief. I'll stop by the lodging later." Brat Lloyd replied, "Yeah, see you then." Then, he watched Irene Pereira's back fade away. Just then, Brat Lloyd glanced over and noticed Judith running past. He immediately stepped up to confront her. "Why were you hiding? Is it because you saw Eon, right?" Judith cowered and stammered. Then, she brushed it off and turned her face away to make excuses. "Eon came to watch? I just went to the restroom, so I didn't know." Brat Lloyd stared at her and smirked when he heard her answer. After that, Judith walked straight ahead and announced, "I'm going to go train. Call me if there's any good match coming up." Brat Lloyd sighed deeply after hearing that. He thought to himself, it's probably going to take a while. A few days later, Irene Pereira was panting and thinking, focusing aura on the body parts I want to strengthen, and then moving it. That's something I used to do naturally. He clenched his fist and affirmed, now I can see it easily. After that, Irene Pereira was deeply confused and asked himself, but how do I make the source of aura stronger? To understand aura, it's still such an abstract concept for me. Just then, Lou walked up and said, Eon, are you going to watch today's match? Irene Pereira quickly picked him up and replied, of course, let's go watch the match. At the arena, the announcement rang out. The championship defense match for February begins. Immediately after, the host introduced the one who had continuously held the Master Swordsmanship Championship, Ilya Lindsay, and her opponent, the fourth-ranked gladiator at the royal level, Grayson. Both of them appeared calmly. Irene Pereira sat in the stands, watching and telling himself, I must focus on observing. There has to be a way to create the sword aura. At this moment, Ilya Lindsay raised her sword, preparing to attack. She skillfully used aura as a luminous energy source. Irene Pereira watched in amazement and silently realized, it feels just like when I use my own attacks. The aura in my body is enhanced and transferred into the sword. On this side, Ilya Lindsay looked far into the distance with a thoughtful expression. The host suddenly exclaimed, what is this? Ilya Lindsay has withdrawn her sword aura. In the stands, a gray-haired young man spoke up. He once said that in the future, he wouldn't use sword aura anymore. So, is that true? The brown-haired man next to him asked blankly, huh? What are you talking about? On the other side, the two continued to talk. Rumor has it that in terms of swordsmanship, he's no less capable than the current champion, so he declared that he wouldn't lose if his opponent didn't use sword aura. Hearing that, Irene stood stunned, surprised, and turned back to the battle. Rayon spoke up, annoyed, you're getting a bit arrogant. Ilya Lindsay quickly retorted, that's not it at all. As she spoke, both sides rushed in to attack. Right then, an announcement rang out. The match begins. Both Ilya Lindsay and Grayson rushed straight at each other, unleashing rapid strikes. Irene Pereira stared at the battle and exclaimed, it's so different. He tracked every single fighting motion of both sides and silently evaluated. At the moment of swinging the sword, only the parts that need to be used are enhanced by aura. Irene Pereira's eyes widened at the intense developments of the match. Ilya Lindsay was now raising her sword high, rushing in to fight. She gracefully launched an attack straight toward her opponent. Irene Pereira watched and silently analyzed. This time, she gathered aura at one point, and then attacked. He continuously analyzed Rayon's level. Mastering aura is just as important as distributing it efficiently to minimize usage and maximize impact. Right then, a flash of light appeared. Ilya Lindsay poured all her strength into her sword as she struck at her opponent. Rayon quickly moved into a defensive stance, his mind racing with greedy thoughts. It started. Ilya Lindsay agilely lunged, her blade piercing right through Grayson, leaving him stunned. Is he already reaching his limit? Grayson thought to himself as he watched her. His strength, speed, and stamina, they're all leagues ahead of mine. I didn't realize the gap was this huge. Breaking into a cold sweat, he wondered, if only I were a bit younger. No, even if I were younger, Grayson mused deeply. Could I really beat her? Ilya Lindsay's speed was now like lightning. She surged forward, then delivered a horizontal slash across Grayson that he couldn't block. Finally, Grayson's sword shattered in two, and the announcement echoed through the arena. The match was over, and the announcer declared that Ilya Lindsay had successfully defended her championship title. She then coolly sheathed her sword at her side and walked away. Irene Pereira sat lost in thought, staring ahead, calculating something. 3 days later, Kuva asked, why do you want to see Grayson? He lost, so he's bound to be sensitive right now. Irene Pereira quickly explained. Oh, I just want to ask him a few things, he continued. I don't know if it's okay for us to just show up and visit him like this. Kuva reassured him. Don't worry, Rayon and I are drinking buddies, so it'll be fine. Trust me. He confidently claimed the man was a total drunkard who would come running as long as you were paying. Irene Pereira smiled, thinking it was a good thing he came along. Maybe I'll learn a training method or two there. Suddenly, Kuva pointed forward and announced, we're almost there, it's right there. Then, Irene Pereira's expression darkened. Kuva asked blankly, what's wrong? Irene Pereira's entire body began to radiate a mysterious, dark purple aura. He stuttered, right there. It's right there. Finally, Irene Pereira shouted, I can feel demonic energy. The two of them rushed straight into the building. Kuva kicked the door open and shouted, Grayson, what's going on? Deep inside the room, Grayson was sitting there, cultivating his energy, while Irene Pereira and Kuva watched. Suddenly, Grayson's voice, filled with resentment, rang out. "Who are you people?" Both Kuva and Irene Pereira were stunned, turning pale on the spot. Grayson continued, his voice grating. "Who are you?" Blood poured from his eye sockets as he spoke fiercely. "I don't recall inviting anyone." A demonic, ghastly air surrounded the entire room, but despite his bleeding eyes, Grayson sat there calmly cultivating. Seeing this, Kuva trembled as he spoke, unable to believe that Grayson had turned into a demon. Irene Pereira spoke up then. "It's okay, Kuva." He asserted firmly that the man hadn't completely turned into a demon yet. Suddenly, Kuva gasped in shock. He watched Irene Pereira and silently realized that the energy surrounding him had changed. Then, Kuva thought to himself, it was no longer as raw as it had been before. This energy, it's become denser and more refined. Finally, a look of steely determination appeared on Irene Pereira's face. Kuva silently affirmed it was the energy of a true man. Just then, Grayson roared angrily, "I'll ask you one more time. Why are you here?" Irene Pereira explained, "I heard from the people of Myanmar that the gladiators here love to fight and place bets." He bluntly proposed, "Would you be willing to spar with me? The loser has to fulfill one request from the winner." Grayson gritted his teeth at the suggestion. Immediately after, he let out a loud, harsh laugh. "Interesting. Is that so?" Grayson said excitedly. "Fine. I accept." With that, he grabbed his sword. Grayson slowly stood up and growled, "What I want is..." Irene Pereira also readied his sword for battle. Finally, Grayson declared flatly, "Your life." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward to attack. The two clashed, and Grayson, seemingly having lost his mind, unleashed a flurry of blows at Irene Pereira, but he parried them all. Rayon faltered in surprise after that, then launched another attack, but Irene Pereira agilely dodged it. Not willing to give up, Grayson gathered his momentum and lunged straight at Irene Pereira. He erupted in fury, hacking wildly ahead. Irene Pereira thought to himself, "His swordsmanship is so strange. It's as fluid as a snake." The two continued to trade blows. As Irene Pereira parried the attacks, he thought that he would never have had a chance to win if not for his training sessions with Mr. Zhou Ra. He continued to observe Grayson's sword grip and sensed that he could now see the flow of aura. Then, Irene Pereira surged forward with confidence, certain he could spot his opponent's intentions and weaknesses. Right then, he poured all his strength into a strike that sent his opponent reeling backward. Grayson couldn't believe his eyes and gasped, "What?" Kuva, watching from the sidelines, stood with his mouth wide open in astonishment. No way. Irene Pereira's gaze was fixed ahead, his entire body glowing with a radiant aura. Grayson struggled to his feet, fighting on in total bewilderment. "What is happening here?" He stared, confused. Why? Why am I being pushed back?" The battle continued. Grayson was utterly baffled. Even after borrowing the power of a demon, I still can't win? Driven to the brink of madness, he gritted his teeth and threw everything he had into one final charge. This cannot be happening. Dark purple demonic energy flared, and Grayson's eyes turned bloodshot, filled only with resentment. He screamed, "Never!" and began howling like a madman possessed. "This is unacceptable." On the sidelines, Kuva shouted in warning, "Irene, get out of there!" But Irene calmly replied, "Don't worry," he asserted firmly. "I'm not afraid anymore." Finally, Irene Pereira unleashed a blinding burst of energy and declared he was no longer afraid of that demonic energy. Just then, Grayson lunged with his demonic power to strike, and Irene simultaneously launched his counter. His eyes flashed, and immediately, a massive explosion rocked the room. Grayson's face turned deathly pale, and his sword snapped in two, leaving him in absolute shock. Then, Grayson slumped down, defeated. His face was filled with disappointment, mixed with sorrow. Tears streamed down Grayson's cheeks as he collapsed, thinking, "It's back to the beginning. It's all over." At that moment, Kuva rushed over, calling out to Grayson. Meanwhile, Irene Pereira sympathetically patted his shoulder to console him. He comforted Grayson gently. Then, Grayson spoke with deep emotion. "Thank you. Because of you, I can die as a human." Seeing this, Kuva stood silent and sorrowful, thinking to himself, "His flame is fading away. It's a real shame, but sooner or later, Grayson is going to pass away." Irene suddenly spoke up. "He won't die," he continued. "I watched your match yesterday." That statement made Kuvar's eyes go wide with shock. Then, Irene Pereira kept on pouring his heart out. "I was so excited when I saw you fighting Ilya Lindsay. I want to become strong just like you." He continued to motivate Grayson. "That was the most incredible match I have ever seen. Thank you for letting me witness such an amazing fight." Right after that, Kuvar was stunned to notice the fire burning within the young man. He observed Grayson's whole body glowing and realized that the spark was reigniting. Irene Pareira kept talking. "Since it was a bet, the loser has to listen to the winner, right? What I want is..." He looked at Grayson with sympathy and expressed, "Please, keep showing everyone those incredible matches only a true warrior can deliver." They stood in front of the house, taking turns expressing their gratitude. "Thank you both again. It's so great to see you back to your old self." Kuvar immediately asked seriously, "Grayson, I can sense a dense amount of demonic energy radiating from your sword. How did you end up with something like that?" He calmly replied, "Honestly, I don't even remember. When I got back to the mansion, the next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of the room. The moment I grabbed the sword, my body lost control, and I don't remember anything after that." Grayson placed a hand on his chest and said calmly, "I intend to go to the temple once my body has fully recovered. I'll go there to confess and cleanse these evil thoughts, the negativity that built up during my training." In an instant, Kuvar fell into a deep silence. He could clearly see that Grayson's spirit had been completely purified. He couldn't detect a single trace of impure energy there. As the sun began to set, it was time for them to say goodbye. "I understand. Let's meet up again whenever we get the chance." "All right." The two of them headed off into the forest together. Kuvar spoke up. "I suddenly remembered what Ignet Crescent said." He recalled each person one by one: Keza, Charlotte, Victor, and the third one, Grayson. Kuvar had to admit one thing. Just as Ignet Crescent said, his expression turned grim. Peace may have been broken. "Now that I think about it, what about that favor you wanted to ask Grayson?" Irene glanced to the side, puzzled. "What can I do now? For the time being, we have to let Grayson focus on his recovery." The two discussed the matter. "By the way, what was that power you used earlier?" I don't really understand it myself." He thought simply and concluded, "Back then, I was just fighting with the thought of not letting the demonic energy win, and that power just appeared before I even realized it." Irene Pereira's eyes shimmered slightly as he looked down at his clenched hand. "I will use this power to save Ilya." Kuvar glanced over, watching silently. A thought flashed through his mind. An energy that resists demonic influence. If the masters ever met Irene, I wonder how they would react. Inside that room, Judith and Lloyd were arguing. "Could you stop being so stingy and just eat your meals properly?" I know. Why are you nagging me all day?" Then Lloyd smiled faintly and looked away. "He's here." That made Judith curious too. "Who's here?" Irene Pereira suddenly appeared right beside her. "Hey Judith, it's been a while." Judith jumped in surprise. "Gah! You! It's been forever since I last saw you." She was seething, gritting out every word. "Bread, you jerk." He felt a strange chill behind his back. "Why is it suddenly so hot? I should probably go grab a beer." Lloyd then asked, "How have things been lately? Is the training going smoothly?" He hung his head, not daring to admit the truth. "It's not going well. Lately, I feel like I've been stagnating." Irene Pereira shared his frustration. "Controlling aura isn't as easy as I thought. In those moments of despair, I was so confused about it that I couldn't." Judith interrupted from the side. Wait a minute. You're telling me you haven't learned how to apply aura yet?" Irene Pereira replied honestly. "Well, I only just started sensing aura recently." Her voice sounded sharp as she asked again, "Then what was all that stuff you showed us before?" He looked up at the sky, thinking, then answered, "That was all just based on my instincts during practice." Judith was shocked. What? What was that?" They all shared the same feeling of helplessness. "That is absolutely ridiculous. You got that strong just by self-teaching? Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Lloyd explained seriously. "At the Chrono Academy of Swordsmanship, we spend half the term learning about the concepts of aura application. Of course, only a few can apply it during training. You were shaping your aura naturally during the final assessment. That's why I thought you already knew about it." Irene Pereira said innocently, "I don't really get it." Judith sank into a silent daze. She slowly stood up, straightened her back, and pointed at herself confidently. "I'm going to teach you how to apply aura, the way they do at the Chrono Academy." She looked straight at Irene Pereira with a strict gaze. "If you lose focus for even a second, I'm taking you down, so you'd better pay attention." That very night, the two of them went to an open field to train. The campfire burned brightly as she explained. Aura application consists of 6 concepts. First, you store that mysterious energy inside you. Judith held her sword with a thma. Next, enhancement boosting your power. Reinforcement helps increase your endurance. She ran her hand over the blade. Then, perception. to heighten your sensory awareness. Condensation, focusing aura into a single point to amplify that power to its limit. And finally, shaping the way you manifest your aura externally. Judith demonstrated meticulously for him. Your vertical slash is an application of condensation and shaping. The sword is infused with limitless energy. Both of those are the most important concepts for creating sword aura, and there are 4 other concepts. Integrating all 6 is the prerequisite. He looked at the sword in his hand and nodded. I see. It's just like my vertical slash. I can rely on that to create sword aura. Irene Pareira swung his sword with vigor, applying the techniques. The first thing I need to do is master these aura applications. Time flew by quickly during training. A month later, he closed his eyes, focusing all the aura throughout his body. Once enough was stored, he focused it all into his hand. Power began to emanate from the hand holding the sword. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, giving it his all to shape it onto the blade. He sighed and tried again. One more time. Every time I try to shape the aura, it ends up like this. To Irene Pareira, it felt as if the sword was absorbing the aura. He had to ask himself, but somehow, I feel like I'm doing much better than before. Right at that moment, someone arrived with news. Master Irene, your match has been decided. It was someone incredibly powerful. His opponent was Ricardo Pinto, the former champion of the Proof Lands. Hearing that, he was startled. The former champion? Then, he received more shocking news. Yeah, he's one of the top-tier elites out there, and this time he's not the same guy he used to be. I heard he brought some serious hardware with him for this comeback. He inherited the very first sword of King Venus from his father, the master swordsman Harrison Pinto. By that, I mean a legendary blade capable of clashing with aura swords. If you manage to beat him, you earn the right to challenge the champion. But that won't be easy, even for you. He just smiled, saying, a ranked swordsman is the perfect opponent for me right now. Don't worry, I'm going to win. No matter what happens, the most anticipated match in the King tier class is here. The champion returns, Ricardo Pinto. The battle is getting intense, and facing him is the super rookie, Irene Pareira. Before the match kicks off, Ricardo tries to play it cool. I've heard about you. You're the gladiator who's been grabbing all the attention lately. With a rather challenging tone, he adds, you're pretty famous, huh? See, a lot of people in the stands are actually betting on you to win. Then, his power flared up in an instant. But even if you had another 1,000 years, it's still way too early for you to test your strength against mine. As the crowd roared, the match began. And he had no idea what was coming. Ricardo noticed something off. There was a fierce, relentless glint in Irene Pereira's eyes. The moment their blades clashed, he recklessly lunged toward Ricardo. Ricardo didn't even flinch, predicting the move and the aura, but before he could counter, Irene shifted and attacked from behind. Ricardo glanced back, and they traded a terrifying, head-on blow. Ricardo gritted his teeth. Irene Pareira had clearly grown much stronger, and the shockwave of his power forced Ricardo back. He couldn't believe how strong he was. On top of that, a massive amount of aura was poured into that last strike. Irene pivoted, using that momentum to launch himself forward. Ricardo's eyes betrayed his disbelief. Irene Pareira leaped up, his heavy, crude sword ready to strike. A tension-filled sword fight ensued. Ricardo thought to himself, staying perfectly calm, is he using condensed aura? This guy is actually using advanced aura techniques, Ricardo shouted in frustration. That's enough. Stop showing off. Irene Pareira didn't say a word, just locked eyes with his opponent. He didn't hesitate for a second, launching a direct strike at Ricardo. The match was getting more and more thrilling, and increasingly fierce, with the offensive pressure ramping up. The match was becoming truly captivating. The announcer's voice grew louder and louder. Ricardo Pinto really was a former champion. His abilities hadn't dulled a bit compared to before. Ilya Lindsay watched the match, not missing a single second, as Irene Pareira faced off against the former champ. Both sides were evenly matched, neither willing to back down. He's actually got the advantage in this fight. Ricardo gritted his teeth, unable to counter this guy. Since when has he been aiming only for my sword? Irene Pareira seized that exact moment to jump. The commentator followed every single strike closely. Irene Pareira kept targeting Ricardo Pinto's sword. The people in the stands couldn't help but get anxious. Is he actually trying to break his opponent's sword? Is he even thinking straight? Judith and Lloyd complained, hearing the sound of the swords clashing. This idiot really thinks he can break the opponent's sword with his own? What a fool! Ricardo's face contorted. How dare you? Do you intend to shatter my chainsword? He was absolutely furious. Fine. If that's how you want it, let's go. In this situation, Irene Pareira didn't waver at all. Give it everything you've got. Irene Pareira stubbornly dodged every strike. He wouldn't let him control the pace, keeping up the relentless assault. Both were perfectly matched, neither willing to give an inch. Irene Pareira's boots were tearing up the arena floor. His eyes showed a sharp, unwavering resolve. Irene Pareira launched a preemptive strike right in Ricardo's face. Ricardo gritted his teeth, struggling to defend. "I won't lose to this guy." Irene Pareira wouldn't let up, continuing his attack. Their two swords crossed, unleashing an incredible shockwave. The audience above was stunned. Ricardo Pinto is being pushed back. No matter how difficult it was, he wouldn't let up. "Even if your sword is glowing red, I'll find a way to overcome it." Irene Pareira wasn't about to give up easily either. Meanwhile, Ricardo unleashed a desperate, critical strike. "I'll try even harder." Ilya Lindsay seemed to sense his ambition, wishing she could stand on equal footing with him. Irene Pereira's eyes filled with hope. "Just wait a little longer for me." Ricardo used all his strength to launch a jumping attack. Incredible! Irene Pareira was overpowering Ricardo Pinto. His sword was gradually cracking, and the crowd couldn't believe it. How could this be happening? Irene delivered another finishing blow. Judith and Lloyd were staring, completely dumbfounded, as a piece of steel chipped off his blade. A scream erupted from the stands. "His sword is cracking." Ilya Lindsay realized it, shocked. Ricardo stared in disbelief. This time, Irene Pareira had succeeded with his plan. He stepped forward to deliver the decisive blow, knocking Ricardo's sword away. The match is over. Everyone watching was left with their jaws on the floor, the sword shattered into pieces. Irene Pareira had broken Ricardo Pinto's chainsword, and Irene Pareira was declared the winner. Lloyd and Judith, watching from above, cheered quietly. That kid actually pulled it off. Confetti cannons went off in celebration, a truly unbelievable winning streak. His face showed nothing but iron will. Now, Irene Pareira was the center of attention. Ilya Lindsay stood up slightly to get a better view. The contender for the championship title had been decided. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. The final match to determine the champion would take place in April. The announcer immediately declared that the matchup that day would be Irene Pareira versus Ilya Lindsay. After the fight, Irene Pareira let out a sigh and immediately jumped back into his training routine. He wasn't satisfied with the result. He had failed to manifest his sword aura once again. Judith walked over to check on him. "Were you trying to create sword aura just now?" He answered honestly, "I've been trying for days, but it's really hard." She chuckled and teased him. "Of course. Did you think sword aura was easy to master? You think you can just do it in a few months? What are you, a genius?" Judith kept teasing him. "That's karma for you, kid. Standing there like a statue just watching the show. Why are you suddenly saying that?" She made a face. "If you're so annoyed, why don't you try using sword aura yourself?" It was frustrating for Irene Pareira, really too much. Lloyd just found Judith's teasing cute at that moment. At the magnificent castle, Ilya Lindsay was still training without rest. Emma watched from afar, thinking to herself that she had been training for a full week without taking a break. She was drenched in sweat from the hard training. Emma just hoped she wouldn't push herself too far. As the sky grew dark and sunset fell, Irene Pareira still had something weighing on his heart. Can I really return to Ilya Lindsay's path? Just then, a voice comforted him. "Don't be so anxious." She appeared, acting as a friend. "Judith?" he asked, not thinking too much about it. "Is it that obvious?" Judith walked over. And then, she fell into silence. Judith honestly confessed, "I really hate how you've been lately. You've gotten incredibly strong at a speed that's impossible to describe. And on top of that, after being taught how to use aura, you're doing even better than me." She kept talking without turning back. "You're truly an extraordinary guy." Even so, she turned around and smiled. "Still, I can't bring myself to hate you." Irene Pareira remembered the old days. Perhaps Ilya Lindsay felt the same way, though I don't really know what's going on in Ilya Lindsay's head. Judith slightly bowed her head and smiled as she said, "But since it's you, it'll be fine, because you always treat everyone with such sincerity." Then, she gave Irene Pareira a big grin and slapped him on the back. Judith sincerely cheered him on, telling him to just give it his all. He gave a happy smile. There was nothing to worry about. The moon had risen high in the night, and in the end, Irene Pareira still found it hard to sleep before tomorrow. "I'm going to face Ilya Lindsay." He slowly closed his eyes, thinking, "I'll do better this time, right?" He slowly drifted into a dream, where he was immersed in his training, but everything had changed a little. He felt a sense of indignation, both intense and faint. Facing the faceless, muscular man, he felt much calmer now. Irene Pareira felt something was off. He looked down, thinking, "Is he looking at me?" The man opened his mouth slightly, then closed it again. As the dream ended, Irene Pareira woke up with a start. He sat up, shaken, Thinking back, the man clearly wanted to say something. What could he have been trying to tell him? Soon enough, the next day arrived. The dream stage for all fighters, the land of proving grounds. The stands were packed. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this day. It was right here that the match everyone had been longing for began. The championship match of April, Irene Pareira stepped onto the arena, his grinding sword in hand. A rising powerhouse at the king level, at the center of the storm, Irene Pareira. The commentator couldn't forget to introduce the strongest swordsman of the proving grounds, the undefeated swordswoman, the champion Ilya Lindsay. While Kuvo and Lloyd and Judith were also present, there could only be one throne, and the two of them, one man and one woman, would face off. The announcer shouted, "The match may now begin." Ilya Lindsay charged forward, eager for the fight. Her eyes flashed with sharpness. A sword strike cut through toward Irene Pareira, and the two finally clashed directly. The audience in the stands watched with wide eyes. It was too fast. The naked eye couldn't even keep up. Ilya Lindsay noticed something as she stepped forward. She stomped her foot hard, dodging Irene Pereira's powerful attack in one go. She crushed the arena floor with eyes full of fire. In just a second, Ilya Lindsay shot forward. The three sitting in the stands were startled. Has he mastered aura usage to that extent? They didn't expect Ilya Lindsay to have reached this level, condensing aura into her heel before jumping. In that moment, the aura exploded, pushing her speed even further. This was a high-difficulty technique. The two clashed again at an extreme level. Attacks brushed past each other continuously. When it was Irene Pereira's turn, he realized something. A cloud of smoke exploded, blocking the view, leaving even Ilya Lindsay surprised. Can he even retreat like that? Her footsteps became faster than ever. Irene Pareira quickly unleashed his power. He created a zigzagging movement. What on earth is going on? Had the champion, Ilya Lindsay, been pushed back? This is the first time I've seen her like this. Ilya Lindsay stopped to catch her breath with a long exhale. The champion looked very flustered. She gritted her teeth, showing her frustration. Could it be that today, the champion's fortress, Ilya Lindsay, will really fall? She frowned and unleashed her decisive move. Looking at her expression, you could tell it wasn't going well. That technique, the whirlwind storm, quickly appeared, sweeping everything away, and it rushed straight toward Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira didn't panic at all. He held his sword, preparing to meet it. The whirlwind continuously targeted Irene Pareira. Judith and Lloyd shouted in panic, "That's the death cyclone technique. Why aren't you dodging? You madman!" In a flash, the whirlwind dissipated as if nothing had happened. Ilya Lindsay stared in disbelief. How? How long are you going to be so relaxed? Irene Pareira held his sword tightly, frowning, and spat out, "Hurry up and use your sword light." Amidst the murmurs, what just happened? He had actually blocked the champion's attack with the exact same technique. Ilya Lindsay said with a shocked expression, "How?" Irene Pareira pointed his sword at Ilya Lindsay and said clearly, "Hurry and use your light sword." She widened her eyes in astonishment. Irene Pareira warned her sternly, "Otherwise, your sword will break." Ilya Lindsay gritted her teeth in anger and gave a small cough. "Coup!" She gripped her sword tightly, channeling her spiritual energy into the blade. The people in the stands shouted in amazement. "No way! The spiritual energy emanating from the sword is getting stronger and stronger." The stands erupted in excitement. The champion. Finally, she's using her light sword. Oh. Now the battle truly begins. A mysterious person stood in the stands, silently following the match, ignoring the cheers around them. "Go for it, Irene. I'm betting everything on you." Down on the arena floor, dust rose up because Ilya Lindsay was using her light sword. Irene Pareira looked at her with some surprise. Ilya Lindsay's sword had lunged out of nowhere, slashing right in front of him. Luckily, Irene managed to lean back in time, dodging the attack. Faced with this astonishing speed, he couldn't afford to be careless and gritted his teeth. Before he could regain his composure, she lunged at him again. Judith, sitting in the stands, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Irene Pareira, commenting, "As expected, it's tough." Lloyd, standing nearby, also looked clearly worried. Lulu, who was sitting on Kuvo's shoulder, suddenly spoke up, asserting, "No, Irene Pareira, he can do it." At this moment, Irene was observing Ilya Lindsay's next attacks very closely. He regained the initiative, continuously lunging forward to attack Ilya. His strikes were unleashed one after another. Seeing an opening, Irene Pareira began to channel spiritual energy into his own sword. Ilya Lindsay was startled, feeling that something was off. As expected, when Irene Pereira's sword struck down, a clear boundary line immediately appeared on the ground. The audience in the stands witnessed this and gasped in excitement, saying, "They are truly evenly matched. This is amazing." Seeing Irene take the initiative, Ilya Lindsay gritted her teeth, feeling resentful. I can't believe I'm showing such a pathetic side of myself in front of everyone. This made her even more determined to charge at Irene Pareira, thinking she had to end the match quickly. As Ilya Lindsay slashed toward him, Irene quickly jumped over, dodging the blade. With the current situation, Ilya Lindsay's heart was filled with anxiety. If she showed her struggle while fighting, gossip would surely spread. Lloyd noticed the abnormality in Ilya Lindsay and said to Judith, "It seems like Ilya Lindsay is in a bit of a rush." Lulu was also tensely assessing the match. Although Ilya Lindsay had the upper hand in terms of raw strength, Irene Pareira was coping very well thanks to his recent training. Furthermore, Ilya Lindsay's dark energy was currently awakening. The arena was now filled with dust and smoke. In that haze, Ilya Lindsay was trying to find a weakness in Irene Pareira. For Ilya Lindsay, right now, Irene was the enemy. Irene Pareira wasn't aware of that, and just watched her in silence. Ilya Lindsay couldn't control herself anymore. She furrowed her brows and cried out in fury. The mana flowing through her. She unleashed her aura blade, channeling even more power into it. The mana glowed with a blinding light, and her face went cold and dark as she swung her sword toward Irene Pareira. As the two swords clashed, blinding sparks erupted in the air. Seeing her completely lose control, Irene Pareira whispered to himself, feeling deeply concerned for her. Looking into Ilya Lindsay's eyes, he silently vowed to always be grateful to her. Irene Pareira poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into his sword, steeling himself for a counterattack, his mind racing. Without her help, he recalled the times they trained together, the moments she would nag him about his eating habits. She was his closest friend. He was so grateful to Ilya Lindsay. He couldn't have made the progress he had today without her. It was like that before, but now, looking into her eyes, he only saw a gaze that wanted to kill him. Even so, he still wanted to say, "Thanks." Her light sword swung down, unexpectedly just grazing the hem of Irene Pareira's robe. Ilya Lindsay was stunned, thinking, did he just dodge that? With this determination, I'll help you now. Amidst the thick, black smoke, only the blinding light from the sword and the faint silhouette of him could be seen. After that, Irene Pareira firmly plunged his sword into the ground. He stood looking at the blade for a moment before stepping forward to pull it out. The sword had transformed, emitting a brilliant light that left even him in disbelief. On the arena floor, Ilya Lindsay watched the transformation of the sword in Irene Pareira's hand in shock. The audience was terrified by the light emanating from the sword and shouted out, "What on earth is going on?" Light suddenly burst forth from the blade. Judith, over on the side, yelled in a panic, "What the hell is that?" Beside her, Brad Lloyd said, with an expression of disbelief, "A light sword." In the arena, the light shining from the sword grew so intense that no one could see clearly. Then, suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and it took a moment before someone shouted that an incident had occurred. As everything gradually faded, everyone's face showed pure amazement. On the stage, Ilya Lindsay stared in disbelief at her own broken sword. The referee then bellowed, announcing Irene Pareira as the winner. Irene Pareira remained on the stage with a calm, unshakable expression. The referee's voice echoed again, declaring that a new champion had emerged. Amidst the uproar, Ilya Lindsay despairingly let her sword drop and collapsed. Her face clearly showed disappointment in herself, along with soul-crushing questions. "It's all over. What am I supposed to do now?" Just as she was in despair, Irene walked toward her and called out to Ilya Lindsay. At this familiar voice, she instinctively looked up at him. He leaned toward her, his entire body radiating warm spiritual energy. Irene Pareira said gently, "I'm a little embarrassed to say this." Ilya Lindsay clearly felt the warmth radiating from him. "What is this?" She was caught in a moment of doubt when Irene reached out his hand toward her, smiling brightly, and said, "I want to make peace with you now." Hearing these words, Ilya Lindsay was momentarily stunned. She finally let go of her guard, looked at him, and gave a faint smile. She reached out and took his hand. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, everything was wiped away. In the stands, it was like a hive of bees, with constant cheering. A new champion was standing right before their eyes. "Is it for real? Irene Pareira, you're amazing. Champion Irene Pareira, Champion Irene Pareira." Amidst the cheers, a mysterious figure turned to leave, accidentally bumping into a spectator nearby. The man stood up, grabbed the stranger by the shoulder, and said, "Hey, if you bump into someone, you should apologize." The mysterious person didn't even turn his head. He just released a burst of magical power toward the spectator. Immediately, the person became dazed and muttered, "What was I doing?" The mysterious figure didn't care and continued on his way. As he left, He glanced back at Ilya Lindsay on the arena floor, thinking with regret that he had wiped everything out so thoroughly there were no remnants left. Thinking that, he turned back to look at Irene Pareira, muttering, "Someone carrying the power to slay demons?" At that, his face turned grim. He gave a cold laugh, and wondered, "What kind of person are you, really?" After the match, everyone returned to Irene's room, and he sat at the table, picking up a newspaper to read to everyone. Various conflicting opinions were being voiced regarding the champion, Irene Pareira. It was absurd that a youth created from secret arts was allowed to use them when they changed form during the match. Many people commented that the match should be replayed. Without stopping there, he continued reading. However, everything had been resolved smoothly. When Ilya Lindsay clearly expressed her stance that she accepted her defeat, the sword's transformation had not affected the outcome of the match. And just like that, the land of proof had a new champion. Hearing this, Judith flew into a rage, slamming the table and yelling, "What the hell is this? The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it is. It makes no sense at all." Irene Pareira chuckled at her expression. "Ha." Brad Lloyd sat next to her, folded the paper, and said, "Come on, Judith, just let it go." Kuva didn't say anything, only secretly thinking how astonishing it was. He had achieved what could have been considered impossible before. He looked at Irene Pareira with eyes full of admiration for his perseverance, his unshakable focus on his goals, and his courage to face danger. The more Kuva thought about it, the more he sank into deep contemplation. He was completely different now compared to the first time they met. "You've grown up so fast, Irene Pareira." But looking at Irene Pareira, he also felt a sense of melancholy. "But why is it that every time I look at him, I feel a sense of bitterness?" Suddenly, Brad Lloyd spoke up, breaking Kuva's train of thought. "Forget about that. What happened to your great sword?" "Oh, that thing?" Irene Pareira recalled what happened earlier and replied, "I tried to check it again, but it kept that form and didn't return to how it was before. I don't know why it changed into that form either." Kuva rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and said, Maybe this has something to do with the dream?" Irene Pareira said uncertainly, "Possibly." After a moment of thought, Irene Pareira added, "That's why I'm going to go and ask." Judith asked curiously, "Ask whom?" Not waiting for him to answer, Lulu lazily stretched and guessed, "You're going to ask the man in your dream, aren't you?" Irene patted Lulu's head and replied, "Yeah." Judith asked, startled and in disbelief, "What? You can do that too?" Irene Pareira nodded and smiled. "Yeah, I think I can do it now." A week later, at Ilya's residence, someone outside knocked gently on the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. A voice echoed from inside, inviting them in. Seeing Irene Pareira walking toward her with the bouquet, Ilya Lindsay blushed and said, "Hello, Irene Pareira." He gave the flowers to her and asked how she had been lately. Ilya Lindsay took the flowers and exclaimed in praise, "These flowers are so beautiful." Irene Pareira replied a bit shyly, "Well, I didn't know what you liked, so just consider it a gift. I thought you'd like them, since I gave them to you before." She replied to him, "Yeah, I love these flowers. Come on in." As soon as they sat at the table, Ilya Lindsay asked him directly, "So, you're planning to leave?" Irene Pareira nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, even though I haven't decided where to go next, I'll probably be hitting the road in a few days." Then he turned to ask Ilya, "Lindsay, what about you? Leah, what are you planning to do from now on?" Hearing this, she lowered her head, her gaze a bit aimless. She rubbed her hands and answered hesitantly, "I'm thinking." After a moment of stammering, she replied to him, "To be honest, I don't know what to do either. Ever since our match ended, I realized I had gone too far." Recalling the image of herself while fighting, she continued, "To tell you the truth, the goal I was pursuing was really too far out of reach for me." When she lost the match to Irene Pareira, Ilya Lindsay seemed to have hit rock bottom. She recounted, "After the path I chose crumbled away completely, my life just faded along with it. I can't see anything anymore." Ilya Lindsay felt incredibly lost and adrift. She struggled to hold back tears as she whispered, "I don't know where to go. What should I do now?" Suddenly, Irene Pareira made her an offer. "Come with me." Caught off guard, Ilya Lindsay asked, "What?" He looked at her with profound sincerity and said, "We're in the same boat. I don't know what to do either, and I don't have a place to go." He gave a bitter laugh and continued, "But the only reason I keep moving forward is because of the people who put their faith in me." Hearing Irene Pereira's heartfelt words, Ilya Lindsay was deeply moved. He added, "I think you're in the same situation, just like how I managed to come this far because you believed in me." He leaned in close to Ilya Lindsay's face, making her blush. "And this time, I'll be the one to put my faith in you. Irene Pereira looked at her, persuasive and kind. It's going to be okay. You'll be fine. Come with me. Without a second thought, Ilya Lindsay nodded in agreement. Okay. Things didn't seem to go smoothly when Irene brought her back. The first to object was Brad. I object. Irene Pereira hesitated, shielding Ilya Lindsay. He hadn't anticipated Brad's resistance. Who do you think you are? Just because you joined us, you think you can just make decisions like that? Ilya looked panicked. But, aren't we all classmates from the academy? We're friends, aren't we? Brad Lloyd ignored his words and turned to look straight at Ilya Lindsay, asking seriously, Tell me, do you actually consider Judith and me your comrades, or do you only trust one comrade? Irene Pereira? Judith rushed over, trying to stop him. Hey, what are you? But Brad Lloyd ignored him and kept talking. His next words left both Judith and Ilya Lindsay stunned. From now on, let's get to know each other better. When he couldn't keep up the serious act anymore, he joked, by trading secrets. That way, we'll become friends faster. I'll go first. Kuvar, sitting in the back, watched everyone having fun and felt satisfied. Brad Lloyd looked serious, as if he were revealing a world-shattering secret to Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pereira. When he was 14, Judith actually believed in Santa Claus. He started recounting the things Judith did just to get gifts from Santa back in Chrono. There was a time he didn't curse for months and was actually friendly to everyone. Brad Lloyd kept going, fired up and oblivious. Judith, standing behind him, turned bright red with embarrassment. I realized later, he only acted like that because he wanted a present from Santa. Just as he was about to continue. Seriously, I have no idea. Before he could finish, Brad was punched square in the face by Judith. Damn it, you son of a bee. Tell your own damn secrets. Seeing Judith yell at Brad Lloyd, Irene Pereira and Ilya Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. Why are you spilling other people's secrets out of nowhere? Judith, mortified and wanting to disappear, hoisted Brad Lloyd up and turned to shout at Ilya, Lindsay, and Irene Pereira. What are you two waiting for? Spill your secrets, now. The two stuttered. We have to tell one too? Judith roared like a volcano. Obviously. You heard everything already, didn't you? Are you both deaf? Irene Pereira replied, startled. Okay, I'll tell. Calm down, Judith. Soon, night fell. Irene laid down on his soft bed and drifted into a deep sleep. In his dream, Irene Pereira met the man he had been seeking. He stepped toward him and asked, Tell me, who are you really? Facing his struggle, the swordsman remained silent. Why do you keep appearing in my dreams? And what did you say to me before? He didn't answer, but held his sword out toward Irene. Suddenly, Irene Pereira's own sword appeared on the ground. Seeing this, he smiled faintly. So, you are a swordsman, after all. The man still didn't reply, and charged straight at him. Irene Pereira didn't hesitate anymore, ran to grab his sword, and said, Fine then. Let's have a match. The swordsman swung his blade at Irene without mercy, and he quickly parried. When the two swords clashed, a small tremor shook the ground. Irene Pereira gritted his teeth, struggling to hold off the man's sword. In contrast, the swordsman's face remained perfectly calm. He swung his sword down with even greater force. This sent Irene Pereira stumbling backward. He had to brace himself with all his might just to stay standing. Facing such a strong opponent, Irene wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt a spark of excitement. You're strong. He looked at him with admiration. I know this all too well. I know how hard you must have worked to reach that level of strength. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword, channeling his spiritual energy. To become someone like you. Sensing his overwhelming momentum, the swordsman charged without hesitation. Irene Pereira didn't panic, swinging his sword while shouting, I've been training just as hard. This display of spirit startled the man for a moment, and a slash of immense power was unleashed. Crack. The sword was snapped in two. The swordsman was stunned by the sight. Before him, his own sword had been completely shattered by Irene. That counterattack seemed to have drained almost all of his stamina. Only then did the swordsman look at Irene Pereira's youthful face and speak. He looked at him with an incredibly gentle gaze, then stepped closer and continued, I will. Before the stunned face of Irene Pereira, the swordsman added, I will support you. His eyes lingered on him with affection. Before leaving, the swordsman told him to become strong. As soon as the words left his lips, his image began to fade, causing Irene Pereira to jolt in surprise. As he regained consciousness, he shouted, Wait! That was when Irene Pereira woke up from his dream. Upon waking, his hand was still outstretched, and he was mumbling, Wait. A moment later, Irene Pereira called everyone into the room and recounted the dream. Judith was the first to ask in confusion. He said he'd support you later? He nodded. Yeah, he definitely said that. Kuvar asked, and then what? Irene Pareira hung his head as he recounted how he vanished like smoke. Kuvar listened in silence as Irene said, but I have this really strange feeling, like he's never coming back. After everyone finished talking, Kuvar made a suggestion. If you guys don't mind, our next destination should be Dekali. What do you think? Everyone looked puzzled. Dekali? Judith, not knowing where that was, asked, Where is Dekali? Kuvar looked at him with disdain and replied, It's the city of the Oros race, located in the north. Kuvar's eyes showed deep emotion as he added, It's also my hometown. My master is there too. He remembered the image of his teacher, the Oros tribesman, the great sage, Kurukaru. Thinking of that, he added, If it were my master, he might know something about your dreams, and that man as well. Irene Pareira was shocked and said, What? Really? He agreed to this next destination. He turned to ask Judith, I think that's a good idea. What about you? Judith. She smiled mischievously and replied, Hee, whatever, works for me. Judith looked over at Irene Pareira and Ilya Lindsay, who were sitting nearby, and continued confidently, because from now on, I can spar with the two strongest people in our group every single day. Ilya Lindsay agreed. I think that sounds good. Lulu was also very excited and said, I've never been to an ORC village before, so that's a great idea. Once everyone was in agreement, the next day, all the villagers came out to see them off. Ilya Lindsay walked up to Emma and said, I'll be back soon after this trip. Please send my regards to my parents. Emma agreed. Yes, milady, don't you worry. Travel safely. Suddenly, Ilya Lindsay remembered something and exclaimed, Ah, shoot, I forgot to say goodbye to the priest. Emma saw this and said, The priest left this place a few days ago. He said he had urgent business and asked me to pass on his regards for him. Ilya Lindsay looked a bit sad upon hearing this. Huh, is that so? After saying goodbye to everyone, Ilya Lindsay turned toward the carriage and waved. All right, I'm heading out. As the carriage pulled away, Lulu waved to the villagers. We're leaving now. Take care, everyone. The villagers stood silently watching the carriage disappear into the distance. After a moment, they started buzzing and looking at each other. The champion is gone now, so. The villagers rushed into the training arena, all of them determined, saying, The title of champion could be mine. I have to try again. Who told you that you could take that title? Meanwhile, after traveling for a long time on the road, Irene Pereira's group decided to stop and rest. Brad Lloyd walked over to Kuva and suggested, Kuva, let me drive the carriage for a while after we start again. He looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Oh? Why? Well, suit yourself. Brad Lloyd looked at him and smiled. You've been driving every single time. I just thought you must be exhausted, so I'll help out. Judith also ran over to claim the cooking duties, saying, That sounds good. Leave today's meal to me. Brad Lloyd chimed in. Yeah, just leave it to us. A while later, Irene Pereira held up a charred meat skewer that Judith had grilled and asked skeptically, Is this even edible? Just when everyone thought all hope was lost, Ilya Lindsay offered a glimmer of hope. She stirred the soup and said, Don't worry, I made some soup. But as soon as the three of them took a sip, their faces turned pale, and they all spat it out in unison, shouting, This is poison! Ilya Lindsay was completely shocked. In the end, Kuva had to step in. I'll take care of the cooking. If I need any help, I'll call you guys. Both Ilya Lindsay and Judith answered quietly, Yes, sir. While Kuva was cooking, Judith took the opportunity to practice swordsmanship with Ilya Lindsay. Ilya Lindsay stood by her side and instructed, Try to think of the sword as an extension of your own body. That way, it'll be easier to control. Judith held the sword and practiced, whispering extension of my body to herself. Lulu, meanwhile, was sleeping next to the bowl, dreaming of picking flowers. Brad Lloyd smiled as he wove the flowers he had just picked into a small wreath. Then, he gently placed it on Lulu's head as she slept beside him. The fire crackled under the twilight sky. Kuva sat blankly, staring into the flames. Irene Pareira walked over and sat near him, saying, Hello. Kuva turned to look at him and replied, Oh, you're done practicing? Irene Pareira didn't answer but asked instead, Is there something bothering you lately? Kuva looked away and laughed. Ha ha. I guess I can't hide anything from you. He confided his worries to Irene Pareira. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous about returning to my hometown, since I left under less than honorable circumstances. Kuva's eyes revealed clear unease and a touch of sorrow. It sounds cowardly, but I really don't have the confidence to go back there alone. Irene Pareira didn't say anything, just pondered silently. So, that's why Kuva has been wandering all over the continent, Kuva added, feeling a bit guilty. I'm sorry. It feels like I'm using you guys just so I can return home. I'm this old. And I look pretty pathetic, right? Irene Pereira shook his head and denied it. No. That's not it at all. You were the one who suggested going to Dukali. Even though it had nothing to do with us, you gathered all your courage to make that proposal. It's because you wanted to, Kuva. He seemed to want to say more, but stopped himself. Kuva's whole body stiffened for a moment, and only then did he speak again. Thank you. While on the road, the carriage suddenly hit a rock and a wheel broke. Judith, sitting inside, felt the jolt and asked, "What happened?" Kuva and Brad Lloyd got off the carriage to check. Seeing the wheel shattered to pieces, Kuva sighed and said, "Even you, Brad Lloyd? I thought you were different." Brad Lloyd stood by, dejected, and said, "Sorry, I knew this would happen." While Judith and Brad Lloyd were bickering, Kuva noticed someone approaching. Seeing the group coming their way, he spoke up. "Oh, perfect timing. Let's ask them for help." Once they had finished talking, Kuva led the two men over to Brad Lloyd's group and said, "Say hello to them. They're heading to a merchant guild near the Oros tribe, and thankfully, they're willing to help us out." The two men introduced themselves enthusiastically. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Frederick." "And I'm Kenzel." The others introduced themselves one by one. "Hi, I'm Irene Pareira." "I'm Judith." "And I'm Ilya Lindsay." "Hi, I'm Lulu, a sorceress." Frederick found these names a bit familiar and thought to himself, I feel like I've heard these names somewhere before. Before long, the six of them were sitting in Frederick and Kenzel's wagon. Sitting there, Ilya Lindsay stiffened and exhaled a cloud of white mist. Lulu saw this and walked over to check on her. "Ilya Lindsay, are you okay? You don't look so good." The girl looked at her and murmured a soft Ilya Lindsay thought for a moment and added, "I'm just thinking about what I'm going to do from now on. My heart doesn't feel as burdened as before, but I don't know if this is a good thing or not." Lulu didn't hesitate. She hopped up to sit beside her and replied, "Oh, come on. If thinking about it gives you a headache, then stop thinking about it. It's too exhausting." Ilya jumped in surprise and said, "But," Lulu continued, "if you keep thinking, won't your worries just keep popping up?" Lulu encouraged her. "At times like these, just let go of everything, and let your soul be free." Saying that, Lulu told her to follow her lead. "Come on, do as I do. Clear your mind. Yeah." She followed along without hesitation. "Clear your mind." Judith saw this and burst out laughing. Lulu, what are you doing?" As they were riding, Frederick suddenly remembered something and shouted, "I remember now." Ken was startled and exclaimed, "Holy cow." He looked at Kenzel with a panicked expression and said, "It's the Golden Generation, the Golden Generation. That group of students from the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, who are all champions of the land. I've been hearing those names and thinking they sounded familiar. It turns out it was them." Ken was still a bit skeptical and asked, "Are you sure it's really them?" Frederick replied with certainty, "Yes, the names match perfectly." He didn't believe it and patted his shoulder firmly. "You kid, people having the same names is perfectly normal, you know?" Frederick replied with certainty. "Exactly, the names match too." He chuckled and slapped him on the shoulder. "Kid, it's just a coincidence that they share the same name." Frederick yelped in pain. "Hey, why'd you hit me?" The man glared at him and said, "Do you really think those big shots have nothing better to do than come to this god-forsaken place? Aren't they busy raking in money at the arena?" Humph. Then, he and Frederick turned back to the people sitting behind them in the carriage and said, "Just look at them." Gazing at those six naive faces, Kenzo scoffed. "You think those faces look like the Golden Generation? How exactly?" "I guess, technically." Caught up in their conversation, they didn't realize they were being followed. A while later, as Irene was resting, someone shook him awake. "Ah, everyone, wake up. Get up quickly." Seeing the terror on Frederick's face, Kuva stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Trembling, he stammered, "Bandits, bandits." Looking at the army before them, Frederick couldn't help but scream, "It's the Oros gang. And that's Killer leading the charge. Look at that savage look on his face. That guy Oros with the tattoos. I've heard plenty of rumors about him. He's the gang leader, a bloodthirsty maniac. There's no point in trying to negotiate with those monsters." Killer roared out the order, "Kill them all." The Oros gang shrieked with excitement and charged. The ground shook, and chaos erupted instantly. A brute lunged forward, swinging his blade to take Frederick's life, sending him into a panic. But thankfully, Irene Pereira rushed in just in time to cut down the orc. His gaze turned ice cold. Ilya, Lindsay, Judith, and Brad Lloyd surged forward, shouting, "Get back! Brad Lloyd swung his sword, sending several orcs straight to the afterlife in a single flurry. He moved with terrifying speed. Beside him, Ilya Lindsay was just as fierce. Wherever she went, heads rolled. Frederick watched the scene with his jaw on the floor. How? He wondered. Oros warriors are supposed to be much stronger than humans, so how are they being taken down one by one? The more he thought, the more he broke into a cold sweat. Watching the 5 members of Irene Pareira's group fighting without a hint of hesitation left Frederick utterly stunned. An orc roared with mindless fury, but in an instant, its chest was pierced, and it dropped dead. After that blow, Irene Pareira saw more enemies approaching and gripped his sword tightly, ready for the next wave. After all his training, the Oros were nothing more than ants to Irene Pareira. Blood sprayed everywhere. Irene Pareira frowned in confusion. He had already taken 6 lives with his blade. Seeing him zone out, Brad Lloyd called out loudly from beside him. "Irene Pareira, you don't look so good. Is something wrong?" Irene Pareira let out a sharp breath, trying to steady his pulse. "I'm fine," he told himself. "I know this isn't the time to hesitate." Killer glared at his subordinates as they were being wiped out one by one. "Not bad, you little brats." Then, his body began to glow with a thick, ominous aura. "If that's how it's going to be, we'll have to fight for real." One of his lackeys nearby grabbed his head and stammered, "Wait, what?" Judith gritted her teeth at the sight. "These guys are completely insane." Killer clenched his fists, absorbing the life force of the surrounding Oros. His muscles bulged violently, and in the blink of an eye, Killer transformed into a hulking, red-skinned beast. Kuva realized in a heartbeat that it was blood magic. Isn't that forbidden magic? Wasn't it banned? There was no time to argue. Killer, consumed by rage, lunged forward. "I'm going to slaughter every last one of you." Suddenly, a hammer whistled through the air from the distance, slamming into Killer with enough force to send him flying back a meter. The hammer, Mionia, landed squarely against Killer's chest. Irene Pareira snapped his head toward the source and rushed over. What was that? A hammer flying from over there? A silhouette appeared on the cliff. An elderly, silver-haired orc in a cloak leaped down toward Killer. His eyes narrowed as if he had seen an enemy. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the area. As the dust slowly settled, the scene revealed itself. The hammer. Mionia was gripped firmly in someone's hand. The old orc roared out the decree. "Warriors, hear my command. Attack them." At his signal, cloaked figures swarmed down from the cliffs. The Oros bandits were decapitated one after another. Brad Lloyd frowned in disbelief. Where did these orcs come from? Kuva walked up beside him and explained in a low voice, "They are the orc warriors from the city of Dali." He felt a surge of curiosity. Orc warriors from Dali? He looked toward the old orc and nodded as Kuva continued. "Yes, and that man is the chieftain of the Derkali tribe, and one of the 10 strongest orcs on the continent." The face of the old orc became clear as Kuva introduced him, Chieftain Karakakam, and also, my father. Karakam stood before him and called out, "Kuva." Kuva hesitated, greeting him awkwardly. "It's been a long time since we last saw each other, father." Karakam lost patience and cut him off. "Leave this place. This is the only mercy a father can show his son." Kuva's brows furrowed. His father roared in agitation. "Get out of here now and never step foot on this land again." Even as sweat beaded on his forehead, Kuva stood his ground. "I can't do that, father. I have something I need to say to you and Tara." Before he could finish, his father interrupted again. "That will never happen. Get out. Now." Seeing the situation spiraling, Irene Pareira stepped forward. "Hold on just a second. Your son gathered all his courage to return here. The least you could do is talk to him and hear what he has to say." The chieftain looked at the strange young man and probed, "And who are you?" Irene Pareira replied with a serious face. "I am a companion of Kuva. My name is Irene Pareira." Karakam didn't even give Irene Pereira's words a second thought. "This is a private matter for our tribe. You don't share our blood, so stay out of it." However, Irene Pareira responded firmly, "As his companion, such things make no difference to me." The corner of the chieftain's mouth curled up. "Is that so? I suppose you're ready to face the consequences for what you just said, then?" Irene Pareira answered resolutely. "Of course, if it's for Kuva's sake, I'll do whatever it takes to help." Saying that, he channeled mana into his sword, bracing for the attack. "Not bad. Let's test you then. Anyone can talk big. Prove it." As soon as he finished, the hammer whizzed through the air. The force of Mionia was ferocious, and Irene Pareira had to use all his strength to resist. He drew his greatsword to dodge the strike. Mionia glowed with a sharp light, but Irene Pareira successfully evaded the chieftain's slash. Using his hammer in one hand and mana in the other, Karakum controlled the weapon with ease. It flew toward him as if it were tearing through space itself. Irene Pereira's pupils constricted to a pinpoint. Does the hammer automatically return to him? The chieftain was genuinely surprised by Irene Pereira's reflexes. Karakum's brows knit together as he offered an unintentional compliment. Impressive. You increased your defense by coating your body in aura, and you timed your movement perfectly. But let's see how long you can hold out. The two locked blades, steel and hammer, clashing with a deafening ring. A moment later, his greatsword was knocked from his hand. Karam offered a word of praise. I'm genuinely surprised. To think you could hold out this long with a human body. Ha. Still, I wasn't planning on letting you off the hook, but it's over now. Irene Pereira dropped his stance, bracing for defense, and a mana blade instantly materialized in his hand. Karam's intuition flared, and he retreated several meters. At that, Karam realized something. The sword had appeared out of thin air. Was it magic? He had to give him credit now. I acknowledge you, he said. It's true. I can't beat you without using my full strength. But this is as far as you go. I won't say it again. You'd better leave here with Kuvar. If you don't leave, I'll have no choice but to make sure you never hold a sword again. Caught in this unexpected situation, the little cat spoke up. Stop right there. You're acting like a tiny pet coming to save its master. I can't stand it anymore. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Irene Pereira, I won't let them get away with it. A brilliant, blinding purple light erupted. A single horn sprouted, followed by a pair of tiny wings. Irene Pereira's pupils constricted in shock. Lulu had transformed into his true form from the Gomham streets. Lulu was a beast. Under the night sky, Lulu's magic lit up the heavens. Brat Lloyd was stunned. Was this really the same Lulu? He looks like a dragon, someone muttered. After looking cool, he checked his own wings. Ah, what is this? I like soft wings better. These are really stiff. Karam frowned, completely bewildered. Some kind of secret technique? Before he could process it, Lulu struck with a bolt of lightning-infused magic. That's enough. Irene Pereira, let me teach this guy a lesson. A fireball surged from his staff. The blast was powerful, but missed its mark. Lulu's eyes went wide. Oh no, I missed Karam. The fireball flew straight toward the orc camp. They scrambled away, faces pale. Why is that fireball coming this way? Move, hurry. The force of the fire dragon cyclone sent Karam's forces scattering. After the blast, a massive crater remained in the earth. Judith and Brat Lloyd stood there, jaws dropped in disbelief. I'm not using that again. It's way too hard to control. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Kuvar stepped in to mediate. Everyone, stop. Father, I'm not sure if my choice back then was the right one, but whenever I heard about you, I was still. I used to think leaving was the right decision, but I always felt there had to be a better way. Those thoughts kept me up, night after night. After saying this, he knelt before Karam, and I suddenly realized, coming back here, standing on orc territory, the place where my father, mother, younger brother, and my tribe are. Deep down, I miss this place so much. Kuvar spoke with a heavy, earnest voice. Kuvar, the spirit summoner of the orcs. No, actually, it's been 17 years since this useless son has seen you, father. Karam's pupils flickered. He turned away sharply and shot back. If you have things you want to talk about, come inside the castle first. Realizing he had been accepted, Kuvar sobbed uncontrollably. Once the transformation ended, Lulu returned to being a little furball again. Lulu, what on earth just happened? He replied lazily. I wanted to protect you, so I've been practicing that. Irene Pereira stared in disbelief, unable to process what he'd just seen. So, that shape from before, is that Lulu's true form? Lulu let out a huge yawn. I don't know. I just transformed, and now I'm so sleepy. Changing forms is really hard, you know. With that, he curled up snugly in Irene Pereira's arms. Time for a nap. Irene patted him gently, soothing him. Sleep well. Ilya Lindsay smiled from nearby. Irene Pereira, let's get some sleep too. I heard we're leaving early tomorrow. A black pillar of smoke rose into the sky. Someone stood before the large fire, and Irene Pereira appeared with a sorrowful look in his eyes. A voice rang out from behind him. Irene! He startled and turned. Brat didn't show any emotion as he asked, Are you having regrets? He hesitated. No, it's just... Before he could finish, Brat Lloyd reminded him firmly that things would likely get even more intense than this in the future. You have to be resolute. Don't hesitate when you swing your sword. From the moment you started exploring the world, even when your hands are stained with blood, we must be able to bear its weight, because that is our duty. These words gave Irene Pereira a renewed sense of motivation. and things began to go more smoothly. A few days later, Irene's group followed the orc tribe, and they were finally granted permission to enter the city of the orc tribe. There were excited cheers. It looks pretty nice, right? Irene Pareira asked curiously. Is this an immigration check? Kuvar nodded, reassuring him. Let's go. We'll be back soon. Oh, wait. Judith saw him looking uneasy and asked, Kuvar, are you okay? Kuvar smiled, regaining some confidence. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I'll be back with you all in no time. She looked at him with lingering doubt. What kind of immigration check is this? Is it really necessary to go that far? Brat Lloyd whispered that Kuvar was a prince here. They just want to meet him and ask a few things. That's all. A moment later, a young orc came to inform them. Everyone, please stand up. Lord Tarakan is waiting. Then, the whole group followed behind him. Judith whispered to Brat. Tarakan is Kuvar's younger brother, right? Brat shot her a glance and nodded. He's also the tribe leader here. Among all the orcs, they say he's the most brutal one. This is going to be tense. No sooner had he finished speaking than the group arrived. The one rumored to be the most brutal greeted them warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Tarakan. I am truly grateful that you brought my brother back. This changed Judith and Brat's impression entirely. He's so friendly. Nothing like the rumors at all. Irene Pareira casually mentioned Kuvar. I wonder how Kuvar's check is going. Tarakan smiled and explained. Don't worry. He'll pass the test safely. They're just handling the final administrative procedures. How much do you know about our tribe? Irene Pareira answered honestly, basically, nothing at all. What was really going on? Tarakan suddenly turned serious, his gaze drifting into the distance. I don't even know where to begin. He slowly began to tell the story. My father was the tribe leader, and he had 2 wives. My mother was the first wife, and after a while, she hadn't conceived, so she had to give up on the idea of having children. During that time, my brother was born to the second wife. The future successor to the chieftainship was definitely going to be my brother. However, when my brother was 10 years old, I was born. Ever since then, everything began to fall into chaos. Kuvar's mind began to crack from the displacement. As time went on, because I was born earlier, I was chosen from the beginning to be the prince. There were a lot of people who supported me, but also just as many who opposed me. Because of all that, the relationship between us brothers wasn't exactly great, and the conflict between the 2 sides just kept getting more intense. So, to finally put an end to the tension, he decided to leave the tribe, and now, 17 years later, Kuva walks firmly into the Great Hall. Tears are streaming down his mother's face, while the other orcs across from them glare with hostility. Neither side wants to acknowledge his presence. Kuva ignores their gazes and walks straight ahead. When his own kind wouldn't accept him, he still showed up before us. Back to the present. Karan wraps up the story. He really does have a lot of courage. He told me that he wouldn't run away from scary, difficult things ever again. Thanks to being with you guys, he's become more determined than before. It's because of you that he has the courage he has now. Thank you all once again. So I want to give a gift to my benefactors. Just as he said, a moment later, he shows Irene Pereira's group the treasure vault. This is where the Dali treasures are kept. Feel free to pick whatever you like. Staring back at them is an endless array of high-quality weapons. Irene Pareira walks around, taking a look, and comments on the weapons hanging on the walls. That weapon over there looks like it would suit Kuva. Karakan suddenly suggests to Judith and Brad Lloyd. He wants to help them find weapons that fit each of them. Luckily, we have a few pieces. Would you like to go take a look? She asks curiously. Kuva says, Is that so? Karakan leads the 2 of them over to 2 swords hanging on the wall. This pair of twin swords is called yin and yang. One blade radiates a cold, dark yin energy, while the other emits a brilliant, warm yang energy, like the light of the sun. Judith grabs the black and red sword, while Brad ends up choosing the white one. The common names for these 2 swords are red and blue. As soon as they were unsheathed, their aura flared up, the color of the blades. Karakan frowns in disbelief. I didn't expect these 2 swords to reveal their true forms. So, that's why my brother wanted to show these 2 to them. Brad Lloyd glances at the razor-sharp blade and asks, Can we really accept something this precious? He smiles and confirms, Of course. These swords have chosen you both. You don't need to feel any pressure about it. Judith doesn't even hesitate and happily replies, Thanks. At the same time, over by Irene Pareira. Are you done yet? Lulu, you've been squinting so hard your eyes are about to pop out. There's so much stuff, I don't know what to choose. This one is too big. This one is too colorful. Oh, this one is pretty. Suddenly, Lulu freezes. Irene Pareira sees something too. Both the cat and his master point to the same necklace. This one. A moment later, He shows it off to Ilya Lindsay. She blinks in surprise. A necklace? He answers in a daze. I don't know why, but this necklace is just so captivating. Lulu chimes in from below. I feel the same way. It gives off such a good vibe. Just then, Karakin walks over. This necklace has been here for a long time. Once upon a time, it belonged to an outstanding orc mage. To be honest, I didn't really want to show these ancient items to you, but I can't ignore your intuition. If you want it, just take it. He sincerely replies. Thank you. Just then, Judith asks Ilya Lindsay. Ilya Lindsay, which one did you pick? She startles and stammers. Huh? I was thinking of picking this dagger. She is surprised. A dagger? That's unexpected. I thought you'd pick something prettier. Hearing that, Ilya Lindsay questions her own heart. I don't know. I don't know which sword suits me, or even which one I like. I really don't know. A long night passes, and the next day, Kuva comes to meet Irene Pareira. Are you guys okay? He calls out loudly. Kuva, Lulu complains on his behalf. Kuva, why do you have to endure that all by yourself? Kuva laughs out loud, telling everyone, it's nothing, really. Did that guy, Tara, tell you guys everything already? Anyway, I do have some sad news. My master passed away a year ago. Those words leave Irene Pareira a bit speechless. He replies sadly, that really was unexpected. Kuva adds another line. My master was 70 years older than my father, but don't be sad. Before he passed, he left behind a letter. Irene Pareira clings to a ray of hope. A letter? Kuva recounts the moment he received that final letter and replies, yes. It seems like the master knew I would return home. In the letter, he left behind one sentence, even though I haven't solved it yet. If we can figure out what it means, we might be able to understand something that he predicted. Please wait a little bit. Irene Pareira beams with joy. I'll wait. But they don't forget their mission. The whole group arrives at the training ground. 2 orcs stand above, looking down. Are those the people Kuva brought back? Yeah. One of them notices Lindsay, with her silver and blue hair, the bloodline of the Lindsay warrior family. They pay attention to Irene Pareira and his greatsword. What kind of sword is that? The orcs know their stuff and reply. Even if he can't be compared to the Lindsay house, he was still born into a noble family. Suddenly, the orc's face turns sour. But there's someone here of low birth. They whisper while looking at red-haired Judith, who has no known background. I don't know how she managed to weasel her way in there. She stands still, hearing everything they're saying. Lloyd understands the situation and tries to calm her down. Just endure it for a bit. Judith, if we get into a fight, it'll only make things more awkward for Kuva. Judith frowns, annoyed. I know. That's why I've been holding back this whole time. Another period of time passes. A week later, the orcs still won't stop gossiping about Judith's background. That weak human actually looks decent, doesn't she? They speak to each other in the orc language. Even though she's a commoner, she doesn't look half bad. Judith sighs, tired, and walks right up to their faces. Hey, you guys! Stop the trash talk behind my back. You want to throw hands? The young orc, provoked, questions her. What did you say? You want to start something? Judith then curses him out in the orc language, calling him an idiot, a brainless pig, and a lunatic. The orc freezes for a beat. What? How can she speak our orc language? She starts getting aggressive. I learned those curse words from Kuva. Any objections? I didn't expect there would be such low-life orc warriors. Anyone who isn't happy about it, come on down here. I'll take all of you on. Suddenly, someone cuts in, dampening Judith's momentum. I think I must have heard that wrong. A brawny orc steps in front of her. I'm Gunn, captain of the Iron Axe squad. Brad Lloyd, standing beside her, is extremely worried. Gunn, this is the guy Kuva warned us about before. He frowns, haughtily challenging Judith. You are currently insulting the orc tribe. As a warrior of the Kali lands, I cannot overlook this. You will be held responsible for what you just said. Irene Pareira refuses to back down and says firmly, cut the crap. Tension rises because of their fierce hostility. Why didn't Judith hesitate to fire back at him before saying, how about you learn to manage your subordinates properly? The noble, honorable, warrior bloodline of the elites. Indeed. Have you ever considered that the words of your subordinates reflect on the entire orc tribe? If so, you should be held responsible for what they say, too. Fine. If that's how it is, let's test our strength. We'll see who the real warrior is. The tension was enough to make one's head explode. What did you say? You arrogant human. I'll make you regret those words, the orc replied sharply. She shot back. You're a bit too confident, aren't you? Let's see if you can actually back that up. Just as things got heated, a bald orc named Oros rushed in. My lord, Garu. Master Garu has appeared on the mountain. He immediately brushed off the argument with Judith. What did you say? Are you saying Master Garu has returned from the dead? Oro stuttered. How? How do I explain this to you, sir? At that same moment, Gan collapsed to the ground, stunned by the sight of the Phantom Master, Garu, appearing before them. Gan rushed over, asking frantically, what on earth is going on here? He gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. Kuva resurrected him? Garu? What is that guy planning? Garu spoke up, offering a reminder. Gan, don't make such an ugly face. Relax. There's no need to worry. He hinted at Kuva. I just wanted to talk to my student whom I haven't seen in a long time, and offer my thanks to my student's friends. Garu smiled. Once I finish my business, I'll be heading home. Everyone else, please, step aside. Even though I've passed on, thank you all for bringing my student back. As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with a hint of magical energy, and Garu's gaze fixed on Irene Pareira. That's right, it's you, just as Kuva said. Well, I should be brief. I can explain your dreams. The man in your dreams, the one you've been curious about, is your past life you from a very long time ago. Judith and Brat Lloyd both looked stunned. Irene Pereira's past life? Irene Pareira replied, that's right. However, I can't show you your past life right this moment. I need to prepare a few things, so please, wait a little while longer. Garu spoke up. To keep you from getting bored while you wait, I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? Garu told Kuva. I need to discuss this with Karakan first. So, Kuva, go call Karakan here. Yes, master. Kuva went to Irene Pareira. I've just finished talking to him. Karakan revealed the gift. This gift is the aura control technique, something passed down only to high-ranking warriors of our tribe, the 5 Elements secret arts. Everyone present, Haripat, Ilya, Lindsay, and Irene Pareira, wore the same look of astonishment. Haripat stepped forward aggressively. Clan head, I object to this, Karakan asked. Why object? Haripat asked Karakan in return. That is what I should be asking you. How could you decide such a momentous thing on your own? Master Karakan, these 5 Elements secret arts aren't like other techniques. They are a combination of metal, earth, fire, water, and wood. Our great warriors of the Dukali tribe shed blood and sacrificed for hundreds of years to perfect this miraculous technique. How can you just teach it to these people when you only met them a few days ago? Karakan replied, you should know that I won't just be teaching them casually. A long time ago, our heroes shared knowledge with other tribes, and those people created even more perfected versions. That is why our tribe is as prosperous as it is now. Gan also disagreed with the clan head, saying, but these people are different. They need to prove they are great warriors. However, not all of them have proven that. I can understand it, for the 2 sword masters. Irene Pereira and Ilya Lindsay both glanced over, dissatisfied. As for the descendant of the hero and the one from the Lloyd family, they could be considered qualified enough. Everyone was stunned by that statement. But that red-haired swordswoman? That's unacceptable. They shifted their focus to Judith. Her ability hadn't been proven, and she had no background to speak of. On top of that, she mocked our tribe without a second thought. Brat nudged Judith quietly. Be honest. You guys were the ones who mocked Judith first. Clan head Haripat said, before we talk about who is right or wrong, the simple fact is that she hasn't proven she is qualified to learn it. So, I demand a meeting about this matter. Karakan agreed. Very well. However, Karakan glared. You should also know that I won't overlook what you said earlier, Gan. Do you dare put your honor on the line and speak the truth at that meeting? Gan also agreed. Yes, I understand. Dusk was falling. Then, my apologies, but please wait here for a moment. Judith sat in a corner, feeling down. It's my fault. I should have kept my temper in check back there. She sighed, apologizing to the others. Because of me, you guys are being affected. Even though it might be too late, I will. Take responsibility and handle Eno properly. Irene wondered. Is that really Judith? Is Judith actually apologizing? Judith immediately got angry. You jerk. Someone approached. Karakan led the way to Judith. He spoke. I've heard the whole story. Gan. On behalf of the tribe, I apologize to you. And through the meeting, a decision was made. Judith maintained a cold expression. Although she was a bit embarrassed, she had to admit she wasn't fully qualified or recognized by others yet. However, she could earn that recognition if she passed the warrior's test. What do you think? Do you want to try? Judith remained silent. I'll do it. Both Irene Pereira and Brat were extremely panicked. Judith, don't worry. Judith seemed very excited. Master Garu said it himself, didn't he? This is a gift for us, so there's no reason I shouldn't be able to pass this test. The next day, there were 2 figures on the fighting arena, surrounded by spectators. Brat Lloyd watched the arena anxiously. This warrior test required the participant to prove they were a fierce warrior. Judith tied her hair up. The requirement for the test was that the person had to fight using their own body. Facing her were 3 orc tribe warriors. She had to defeat each one of the high-ranking warriors in the group. Only then would she earn their recognition. Brat shouted, "Go for it, Judith!" The first round, Gan versus Judith. The Oros tribe members shouted, "Get rid of that human. Gan, finish her off." Gan looked down at her with contempt. "I'll show you what a real warrior is." Judith didn't back down. "Humph. Let's see what you've got, you jerk." The match began. As soon as the words were spoken, Gan lunged at Judith, but he took a solid punch. Judith had leaped up and sent Gan flying, blood spilling. Karakan was slightly surprised. Brat relaxed after seeing the hit. Beautiful. Gan gritted his teeth in anger, swinging his fist toward Judith. Judith observed the situation, then kicked Gun in the shoulder. She followed up with a kick to his side right before his eyes. Judith challenged him. "Hey, is that all you've got? Aren't you embarrassed having your friends watching from afar?" Gun roared in anger and swung his arms wildly. What happened next? Since when was Judith behind him? "You call yourself a true warrior, you piece of trash?" She tightened her grip on Gun's neck until his eyes went out of focus. Judith squeezed even harder. Gun was taken down instantly. The other orcs were stunned. How was this possible? How could a human do that? Judith stood up and dusted off her hands. A human capable of taking down an orc warrior with just her body, so much for being a true warrior. He was finished in a heartbeat. Brad Lloyd. Lloyd jumped to his feet, cheering. "That's it, Judith. That's the Judith we know. Go ahead and break the rest of them." Another foot stepped onto the arena floor. Gun wasn't weak at all. Now it was Garam's turn. It was just a slip-up for the last guy. Second match, Garam versus Judith. He looked down. Well, should we go head-to-head? Judith replied with a cold gaze. "Bring it." The 2 orcs started yapping again. "That's Garam, the strongest of the 3. Let's see if he can handle that girl." The match began. At the signal, Garam vanished. Judith was caught off guard by his speed. A fist came flying from out of nowhere, and the blow sent Judith reeling backward. This fight wasn't like the one with Gun. Judith's gloves were scratched. "I won't be careless." Garam's attitude was completely serious. "I'm going to use everything I have to fight you." Garam aggressively marched toward Judith. Brad Lloyd. Lloyd muttered, "That guy is no joke." Irene Pareira agreed. "Yeah, the energy radiating from them is completely different." Although it wasn't the only deciding factor, Garam's aura was overwhelming compared to Judith's. Judith stayed in her fighting stance. It was going to be a tough win for her. The match started, and Garam lunged forward. Judith narrowly dodged his kick. As he swung a punch, she ducked. Judith sidestepped. The difference in their size was massive. "I have to find an opening to attack." Garam attacked with his knee, and Judith was pushed back again. She tried to keep her ground. Garam's feet were planted so firmly that the floor was cracking. He lunged toward Judith's face. She looked to the side. Was he aiming for the right? When she looked back at him, she saw Garam shifting his weight. A feint? He glanced at her with contempt. Too bad. After his strike, the floor erupted, and Judith was lifted off her feet. Garam stepped forward. "I don't know if your quick win earlier was just luck, but every individual is born with a certain limit, and that is a destiny humanity must accept." Judith caught her breath. Everyone had a fatal weakness. Garam stood tall in front of her. "I hope from today on, you know your place." He commanded her to forfeit, claiming it was for the sake of a true warrior. "This is my mercy toward you." Judith ignored his words and got back into her stance. You talk too much." "Done talking? Let's keep going." Garam glared in fury and immediately kicked her side. As Garam's fist flew, Judith ducked low. Garam channeled aura into his knee. "This time, I'm going all out." But as he extended his leg, Judith grabbed it. Judith gritted her teeth and slammed her head into Garam. Garam was stunned. His abdomen was his fatal weakness. Garam clutched his chest, gasping for air. The human's shadow vanished from the floor. Judith coiled to strike. Garam and Judith threw their punches at the same time, but only Judith landed hers. Her punch slammed directly into Garam's face. Why does this punch feel so hot? Garam's jaw dropped. An attack imbued with fire energy? How could she use one of the 5 elements? Their eyes locked. Suddenly, a light sparked between their fists. Garam's hand was burning. Fire was the hardest of the 5 elements to control. Karaman frowned. If not controlled properly, the fire would hurt the user herself. Then, Garam attacked Judith with a flurry of punches. She took a hit to the side of her face. Karaman watched them. She hasn't fully mastered the fire yet. A flame ignited around Judith. The fire wrapped around her body, purely for defense. Judith dodged Garam's next punch and countered with a kick to his face. Judith looked at her opponent. Her sword was snapped in 2. If she said she wasn't jealous of her friends, it would be a lie. However, she wouldn't blame herself for it either. Images of her 3 friends appeared. Brad Lloyd's tolerance, Eon's strong heart, and Ilya Lindsay's innate talent. She wanted to be like them. Because of that, Judith crossed her hands. It made her feel jealous and insecure, but she wouldn't let those feelings make her weak. These complex emotions. As Garam attacked again, Judith sidestepped his desires. She pulled back and suddenly broke into a smile. They are the things that helped me get this far. This is who I am. She wrapped her body in aura and charged at Garam. From now on, I will always be like this. Brad Lloyd, Ilya Lindsay, and Irene Pareira all stood up to cheer for her. Judith, you're doing great. Finish it. Come on, Judith, end this. I will keep being jealous and hating myself until the day I become the best. Garam's eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. I will absolutely not stop. Judith glared and landed a punch square in Garam's gut. He fell backward onto the arena floor. The match was over. The winner was Judith. Brad Lloyd and Ilya Lindsay were overjoyed for her. She screamed in excitement, I can't believe it. No, we still have Fihan. The Oros crowd was noisy again. Fihan, finish her, avenge our brothers. Fihan stepped onto the stage. But suddenly, Halapat appeared. Her father! He stood in front of Judith. The master Harapas himself had come out. Did he want to fight her himself? Irene Pareira was surprised by the situation. No way? Even if Judith is on a roll, there's no way she can beat him. But Judith didn't flinch. Bring it on. We have been defeated. Judith didn't understand. What? Harapad said. An unbreakable fighting spirit, that is something indispensable for a true warrior. We have lost. Judith was stunned by his words. Harapat said, I recognize you as a true warrior. A week later, the 4 of them were summoned to a location. Before learning the 5 elemental arts, they had to perform the 5 elements ceremony. This man was the spirit master, Duli Gadha. This vase is an artifact from the Duli spirit masters of our ancestors, the old man explained. After putting your hand in the vase and pulling out the invisible energy, you will know which spirit suits you. When you learn the 5 elemental arts, they will be beneficial to you. Judith, why don't you go first? Judith, caught off guard by the request, gave a quick nod. She reached into the vase as Harpat watched closely. Slowly, a hairline crack began to form on the surface. Once she pulled her hand out, Judith was told to blast it forward. She unleashed a powerful flare. It spiraled instantly into a soaring cyclone. Karam couldn't help but be stunned by such raw power. Was that all right? Judith asked. Dugary was still reeling from the shock. That is one of the most intense flames I've seen in the entire 5 elements ceremony. Ever since we started training, I knew the fire spirit was a perfect match for you. Next up was Irene Pareira. He reached into the vase and performed the same action, casting his energy outward. Suddenly, a sharp object erupted from the ground, a sword. This time, even Karam couldn't mask his amazement. It was fire manifesting as metal. The flames on the ground were radiating an incredible, concentrated, metallic energy. Dugary was just as floored. It was impossible for someone to manifest 2 spirits at once, yet there it was, a gleaming, brilliant sword. Who exactly is this kid? He wondered. The old man asked if he'd ever studied spirits before. Irene Pareira replied, I only heard Kuva explain the basics once. Dugary just walked away. Just from a simple explanation, he can control spirits to that level? Is this why Garu passed the 5 elements divine art to them? Judith suddenly chimed in. But mine was bigger, just so you know. Irene Pareira glanced over. Judith was goading him. Her flame was definitely larger. I don't know about the other stuff, but when it comes to fire, I'm not losing to you. All right. Brad Lloyd watched them, bickering from a distance. What's with that attitude? Seriously? Brad Lloyd let out a soft laugh. It's a relief, honestly. He'd been so down since we were at Eisenmarch. Judith was laughing and having fun with Irene. He'd finally found his own path, hadn't he? I was so worried. You did well, Judith. Brad let out a sigh of relief. Judith laughed, looking genuinely cute. Ilya Lindsay turned to look, looking startled. Huh? Brad Lloyd quickly covered his mouth. He turned to explain, It's a misunderstanding. Wait, what's wrong with them? Next was Ilya Lindsay. The energy she released was also fire. Yours is fire too, Brad Lloyd noted. Then, he cast his own. It was water. Water? Most young people manifest fire. Dugary smiled. You all have found your elemental affinities. Through this process, I'm certain all of you will continue to grow even further. Karam spoke up. Irene Pareira, I will teach you. Irene Pareira replied, I would be honored. Suddenly, Dujeri shouted, "Lord Karam, a message from Garu Garu. The preparations to verify the past life are complete. He invites you, Irene Pareira, to Spirit Mountain." Irene Pareira looked genuinely surprised. They headed into Spirit Mountain, where Garu was waiting. Kuva gave instructions. "Everyone, lie down in order." Lu looked panicked. "This is my spot?" Once everyone was settled, Garu Garu spoke. "We are going to meet the person who has been weighing on Irene Pereira's mind all this time. Irene, would it be uncomfortable or difficult for you to let everyone here see your past life?" Irene Pereira answered, "No." "Then let's begin." Judith asked, "Wait, how does this even work? Just lying down is enough?" Garu Garu approached them, and with a snap of his fingers, they all drifted off to sleep. A space rippled open, and 2 guards appeared at the door. "It's time. The Lord requests your presence." Karen replied, "Understood. Let's go." The 3 of them stepped out onto the street, leaving the territory while demons were still running rampant. "I heard he's possessed by a demon. He killed his own children. He might have become a monster himself by now." The villagers shouted in pure rage. "The demons that attacked this place a few months ago were all led here by him. You cowards. Running away from the territory just to save your own skins? Someone blocked their path. Lord, tell us the truth." A villager cried out, trying to force the answer. "Did you bring the demons here? Did you sell us out to them? Say something." His eyes were burning with fury, but Karen remained stoic. He said, choosing to leave quietly, "Perhaps that was just my own selfishness. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I will tell you everything. A week ago, it appeared." Karen's wife said anxiously, "Dear, the child is having trouble breathing." Karen was thrown into a panic. "What is happening?" A hole suddenly opened in reality. "Do you wish to save your child?" A terrifying smile appeared. Both of them were struck with horror. "You?" they gasped. The clown. The clown chuckled with delight. "Karen Winker, the life of that child is in your hands. Make your choice. Your wife or that child?" Karen screamed. "What are you talking about? Why should I do anything you say?" The clown laughed. Karen's wife clutched their child tightly in fear. "Did you really think the demons coming to this land was just a random coincidence?" Black liquid wept from the clown's eyes. "The demons and the child's curse. They are all because of you." Tears streamed down Karen's face. "What? Accept your destiny, Karen Winker. Make your choice." His wife comforted him. "Dear, don't listen to him." "My lady," Karen called out, but she wouldn't turn back. "My lady, where are you going? My lady!" Karen screamed in desperation. "No, no." His wife had already walked toward the window. "My lady, don't. Please, don't." She stepped onto the window ledge, preparing to jump. "My lady!" Karen dropped the child and ran after her. "Don't. Let me handle this." "Wait, my lady. Don't." Karen's wife looked back, still trying to smile. "Protect our child." As Karen reached out to grab her, she jumped. "No!" Karen collapsed, completely helpless. He heard a voice from the side. "That was against the rules." The clown held the baby. "The suicide was your wife's choice, not yours." He stared at him. "That choice is void. It's time to choose again. Don't worry, I'll give you a simpler choice." The clown laughed with sadistic excitement. "The life of this child, or the lives of every single person in this village." Karen recounted, "I had already lost my wife and child by then. That was the only best decision I could make." The old man could only look on in disbelief. "Lord, but it isn't over. The village was burned to the ground." He said it. "He cursed me. As long as I stay here, I don't know what other horrors he might unleash," Karen said. "I don't intend to ask for help, but please, get out of my way." Karen walked into the forest alone. The clown suddenly appeared. "Why isn't anyone following you? Are they really going to let their lord go off to die just to save their own pathetic hides?" He kept rambling endlessly. "What a bunch of ungrateful rats, right? Should I just go kill them all? They need to lose their own families to truly understand your situation, don't they?" The clown blocked Karen's path. "So, my point is, I'll give you a new choice." He flashed that same sinister grin again. "Make a contract with me. How about it? Sign the contract, become a demon, and you can slaughter every single one of them." Karen ignored him and kept walking. "Do whatever you want." The clown turned around, looking annoyed. "How cold. You're more boring than I thought. Did I pick the wrong person? If I had known, I would have." Karen's footsteps halted as he heard those words. "I already sent the demons to the neighboring territory." Karen spun around with a look of pure shock. "What did you say? You drove the demons here?" The clown looked amused by his reaction. "Oh, do you finally notice me now?" Karen shouted in a fit of rage. "The demons swarming here, and the curse on my child. It was all you. Karen grew even more terrified at his next words. That's right, it was all me. From the very beginning, there was never any curse on you. Karen couldn't breathe, clutching his chest tightly. You were just toying with me this whole time, Karen asked. Why? Then he kept pressing. Why? Why did you do this? What did I do wrong? Why would you do that? The clown dropped his playful act. The reason? If you really want to know, he replied casually. It's because I was bored. And then you just happened to show up. Destiny? Karen collapsed to his knees. No way. A thick mist enveloped him. I'm off. Thanks to you, I've had a blast. If you want to see me again, just cross the southern mountain range. With that, he vanished. Next time we meet. Tears streamed down Karen's face. I won't let you get away with this. I'll kill you. You just wait. Karen forced himself to stand. Karen was now consumed by pure hatred. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. I swear it. As time passed, Karen grew haggard and withered. An old man grabbed his hand. Welcome. You can live here in peace. Don't worry about anything. Just ask if you need help. Karen left without answering. Village chief? Who was that? I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to live around here. Slim watched Karen's back as he walked away. Karen thought to himself, thank goodness, the rumors didn't reach this far. He walked to a house nearby. Good. I'll train here and find him. Sounds echoed as Karen began his practice. Slim walked by, accidentally witnessing the scene. He was surprised and thought, that's strange. For half a year, he's only been coming here to learn how to swing a sword. Slim guessed, I get it now. That look in his eyes isn't simple at all. There's definitely a story here. Karen was so absorbed in his training he didn't notice anything unusual. He lifted his sword, and memories of being chased away flooded back. We've heard the rumors. You're possessed by demons. Get out of here. The sword swung down. Another rejection. I can't teach you swordsmanship anymore. Forgive me. The more Karen thought about it, the angrier he became. He kept swinging his sword until, suddenly, black mist began to swirl around him. 2 zombies clawed their way up from the earth. You're cursed by a devil, you bastard. You want to drag us down with you? Get lost. Karen gritted his teeth. You guys again? He swung his sword and struck them. I'll kill all of you. 2 more zombies appeared behind him. It's your fault. Pay for your sins. Child of the devil. Karen slashed them to pieces. Come on, I'll kill every single one of you. This time, it was his wife and child appearing before him. His wife started to cry. You killed me and our child. Why did you make me die? Why? Karen turned his blade toward them. The sky remained clear and blue. Karen, now drained of all strength, watched as dawn broke. How many years have passed now? His eyes were hollow, devoid of life. No, that doesn't matter anymore. I have to keep training. His vision blurred. He's still alive. I can't rest. As Karen prepared to swing his sword, a little girl approached him. Are you tired, mister? Karen glanced over. She was smiling, waiting for an answer. Flora held out a flower. Here, this is for you. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Flora, what are you doing over there? Come here. The girl waved and ran off. Goodbye, mister, Slim asked her. Why did you go into someone else's home like that? You had me worried, Flora replied to her father. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Slim glanced toward the opposite side in surprise. What's wrong, Dad? Karen was still holding the flower. He hadn't thrown it away. He was smiling. This feeling. Karen held the flower. A familiar sensation stirred somewhere deep inside. His eyes widened. I understand now. Karen remembered his past. When he was just a child. The unconditional love of his parents back when he was a happy, innocent boy. He threw himself into training again, thinking of the people in his territory. Karen rose to the position of lord amidst everyone's cheers. He remembered the sword resting on the back of the wife he loved. The 3 of them used to be a happy family. My adorable son. The flower seemed to glow. The feeling of those moments together was so warm. It had been so long. Karen focused all his energy into the blade. He channeled his entire spirit into the sword. A slash cut across the ground, leaving countless deep marks in the earth. The sword whistled through the air. Winter had arrived, but Karen hadn't stopped training. Karen's beard had grown long. He was an old man now. He took a step forward, ignoring the dark shadows behind him as the entire space plunged into darkness. The zombies appeared again. You damn devil! What are you trying to do now? Are you planning to run away to save your own skin? More and more zombies emerged. You coward! You irresponsible monster! Karen finally spoke up. At first, I thought that devil brought you here, but I know better now. The zombies didn't retreat. It's the thing that summons you. Karen frowned. The thing obsessed with hatred, resentment, and negative emotions. is me. As he spoke, the zombies vanished. Now it's fine. I can finally move past it. Karen took a step. I can feel it now. Karen stared straight ahead. He's right in front of me. He raised his sword and unleashed a long, powerful slash. Karen charged toward the clown. The clown still remembered him. Could it be? Karen Winker? How do you know me? Karen glared at him. So, you're still playing the same evil games as before. He pulled his sword back to build momentum. Things won't go your way anymore. Karen released a surge of energy. He slashed through the air, his blade splitting the darkness itself. Karen coughed up blood. I can't block his attack. I have to run. The clown, now weak, tried to scurry away. Karen shouted, Do you really think I'll let you escape? He paused for a heartbeat, his knees hitting the ground. Has my body reached its limit? A light erupted, piercing through the earth. Why? Karen clung to his sword. Why now? Even though he had forged a sword capable of cutting through the darkness, one side of Karen's face sank into the light. Is it still not enough to deal with that demon? Pathetic. The clown wheezed, unable to crawl any further. Even if this is a foolish wish, I will pray with everything I have. I will use every method to pass on my spirit. Karen's eyes lost their focus. To someone, his eyes slowly closed. If that's all it takes, returning to the present. So that's why you created the sword to fight the clown hundreds of years ago. Karen Winker, Elia Lindsay and Kuva listened intently. You have received his spirit. Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira showed no particular expression. At sunset, he sat alone in the arena. Brad approached. Irene Pareira, what do you plan to do now? Irene Pareira replied, I don't know. I'm very confused right now. Brad Lloyd said, Yeah, I get it. You just received the memories of the past. The two of them sat side by side, and it occasionally reminded me of our time as sword trainees at the academy, Brad Lloyd admitted. Back then, I kind of hated you, Luke. You said, even though I know the gap between me and Ilya Lindsay. To be honest, feeling that difference isn't easy to accept. Back then, you were just an average guy who started growing scarily stronger with every passing day. That moment on the training grounds when you split the arena in two and overwhelmed me. It felt like I'd fallen into despair. I really resented you. You just stood there. I felt like everything I'd worked for until now had been denied. I thought I might never be able to escape that feeling. Judith had gone to see Brad Lloyd, but back then, he had told her to feel the life in her sword. Brad chuckled. After hearing that, I thought about what was truly important to me, and it finally dawned on me. The sun is setting. For me, life as Lord and my connections to family and friends mean far more than just swordsmanship. But recalling Judith, I realize I need to put all that aside for now. There's something I need to do. Brad Lloyd asks point blank, Are you into Judith? I turn to him, startled. What? The image of Judith fighting flashes through my mind. She's set her sights on becoming the greatest swordswoman on the continent. If she doesn't reach the top, she feels like she's nothing. It's a dangerous path, one where every moment is a grueling, exhausting competition. Whenever Judith comes up, Brat can't hide his excitement. That's why I want to be by her side and cheer her on. She'll reach her goal, and I'll be there to see that happy face. You just focus on cheering for her, Irene Pareira. So, go ahead and do what you want. Follow your heart. Follow the path you think matters most. No regrets. Irene Pareira smiles and replies, Yeah. The next day, Brat Lloyd and Kuhn step onto the training grounds. Please, guide me. Fine then, come at me. Irene Pareira points his sword forward. I won't hold back. They lunge at each other, and for a split second, Kuhn looks surprised. The sensation is completely different from their first clash. The presence of the fire, which used to be weaker than the gold, is now clearly palpable. Their spirits are merging into one. Kuhn laughs with excitement. You're different from before. What did you gain from those memories of your past life? What changed your spirit like this? Their swords clash again. I've realized what I want to do, Irene says, with a resolve that transcends mere friendship or family love. He's aiming for a world where more people can be happy. He shouts, I want to use my sword to make that happen. Irene Pareira steps back after his declaration. A truly grand ambition. Kuhn coats his blade in aura. His spirit is far greater than someone just wanting to be the best swordsman. It sounds like he's walking the path of a hero. Kuhn asks a question few could answer easily. You know the weight of those words, don't you? That's why you dared to say them. Irene Pareira replies, It's embarrassing to admit, but my fire is burning bright. If what I'm harboring is truly the hero's path, as you say, then I will gladly walk it, surrounded by these flames. Irene, Pareira, and Kuhn lunge at the same time. After the weapons collide, a gust of wind erupts in the space between them. Kun says, "You've got the guts to talk about the hero's path, but that's not enough. Do you even know how much responsibility you have to carry to be a hero? I wonder if you're the type of person who can bear that kind of burden." Irene uses his toes to stop himself from being pushed back, jumps high, and brings his sword behind his back. As he lands, the strike misses. Kun says to him, "Every swordsman I've met before was just like you." Irene Pereira replies, "Swordsmen speak through their blades." Kun's lips curl into a smirk. Kun's sword is encased in aura. My decision isn't just me getting swept away by the waves of memory from a past life. Everything I've been through is a dream etched deep into my heart. It's all part of what I've actually experienced. Irene Pereira's eyes are filled with resolve. Even if I couldn't see those past life memories, I would still have chosen the hero's path one day. My promise. My hope I will prove it. With that, Irene Pereira yells, "Fight me a little more!" Kun shouts back, "Fine, give me your best shot." 4 months later, the four of them are training on the grounds. Jugali smiles and says, "Thank you all for sticking to the training. Brat. In particular, I'm surprised by how skillfully you're dealing with the spirits of different elements. Brat is controlling the flow of water in his hand, but it seems your compatibility with water spirits is the best. You've achieved amazing results in such a short time. Judith, you've only been training with fire spirits, so controlling fire is no trouble for you at all." Jugali warns her, "If you reject the energy of other spirits and your growth becomes unbalanced, the excess heat will burn out your body." Judith replies, "It's fine." She laughs, "I can extinguish any other offers now. From the very beginning, I couldn't even feel the other spirits anyway. Fine, have it your way." Next is Irene Pereira. He's doing the same thing as the others, gold and fire. The two spirits you've reached are very harmonious. Jugali closes his eyes, but Irene's aura is flowing in reverse. Metal rises from the ground. Normally, elemental energy flows in a natural cycle. Most of the time, fire rises from metal, but you have an inverted flow, controlling fire and metal. If the fire energy grows too strong, you'll need water to control the heat. Be careful. Irene Pereira replies, "Yes, I understand." Jugali moves to the last person. Finally, Ilya Lindsay. You're just standing there, unlike the other three. There hasn't been much change in the last few months, but you're still progressing, just slowly. Don't worry, keep going. Right. Though she says that, she can't hide her sadness. Irene Pereira notices this. The next day, Brat asks Irene Pereira, "Are you planning to stay?" He replies, "Yeah, I think I'll stay a few more days." Brat turns to him, "Are you worried about Ilya Lindsay? So you want to stay with her?" Irene Pereira doesn't deny it entirely. Partly, but it's also because I don't want to go back to the Sword Academy just yet. Irene Pereira looks up. "I have to go see someone first." Irene Pereira asks Brat, "What about you?" He says, "We're heading back to the academy as planned." Irene Pereira feels a bit regretful. A bit sad, isn't it? We're about to part ways. The two continue chatting. "It's only for a little while. We'll see you soon." "Yeah, let's hope so. It's getting late. I should head back to my room." As Irene Pereira leaves, Brat says, "I'm going back with Judith. You go ahead. Is that so? See you later then." Judith is still training. I can feel the sword reflected in her eyes. Irene Pereira's past life, that man's tenacity, the incredible strength that person gained through determination and hard work, a spirit willing to dedicate their whole life to it. The image of Karen flashes by. Judith grips the hilt of her sword. If I can catch up to even half of that man's strength and effort, I can do it. Judith swings her sword again. A little more. I have to keep trying. Just then, someone walks onto the training ground. "Judith, spar with me. It's been a while since we last fought, hasn't it? It's Brat Lloyd. Let's check the results of this training." The fire flares up, and the two begin their battle. Brat Lloyd smirks. "Not bad, you're like a different person." Judith ducks, narrowly escaping Brat Lloyd's strike. "You chose the wrong moment. The fire is bigger than before, and we're in broad daylight right now. The fire constantly attacks Brat Lloyd. Judith's fire attribute spirit is getting hotter. My water attribute spirit trying to counter it is too much." Judith seizes the chance and lunges, her strike sending Brat's sword flying. He falls to the ground, a puddle forming on the floor. Judith runs over. "Oh my God. Are you okay?" Brat Lloyd sat up. "What did I do wrong? I was almost grilled like a piece of meat." Judith apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't want any of that to happen. It wasn't intentional." A look of surprise flickered in Brat Lloyd's eyes. Judith was right there in front of him. He understood that. Brat Lloyd couldn't get the words out. "I like you." Judith was completely stunned. "Huh? What?" You like who? Brad Lloyd admitted. The person I like is you. Judith's cheeks turned beet red. What? Brad Lloyd continued. Judith, I like you. Judith shrieked and punched Brad Lloyd in the face. Brad Lloyd fell flat on his back again. What are you doing? Why did you punch me? Judith was furious. Are you kidding me? You should feel lucky I didn't use my fire fist. Brad Lloyd said, I'm not joking. You know me. I wouldn't joke about something like this. Judith still couldn't believe it. What? What? So you really like me? I told you. It's for real. Judith questioned him. Why? Why would you like me? Brad Lloyd couldn't answer that either. Seriously. Why are you asking me that? Do I even need to say it? He couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye and turned his head away. Partly because you look really cute when you laugh. Judith's eyes widened in shock. When you're eating in a rush. When you're teasing Irene Pareira. When you're playing with Lulu. When you're training hard. He trailed off, replaying the moments in his head. Every expression of yours is beautiful. Judith froze. Do you think I'm pretty? Brad didn't answer. Forget it. Just answer me now. Judith, Brad Lloyd asked. What do you think of me? The necklace dropped with a thud, landing between Lulu's feet. There was definitely a special energy radiating from that necklace. Where have I seen this before? Maybe I'll discover something if I change my form. A surge of magic rippled through the room. I'll use every bit of my magic. Lulu shifted into her human form. I'll make sure to find out who you really are. 3 hours later, Lulu was exhausted. My spell didn't even make it move an inch. Maybe I should ask Gata to teach me some spirit magic. Just then, Irene Pareira walked in. Huh? Lulu, what's wrong? Lulu Juntahan raised a trembling hand. Irene Pareira, you're done with your training. The moonlight poured through the window. Irene Pareira was still awake. Lulu looked up. Irene Pareira asked, do you still remember that time? When we first met, she told you, next time we meet, I'll still invite you to join me, and not because of the steel inside you. Lulu replied, yeah, I remember it clearly. Irene asked anxiously, what do you think? Can I stand before that person with confidence now? Lulu smiled, looking straight at him. You know my answer. You've already decided on your next destination, haven't you? Irene Pareira admitted. Yeah. It was already late, but Ilya Lindsay was still training. She wondered what she was doing. There wasn't a soul on the training grounds. Is this really okay? Don't hold on anymore, just forget it. Ilya Lindsay felt like she had been chasing the shadow of Ignite Crayon forever. I just keep thinking about that. She sighed repeatedly. What the hell do I even want? Just then, someone walked over. Ilya, Lindsay, it's Irene Pareira. Do you have a minute? The two of them sat down together. Ilya Lindsay spoke up. How have you been these days? Is your training going well? Irene replied. It's the same as always. Ilya Lindsay looked at him with a smile. She could feel the warmth radiating from Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira remained silent. It felt so comfortable just being by her side, with no need to worry about anything. Ilya Lindsay didn't say anything more either, as long as he was okay. I wanted them to just sit there in silence, to keep being by his side like this. A moment later, Irene Pareira spoke. Actually, there's someone I want to meet. I'm planning to meet that person at my next destination. Ilya Lindsay asked, who is it? Ignite Crayon. Ignite Crayon froze. I'm going to go see her, Irene Pareira continued. The last time we met, I was so jealous of her. I thought she had something I didn't. So, I couldn't control my anger in front of her. It was so embarrassing and weak. How could I? Irene Pareira looked down at his clenched hands. But things are different now. I think I can stand before her with confidence, Irene suggested. Why don't we go together? It could help your situation, too. Ilya Lindsay didn't answer. I get it now. I've been avoiding it. Ilya, Lindsay, and Ignite Crayon felt tied together. I don't have the confidence to face Ignite Crayon. I was afraid I'd crumble in my own weakness, so I just ran away. If I don't do anything, nothing will happen. Ilya Lindsay agreed. Yeah, let's go together. The next day, Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira saw Brad Lloyd and Judith off. Judith hugged Lulu tightly. Lulu, I won't be able to see you anymore. What am I supposed to do? It'll be okay. We'll see each other again soon. Irene Pareira cautioned. Travel safely. Brad Lloyd replied. Yeah, you too. Kuva and Karakan arrived as well. Goodbye. I'm really going to miss you. Thank you all so much. Irene Pareira asked. By the way, did something happen between you two? Why are you standing so far apart? Judith made up an excuse. What? Something happened to us? No, nothing happened. The bridge was retracted, and they left. Take care then. Stay well, everyone. Goodbye, Judith. Irene Pareira asked. All right. Shall we continue training? Ilya Lindsay replied. Yeah. Irene Pareira continued training with Karam. Ilya Lindsay studied how to control her energy. Lulu almost lost control of the fire spirit. A few months later, the day came for Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira to leave. It was a shame that the day had finally arrived. Kuva, you'll be fine. Kuva seemed reluctant to part ways. I've been by your side for so long, and now that we're parting, I feel so strange. I'm going to miss you. Kuva, I've heard from my father about your wish. I'm sure it will come true. Irene Pereira paused when he heard that. He said, Actually, I'm a bit worried about the path I've chosen. Irene Pereira didn't have the courage to look straight ahead. No one knows if I'll be able to do this well. No, you will definitely be able to do it. Irene Pereira couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Kuva affirmed. Irene Pereira, you have a special power. The power to spread light to those around you. The power to change the people by your side. Ilya, Lindsay, and Lulu smiled as the sun shone down on the town. You can do it. You will definitely change the world. Thanks to you, I ended my 17 years of wandering. My friend, Irene Pareira. Irene was still stunned. My student, my teacher, you are both of those things. Irene Pareira. Kuva didn't stop with the praise. You are a hero. Irene Pereira's eyes gradually closed. He bowed his head, his whole body trembling. Thank you, Kuva. I'll try my best. Tears fell onto Irene Pereira's face. I will definitely do my best so that people can call me a hero. Ilya Lindsay asked. So, shall we set off now? Yeah. With that, they turned and walked away. It was already dark, but the carriage hadn't stopped yet. Brad Lloyd and Judith sat across from each other, neither daring to speak. Judith had the whole seat to herself. Brad Lloyd looked at her with concern. Judith, about yesterday. What did you think of me? Judith dodged the question. I don't know. You just suddenly asked me that. Goodness. Brad Lloyd ruffled his hair, blaming himself. I'm such an idiot. I was too impatient. Judith turned away. Why did she say, I'll give you an answer later? Brad Lloyd's face flushed bright red. He stood up from his seat and walked over to sit next to Judith. What is it? Why are you sitting here? Judith asked. Is it not allowed? Judith was stunned and couldn't say a word. Fine. She had to agree. Do whatever you want. Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The two of them had returned. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Brad Lloyd said. It's only been a year and a half. Suddenly, a noise echoed. What's that sound? The ground is covered in cracks. Are we really going to do it here? I don't think it'll work, no matter how hard we try. The other person stepped forward. What are you talking about? If things keep going like this, I'm sure to win, Jan replied. Let's spar a bit more then. This burly man is a master swordsman. No need. Next time I come, I'll make sure you can't even open that mouth of yours. That empty stomach of yours could use some training, huh? Brad, Lloyd, and Judith walked over. See, could he be the strongest swordsman on the continent? Jan turned around quickly. Oh, you guys are back? Brad Lloyd replied. Yes, it's been a while, Master. Judith greeted him. Headmaster, wow. You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Judith replied. Of course. You'll be surprised when you see it. She walked up to her. You're Judith? Yes, that's me, I'm Judith. Quo gritted his teeth. Judith, become my disciple. That statement left Judith stunned, unable to react. The man in front of her began to introduce himself. Hey, nice to meet you. My name is Johnson. He pointed to the carriage and said he was a carriage driver. As long as you pay, I can even be your tour guide. Johnson suddenly let out a sinister laugh. But that's not really my job. In reality, he was the leader of a bandit group. Johnson headed an entire gang, posing as a mere carriage driver. I trick them and then rob them. Our method is very simple. Johnson greeted the guests warmly. Oh my. Welcome. First, I wait for someone who looks wealthy to hire me. Then, Johnson waited for the customers to reach their destination. After that, I use a believable excuse to lead them near the hideout of my underlings, who are hiding there, and we start the looting. What do you think? Perfect, right? Our method has never failed. Hello, I'm here to hire a carriage driver. Johnson couldn't hide his sinister smile. Another lamb has appeared. He put on a kind face. Oh my, very nice to meet you. I'm Johnson. The ones hiring the carriage were Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira. It's such an honor to serve such distinguished guests. I'll surely rob them of every last penny they have. He drove the carriage deep into the forest. Johnson secretly rejoiced. How wonderful. Looking at their attire and that elegant aura, Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira remained completely oblivious. What I said were Judith's words. Then what? What happened? His eyes lit up, with no doubt in his mind. The more Johnson thought about these noble kids, the more excited he got. Robbing them alone would be enough for me to throw a party and live it up for days. The carriage stopped, and the three of them stepped onto the clearing. Johnson said, "We have to be here all day, so we need to light a fire first." Ilya Lindsay drew her sword. "I'll go get some firewood." "What? This girl is planning to chop wood with that sword?" Johnson took out his axe. "Using a sword probably won't be effective. Please step aside and let me chop it." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ilya Lindsay had already sliced the wood in two with one strike. Johnson's eyes widened to the limit as Ilya Lindsay continued to chop a second log. The logs were split into small pieces, and Johnson still couldn't close his jaw. This should be enough, right? He could only agree. The wood was ready. Now it was Lou's turn to light the fire. Awesome. My turn. Is the cat talking? Lou breathed out fire in one go. "Sir Irene Pareira, did you see that? Now I can use magic." Irene Pareira reminded him, "Lou, that's a secret technique." Johnson stood rooted to the spot. These kids, who are they? The next day, both Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira drew their swords. "Mr. Johnson, please step back. We're having a sparring match." Johnson looked confused. Sparring? Where on earth did he pull that great sword from? Both of them immediately got into position. "Ilya Lindsay, here I come." Okay. Johnson was already drenched in sweat. That's Aura Blade. Are they both master-level swordsmen? While he was still clueless about what was happening, big and small explosions were erupting on the opposite side. Lou yelled, "Irene Pareira, you're too noisy. You just woke me up." Irene Pareira replied, "Sorry." "Oh my." Johnson's face turned pale. "I give up. Fighting them is a suicide mission." They walked toward a house by the road. Irene suggested, "We can rest at this inn for the night." "Huh? This place?" Johnson was in a tight spot. "But this inn is our hideout." Irene Pareira asked him, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Johnson turned away. "No, I'll go check if there are any vacant rooms. Please wait a moment. I have to stop them from rushing out." But no sooner had he taken a few steps than some men appeared. "Oh, who are you people? You're on our territory." These guys were all Johnson's underlings. "Judging by your looks, you must be wealthy nobles, right? Why not share some of your wealth with commoners like us?" Johnson walked over and shouted loudly, "You bastards! Get away from my customers." The dark-skinned man asked quietly, "Boss, what are you doing?" Johnson chased him off. "Get out of here right now." That man didn't understand what was going on. "What are you trying to do?" "Take action." Johnson immediately punched him in the face. Irene Pareira didn't have time to stop him. "Mr. Johnson." Johnson grabbed the underling by the collar. "Get the hell out of here before you die by my hand." The man covered his face, tears welling up. "Boss," Johnson told him, "scram. Run if you don't want to die." When the three men left, Johnson was still shouting, "If I see you guys again, I'll kill every last one of you." "I'm sorry," Ilya Lindsay praised him. "You're amazing. Those thugs." Lulu also couldn't stop showering him with praise. "Johnson, you're so cool." He scratched his neck shyly. "It's nothing big." Lou gave him a thumbs up. "You deserve a gift." "Huh? A gift?" Johnson panicked, looking at the two mice in his hands. "Gold," Lou told him. "Continue working hard, and you'll get more gifts if you keep doing a good job." Johnson treated them to a sumptuous meal. "I've contacted this inn's restaurant, ordered the best dishes from the head chef. I even prepared a piece of premium tuna for you, Sir Lou." Lou looked at the meat on the plate in surprise. Irene Pareira asked, "Mr. Johnson, aren't you being a bit too hard on yourself?" Johnson obediently replied, "No, not at all. I, Johnson, will continue to serve my customers the best I can." A few days later, Johnson sat on the ground, gasping for air. "I can't work like this anymore." He looked greedily at the bag of gold in front of him. "Still, a little more and I can give up being a bandit." Johnson shouldered the bag and continued his scheme. "Great. What if I make a little more?" He looked at the figures of the two in the distance. Irene asked Ilya Lindsay, "How have you felt over the past few days?" "Yeah," said, "there's a bit of progress, but I'm still worried." Irene Pareira comforted her. "It's fine. Don't worry too much about it. X9 might be a monument that's hard to surpass when we were young, but that's not the problem right now." Ilya Lindsay didn't take her eyes off his hand. "I bet things will be different when you meet her." "Really? You think so?" Johnson was hiding in the grass, spying. "As I thought, those two are in that kind of relationship. Looking a bit more shouldn't hurt, right? They'll surely kiss." Irene Pareira stood up abruptly. "Let's get up. We have to hit the road early tomorrow. Maybe watching a little longer wouldn't hurt, right? They're definitely going to kiss." Irene Pareira jumped up. "Go, get up. We have to head out early tomorrow." Johnson also jumped up, annoyed. "Huh? What?" just holding hands, with such a great atmosphere going on. And at the end, he suddenly face-planted onto the ground. Irene Pareira asked, "Mr. Johnson, are you okay?" He replied, "Ah, yes, I'm fine." Ilya Lindsay pursed her lips tightly. She walked away. "I'm going for a walk." Johnson realized there was a serious problem here too. He asked Irene Pareira, "By the way, why didn't you follow her?" Irene Pareira still didn't have a clue. "No, she's been thinking a lot these past few days. She probably needs some time alone." Johnson was getting frustrated with him. Why is this guy so dense? The carriage stopped at an inn. Johnson continued to serve them. "Please, sit here while I prepare everything." Irene Pareira overheard people at the next table talking. "This dungeon is going to be amazing. It's the best one in hundreds of years." Ilya Lindsay also took note of what they were saying. "The Holy Kingdom is also participating in the dungeon expedition?" "The Holy Kingdom. But why?" The bearded man replied. "This isn't an ordinary dungeon. It's filled with countless gold and treasures. It's not just about the size. It's clearly an ancient dungeon created at least around the time of the Demon Dragon King. Rumor has it that the royal treasure is buried here. That's why the kingdom of Kanvan tried to conquer it quickly when they first found it. The dungeon lies within Kanvan's territory, but they faced opposition from neighboring kingdoms. So, to avoid conflict, an association was established between the three kingdoms, and the Holy Kingdom sent their knights to mediate the issue." Irene Pareira walked over and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions?" "Which knights did the Holy Kingdom send?" The man asked him. "Are you a swordsman?" "Yes, that's right." "If that's the case, then you must have heard of them." "The Black Knights, led by Kron." Ilya glanced over. Ilya Lindsay could only remain silent. Irene Pareira asked them, "Do you know if mercenaries are allowed to join the dungeon expedition?" The man asked, "You look quite young. Are you sure about this? This dungeon expedition is large-scale, and the difficulty level is high, so your safety can't be guaranteed." Irene Pareira replied, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." The man didn't say anything more. Irene Pareira just looked down. His gaze was sincere, radiating both gentleness and strength. He seemed like a naive young man who didn't know the ways of the world, but looking closely, there was a different feeling to him. The man meant well and wanted to help him. "If you've already made up your mind, try going to Kanvan. They're short-staffed and are looking for mercenaries." Irene Pereira's expression immediately brightened. "Yes, thank you, sir." A few days later, in the metropolitan nation, Johnson drove them there. "Goodbye. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going ahead." Lou waved at him. "Take care, Johnson. Thank you for everything over this time." Johnson smiled and waved goodbye. "I wish you a safe journey." He watched their backs as they left. "I'm so hungry." "Irene Pareira, shall we go eat first?" Johnson thought to himself, "This time, I've realized that there are countless powerful people hiding in this world." He carried his bag of gold and left with a sigh. "If I live arrogantly, I could be killed in an instant. From now on, I have to live honestly." A hand slammed down on the table. "Damn it. Those bastards from Polin Rabat. This woman is the deputy commander of the Kanvan Knights, Amira Selton." She kept pulling at her hair, muttering, "Strictly speaking, that's a dungeon discovered in our territory. They were determined and only chose the strongest to send. One is the Royal Mage of Rabat, P. Martins. The other is the Sword Master of Palin, Sebian Brooks. And we can't forget the Holy Kingdom. Even the Holy Kingdom is interfering." Amira's whole body was trembling. "If it goes like this, they're going to steal all the loot from the dungeon. No matter what, we have to recruit some decent mercenaries to equip a force equal to theirs." Just then, a knight entered. "Deputy Commander, the mercenaries recruited for the expedition team have arrived." Amira asked repeatedly, "How are they this time? Are they all people of real ability?" The knight stammered, "About that. Never mind. I'll verify it myself this time." Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira were already standing in the training arena. A voice made them glance over at the same time. "Hey, are you the mercenaries applying for this expedition team?" Amira walked over with her sword. "I am the deputy commander of the Kanvan Knights, Amira Selton. Now, I will begin the test." Ilya Lindsay introduced herself. "Hello, I am," but she was cut off. "Skip the pleasantries." Amira frowned. "Don't waste any more time. Show me your strength." Ilya Lindsay replied, "I understand." She exhaled, and as Ilya Lindsay spread her feet, cracks of various sizes appeared on the floor. Amira hadn't anticipated this. Seizing the opportunity, Ilya Lindsay grabbed her sword and lunged to attack first. After a moment of shock, Amira regained her composure to counterattack, but Ilya Lindsay had already slipped behind her. Too fast. Amira swung her elbow backward, but couldn't strike her opponent. Damn it, I can't catch her at all. Ilya Lindsay was behind Amira again. She panicked as she realized the situation. That direction? How? But the floor sank, and Ilya Lindsay vanished. What? She appeared suddenly right in front of Amira and slashed through Amira's sword, pinning it into the ground. Only the hilt remained in Amira's hand. She asked, "What is your name? Which kingdom are you from?" Ilya Lindsay was finally able to introduce herself. The Night Kingdom of the Ilya Lindsay family. Ilya Lindsay. A sound of laughter erupted from the room. Amira couldn't hide her joy. Thank God, Ilya Lindsay is on our side. Furthermore, at that moment, she also asked Irene Pareira, and he introduced himself as well. Hello, I am Irene Pareira, from the He Kingdom. Irene Pareira had recruited Ilya Lindsay, and there was also Irene Pareira, who had become a swordmaster. The smile on her face wouldn't fade. If the two of them team up, Canvan won't have to kneel before other nations anymore, she thought to herself. But she didn't expect Ilya Lindsay to join the dungeon expedition. Did Amira speculate it was because of Ignite Crayon? If she brings personal feelings to this place, it could negatively affect the expedition team. Amira placed her hand on the fabric she was sewing. Ilya Lindsay needs to be monitored closely. She breathed a sigh of relief and went back to her sewing. All in all, the urgent matter was handled, so she decided to take a break first. Suddenly, Lou asked Amira, "What's that? Teach me." The way he said it caught her off guard and startled her. Amira couldn't believe it. Lulu was Irene Pereira's cat. And now, the cat was talking, saying, "My name is Lou, the cat fanatic." She patted Lou on the head. Lou, can I touch you?" "Sure, go ahead, but you have to teach me that trick in return." Lou said, "Amira, you remind me of a friend I really cherish, so I've taken a liking to you." Amira asked, "Do I really look that much like them?" Lou urged her. "Just a little, maybe. You look quite a bit like Luke when he gets angry." "Hurry up and teach me that thing you were doing earlier," Amira replied. "But me, you're a cat. Even if I teach you, it'll be tough." Cats' paws aren't exactly built for that. Lou instantly shifted forms. If that's the only issue, it's not a problem. He transformed into his human shape. "This hand should work, right?" Amira was stunned, unable to say a word. No way. She stared intently at the person in front of her. Even though she wasn't a mage, she could sense an incredibly powerful magical aura. It was already dark, but they continued their conversation. "Good. But keep this hobby a secret, okay? To everyone else, I have to maintain my strong and cool image as the vice captain. Don't worry, my lips are sealed." A few days later, in the territory of Rabat, a line of carriages entered the city gates. Until the expedition began, they were free to go about their own business. Amira reminded Irene Pereira, "Tomorrow night there's a party for all the expedition team members, so don't forget to attend." "I understand." She patted Lou's head again. "Lou, you have to come too, all right?" "Of course." Amira asked if he could come in his transformed state. "I'll prepare some desserts too." "Transformed, you say?" I see. Got it." They said their goodbyes. "All right, see you at the party." "Yep, see you then." By evening, Irene Pereira was sitting alone outside. He channeled his aura, letting it radiate from his body. Until now, the emotion that primarily fueled the fire in his heart was his fighting spirit. He thought back to the 9. That fighting spirit was close to the rage that had once erupted from his jealousy of Ignite Crayon. The two Karens who had passed it down to Irene Pereira, the fighting spirit to overcome the will of Karen, the man from his dreams. However, now, he didn't want to fuel the fire in his heart with just fighting spirit alone. Karen had fallen before he could kill his enemy. He recalled the last thing he had realized in his past life, a blinding light shining everywhere, leaving in regret and remorse. Irene Pereira closed his eyes as if pondering, his goodwill directed toward the world. "Let's continue on my own path." He glanced to the side and noticed someone behind him. "How much longer do you plan on watching?" the person asked. "You noticed?" "Since when?" "About 20 minutes now." As the man stepped out from behind the tree, quick and agile, I tried to hide my presence. "Are you a swordsman or a mage?" Irene Pereira replied. "I'm a swordsman," the man continued to ask. "I've never seen you before." "Where are you from?" "I'm a mercenary from Canvan." "Canvan." Upon hearing the answer, the man immediately turned to leave. "I see. I'll be going then. Sorry for the disturbance." He glanced back. His senses were so sharp that he had noticed his presence even while he was deep in thought. What an extraordinary young man. I'll have to recruit him to my side for this dungeon expedition. At a certain house, the man entered. "You've returned." "Sir. Sir Brooks, this person is the High Knight Palin, Swordmaster Sebin Brooks." He handed them a mission. "I have something I need you all to help with. Right now, Find out the exact situation of the manpower in the Canvan expedition team and report back to me immediately. The sky had turned pitch black when a blonde-haired man came in to report. Sir Brooks, here is the personnel information for the Canvan expedition team you mentioned. Good, well done. He seemed quite surprised when he saw the information. Huh? Seban wondered to himself. Ilya, Lindsay? Why does that name keep popping up here? He associated it with the 9. Did the daughter of the Lindsay family come here just to explore a dungeon? Seban muttered to himself. Even though she's a master of swordsmanship, she's still like an immature child, isn't she? This Luke is also overwhelmed by his emotions. I wonder how the failure in the Land of Trials last time affected her. Remembering the past, Seban paused for a beat. Wait, the Land of Trials. Rumor has it that the champion who defeated Ilya Lindsay was a fellow swordsman. Ilya Lindsay left, and later, the two went on an adventure together. The corner of his mouth curled up. Yeah, I knew there was something unusual about them. That person, specifically. Seban thought back to Irene Pareira, a blonde swordmaster. Irene Pareira. Seban looked very intrigued. This dungeon expedition. Father, this is going to be interesting. The next day at the banquet, there were still only a few people there. Walking next to Amira was an old man. So, the two swordmasters came together? Just as expected. Amira was confused. But what's going on with the Holy Empire? Hasn't anyone arrived yet? This old man was Gregory Griffin, the captain of the Canvan Knights. Amira was displeased, her brows furrowed. They weren't showing up to the first gathering of the kingdoms. Looks like they want to show off their power. Don't think about it too much, Amira. Just then, someone walked up to them. Sir Gregory, it's been a while, hasn't it? The man greeted him. How are you? P. Martinez, a court mage from Rabat. As soon as he arrived, he put on an unpleasant face. I heard you even hired mercenaries to boost your strength. Gregory replied, Don't worry, I won't put any pressure on the expedition team. Seban arrived at the same time. That's enough, P. He said it like a warning. It's been a long time since we all gathered to get along, P retorted bluntly. How hypocritical. You're trying to hide your true intentions, aren't you? Gregory spoke up, drawing their attention. Amira, who are these people? Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira had also appeared. And what about the mercenaries participating this time? Lulu turned into a human? P was panicked. The magical energy is terrifying. It must be on the level of an archmage. And those wings and horns. Who is this girl? Amira chuckled. He was curious, as expected. How could that be? You can't underestimate the power of the Canvan Corps. Irene Pareira heard the whispers reaching his ears. Right? Exactly. Two strange men were evaluating them. Are you sure? That's Ilya Lindsay. That's right. She must be here because of the X, right? Everywhere Ilya Lindsay went, the whispering followed. Are you looking to avenge your brother for sparing her? I'm not obsessed with that. Irene Pareira noticed her. Is Ilya Lindsay all right? Ilya Lindsay sighed. Here we go again. Scumbags. Irene Pareira couldn't believe it. Even Lou looked terrified. What is Ilya Lindsay saying? The other four were just as shocked. In any case, I can't just let this slide. My hands are itching, Ilya Lindsay said flatly. You bastards, you seem to live in a bubble, don't you? Hey, Dodge. What? Judith asked. Why do you live caring about things like that? Just ignore their sarcasm. From the very beginning, people like that wouldn't change no matter what you do. But Judith laughed and said, You don't need to look pretty for those people. Instead, just curse them out. What? Like this. Follow my lead. Judith dove into a dramatic act. Damn it, you bastards. She urged Ilya Lindsay. Do it now. Isn't that what you truly want? Ilya Lindsay pouted and hesitated. It'll be much more effective that way. Ilya Lindsay seemed determined. She struggled to force out the two words, You bastards. Judith demanded she say it louder. Ilya Lindsay squeezed her eyes shut and repeated it. You bastards. Judith continued to encourage her. All right, but you need to say it louder, you bastards. Back in the present, Ilya Lindsay looked quite satisfied, though it didn't seem like a pleasant situation, did it? Ilya Lindsay was just pointing the way for Irene Pareira. Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and sit down. Ah, right. Ryogori was very pleased with her. That was so cool. The party had begun, and now it was time for the opening remarks from the commander of the Canvan Knights. Gregory smiled kindly. We would like to thank everyone for attending. Lou was holding a cup of water, making Jun Tahong shake until the water splashed out. Through this event, we have successfully discovered the dungeon. The other guests jumped to their feet. What is that? An earthquake? From the void, another space opened up. That space widened right in the center of where Jun Tahong was. What in the world? Someone stepped out from it, followed by two knights. Amira seemed to recognize them. That armor. These people are from the Holy Kingdom of Avilius, the Black Knight Order. Ilya Lindsay was also surprised to see them. As the last person stepped out, Ilya Lindsay grew even more tense. The footsteps belonged to Jaina. Amira hadn't anticipated Jaina's arrival. Jose leaned down and asked Anya, "Hey kid, why are you causing such a scene here? Did you use a magic coin?" "Not really, it only had a slight effect." Jaina walked up in front of Gregory and said, "Commander of the Canvan Knights, Sir Gregory. Griffin, my subordinate, made a mistake and was rude, causing a disturbance here. I sincerely apologize." Gregory laughed. "It's quite all right. It's refreshing to see such a rare sight." Jaina remained formal and respectful, but added, "As soon as the mission is concluded, I will depart immediately." All the knights were clearly in a difficult state. She asked, "If that's all right, may I head back first and get some rest?" Gregory agreed. "I wasn't aware of your schedule. I will guide you to your quarters directly." Jaina immediately turned to leave. "Wait, my apologies. That was a bit rude of me." Amira prayed silently to herself. "No, not that way, Ilya Lindsay." But then, she was even more surprised. Both Per and Sebia were no different from them. Jaina hadn't gone toward Ilya Lindsay. "So many things have changed since the last time we met, haven't they?" she said with a smile. Irene Pareira. But Irene Pareira couldn't bring himself to smile. Jaina walked straight over to Irene Pareira. Amira couldn't help but be shocked. It wasn't Ilya Lindsay, but Irene Pareira. Sebin also noticed and remarked that he had changed a lot. "Do they know each other?" Irene Pareira stood up to greet her. "It's been a long time, Jaina. You've transformed quite rapidly." Her eyes were sharp as she gave an order. "Tell me." Her aura spread out forcefully. "Something happened over this past while, didn't it?" Amira and Gregory were also uncomfortable with this pressure. The powerful aura reached even this far. The intensity was truly violent. Gregory frowned. Irene Pareira remained perfectly calm, standing right before this pressure without appearing weak or losing his confidence at all. "He really is a more capable young man than I thought." Irene didn't say a word. Jaina wasn't annoyed. It seemed he had no intention of speaking. She said, "Very well." Jaina turned away sharply. "I will be watching you closely from now on." Ilya Lindsay stared at her in shock. Ilya Lindsay was stunned, unable to say a word. She hadn't even given her a glance. Irene Pereira glanced at the person beside him as Anya also ran over to Lulu. You. The little girl raised her hand. "You're Lou, right?" "It's me. Anya. I missed you so much." "Lou, how did you end up in that form?" But Lou was completely unsatisfied with those words. She turned away. "I'm not talking to you, got it? Why?" Lou explained the reason. "You and Ignite Crayon teamed up to bully Irene Pereira, didn't you?" Anya didn't understand. "What?" "Anya never bullied him," Lou retorted. "What was that? You opened the portal and led Jaina here. Isn't that bullying Irene Pereira? Don't you remember?" Anya couldn't defend herself. "Oh no, what should I do?" Lulu was Ania's first friend. "I don't want to fight with Lou. I'm sorry." "Lou, I won't do it again." Lou turned her back on the little girl. "Yeah, I know. I'm still mad." Anya worried. What does Anya have to do to make Lou stop being angry? Lou was still pouting. "I don't know. Try to think it over until we meet again next time," Anya said sadly. "I know. I'll think about it to make Lou stop being mad." Josh called the little girl. "Anya, it's time to go." Anya collapsed onto the ground, complaining, "Anya's not okay. Anya, get up." Jeche also noticed them. "Only a year and a half? So the rumors that he has nearly reached the realm of a master swordsman are true." Irene didn't pay them any mind. Such astonishing progress. Truly, what an unbelievable kid. The sunset gradually faded, and Irene Pereira sat alone outside. Unlike before, in front of Jaina, he was no longer shaking and could stand face to face. Honestly, he was in a very good mood. Irene Pereira couldn't smile, but at the same time, he felt that to reach the aspiration he cherished, he was still lacking quite a lot even when using his aura. He took out his sword to bring his ideals into reality, and Irene Pereira swung it down, so that his dream wouldn't just remain a dream. Irene Pereira brought the sword back. "I must give it my all." He swung the sword again. After a few slashes, Irene Pereira was covered in aura. He looked up. The moon had appeared. Ilya Lindsay was also gazing at the moon, just watching it silently. A few days later, a group of people gathered in line. "Now, before we enter the dungeon, I would like to announce the instructions." Amira instructed them. "The dungeon we are exploring has 2 entrances. The plan is to divide the exploration team into 2 groups and attack from both directions simultaneously. First, Exploration Team 1 consists of Rabat and Palen Kanv. The The command will be given to Sir P.J. Martinez. Next, Exploration Team 2 consists of all members of the Avilius Black Knight Order, and the command will be given to Black Knight Captain Jaina Crayon. The knights whispered to each other. Why does Sir Brooke have that look on his face? Haven't you heard? 4 days ago, a decision was made regarding the overall captain position for the exploration team. There had been a conflict between Seban and Jaina. Sir Brooks had vehemently opposed Jaina taking that position. In the end, their argument led to a duel. And the result? Gregory and P had witnessed the scene. Naturally, it was a crushing defeat. Jaina won completely, overwhelmingly. Seban was taken down by Ignite Crayon. P cursed under his breath. That idiot Seban. I don't know why he felt the need to fight her. Now he's just embarrassed himself. He was also wary of Ignite Crayon. Regardless, as long as Jaina was there, competing with the Holy Kingdom was impossible. They had to achieve good results between Kanvan and Palin instead. He glanced to the side, looking at Seban's dejected state, and it seemed there was no need to pay attention to Palin either. The real problem was on Kanvan's side, namely those guys, Ilya, Lindsay, and Irene, who were busy chatting. Irene Pareira, believe in me. Of course. Lou. The entrance to the dungeon. A group of people moved inside. Amira was so worried she was Juntahong shaking. Let's begin, Gregory advised her. Amira, calm down. You're the vice commander. What will people think if they see you looking so stressed? P led the way and shouted, Exploration Team 1, move in. He took the lead. Suddenly, P stopped. Around P was an endless void. He seemed a bit unnerved. Is this a test? Although it didn't look like a typical dungeon, they never expected it to be an ancient temple. A divine anomaly had appeared within the ancient temple. A trial from the gods that would challenge any intruder, causing them to scream in unending agony. Pi kept moving forward, the struggle to work and fight. In the sudden darkness, was all about not being consumed by endless doubt and insecurity. It was about walking upright on the path one had chosen for oneself. The others kept clutching their heads and screaming, but those burdened by anxiety were swallowed by the shadows, lost, and destroyed. Pi secretly thought that many would have already fallen from the very start. Seban also found himself trapped in that space. Is this a divine trial? He wondered, looking down. Beneath Seban's feet lay dead bodies. Then, a soldier lunged toward him. Stay sharp, Seban told himself. He sliced through the man. The war had ended 30 years ago. This was an illusion, not reality. Seb kept moving, telling himself not to be drawn into the darkness. Stay calm, and keep moving forward. A door appeared before him. It looked like the entrance. Seban found Pi waiting there. Pi, you're here? Pi asked. So, am I the second one? Seban looked over. Yeah, someone else already made it. What? Someone got here before even me? It was Lulu and Ilya Lindsay who had arrived first, not Irene Pareira. Lulu sighed in disappointment. It's not Irene Pareira? Ilya Lindsay stood there, leaving Seban completely stunned. How could they possibly be faster than me? Pi noticed his expression, the look that said it was truly absurd. I get it, Seb. Even I'm surprised. It was unexpected that the first person to pass the trial was Ilya Lindsay. She was the one to stir the hearts of those among them. Ilya, Lindsay, and Lou ignored them. Lou, Irene Pareira, will be here soon. Yeah, Ilya Lindsay had met with him before. That day at the banquet, I saw it clearly. You showed such surprise. You were completely ignored by him. You looked so incredibly shaken. Has there been a change in your feelings since then? After a while, more people passed the trial. Amira and Gregory were there too. A long time had passed, and yet, half of their troops still hadn't made it out. The soldiers nearby were whispering that they were the only ones to make it out. Gregory looked at them. It really was tough. Even though he had somewhat anticipated it, he hadn't expected such a large gap compared to the other kingdoms. But something else was even more unexpected. He thought of Irene Pareira. Irene still hadn't come out. I thought he would be the first one to pass the trial. Pi urged Gregory, saying that waiting was useless, and they had to move out now. As if sensing Gregory's worry, he added, It's a trial bestowed by a merciful God. Those still trapped in the darkness won't suffer anything too severe. Gregory replied that there was no other way. They couldn't trouble the exploration team any further. Let's try to have a little more faith. Pi turned back toward the source of the voice. Ilya Lindsay walked toward them. You're asking me? What are you saying? Ilya replied. I mean, have faith and wait. She persuaded them. Having faith and trust is what allows you to overcome all doubt and insecurity. Isn't mistrust the very core of this trial? Gregory seemed satisfied with that answer. Ilya Lindsay continued. I think that you need not only faith in yourself but also faith in others. Pi disagreed. While it was an excellent sentiment, they couldn't afford any more delays. Suddenly, a shout cut him off. Someone was coming out. Irene Pareira walked out, sword in hand. It's Irene. It's Irene Pareira. He spoke up. Sorry, I'm a bit later than I thought. Behind Irene Pareira were the knights. Pi couldn't believe it. What is going on? 2 hours ago, Irene Pareira had led the knights, and one knight had screamed in terror. What is this? I can't see anything. Where did everyone go? Beneath his feet was a pool of water. Can no one hear me? The knight was being dragged down. Please, take me with you. The water's rising. It's swallowing me. I'm here. Is anyone there? Help me. A ray of light flashed. The knight saw hope in that light. He reached his hand toward it. Is this light? I'm alive. What was this feeling? His eyes reflected the light. The knight crawled toward its source. The closer he got, the more relieved he felt a sense of warmth and peace. This light. Irene had come to save him. The knight recounted the story to Gregory, and just like that, the whole squad had been able to escape the darkness. Amira was overjoyed when she heard. That's amazing. Intervening in a god's trial? Is that even possible? Gregory warned her. Amira, your voice is too loud. Yes, I apologize. But Gregory wasn't as happy. I've never heard of humans being able to intervene in a divine trial. This young man really is something special. Irene Pareira walked up to Ilya Lindsay. Sorry for that. Did you wait long? As long as you're safe, it's fine. The aura radiating from him was a presence that couldn't be felt from any other swordsman. He also noticed Pi looking angry. It seemed he was feeling quite insecure. The young man was far more capable than him, so naturally, his pride as a commander was wounded. But he had to acknowledge it. All eyes were on Irene Pareira now. The focus of the exploration team was now Irene Pareira. Pi ordered everyone to regroup quickly. We're returning to the exploration immediately. Seben led the knights. Don't know what might jump out, so keep a close watch on your surroundings and move forward. Pi attacked the monsters, his blade piercing through them. When a cylindrical object rose from the ground, a giant monster appeared, followed by a horde of golems in front. Everyone, take positions. Pi took out his staff to use magic, and they all launched a simultaneous attack. A magic barrier was erected, unleashing power against the monsters. Pi snapped his fingers. A blue spark appeared in the air, flying forward. The blue sparks pierced through the monsters' heads, while Seben braced himself, took a leap, and slashed at the monsters. Seben commanded, destroy the red magic core on their heads and finish off the golems. A golden blade lunged forward, and a single strike finished off the monster. Irene Pareira jumped up and struck its head. The magic core shattered. Pi asked, Is everyone okay? Everyone is safe. No major injuries. Good. Let's keep moving. The first team delved deeper. Pi wondered, with this, I've finished 5 dungeon battles safely. Everything's been smooth sailing. Why is that? Why do I feel like something is wrong? His footsteps stopped, and his whole body shivered with fear. What is this? Piles of skeletons were stacked in huge, towering heaps. The sheer number of bones was terrifying. Even Amira and Gregory were gripped by fear. What on earth is this place? Ilya, Lindsay, and Ayn couldn't hide their shock. What had happened here? Everything was human remains. The knights were even more terrified and wanted no part of it. This is cursed. I have to get out of here, Sebion screamed. Everyone, be quiet. Don't waver. Don't stir up any more panic. Just then, he froze, paralyzed by a wave of pressure sweeping past him. Wisps of black mist were being sucked upward, tearing open a spatial rift from which a hand emerged. Did you lot come all the way here on your own? P was speechless. Could it be that he came down from the holy altar? Thanks for saving me the trouble. Sebion descended into a panic, unable to respond. Irene Pereira's expression turned grim. That's the clown. I will be the one to end him. The clown let out a sinister laugh. Sebion could only watch in horror. He had thought all the demons were gone. How could the clown look so delighted? Even just facing him felt like staring down a high-level demonic entity. The oppressive, dark atmosphere rapidly engulfed the entire expedition team. They all froze, gripped by fear and unease. The knights couldn't help but moan and groan, completely consumed by negative emotions. The clown flicked his finger, and a knight was instantly dragged toward him. No! He bound them, their bodies beginning to be crushed by the demon's power. Cords wrapped around their mouths to silence them. Someone cried out for help. Sir Sebion, please, save me. Sebion could only watch helplessly. Oh ho? I'm your master, yet you're talking to someone else? The clown curled 2 fingers and snapped them. The knight was instantly finished. The clown clapped joyfully, his magic forcing his victims to take their own lives. He spread his arms wide. "Isn't this wonderful?" Sabian was horrified. "Come on, clap." Sabian's eyes were filled with nothing but terror. Even as the key soldiers were captured and slaughtered right before his eyes, he and the others were ensnared by the black mist, unable to move a muscle. The demonic energy radiating from the clown, that brutal, terrifying pressure, would not let go of Sabian. It kept the entire expedition team frozen in place. No one could even twitch. In this desperate situation where movement was impossible, a cloak fluttered by. Only one person moved. The clown, laughing excitedly, began to charge toward the clown. The glowing demon marks shone from below. The name of that person was Irene Pareira. He rushed forward with his sword. Aura erupted from the blade at his side as he prepared to strike the clown. Sabian went from one shock to another. Irene Pareira. How? How can you charge at that demon in this situation without a single moment of hesitation? Irene Pareira pushed forward with unwavering resolve. The clown threatened, "Stop, or I'll kill them all." Irene Pareira ignored him and drew his sword. The clown just clicked his tongue and used the knights as human shields. Irene Pareira dodged around them. The knights were completely controlled. "I'm sorry." Irene Pareira didn't look at them. He zoomed past with incredible speed. "My actions right now will put the lives of many expedition members in danger." P broke into a cold sweat. This could leave wounds that will never heal for their families and friends. All of their resentment and hatred might be directed at me as well. However, I will not turn a blind eye to this. The clown launched a magic orb. I will endure it and take full responsibility. The closer Irene Pareira got, the larger the orb grew. I will face this demon. Irene Pareira swung his sword behind his back, gathering momentum to deliver a powerful, horizontal slash that cut through the orb. The clown was blown away by the strike, one of his arms injured. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, refusing to hesitate. "That's ridiculous. That sword? It cut through it?" The clown's face was twisted in pain. "You bastard! Come here, and I'll let you all die exactly as you wish." He channeled energy into his hand. Irene Pareira noticed the knights behind him as a barrage of arrows rained down from above. "Save them." Lulu appeared just in time to intercept them. She shouted, "Irene, leave this to me." Irene Pareira replied, "Thanks, Lulu." The clown pulled all the shadows back into himself. "You bastards, stop your magic." Irene Pareira prepared to swing his sword, striking the orb repeatedly. This feeling was familiar. The clown's mask had a crack in it. "That's right, it's definitely him. I've seen this sword before." Irene kept attacking persistently. But when? Where? Who on earth was that? As the demonic energy dissipated, P was finally able to move. The demonic energy is fading. "I can move a little bit now." Ilya Lindsay rushed forward first. "It's not over yet. We have to hurry and help Irene Pareira." P was thrown into confusion. "Ilya Lindsay, you broke through the demonic mist that fast?" Gradually, Sabian and P also shook off the influence of the mist. Irene Pareira was still trying to break the clown's barrier. The sword glowed with a brilliant light. The final strike shattered the barrier. The clown began to laugh just like before. "I remember now. So it was you, Karen Winker." While the clown was manic, Irene Pareira was stunned. The clown howled, "It's you!" Ilya Lindsay called out to Irene Pareira in concern. A flaming orb was closing in. Irene Pareira looked at it. The orb tore open a new spatial rift, and someone thrust a sword into it. Beside the rift stood two figures, one large and one small. The one who opened the rift was Anya. Anya had used everything she had accumulated over 3 years. Ain also appeared on the scene. "Move fast." Even the skeletons were being sucked in. The clown didn't have time to process what was happening. Oh, the source of that light was blindingly bright. The clown's face cracked, shattering into pieces, and the ground gouged into a deep crater. Irene Pareira gripped his sword tightly. Inside the crater, only demonic energy remained. Sabian was still in shock. Incredible! He took down that demon in one hit, and really finished the clown off. The power is no joke. Joe's rushed over. "Captain, are you okay?" Ignite Crayon seemed to notice something. She stopped them. Everyone froze. The void suddenly began to churn and boil. Irene Pareira also sensed that something was wrong. Low growls echoed as the darkness began to reform. The clown's footsteps appeared once again, his body looking as if nothing had happened. He bowed his head. On one side of his face, the mask was completely gone. Ain charged with his sword. "It's dangerous! Everyone, get back!" Irene Pareira rushed forward as well. The clown was attacked from both sides, but he didn't dodge. "Farewell." He pulled demonic energy into his hand. The clown clenched his fist so hard it cracked, unleashing a terrifying source of magical power. Neither Ain nor Irene could get close, and those around them couldn't move. A single footstep landed. It was Karen. Where is this place? He looked around, seeing no one. How much time has passed? I was clearly chasing the demon. A speck of light appeared. Karen followed the direction of the glow. That light. Irene Pareira stepped out from it. The two faced each other. Karen Winker. Karen asked, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Irene Pareira replied, "Thanks to the help of my comrades, I have seen the memories of my past life. It's hard to believe, but Karen Winker, you are my past life." Karen couldn't understand. A past life? What are you talking about? Karen raised his sword. If that's the case, does that mean I'm already dead? Silence. Karen seemed to accept the truth. He lowered his sword. I've been wandering this world for so long, haven't I? But at some point, everything just went dark. Karen recalled the village where he used to live, the towns and cities he had traveled through, faint memories of the cities and territories he had once established and developed. Gescoto. Irene Pareira reached out his hand. His territory had vanished hundreds of years ago. His family, his people, and even his descendants were all gone now. Karen seemed calm. Is that so? But his sword suddenly began to fade away. The people who needed protecting still existed. Luke. It was in Irene Pereira's hand. Karen's eyes filled with surprise. Irene Pareira looked straight at him. Karen said, "You share the same ideals as me, and you're such an outstanding young man. Now, I can finally rest in peace." Karen gripped the sword, and his entire body radiated a frigid aura. "I'm counting on you from now on." Irene Pareira had to use both hands to hold the sword firmly. It felt completely different from before. It was as if something had been infused into the blade. Irene Pareira thought to himself. The sword felt like it had become a part of his own body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and slashed with all his might. The strike shattered the clown's barrier before it could escape. The clown's face twisted in panic. How could he have broken out of that space so quickly? Irene Pareira demanded. "Give me strength." Karen Winker's sword emitted a blinding light. The clown tried to stall for time. Wait. Just calm down and let me explain." Irene cut him off. "I have nothing to hear from you. Your comrades are all trapped in darkness," the clown threatened him. "Don't you want to save them? If you fight me, your chances of winning aren't very high. If you lose, your friends might be trapped in that darkness forever. You should be more careful, shouldn't you?" Irene Pareira didn't respond. The clown schemed. Is he calculating? As expected of a human, I just need to stall for a little longer. The longer this goes on, the better it is for you, right? The clown shouted. "Did I hit a nerve? How did you know?" Irene Pareira replied, "You always use such despicable tactics, but they won't work on me." The clown couldn't say another word. The barrier now had an X-shaped gash. The clown grew even more anxious. "This is bad, even that woman." She asked Irene Pareira, "How long have you been here?" Judith shouted, "Hey, how did you manage to get out before me?" She was incredibly curious. This guy was still weaker than her, that truth hadn't changed, but how could he have broken through the demonic energy first? Shortly after, cracks began to appear in the demonic energy as well. This time, it was Ilya Lindsay who stepped out. Ilya Lindsay and Judith wore annoyed expressions. Even Gregory, the vice captain of the Black Knights, hadn't been able to escape the darkness yet. "How did you manage to get out?" Ilya didn't say a word, just pouted. Later, she shouted back, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? That's ridiculous. Why would you think I couldn't do it?" "What?" Judith was caught off guard for the first time and dodged. "I'll ask these questions later." The three of them confronted the clown. The clown was now facing different streams of aura. "I have to deal with that disgusting guy first." Judith and Irene Pareira charged simultaneously. "Don't give him any breathing room. Attack all at once." The clown let out continuous growls. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape unscathed." His face expanded to its limit. "All of you." His form collapsed. The clown was self-destructing. Irene Pareira was stunned by his actions. He was. Ilya Lindsay was equally surprised. Taking off the mask? "Just die here together." Underneath the mask, only a hideous face remained. A suicide blast? Irene Pereira's entire body trembled. Cracks began to appear on the ground. Irene Pareira looked clearly worried. "I can't dodge this. Fall back." Irene Pareira froze when he heard that voice. Judith had already lunged in front of them. She held her sword horizontally. And then a massive explosion occurred, so bright that nothing could be seen. The cracks on the sphere widened, light shone through the gaps, and the sphere vanished completely. The armor on Judith's body was no longer intact. June ran over. "Captain Judith." Judith looked to the side. Irene Pareira asked, "Why did you save us?" She closed her eyes. "I don't know. These kids. Having said that, Judith immediately collapsed. Captain, she's passed out, what is this? He couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a village appeared. So this is the place. The children were bustling about, excited. What? Is that true? So, can we eat 2 meals a day now? Another little girl replied. Of course. It was Judith, in the form of a child. The old man has already given me the job. Now I'll make sure you guys get to eat 3 meals a day. Judith is number 1. Judith asked loudly. What? We can't take on more work? Yes. The bandits came again yesterday and cleaned out the shop. The old man sighed. My shop can't keep running like this. But Judith was worried. It had become a big problem because the Civil War was dragging on. Jobs were becoming scarce, and they couldn't keep taking care of the kids like this. That night, only Judith was still awake. She took out a letter. You have the talent of a swordsman. Someone had given her the letter. This is an invitation to the Chrono Sword Academy. If you become a capable swordsman, you can earn enough money to take responsibility for all your friends. Think about it. Judith furrowed her brows. By the next morning, the children were surrounding her. One little girl hugged Judith and started crying. I don't want you to go. Can't you stay? I don't want Judith to go anywhere. Judith comforted the little girl. Just wait 1 year. I will become strong and return in the blink of an eye. Is that true? You promised, okay? Of course, I'll return as fast as I can. A streak of light flashed, ending the match. The winner was Judith. Judith had easily defeated her opponent. No way. It's only been a year, and she's already taken down a top-tier swordsman? A monster has been born. Judith clenched her fist tightly. Good. With this level, I can go back now. Her eyes widened in shock. Before her eyes, there was only ruins. Judith was terrified. The village had been reduced to rubble. Where did all the kids go? Someone called out to her. Judith Oliver. Judith hung her head low. So that's how it is. What about the children? I don't see them anywhere. Oliver said. Yeah, they were either captured or they died. In the palm of her hand, only a keepsake remained. Judith's gaze was terrifying, so helpless. What did I run for in the end? Oliver asked. Judith, are you okay? Judith looked up. She asked, that outfit looks new. Where did you get it? Oliver looked flustered. This. Did you steal it? The other two looked very haggard. We had no choice if we wanted to survive, Judith replied. Yeah. So that's it. She didn't want to blame anyone for what happened to the kids. Judith thought to herself, they must have been driven to a corner because their lives were so painful they couldn't bear it anymore. We can never go back to the way we were, can we? Oliver smiled weakly. Yeah. All right. Take care. Judith stood up and left. I'm heading out, her hand clenched tightly. If they had lived in a better environment than this, they certainly wouldn't have had to suffer. Judith's face was filled with determination. So that this doesn't happen again. If I can change the world. Standing before Judith was a crowd of people. One of them spoke up. XN, I've gathered everyone. These are all the swordsmen who were cut from the final evaluation at the Chrono Sword Academy. XN said, thank you all for coming here today. I have a proposal for you all. A proposal? I'm going to start a mercenary squad. When they heard that, everyone was excited. Oh, if it's a mercenary squad led by Ignite Crayon, we're definitely in. We're already full of expectations. Aren't we going to become really famous? XN continued. It's not just a mercenary squad to make money. We are acting for a better world, she said. First, we need to make them know our name. I'm going to challenge the noble clans. The others were stunned when they heard that. As their reputation grows and more people gather, it will spread across the continent and will dominate the field. Regardless of talent or status, we won't let anyone look down on us, XN said firmly. With that immense influence, we will change the world. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Sorry, Captain, I object. He said that if they joined under the Holy Kingdom, their rights would be stripped away, and they would only bear the burdens. He argued. Honor? I don't need that. I like things the way they are. I know your grand dream, Captain, but my ability only goes so far. XN asked. I understand. How many others object? Almost everyone, XN said indifferently. I see. Then I'll just go alone. She immediately turned away. Take care. Ignite Crayon left alone. She didn't blame her comrades, those who were content with their current lives, because one person alone has the power to change the world. Ignite Crayon's shadow was cast on the ground. She didn't need to rely on anyone else. She could just walk her own path, as long as she did her part well. Suddenly, George and Andia appeared. Captain, can I come with you? Me too. Andia too. XN walked past them. As you wish. She sounded cold. Andia jumped for joy. The cold captain is also great. No need to be cheerful. Ignite Crayon's eyes were dull. They would just get exhausted and leave soon anyway. XN showed a hint of sadness. I'm already used to being alone. As XN walked alone, a voice suddenly echoed. After going this far, what's left for you? The clown was stalking her. The only thing you'll get from rushing in like this is a kingdom you can manipulate at will. That's all you want, isn't it? What do you think exists alongside you? He opened his mouth wide. In the end, you won't have anyone by your side for your whole life. Irene Pareira spoke up. You don't know anything, do you? The clown's head grazed past a slash. If I were afraid of such things. XN sliced his head in two. She said, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. Andia and George called out repeatedly. Hey, Captain. Are you awake? Are you okay? XN opened her eyes. XN Josh helped her up. Andia said in a panic. Don't move too much. XN asked, How long have I been unconscious? 2 days. What's the current situation? Although the expedition team didn't suffer further casualties, they are gathered in front of the barrier, but because of the curse the demon left upon dying, a barrier has formed, and all members of the expedition team are unable to escape the dungeon. The knights looked at Irene Pareira with admiration. There were also soldiers who had almost been corrupted by dark magic, but thanks to Irene Pareira, they were all fine now. Josh also revealed his joy, showcasing an aura. Spreading one's will is an aura that exerts influence not only on oneself, but on others as well. He is truly outstanding, XN said. So he was like that too? She stared blankly in one direction. The reason she threw herself at the demon was because she trusted that man. Irene Pareira was emitting an aura. If it's Irene Pareira, he can protect everyone. As she went to them, XN was talking. With Ilya Lindsay. This is what I like the most. Is that so? Then let me prepare more for you, L. Ilya was still watching the three of them. Memories of the village surfaced, and she couldn't take her eyes off them. XN went elsewhere. Josh gathered all the members of the expedition team. Yes, but is there something wrong? XN said. With my current condition, it's a bit too much to get out of here. Anyway, we need their help, George replied. Yes. Is the captain planning to ask someone for help? Only one person remained standing in front of the barrier. XN said, As everyone knows, to escape the dungeon, the barrier must be broken. But right now, it's hard for me alone to break the barrier, so I plan to recruit assistance. The most effective power to break the demon's curse is divine power. However, it cannot be easily taught to outsiders. XN continued, If I pass on my own swordsmanship, it's no problem. From now on, I will teach my own secret swordsmanship to destroy evil. X was so surprised, she gasped. Could you be talking about the hero's sword? The hero's sword's secret technique has been used for many generations. It is a peerless swordsmanship once used by heroes in history. It has fought against demons and is a secret trump card. Even without divine power, one can still defeat a demon. She intended to teach such precious swordsmanship. Sebi frowned. No, she said from the beginning that she would teach it. But since it's hard to learn, it probably won't be easy to master. Amira suddenly stepped forward and said, Can I learn the hero's sword? This is such an honor. I will study very hard. Others also spoke up. I want to learn too. Please teach me as well. Me too. XN smiled. Looks like there are many people who want to learn. The stronger the army, the better. I permit everyone. She asked, Ilya Lindsay. Irene Pareira. Will you learn too? Amira looked over. What would Ilya Lindsay decide? After all, her pride might be hurt from learning swordsmanship from XN. Ilya Lindsay happily agreed. Thank you, I will learn well. Amira was even more surprised. Lady Lindsay and the Black Knight. Captain XN said, All right, I'll do as you wish. She asked the others. Irene Pareira, what about you? He replied, I will do my best to break the curse. Good, let's start now. XN said, Before practicing swordsmanship, you must understand the dark energy that demons often use. The clown is an example. Dark energy is everything close to darkness that corrupts and destroys human will. And there is light. The opposing power that can destroy dark energy is divine power. Trust in the gods shines brightly, so it can be called the bane of demons. And the human will is truly the sword of. XN's sword flared with flames, able to replace the grace of gods, the power of the spirit, especially the will to protect the world. Irene Pareira was also drawn in, manifesting it into energy and channeling it into the swordsmanship. XN lowered her sword. That is the sword that protects the world and destroys evil. The others also started to try. I can't feel anything at all. Josh looked at them. Of course, why would it be easy? He thought to himself. Even if one understands the basic theory, Perfecting the will to form the sword style is another matter entirely. Just hearing the theory, and then manifesting it. The others started to give it a try too, but I didn't feel like I had to do anything. Joss watched them and said, "Of course. Did you really think it would be that easy?" He thought to himself, even if you understand the basics, perfecting the will to form a sword technique is a completely different story. Just hearing the theory isn't enough to materialize energy into a sword. It's impossible. Irene Pareira let out a sigh. He had managed to do it on his very first try. He really was different. Irene Pareira asked, "Is this the hero's sword?" "That's right. Though, personally, I think spirit sword sounds better." 3 weeks later, Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira stood in the center, practicing the hero's sword. George remarked, "In these 3 weeks, they're the only two who have been able to materialize the spirit sword." "I suppose so. He's been watching them closely, after all." Luke noted that the one with the most talent was Irene Pareira. Ilya Lindsay was still practicing intensely. Even now, Ilya Lindsay was showing incredible growth. Is it thanks to the natural talent of the Lindsay family? Or is there some other special reason? Steam rose around Ilya Lindsay. "I don't have the heart to save the world from evil. The important thing is that the will to protect awakened the spirit sword. My will to protect." Irene Pareira stood nearby, also focused, his heart filled with the desire to protect those he cherished. Irene Pareira refocused his concentration on his sword when he suddenly noticed something. What's that?" he muttered, having sensed a strange sound coming from the barrier. A line appeared on the barrier, and it was instantly ripped wide open. Gregory shouted, "The barrier!" A group of people stepped out from the gap. Amira stood there, stunned. It was a whole squad, led by their commander. Irene Pareira turned his gaze toward the light, while Ignite Crayon dropped to one knee upon seeing them. "X9, you're still alive, aren't you?" she said, then turned to the newcomer. "My apologies for letting you see me in such a disheveled state. Commander, this is a member of the Holy Kingdom of Aviolius. The White Knight Commander, Julius, has arrived at the exploration team's assembly point." Everyone was bustling with activity. Amira urged those carrying supplies to hurry up and get organized. "As soon as the commander's meeting concludes, we'll head back to our territory." "Understood," Amira thought to herself. Thank goodness the Holy Kingdom's reinforcements arrived. It's the only reason we managed to escape that dungeon so quickly. The troops emanated an overwhelming aura of power. The reinforcements were all sword masters, and the knights accompanying Julius didn't look like the White Knight Order at all. Is this a secret order founded by the Holy Kingdom? Amira wondered. Regardless, their presence where the demons appeared, and her memory of that clown told her this wasn't just a coincidence. The leader stepped forward, explaining what had been discussed earlier. Since the dungeon was a former demon lair, there would be no rewards for the exploration. However, as the head of the reinforcement troops, I will provide stipends according to regulations. The unit commanders listened closely. There was only one condition. Julius insisted that everything that happened inside the dungeon must be kept secret. Irene didn't say anything, but he was thinking a lot. He likely worried that if the truth got out, the entire continent would fall into chaos. He didn't know how much the stipend would be, but he couldn't exactly refuse. But what is actually going on here? He frowned, spotting several familiar faces in the crowd. Why are these elders here too? Their numbers seemed vast. There were even holy knights who were rumored to have died decades ago. Julius just sat there. What on earth is the Holy Kingdom plotting? A week later, Irene Pareira sat alone, his eyes unfocused. He recalled the moment Ignite Crayon sacrificed herself, the moment the demon self-destructed. I'll never forget the way she stood firmly in front of us, without a hint of hesitation. Irene Pareira could only watch helplessly. I just stood there, frozen, even though I had sworn to take it down. Irene Pareira looked at his palms. It's not enough. I need to push myself even further. Suddenly, someone approached. So that's where you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. It was Joshua. Long time no see, Irene Pareira. How have you been? He added that while he knew it was a sudden request, you need to come with me to a certain place right now. Irene Pareira asked, a place I have to go? Where is it? Joshua replied, the commander has recommended you and Ilya Lindsay for the subjugation team. Irene Pareira was confused. X9 recommended us? But the subjugation team is... Joshua's expression turned grim. There is a high probability that demons are hiding all over the continent. A subjugation team will be formed soon to hunt them down. Furthermore, according to the Holy Kingdom's investigation, there is a high chance the clown demon is still alive. This news shocked Irene Pareira. Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira were summoned to the meeting room. Julius asked, are these the swordsmen you recommended? X9 introduced them. Yes, This is Irene Pareira of the Hiei Kingdom and Ilya Lindsay of the Adan Kingdom. Ilya Lindsay looked deeply surprised. X9 recommended me? Why? X9 remained calm, even though she hadn't bothered to glance his way for a long time. Why now? Ilya Lindsay kept questioning. Why now of all times? A holy knight stood up. It's not that I don't trust the Black Knight commander, but I believe we need further verification. The footsteps echoed as the man walked past them. Follow me. Irene finally snapped out of his daze. Show me what you've got. Everyone gathered around to watch the duel between the two. The holy knight asked, Before we begin, do you have any questions? Irene Pareira drew his sword. May I have the honor of knowing your name, senior? He replied, Quincy Myers. Since you can keep a secret, I'll tell you, but don't go spreading it around. Ilya Lindsay was stunned upon hearing the name. Quincy Myers was the previous commander of the Red Knight Order, a man said to have passed away 10 years ago. What was going on? She looked at the person beside her. Come to think of it, all the members of the reinforcements are seasoned, elderly knights. Could it be that all of them were the holy knights believed to have died? Quincy said, I'll let you strike first. Get ready and start whenever you're set. Yes, thank you. Irene Pareira channeled his aura into his sword. The holy knights murmured, decent swordsmanship. 23, you say? For his age, his light sword technique is excellent. But light swords alone won't be enough. Quincy revealed his own sword, performing a few basic maneuvers. To convince everyone present, he had to show something even greater. Quincy stared ahead. Irene Pareira poured all his energy into his blade. Maintaining his focus, he took a glance and realized that every single holy knight here was a master beyond his current reach. X9 was one of them, too. Yet, even among such powerful and legendary figures, Ignite Crayon stood tall and unflinching. I don't want to be left behind. Irene Pereira's sword emitted a surge of energy. He wanted to stand as an equal, and a flickering flame appeared on his blade. Someday, X9. Irene Pareira opened his eyes. I will surpass you. His sword was completely engulfed in flames. Even X9 was taken aback by this. The flames of the spirit sword have become even more brilliant. The aura of those flames was definitely the 5 elements divine art. Julius was also present. The flames grew so large they towered over Irene Pareira. An excellent strike. To counter that strike, Quincy turned his sword sideways, rotating it in a continuous circle. I have to use everything I've got. Julius spoke up. Enough. The battle is over before it even began. Halt the duel, both of you. Lower your swords. Quincy turned back. Julius continued. You felt it too, didn't you? If you had taken that hit, you wouldn't have walked away without injury. The match is no longer necessary. Irene Pareira, you've worked hard. That was an excellent sword strike. Irene Pareira paused. Yes, thank you, sir. The other holy knights praised him. That was truly amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen a sword technique worthy of being an example. Is this enough to pass? X9 replied. No, the verification process isn't over yet. This time, it's Ilya Lindsay's turn. All eyes turned to her. Is she the granddaughter of Lindsay? This is worth watching. There must be a reason why the Black Knight commander had his eye on her. X9 said. Ilya Lindsay also faced the demon in that dungeon with us. She even mastered my hero sword with ease, something the rest of us struggled with for a long time. Ilya Lindsay's eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Enough! Stop it! X confirmed. I guarantee it. Ilya Lindsay is truly an excellent swordsman who is more than qualified. Ilya Lindsay froze. She couldn't say a word. She stammered, that. She turned and ran away. I called out to her, Ilya Lindsay, but she didn't stop. She just kept running. What am I doing right now? Why am I running away? Was she really going to throw away her chance just because she was shaken by a few words of acknowledgement? I thought I was fine now. Ilya Lindsay chose to keep running. She had thought she didn't need to care about those things anymore. She bit her lip, trying hard not to cry. I'm still swayed by the opinions of others. Ilya Lindsay hurriedly ran away from the scene. The two holy knights looked confused. Why all of a sudden? Did we stare at her too hard? An old man glanced at X. I see. Young people are complicated. I looked after her. Ilya Lindsay suddenly, someone spoke up. Let's get to the point. Let me be blunt. Julius stepped in front of him. I will not allow you to join the expeditionary force. That is my decision. Irene Pareira was startled. But, of course, I recognize that you have the talent. Your swordsmanship is truly surprising, Julius continued. However, it is still not enough to join the expeditionary force. Since you've come this far, I'll tell you the truth. Julius explained. Our organization is called the Flower of Truth. consisting of elite knights who have either retired or are officially considered dead. It is a secret organization, and we must keep our identities hidden. The two of them faced each other. Our mission is to protect the world from demons. A spatial rift emitted demonic energy. If these demons were free to roam, they would spread across the continent and cause complete chaos. The boundary between the human realm and the demon realm would no longer be safe, Julius said. That is why the expeditionary force needs to be as strong as possible. We must choose the best of the best, Quincy added. And even if we were to increase the number of members, we have to prioritize the greats like Karam of the Western Continent, the 5 great swordsmen, and the top 3 leaders of the kingdom. Reputation and strength are essential. Do you understand now? Irene Pareira hung his head low, but as he thought, if I become stronger, fire-like energy surged from his body. If I become stronger than I am now, and gain the power to resist demonic evil, strong enough not to fall, he asked. In that case, would you accept me as a member of the expeditionary force? Julius frowned. Do not be mistaken, Irene Pareira. A wave of pressure emanated from the old man. Before you can become that, you need to be much stronger. Right now, maintaining order is our responsibility. Irene Pareira was crushed under the weight of this presence. It was a pressure so strong, nothing could stop it. It was an overwhelming aura. Julius calmed down and said, well, despite what I said, if you still want to join this organization, there is one way. Irene Pareira asked, what is it? Find someone. Your mission is to find her. Find this person. If you can get her approval, I will reconsider allowing you to join. Ilya Lindsay walked into the forest alone. I felt this way before. She gripped her sword hilt and swung at the empty air. X doesn't care about me at all, so I shouldn't care about him either. She remembered the moment X brushed past her. I have to do what I want to do on my own. Ilya continued to swing her sword, determined not to care about others. X said it. There's no doubt about it. Ilya Lindsay is also a skilled and excellent swordsman. Am I really shaken by just one word like that? She had already overcome the trials in the dungeon. Ilya Lindsay let go of her sword, memories of the dungeon surfacing, escaping that darkness. Or was that all I had? Back in the barrier. Ilya Lindsay's face looked as if she were about to cry. X didn't care about my feelings at all. Did I do all of this just to get his acknowledgement? Her shadow reflected on the ground. Why am I like this? Can't I escape this stifling feeling? Someone approached Ilya Lindsay. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She called out, Father? Joshua smiled. My daughter. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The sword dropped to the ground as Ilya Lindsay hugged Joshua tightly. Father. He comforted her. It seems you've been gone for so long that you're a bit tired. Everything is going to be all right. Ilya Lindsay burst into tears. It's all going to be okay now. Julius told Irene Pareira, go find that person. If you can get her approval, I will consider letting you join. Irene Pareira had heard of her before. If it's that person. Kova had told him about her. She became a master of swordsmanship at the age of 70, Julius continued. She has stricter standards than anyone else, and evaluates others with a sharper eye than anyone else. If you are approved by her, I will be able to convince everyone here. Irene's face was full of determination. That is all I can tell you. From now on, the decision is yours. Everyone is gathered here, aren't they? I and Julius turned around. Joshua Lindsay, the man who entered, was the head of the Lindsay family. Joshua Lindsay. Irene Pareira was curious. Joshua Lindsay? Could it be Ilya Lindsay's father? Joshua walked over to Julius. Long time no see, sir, Julius replied. It has been a while. Head of the family. What brings you here? Joshua frowned. My daughter has had some very unpleasant experiences. There are many things I want to ask, but let's talk about them later. Julius didn't seem too happy either. Very well. I understand. Joshua pointed at Irene. Instead, could I take this young man with me for a while? Julius agreed. Please, feel free, Joshua replied. My thanks. Irene Pareira wondered, why is he taking me with him? Joshua turned away. You're Irene Pareira, right? Follow me. Yes, sir. The two of them walked away. Julius remarked, looks like Ilya Lindsay said something to her father. Quincy replied, sounds like there might be some trouble, huh? Julius sighed. It'll definitely be a headache for the kid, given his temperament. Quincy asked, what do you mean? Julius retorted, you don't know? He muttered, the head of the Lindsay family. Joshua Lindsay is notorious for being a fool and a tyrant. Joshua asked, tell me, do you know who I am? Irene replied, I heard you're the head of the Lindsay family. So, you must be Ilya Lindsay's father. I've heard you're quite close with my daughter. Irene Pareira gave a strained smile. Yes, that's right. Joshua spoke up loudly. Is that so? Yes, indeed. Joshua pressed him. I heard there were 4 people exploring the challenges across this continent. But looking at it now, I only see you and my daughter. You have some ulterior motives, don't you? Irene Pereira was startled. Huh? What do you mean? Joshua drew his sword. You intentionally lured my daughter away. That's your plot, isn't it? Irene Pereira repeatedly denied it. No, that's not it at all. It's not? Irene Pereira insisted. No, it really isn't like that, truly. Joshua's anger didn't subside. If that's the case, then by your words, are you saying it's my daughter's fault? Irene Pereira was even more terrified. Joshua pointed his sword at him. Raise your sword quickly and prepare to face me. Irene Pereira hurriedly took out his sword. What are you doing to me? The ground has sunken in. Can't you see that? What kind of nonsense are you asking? Joshua lunged at him. He said, that's your fault for not noticing it. Irene Pereira couldn't argue back. Joshua charged at Irene Pereira. He pressed his sword hard against Irene's. If you couldn't even notice that, it's your own failing. Joshua pivoted his foot, knocking Irene Pereira back as he lowered his center of gravity. Joshua continued his assault. Irene Pereira managed to spot it just in time, blocking with his sword, but he was still sent flying backward. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I only blocked that one strike, and it's already this intense? Before Irene Pereira could even recover, Joshua was right in front of him. Irene planted his sword into the ground and used it as a pivot to flip backward. Irene Pereira retreated. He's not attacking with any calculated strategy. Joshua stepped forward, full of intensity. It was clear he was attacking based on raw, impulsive emotion. Irene Pereira wondered, why is he doing this to me? 2 weeks earlier, a carriage was rumbling down the road, and Joshua asked with a frantic expression, is my daughter in danger? Tell me clearly, hurry up. The old man beside him said, this map is a magic map that allows us to locate an object with blood traces on it. Normally, the light representing the subject would glow green, but after a rift opened, the light representing Ilya Lindsay is now black. The old man glanced over, thinking, in this case, it's something far more terrifying than just magical energy. It's highly likely she's in a space filled with demonic energy. A space like hell itself. Joshua shouted, what? Damn it, hurry up and go faster. Yes, yes. Joshua arrived at Pei Martinez's office to meet him. Pei said, that's how I escaped the dungeon. Your daughter is still safe, so don't worry. Joshua let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Pei chuckled. Still, you came all the way here just because of a rumor. Emma thought to herself. He was dead set against her leaving, to go on an expedition to improve her skills. Ever since the young master went missing, he's become extremely sensitive about the young lady's safety. P said, well, Ilya Lindsay herself is a gifted swordswoman, but she also has a magic cat and a reliable colleague by her side, so you don't need to be so anxious. Joshua asked, you mean those swordsman friends of hers? P replied, friends? There is only one person who is always by her side, a young man named Irene Pareira. Joshua fell silent. He tried to force a twisted smile. Emma, didn't the child say that 4 people went to explore the continent together? Emma replied, when I saw them, there were definitely 4. I assume they split up afterward. Veins bulged on his face. A man and a woman traveling together. Irene Pereira, I need to see that kid's face right now. And so, he kept launching attacks. Irene Pereira was on the defensive. Just trying to defend wouldn't change the situation. I have to fight back. He knocked Joshua away, which only made him angrier. A very skillful sword swing. Is this brat hiding his true power? Joshua prepared to charge again. Then try to block this technique. Heavenly sword. Admit defeat now. Irene Pereira also pointed his sword toward his opponent. A massive whirlwind rose up, and the sky returned to its clear, blue state. Joshua was stunned. You little brat, how could you? How could you use the heavenly sword? Irene Pereira pressed his lips together. You little punk, Joshua shouted. You seduced Ilya Lindsay, and now you can even knock back my heavenly sword? Joshua pointed his sword at the ground. Accept your death. A huge explosion erupted from deep within the forest, leaving a crater in the ground with someone inside. Irene Pereira lay at the bottom, gasping for air. Joshua approached. I got too carried away. Irene Pereira, he panicked as he saw Ilya Lindsay running over. Ilya Lindsay went to Irene Pereira's side. Irene Pereira, are you okay? Wake up. Ilya Lindsay questioned. Father, what did you do to him? Joshua made an excuse. Oh, that was just a training spar. What kind of sparring is this? Ilya Lindsay helped Irene Pereira up. Emma, give me a hand. Ilya Lindsay asked him. Irene Pereira, are you all right? Irene Pereira stood up. I'm fine. I can stand. He walked in front of Joshua. Thank you, sir. I've learned a great deal from this match. Is that so? Irene Pereira said, I'm sorry, but I have a request. Could you train with me next time as well? Irene Pereira pleaded. I have to become stronger. Please, I beg you. Ilya Lindsay glared at him. Father! Joshua agreed. Fine. While you're here, come to this open lot every day at 7 in the evening. Thank you, sir. Joshua left. Emma. I need to rest. You take care of Ilya Lindsay. Yes. Irene Pereira and Ilya Lindsay teased each other. Irene Pereira. Thanks to that kid, Ilya Lindsay's depressed state had improved. He thought to himself. He seems like a good person and carries himself well. His skills are far beyond his age. Joshua's face twisted. No. Even so, I still can't admit it yet. Starting tomorrow, I'll show you what hell is really like. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the mask was once again perfected. The clown put it on his face, and his appearance returned to normal. My strength is slowly recovering. He reached the destination. That black-haired man must be from the Holy Empire. That attack with such powerful holy energy is truly dangerous, the clown muttered. If I don't get stronger, it'll be hard to escape the next encounter. The Holy Knights will soon start acting in earnest. The spatial rift remained wide open. First, when those monsters are released from the demon realm, they will cause chaos across the continent. If there's an opportunity, I must return to the demon realm and recover my strength. No. Someone suddenly appeared. You can't go back to the demon realm now. The clown intended to run away. A human? How did you get here? He looked at the other person. Wait, it seems I was mistaken. He asked, Are you a demon? The stranger admitted, That's right. The clown sat back down. I thought I was the only one left in the human world, but I didn't expect to see one of my own in a place like this. What do you want from me? The stranger said, Please. Attract the attention of the Holy Empire. The clown asked, What? Why should I do that? The stranger frowned. Because you've been discovered. The Holy Empire will soon be on high alert to deal with demons across the entire continent. This means my work will be affected too. Work? What kind of work? I'm busy nurturing power for a human. His eyes widened. However, that is just the foundation for completing my sacred task, turning the human world into a realm of demons. That is my ultimate goal. The clown laughed. Do you know the final fate of the Demon Dragon King? Even if you are a demon, if you show too much ambition, you will eventually meet a miserable end. The mysterious figure pointed. Look here, and you'll understand what I mean. Demonic energy surged right toward the clown's eyes. Huh? That person. The clown, Jun Tahan, shivered. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. He is a truly precious guest. He laughed excitedly. I never thought something like that actually existed. A demon not born in the demon realm. 1 week later, Irene Pereira walked into the forest alone. He recalled his training with Joshua. Yesterday was the first time he managed to last 30 minutes in a sword fight. It was definitely an improvement over the first day, but 30 minutes wasn't enough to be satisfied with, Irene Pereira told himself. Today, I have to hold on for an hour longer than yesterday. Are you ready? Irene Pereira looked up. Huh? What's going on? In front of him were Joshua and Judith. Irene Pereira was curious. Why is Judith here? Is she training with him? Judith gripped the hilt of her sword. I'll start now, Joshua said. Come at me. Immediately, Judith vanished. She leaped up to attack but was easily blocked by him. Irene Pereira, standing nearby, felt the shockwaves. Joshua looked down. Judith reached behind her and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Irene Pereira watched in awe. Amazing. That speed is terrifying. Joshua paused for a beat, then kicked Judith away. Joshua gripped his sword, and after his swing, a whirlwind erupted. Judith managed to jump up and dodge the storm. She used her incredible speed to rush toward Joshua. Small explosions erupted everywhere. Irene Pereira was still stunned. Her power was just as terrifying as her speed. Judith rushed forward, her attacks so intense and relentless that there wasn't a single opening. Joshua didn't hold back either. The two clashed, creating a chaotic scene. As the dust settled, the sword was plunged into the ground. Judith held onto it to steady herself. Joshua stood before her. Did you learn anything from this spar? Judith replied, Luckily, I didn't learn anything else. Joshua said, Learning isn't something that happens overnight. If you don't learn anything from one fight, fight a second time. A third time. Fight until you actually learn something. Judith raised her head. If you say so, I'll follow your lead. I'll keep sparring until I understand. Joshua didn't reply. I'm a man who just stood by and watched. Judith looked at him in surprise. Joshua recounted the past. Even when my son sank into despair after losing to you in that match, I couldn't say a single word to comfort him. I just stood there in silence, telling myself that he would have to stand back up on his own 2 feet and with his own strength. But then, what happened, happened. Joshua looked up. If only I had spoken to him back then. Just saying a few words might have been enough for him to still be here with me now. It's because I was too cowardly that things turned out this way. He smiled. This might sound strange, but I couldn't think of anyone else to confide in but you. Judith didn't speak. Why? If you have something to say, just say it. Judith said, I lived in a rundown house with my friends and my younger siblings. She told her story. To be honest, I never thought about defeating the clan leader's child to prove I was more worthy of the position. He was born fated to become the clan leader, so he would become the leader. Joshua faced her. In that fight, I only wanted to affirm my ideals and my purpose in life. Judith continued. That is the story behind my determination to win that match. Joshua was briefly surprised. It was a story told not just with words, but with unwavering conviction. Joshua thought to himself, that's the result of the entire process she went through. And I acknowledge that. Judith, you've grown, progressed, and developed tremendously. Joshua suddenly turned to Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira, tell me your story too. Tell what? Joshua said. You heard someone else's story, so you have to tell yours. You have to give as you take. That's only fair. Irene Pareira panicked. What am I supposed to say? Joshua got angry and shouted, just tell me whatever. The reason you became a swordsman, how you trained, and why you're traveling with Ilya Lindsay. You've got plenty to tell, you brat. Judith glanced at them. Even Judith. Irene decided to go along with it. Let me think about where to start. He told his story until the end, explaining why he was here now. Judith looked surprised after hearing it. I see. Now I know the reason. Memories of Irene flashed through her mind. He could progress that fast. Irene talked about his time with Brat. The reason he could overcome walls that seemed impossible to climb was because he walked alongside reliable companions. Or the times he was teased by Judith. The memories with Ilya, Lindsay, and Kuvar, it was thanks to fighting side by side with his comrades that he reached this point today. Judith looked down. She also had precious companions she could have traveled with, like Joshua and Anya, but she had turned away and chosen to walk her own path. Judith smiled faintly, and her whole body ignited with flames. Joshua and Irene Pareira looked toward her at the same time she was awakening her aura. Irene Pareira wondered, what's happening? Did my story have an impact on Judith? Thank goodness, I helped awaken her. The gap between the two was huge. Now, the power gap between them, which was already large, has become even wider. I don't want to be left too far behind either. Irene Pareira told himself, one day, I will definitely catch up to her. Joshua said, you did it. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Irene Pareira. Irene Pareira was suddenly called out. Judith said to him, try your best to get into the Holy Kingdom's expeditionary force within 3 years. Irene Pareira affirmed, 1 year. Within 1 year, I will earn recognition from Kroon. Night had fallen. Joshua was in his inn room. That was truly surprising. I never expected someone could awaken by listening to someone else's story. Judith has awakened. From now on, she will definitely continue to progress. Irene Pareira was also gradually growing stronger. Irene Pareira was no slouch. He had shown the excellent qualities of a true swordsman. Joshua Juntahan's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. He buried his face in his hands on the table, overwhelmed by the memory of his son. If only he were still here. A cup knocked over, and Joshua fought back the tears. Why? Why did you have to leave me behind? A sound echoed from outside the door, and Joshua asked, who's there? Ilya Lindsay stood just outside and replied, it's me, father. It's Ilya Lindsay. Joshua squeezed his eyes shut. It's over now. I need to pull myself together. If I keep showing how worried and upset I am, Ilya Lindsay will only end up worrying about me. Come in. Ilya Lindsay stepped inside and said, Father, I have something I need to talk to you about. She explained, I used to think I could be fully in control of my own life and do whatever I wanted. But it turns out I've always been emotionally and psychologically influenced by the people around me. Now, I want to break free from that control. I want to be myself, no longer affected by negative emotions. What should I do, Father? Joshua looked at her and replied, I completely understand what you're saying, but there's a truth you haven't realized yet. Ilya Lindsay was surprised by his words. Joshua continued, when you choose to walk your own path and refuse to be tied down by others, you have to be prepared to endure loneliness and the unwanted negative emotions that come with it. If you want to move forward on this journey, you must learn to bear those burdens. Every human being carries fears deep within their heart. To clear away those unwanted negative feelings, you also need companions who truly understand you. Ilya Lindsay was stunned by his words. Just because you're moving forward with others doesn't mean you have to rely on them entirely. You need to have your own opinions and convictions. In the process of growing up, the most important thing is to maintain a resilient mindset and stay firm in your own decisions. Joshua continued. About your companion, Irene Pareira, I've heard a lot about him. More than that, I've met him myself. He's a good young man with great determination, but it seems you don't fully understand him yet. Ilya Lindsay quickly covered her mouth. Yes, about that. Joshua smiled. But it's all right. Both of you are young, and you still have many experiences ahead of you to truly grow. Because of that, I don't blame you at all. You've done the best that you could. I'm happy to see that, his voice echoed. If you encounter harsh words that affect your emotions, there's no need to overthink them. Those very experiences are what help you grow more mature. Looking back at those criticisms, do you feel like you've learned anything from them? Ilya replied, I just feel frustrated. Joshua empathized with her. I understand. Everyone feels that way. Most attacks directed at us are meant to hurt, but we don't need to dwell on them, he advised. However, there are times when they say something true about us. We need to use that to self-reflect. To fix what's wrong, that is what you need to learn. He remembered the moment Irene Pareira laughed. I also learned many positive things while talking to your friend. He said similar things to you. The two of them had sat together so they could eventually walk the path of progress side by side, exploring the hidden strengths within themselves. You should remember the things that are useful to you. As for the bad or untrue things, just let them go. Don't let them affect you. Ilya Lindsay watched him intently. That is my advice to you, from one parent to another. In the future, you will face even more pressure. But that is also a good thing. I hope you remember this and learn to overcome those challenges. Among all the negative influences, sometimes we make mistakes or poor decisions. When that happens, how do you make the right choice? Do you know? Ilya Lindsay answered. I would stand by my own beliefs, look at the situation, and from my own kind heart, without being influenced by others, I would make the decision. That's right. The road ahead is one you must walk on your own. Ilya Lindsay bowed her head. Even with companions to help, I must truly understand myself first. Ilya Lindsay slammed the table and stood up. Talking to you today, Father, I've understood so many things I never knew before. Thank you so much, Father. I'm glad you understand. I'm very happy as well. She dashed out. I have to head out now. Goodbye, Father. Hey, wait. Remember, don't let the criticism of others affect you. Ilya Lindsay ran outside. I won't let those things bother me anymore. All I need to do is think for myself. Discerning right from wrong, that's how I'll grow. Ilya kept running. She realized there was a very important relationship in her life, something she had been thinking about constantly. At this very moment, in reality, Ilya Lindsay looked ahead. In the distance, light was shining, and her heart was completely drawn toward it. She was thinking about him. She had so much to say. Irene was training, but there was one thing she was dying to express. Ilya Lindsay stood there, dazed. Irene Pareira turned around. Huh? Ilya Lindsay just stood there in silence. Is it you? Ilya said. Irene Pareira walked up to her. It's late. Why are you out here? Because. Ilya Lindsay couldn't find the words. I'm so nervous. Should I tell him? Her cheeks turned bright red, wondering what he thought of her. How do I look right now? What if he rejects me? No, she couldn't. From what she knew, he had always just seen her as a companion. Irene Pareira called out, Ilya Lindsay, are you okay? Ilya Lindsay clenched her fists. I can't. My mind is telling me to wait. I'm still hesitating. I can't say it yet. I need more time. Ilya said, I just came here because I wanted to see you. There's nothing special. Huh? She made an excuse. You've been training so hard lately. You haven't had time to rest or talk, so we haven't seen much of each other, right? That's true. I need to wait until these feelings can grow even stronger. For now, I have to hide them. This isn't the right time to speak. She asked, You've been training with my father lately. Do you feel your strength has improved? Irene replied, It has. Thank you so much to your father. Once I have enough confidence to overcome all difficulties, and I can open my heart to truly embrace someone else, then, Ilya Lindsay beamed. Then I can tell him how I feel. The next day, Anya was tailing Lou. Lou, are you still mad at me? I did everything I could to save everyone in the maze. Lou replied, It's fine now. I'm not that angry anymore. Anya was excited. Really? Then let's be friends and talk again, okay? I feel so happy when I talk to you. Lou smiled back. Why are you saying that? We've always been friends, haven't we? Joshua spoke with Irene Pareira. All right, so you're leaving? Who knows when we'll meet again? The road is dangerous. Please be careful. Thank you very much, Joshua. Someone approached from behind. Irene Pareira said, last time I mentioned that within 3 years. Make sure you keep pushing yourself to improve your skills so you can join the Holy Kingdom's Legion. I replied, yes, I understand. But as I said, within a year, I'll do my best to improve my strength and earn my spot in the Legion. X laughed. Youth, huh? You're certainly confident. That's good advice, but you need to be careful, Kun. He's not an easy man to deal with. Getting his approval won't be simple. Irene Pareira asked, have you ever met him yourself? She replied, I haven't met him personally, but I've heard plenty about him. She glanced at him. According to the intel I gathered from the Holy Kingdom, he's currently at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. I've given you the lead. What you do next is entirely up to you. Irene Pareira replied, thank you so much. It's nothing, just doing what I had to do. She looked over to the side. Ilya, Lindsay, do you have something you want to say? Ilya Lindsay stood there, frozen. She said, next time we meet, let's have a real, all-out duel. She replied, understood. I'll see you next time. A few days later, dust was billowing everywhere. Irene Pareira was training with Joshua. Not good enough. You lost your center, and your grip is unstable. Do it again. Joshua gritted his teeth. You damn brat. I saw everything that day. The reason Ilya Lindsay ran off so quickly after hearing my advice, and why you, Joshua, were hiding behind that tree, was just to go meet your bratty self. This is something I absolutely cannot accept. The two of them lunged into battle again. Irene Pareira could feel the attacks becoming faster and much more powerful, but he had to push himself. If he couldn't even handle this much training, how would he ever have the strength to catch up to Ignet Crescent? Irene Pareira thought to himself, the chance to be guided by such a powerful swordsman was rare. He needed to cherish this opportunity. Joshua's brows wouldn't stop furrowing. You're holding up well, kid. Then, take this a truly powerful strike. Irene Pareira braced himself. All right, give me everything you've got. Joshua lunged at him with a vicious strike. Irene Pareira couldn't react in time. The force was overwhelming, completely different from before. He couldn't block it. Suddenly, Ilya Lindsay's father stepped in. Isn't that a bit too heavy-handed for a father? Joshua stopped. Huh? Ilya Lindsay's father explained. You misunderstood. It's not what you think. Irene Pareira. He's the one who asked me to go all out against him. Isn't that right? Say something, kid. Irene Pareira nodded along. Ah, yes, that's correct. Ilya Lindsay said, all right, but you two have been training for a long time. I think he's getting tired. Joshua forced a smile. True. I got lost in the fight. Let's take a break. Irene Pareira sat down to drink water next to Ilya Lindsay. She turned to him. Irene Pareira, would you like to come visit my home? Ilya Lindsay continued. We've been here long enough. Father and I will be heading back to the clan soon. There's a lot for him to handle back home, and I've been away for too long myself. You're right. Ilya Lindsay turned to him. Come home with me. You can look around. You'll meet many powerful swordsmen and get to train with them, and my father will be there too. He can give you more pointers when he's free. Irene Pareira started to agree, but Ilya Lindsay interrupted. So, you've agreed to come back to the clan with us then. Thank you, but I can't go. A pair of wings appeared, obscuring Irene Pereira's face. A girl was riding a creature flying down. It was Kirill. Before their eyes stood a giant beast. Joshua's eyes widened in shock. That's the legendary griffin. Is this some kind of magic? The beast suddenly vanished. A girl emerged from the smoke, greeting him happily. Brother, I missed you so much. It's been way too long. She rushed over to hug him tight. Ilya Lindsay watched, her irritation practically steaming. Who was this girl? Hugging him the moment they met? A second later, he turned to introduce her. Ilya Lindsay. This is my younger sister. I mentioned her before, remember? Ilya Lindsay did a 180-degree turn and smiled excitedly. Right. You did mention you had a sister. The girl stepped closer and greeted her warmly. Hello, I'm Kirill Pareira, from the Pareira family. The grudge from a moment ago vanished, and she smiled gently. Hello, I'm Ilya Lindsay. Joshua chimed in from the side. Greetings. I am Joshua Lindsay. Kirill glared at Irene, pouting. I came all this way because you haven't been home in 2 years. Couldn't you have stopped by even once? He felt guilty immediately. Ah, about that. I've actually already decided on my next destination. I'm heading to the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. Ilya Lindsay asked in surprise. The Chrono Swordsmanship Academy? Irene Pareira explained kindly. Yeah, I heard that Kun is there. Even if he won't acknowledge me right away, I need to set up a meeting to prove my worth to him. A faint blush appeared on Ilya Lindsay's face. She replied shyly, I see. I understand. Then, I suppose we have to say goodbye for now. Kirill Pereira watched them, deep in thought, noticing how close they seemed. How enviable, she thought, and immediately cut into their conversation. I don't know what's going on, but since you've made up your mind, I'll have to accept it. She quickly pulled Irene Pereira away. Excuse us for a moment, sir. I'm borrowing him for a bit. I have a few things to discuss. Joshua stood there blankly. Sure. She dragged him away like a gust of wind. I'll take my leave now. Ilya, Lindsay, see you next time. The scene shifted to a small house. Kirill's voice turned serious. You fought demons in a dungeon? You've been through a lot in just a few years, brother. Seeing this, Irene turned to confess. Kirill, I'm sorry. Because of me, you were trapped in that magic barrier, left all alone. But instead of anger, Kirill Pereira just held his face firmly. She spoke softly to comfort him. Everything is in the past now. Thank you for taking care of him. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he whispered her name. Moved. Suddenly, Kirill shouted, her voice full of determination. I've decided. I'm going with you. Irene Pereira, overwhelmed by her intensity, stammered. You? Are you serious? Her expression was sharp. Of course. Are you really going to refuse your little sister who hasn't seen you in 2 years? He surrendered helplessly. I know. As long as you're okay with it, come along. Kirill Pereira laughed like a happy little girl. Yay, Kirill Pereira is going too. Let's go together. The scene shifted to a forest where a crowd was gathered, chatting lively. A familiar voice rang out. Irene, you must visit my family within a year. Ilya, Lindsay, if you don't come, I'll come find you myself. And I won't let you rest. I know. Why is this? The feeling of having to say goodbye to her felt incredibly sad. Good, you promised. Seeing Ilya Lindsay smiling, he felt a strange, heavy weight in his heart. Ilya Lindsay. Until next time. Take care. Irene, shall we head out now? Kirill, are we riding the Griffin? At least this trip will be comfortable. No, I'm not riding the Griffin. I want to take it slow, since this is our first trip together. Why aren't you answering? Do you not like being with me? What are you talking about? I love it. I was just a bit slow to respond. I was just so happy that I was a little caught off guard, you know? Isn't that right? Kiri is right. After a while, were you wondering about something just now? About what? You noticed I'm not wearing the necklace you gave me, didn't you? I do have it with me. It broke after my fight with that demon clown. The demonic energy was just too strong, and it snapped. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry. It was a gift from me. After all. It's okay. It was the demon's fault, not yours. Besides, the necklace you're wearing now is also beautiful. I have a feeling it'll help you. Thank you for thinking of me, Kiri. Still, I should have told you sooner. I'm sorry. Sleep here tonight. Yeah, Kiri, before you go, there's something I want to tell you. Be careful not to get too obsessed with the flames just to keep up with the power of Ignite Crayon. The determination to catch up to Ignite Crayon is what will help you grow. That resolve will make your flames burn more intensely than anyone else's. But if you make a mistake by not controlling them properly, you'll face a great disaster. Be careful not to be consumed by your own fire. It's clearly hotter than the last time I saw it. The flames are growing larger and larger. If the fire gets too big, I'll become obsessed and impulsive, eventually losing my humanity. If I'm consumed by rage and insecurity when I can't control these flames, I'll lose myself and might even turn into a demon. I have to control and manage the fire. I can't let it get so hot that it spirals out of control. The key to controlling this ever-growing fire is the power of water. Water can't withstand the heat of the flames and just evaporates. If it stays like this, I might just get swallowed up by my own fire. I need to quickly develop and strengthen my water power to create harmony. Can I come in? Go ahead. I know you're still training, but you promised me we'd rest when we went out together. I know. Thank you. That's right. I shouldn't be so impatient. I just need to take it slow and move forward step by step, just like before. Luann shouted in excitement. We're finally here. Kiri, right beside him, kept a calm expression. She asked Irene Pereira softly, is this the place? Right before them stood a massive castle. He introduced it with a hint of pride. Yeah, this is the Chrono Fencing Academy. Shall we head in? As they stepped inside, someone immediately recognized him and shouted loudly, Who's that? Ryan Pereira Chivas, standing nearby, was suddenly startled. He couldn't believe his eyes and marveled. Huh? Is that really Eon? The surrounding crowd got excited and started making a scene. What? Aaron Jen? It's been a long time, hasn't it? In an instant, Irene was surrounded by students. They bombarded him with questions. I heard you became a master swordsman. Is it true? You still remember us, right? We enrolled at the same time. Is it true you defeated Ilya Lindsay? Suddenly, another student asked Irene Pareira, but why did you suddenly come to the academy? This time, he answered the question calmly. I'm here to see Kuen. I heard he's here. Then he suddenly remembered something and told him about Kuen. He left with Judith a few days ago. Judith has become Kuen's student now. Irene Pareira couldn't believe it, stunned. What? Judith? As soon as he said that, Chivas, acting like he'd gone mad, rushed forward to ask, Wait, I heard you traveled with Judith and Brad. He was so startled he stuttered. Yeah. Why? His voice went up an octave as if he were recounting an earth-shattering story. The two of them are dating. What happened while you guys were traveling? Irene Pareira was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. What? Judith and Brad are dating? Suddenly, a familiar, deep voice cut through their conversation. Stop making such a racket. Headmaster Jan walked over slowly. He came over because it was too loud. So it's you guys? They said in unison. The headmaster was delighted to see him. It's been a long time. They moved to Jan's office. After he recounted everything that happened, Jan said calmly, I see. So that's why you came all the way here to see Kuen? You're training to learn water energy to calm the flames inside you, aren't you? Irene Pareira replied firmly. Yes, I can feel the flames inside me burning brighter and brighter. I'm afraid that if things keep going like this, I'll be consumed by the fire. But Headmaster Yan suddenly interrupted. That's not the problem. He looked confused. Pardon? He smiled, looking at Kirill, and explained softly. I completely understand your fear of being consumed by the flames. Many people feel that way because they try to gain power too quickly. Their bodies can't handle the rapid growth. But you're not the type of person who will end up like that. Looking at the situation, don't you realize? You've done a great job controlling that fire. However, perhaps this isn't the answer you're looking for. Then Jan turned to ask the girl beside him. Your name is Kiri, right? Kiri was startled and replied, Yes, sir. He laughed, excited to meet such a talented person. I hear you're a talented mage. Can you really summon the legendary creature, the griffin? She didn't consider it a great achievement, and just replied casually, Yes, I can. Suddenly, Jan made a request. Can we ride the griffin? I think there's a place we need to go. Kiri immediately nodded in agreement. Of course, good. He couldn't afford to waste time and wanted to leave immediately. Then, let's head out. All three of them rode on the back of the giant griffin, soaring through the sky before stopping in front of a deep blue lake. Jan pointed at the lake and said, This is where you will learn how to use water energy and the water sword. Irene Pereira examined the lake and reached a conclusion. A lake? He thought to himself that it looked pretty ordinary. The next second, Jan stepped forward and drew his sword. I will demonstrate it for you. Jan's sword stroke was slow, but precise. His eyes observed everything, feeling the smallest movements of all things. The next moment, Jan unleashed a straight strike forward. The entire space seemed to be torn in two, and the water in the lake was also split apart, parting to make way for his sword stroke. Jan had actually managed to cut the lake in two effortlessly. Kirill Pereira's heart skipped a beat, and she stared with her mouth agape. He split the lake in two? He was stunned, standing there frozen. Irene Pareira hadn't regained his senses yet. After such a miraculous feat, Jan calmly turned back to ask him, Did you see what I just cut in two? He hesitated before answering. It was. The water? His voice sounded a bit helpless. It seems you still don't understand. But Irene Pareira still didn't grasp the hidden meaning behind the master's words. I see. He continued to instruct Irene Pareira. Try to understand the sensation and feel the flow of water. To master the water sword, you must know what it is you need to cut. You might feel a bit confused right now, but how will you feel once you start training? Can you do it? His eyes filled with fierce determination, he shouted firmly. I'll give it my all. Irene Pareira immediately dove into his practice. He stood before the river, raised his great sword, and swung it down with all his might, causing the water to churn violently. But the result didn't satisfy him. This isn't it. What I'm doing is completely different from the master. I have to be able to feel the spirit of the water, just like he does. I can't rest yet. Keep going. And so, Irene kept training straight through to the next day. The water column he created was much higher now. It collapsed into a downpour, soaking his exhausted body. He was covered in scrapes, his breathing ragged. As he took a break, Master Jan gently approached him. Have you been swinging that sword all night? Jan asked, startled. The headmaster looked at him with gentle concern. Any progress? Irene replied, his voice heavy with disappointment. Not yet. That answer didn't surprise Master Yan at all. That's normal. It's not an easy task. Let me show you one more time. Irene watched the man before him, tense. Yes, please, Master, the headmaster replied softly. All right, then stepped forward to demonstrate the technique. Master Yan's swing was incredibly light. The water's surface barely rippled. Irene Pareira froze, confused. What? How did the lake not split in two? Suddenly, the master asked, Do you think I did it differently than yesterday? Irene answered immediately, Yes, I do. Yan's expression turned serious as he explained, Irene, let me explain. The sword strike I performed today is no different from yesterday's. I slashed at the exact same thing. The reply left him stunned. 1,000 questions flooded Irene Pereira's mind. But it looked completely different. What does he mean he slashed at the same thing? The headmaster had no intention of pressuring him, just offering gentle comfort. There's no need to be impatient because you don't understand it yet. Just take it slow and keep training. Also, I'll be away for a few days. He remained trapped in his thoughts. As he watched Master Yan's back fade into the distance, a sudden realization dawned on Irene Pereira. I have so many questions, but he must have his reasons for not telling me. I'll find the answer myself while I train. As Yan left without a hint of reluctance, a different thought crossed his mind. I don't think he'll grasp it this quickly. After all, it took me over 30 years to understand the water sword. It sounds unrealistic, but I want him to break past his own limits. Irene, don't give up. 4 days later, at a massive waterfall, Master Yan was still hard at work training. Suddenly, he remembered the letter Vice Headmaster Syra had given him earlier. He had mail. It was a letter sent from Avilius. Master Yan read it through and froze on the spot. Demons? Returning to the present, Master Yan couldn't stop thinking about it. My generation was able to hold back the demons, but things are different now. Julius Hun, Quincy Myers, Karakam, they're all too old. Soon, the combat strength of this continent will be cut in half. It's fortunate that we have many talented students, but there might not be enough time for them to grow strong. Suddenly, he sensed something dangerous closing in. Something had snuck up on him, but Master Yan managed to dodge the attack. He asked in a cold voice, You're attacking without warning now? It was Kun. He let out a provocative laugh. If you're planning to train here, you should know you'd have to face me. Headmaster Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll make you regret not taking me down when you ambushed me. But his opponent wasn't backing down either. Good, that's exactly what I was hoping for. A second later, both of them lunged. A fierce battle was about to begin. Old Yan was still trash-talking his opponent. Just how much longer do you intend to tail me? Kun, refusing to lose, immediately countered. You still don't get it, do you? The moment they collided, a massive explosion rocked the area. But Master Yan luckily managed to block the blow. He didn't stop there. He charged aggressively for the next strike. Once I defeat you and become the strongest swordsman on the continent, I will never stop. As soon as he finished speaking, Kun appeared in front of Yan in a flash. The master reacted to counter, but missed. A sense of danger rushed over him, and he hurriedly dodged Kun's attack. The strike hit the ground, leaving a giant crater. Yan let out a sigh of relief. He's really changed. He's much stronger than before. A mocking laugh followed. Kun smirked provocatively. Are you so weak now that you can't even fight me? Suddenly, the atmosphere around Yan shifted. I guess I have to get serious. Sword aura began to emanate from the blade in his hand. A massive surge of power pouring out like a starving wolf, ready to devour everything. A dangerous aura radiated from Yan. He's still got a big mouth after all this time. I've always hated hearing you say that. He lunged forward at lightning speed. Kun barely managed to dodge Yan's fatal blow. The pressure from the strike crushed the earth, destroying everything nearby. Kun froze as he witnessed the terrifying sight. The aura surrounding that sword was incredibly intense. I still can't block that sword strike head-on. While Kun was off guard, a sharp blade was held horizontally across his body. Just as he thought it was over, Yan's blade merely cut through the trees. Yan immediately realized what happened and looked up, thinking, if I keep fighting like this, I have no chance of winning. Realizing that, Kun's aura shifted. His eyes turned ice cold, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yan. Even so, the master reacted quickly, spinning around to throw an empty-handed slash. But Kun vanished again. He slipped behind him once more. Kun told himself that by utilizing his full strength, speed, and agility, he would easily surpass the old man Yan. But once again, Yan spun around and unleashed a slash on instinct. Given his current speed, Kun easily sidestepped and closed in on Yan again. Once in range, he swung horizontally at the master's body. But Yan was no pushover. With just a slight shift of his body, he easily dodged Kun's surprise attack and managed to counter. But once again, the man vanished. Sensing the aura swirling around him, Jan parried Kun's surprise attacks from every direction. Though he looked relaxed on the outside, in reality, he was under immense pressure. He thought, "He's truly fast. I'm forced into a defensive position, but there has to be a way to break this. My perception and anticipation for accuracy will reach its peak. I'll be able to strike the weak points in his sword with perfect precision. And when the final moment comes, I'll shatter his blade." Wait. That look in his eyes. "I see. You predicted this move all along, didn't you? Everything was just to lure me into your trap. You can change the trajectory of your sword even now. Your target was my neck the whole time. My own arrogance and complacency led me to this. There's no way to turn this around. I've lost." As that thought crossed my mind, the final clash happened. The shockwave shattered the surrounding earth and stone, and a broken blade fragment flew off and embedded itself nearby. Looking at C's incomplete sword, Jan asked suspiciously, "Why did you change your strike at the last second? You could have won if you just kept aiming for my neck." But he just let out a sigh and replied, "I didn't want to win against a Jan who was making such a rookie mistake." Hearing that, he gasped in surprise. Staring intently at Jan, he continued, "I can read you like a book. You weren't focused during our spar, were you? What's going on with you? Tell me what's wrong." As he spoke, the sky began to turn the color of sunset. C laughed. "Is the great Jan worried about something like that? You need to trust the kid, Eon, more. I've realized that a teacher being anxious or impatient doesn't help their student at all. Just watching quietly and waiting is the greatest support you can offer. The most valuable thing a teacher can give their student is trust." Hearing him say that, the heavy weight in Jan's heart finally lifted. He replied with relief, "Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kun. You've really helped me calm down. I didn't think you could be this insightful. Did that girl, Judith, rub off on you?" Suddenly teased. Kun snapped back. "Shut it." Scene shift to the night. Jan is walking by the lake, thinking about how worried he was for Irene Pareira, and he starts to blame himself. A student trusts their teacher. Yet I was doubting his ability. I forgot the most important thing. I don't know how long it will take for Eon to master the water sword, but if it's him, he'll succeed. I just need to trust him and watch over him. Right then, he suddenly sensed something and gasped in shock. Looking at the dark energy manifesting before his eyes, Jan was stunned. He couldn't believe he was sensing such an immense amount of demonic energy. With that much, it must be a vicious demon. I have to destroy it immediately. But just as he was about to strike, Kirill suddenly appeared to stop him. "Master Jan, you shouldn't cut that here." Though surprised, he chose to trust her and asked, "What's going on?" Kirill started to explain. She stammered, "I'm not sure." It suddenly appeared from within his inner mind. The important thing is that Eon is trapped inside. Hearing this, Jan panicked. "What? Eon is?" Just then, that energy surged violently. Inside, Irene Pareira was gasping for air, his hands gripping his sword tightly. And somewhere in the surrounding darkness, a familiar voice echoed, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? You haven't forgotten me, have you?" The scene shifts back to Irene Pareira. He is still standing, deep in thought, before the lake of stillness. For a brief moment, the blade of his great sword glowed. Irene Pareira exhaled heavily, thinking to himself, "This is a big problem. I haven't made any progress in the last 2 days." He recalled every word Master Jan had said. "The strike I showed you at the beginning and the one now are no different. I'm still just cutting the same thing." Irene Pareira remained lost in those words. "I still don't understand the meaning behind what the headmaster said. It's so frustrating. I have no idea what to do. Should I try changing my training method? No, it's too early to give up. I'll try every possible way." Time slipped by. 2 days later, he was still diligently training on the lake when, this time, Irene Pareira successfully created a massive column of water. That water crashed down, creating a heavy downpour. But even this didn't satisfy him. A feeling of stifling frustration welled up in Irene Pareira. The surface of the water still hadn't been split in two. "Do I need to try a different approach? I can't waste time like this. I need to master the water sword quickly." The very next second, a surge of dark energy immediately engulfed him. In an instant, Irene was completely swallowed by that aura. Then, it grew even larger, and a sinister voice spoke up. "It's been a long time." Inside the dark space, a monster appeared. It was the clown. He greeted him with a twisted laugh. "Heh, you haven't forgotten me, right?" Irene Pareira was stunned for a few seconds before responding. "Demon clown, so you're still alive?" The clown replied with excited laughter. "You still remember me, and you've gotten stronger, haven't you?" Irene Pareira rushed forward, intent on fighting him. What do you mean by showing up like this? He swung his greatsword down hard, but it only cut through thin air. The clown had appeared behind him. He teased, "Whoa, calm down, my friend. Unfortunately, you can't kill me here." Huh? This place was created from the intersection of your will and my ambition. Killing me and escaping from here is impossible. As soon as he finished, Irene Pareira tensed up. Suddenly, a rainstorm began to pour down. The rain grew heavier and heavier. He looked up, observing it in surprise. What is this? Why is it suddenly raining? Then, the clown spoke up again, bringing him back to reality. Now, it's time to place our bets. If you can awaken the water sword, your will shall prevail. But if you fail to do so within the time limit, you will slowly drown as the water levels rise, and it will be painful, and I shall win. Your will against my ambition. Let's see who is stronger. I'll be watching from a distance, so keep training, my friend. As soon as he finished, Irene Pareira tried to calm himself down and escape the clown's words. Don't overthink this. If the clown is right, and this place was created by my own will, it's the perfect place to master the water sword. Let's do this again. Outside the dark barrier, Headmaster Jan appeared. Kirill, riding on a griffin, flew close to report to him. Headmaster, I've evacuated everyone near the lake. Master Jan praised her softly. Well done, Kirill. Kirill seemed troubled and immediately asked Master Jan, is that barrier still the same? Master? He replied in a low voice, looking as though nothing had changed significantly, deep down having already deduced the answer. Now I understand why I couldn't sense that demonic energy. This barrier isn't just made of demonic energy. He must have deduced that this barrier was created by Eon himself. Everyone could hardly believe their ears. Kirill suddenly recalled that time Irene Pareira had fainted, and she cried out in a panic. No, everything will happen just like that time again. Lou, by her side, gently reassured Kirill. Don't worry, Kirill. Eon is much stronger than he was back then, and for some reason, I'm certain he'll push through and come back out soon. Inside, Kuya was back at it. He swung his sword down, sending a massive column of water rising into the air. The water cascaded down like a heavy downpour. He thought to himself, feeling frustrated that he still couldn't cut through this. The water was already up to his thighs, but it was way too soon to give up. Let's try again, with this new strength. The water had reached his hips. How much time had passed? Even after all that effort, nothing had changed. What am I missing? Where did I go wrong? Can I really master the water sword? But then, Irene Pareira immediately pulled himself out of that spiral of negative thoughts. No, stay calm. There's no time to get lost in my head. I have to be fast. The clown watched his every move from the side, basking in the excitement he had stirred up. Yes, just a little more. The more you let fear, anxiety, and negative thoughts take over, the harder the rain will fall. Keep doubting yourself. Drown in that chaotic mess of emotions, and collapse in despair. In this whirlpool of self-blame, you will sink into an eternal sleep. The rain poured down relentlessly. Soon, the water was up to Irene Pereira's chest. A sudden, surging wave crashed into him. A split second later, he sank to the bottom of the deep lake. One thought kept driving Irene Pareira forward. He needed to surface and keep swinging his sword. But for how much longer? In an instant, his will to fight returned. No, I can't die like this. But his body wouldn't obey. His eyelids felt like lead, and Irene Pareira let himself sink into the abyss. As he slowly drifted deeper, the clown let out a wicked laugh. The clown started plotting his next move. He's finally unconscious. Now, I just have to wait for his inner darkness to consume him. You've got no chance of winning now, Pareira. But he wasn't completely unconscious yet. Deep in Irene Pereira's subconscious, a faint glimmer of awareness remained. I can't see anything. Am I dead? It feels so empty. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered. He looked at the light in surprise. Irene Pereira's finger twitched. That small movement did not escape the clown's notice. He had woken up. His aura shifted. The clown shrieked in rage. No way! He should have been taken over by the darkness by now. How is he still conscious? Irene Pareira spoke to the clown in a cold voice. You thought I'd just sink and die, didn't you? You're wrong. The clown began to panic, screaming furiously. How could you? Irene Pareira explained calmly. Half of this space is created by my own desires, so all I have to do is summon a sword and swing it. No sooner had he finished speaking than he summoned another blade. Irene Pareira continued. In other words, this space is designed to grant your intentions. It might follow your dark, twisted will, but it can't directly harm me. The clown was clever, but Irene Pareira had seen through his scheme. He lunged forward, swinging his greatsword with all his might. The corner of Irene Pereira's mouth curled up. As I thought, swinging a sword underwater is incredibly difficult. It seems I can't change the environment here with my will. I can only control my own body. But that's fine. Irene Pereira gripped his greatsword proudly. That's enough. The clown, unaware of the impending danger, still tried to provoke him. You're wasting your effort again. Don't you realize your pathetic attempts won't change anything? Suddenly, one side of the clown's face began to fade away. The clown realized the problem immediately. Huh? My power. It's fading, Irene Pereira calmly recounted. I've felt that way before, too. When I was young, I was trapped in the grief of losing my mother. I didn't even want to leave my bed. I just wanted to run away from reality and sleep forever to avoid everything, whether it was living behind a magical shield or in the twisted world I created. Those days were incredibly painful. Even though I swung my sword hundreds of thousands of times, I was always disappointed because I felt I wasn't growing at all. Fear surged within the clown. The clown shrieked in desperation. No, my negative emotions are weakening, Irene Pereira said, filled with resolve. But I didn't give up. I realized that if I don't give it my all until the very end, I won't even have a chance to grow. When I lost consciousness earlier, I saw a light. It was an image of myself, afraid. Even though it seemed impossible while I was lost in the dark, and even though there seemed to be no hope, I still picked up my sword and swung it. Because I believe in my own endless effort. I believe in myself. That self-confidence was the end of the clown. He could only watch in terror as he started to disappear. The darkness is pushing back. I have to stop it. As he said that, he tried to infect Irene Pereira with negative thoughts once more. You can't do it. No matter what, you'll never do it. The clown grew increasingly frantic. Cutting water? Trying to split water is completely ridiculous, especially here. He remained calm. Those words had no effect on Irene Pereira now. No, you're wrong. The clown gasped in shock. Irene Pereira reminisced, recalling that the headmaster never said he had to literally split the water. His mind finally cleared. I understand what I need to cut now. It's not the water. As soon as he finished, his necklace began to glow, and the clown screamed in despair. No! A split second later, the clown was sucked into the necklace itself. Irene Pereira swung his sword gently, his eyes filled with a determination that feared nothing. He said softly, "That was the obsession." Suddenly, everything turned white. The barrier was broken, and the lake was successfully split in two. Kirill shouted excitedly, "The barrier is broken!" From the middle of the parting waters, Irene Pereira emerged. He was the one who had delivered the strike that split the lake. She rushed toward him in concern, calling his name. Irene came back to his senses, and the sword in his hand simply vanished. He responded excitedly. Kirill stood there. The moment they met, Kirill let out a furious outburst. "You idiot! Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Lou nimbly climbed onto Irene's shoulder. I wasn't worried at all. I knew for sure Irene would come back safely. Then, Master Yan approached to check on him. "It seems a lot happened while you were trapped in that world, huh? Have you realized and grasped the secret of the water sword?" Irene looked serious as he replied. "I'm not sure yet, but I feel much lighter than before." This response from Irene Pereira left him extremely satisfied. The scene shifts to Master Yan's office, where he listens to the recount of the story. "So, that space contained a demon. It's likely connected to your past life link with demons," Irene responded, looking slightly tense. "Yes, I think so too." Master Yan immediately brushed it aside. "There's no use dwelling on it now. Take this. It's your graduation diploma." He was stunned, full of surprise, and immediately asked Master Yan, "But I still have so much to learn. How can I receive my diploma, Master?" He only saw the old man explain slowly. "You have met the requirements for graduation. Remember, graduation is just the beginning. Don't be complacent. Graduating from Chrono Swordsmanship Academy means that you can express your own ideas about swordsmanship, and that I have exchanged thoughts on swordsmanship with you. It means you are now capable of facing, with Kun, and you're hoping to earn his recognition. You should go see Kun. With your current skills, he's bound to acknowledge you." No sooner said than done. Irene Pereira complied. Scene transition. They were now riding on the back of a griffin, heading toward Master Kun's location. Kirill's voice rang out. "Irene, is your friend there too?" Irene Pereira confirmed softly. "Yeah, she's probably training under Kun right now." Kirill couldn't hide her curiosity as she asked, "Irene, what's she like?" Irene couldn't hide the joy in his eyes as he talked about Judith. "She can be a bit prickly at times, but she's a great friend, always supporting me and believing in me. Once you meet her, I'm sure you'll like her." Suddenly, Lulu shouted excitedly, "Look, Irene! Is that Judith right there?" "Yeah, that's her. We're here." They landed not far away. Ahead, the thick smoke cleared, and a familiar voice echoed from within. Damn it! Irene Pareira walked up happily. It looked like she had been training incredibly hard. Lulu, following behind, chimed in cheerfully. Long time no see, Judith. But before he could finish, he choked on his words. Judith screamed his name in a fury. Irene, you jerk. On the other side, she was being egged on. Keep going. Harder. The three of them froze in their tracks. Judith. That's terrifying. Suddenly, Judith snapped her gaze toward the group. She charged forward like a madwoman, howling with rage. Irene, I'm going to kill you. A few days earlier, her sword had slammed into the ground. She looked up, exhausted, and slumped over. Kid, you're tired already? Take your passion for swordsmanship and your hunger to beat your rivals as your motivation, and fuel your will to become the greatest swordsman on the continent. Look at me. Even when I'm at my limit, I never fall because of my sheer perseverance. I'm nearly 100 years old, but I've still got more fire than you. Now die, Ian, you bald-headed bastard. Judith looked up, helpless. Does screaming like that actually help with the training, master? He replied instantly. Of course. For those of us who have to strive and tackle difficult tasks, this is how we recharge. This is how we, at the very least, keep pace with those who have natural genius. It's about channeling your frustration and anger toward your opponent. She stared intensely at the sword blade. Judith subconsciously thought of Irene, and she swung her blade in a fit of rage. Those annoying bastards. They always go off alone and come back even stronger. I've been struggling just to keep up, and yet they pull even further ahead. He pointed, looking satisfied. Exactly. Think of someone. Judith slashed wildly at the air. Irene, you bastard. His face twisted into a fierce expression. That's right, he's a bastard. From now on, when we talk about him, we call him a bastard. She replied immediately. Yes. He looked gratified. Good. Irene, how about that? Judith screamed. He's a complete bastard. Irene, you piece of trash. I'm going to kill you. He struggled to defend against her onslaught. Kirill stepped back. A jarring sound of steel clashing echoed through the space. Irene Pereira tried to calm Judith down. Judith, calm down. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Still burning with rage, she snapped. Shut your mouth. I won't stop until I crush you, Judith said, swinging her sword again, her eyes glaring at him with murderous intent. Judith lunged straight at Irene Pereira once more, grinding her teeth in frustration. I want to beat him. I don't care if it takes years. One day I'm definitely going to win. Flames ignited around Judith's hands. Kun took note of that. The fire energy was intensifying. She swung with everything she had, her blade leaving a trail of scorching fire. Irene frowned. Those flames were formidable. It would be hard to counter them without sword aura. Before Irene Pereira could even react, Judith shrieked, and he finally moved to parry, simultaneously launching a counterattack. She blocked the attack with extreme difficulty. As expected, Judith was sent flying. Irene Pereira was startled. Oh no, I didn't mean to lose control of my strength, he called out to Judith anxiously. In the distance, she lay motionless. Kun clapped excitedly. Well done. To think Judith could exchange blows with an aura user without being completely overwhelmed. You've improved significantly, Judith. See? Real combat is the quickest way to progress. Thank you. I mean, thanks to you, I was able to find the right way to train Judith. The results are truly remarkable. Irene was stunned by his reaction. He was so different from what he had imagined. Lulu ran over to Judith in a panic, but Kun didn't seem to care at all. It's fine. Judith isn't so fragile that she'd collapse from something like this. She's trained with me plenty of times. But those words made Kirill stop, trembling in silence. She was furious. The two of you, stop talking. Kun looked startled. What was that? Her hands began to glow with a purple light. We need to provide basic first aid for her. Help me move her. Lulu, your quote. Your body is emitting a glowing aura too. All right. Kirill turned to ask, is the room door open? He replied, it's open. She carried Judith away. I'll take her in there first. She let out a long, heavy sigh. Who was that kid? Kun watched them leave. My younger sister, Kirill Pereira. He remarked sternly. She has quite a stubborn personality. Anyway, shall we begin? Irene asked, bewildered. Why are you drawing your sword? I've heard about you from Ian. You want to earn my recognition, right? Why drag this out? Let's settle it right here and now. You aren't afraid of facing me, are you? Irene Pereira stood ready. Not at all. I've been looking forward to this. Kun's blade flashed. Then, let's start. From far away, all one could see was a blinding flash of light. That beam of light shot toward Irene Pereira at dizzying speed. He He brought his sword up to his chest to block it. Beads of sweat began to form on Irene Pereira's forehead. He gripped his hilt tight and leaped forward. Just as Irene Pereira slashed, his whole body felt the force of continuous attacks. He took a few labored breaths. His speed is incredible. Every time I make a move, he pushes me back instantly. I can't find an opening. Irene Pereira suddenly recalled Ian's advice. The water sword is meant to purify the inner self. If you blend it with your fire energy, it will bring you calmness and composure, no matter the situation. He slowly closed his eyes. Don't get obsessed with trying to keep up with Kun's speed. Don't be rushed. Just think like a still, calm body of water. Kun's voice came from behind Irene Pereira. I had high expectations since you are Ian's disciple. You've still got a lot to learn if you want to earn my recognition. He looked up, and the expression on his face froze. He stared at Irene. His aura was shifting like flowing water. Irene Pereira slammed his sword down, shattering the ground into pieces. Kun's expression and his gaze toward Irene had changed completely. Irene Pereira cast a cold, icy look at Kun. A split second later, he appeared right in front of him. She stared at him, her aura flowing like a river. Irene Pereira punched down, causing the ground to shatter into many pieces. The old man's expression and the way he looked at him had changed completely. Irene Pereira cast a cold glance toward Lloyd. Just a moment later, he appeared right in front of him. Irene Pereira attacked, but luckily, Kun dodged it just in time. Still, the impact of the blow shook him a bit, opening up an attack by shattering the ground. Impressive. More than I expected. It's not just your innate talent. I can feel a fierce flame radiating from your sword with every move. But the most notable thing right now is the feeling that I'm facing Jan. That energy. It's as intense as it is calm, just like water. Thinking this, Kun chuckled with amusement. It wasn't the kind of energy a rookie could master easily. On the other side, Kiri sat by Judith's bed. Judith, is this the boy you've chosen to pursue and surpass? If you're chasing after someone like him, you aren't exactly hopeless, are you? Meanwhile, the battle continued. The path the kid has chosen is even tougher than mine, Lou remarked, watching the entire fight. Kiryu walked out of the house. Are they still training? He asked, sounding slightly annoyed. Yeah, they're both amazing. They've been at it for ages without a single break. The sun began to set. Irene Pereira and Kun's battle was drawing to a close. Sweat poured down Irene's face like rain. Kun sheathed his sword. Let's stop here. I can still go on, Irene Pereira said, sitting on the ground. Let's keep training, sir. Kun turned and fell silent for a moment to evaluate him. For a kid, you're pretty good at combining different types of sword aura. But you know, there are some things that even a genius like you or old Jan could never replicate. Aura that surpasses the opponent. The flame Judith controls is becoming increasingly fierce. She puts everything into training just one type of aura, so the pain she has to endure is even worse. Because of that, the peak she can reach by the end of her journey will be on a completely different level than yours. Just you wait. One day, you'll lose. Irene stood up and smiled faintly. Yes, Judith's flame is something I can't replicate. She's different from me. I'm someone guided by many. Even now, I don't think I could take Judith on. I'll hold my ground and do my best not to become a burden to her. He hesitated for a moment and glanced over. People often say you're quite difficult. I'll take my leave now. Irene Pereira watched his back as he walked away. Thank you, sir. I've learned so much. He suddenly threw something at Irene. Take this. If you show them this, even those from the Holy Empire won't be able to kick you out. You did well, Irene Pereira. Irene gripped the item tightly. Thank you. Judith walked out of the house. Judith, you're awake. She held Lou. Are you Eon's sister? Thank you. My body feels so much lighter. Kiri smiled and replied, It's nothing. I only performed basic first aid. Kun let out a sound. Judith, looks like you can move now, right? Judith looked up. Master, I'll be back soon after I talk to Eon. I'll return early so it won't interfere with the night training. She sighed and walked inside coldly. Forget it. I'm tired today. You can have the training off tonight. She curled her lips into a small smile. Turns out he could be soft-hearted sometimes. Night fell, and Judith and Irene Pereira sat on a tree trunk. I see. Could a demon be related to your past life? I wonder too, but I can't be 100% sure. He stared at the gemstone. Even my way of thinking has changed. This necklace definitely helped me a lot. She turned to him. Forget about that. You've become stronger lately, haven't you? You're completely different from when we were at Driali. Thinking about how both you and Ilya Lindsay have become stronger, it gives me even more willpower. It'll definitely be useful for tomorrow's training. Irene Pereira leaned in excitedly. Judith, tell me about yourself now. I heard you and Brad Lloyd are dating. Is that true? Her cheeks flushed red involuntarily. Why are you? He hadn't noticed that at all. The other students told me when we stopped at the Sword Academy. How did that even happen? Judith turned away. Those guys just talk about unnecessary things. 2 months ago, Brad Lloyd gathered all his courage and stood in front of her. Judith, are you free tomorrow? Judith was stunned. Tomorrow? Why? He bowed his head, not daring to meet her eyes. She had said she wouldn't have much time once she started training with Kun. I have to return to my territory too, so we won't have much time to meet. I want us to go out and have some good food, and I want to hear your answer to my previous question. A group behind them whispered. Did you hear that? He's asking Judith out. See? I told you those two have been acting strange since the last trip. Judith turned her face away to hide her embarrassment. I understand. Let's meet at 2 o'clock tomorrow then. Brad Lloyd nodded immediately. Okay. The next day, they went to a concert together. He adjusted his collar, his eyes darting toward her. Afterward, they strolled around the street. Finally, they went to enjoy dinner together, unaware of someone watching them silently from afar. When they returned, the moon was already high. Brad Lloyd spoke up to break the awkward silence. What did you think of today? She replied. It was fun. They both sank back into a quiet space. Behind a bush, the group whispered to each other. Hurry up and kiss her, the person next to them hissed. Hey, be quiet. He looked sad. Does the way I act make you uncomfortable? Judith hurriedly explained. Not at all. It's not like that. Her voice also carried a touch of sadness. Then is the reason you didn't answer that question because you don't like me? She pressed her lips together and didn't answer. No. It's just so embarrassing that I can't bring myself to say it. Judith suddenly grabbed his collar. Damn it. Whatever. Brad Lloyd was completely stunned. Without hesitation, Judith placed a gentle kiss on his lips. The people behind the bush saw the whole thing. Judith still couldn't calm down. You just need to answer yes to what I'm about to say. Understand? He nodded quickly. Okay, she said loudly. Once I'm close enough with my master, I'll ask him for a few days off. You have to visit me then. Got it? He was startled. Yes, Judith almost shouted at him. I won't be doing anything but training. No thinking about going out for drinks or having fun, so you have to come visit me. Got it? He nodded frantically. Yes. She suddenly clenched her fist. Finally, keep training, even when you go home. If I don't see you making progress every time you visit, I won't ask my master for permission. You know, permission for us to date. Understand? Either way, make sure every time we go on a date, it contributes to my training. Is that clear? Brad Lloyd felt his head spinning. Yes, back to reality. Her voice softened. Somehow it happened. Don't ask for details. Irene Pareira laughed. All right. Judith turned her face away. Since you've already mentioned it, let me ask you something. Arfin, he's pretty fast when you're riding him, isn't he? He glanced away. Yeah. But why bring that up? She spoke up, stopping at the Lloyd territory and handing Brad my letter. He kept that same smile. Sure, it'll be good to see Brad again, Judith replied, thanking him. Irene Pareira looked helpless. Thanks for letting me stay last night. She turned away coldly. Whatever, it's morning training time, so get lost. She held Lou in her arms, saying, You have to come play with me soon, okay? Better than nothing, right? Eon, from now on. I have to focus on my training too. Get ready, Eon. You'll be surpassed by me soon enough. He smiled in response. That's something to look forward to. See you later, Judith. I'm heading out. He didn't turn back. Go on then. Irene Pareira watched them leave. Take care, Judith. Kiri let out a long, weary sigh. I'm so jealous of Sister Judith. I want a boyfriend too. He froze for a few seconds, then asked if she had a type she liked. Kiri. She looked thoughtful. Someone pure and trustworthy. What about you? Do you have anyone in mind? That question left Irene Pareira lost in thought. In mind? Huh, Kiri continued. Someone you want to be close to, he asked back. Close to? The smile of Ilya Lindsay suddenly flashed through his mind. He didn't even realize he had been staring blankly for a long while. Why did I suddenly think of Ilya Lindsay? The magnificent palace appeared before them. We're here. This is the Lloyd family territory. They walked through the streets, bustling with people. This place is different from other cities, isn't it? Lou watched the faces of everyone. They all looked so happy. She chatted as they walked. Your friend's father is the lord of this place, right? He must be a good leader. His expression turned a bit unnatural. Yeah, because everyone is so cheerful. Should we stop and eat here first? Kiri replied immediately. Okay. They had just entered when they saw someone slumped over a table. Irene Pareira noticed the man, that person. She shifted her gaze too. What's wrong? Do you know him? He hesitated. He looks just like him. Could it be? Brad Lloyd muttered something. I want to see you. Judith. Irene Pareira leaned in closer. Brad. Irene Pareira couldn't hide his surprise. Is that you, Brad? Why are you disguised? Brad Lloyd sobered up instantly. Why is he here? I can't let him see me in this pathetic state. I have to make up some excuse. He thought for a long moment before answering. Brad, I don't know what you're talking about. You must have the wrong person. He pressed him further. Didn't you just say you missed Judith? Brad Lloyd waved his hands frantically. No, there's definitely a misunderstanding here. The name I just said was Eurus, not Judith. Lou suddenly popped his head out. I know you're Brad. What kind of terrible lie is that? He tried desperately to deny it. That's not it. He stared intensely at Brad Lloyd. Really? You don't look surprised at all to see a talking cat. Do you? He started to walk away. I'm leaving. Irene Pereira held out the letter. I brought a letter from Judith. Brad Lloyd turned around immediately. Judith sent me a letter? Is it really from Judith? He replied. Yes, that's right. Kiri stood far off, watching them. He's completely different from what I expected. A voice suddenly came from behind her. What is it? Lance Peterson. Why are you here? Irene Pereira spoke up. The man smiled. Long time no see. Kiri had to tilt her head back to look at Lance's face. He looked reliable. He smiled. Hello. This is my little sister, Kirill. She acted obedient. Hello. I am Kirill Pereira, the eldest daughter of the Pereira family. Brad Lloyd stepped forward as well. I'm Brad Lloyd, the eldest son of the Lloyd family. He smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lance Peterson. Irene asked curiously. Come to think of it, you weren't at the academy back then. Have you already graduated, Lance? Lance replied. No. Now. She suddenly grabbed his shoulder, cutting him off. Wait a second. Let's save the conversation for later. As the young master of the Lloyd territory, I will treat you all as my honored guests. Sunlight hung like a crystal on the palace ceiling. He sat by the dining table. So, you went out for your graduation exam? Lance nodded slightly. Yeah, before doing it, I wanted to see Brad, so I stopped by. He turned to ask, Right, are your parents doing well, Brad? I should send my regards. Brad Lloyd lifted his wine glass. They aren't here right now. I think they'll be back tonight. Irene Pereira exclaimed. Your father seems like an amazing lord. This is the first time I've seen people laughing and having such a good time throughout my entire trip. Their smiles never faded. Although I haven't explored much, I can tell this place is wonderful. He took a sip and set the glass down. Yeah, that's right. All thanks to my respectable father, Lord Philip Lloyd. He's very talented. Lance just glanced over silently, without saying a word. Brad Lloyd continued. Anyway, I heard you've gotten stronger. Want to spar? He happily replied. Sure thing. He finally spoke up. Eon, spar with me first. I want to see how strong a swordmaster really is. Irene Pereira agreed without hesitation. Okay. Kirill grabbed Lou. Can you let me rest? Brad Lloyd grunted. I'll prepare a room for you. After the meal, he and Lance began their duel. He had already taken off his outer coat. Eon, ready? Irene Pereira replied. Yeah. Receiving the answer, Lance immediately lunged forward. My opponent is a swordmaster. I can't win. The main goal is to hold out as long as possible and land one strong hit. Just as he attacked, he blocked it instantly. Lance was shocked. What? What is this pressure? No way. Irene Pereira gripped the sword hilt with both hands. His sword tip pointed straight at him. Irene Pereira dashed forward, but luckily, Lance managed to block it. He gritted his teeth. Is he this strong without even using sword aura? Eon is on a completely different level from when I last fought him. The same amount of time has passed for both of us. How could he get this strong? His chaotic thoughts left Lance frozen in place. His entire body started trembling uncontrollably. The skill gap is just too wide. This isn't something I can handle. Lance struggled to raise his hand. Stop. I don't think I can handle a swordmaster. I forfeit. Brad Lloyd frowned slightly. Lance. He walked over, holding his sword. All right. Step back, Lance. Let your big brother get revenge for you. What do you mean by that? Eon. Ready to start right now? Irene Pereira shouted back. Yeah. Come on. Brad Lloyd thrust forward, but he easily dodged it. Irene Pereira spun his sword, creating a circle above his head. He was momentarily stunned, unsure how to react. He gripped his sword firmly and leaped forward. Just then, Brad Lloyd regained his focus. Irene Pereira was surprised. He had managed to block the strike aimed straight at him. Following the path of Brad Lloyd's sword, a long trench appeared in the ground. The battle was fierce, the entire room flashing with blue and gold lights. Irene Pereira was stunned for a long time. He had deflected every single one of his attacks. As thoughts flashed through their minds, they dove back into the battle. Brad Lloyd created a high wall of water right in front of him, as if he were attacking water itself. Lloyd, curling his lips into a smile, said, "You look pretty flustered. What do you think? That's the new aura technique I've learned." Before Irene Pareira could reply, he lunged forward. Lloyd's face still bore that clear smile. "I'm not wasting any time, you know." He just pressed his lips together, not saying a word in response. Lance, standing on the sidelines watching, couldn't help but admire. "Amazing. Lloyd, you took countless hits from that sword. It's something I wouldn't have been able to withstand. I know Lloyd is very different from me. He has a natural talent I can't touch." The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. He took a few tired breaths. "I don't have enough aura left. I can't keep this fight going." His eyes were locked onto him, searching for an opening. Irene Pareira seized the opportunity and charged. Lloyd's sword was knocked away by him. He gasped for air. "Damn it, you monster. Is your aura infinite? You keep attacking without a single break." Irene Pareira reached out a hand toward Lloyd. "Your new technique is top tier. How did you do it?" He grabbed it happily. "Are you planning to steal it again?" "I'm never telling you." Suddenly, someone ran in, looking hurried. "Young master, you need to come with me for a moment." Lloyd turned around. "What's wrong?" The other person spoke up. "The Lord, he interrupted. "All right, hurry up. I'll be right back." After Lloyd left, Lance opened the conversation. "Irene, I'm glad you came." He was taken aback. "Why?" He explained. "It's been a while since I've seen Lloyd smile that brightly. Actually, he's been a bit gloomy for the past few days." Irene Pereira asked curiously. "Is that so? What happened?" Lance stepped closer to him. "I think he has a lot to do when he returns. Becoming a great lord is a heavy burden. The obstacle that Lloyd needs to overcome right now is the biggest challenge in the history of the Lloyd family." The man with the stern face was the lord of the Gabera Kingdom's territory, Philip Lloyd. In the territory of Lee, in the Gabera Kingdom, the soft golden sunlight fell upon every rooftop. This territory is considered one of the most prosperous places on the entire continent. The prosperity rose in a short period due to tax reforms and flexible diplomatic policies implemented by the master of the territory, Philip Lloyd. For that reason, he is praised as the greatest lord in the history of the Lai family. Lloyd, the son of Philip Lloyd and the young master of the territory, grew up in many different places. He was under strict supervision, just like the Ly territory he would eventually inherit. Lloyd sat down on the steps. The reason he was disguised at the eatery was because his appearance is easy to spot, so he needed to hide his identity. Irene followed behind. "Understood," he cautioned. "Don't tell Lloyd that I mentioned this to you, okay?" He immediately agreed. "Yeah, all right." On the other side, Lloyd wore a welcoming smile. "Welcome back, Mom and Dad." Philip replied with a smile. "Thank you, son. It's been a while, hasn't it?" "I heard we have a guest," he replied without trying to hide anything. "Yes, that's the friend I told you about." Time passed, and the sky had turned to night. Everyone sat around the dining table, but no one said a word. He smiled and started the conversation. "I've heard so many things about you from Lloyd. I've always wanted to meet you." Irene Pereira smiled and replied, "I wanted to meet you too." Lou walked across the tabletop, the atmosphere feeling too awkward. Philip snapped his fingers. "I think we need to get to know each other better. There's not much to it. No need to drink too much. Just a little for everyone is fine." They ended up drinking for 2 hours. Kirill spoke up. "Can I call you Lance?" Lance replied in a gentle voice. "You can call me whatever you like," she continued. "You can call me Kirill too." He stared straight at the wine bottle on the table. Everyone looked so happy. Maybe I should drink too. He noticed this and was curious as well. "Is this your first time drinking?" He curled his lips into a smile. "I've drank before, but this is the first time I've had this much. Excuse me, but I think I need a bit of fresh air." Philip stood up as well. "If you go to the back, you'll see the balcony. Let me go with you." Kirill turned to him. "Lance, do you want us to go together?" He was a bit surprised but agreed. "Sure, let's go." Lloyd's mother pushed her chair back and stood up. "I'm going to go rest too. Lloyd, don't drink too much and remember to head to bed." He had just taken a sip of wine. "Yes, mother. It's so lonely." Lloyd dug into his pocket and pulled out a letter. "Oh, right. I have this. Finally, some time alone. A good opportunity." He read each line intently. To Lloyd. "Writing a letter is so awkward. This is my first time writing to someone, so if there are any mistakes, be sure to overlook them, okay?" "Okay. Anyway, I'm training extremely hard with my master. It's tiring but fun too. Really tiring. How are you doing? You're living well, right?" Lloyd fell into deep thought. "Am I living well? I'm not sure," he muttered to himself. "I don't know." Out on the balcony, Philip and Irene both watched the scenery around them. He spoke up, breaking the silence. "Isn't it beautiful?" He watched, unable to look away. Yes, it's beautiful. Philip also looked in the same direction at the same time. I heard from my son that you are carrying an important mission for the world on your shoulders. Irene Pareira glanced over. Yes. That's the reason I started picking up the sword. He couldn't help but offer praise. It's truly admirable. Looking at you, I see myself when I was young. There was a time when I was too focused on completing my dream of creating a territory without oppression. Did you miss out on anything? Hearing that, he was stunned. What? Philip explained. When chasing a big dream, I started to be consumed by that dream and lost sight of the things around me. And when that happened, I lost something even more precious than that dream. How about you? Did you miss out on anything because you were too hasty? The expression on Irene Pereira's face suddenly froze. He fell into deep thought for a long while. What? Why couldn't I answer that question? He suddenly stepped closer. Is that question a bit too difficult? My apologies. Irene Pareira hesitated. It's nothing, sir. It was just that Philip seemed to have realized something. Have you been resting properly lately? He was slightly taken aback. I've been trying to take things slowly lately. He leaned in, bringing his face close to Irene Pereira's. I don't think you're lying. What about sleep? Are you getting any sleep these days? He leaned away, avoiding the question. About that. Philip suddenly placed a hand on Irene's shoulder. While you're here, just get some rest. I don't like to brag, but I tend to pay close attention to the guest rooms. Get some rest and think about what we just discussed. It will help you in many ways. For you, and for your dream as well. He offered an unnatural smile. Yes. Upon returning, Irene Pareira tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to sleep. Thoughts kept swirling around his mind. I wonder why I couldn't answer the Lord's question. Did I really miss something? Fine, I will try to rest. It's like when I achieved the water sword. When I let go of the meaningless obsession, once I let it go, I'm sure I'll be able to achieve something. Irene Pareira slowly drifted into sleep. This mysterious space. Why am I here again? What is that sound? Seeing something, he broke into a cold sweat. In front of Irene, Pereira stood a young man practicing swordsmanship. It was himself. He woke up with a start. Irene Pereira looked at the familiar surroundings. It was just a dream. Why did that space suddenly appear in my dream? Don't tell me that even after Karin Wynn's dream ended, I'm still practicing every single day inside my own dreams. No, that's not practice. I'm not training. Juntahong finished his dream. Irene Pereira muttered, thinking about how he couldn't complete it, which is the reason why these negative emotions keep arising. The thoughts gripped him once again. Because of that dark trap, nothing had changed at all. I have to let go of this obsession. I think I understand what the Lord said. Yes, slowly. I have to do everything slowly. In the room on the other side, a battle was taking place. Brad Lloyd pointed his sword at his opponent. Jan lunged at him at the same time. Brad Lloyd was quickly knocked down. Thank you, Headmaster. I've learned a lot. The Lord's question left him stunned. Brad, is there some reason you aren't putting your all into improving yourself? After the aura manipulation technique you showed me earlier, you haven't changed at all. You have talent. If you put your mind to it, you could reach another level. Is there a reason you've stopped developing yourself? Brad Lloyd was silent for a long time before answering. There are actually a few things I realized during this trip. Instead of reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, becoming a great lord is more important. In the battles that followed, he gave it his all. Finally, Brad Lloyd walked proudly down the red carpet. The young master has returned. He's really looking like a man now, isn't he? Whispers buzzed around him. Yeah, of course, but he's just a temporary lord. It won't be easy for him. The old man leaned in slightly. Is the lord not here? Brad Lloyd grunted. I am the delegated lord. Can you tell me why you've come? The man turned to leave but kept glancing back. Fine, I'll return when the lord is back. Goodbye. The whispers behind Brad Lloyd grew louder. I knew it. He still doesn't have their trust. Can't blame them. He's been away from the family for so long. The man beside him agreed. But I'm a bit disappointed. If it were the real lord, the old guy wouldn't have left. It's a difference in skill. We knew this would happen. Those words kept circling in his mind, making Brad Lloyd extremely angry. He gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing his resentment. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the glass windows. Irene Pereira sat on the edge of the bed looking haggard. Ticked off all night, huh? Sleeping soundly really isn't easy. Brad Lloyd threw the door open and walked in. Aaron, I heard about your condition from my father. Have you still not rested or had any fun this whole time? He laughed out loud. Yeah, but I'm fine. Thanks to his advice, I feel much better. He pointed toward Irene Pereira. That's right. Looking at your expression, I can tell. You were so busy thinking that you didn't sleep at all last night, right? People like you shouldn't be left alone in a room. I, Brad Lloyd, will look after you today. Let's go out once you're ready. I'll wait for you outside. He hugged the horse's neck. This is my first time riding a horse. It'll be okay, right? Brad Lloyd reassured Irene. Don't be afraid. I'll let you ride the gentlest horse here. Don't think about anything. Just ride. Aaron, look over there. The sunset is beautiful. As he turned to watch, he was stunned by the beauty. The sun slowly sank deep into the mountain ranges. The next day, Kiri linked her arm with Irene Pareira's. It's been a while since we went out, just the two of us, big brother. 2 days ago, Lou was running around happily. Aaron, we have a place we need to go today. I've made new friends here. She's a black cat just like me. The following day, Brad Lloyd's mother offered, I thought this would be very fun, so I wanted everyone to go together. He happily replied, thank you for the invitation. A melodic tune spread throughout the palace. Irene Pareira slowly immersed himself in the music. It's amazing. If it were me before, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy music like this Jun Tahong. I think I feel more relaxed after resting. But just as he closed his eyes, he was transported to another dimension. It was a pit. I see. This is inside my mind. This is my mind. And this pit stems from it. That pit was created by all the negative emotions from the stress of not being able to achieve his dream. Dark energy was accumulating inside that pit. Irene Pareira suddenly noticed a stream of water pouring directly into the pit. He saw the black mist gradually dissipating, being washed away by the water. My mind is slowly feeling much lighter. In reality, Irene's whole body was radiating a dark aura. He suddenly snapped out of his dream. Brad had been standing nearby for who knows how long. Are you awake? Aaron, I think you've had another realization, haven't you? Irene Pareira started. Sorry, I fell asleep without even knowing it. Is the performance over? Brad replied. Because of you, we asked the theater manager to understand and wait for you. So, how do you feel now? You look different. He smiled and replied, my head is clearer, and I honestly feel much more comfortable. Brad Lloyd's mood became cheerful as well. I'm glad you're okay. Let's head back. If we stay any longer, they'll be sad. Yeah, the corners of Irene's lips curled into a gentle smile. Even though they didn't say it, he still understood their kindness and support. He looked at his hands. Thank you all. After everything that's happened, I've realized how much everyone thinks of me and looks out for me. So, from now on, I won't be so indifferent to the people around me anymore. I'll express my feelings more openly. He patted Irene on the shoulder. Stop saying stuff like that. I already know how you feel. His mood softened. Thanks, Brad. Irene Pareira was startled, his facial expression suddenly freezing in place. Irene Pareira instinctively stepped back a few paces. This is Brad Lloyd? Confused and not understanding what was happening, he frowned deeply. What's going on? Even though it's faint, I've felt this dark energy. It's definitely demonic energy. Griffin flew with everyone through the dark night. It's heading straight toward those mountains over there. I can sense the demonic energy from behind those peaks. I think that energy source is a bit far from where we're standing. Philip pulled something out of his pocket. Wait a second. There's something we need to check. This can't be. Everyone, listen up. Absolutely do not reveal what I'm about to say. Actually, I visited the royal palace because of a summons from the Holy Kingdom. Several months ago, I heard news that a demon had reappeared on the continent. Among so many kingdoms and countless high-ranking nobles, I was the one who received the request for support. Quincy stared intently at him. Philip continued, This is the holy water I received back then. Usually, it's blue, but it changes color depending on the demonic energy. The fact that the holy water turned deep red like this means the demonic energy is coming from a demon. Everyone hearing this wore the same shocked expression. A demon, you say? His face turned serious. This isn't something we can handle on our own. We need to send a message to the Holy Kingdom immediately. Irene said calmly. I will go and deal with that demon. Philip couldn't hide his astonishment. Irene, didn't you hear what I just said? He didn't answer, but instead asked. The demon, wearing a clown mask. That's the signature of the demon that appeared months ago, right? The look in his eyes betrayed sheer terror. How do you know that? Irene Pareira calmly explained. I was also present where that demon appeared. I saw it. Its power can instantly scramble the minds and bodies of humans. It wouldn't be strange if it did exactly that during the time it takes for us to send a message to the Holy Kingdom to handle it as quickly as possible. I'm going. Brad also spoke up. I will also support Irene. The other two were startled by that decision. Brad spoke clearly. I can't let Irene go to where the demon resides alone. Since this is happening in the territory of the Lloyd family, as the young master, I have the responsibility to handle it. I want to use the strength I've honed all this time for the sake of the territory. Philip's gaze toward Brad suddenly changed. Irene Pareira reminded him, Kirill, go with the Lord and relay the message to the Holy Kingdom. She replied immediately, all right, please be careful. He also warned at the same time, Lance, protect my father. Lance was still confused and scared. Okay. The two of them, along with Lulu, flew off right after that. We're heading back. Kirill noticed Lance's hands shaking uncontrollably. He pursed his lips. He didn't understand. They knew there was a demon ahead. But why? Why did they run straight toward it without a moment's hesitation? I can't be like that. I'm a coward. Irene Pereira looked back and shouted, it's that cave. The demonic energy is pouring out from there. Brad, if things get dangerous, you need to run immediately. Brad Lloyd also rushed straight toward the cave. All right, don't worry about me. Inside the cave, the monster was absorbing spiritual energy. More. I need more power. To get more power, I need more humans. The demon bared its sharp fangs, waiting for its prey. Irene Pereira's group had entered the cave, and it seemed to sense something. This presence. Oh, wonderful. It's humans. Humans are approaching here. Before his eyes appeared small paths with 3 entrances, and it was the first one where the demonic energy was densest. As Irene Pereira walked in, a voice called out from behind, Irene, wait, wait. He glanced back and saw the entrance blocked. Irene Pereira immediately drew his sword. Brad, move back, I'm going to break the gate. He swung his blade, and the layer of dirt and rock blocking the door shattered. Irene Pereira froze. What? The space has changed, he shouted loudly. Brad, where are you? Lulu also tried to scream. Brad, can you hear me? He replied. Brad, move back. I can't see you two. Irene Pereira carefully observed everything around him. The area around him had changed into a maze. This cave is a space created by the demon. It's a labyrinth. Lulu became increasingly anxious and made a decision. It's not working. Let me go find Irene. But Brad Lloyd hurriedly stopped her. No, Lulu. Once we split up, we'll be isolated. We can't fall into that demon's trap. As soon as he finished, the demon's voice echoed with praise from out of nowhere. How impressive. You found the logic of the maze, but it's too late. From the moment you stepped into this labyrinth, you were already in the palm of my hand. I guess it's time for me to start acting. First, I'll hunt the blonde one who's all alone. Just thinking about that, he became excited and wore a ghastly grin. But suddenly, not far away, a flash of light flickered out of nowhere. Feeling someone rapidly approaching him, he was momentarily surprised. What's wrong with this guy? He located my position accurately and is heading here. Realizing that, he gathered his strength and struck the ground hard, causing the earth around him to crack, intending to stop the person's advance. But when he felt that the person's speed didn't slow down at all, he paused to think. At this speed, he'll be here soon. He's breaking through the walls. A tasty treat is coming. The demon pressed his feet hard into the ground and lifted a giant rock. His voice echoed everywhere, full of contempt. I don't know what you're planning, but did you come here all by yourself? Saying that, he threw the rock out in front, then put his foot back, gathered force, and kicked it hard, the rock flying forward. The rock flew straight toward a crack in front of him where a light was slowly flickering. Then a collision rang out, just as the demon smiled triumphantly. Thanks, human. A ray of light suddenly flashed, passing through its body. But when he realized his left arm had been severed from his body, seeing that, a sense of vigilance grew in his heart, along with a bit of surprise. What? At this moment, in front of him, a figure slowly stepped in from outside. The person who arrived was Irene Pareira. Thinking that his target had actually managed to slice off his arm, he became even more furious. He sliced right through my body? You're quite. Before he could finish his sentence, another sword stroke was unleashed, slashing through the middle of his body. Immediately after came the painful screams of the demon. His eyes filled with panic. He held his hands out in front to signal for a stop, pleading, Wait, wait, stop, slow down. Why are you in such a rush? Before the words even left its mouth, another strike was unleashed. Luke, or rather, Irene Pereira, felt a wave of confusion. His body felt lighter than ever before. Was this because of the shift that had taken place deep within his mental realm? Could he actually do it now? Could he take down this demon in a single blow? Seeming to read his thoughts, the demon let out a mocking laugh. It's useless, human. No matter how many times you cut me, my body will just regenerate infinitely. As it grinned triumphantly, he slashed once more, right across its face. The shockwave from the blow tore through the air, and the demon exploded into pieces. Irene Pereira replied with ironclad resolve, Regenerate all you want. I'll keep cutting you down 1,000 times. 10,000 times I'll hack you into nothing but dust, until you're completely erased, until not a single trace of you remains. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. Irene Pareira launched an upward strike, and before the demon could regain its footing, he unleashed a flurry of masterful slashes. Despite its initial overconfidence, the demon was now being pushed back, step by step. It frowned slightly. Damn it, this guy won't even give me a chance to counterattack. In the brief second it took to think that, its body was sliced in half once more. Its eyes betrayed a growing sense of panic. But the real issue was that there wasn't a single shred of darkness inside him. How could such a human even exist? There was nothing left that could shake his resolve now. Sensing the demon's loss of balance, Irene Pareira unleashed a finishing blow that shook the entire cave. But the demon used the moment of impact to split off a miniature version of itself, attempting to slip away unnoticed. As he continued to pummel the decoy without realizing the truth, the demon thought, I'll just create a copy and get out of here. While the decoy buys me some time, I'll go find another human and siphon their strength. It hadn't gotten far when it spotted two figures in the distance, looking flustered. The demon smiled to itself. Found them. It lunged toward them at full speed. Lu, caught off guard, seemed to sense the demon closing in, but it was too late. The demon morphed its arm into a giant hammer and brought it crashing down toward the two of them, while cheerfully calling out, "Hello there! So nice to meet you both." Instantly, Lu moved at lightning speed, creating a small shield to cover them both, while Brad Lloyd drew his sword, preparing to fight. But in reality, being this close to the demon, actually feeling the crushing pressure radiating from it, Brad felt his heart racing. The aura it emitted was terrifyingly brutal. Is this the kind of monster that's been terrorizing the entire continent? The source of all evil? The demon looked at the broken shield and rushed toward them at blinding speed. "It's coming," Lu shouted in panic. As it closed in, it sprouted massive claws from its hands and lunged. Despite being terrified, Brad Lloyd raised his sword to block. Their blades clashed, but Brad immediately faltered, a deep scratch appearing on his face. Seeing this, the demon sneered, "You're fast, but let's see you dodge this." Brad braced himself, but the demon suddenly spat out a torrent of scorching flames. Fortunately, Lu reacted just in time, pulling him out of the way. "Watch out, Brad." Even with that warning, the demon was already countering his next move. The demon shot Lu a look of annoyance and muttered, "You little brat, back off and stop getting in my way." Even though they were high up in the air, Lu looked at the falling debris with a face full of terror. The demon suddenly emerged from a nearby boulder and whispered, "Goodbye, little one." It reached out toward Lu. Lu reacted quickly, raising a shield to block, but the sheer pressure made them cough uncontrollably, and they were sent flying, slamming into the wall. Brad Lloyd shouted in panic, "Lu!" He saw Lu trapped within a layer of stone, completely unconscious. The demon clicked its tongue in frustration. "Still alive? That blonde guy already drained most of my strength." While it was lost in thought, Brad suddenly appeared behind it. His sword glowed with a blinding light. An explosion rocked the area, but the demon remained unscathed. It licked a drop of blood, presumably Brad's, off its hand, and let out a wheezing laugh. "Calm down now. It's just the two of us left. No need to be in such a hurry." Across from it, Brad was coughing up blood, his arm aching so much that he dropped his sword. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself. "Because of me, Lu is. If Eon were here, could I defeat this monster on my own?" He had to act. Even if he couldn't take it down, he had no other choice. There was no time to retreat. With that, Brad Lloyd picked up his sword and proactively charged at the demon, while the demon wore a smug, triumphant smile. "I see it now. I can see it. The darkness I can crawl right into." With that thought, it stepped forward to meet Brad. Its face began to blur, shifting into the likeness of Philip. Mimicking his voice, it said, "Brad." Seeing that familiar face and hearing that voice, Brad's heart shook. The demon didn't stop there. "You know it's true, don't you? You'll never be like your father." Hearing his voice again, Brad Lloyd's body involuntarily began to tremble. He stammered, "Dad." While he was caught off guard, the demon landed a brutal punch to his face. The force was so great that Brad lost his balance and crashed into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He desperately tried to remind himself, "Control your emotions. It's just trying to trick me. I can't let it get to me." He scrambled to his feet, grabbed his sword, and shouted angrily, "How dare you insult me with my father's face? I'll never forgive you." Seeing a scratch that barely even qualified as a wound, the demon sneered. "See? You still can't cut through me. You're just being compared to that blonde kid with you. Brad, be honest with me. You realized you couldn't reach the peak of swordsmanship, so you just ran back to your territory, didn't you?" It said this while mimicking Jan's face and tone. Brad Lloyd flusteredly denied it. No, I did it because I wanted to be a great lord. It cut him off. Stop lying to yourself. I can see the real thoughts hidden inside you. Everything I'm saying is exactly what you've been trying to hide for so long. Hearing this, Brad's body began to tremble. He stammered in disbelief. My true feelings. Watching his reaction, the demon smiled to itself. He's wavering. The truth is, I've been making it all up this whole time. If I keep going, I can completely devour his mind. No sooner thought than done. It continued to mesmerize Lloyd. When you're with your friends, you clearly see the difference between you and them, and then you recall the dream you had long forgotten. You might think that's your true dream, but in reality, it's just an excuse to run back to the estate. And just as the demon desired, Lloyd became increasingly desperate, trying to deny it. That's not true. Seeing this, it pressed on. But even after returning to your territory, you still feel helpless. Those memories from before, when everyone had such high expectations of you, you feel relieved thinking about returning to this place, where you once lived a happy, carefree life. But upon returning, you realize everything has changed. The responsibility of being a young lord is nothing like you imagined when you were a kid, and after that, you face a massive wall that you feel you can never overcome. At that moment, you realize that even here in your territory, there's nothing you can do, and gradually, you sank into an unshakable sense of helplessness. Hearing this, he collapsed, his voice pleading, "Stop it. I know I'm not the best at anything. That's why I'm terrified of everyone's expectations and the spotlight. Sometimes I think about leaving everything behind and running far away." Sensing the energy radiating from him now, the demon wore a wicked smile, thinking excitedly, "Yes, the dark energy is rising. Sink deeper into despair, hate yourself even more. With that dark energy, make me stronger." But suddenly, just as it was lost in pleasure, Lloyd spoke up, but it wasn't what the demon expected. Remembering the image he saw as a child, he slowly mused, "The beautiful scenery I've seen since I was little, it has never changed. Even as time passes, the radiant faces of the people in this territory. That is the reason I returned. The world I want to protect is right here." For the sake of the territory, Lloyd ignores the gossip about himself. As I thought, he still isn't qualified. It can't be helped. That was the predetermined outcome. Recalling this, he pondered for a moment, then without arrogance or false confidence, said, "Yeah, whatever happens, I will definitely overcome this. That humiliation is nothing." Sensing its own power waning, the demon was startled. What? The darkness is shrinking? Has the blonde guy been defeated? He would be here any second. Seeing this, it took the initiative to attack, trying to end the fight as quickly as possible, complaining, "You're useless now. Just die." But unexpectedly, this time, Lloyd wasn't just unharmed, he actually sliced off its arm. The demon's eyes began to fill with panic. What the? Just a moment ago, he was struggling to even scratch me. How the hell? Seeming to see its confusion, Lloyd slowly said, "I cannot give up. In this world, no matter where I am or what I do, there are always precious people who believe in me and support me. For their sake, I cannot stop here." Looking at him now, the demon felt utter disgust. It gathered fire in its throat, snarling, "Shut your mouth, human!" and blasted it toward Lloyd. Lloyd reacted instantly, coating his sword in his aura like water, and unleashed a sword wave. Their attacks collided, creating a magnificent scene. But now, his eyes narrowed, while on the other side, the demon raged. "You're exhausted and about to collapse. Stop resisting and accept your death." But just then, Irene Pareira appeared, grabbed Lloyd, and jumped out of the way. Even so, it didn't give up, rushing to attack again while screaming, "Die!" Seeing the demon charging, the fear in Lloyd's eyes was gone. He pointed his sword toward it, his gaze unwavering, even as the demon opened its massive mouth to swallow him whole. Ignoring Irene Pereira's concern, Lloyd whispered to himself, "I will never give up. No matter how many hardships lie ahead, I will overcome them all, no matter what it takes." At this moment, his aura shifted, his sword flashed with a blinding light, and then Lloyd unleashed a strike. The demon's body was shattered, leaving only its eyes behind. Even Irene Pereira was astonished, while Lloyd's mind became even more resolute. "I will never abandon myself." Lloyd thrust his sword toward the demon with powerful conviction. Those slashes made it unable to stop groaning, while he coldly said, "Die." As he finished, the demon was hacked into hundreds of pieces. It glanced at its mangled body, wide-eyed with shock at his sudden burst of power, then roared in anger, "You bastard!" Its voice echoed across the entire battlefield, causing Lulu to groggily wake up, stunned by the shockwaves from Lloyd and Irene Pereira's battle below. She immediately hurried to channel her magic to help them, shouting out a warning. Aaron and Lloyd felt the tremor from behind. The demon frantically dodged to the side, its expression full of tension, trying to take this opportunity to escape. It muttered to itself, "Damn it. I don't have enough power to handle both of them at once. My body won't regenerate any further. I need to get out of here immediately." However, seeing the wall erected by magic before it, it couldn't contain its rage. "What is this now?" Lulu floated in the sky, trying her best to reinforce the magic wall, shouting angrily, "Where do you think you're going? This is your grave. Die, devil!" Watching her block its escape route, the demon tried to break the wall until its body trembled, muttering uncontrollably, "Damn it, you little brat." But at that moment, Irene Pereira's sword was flying toward it at full speed. It turned in shock to see him charging, screaming as he came. As soon as Lloyd finished speaking, he rushed in from the other side, replying, "Got it!" Their eyes burned with killing intent as they shouted. Seeing them like this, the demon screamed in fear. Finally, under their combined assault, it was slashed into hundreds of pieces once more. Looking at the fragments floating in the sky, Lloyd looked at his shining sword, muttering in disbelief, "I did it. I actually defeated the devil with these very hands." At this moment, Irene Pereira's voice sounded nearby. "Congratulations, Swordmaster Lloyd." After celebrating, he asked worriedly, "What do we do now?" He replied, "If we follow the wall, we might be able to get out of here." But suddenly, the demon's voice rang out once again. "Filthy insects, do you think you can kill me and walk out of here alive? I will make you taste hell." Lou immediately realized something was wrong and shouted a warning. "Watch out. It's a death curse." But it was too late. He had already started chanting, only to be swallowed by darkness and buried here forever. Irene Pereira was the first to react, quickly driving his sword into the ground. It gradually emitted a golden light that countered the darkness created by the demon. He shouted, "Both of you, get behind me." Immediately, a shield formed, blocking the demon's curse. Seeing this, the creature was stunned, a force opposing the darkness. As expected, this blonde guy is no ordinary human, but you won't be able to hold out forever. Sure enough, shortly after, Luke realized something was wrong again. This is bad. That's the lingering will of the demon. If we don't eliminate it, we'll never be able to escape this place. Hearing this, Irene Pereira's voice rang out. "Gray, you're our only hope against the demon clown. Ignite Crayon taught me a secret swordsmanship, a technique that can counter the demon hero sword. With that, you can finish it off. Your current abilities are enough to do it." Listening to their conversation, the demon was startled, thinking to himself, "Huh? Are you using this moment to train? I've never seen anyone this crazy. Let's see how long you can hold out." A short while later, the shield created by him gradually shrunk while the demon's curse slowly encroached on the surroundings. Inside, after a while of training, Brad Lloyd panted heavily. It really wasn't easy. At this moment, the pressure on Irene Pereira grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but turn and ask, "Juru, how much time has passed?" He replied, "It's been 10 days since we were trapped here." Hearing that, he glanced toward him, thinking to himself, even someone like N would be exhausted if they kept releasing aura like that. "I must master this swordsmanship quickly. Calm down. Haste makes waste. Let's start slowly the will to protect others, my family, my territory, and my friends, along with the desire to protect those precious to me. Judith, with that will, materialize it and express it through your swordsmanship." Seeing the swordsmanship he had mastered, joy appeared in Irene's eyes. "Brad Lloyd, you did it." Meanwhile, the demon began to show signs of anxiety. "Damn it, I can feel the power from that sword neutralizing my body. I can't let that sword touch me. In that case, I'll just leave." Thinking that, it decisively turned to run away, not forgetting to mock them. "Goodbye, idiots." Brad Lloyd saw this and rushed to chase after it. "No, we have to catch him." Seeing him chasing, the demon continued to threaten. "Just wait. I'll escape from here and seize the bodies of your families." But no sooner had the words left its mouth than a web made of spells appeared. Because the demon was running away at high speed, it couldn't react in time and crashed into the net, stammering in disbelief. "What?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "It's time for you to disappear forever, remnant of darkness." As soon as the words were spoken, the demon had to endure a surprise attack. Finally, only a small stone remained, and Brad Lloyd seemed to recognize the person who used the purification magic. "Does that mean those people are?" Irene Pereira replied. "Yes, that's right. They are the second demon extermination squad of the Holy Kingdom." At this point, the captain of the second squad, Quincy, took a step forward. He said softly, "Irene Pareira, step forward. Irene Pareira, you know your actions were against the orders of the Holy Kingdom, don't you?" He answered frankly. "Yes, I know." He continued to question. "You knew, yet you still stand so proudly? How disappointing. Do you know what impact your reckless behavior could have on the entire continent?" Hearing that, he didn't say anything more but immediately took responsibility. "I apologize, but I possess the power to counter the demons, so I couldn't just stand by. Even if I could turn back time, I would still do the same. I will destroy the demons." Seeing him continuously defy Quincy, Darren could no longer suppress his anger and stood up to scold. "What a cheeky brat. If we hadn't appeared, you would have let the remnant of the demon escape." But he interrupted. "Darren, enough. I understand. Irene, so that is your answer, is it? Then prove it." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged toward Irene Pareira. He also quickly used his sword to parry his attack. The collision between the two caused the surrounding rocks to crack and shatter. Quincy looked directly into Irene's eyes with a majestic gaze. "Prove that you have enough skill to back up your words. Show me." As soon as Irene Pareira finished speaking, Quincy swung his sword powerfully, knocking Irene away, then immediately thrust it straight at his face. He hurriedly used his sword to block, but was also sent flying back. Then his eyes narrowed, the strain clearly visible in them, before he unleashed 2 aura slashes directed straight at him. Even so, Quincy easily handled the attack. However, although he appeared calm on the outside, in his heart, he felt horrified. He released aura to coat his sword. That is a very difficult technique, one that even many swordmasters avoid using because it consumes too much energy. Is his level higher than I thought? So, he decided to unleash 2 aura slashes as well. Seeing Irene Pareira easily blown into the wall, he angrily scolded, "Irene Pareira, is this all you've got? Show me the skills that match your ambition." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly appeared in front of Quincy, unleashing a surprise slash, but it was easily dodged by him. However, his eyes still showed clear determination. Taking advantage of the previous attack, he spun once in the air and unleashed a slash, directed straight down at Quincy. A look of difficulty began to appear on his face. His feet had even begun to sink into the ground. After that, Irene Pareira continued to apply more force, causing the ground beneath Quincy's feet to crack further. This time, he finally decided to take him seriously, but also couldn't help but marvel, what kind of power is this? It far exceeds my expectations. That vertical slash is truly dangerous. It's so powerful that I can't counterattack continuously. At this moment, seeing Quincy still continuously taking each of his attacks, Irene Pareira's eyes flared with even more fighting spirit, and he proactively lunged toward him at dizzying speed, then unleashed another slash. This time, Quincy was knocked into the wall. Watching from the outside, the members of the Red Knights were stunned and exclaimed, "No way, he knocked back Sir Quincy." At this point, Quincy's voice gradually became excited. "Impressive. This is the first time in a while I've felt my blood boiling." Saying that, he gently rotated the sword in his hand. It slowly passed through each of his fingers smoothly, gradually forming extremely fast spirals. Then, just by gently moving the sword back and forth, the surrounding rocks were easily sliced into pieces. Then Quincy kicked off the ground and lunged toward Irene Pareira. He also quickly reacted to parry. However, he was very quickly pushed back. After a while, the sword in his hand was knocked away by Quincy, but he didn't stop, appearing beside him to prepare to deliver the final blow. Feeling the overwhelming power behind his master's seriousness, Irene Pareira gritted his teeth. Every strike was incredibly heavy. Just maintaining his balance was a struggle, but I can tell he's still going easy on me. If he used his full strength, I would have been down long ago. This definitely isn't easy. I still have such a long way to go, a level I haven't even touched yet. The road ahead is endless, but I'm not giving up. One step, then two, moving forward. I'll definitely reach it. Watching Irene Pareira turn a dangerous situation into safety, and seeing that smile, Quincy was momentarily stunned. He knocked him back. Even though Irene quickly regained his balance, Quincy let out a sigh of relief and slowly began to speak. "Irene Pareira, from this moment on, you are joining the demon hunting squad." Receiving such a sudden invitation, Irene was momentarily caught off guard. Darren, standing nearby, was startled and quickly objected. "Captain, isn't this decision a bit rushed?" But the captain countered, "You saw it yourself, didn't you? Right? He has the skills to conquer the demon. I will speak to the commander directly. I acknowledge you, Irene Pareira. You are a true swordsman now." Although receiving a direct invitation from Quincy made him feel incredibly honored, he hesitated. "Thank you, sir. But I must apologize." The captain asked in surprise, "Apologize? What do you mean? He replied with determination. I want to postpone joining the Demon Hunter Corps. The captain asked why, and Irene Pareira replied frankly, because I realize I still have shortcomings. Quincy didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he was curious. What do you mean by shortcomings? He replied slowly. I realized it after coming here. To pursue a distant dream, I have been indifferent to those around me, my family, those who have always believed in me and waited for me. Even though I was a mess and full of flaws, it's a blessing to have friends who always encourage me and give me courage. I was too indifferent to those precious people, and only now do I realize that shortcoming. Before I start saving the continent, I must first become a good son to my parents. Before becoming a hero who defeats demons, I have to become a good brother, a good friend, and a good disciple. Right now, more than my own dreams, I want to give my heart to those who are precious to me. Finishing his words, Irene Pareira planted his sword into the ground, knelt on one knee to show his sincerity, and said, Please give me more time. I swear upon my sword. Once I am more mature and composed, I will definitely accept your invitation. The scene shifts to the Lloyd family mansion. Philip's joyful voice rings out. Brad, you're back. Are you really okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Facing his enthusiasm, he shyly replied, I'm fine, father. I'm safe. You don't need to worry about me. However, he still moved forward to embrace his son, tears rolling down his cheeks. Philip Lloyd trembled as he said, I knew you could do it, Brad. I am truly so proud of you. He wrapped his arms around him and replied softly, Thank you. At the same time, in a nearby room, Darren asked, Have you made your decision? Quincy replied, Darren, you know it, right? Being buried by noble ideals and forgetting reality is not the right thing to do. Even God doesn't want his children to walk only on a difficult path. Stunned by his answer, he hesitated. I understand. But here, the captain cut him off and continued, I do feel quite regretful. Through investigations and reports, we know that the clown demon's army and other demon species have expanded across this continent more than we thought. If Irene Pereira joined the Demon Hunter Corps, it would be a huge boost. But we are not exactly lacking in strength right now, so let's trust him. Trust the words he said about being more mature and composed. Suddenly, there was a steady knock on the door. Quincy asked suspiciously, Who's there? The person outside said calmly, It's Brad Lloyd. May I come in? He replied, Come in. Brad Lloyd slowly opened the door and entered. He went straight to the point. I won't take much of your time. I just want your guidance through a duel. Quincy frowned, contemplating as he looked at Brad Lloyd. He added, I know this is a bit presumptuous, and you might think I'm not worthy. I never dared to think about joining the Demon Hunter Corps, but at the very least, I want the ability to protect this territory and its people from unknown future disasters. I want to be strong enough to hold off demons until the Knights of the Holy Kingdom arrive. Somehow, I want to reach that level. He silently assessed the young man before him. You have the potential to lead the territory. I heard you reach the level of a master in the recent battle with the demon, Brad Lloyd said earnestly. So please, I beg you to teach me. Quincy nodded, thinking to himself, You're not bad, you just became a master. He waved his hand. Very well, I will head to the training ground. You two should go there with Irene Pereira. He answered loudly with excitement. Yes, I understand. Thank you, sir. A moment later, down at the training ground, Quincy said calmly, What I am about to show you is the sword art of the Holy Kingdom. As soon as he finished, Brad Lloyd and Irene Pereira were filled with astonishment. He lowered his eyes and slowly drew his sword. Don't feel burdened. Since you both have reached the master level, you surely have your own styles. Whether you learn this or not is your choice. The sword technique I am about to show you is built entirely on the condition of using aura. The Knights of the Holy Kingdom can use divine power just like aura. Both seem to have the same thought. Power, like aura. Quincy swung his sword, releasing a ball of energy. Thanks to that, they can control more aura than swordsmen from other kingdoms. Based on that vast amount of aura, we coat our swords in aura and shape it however we desire. He stared in amazement. Aura in the shape of a sphere? It's similar to the technique Ignite Crayon uses. He unleashed another move. The aura I control can be fired or change its shape to suit the objective. I can even expand my aura to create a barrier and use it for defense. This technique can completely change the outcome of a battle depending on how you use it. Instruction over. If you are interested, practice it now. Start by focusing on the tip of your sword. Both replied in unison, Yes. A while later, Irene Pereira focused and pondered. I successfully focused my aura at the sword's tip, but doing anything else is impossible. If I waste even a bit of energy, I'll be exhausted instantly. Beside him, Brad was panting with exhaustion. The aura consumption is higher than I thought. Even focusing it at the tip is not easy, but I'm not someone who gives up easily. Just you wait. I will definitely be able to do it. At the same time, in a pub in town, a lonely figure sat quietly in the corner of the room, drinking gloomily. Even Brad has become a master, while I'm still stuck in one place. When the demon appeared, I was the only one frozen in fear. I'm so pathetic. I truly hate myself like this. Don't let your inferiority consume you. Use it to grow. I always remind myself of Ilya's words, but it's so hard to get rid of this feeling of incompetence. What should I do? Suddenly, a gentle voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Lance. He was startled to see Irene Pareira approaching. She smiled. May I join you? Kirill hesitated. I haven't seen you since that day, so I was worried that something had happened. Lance laughed upon hearing this. Nothing happened. I just had a few things I needed to think about alone. Kirill. You know, sometimes just saying what's on your mind to someone else can help you feel better. She reached out and took his hand. Lan felt flustered and embarrassed. Kirill looked down, blushing. I thought I made myself pretty clear already. I guess I've just never done this before. I want to understand you better, Lan said. Please, just tell me. The next day, a few figures slowly made their way into the city. Quincy spoke up. Keep it quiet. The subordinates bowed and acknowledged him. Walking past the training grounds, he suddenly stopped. It was Lance, still pushing himself to train deep into the night. Even though his body was exhausted, his mind kept drifting back to yesterday. Brad Lloyd remembered Kirill's words, I don't think you're wrong. No matter how great someone is, they still have their own insecurities. Everyone carries their own pain deep in their hearts, but they all keep moving forward, struggling through the hard days. I'm sure you've fought through those days too. That's how you made it to where you are today. If things ever get too hard to handle, how about you let me walk that path with you? Just like how you spoke your mind today. He thought to himself, Kirill, thank you. Your words were such a comfort. I'll try to be brave once again. I won't let your warm heart go to waste. Quincy smiled faintly. I'm certain there are many talented youngsters in this generation. At the same time, Kirill was beaming. We're finally almost home at the estate. Brother, Mom and Dad are going to be so happy. After such a long time, I'll finally get to see my friends again. Irene Pareira didn't respond, lost in thought. He seemed to remember something. Wait, hold on. There's one place I want to visit before we head back to the estate. Kirill looked confused. Huh? Where? Irene Pareira replied calmly. The Western Continent. Let's go see Ilya Lindsay first. The next day, everyone gathered at the city gate early. Brad Lloyd spoke up excitedly. Irene, get ready for when we meet again. He looked confused. Why? He raised his voice. Who knows how much a guy like Lloyd will grow? Not even I can guess. Hearing this, Irene Pareira laughed. I get it now. Beside them, Lance and Kirill accidentally caught each other's eyes. Both smiled quietly without saying a word. He climbed onto the griffin. All right, we're heading out. Brad Lloyd waved. Take care of yourself. Lou also answered happily. Goodbye. See you later. You take care too. A while later, once they were steady in the sky, Kirill narrowed his eyes at Irene Pareira with a knowing look. By the way, that was pretty surprising, wasn't it? I didn't think you'd actually go to see Ilya Lindsay, big brother. He looked out into the distance, his voice laced with a bit of helplessness. After this, we probably won't be leaving the estate for a while. Besides, I made a promise to Ilya Lindsay, and who knows, maybe it's a precious bond of fate. I've just been thinking about it so much. This feeling. I want to understand it better. Irene Pareira announced. We've arrived. The Lindsay Kingdom. Lou looked around. Maybe that's the Lindsay family mansion? Kirill exclaimed. It's bigger than I thought. He nodded. And there are so many people coming and going. We'll have to wait in line, huh? Suddenly, someone stepping out of a carriage drew their attention. Bill seemed to notice them too. He frowned and stepped forward to block their path. Hey, this isn't a place for beggars to be wandering around. Get lost. She snapped angrily. What? Beggars? Bill spoke with an arrogant tone. Today is the birthday of the Lord of the Lindsay family, Joshua Lindsay, and it's the first time in 8 years that outside guests have been invited. But you people showing up to the Lindsay estate in those rags is just rude, Kirill retorted heatedly. Hey, are you done yet? Do you even know who you're talking to? He looked at them with contempt. Just looking at your clothes, I can tell you're nobodies. The argument drew the attention of those around them. There was a conflict at the gate. A man frowned, recognizing the troublemaker as that guy from the Stenton family. The person next to him seemed to realize who that infamous guy was. He shook his head slightly. Only that kid would cause trouble around here. He was the principal of the Swordsmanship Academy, Master Joseph, the eldest son of the Stenton family, Bill Stenton. Kirill's shouting didn't die down at all. I bet you're only called a swordsman because you carry a sword around, huh? I'm sure that blade is already covered in rust. He flew into a rage at that. What did you say? Are you done? Because now it's my turn. Joseph sighed helplessly. He causes trouble everywhere he goes, but who would have thought he'd be picking a fight at the main gate of the Lindsay estate? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the person standing next to Kirill. Wait, that young man looks familiar. Have I met him somewhere before? Irene Pareira spoke up to intervene. Kirill, calm down. The huge mansion doors suddenly swung open. A man with a dark expression quickly walked over. People nearby recognized him as Joshua Lindsay. He spoke in a low voice. Irene Pareira, what are you doing here? Bill was shocked. Irene Pareira? Don't tell me. The one from the proof grounds? Joseph was equally panicked. Irene Pareira. Now I remember. The champion of the proof grounds, the one who fought Ilya Lindsay and became a sword master. He felt awkward. Happy birthday, sir. Joshua gave a cold huff. Forget that. You came to see my daughter, right? Follow me, Irene Pareira. Let's see how much you've improved. Very quickly, the two made it to the massive training grounds, while everyone else stayed to watch from above. Joseph was incredibly excited. This is so lucky. We just arrived at the Lindsay mansion, and not only do I get to see the Lord fight, but I get to witness the strength of that young man too. Joshua spoke coldly. Are you ready? He gave a single nod. Yes, I am. The Lord's eyes turned sharp. Then let's begin. Irene Pareira gripped his sword tightly. Both figures lunged forward simultaneously. The ground began to shake. After images flickered, appearing and disappearing so fast they were hard to track. Punches and kicks were unleashed. The shockwaves were so violent they cracked the ground. Bill stood stunned, jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was seeing. No way. The ground cracked just from the impact? Is that the level of a true swordmaster? The collisions were relentless, the fighting spirit growing more and more intense. Joshua swung his blade horizontally. A whirlwind curled up, tearing the earth apart. Irene Pareira twisted his wrist and swung his sword to meet it. Sword light exploded, blocking the incoming gale. The wind pressure pushed down, and everything around them shook violently. Joseph's eyes widened in amazement. That's incredible. He blocked it. Joshua smirked. This kid, that's the energy of water. He's found stability and is growing even stronger. I guess I'll have to get serious now. I'm sure your ability isn't just limited to this, right? He stood there, dust and rocks swirling around him. Sword aura flared up, and he charged straight forward. Irene Pareira quickly raised his sword, blocking the attack head-on. The force of the collision exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. He roared in frustration. Your reaction to that surprise attack is still sloppy. I don't see any improvement compared to before. At this level? What kind of swordsmanship is that? It's probably even below a professional's. Everyone seemed to be thinking the same thing. His words were truly harsh. He raised his voice in protest. You're right, sir. I apologize. I will train harder. Joshua frowned. He felt like he disliked him even more now. There was no way to get a rise out of him. Irene, I'll give you some time. He looked confused. Yes, he continued. I heard you have a special attack. An attack that's on a completely different level, but it takes time to set up. Show it to me. Irene Pareira's eyes burned with the determination of the strongest swordsman he currently was. He tightened his grip on his sword. Irene Pareira spoke up, reminding him, If it's that move, you'll need to be careful, sir. He chuckled coldly, his eyes taunting him. I like that. Don't worry about me. Just get ready. His expression remained calm as he channeled his energy into the tip of his blade. Sword aura flared around him, and the pressure instantly surged. Joshua's eyes widened in horror, his expression shifting slightly. What kind of massive aura is that? I made a mistake. How am I supposed to block that? I can't take back what I just said, so... Do I really have to use the heavenly sword? The ground at Juntahong shook violently, cracking into pieces. A fierce wind roared, and a tornado erupted, tearing through the space. Everyone was terrified and began to run away. That's the heavenly sword run. The sword aura converged, blue light swirled around him, and the pressure rose as if about to explode. Irene Pareira gripped the hilt tighter, his inner fire surging along with it. Both charged at once, their powers colliding violently in the middle of Juntahong. A blinding light erupted, and shockwaves rippled outward. The area was plunged into chaos, with dust and smoke rising thick in the air. Boo stared with his jaw dropped at the shattered battlefield before him. Joshua looked a bit flustered, seeing him lying unconscious on the ground. Did I go a bit too far? I held back at the last second, so he should be fine. I should try praising him next time. Suddenly, Ilya Lindsay's scream startled him. Dad, what's going on? Why did you suddenly use the heavenly sword? Irene Pareira. Why is he lying there? Joshua quickly moved to stop her. It's nothing, honey. It was just a sparring match. Irene Pareira is truly amazing. I never expected him to grow so much in such a short time. He's really talented. Ilya Lindsay was fuming. Then, why, exactly, did you use the first form of the heavenly sword in a sparring match, Dad? He whimpered. Don't worry. I pulled back at the last second. The kid is fine. She completely ignored Joshua, hoisted Irene onto her back, and took off. That's enough. We'll talk about this later, she shouted, leaving him screaming behind her. Ilya Lindsay, I'm sorry. As the Lord, I created this mess right in front of the guests. Joshua waved his hand. It's all right. It was an honor for us to see you fight. Joshua sighed. I'll have the servants take everyone back to their rooms. At the same time, Bill had just returned to the guest room, his mind still fixated on the battle he had just witnessed. That match was truly astonishing. In that moment, both of them had reached the level of a master swordsman. No, a level even beyond that. Just watching them fight taught me so much. I must use this opportunity to connect with the Pereira and Lindsay families. Irene Pareira was in a daze at that moment. It's so dark. I passed out during the spar. The Lord's sword technique is truly powerful. Compared to him, my journey ahead is still a long one. Losing consciousness in a sparring match is like dying in a real battle. Even if it was just practice, I should have given it my all instead of passing out. Come to think of it, something like this has happened before. He opened his eyes, his consciousness blurry, and softly muttered, X9. Ilya Lindsay's face darkened. What? X9? Irene Pareira was startled. Ilya Lindsay. She awkwardly laughed. Oh my, no, I have to keep my cool. Irene Pareira, you passed out after the fight, so I brought you back to the guest room. Are you feeling better? He nodded. I'm fine, I just blacked out for a moment. Ilya Lindsay bit her lip nervously. I'm sorry. Because of my father, you ended up like this. I'm truly sorry. Irene Pareira shrugged. It's fine. It was just a normal spar. She suddenly looked excited. I heard from Kiri and Lou that you decided to come here first before heading home, right? He replied. That's right. Ilya Lindsay blushed shyly. Who would have thought you'd do that? I thought you would have forgotten and never appear before me again. But, Irene Pareira, can you tell me about what you said earlier? He asked, confused. What did I say? She hung her head low. You suddenly mentioned X9 after waking up. Irene Pareira stammered. That. I passed out after a fight with 9 once. I felt like this situation was similar, so I guess I said that name unconsciously. Ilya Lindsay fell silent for a moment. That's it? Then, it's no problem. Oh, right. Since you're awake, I should go. Actually, I wanted to talk to you longer, but there are so many guests outside, so I'm really busy. Without waiting for his response, she rushed to the door. Let's meet after dinner. Okay, Irene Pareira replied, bewildered. See you then. Irene stared blankly at her retreating figure. It's good to see each other after such a long time, but that was a bit rushed. What a shame. Suddenly, the door swung open. Kiri burst in aggressively. Brother, what happened between you two? Irene Pareira smiled. Kirill, what do you mean? I don't think anything happened. We just chatted for a bit. She looked at him with concern. Nothing happened? Really? Did you see Lady Ilya Lindsay when she left your room? Lady Ilya Lindsay looked absolutely annoyed. Even though it seemed like she was trying not to show it, the atmosphere around her was. Irene paused, his expression stiffening. No way. We didn't say anything to make her angry. Kiri shouted irritably. Tell me right now, what happened? A moment later, she sighed in frustration. It's not about whose name, but that person's name. You idiot. Lou spoke up distractedly. Wasn't it just a misunderstanding? He blinked, but she looked fine after I explained it. Kiri looked completely helpless. Brother, why are you taking this so lightly? Lou, beside them, suddenly smelled something. He took a deep breath. It smells so good. Lou followed the scent to the balcony. I smell something delicious. There's a lot of fish over there, isn't there? I love it. Boo chuckled to himself. Hook, line, and sinker. You're Lou the cat wizard, right? There's plenty of food here. If you haven't eaten, would you like to join me? He replied. Absolutely. I'm starving. He lowered his voice, acting sycophantic. Just relax and enjoy yourself. There's plenty more. Oh, Lulu. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a small favor. He looked confused, helping Boo reveal a cunning expression. I want to apologize to Kirill for earlier, and I also want to send my sincere greetings to Irene Pareira. Do you know what Irene likes or what he needs? Lou thought while eating. Irene Pereira rarely needs anything special. If there is something he needs now, maybe it's a way to make Ilya happier. A moment later, he returned with Bill, making Kiri jump. Lou, why did you bring him here? He bowed respectfully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bill Stenton, from the Stenton family. I heard that you, Irene, caused a small misunderstanding with Lady Ilya Lindsay, and because of that, you are looking for a way to resolve the misunderstanding and make her happy. So, I am here to help you. She frowned and snapped. Lou, did you tell him everything? He looked excited. He said he wanted to help, so I brought him here to help Ilya too. Bill slowly walked up next to Kirill. First, I would like to apologize to the young lady for my rudeness earlier. She looked at him suspiciously. Why the sudden 360-degree change in attitude? He smiled confidently. Actually, I wanted to use this opportunity to get close to Irene Pereira and establish a relationship with him. Kiri shouted, "That's way too blunt." Bill immediately retorted, "Despite being called a troublemaker of the Stenton family, there's a reason I'm still allowed in the kingdom. It's all thanks to my top-tier diplomatic skills. Just trust me, I can definitely help you." Irene Pereira was a bit speechless, thinking, what should I do? She shook her head helplessly. He's so blunt that I'm at a loss for words. His eyes were full of determination. Irene, why don't you use this opportunity to spruce yourself up a bit? Honestly, your appearance is making me a bit uncomfortable. Kiri blew up. Hey, is there something wrong with our clothes? Bill calmly replied, let me say this again. I apologize for my earlier words, but I only apologize for the harsh tone. The actual point I was making was not wrong at all, she argued back, annoyed. You really have no shame. He added, 2 days from now, there will be a gala held for the Lord's birthday. Many people will try their absolute best to look attractive, especially with the outfits they wear. Bill raised his voice. So at that event, if you can present yourself as a polite and gallant gentleman, this little misunderstanding will be easily overlooked. Just leave it to me. I'll make sure you have the trendiest outfit in this entire Eastern continent. Irene Pereira pondered for a moment, then gave a slight nod. All right, let's do it. He looked obviously confident. Good, we'll start right now. Meanwhile, Ilya Lindsay was incredibly frustrated. Irene already explained everything though. What's the problem? She yelled, annoyed. It's true there was no problem, but it meant he was thinking about her while he was unconscious. That dummy, Ilya Lindsay muttered, looking at herself in the mirror. She whispered, maybe I should dress up a little for the party too. At the same time, Irene was struggling to learn how to dance with Bill. He grabbed his hand and signaled, once more, don't get tangled in your own feet. Irene Pereira stammered. My fault. Who would have thought I'd be learning to dance? Bill reminded him. Now, slow and steady. His expression suddenly softened. What is this? Why am I doing all of this? Because of Ilya. 2 days later, the luxurious mansion was glowing, and the sound of chatter filled the space. Joshua forced a natural smile. Relax. Stay calm. We are the hosts. Mrs. Lindsay said awkwardly. It's been a while since you hosted. Are you just going to smile like that? A figure slowly entered the crowd, and every step she took drew countless gazes from the young gentleman. Hey, look over there. She's gorgeous. Ilya Lindsay bowed slightly, her shyness only highlighting her beautiful features. She walked over to her parents. How do I look? Does this suit me? Her mother smiled. You look beautiful. Joshua nodded in agreement. My daughter really is stunning. Suddenly, someone approached respectfully. Lady Ilya, if you don't mind, could I? Before he could finish, he panicked and stuttered. My apologies. It seems like someone is calling for me. He glared with killing intent, making the man shiver and run away. Mrs. Lindsay gritted her teeth. Hey, your expression is too serious. Are you planning to scare off every guy who approaches Ilya Lindsay? Joshua pouted. Approaching Ilya Lindsay? A toad like that doesn't stand a chance with our swan. Ilya Lindsay. While they were talking, another figure quietly walked up. As soon as he entered the hall, he became the center of attention. Who is that? Is there really a guy like that in our kingdom? Irene Pereira thought to himself. Now I understand. Why do I always think about Ilya Lindsay? Why do I always feel like our conversations are too short and leave me unsatisfied? Why do I always do everything for Ilya? He called out softly. Lady Ilya. She was flustered, her cheeks flushed like peaches. If you don't mind. Joshua and the lady were equally surprised by the young man before them. Irene Pereira smiled gently. Would you like to dance with me? I like Ilya Lindsay. The grand hall was brilliant with lights, and in the middle of the space were two figures dancing gracefully. They moved in perfect harmony, every step drawing all eyes, and everyone stared in awe. This couple looks like they just fell from heaven. Life is so unfair. Bill raised an eyebrow at Kiri. What do you think? How is Irene Pareira doing with my help? Flashy, right? Lou looked excited. I really like it. She pouted. Because brother was already handsome to begin with. He said, admit it. Even though I'm a cat, I think Irene Pareira looks cooler than before, Joshua said, annoyed. It's just a dance. It was over. Ilya Lindsay felt shy. What have you been doing suddenly? He asked blankly. What? She shyly whispered. You're very different from usual. Irene Pareira was a bit worried. Is it weird? Ilya Lindsay blushed and was flustered. No, not at all. It's not weird. It suits you. He heard that and smiled. Really? What a relief. She turned away, feeling confused. What did he mean by that? Did he dress up like this for today's party? Or was it because of me? The melodic music echoed throughout the hall. Irene Pareira stood from afar, scanning the room. Ilya Lindsay was greeting guests with Joshua. It's been a while. How have you been, madam? He gave a faint smile. Everything is so new. A few days ago, I thought she was just my friend. But now it's different. I want to be close to Ilya, not as a friend, but something more. My mind is all over the place. Maybe I should go get some fresh air. Thinking that, Irene Pareira went out to the balcony to catch a breeze. Not long after, two girls shyly approached him. Excuse me, are you the young Master Pareira? Bill snapped. Hey, who are you? I was here first. Get back. Amin also wouldn't give up. Why should I? They both closed in. Young Master Pareira. Young Master, what is your ideal type? Mrs. Lindsay frowned while watching. So that's what happened? She whispered. Ilya Lindsay, I'll take care of Dad. You go to Pareira. She was confused. What? It's just a misunderstanding. We don't have that kind of relationship. Mrs. Lindsay resolutely pushed her away. You silly girl. What if someone else snatches him away? We don't have that kind of relationship. Lady Lindsay firmly pushed her away. That silly girl. What if someone else snatches him up? Hurry up. Ilya Lindsay felt embarrassed. Yes. She looked around. Where did he go? He was just here. Could he be here? Ilya Lindsay paused. Oh my God, he's actually with another girl. Who wouldn't like someone like Irene? Oh God, I'm too late. I should have found him sooner. Luke, he said slowly. You're asking what kind of girl I like? I think someone who knows how to use a sword would be wonderful. Billy and Amin were stunned. What? A sword? He smiled and nodded. Yes, someone who can spar with me. Being by her side would make me happy. The two of them awkwardly looked for an excuse to leave. I see. I'll be going now. I have an appointment too? Me too. How annoying. Is he addicted to swords? Seriously. Just turn them down. Why use such a stupid excuse? Just then, she walked up and softly called out, Irene Pareira? He was slightly surprised. Ilya Lindsay. She looked up. I didn't expect to see you here. He smiled. I came out to get some air, Ilya Lindsay said, distractedly. I was really looking forward to this banquet since it's been so long, but it's a bit stuffy and uncomfortable, as if she had just thought of something. She gave him a mischievous look. Irene Pareira, why don't we have a little sparring match? He was surprised. I'd love to, but my outfit. Not waiting for Irene to refuse, she firmly pulled him along. It's fine. We're both at the master level now. It won't be a problem. Let's go to the training grounds. Irene was stunned. Ilya Lindsay, slow down. Kiri and Bill, hiding to the side, couldn't help but be shocked. Seriously? What's going on with them? Ending the night with a sword fight? Is this really okay? Does it really have to be like this? He let out a sigh, feeling a bit sad that their progress was so slow. But he thought it was beautiful too, being able to feel that youthful energy radiating from the two of them. It was a vibe only the two of them could create. 3 days later, the sun began to set. Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pareira were still focused on their sparring. Their energy collided, the ground constantly shifting, and the clash of their sword intent roared. Each strike rained down, and he gritted his teeth to hold his ground. Irene Pareira was forced back, his feet sliding along the ground. He realized she had become much stronger. Ilya Lindsay had definitely shed all those feelings regarding Ignite Crayon back in Lavas. She smiled confidently. Irene Pareira was momentarily taken aback, and instantly, Ilya Lindsay darted in front of him. Without a word, she used a kick to send Irene Pareira flying, and off balance, he tumbled to the ground. Ilya Lindsay frowned. Irene Pareira, don't you think you've been falling a bit too much lately? Let's end it here for today. He shyly turned away. Great, this is a disaster. Since realizing my feelings, I can't keep my mind calm. Every time I see Ilya smile, she softly asked, Right, You're leaving tomorrow, right? So today is the last day. Irene Pareira nodded. That's right. Ilya Lindsay blinked. What a shame. Time really flew by. He nervously dodged the question. I still can't express my feelings. Luke, should I just say it? But what if I rush things and she rejects me? Will it make things awkward for both of us and ruin our relationship? But I don't want to leave without anything changing between us. Thinking that, Irene Pereira softly spoke up. Ilya. She looked up, waiting for him to continue. Irene Pereira bowed his head, embarrassed. No, I can't say it. Sorry, it's nothing. Ilya Lindsay took the initiative and stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him. Irene Pereira was momentarily flustered, his face turning bright red. She shyly nestled into his chest. Ilya Lindsay bowed her head, shyly thanking him for keeping his promise to visit her family. Because of you, these past few days have been so wonderful. I'll never forget it. Okay, I'm heading off. I still have to prepare for you to leave tomorrow. Irene Pereira softly called out to Ilya Lindsay, and she paused. Be careful not to get scolded, and don't make me wait too long. His face suddenly flushed, his shyness leaving him unable to say a word. Ilya Lindsay hurriedly walked away, blushing. Irene Pereira secretly made a resolve. Next time, he would definitely be even more impressive. The next day, he had finished his preparations. Let's head out. Rawa pouted, annoyed. Leaving already? I'm not going to stop this busy young man. Lady Lindsay frowned. Irene. Pereira smiled. I'm going now. Ilya. Lindsay. I'll see you next time. She nodded slightly. Take care of yourself. Irene Pereira quickly took flight into the sky. Irene, she suggested. Let's stop by a few cities on the way back. Once we get back to the family estate, we won't have any more opportunities. He agreed. All right, in that case, let's pick up some gifts for Mom and Dad. He was quite excited. That sounds great, Kiri chimed in. Good idea, brother. Irene Pereira smiled faintly. Finally, we're heading home. When I think about it, the people I've neglected the most are Mom and Dad. I haven't been able to keep in touch with them while wandering across the continent. I haven't been a good son to them. This time, when I return, I'll make up for all the love I've received from them. At the same time, at the mansion, a soldier called out, Where should we put this? Mar turned around, instructing, Put it on the top floor of the warehouse. The man replied, Understood. Suddenly, someone came running up in a panic. Marcus frowned and scolded him. Where have you been hiding? Why are you only showing up now? He tried to catch his breath. The young master. Pereira is outside. Mar raised his voice. Don't make excuses. We're short-handed. Get in there and help. He suddenly froze. What did you just say? Marcus teared up and hugged Irene Pereira. Young master, I never thought I'd see you come back looking this handsome. I couldn't even dream of it. He laughed softly. Marcus, have you been doing well lately? He quickly replied. Of course, young master. Irene Pereira asked again. Where are my parents? Where are they right now? Mar replied. They're both in the study, sir. He nodded. Good. Mar, can you help me with something? I've prepared some gifts for them and I need your opinion. You've been with them the longest, Marcus, so you surely understand them better than I do. He teared up. Young master, it's all right. You've prepared the greatest gift for them already. I looked at him, confused. Huh? What do you mean? Before Marcus could reply, a booming voice echoed from behind. Hey, Irene, you little brat, we finally meet. The old man rushed over, and I stood there, stunned. Vunis, why are you here? To everyone's surprise, he just barked. Because I didn't know. That's why I'm asking. Right, Irene? It's been a whole year. You didn't come back to pick up your sword, did you? I waited and waited in Daringu. Then I finally decided to come here myself. Marcus recalled. He said he wouldn't leave until he met Irene Pereira. He sighed. That's right. Vunis arrived a month ago, and he's been waiting for this day ever since. The old man shouted in frustration. Listen here! If you give me a good reason for making me wait, I'll let it slide and hand over this sword. Irene Pereira replied calmly. I'm sorry, Vunis. I completely forgot. That answer made the old man fall over. I cleared my throat. I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry. Vunis sighed, finally giving in. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Since you're being so honest, I'll let it slide this time. Besides, this sword was forged just for you. I can't give it to anyone else. Well then, I'll show it to you. How about that? This is my 10th numbered sword. One stared, eyes wide with excitement. You kept it hidden so well. This is the first time I've seen it. Pablo nodded in agreement. Just as expected. You can tell it's a masterpiece just by looking at it. The old man immediately puffed out his chest. Of course. Who do you think forged it? Lou muttered. That sword is cool. But I think Irene Pereira's aura sword is better. Venus was instantly furious. What did this cat just say? Nonsense. This sword was crafted to surpass the great sword I made before. He pouted. That great sword has evolved, you know. Show it to him. Irene Pereira, the old man, froze. What? Evolved? He pulled out the sword he was carrying to show everyone. Juan and Pablo couldn't hide their shock. This is insane. That thing, he gasped. Look at those elegant lines. I've never seen anything like it. He nodded in agreement. Even a quick glance revealed perfect balance and harmony in its design. Both of them silently acknowledged it. This was the masterpiece of the century. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a legendary sword that defined an entire era. Perhaps it even surpassed Vulcan's own numbered swords. Seeing the old man fall silent, Pablo called out softly, Venus, are you okay? His body suddenly swayed. The next second, he collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Everyone grew worried. Venus, Kirill quickly instructed. We have to get him to the nearest room. Help me out. Marcus, he replied quickly. Understood. He and Juan were terrified. Hey, you better not kick the bucket. As Venus and Irene Pereira approached, Kirill quickly stopped him. No, leave him to me and Marcus. You go to the Lord's chambers. Big brother, you need to meet the two people who have been waiting for you most. Hearing that, he smiled. All right, thank you, Kirill. A moment later, Irene Pereira appeared at his parents' study. I'm home, Mom. Dad. He didn't know where to start. I'm sorry for not staying in touch all this time. Also, I prepared gifts for you both. I don't know if you'll like them. Amelia suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. I'm so glad you're home safe. Huran also stepped forward to embrace his son. It must have been hard. Welcome home. Irene Pereira was stunned for a moment. Marcus, I understand what you meant now. The greatest gift for my parents. I missed you both. You are my true home. 3 days later, Juan and Pablo went to knock on Venus's room. Venus, answer me. I know you're awake. How long do you plan to keep this up? Juan sighed. He's been locked in his room for 3 days now. Has this ever happened before? He shook his head. No. This is the first time I've ever seen him like this. Inside the room, Venus sat despondently among a pile of empty wine bottles. Forging swords has been my entire life. I don't know how to do anything else. Besides forging. As long as I can forge, I can endure anything. I can go hungry all day, sweat, and work hard. Looking at the swords I've made with these very hands. I always thought this was my path, the reason for my existence. This is my life. I swore I'd dedicate my whole life to the blade and keep chasing that goal. But that golden sword, it changed everything. My 10th sword, the one I poured all my effort into. No, that great sword surpassed every masterpiece I had ever made. The moment I saw it, I realized immediately, I could never forge a sword like that. I'm nobody. It feels like my entire life's work has been negated. Everything I achieved feels meaningless. I don't think I'll ever be able to get back up. My life is over. The object fell and shattered. He shook uncontrollably, clutching his head. My life is over. Irene Pereira spoke up. Master Blacksmith Venus, your friends came to ask for my help. But the old man shouted back in a panic. Don't come near me. Stay away. He was truly worried. His condition is worse than I thought. I have to do something. Venus pulled at his hair, shivering and begging. Please, just leave me alone. As Irene Pereira reached out to touch him, a thought stirred within his heart. One of the things I realized on my journey is that aura can influence others, not just to threaten them, but to soothe their emotions and even bring change to their inner selves. His aura began to flow into the old man. Feeling it, the man looked up. He reassured him. Don't be afraid. You are Venus, the master blacksmith, the one who has forged countless legendary blades until now. And once again, he would be able to forge another great sword. I believe you can do it for your own sake, for your friends, and for those by your side. Please, try. Venus felt his mind begin to change. This feels strange, as if my mind has finally cleared. This feeling is stronger and greater than anything I felt 2 years ago. The old man's eyes closed slightly, and it was a long time before he finally spoke. Please, let me stay in your territory. I will dedicate my life here to forging swords. Irene Pereira readily agreed. Deal. Before long, they were back to work, very hard at it. Witnessing this scene, Marcus was overjoyed. Young master, you are truly amazing. Who would have thought the great blacksmith Venus would reside in our territory? In the future, even more blacksmiths will come here. Just then, Kirill had an idea. Why don't we use this moment to host an event? He asked in surprise. An event? She confirmed. Yes, a special lecture on sword techniques by the sword master, for example. People from all over the kingdom will come to see it, I'm sure. This proposal truly excited Marcus. That's a great idea, my lady. Seeing that he didn't have much of a reaction, Kirill started to think, if you feel pressured, we don't have to. But Irene Pereira brushed it off immediately. No, let's do it. In his heart, he made a resolution. Now that I've returned, I'll do everything I can to help my parents and my family. I'm no longer just a simple swordsman. I'm the heir to the Para family. A few days later, crowds gathered in excitement to watch Ion Para. Our kingdom finally has a swordmaster, and he's only in his 20s? That's just insane. Everyone was singing his praises. It was truly impressive. Just then, a familiar figure appeared. Irene Pereira had also come to greet the crowd. All eyes instantly shifted. He's here. He spoke up. Thank you all for coming. With a crowd this large, it took me a moment to figure out how to handle this. I will explain everything I've learned and mastered, from start to finish. As he spoke, Irene Pereira demonstrated, giving everyone a real eye-opener. Excellent. That's it, exactly. As he moved, Irene added, like I said earlier, it's not just the sword that's moving. The key lies at the source of those movements. Your muscles and joints all play a massive part in every small motion. Down below, Oswando watched silently. Ion Para. I've gotten a good look at his character. I don't sense an ounce of arrogance in this young genius. I'm truly grateful for that. For the grand finale, Irene Pereira promised a sword dance to close out the event. But before that, there's something I want to ask you all. Why do you hold a sword? The question hung in the air. What is the reason you walk this difficult path? At first, even I couldn't answer that. As the question lingered, Irene Pereira was the first to answer it himself. I constantly ask myself, why I swing my sword, why I chose to be a swordsman, and why I master my blade while holding on to my convictions and firm belief. This journey of searching is what made me stronger and more resilient. If you all keep asking yourselves and stay persistent in what you do, honestly, I truly hope that one day you will all find your reason and find your own sword. As the final strike was delivered, he sheathed his sword and said, "This special lesson ends here. Thank you." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. For Oswando, the anxiety in his heart was finally relieved. Finally, the last small territory left of the Deer Kingdom now had a true swordmaster. The new hope of the Deer Kingdom was that brilliant light. Down below, everyone looked up with utter admiration. Is that really the guy we used to call the lazy noble? It's so shocking. Can a person really change that much? In Kirill's arms, Lulu couldn't help but scream, "Ion, you're so cool." Witnessing his son's transformation, Hajun Tahan didn't know what to say. His eyes were overflowing with immense pride. Aurelia was just as moved. "Brother, I can't believe it." Even at this moment, he spoke honestly. "Yeah, I feel the same way." After the performance, Irene Pereira went down to ask for feedback. "How was it?" Kirill excitedly replied. "It was amazing. I didn't think you'd do that well. You're awesome, Ion." Surprised, Oswando approached from afar to offer praise. Today's lesson was truly impressive. Hearing a stranger's voice, he startled and turned around. "Who are you?" The man removed his hood to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself properly. I am Oswando Odan, commander of the Twilight Knights of the Deer Kingdom. I have come to deliver a message from His Majesty to Swordmaster Ion Para." Irene Pereira listened in silence. He understood well that the Deer Kingdom was in the heart of the continent, a small, humble nation. In terms of territory, finance, and military power, the Deer Kingdom couldn't compare to other nations on the continent. The reason the Deer Kingdom had been able to defend itself for the past 3 years was thanks to its allies, Deer, Kolin, Baisao, and San An. These 4 kingdoms were too weak to resist chaos alone, but that was exactly why they could form a stronger alliance than any other nation. But that's just a story from the past. Since peace came to the continent, they had been trying to find ways to surpass their allies so they wouldn't be looked down upon or swallowed whole. Meanwhile, at the Slick Kingdom, the carriage driver stopped at the city gate. "We have arrived, Duke." This was the Duke of the Baisao Kingdom, standing in front of this place. He never thought he would ever come to such a terrifying place. If it weren't for the banquet, he would never have set foot here. He gritted his teeth to calm himself. "No, I must keep a sharp mind. I am here as a representative of the Baisao Kingdom, and for the sake of the princess who sacrificed herself for our country." Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and walked inside. His feet moved faster and faster until he stopped in front of a large room. The guards quickly used magic to open the door. It swung wide, and a cold voice rang out. "So, you've come?" In the dark room, the maids watched with desperate eyes as he bowed his head. "Kaima Doc of the Baisao Kingdom. Greetings to the Grand Mage." The person sitting there was none other than the Grand Mage of the Slick Kingdom. For those who don't know, the magical Slick Kingdom is a powerful nation, possessing enough strength to rival the strongest nation on the continent, the Holy Empire. Slick's power grows based on the authority of its Grand Mages and profits from trading magic tools. However, despite that reputation, the Grand Mages rarely show themselves outside the kingdom's borders. But one event broke this tradition: the political marriage between the Grand Mage of Slick and the Princess of the Bisao Kingdom. Many say this marriage is part of a plan to expand influence over the heart of the continent. Some say it's a strategy by the one sitting on the throne, casually lounging. I see. I heard a swordmaster appeared in the Deer Kingdom, right? Kai quickly confirmed. That is correct. He calmly recounted the information he had gathered. I heard he's very young. What a burden. I also heard the upcoming banquet will be held in the Deer Kingdom. Is that why you traveled all the way here? He nodded without hesitation. Yes, the reputation of the Bisao Kingdom is connected to Danello, so we can't lose face in front of a brat. Without much thought, he decided, fine, it's been a while since I went out. I'll take a little trip. This news shocked Kai to his core. What? You mean the Grand Mage is going out personally? He instinctively looked up, the voice sounding displeased at being questioned. Are you questioning me? Immediately, he became aware of his position. I apologize. I overstepped my bounds. Were you asking me? He immediately became conscious of his position. I apologize. I have overstepped. If the Archmage steps in directly, I'm sure it'll be a massive help. He scheduled the meeting cheerfully. See you at the banquet later. Then, Kai didn't dare to make a single move, simply obeying the order to leave that hellish door. He couldn't help but wonder, was this the right thing to do? He knew perfectly well that Eon Slick was one of the most notorious figures in the giant territory. Shouldn't he be doing something to stop him from showing his face? Besides, this was just the prologue to a series of inevitable events. It was agonizing to endure this sense of helplessness all over again. Kai clenched his fists, his body trembling with frustration. He was still blaming himself deep down. I am sorry, my lord. I failed to protect that radiant smile of yours. Remembering that sinister smile, he grew furious. Kai had to swallow his bitterness and keep quiet. Even though we've reunited, I can't even greet them properly. Please forgive my incompetence, princess. Elsewhere, Oswando and Irene's father were still in discussion. He spoke up. As everyone knows, the banquet, hosted by the Four Kingdoms, is coming up soon. Since it's being held in the Hoon Kingdom, their emperor has high expectations. Therefore, His Majesty has ordered Lord Pareira, Swordmaster Pareira, and even the wizard Kirill to attend. Even Irene Pareira remarked, that was fast. I knew the kingdom would try to leverage Aranjen's title, but I didn't expect it this soon. Before he could finish, Irene Pareira chimed in quickly. If you give me permission, father, I will attend. Kirill immediately followed suit. Me too, Oswando reluctantly agreed. Fine, if that's what you both want. Oswando's eyes lit up. Good. In a few days, I'll come to pick you all up. He readily accepted. We'll be waiting. Once that was settled, Irene Pareira headed to the blacksmith's workshop. He greeted him first. Hello, Vinu. The old man turned, looking slightly puzzled. What are you doing here? Irene Pareira stated his request clearly. I want a sword as a gift for someone I cherish. Do you have any good ones? This request visibly annoyed Vinucius, who snapped back. You brat. Did you forget that I'm the one who forged your numbered sword? But now that you want to forge a sword for someone else? You come running to me? He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry. Despite his tough talk, the old man led him inside to show him around. This is the armory. Pick one yourself. The sight before him left Irene Pareira dazzled. Could I craft the sword myself? Someone has inspired me. The swords here are amazing. But I want something even better. A sword that truly suits that person. Being a seasoned veteran, the old man caught on instantly. Anyone could see those were the eyes of someone in love. Fine, I'll help you out a little. Vinu nodded. I see. Bring that person here. Irene was shocked that he'd been granted permission so easily. Bring them here? The old man confirmed. Yes. To make a sword that fits, I need to meet them in person. What's wrong? Can't you bring them? Irene Pareira blushed deeply. They live quite far from here, so it would be difficult to bring them. But Vinu didn't seem ready to let it go. Then write a letter. Use your unique talent. Late at night, with the moon high in the sky, many letters lay crumpled on the desk. Another unsatisfactory draft. Irene balled up the umpteenth paper, telling himself he couldn't give up. But even he didn't know where to begin. Ever since that day, he had become more guarded about expressing his feelings to Ilya Lindsay. Back then, Vinu had praised him. You have a talent for conveying your true emotions. Put your heart into it, and your sincerity will be rewarded. In his daze, he remembered those words. Irene Pareira picked up the pen again, trying to pour his heart into it. A few days later, the three of them were packed and ready. "We're leaving," Ilya replied with a smile. "Safe travels, and take care, Ion and Kirill." Before leaving, Kirill reminded them, "Lou, don't tease Cherry, okay? Got it?" The entity replied excitedly. "Is this little mount called Cherry? Don't worry about it." Hearing this, Marcus was startled. "Lou, are you coming too?" Lou nodded. "Yep. I need to deliver Eon's letter and visit a place I've always wanted to see." Then, he took off. "I'm heading out. See you later, Aaron Jen. Fly faster and higher, Cherry," he muttered while calculating. "Let's see. First I'll go to the kingdom to give the gift to Bill. Then meet Ilya Lindsay, go fishing with the cats at the estate, then go to Cali to meet Kuva, and after that." Lulu's tiny hands dropped the pen. He quickly transformed. As the cool breeze hit him, he felt a lingering doubt. "I thought I was a cat, but what is this form? There must be memories I've forgotten." Shoving that thought aside, Lou decided, "All right, let's use this opportunity to find the place where I can regain my memories. If I do that, I'll have to be away for a while, though I really don't want to." A moment later, seeing a familiar figure, he shouted, "Ilya Lindsay!" She waved back. "Hey, Lou, I'm here to deliver Eon's letter." Ilya was curious. "From Eon?" Joshua, hearing the name, grew sullen. "That brat. What kind of scheme is he pulling this time?" Lou pulled out another envelope. "Calm down. I also brought a gift for the head of the house." Lou pulled out a sword and placed it in front of him with a smirk. "You think you can win me over with just a sword?" But upon opening the wrapping, Joshua gasped in shock. "This sword is incredible," Lou boasted proudly. "Of course. Vinucius forged it." Joshua couldn't keep his composure anymore. Vinucius, the legendary blacksmith of the numbered swords? As for Ilya Lindsay, she silently took the letter to read it. Joshua shuffled over, asking, "Ilya, what about your outfit?" She packed her luggage and excused herself. "Father, I'm going out for a while." She even started rushing him. "Lou, let's get to the Hun Kingdom quickly. If we ride the Griffin, we'll be there in no time, right?" It seemed Lou wasn't quite ready to leave yet. "But I have other places to go. It's not that urgent. I can go another time." Immediately after, they departed at lightning speed. Ilya Lindsay whispered to herself, "Eon, I'm on my way to see you. I can't wait any longer." At that moment, someone was riding a large dragon through the sky. Lou looked on, bewildered and silent. Suddenly, she covered her face with her hands, groaning miserably. "I must have lost my mind." Ilya Lindsay's expression was shy as she thought to herself, "I'm acting so recklessly. If I rush to the Pereira estate like this, what will everyone think?" Her expression became even more intense as she continued to spiral. "What if they find out I like Irene? What will happen if that comes out?" Elsewhere, in the training grounds of the Pereira estate, Marcus jumped in surprise, quickly bowing when he saw Ilya Lindsay approaching. "Ilya Lindsay, it is truly an honor to meet you, my lady." Then he asked in confusion, "Did you come here to meet the young master, Irene Pareira?" She stuttered in a panic. "Yes," Mar replied shyly. "The young master has just left the territory for the capital." Ilya Lindsay folded her hands and gave a strained smile, saying, "I see." But inside, she was screaming nonstop. "I knew it. I should have been more careful." Suddenly, someone called out, making Ilya Lindsay jump and turn around. Seeing it was Brad Lloyd, she exclaimed in excitement. "Brad Lloyd?" Lou asked in surprise. "Brad Lloyd, what brings you here?" He replied with a smile. "I was traveling around and thought I should pay Irene Pereira a visit." He happily continued, "So, you're on a trip, huh?" Brad Lloyd's next question made Ilya Lindsay jump in shock. "Ilya Lindsay, did you come to meet Irene Pereira too?" she exclaimed, flustered. He looked confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so startled? It's as if you were just caught." A second later, he widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Have you two reached that point already? Irene Pereira is quite smooth, isn't he?" Ilya Lindsay's eyes went wide as she shouted in denial, "It's not like that." He looked away with an understanding expression and replied, "I get it." A moment later, Brad Lloyd pointed forward with a serious face and bluntly exposed her. "Ilya Lindsay, you're blushing and reacting like that, which means you like Irene." Reaching her limit, Ilya Lindsay drew her sword, filled with fighting spirit, and declared, "Let's spar." Lou hurriedly pushed Marcus away and warned. Mar quickly retreated. She provocatively taunted him. "Want to have a match? It's been a while, hasn't it?" To her surprise, Brad Lloyd happily accepted. "Sure, but you'd better be ready." A moment later, he drew his sword and added with a confident smile, "Because I'm not the same person I was before." Ilya Lindsay also took her stance and replied, I never thought I could beat you easily either. At the same time, elsewhere, a voice emanated from a carriage racing down the road. We'll be arriving at the capital soon. Now, let me briefly explain the schedule. Oswando looked out the window and calculated. First, we will assemble at the palace and introduce the representatives from each kingdom. After the introductions, a hunting competition will be held. Hajun Tahan sat silently beside him, listening. Although it's called a competition, each king will wait for their turn to shoot arrows at the prepared targets. It is a tradition to signal that the feast is about to begin, after which the feast will be held that evening. And one more thing, just as a precaution, there is something I must mention. While they were on the road, the carriage suddenly braked hard. Someone stuck their head out and asked, "What's wrong? Why did the carriage stop so abruptly?" The driver replied hesitantly, "It's just, someone got off the carriage and went to the edge of the cliff, wondering, what is going on here?" Oswando couldn't help but be suspicious. The bridge was perfectly fine when they arrived. In a few short days, Kiri stepped forward to report, "I lent Cherry to Lulu, so we can't fly across." He quickly turned around to reassure them. "Don't worry, I know another way. If we keep moving now, we can still make it to the hunting competition." At a magnificent palace, a panicked voice rang out. "What? Why haven't they arrived yet? Castle of the Kingdom of Hu." Hu stood before the King of Hu, looking worried as he said, "It seems like something has happened. I will send someone to check." He was somewhat suspicious and couldn't help but scold while Juntahan. "Damn it, I was planning to brag about the Swordmaster to our allies." He continued to remind him, "We can't delay the event any further. Let's head straight to the hunting grounds." The King of the Deer Kingdom turned away gloomily and replied, "I have been waiting for this event for so long. King of the Deer Kingdom, I will summon everyone. Just do that." At a large, crowded military camp, the delegation from the Deer Kingdom had already lined up. Deer Kingdom, the man with the red crown was the King of the Sun. And Kingdom, the other man with the jagged crown was the King of the Koloi Kingdom. Naturally, the other one with the dyed yellow beard was the King of the Bisao Kingdom. Hu glanced around, sweating, thinking to himself that, as expected, every side wanted to show off the power of their kingdom. But he looked at the massive, magnificent carriage in the distance and pondered. The most striking thing here, of course, is the giant carriage of the Slick family. The crowd surrounded the carriage. The King of Sun An saw it and thought in astonishment, "It's ridiculously large. Did they bring something that huge all the way here?" The King of the Sun and Kingdom. The King of Koloi also asked himself in a panic, "Is it moved by mages? Can you even call that a carriage?" The King of the Koloi Kingdom. Right at that moment, Hu waved his hand and shouted, "Herod, announce that the competition is starting." Oswando, on this side, led Irene and his group as they heard the announcement. That was the sound signaling that the hunting competition had begun. "Everyone, follow this way." Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. That carriage was slammed down onto the ground, and the door opened on its own. Ian stepped out with a majestic appearance, while inside, young girls were moaning softly. Seeing this, Hu frowned in anger, thinking, not only did he show up after the kingdoms, but he's also displaying that kind of scene inside the carriage. Oswando said to Irene, sweating, "The worst-case scenario has happened. That's him. He is the person I warned you about. The Archmage of the Slick family from the kingdom of Slick." The King of the Deer Kingdom was shaking on his horse, asking, "There won't be any mistakes, right?" The person beside him reassured him, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Suddenly, Hu pointed forward and shouted, "Your Majesty, look ahead." In the distance, a soldier is rushing forward with a wild boar. That soldier is leading the boar straight toward us. Get ready. He raised his bow, but was still shaking as he said, as we practiced. Instantly, from out of nowhere, a glowing arrow flew in, piercing through the boar in a flash. Hu's face darkened. He glanced over and muttered, "That arrow." He gritted his teeth, silently cursing. He dared to ignore the turn of the king, the host of the feast. This is an insult not only to the Deer Kingdom but also to the history and traditions of the four kingdoms. Looking toward the king of Bisao, Hu wondered in disbelief. Is the Bisao kingdom just going to stand there and let An do whatever he wants? Suddenly, another wild boar rushed in from somewhere else. So, the kingdom of Ar just stands by and lets Aaron do whatever he wants? Suddenly, another boar charges in from out of nowhere. Hu shouts out, "Your Majesty, another wild boar is heading this way." Aaron draws his bow with a playful smirk, but just then, a voice calls out, "Please, stop." King Hu and Hu turn around, looking stunned. "You don't seem to know the rules, do you? This is another kingdom's event. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you." Oswando stands there, watching in shock. The hunting competition was created to foster friendship among the four kingdoms. Irene Pareira. So, even though it's called a competition, it's not really a contest at all. And the rules state you have to wait for your turn to hunt your prey. Irene Pareira steps closer and reminds him. Therefore, the first turn belongs to His Majesty, the King of the Air Kingdom, and the host of this banquet. As for what just happened, I'm sure the other kings present here will understand and be generous enough to let it slide. Aaron glances over and slowly lowers his bow as he listens. So, you should put your bow down too. Irene Pareira reminds him with a serious expression, emphasizing the need to respect the protocol. At this moment, Irene Pareira, standing face to face with him, suddenly speaks up as if to intimidate him. Are you Irene Pareira? He keeps a straight face and quickly replies, That's right. King Hugh, standing nearby, is stunned, thinking to himself, That young man, he's the swordmaster, Irene Pareira. Aaron eyes the person in front of him, assessing him, just one glance, and I can already feel an extraordinary aura from him. There must be a reason he reached the rank of swordmaster at such a young age. A second later, the bow vanishes into thin air. He mumbles, the Pareira family. Not a very well-known house. But Irene Pareira just listens calmly. And yet, the magic from such a lowly family is enough to bring some honor to the kingdom of Air, seeing you in person. You've really piqued my greed. To everyone's surprise, he raises his voice and offers, Do you want to come to Grandark? Irene Pareira flatly refuses. I'm not interested. He snaps his fingers and smiles cryptically. It seems you don't understand me yet. In an instant, Aaron's magic conjures an illusionary room, trapping both himself and Irene Pareira inside. A panicked voice cries out, What is this? I can't see what's happening inside. Kirill dashes forward, calling out in distress, Brother! Oswando chases after her, shouting, Lady Kirill! A hooded figure blocks her path and commands, Stay back. The man's eyes are sharp with a warning. The Archmage is having a private conversation. We expect everyone to understand. Ignore this, and continue the hunt. Oswando, standing beside her, breaks into a cold sweat. Lady Kirill, let's just watch for now. It's too dangerous to interfere. Inside the barrier, Irene Pareira challenges him. What is your intention? Aaron exhales and replies with a sneer. Just to have a private talk. No sound can escape from here. Irene Pareira asks again. So, what do you want to say? Didn't I already say it? I want you to come to Grandark. Why would an Archmage of Grandark want me? I'm not a mage. He holds up 3 fingers and explains patiently. Grandark isn't just for mages. Although there are few, we still have a powerful force of swordsmen, including 3 swordmasters. But our goal is even greater. The birth of a sword-fighting family that can stand on par with the 3 great families, including the Sleks and the Kokorans. Aaron smiles, never ceasing his persuasion. This is the start of a great era, a time when we can surpass the 5 prestigious families of the West. I believe you are the most suitable person for that position. Countless geniuses have made history, but none of them managed to build a powerful family. However, that wasn't their fault. Manpower, resources, they lacked so much. But Grandark is different. Leave your pathetic kingdom, as soon as you can, and spread your wings. Wouldn't that be better? Don't worry about the aftermath. Grandark will handle everything. Irene Pareira replies seriously. My answer remains the same. I refuse, and I apologize. Hearing this, Aaron smirks. For His Majesty, the King of Air, for the knights who protect the kingdom, and for my father, I apologize. Irene Pareira continues. Besides, you do remember what you just said, right? You just insulted both my kingdom and my family, didn't you? Aaron acts defiant and asks back. And what if I said no? Irene Pareira furrows his brows and replies firmly. Then I will challenge you. Aaron bursts into laughter. A challenge, you say? He tilts his head, eyeing him with a mocking expression. I don't know what you're thinking. I heard you never left your family's territory when you were young. Do you even know what kind of place Grandark is? Irene Pareira sighs in frustration. Or do you not know about me? The image of Judith pointing her finger and speaking boldly flashes in his mind. When talking to someone who won't listen, use this method. Irene Pareira smiles to himself. Judith, I never thought I'd actually use the words I learned from you. He glares at Aaron, provoking him. Aaron gasps in surprise. A gust of wind suddenly erupts. He roars in anger. You arrogant brat. Fine, I accept your challenge. Irene Pareira watches him calmly as he makes his threats. I'll make you regret this. Outside, the bow falls to the ground. King Air nearly has a heart attack, stammering, a duel? At this moment, on a green plain, the silhouettes of the 2 men appear. King Hugh, sitting on his horse, Juntahan, trembles as he mumbles, It's over. No matter who wins, it's going to cause problems. How are we going to deal with the wrath of the Grand Dark Kingdom? Hugh, standing beside him, tries to reassure him. Your Majesty, please calm down. Grandark won't suddenly give us trouble over a single duel. He wipes the sweat from his brow and analyzes the situation. Lord Pereira isn't the type to act without a plan. From now on, we have no choice but to trust him. Juntahan calls out softly, feeling helpless. Irene Pereira stands in the distance. Aaron waves his hand and says, "If you're ready, then let's begin." Irene Pereira answers firmly, "I'm ready." Aaron watches him close his eyes while holding his sword, thinking to himself, "Closing his eyes from the start? How arrogant. Are you planning to provoke me even further?" A second later, he hunches over, gathering magical energy, and whispers to himself, "Fine then, I'll show you the danger of giving a mage time. I knew something like this might happen, so I came prepared." The underside of the carriage is equipped with a magic circle containing a massive amount of mana. He thinks about the mana surging from the carriage and calculates his move. And from here, I can control the carriage's mana. I'll cast the strongest mind control spell I know. He unleashes the magic forward. His eyes widen with determination. Irene Pereira, I will make you my slave. Immediately, a surge of mana pours out from the carriage in every direction. The magic power surged toward Irene Pereira. Even so, he kept his eyes tightly shut, light radiating from the sword in his hand. A second later, Irene Pereira's eyes snapped open. He lunged forward, and in a split second, Irene Pereira raised his sword to block. The man's face went pale, thinking to himself in disbelief. No way. Is he faster than my spell casting? A flash of light erupted. He opened his eyes wide, thinking, no, I couldn't react in time. A massive explosion followed, and the onlookers outside started whispering in a panic. What the hell just happened? I'm not sure. It was too fast. I can't see anything through the smoke. Look over there. The figure of Irene Pereira appeared, completely unharmed through the thick haze. Ian lay sprawled on the ground, trembling at his feet. Seeing this, the soldiers broke into a cold sweat, shouting in terror. The Grand Archmage. They looked at Irene Pereira's calm, somber expression, wondering, is it over? Did he really defeat Ian? Shh. Quiet. Hajun Tahan, witnessing the scene, stood there with his jaw dropped, unable to shake his doubts. Irene Pereira. Is that really you? My son. Is that really Irene Pereira? Suddenly, Irene Pereira stepped toward the king, startling him, before slamming his sword into the ground. He spoke in a booming voice that left the crowd stunned. Before His Majesty the King, I am the eldest son of the Pereira house of the Hyal Kingdom, swordsman Irene Pereira. Hearing this, Hajun Tahan suddenly slumped to his knees. Irene Pereira remained bowed, offering his apology. Your Majesty, on this day of celebrating the history and traditions of the Four Kingdoms, I apologize for causing such a disturbance. However, because of League's insulting remarks toward my family, the whole kingdom, and the Four Kingdoms present here, his voice echoed across the grounds. Even though the soldiers rushed in to help him, he couldn't just look away. No matter how powerful the influence of the Four Kingdoms may be, history forged over centuries is not something so easily shaken. Kneeling there, listening to these words, he broke down in tears, thinking to himself, Irene Pereira, I am so sorry. Hajun Tahan looked back on the lonely days of Irene Pereira and couldn't help but regret leaving his son in such dark, desolate isolation for all those years, unable to do a thing. Please, forgive this incompetent father of yours. Irene Pereira, still firmly planting his sword into the ground, declared, I will take full responsibility for everything that happened in today's match. I swear that I will never let this territory or your majesty face such shame again. The king of the Deer Kingdom stood there, his expression still frozen in shock. In the name of my sword, in the name of my own heart. Hajun Tahan's tears continued to fall as he thought. Thank you, my son. Standing there, Irene Pereira shouted, By the honor of a master swordsman, now that I have grown, I make this oath, and for becoming the incredible person I am today. At this, the king of the Deer Kingdom, sitting on his horse, bowed his head low. The Four Kingdoms hunting competition had come to an end. The Kingdom of Biseo later expressed their apologies for failing to keep things under control following today's events. In the end, Biseo, along with the mages from Dan, withdrew from the banquet early. The king frowned, thinking to himself, After today, the banquet of the Four Kingdoms may never be held again. A hearty voice rang out through the grand castle. Did you see that, my lords? It was this very young man who pledged his loyalty to me. Inside, the king of the Deer Kingdom's face flushed red as he raised his glass in joy, shouting, The Deer Kingdom's master swordsman leaned in to whisper anxiously, "Your Majesty, please, maintain your dignity." Oswando stood in the distance, looking relieved. It seems His Majesty is extremely pleased with young Pereira. Hajun Tahan stood nearby, clutching his glass as he sighed in awe. It is a blessing that His Majesty feels this way. He grew stern, lost in his own thoughts. I, too, was completely caught off guard. Oswando recalled the moment the boy rushed in and thought about how quickly he subdued the Archmage. I couldn't even fully gauge his true level. It hasn't been long since he became a master swordsman, but Master Pereira's level is that of a grandmaster. No, perhaps even beyond that. Elsewhere, a group of people stood, gathered around a large carriage. The silence around them was eerily heavy. Inside the carriage, the young girls huddled together, trembling as they looked at the man in front of them, who was seething with rage. "That damn bastard!" Ian kept smashing the furniture with magic while cursing. "How dare you insult me like that? You scoundrel, I'll tear you apart." His face twisted with every word he spat out. "Did you think I would sit still after such an insult? Irene Pareira, you picked the wrong person to mess with. You will pay for your sins today." Ian stared at his bloodied hands, thinking, "As I expected, this magic puts a significant strain on my body, but this pain is nothing. As long as it brings him to despair, I don't care." Then, he tensed his body, his expression turning manic as he shrieked, "Let's see if you're still so arrogant when your father kneels before me. Let's see if you can still be so confident then." A second later, he released a surge of magic, pulling out a human skull and commanding, "Go, cursed spirit, steal the soul and body of Pereira." The dark spirit quickly escaped the large carriage, darting toward the grand castle. Moments later, the skull reached the doorway where two figures stood. Hajun Tahan was inside, laughing and talking with someone, but suddenly, Irene Pareira lunged out of nowhere and snatched it. Holding it in his hand, he thought, "Got you." He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Clearly it was radiating an aura of evil and dark energy. Irene Pareira glanced at his father in the room, realized the danger, and flew straight toward the window. Was it targeting my father? Ian, watching from afar, broke out in a cold sweat. How? How did he catch my spell? With his bare hands? Suddenly, the jewel on the necklace began to rotate, and the dark magical energy was absorbed into the necklace Irene was wearing. He looked down, wondering, the dark energy is gone. Did the Five Elements necklace seal that power? Suddenly, Irene Pareira startled, checking himself. He looked at the source of the dark magic in the distance, thinking, it's not over yet. Ian collapsed to the ground, trembling as he wondered, was my magic just neutralized? Impossible. He gasped for breath, trying to console himself. It can't be real. No, something went wrong. The next second, his eyes widened abruptly as he shouted, "Stop! Retreat! That's an order!" What? In a flash, Irene Pareira lunged from out of nowhere. Ian was sent flying by a strike from him. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, thinking, no way. Ian coughed up blood as he lay there, trembling in disbelief. How can this be? He stared at the man before him, filled with doubt. This person wasn't corrupted by demonic energy, and he didn't turn into a demon. How? The waves of dark magical power radiating from the man made Irene Pareira uneasy. How was he giving off such a terrifying aura? His eyes widened as he realized, this person is too dangerous. Irene Pareira gripped his sword tightly. If I let him live. Suddenly, Ian shrieked, pleading desperately. I was wrong. I will never appear before you, your family, the people you love, or anyone around you ever again. Irene gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he heard the man's desperate promises. Please, just this once. Please spare me this one time. Irene Pareira gritted his teeth, having made his decision. A moment later, he shouted out, Ian, stop. A massive surge of power radiated from Irene Pareira, forcing Ian to shield his eyes. He yelled with determination, your tricks won't work on me, and not on those around me. If you ever think about doing something again, remember today. Remember who I am today. With that, Irene Pareira turned and walked away. His subordinates rushed over in a panic, calling out, Sir. He walked alone down the empty path. Irene Pareira questioned himself, is this truly the best way? Should I really have ended this with just a threat? But can I truly punish a human, not a demon? At that moment, an image flashed through Irene Pereira's mind. Irene Pareira, let me tell you one thing. If you choose to walk the path of a hero, you must be prepared to cut through everything. He asked, confused at the time, what do you mean? The man didn't listen and replied sternly, a world where everyone can live happily. Do you think the only evil threatening the world is demons? Irene Pereira, are you prepared to strike down humans for the greater good? Returning to the present, he stood still, his face darkening. Irene Pereira was filled with regret. If he hadn't had the ability to stop Ian's magic, his father could have been in danger. And yet, he had hesitated. He stared into the distant darkness. Irene Pereira recalled Ian's guilty face and whispered to himself, because he is human, not a demon. At that moment, instead of begging for his life, he gripped his hand so tightly that Hajun Tahan trembled. Could he even bring himself to strike him down? Elsewhere, in the Gwarier forest on the eastern continent, a shadow was frantically slashing away in the dark. A massive pig stood upright, its mouth dripping with blood as if it had just enjoyed a meal. It muttered to itself, "I'm so sick of these monsters. I want to feel a wider range of emotions." A second later, it grabbed a blade and started walking, heading outside. Now, what I need to fill this stomach is humanity. Suddenly, a clown appeared, with a mysterious look. Warning, don't head outside the forest. The Knights of the Holy Kingdom have been hunting us down fiercely lately. If they track us to this place, I'll be in trouble. I'll let you out when the time is right. But a moment later, the giant pig collapsed backward, blood splattering everywhere, which startled the clown. He stood up, swearing darkly. What an idiot. The clown looked at his clawed hands and pondered. Well, this isn't too bad. He let out a sinister laugh in the dead of night. Deep down, the clown thought, it will take me a long time to fully recover, but that's fine. Suddenly, a piece of paper flew in from out of nowhere. The clown grabbed it and wondered, did that priest send this? He stared intensely at the paper, muttering, I thought he was just wandering around after dumping all the work on me. Turns out he's starting to make his move too. The clown conjured a flame in his hand and thought, does that priest think he can play with me like a puppet? Just you wait. The day my body fully recovers, you're the first one I'm devouring. The next day, a carriage sped down the road. Kirill stretched and sighed. Finally, we're heading home. Hajun Tahan sat across from him and offered praise. You did well, Kirill. Irene Pereira sat quietly, looking out the window. He recalled that night and pondered, was it really okay to let things end like that? Irene Pereira turned his head, wondering, should I go back there now? His footsteps faltered. Irene Pereira broke into a cold sweat, telling himself, I have to think carefully. If I go back now to punish that person, can I handle the consequences? My actions could cause trouble for the family and the kingdom. What should I do? What is the right thing to do here? He furrowed his brows in endless contemplation. Irene Pereira thought of X9 and mused, if I were X9, would things be any different? He fell silent in thought. Suddenly, Kirill turned and asked, by the way, brother, where did you go last night? Everyone keeps asking me where you were. It's giving me a headache, he answered awkwardly. Ah, that. Then, Irene Pereira scratched his head, trying to make excuses. He felt a bit sleepy. If I go out for a walk for a bit. Sorry, Kirill, she warned him irritably. Next time, let me know beforehand, okay? He replied. I understand. Then, Irene Pereira frowned, calculating internally that he wouldn't talk about what happened yesterday, as it would only cause them unnecessary worry. Hajun Tahan watched the expression on his face quietly. Suddenly, he spoke up. Irene Pereira couldn't help but be surprised by this. Yes, father? Hajun Tahan's next question left him wide-mouthed with shock. Have you ever thought about getting married? Irene Pereira couldn't help but yell out. What? His father began to explain. Actually, yesterday the emperor was really regretful. If I had a daughter, I would have married her off to you a long time ago. While you were away, both the Sun Kingdom and the Kolin Kingdom sent marriage proposals for you, Hajun Tahan continued. Of course, I thought your opinion was the most important, so I turned them all down. But in the future, we will surely receive even more marriage proposals from neighboring countries. Hearing this, Irene Pereira bowed his head in embarrassment and replied, Hajun Tahan. Seeing this, couldn't help but curiously ask, do you already have someone you like? He blushed and answered shyly, yes. He then voiced his guess. Could it be someone from the prestigious Lindsay family that you mentioned before? Kirill smiled and exclaimed, Dad, you're really sharp. Elsewhere, the three of them, Irene Pereira, and the others walked along the path. A few days later, at the Pereira family estate, a loud noise made Marcus poke his head out in surprise. Marcus breathed a sigh of relief and burst into a laugh. Young master, you've returned. Your timing is perfect. You have a guest here right now. Irene Pereira asked, confused. A guest? Suddenly, Marcus's jaw dropped, and he turned to yell, Wait, Lulu, hurry up and stop her. Ilya Lindsay came rushing toward him with a flushed face, then threw herself into Irene Pereira's arms, and they both tumbled to the ground. He broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Ilya, Lindsay, why are you here?" Ilya Lindsay replied shyly, "You told me you wanted me to come." Irene Pereira wondered to himself. "Yeah, she's completely drunk. What's going on?" Brad Lloyd and Lulu lay sprawled on the floor inside, muttering, "It's too late. It's too late." Brad Lloyd. Before Irene Pereira could finish his sentence, she hurriedly grabbed his cheeks. "Brad Lloyd, Lulu, what the hell is going on?" Ilya Lindsay cried out irritably. "Where are you looking? Look at me." With a dreamy expression, she voiced a loud reminder. "You only get to look at me. Understand?" Ilya dove into his arms and blushed, calling out softly, "Ilya Lindsay." Hajun Tahan observed and judged, "She's more extroverted than I was told." Kirill sighed and lamented, "Things are getting complicated now." Then, she stepped up to Irene Pereira's side and reminded him, "Brother, take Ilya Lindsay to her room and then come back down. We need to hold an urgent meeting." A little later, Ilya Lindsay lay still on the bed but kept calling out for Irene Pereira loudly. Elsewhere, 4 people sat around a large table. Kirill Pereira's voice rang out. What she just said was clearly the confession of a drunk, and that confession was not private at all. We all heard it. By morning, she will be so embarrassed that she'll want to leave the territory. We need a plan before the sun rises. Brad Lloyd added, "Irene Pereira, part of this is your fault, but I also have to take responsibility for letting Ilya Lindsay get into this state." Then he pointed a finger at Irene Pereira and asked irritably, "Don't tell me that even now, you're still hesitating?" He squinted his eyes in thought and replied, "All right, I'll figure out a way by tomorrow." Kirill asked, "So, what's your plan?" A second later, Irene Pereira firmly declared, "I will confess." Sunlight shone upon the castle. Ilya Lindsay woke up, held her head, and groaned, "Ugh, my head. What happened yesterday?" She clutched her forehead, trying to recall. After drinking with Brad Lloyd and Lulu, the images of herself with Irene Pereira surfaced in her mind. Ilya Lindsay was terrified and huddled under the covers. She trembled and muttered to herself, I have to sneak out of here. Not through the front door, should I jump out the window?" Suddenly, a sound came from the door, startling Ilya Lindsay. Her eyes widened as she slowly glanced behind her. At this, Ilya Lindsay looked at the door with a fearful expression and asked, Who's there?" A person stepped forward and called out softly, "My lady, Ilya Lindsay." She was startled to see Lulu and then cried out, Lulu, why are you talking like that? And what are you doing?" He bowed respectfully to deliver the message. Young Master Ira expressed that he wanted to enjoy a full day with the young lady today. Ilya Lindsay blushed as she repeated it, while Irene Pereira confirmed it firmly. "I see. And will the young lady accept his invitation?" She wondered to herself, feeling suspicious. Just the two of us? This was clearly a date invitation. Why so sudden? Could it be because of what happened yesterday? What should she do? In the next second, Ilya Lindsay had already made her decision. A date with Irene? I can't refuse, she thought. Then she sat up straight and replied solemnly, "All right, I'll get ready right away," Lou said excitedly. "I will be waiting for you, my lady." A little later, Ilya Lindsay put on a gorgeous dress. Her cheeks flushed as she asked herself, "Is this all right? I wonder?" Beside her, Lou pointed forward and reminded her, "Please, this way, my lady." Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something. In the distance, Irene Pereira was waiting. He turned his head and waved to her. Irene Pereira walked up to Ilya Lindsay and greeted her. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Thank you for coming to the estate," she replied politely. "Oh, it's nothing at all. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me." Then he complimented her. "That outfit suits you very well. You look beautiful." Ilya Lindsay was startled and replied shyly, "Oh, thank you." Then she tucked her hair back and added bashfully, "You look very handsome, too." Irene Pereira smiled gently and replied, "Really? Thank you." Deep down, Ilya Lindsay was screaming internally, "You idiot, why are you being so shy? Stop stuttering." Then she asked softly, "So, where are we going today?" He turned his head to look into the distance and replied, "Ah, the carriage is coming." In the distance, Kirill was riding the carriage toward them. As the carriage landed, she bowed respectfully. "Greetings. I am Kirill Pereira, in charge of today's transportation. I made it smaller with magic." Ilya Lindsay broke into a sweat and asked, "Even me?" Kirill opened the door and urged, "Please, get in." She jumped up and shouted excitedly to the griffin, "Cherry, make the ride smooth, okay?" The next second, the carriage soared into the blue sky. Inside the carriage, Irene asked sincerely about the place she wanted to go. noting it was quite far for a normal carriage. What do you think? Is there anything uncomfortable? She quickly replied, No, it's very comfortable. Ilya Lindsay smiled gently, feeling happy inside. He didn't mention anything about yesterday. He really was very thoughtful. She gazed at the scenery outside and marveled, even though she had seen this view countless times while riding her griffin. Ilya Lindsay stole a glance at Irene Pareira, but today, by some magic, everything looked different. The carriage sped through the wind toward another place, where crowds of people were everywhere. Sebastio, an autonomous city in the Gabera kingdom. Ilya Lindsay looked excited. Seeing so many people on the street, he quickly explained to her, It's because of the festival. I heard it will last until the end of autumn. The sound of cheering crowds and music echoed everywhere. A man on the stage held his sword and shouted, You pathetic dragon. I, Sebastian, am here now. The two of them then posed together for a painter. Ilya Lindsay laughed happily, seeing the stiff expression on Irene Pereira's face in the portrait. Night had fallen. He sat across from Ilya Lindsay at the dining table and asked, How is it? Is the food okay? She smiled and replied, It's delicious. A waiter approached and announced, I will clear the plates. How about the wine? It pairs perfectly with the steak, right? Dessert will be served shortly. I suggest a cocktail to go with it. Along with that came the scent of orange peel. Unexpectedly, Ilya Lindsay quickly realized who it was and asked, You're Brad Lloyd, aren't you? Brad Lloyd was startled and hurriedly denied it. I beg your pardon? She laughed mockingly and exposed him. It's Brad Lloyd. Who else? But he continued to play dumb. Excuse me. Who is Brad Lloyd? My name is Irene Pareira. Feeling helpless, Irene tried to stop him. Brad Lloyd. That's enough. You can stop now. Brad Lloyd replied awkwardly, wishing them a pleasant meal. The next second, he ran over to Kirill and Lou, asking confusedly, How did she know? My disguise was perfect. She waved her hand and urged him, Just come here already. Outside, Irene Pareira expressed his helplessness. I'm sorry, I didn't tell him to do that. She replied sympathetically, It's okay, it was fun. Thank you, Irene Pareira, for taking me out today. Honestly, because of family responsibilities and training sessions, I rarely get the chance to come down to the city like this. Ilya Lindsay thought to herself, I was afraid of letting people outside the family see my appearance and my actions. Above all, I was afraid of revealing my true feelings to others. Every moment she had spent with him flashed through her mind. Ilya, Lindsay whispered to herself, But I've changed since I met you. Irene Pereira smiled sincerely and expressed, Thank you so much. I had a great time today, Irene Pereira. Thank you for always forgiving me. Irene Pereira smiled and replied, I'm happy that you enjoyed it, and that you reached out your warm hand for me to hold. Suddenly, Ilya Lindsay was startled and asked, What's that sound? He shouted excitedly, It's starting. The next second, Irene Pereira grabbed her hand and pulled her along, shouting, Ilya Lindsay, let's go outside quickly. The two stood before a sky filled with brilliant fireworks. Ilya Lindsay's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, It's so beautiful. The atmosphere became hazy. He called out softly, Ilya Lindsay. The two of them stood facing each other. Irene Pereira furrowed his brow, thinking nervously, I'm so tense, I can't even look into her eyes. The next second, he expressed sincerely, I like you, not just as a friend, but as a man likes a woman. I like you. You were the first person to approach me when I had no one by my side. You were the one who welcomed me with a bright smile. Even though I didn't keep my promise and appeared after so many years, I like you. I like you so much. If your feelings are the same as mine, could we? Let's date. That moment left Ilya Lindsay completely stunned. She lowered her head, her cheeks blushing deep red, and then Ilya Lindsay smiled and replied, I agree. Suddenly, Kirill and the others rushed out, cheering. That guy! Congratulations, Irene Pereira. You're amazing. What are you doing? Kiss her. Irene Pereira turned to Kirill and warned, A kiss? Kirill, that's a bit too much, she replied with an innocent face. I'm not joking. Unexpectedly, Ilya Lindsay leaned in and kissed Irene Pereira on the cheek. The group cheered happily. Kirill, let's head back to the carriage. You really are my sister. Irene Pereira was left completely frozen. Brad Lloyd sighed. So boring. Suddenly, I want to see Judith. That night sky was brilliant with fireworks. Elsewhere, mysterious figures stood over ruins. Darren held a lamp to illuminate the surroundings. Then he announced, Captain, even the holy water shows no reaction here. Suddenly, another person ran up and shouted, Captain. A message just arrived from the 3rd Demon Extermination Squad. The southern continent, just like the western region, has completely lost all traces of demons. Guisu calmly stated his judgment. They all vanished at the same time. Ah, it's possible it was an order from an archdemon, commanding the lower-level demons. Our biggest suspect is the demon clown. It's highly likely he's recovered and regained his strength, he thought to himself, but there's something even more terrifying than demons acting in groups. From the places they inhabit, we haven't detected even a trace of magical energy. Among them, there's a demon capable of masking its magical energy. The three people standing below, a man spoke up. "Hey, Irene Pareira. How does it feel to just start dating?" He chuckled. "Are you just going to stand there scratching your head and smiling forever?" Brad Lloyd giggled while looking at Ilya Lindsay behind him. "Fine. I can just ask the person next to you instead." She was radiating, killing intent, pulled out her sword, and glared at him through gritted teeth. "Brad Lloyd, shut up and go train. Don't even try to deny it." Brad Lloyd waved his hands frantically. "Wait a second." Kiri watched him silently from above, then hurried over, her voice trembling. "Your eyes look strange. Calm down a bit." She chased after her and shouted, "Draw your sword, quickly." She leaned against the railing and sighed helplessly. They only started dating yesterday, and already these two are at the training grounds today. Man, these swordsmen. Kiri smiled to herself as she watched them, realizing why her brother had grown so fast. The figures of Brad, Lloyd, and Judith appeared in her mind. It was all thanks to his determination and the friends by his side. At the base of the castle gate, Brad Lloyd smiled as a way of saying goodbye to the other three. 1 month later, "All right, I'm off," he asked. "You're going to see Judith, right?" He replied calmly. "Of course." Brad Lloyd walked a short distance, then turned back and pointed. "Just you wait. Soon enough, the power couple Judith and Brad Lloyd will crush you too." His voice echoed. Perhaps it wouldn't be that soon, but the moment would come eventually. You two better watch out. The voice faded. He stepped forward confidently, waving at those behind him. He walked into the woods as the sun set, deep in thought. This time, I could really feel that both Irene Pareira and Ilya Lindsay are growing at an astonishing rate. Irene Pereira's image appeared in his mind, especially Ilya Lindsay. She's much stronger than the last time we met. It's like they're possessed or something. He stepped forward steadily, lost in thought. In the past, seeing this would have filled me with despair. But now, it's different. The feelings of inferiority or self-doubt, I don't care about them anymore. Brad Lloyd smiled. I will walk my own path at my own pace. A green gust of wind flashed through the air. He was secretly surprised by the strange wind. What kind of breeze is this? Brad Lloyd looked back at the space where the remnants of the wind lingered, wondering how it could have suddenly rushed in and vanished. He guessed with a hint of worry. Is it a person? The figure of a man running frantically appeared. Joshua's face surfaced with worry. He gritted his teeth and prayed, "Ilya Lindsay, I hope nothing has happened. She's been away from home for a whole month." Joshua felt annoyed when thinking of Irene Pareira. That blonde brat isn't entirely reliable. But even so, I still have to go see if she's safe. The moment he saw the territory, he cheered joyfully. "I see the territory. I'm almost there, my daughter." The gate guards welcomed him when they saw Joshua. "You've come all the way from the west? Have a pleasant visit." He replied politely, "Thank you." Joshua was sweating as he plodded. Thanks to his fake identity, he safely passed the gate. Next is the Lord's mansion. How do I sneak in there? He sank to his knees, panting with exhaustion. Joshua grumbled to himself. Exhausted after 2 weeks of nonstop running, he blurted out, "I really am getting old." Looking at the large building in front, Joshua pondered, "Maybe I should rest a bit." He put his knife and fork down the moment he finished his meal, and Joshua let out a breath, thinking happily, "I'm alive again." Then he looked outside, seeing the bustling scene, and mused. Truly an interesting territory. It's small, but much more peaceful than the places I've been to. Joshua observed for a while, then exclaimed, "This is a great place." A man walked over and pulled up a chair, confirming, "That's right, this place is really good, the food is delicious, and the prices are reasonable. Would you mind if I shared this table, traveler?" He replied, "It's fine." Joshua chuckled. "I wasn't just talking about this tavern." The man asked suspiciously, "Then what were you talking about?" He smiled. "I'm talking about this territory. It's much better than the neighboring ones." The man's face became clearer, revealing a red beard. "It seems you're a traveler. Could you share why you think so?" Joshua grinned and answered, "First of all, the security here is excellent. The guards' equipment is in top condition. The streets are well maintained, and the people seem to have no worries at all." He chuckled at the man opposite him. "It seems the lord of this place manages the territory quite well." The man laughed out loud. "As a citizen of this territory, I'm very happy to hear such positive feedback." The two clinked their mugs together. The man's voice echoed, "Would you mind if a local like me bought you a drink?" Joshua replied, I appreciate it. At the next table, two men were talking loudly. Hey, did you hear? Young Master Pereira, that thing. Their conversation made him choke on his beer, eyes widening in shock. Young Master Pereira is engaged to the young lady of the Lindsay family. Joshua angrily stormed over, slammed the table, and shouted, What? What did you two just say? The blond man was startled. Who are you? At that same moment, Irene Pareira walked in with Ilya Lindsay, and he said, It's not bad to date out here once in a while, right? She replied, I love it. An argument erupted at the tavern. What are you doing? Please, calm down. He was grabbed by the blond man. Juntahan hugged him tightly to stop him. Joshua exploded. Now is the time to calm down? Ilya Lindsay whispered in shock, Father. Irene Pareira was also stunned, blurting out, Father? He turned to look at the man holding him back, muttering, Father? You say? Ilya Lindsay whispered to Irene Pareira, I don't know what's going on, but it's best we leave here. He bowed his head. Father, you're here to inspect the territory, aren't you? I understand. We'll leave right away. She also bowed, wearing a smile. It seems you two are having a conversation, so we'll excuse ourselves and see you two later. The two men were a bit bewildered by what had just happened, then both fell silent and naturally distanced themselves. Voices in the tavern echoed, Sorry for causing such a mess. It's fine. Want another drink? Sure. Ilya Lindsay walked beside Irene Pareira, looking sad. I didn't expect my father to come all this way. He also sighed. What should I do? He'll be heading back soon. Irene Pareira spoke up, his eyes looking into the distance. Okay, I will take this opportunity to talk properly with your father and ask for his approval. She smiled and nudged him. You're pretty brave, aren't you? Irene Pareira replied helplessly. Ilya Lindsay. I'm being serious. The two laughed and joked as the two men approached from the opposite side. I'm going to tell the truth. Joshua glared at Hajun Tahan, annoyed. The way I reacted. He was just trying to calm him down. I understand. I have a daughter too, so I know how you feel. Joshua's face flushed slightly, his gaze drifting as he watched Irene Pareira and Ilya Lindsay laughing together. He went quiet, the image of his daughter's radiant smile playing in his mind. When was it? The last time I saw that bright smile. The image of her cold, silent figure surfaced in his memories. Ever since that incident with the family, she hasn't been able to find that smile again. Watching the two of them laughing together, he sank into deep thought. Was it my obsession that held Ilya Lindsay back? Sensing someone approaching, Irene Pareira and Ilya Lindsay reacted. She blurted out, Father. He spoke stiffly, Lord of the house. A hand landed firmly on Irene Pareira's shoulder. Joshua smiled gently and advised, Take care of my daughter, will you? His face lit up when he heard that. Joshua and Hajun Tahan began to walk away. Behind them, Irene shouted, Thank you, sir. I'll do my best. The conversation continued. Joshua remarked, Well, I'll be going now. Hajun Tahan replied, Next time, I'll visit your territory. Joshua shook his hand, saying warmly, Anytime. I'll be waiting. Ilya Lindsay warned Irene Pareira, Make sure you take good care of yourself. He replied softly, I know. Don't worry about me. The two, father and daughter, quickly mounted their beasts. Kirill said cheerfully, If you ride a griffin, you can get there in a week. She smiled, feeling relieved. Yeah, thanks, Kirill. The three of them watched the griffin's silhouette disappear into the sky. Joshua glanced at his daughter for a long moment before saying, I'm sorry. Because of me, you have to leave so soon. Ilya Lindsay responded excitedly, It's all right. Irene Pareira and I have already decided to focus on our training. Learning the family swordsmanship is very important to me, too. Seeing her say that, Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. The griffin continued to soar through the night sky without stopping. Joshua thought to himself, I've learned so much. I've remembered the things I had long forgotten. The reason I was so obsessed with the future and Ilya Lindsay's safety was because I couldn't escape the guilt I felt toward my own son. Now I understand. There are things I need to let go of. As for my sons, I won't be obsessed with them anymore. Ilya Lindsay looked down at the lush land below and called out, Father, we're almost there. When the griffin landed, she noticed someone waiting at the gate. A flicker of surprise crossed Ilya Lindsay's eyes. The beast landed in the castle courtyard, where someone was already waiting. Joshua said sternly, I didn't expect us to meet here. She replied, Lord of the house, it's been a while. He cut her off. Get to the point. She didn't beat around the bush. I came here to ask for your guidance. Please, teach me a lesson. Joshua pointed and said, Of all the days, you chose today. Your timing is off. I'm not in a good mood, so I might be a bit harsh. She didn't seem afraid at all. She even insisted, "That is exactly what I want." Then she told the others, "Let's change locations." Joshua left immediately. Ilya Lindsay suddenly asked Theo, "Could I watch too?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Follow me." The duel quickly turned fierce, the shockwaves causing the arena to explode with a roar. Both opponents struck decisively. She unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, and a cross-shaped sword aura appeared right in front of Joshua before flying straight toward her. Seeing this, Ilya Lindsay was absolutely stunned. That's the Heaven Sword technique? Father is truly serious about this match. Facing him, she didn't waver. She launched a devastating counterattack, and a vibrant red energy blanketed the massive space. Ilya Lindsay watched intently. Incredible. Neither of them is missing a beat. Luke, standing not far away, was also observing the fight. The clown laughed gleefully. "Huh, practicing like they're about to kill each other? Will you be okay? Your father might actually die." He stood there in silent contemplation, not answering. Luke watched as she collapsed onto the arena floor. Joshua said coldly, "Let's stop here. Your body can't even keep up with my blade." She replied clearly, "I have learned much. Thank you." Ania flew toward her, loudly calling for the captain. Joshua warned sternly, "Remember this. Never set foot in my territory for a reason like today's ever again." She stood up, sheathed her sword, and affirmed, "I will carve that into my memory. Farewell." She left quickly after that. Joshua turned to look at his daughter. Ilya stood still, saying nothing. The clown laughed mockingly. "What a shame. Why go easy on her? You should have just cut her head off, shouldn't you have?" He urged him to say something. He opened a portal and replied flatly, "Let's go." The clown grumbled. Total mood killer. A dark, somber shadow hung over Joshua's face. He stepped into the portal and left, his eyes vacant and devoid of emotion. Only a trace of black energy remained in the air. As night fell, Ilya Lindsay was still passionately practicing her swordplay. She thought to herself, "I can't forget what I just saw. The intent to kill in my father's sword was so intense. Yet, no matter how sharp the wind or how terrifying the storm, Ignite Crayon didn't waver in the slightest. She was even stronger than I thought. She is much more powerful than I ever imagined." Rusu stood on the balcony, looking down with a puzzled expression. "Ilya Lindsay, was I wrong to let you watch that match today?" As Ilya Lindsay practiced her swordsmanship, her hair tie suddenly snapped. Her hair cascaded down, causing her to pause as she wondered, "Am I jealous of Jai? A person who never loses their dignity in front of anyone. In the past, I wanted to be as strong as her, like a true monarch. But not anymore. I've finally found what I truly crave." An image of Irene Pareira flashed through her mind, a sturdy back she could lean on. Someone who held her in every moment. Someone she could trust and rely on. Ilya Lindsay leaped into the air, a surge of determination rising in her heart. "I want to be like him, too." Watching this from above, Rusu was completely stunned. Under the moonlight, Ilya Lindsay hovered amidst swirls of aura, her gaze cold and filled with resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Brad Lloyd was walking down a deserted dirt path. He excitedly exclaimed, "Almost there. I'll finally get to see Judith's face. She'll be so surprised when she finds out I've become a master, right?" Imagining her shocked expression when he said, "You? A master?" he couldn't stop laughing. What should I do? Maybe a sparring match with Judith? Brad Lloyd secretly guessed that Judith would be furious because he was stronger, and her face would surely be adorable. However, his smile vanished as he looked at the ground, his eyes suddenly filling with dread. What the? There used to be a small hill here. What on earth happened? Brad Lloyd ran toward the crater, blurting out in shock, "What the hell happened here?" A suspicious voice called out from behind him, "Is that you?" Brad Lloyd looked at the person approaching. He couldn't believe his eyes and whispered, "Master Ku." Ku calmly stepped forward to greet him. "It's been a while, hasn't it? You said you'd visit twice a year, but this took longer than I thought." Brad Lloyd explained faintly, "I achieved a few milestones, so it took a little extra time." He suddenly drifted off, lost in thought. Somehow, his tone is softer than before. His memories drifted back to the first time they met. Is it him again? Seeing his unusual attitude, Brad Lloyd was confused. But what exactly happened here? Ku just turned his back and ordered coldly, "Don't ask. Follow me." A second later, they both approached another crater. He widened his eyes in shock at the scene below. Brad Lloyd waved both hands happily and called out, "Judith!" Judith heard him and turned around suspiciously. After a while of talking, she spoke slowly. Judith curiously confirmed, "So, you've become a master?" She was so excited she couldn't stop talking. "I'll explain later. Come closer." Judith, the reunion hug, was rebuffed as she turned away, annoyed and decisive. Her voice was gloomy. I've been training like crazy, yet I still haven't become a master. Hearing this, Brad Lloyd jumped, blurting out, "What?" As she tied her hair up, she muttered, "Good. This is the perfect time. I've always wanted to try and test just how strong I've become." Suddenly, Judith swung her sword in challenge. "Don't hold back. Use your full strength." He quickly agreed. "Don't blame me if you cry after you lose. You'd probably look cute crying, anyway." However, moments later, Brad Lloyd lay on the ground, dazed and whispering, "Why? Why me?" He lay there flat, unable to believe it, asking himself, "I'm a master, for heaven's sake." She walked over to praise him. "You flew quite far." Judith hurriedly sat down, frowning, and questioned him. "What's wrong? Why do you look so dazed? Here, take your sword." Brad Lloyd was so shaken he could barely speak. "No, this isn't how it's supposed to go. How can a master be knocked back by a swordsman a rank below them?" Hearing this, she retorted, confused. "So, what if you lose a friendly match? Are you just going to lie there forever?" He scrambled up, mouth agape, constantly asking himself, "Have I become too complacent? I've been training so hard." Seeing this, Judith pondered, looking flustered. He seems really shocked. She couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, "Damn it! Listen here." Judith's face turned bright red as she leaned down and kissed the top of his head. She quickly pulled back, irritably asking, "Get it now?" He was stunned for a few seconds before answering, "Got it." The sun had faded, leaving only a dim twilight. Brad Lloyd waved goodbye. "All right, I'm off. I'll visit you again soon." Just then, Koo arrived and looked confused. What was that? Why is this Brad in such a rush to leave today? Judith just smiled vaguely. He said he suddenly remembered something important. Koo could only click his tongue, sighing that he was such a strange boy. Only then did she hold up both thumbs to brag. "More importantly, my training is finally paying off. I didn't expect to be this strong." "Truly, you're a master teacher." Koo put his hands on his hips and snorted proudly. "Obviously. Who do you think I am?" Judith kept rambling without paying him much mind, then suddenly stopped. "If I keep this up, I can become the strongest, right?" Her eyes lit up as she declared, "I'll surpass Ilya Lindsay, Brad Lloyd, and even Irene Pareira, all of them, including that black-haired swordswoman who was here earlier." Remembering the earlier fight, Judith couldn't help but exclaim, "That was X, wasn't it? The one known as the best swordsman in the Holy Kingdom? She's tough." Hearing this, a spark of admiration flashed in Koo's eyes. "You really have been motivated after witnessing the battle between me and X." Even so, he only asked, "Judith, why do you want to become strong?" She answered quickly, "What else? If I become the strongest blade like you, Master, I can defeat everyone." Hearing this, Koo's gaze sank, and he repeated, "The strongest, huh?" Then, he slowly denied it. "That isn't what you need." Judith was startled, but hurriedly questioned him. "What do you mean?" Koo's next words left her stunned. "Don't abandon your connections. I reached this realm because I threw everything away to become the strongest swordsman, but I don't know if this is what I truly wanted. Walk a different path than I did. Don't leave your friends and those you love behind. Don't sacrifice your relationships for the way of the sword. Be greedy. Don't discard anything. Embrace it all and move forward." Hearing everything, Judith was stunned and whispered, "Master, you don't sound like yourself at all." "Master, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I'm going back to training." He sighed, frustrated. "Rude brat. Who does she take after? Surely not me. Have I really changed since I started spending time with her?" As he finished, Koo suddenly covered his mouth. When he pulled his hand away, his eyes darkened. His palm was covered in a shocking shade of red. He didn't seem worried, just calmly pondering, "It's starting again." He thought for a moment and walked away. In another corner, a mysterious figure watched his receding back, standing in silence without saying a word. The mysterious figure couldn't help but mutter with a sigh, "You're getting weaker." Back at the Colon Sword Academy, Dean Yan was so excited to see you when you arrived. "Oh, has Judith gotten that strong already? Seems like she's been training well with that guy." Brad Lloyd smiled smugly and then calmly declared, "I've decided not to waste any more time. That's why I'm heading back to the Sword Academy. Please, Dean, teach me. I need to become stronger. I have a reason to get stronger now." Thinking back to the past, Judith had scolded him in a low voice. "Don't lose your drive just because of one loss. You idiot. You'll win next time. I'll give you whatever you want if you win, so just get to work and train hard." Motivated, he was burning with the determination to become stronger and return there in a year. "Wait for me, Judith." Just then, the old man's voice cut through his thoughts. "All right, but we're about to have company." Brad Lloyd asked suspiciously. Company? Why, Anne didn't explain, just suggested coolly, "Are you coming with me?" A while later, they entered a cathedral. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't kept up with the outside world lately, but a spectator shouldn't be an issue, right? The person ignored Brad Lloyd's panicked expression and replied nonchalantly, "A few more won't be a problem." Elsewhere, cold swordlight flashed through the air. Irene Pareira lowered his sword and let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he tensed up and raised his blade high. For a moment, Irene Pareira was lost in thought. How long had it been since he last trained alone? Kiri has been going out on the Griffin a lot lately. He'll be back soon. I'm heading out too. Lou said he had something he needed to find, and it's been hard to run into him lately. Spending time alone is a good opportunity to focus entirely on myself. Everyone else must be training really hard too. They're all giving it their best. I need to work harder as well. I need a stronger, more stable heart, so I'll never be shaken like that again. 1 year later, Mar rushed over to report, "Young Master, a letter arrived from the Holy Kingdom. I believe it's an invitation." Looking at the letter, he repeated with a hint of doubt, "An invitation? The Heroes' Festival. A year ago, the demon disappeared, and countless monsters and beasts began to appear. Reports of humans wielding demonic powers spread, and a sense of uncontrollable fear blanketed the entire continent. The Holy Kingdom's demon extermination squads, which were scattered everywhere, gathered to discuss how to deal with the threat. The burning issue now is that if the war against the demons drags on, once the current generation of heroes retires, the next generation won't have enough strength to protect the continent." After that discussion, a duel took place right in the training grounds of Abilius Castle. Standing before all the members of the Demon Extermination Squad were Julius H., the White Knight commander of the Holy Kingdom of Abilius, and Igna Crescentia, the Black Knight commander of the Holy Kingdom of Abilius. Two of the Holy Kingdom's greatest powers clashed, and unexpectedly, the match was completely one-sided. Every powerful attack from the Black Sword was blocked by the Great White Mountain that had maintained peace for an entire era. However, in the midst of that one-sided battle, what the members of the Demon Extermination Squad witnessed in that dangerous situation, where one could lose consciousness from the relentless, fierce attacks, was something slowly emerging that even touched that great mountain. An indomitable will, the hope of protecting the new era. Because of the demon's arrival, the whole continent was living in darkness and fear. This was to be an event to pass on hope, the Heroes' Festival. This was the prelude to that sacred event. After reading the invitation, Irene Pareira was silent for a moment, then calmly ordered, "Mar, take this to my study." Mar was startled at being called and hurriedly complied. "Yes, young master." After giving instructions, Irene Pareira went back to training his sword. Night fell, and the moon hung quietly in the sky. In the dim bedroom, he sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in thought. As his inner sea appeared, Irene Pareira stood silently in front of the pool of water surrounding the mound, his sword planted in the center. He furrowed his brows, thoughtfully assessing the space within the imaginary world he had created. "I learned how to use fire energy to control the steel in my heart. I also mastered water energy to calm the raging flames, and earth energy to control the water flow that changed like a heart being shaken. I mastered that after a year of training too. I want to swing this sword for the world to uphold that will. How should I use this power?" An old, raspy voice suddenly echoed, catching Irene Pereira's attention. "Finally made it." The old man walked over slowly to greet him. "Do you remember me? I'm one of those old guys from the Holy Kingdom that you met back in Brad Lloyd." He frowned slightly, sounding suspicious as he probed, "What wind brought you here?" The old Holy Knight smiled kindly and explained, "You're the only one who hasn't replied to our invitation yet. Are you hesitant? I don't know if you'll listen to an old man who can barely see the road ahead, but I truly hope you'll attend the festival. I still remember the sword in your heart that you showed us back in Brad Lloyd very clearly. It burned so fiercely, as if it could swallow everything around it. But at that moment, I felt warmth. Even someone like me, someone whose senses have all aged, could still feel it. I can never forget that captivating energy. At that time, I was certain your sword could bring hope to this world." Seeing his expression, the old man spoke encouragingly. "Be brave, swing that brilliant sword once more, and illuminate the world." Early the next morning, just as the sun rose, a voice called out. Irene Vinus stood in front of the gate, enthusiastically suggesting, "You're leaving for the Holy Kingdom tomorrow, right? I'm going with you." Irene Pereira was slightly startled and blurted out, "Even Mr. Venus is coming?" The old man laughed heartily and replied quickly, "Yes, I'll accompany you to gain more experience and find inspiration." And for those participating in the Heroes Festival, for all the swordsmen fighting against the demons and monsters, I want to provide them with compatible weapons. Seeing that firm look, he had no choice but to accept. All right, then let's go. The next day, Mar stood at the gate and shouted his goodbyes. Safe travels, young master. Just after leaving the city, Irene smiled and asked, Are you okay with walking this time? Views didn't seem to mind and sighed. I'm used to walking, anyway. By the way, where's Lou? Hearing the familiar name, he mused and recounted. Lou left the territory a few months ago. Thinking back, Lou had excitedly held up a bag and bragged, This is a spatial bag. You can put anything you want inside it. I've packed a few things in here that Irene Pareira might need. Huh? Hearing that, Irene Pareira panicked and hurriedly asked, Han, are you planning on going somewhere far away? He just gave a triumphant wink and reassured her, Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Next time we meet, you have to be even cooler than you are now. Deal? Shaking off the memory, he stared blankly up at the sky and whispered to himself, All right, I promise you. The forest was swallowed by the darkness of night, with only the campfire glowing brightly. Irene Pereira mumbled through a mouthful of food, hesitating before she spoke. I'm a little surprised. I never expected the world outside the territory to have changed this much. Even in the cities we've passed through, the energy just doesn't feel the same as before. Vunsen finished his soup before speaking calmly. A lot has happened over the past few years. He laughed heartily after finishing, trying to lighten the mood. But hey, it's fine, right? Our legendary hero is going to change the world now, isn't he? He groaned reluctantly at that, feeling the pressure. You're putting a lot on me, old man. Just then, Jaren lowered her voice to offer a warning. Keenan, paying attention to the two suspicious people, tried to reassure them. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just a little happy to see the light. Eon and his teammates stepped forward to introduce themselves. See this mercenary badge? We aren't bad people. Let's start from here. Keenan, Giovanni, and Jaren. Keenan smiled proudly when his name was called and gave a greeting. Pleasure to meet you. After introducing all the members, he spoke about himself. I'm the leader of this small party. Irene, sensing their good intentions, smiled and replied, As you can see, I'm a dwarf, and my name is Vunsen. He laughed brightly and chimed in, I'm Irene Pereira. As soon as he heard that, the old man snapped, lowering his voice to remind him, Hey, we agreed to use aliases. That was when he jumped, hurriedly whispering, I forgot. Hearing the two whispering, Eon couldn't help but laugh and tease them. What kind of awkward act is that? He chimed in. Another Irene Pereira. Really? That makes 6 of them already. With that, he suddenly lunged forward to inspect Irene Pereira closely. I've seen quite a few imposters trying to use that swordsman's name lately. The hair color is pretty similar, I'll give you that. But you're forgetting one thing. What kind of Irene Pereira are you without the black cat, Lulu? You're walking around claiming to be Irene Pereira, but who's going to believe you without the cat mage, Lulu? Behind them, Jaren couldn't help but whisper as well. Even with a cat, one word would be enough for me to tell if it's real or fake. Giovanni quickly stopped her. All right, that's enough. Taking advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention, he leaned in to whisper. It seems like they don't believe us. Vunsen clicked his tongue. I guess that's a good thing. The next second, Eon suddenly noticed the two and asked, So, what are your real names? Irene Pereira racked his brain and quickly blurted out, Call me Irene. After the brief introductions, the 6 of them continued on their way. She lowered her voice, sounding a bit annoyed. We don't need to travel together. He wasn't happy and argued back. But there was no reason for them not to travel as a group. Jaren grew even more agitated upon hearing that. Why should we trust people who wander around posing as others? Behind them, he was also quietly trying to persuade her. Come on, you can see they don't have any bad intentions. And these guys would die if we just left them alone. Next time, I'll make mushroom soup for you, all right? The old man grumpily refused. I prefer meat soup. Hearing that, Irene could only laugh helplessly. Don't be so strict when we're in such dangerous times. Meanwhile, Eon kept arguing. We're heading to the same place anyway. If there's a problem, we can just kick them out later. The only reply was her annoyed click of the tongue, but just a second later, Jaren stopped in her tracks, shouting a warning. Everyone froze, staring at the bloodthirsty skeletons in front of them. Someone screamed, It's the undead! Facing their murderous gaze, he yelled out orders. Aaron and Vunsen, stay back, we'll handle them. She didn't hesitate, rushing forward and throwing a fireball at the skeletons. Eon spun around, swinging his sword and cleanly decapitating one. As the wave of skeletons charged, Giovanni roared in alarm. Eon, they just keep coming. Seeing their numbers growing, he shouted in a panic. This is bad. Retreat. Everyone pull back. In that critical moment, Irene Pereira suddenly swung his sword and dashed into the fray. With just one strike, the surrounding skeletons were all blown away. Seeing that, Eon was completely stunned. It took him a long moment to whisper, "Aaron?" Once the skeletons were cleared, Irene Pereira finally let out a sigh of relief. Eon rushed over, showering him with praise. "Aaron, you're pretty good at this, aren't you? Where did you learn that swordsmanship?" Hearing that, he turned around, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Would you believe me if I said I learned it at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy?" He laughed heartily, his tone clearly teasing. "You still won't tell the truth, huh?" Kinan, standing behind them, sighed in admiration. "You and that greatsword look like one entity. You must have trained like a maniac." Jaren stood far away, silently watching everyone joking around. "All right, let's see what else you've got." She quietly bowed her head, her eyes filled with contemplation, and then Irene Pereira moved to the front, swinging his sword repeatedly. His sharp, rapid strikes, quickly wiping out the pack of wolves, and the goblins met the same miserable fate soon after. On the other side, Eon leaned on his sword, panting, and blurted out in amazement, "He's actually the real deal. Should I try to recruit him into the group?" Jaren then asked indifferently, "What do you think of him?" He was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized who she meant, and asked back, "Oh, Aaron?" Eon started listing off his strengths. "His skills are quite impressive. He didn't even flinch before the monsters. I haven't asked him specifically, but he probably comes from a prestigious swordsmanship background, maybe even the Royal Academy." She remained silent for a moment before asking, "That's it?" He was a little unhappy at that and questioned, "That's it? What do you mean by that? What else do you want to hear?" Jaren turned her face away in anger. "Forget it." A while later, everyone gathered around the campfire, praising the food. "Your cooking skills are actually amazing. So good." Then Eon walked over to a corner and shouted, "Jaren, you're really not eating? That's your favorite beef stew." She was annoyed at being bothered and snapped, "I told you I'm not eating. Why do you keep asking?" Kinnan asked while chewing his food. "Is she not eating?" He could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. "Yeah, probably just in a bad mood. Anyway, what were you guys talking about before?" "Here," Giovanni quickly continued. "What else?" "The Hero Festival, of course. Who do you think is going to win this time?" Suddenly, Vunson interrupted. "I heard Cameron J. from the Thick clan, one of the 5 great families, is going to participate. Since the competition is limited to contestants under 60, Cameron J. is still eligible." Eon frowned in thought, his mind racing. Cameron J. is a strong opponent, and the age limit means the clan leaders and veteran masters can't join. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "But isn't the captain of the Black Knights the one most likely to win? The Holy Kingdom is holding this festival to show the world the sword of the Holy Kingdom. That's what people say." Suddenly, he got angry, raising his voice to argue, "You've got to be kidding, right? A 30-year-old beating masters in their 50s? The winner will definitely be some swordsman from the south." He clicked his tongue, his face showing clear irritation. "Here we go again, favoring your own region." Jaro, the Tiger of the South and the King of Swords, swore a brotherhood oath together. They're in their 50s, but you'd be a fool to underestimate their experience as swordsmen. "Aaron, how about you? Who do you think will win?" Irene Pereira stayed silent for a moment before finally listing off names. Eigen Crescencia, Ilya Lindsay, Bad Loy, Judith, and Irene Pereira. Luke was incredibly strong before, but he's surely even stronger now. Weishin was stunned for a second, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing everyone else go quiet, he quickly scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "I'm just kidding. I only really know about the top 10 swordsmen." Keenan glared at him, annoyed. "What are you rambling about now?" He went silent, just gesturing for him to stay quiet. Luke felt like he was emphasizing the truth. A second later, Eaton suddenly beamed, offering endless praise. "Aaron, that was a good answer." Giovanni nodded in satisfaction. "Yeah, surprisingly serious." Accepting the praise from both of them, Irene Pereira gave a shy, polite smile. "Thanks, you two." The next day, the 6 of them walked slowly. He said excitedly, "We're almost at the forest." The uncle also chimed in to explain the situation. "Usually, this place is pretty peaceful, but demons have appeared here twice lately, so we need to stay sharp." A while later, the group arrived at a crowded, bustling camp. Giovanni exclaimed in surprise, "Look, is that a caravan?" "That flag. It's the Wise Trading Company." Hearing this, Irene Pereira couldn't hide his shock. "The Wise Trading Company?" The old man didn't hesitate to confirm it. "That's right. They're quite famous. It was said that the company controlled the wealth of the entire continent and was renowned for its positive influence. They provided food for the poor, and even set up scholarships for children who couldn't afford an education. Yeah, recently, they've even been supporting the heroes fighting against the demons by supplying weapons and armor. Right now, the company is being led by the eldest son of the Wise family, Gale Wise, a half-elf. A noise from behind quickly caught his attention. Jaren stood behind, face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Elsewhere, a voice rang out, filled with curiosity. "Are you really not going, Master?" Kun walked forward as he replied, "Yeah. How many times do I have to tell you, you idiot? Spending that time training is a lot more beneficial." Judith grumbled unhappily. "But your only student is about to compete. Can't you spare just a little time to go watch?" He let out a sigh before retorting, No. If you think I care about that kind of stuff, do you think I would have made it this far? I'd probably be licking old Jan's boots by now." That remark immediately sent her into a rage. "You stubborn old man. Fine, stay here, train for another 100 years, and become super strong then." After her outburst, Judith paused, puffing out her cheeks in anticipation. When no one stopped her, she exploded again. "Can't you even say one word of encouragement?" she shouted angrily. "Judith, go and take down Ign Crescencia, Irene, Brat, and the others. Destroy them all and come back here." Judith heard the scolding but wasn't angry. She just gave a gentle, relaxed smile. Then, she excitedly declared, "I'll bring back the glory of victory, so make sure you take care of your health until then." He just clicked his tongue in annoyance and shooed her away. Yeah, just go." With that, Kun hurried away. He suddenly stopped and looked back with a guarded expression, only to see Kun collapse, coughing violently. Bright red blood poured between his fingers, staining the grass. He knelt, gasping for air, his hands stained with blood, his body trembling with pain. Even as his hands shook, Kun gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, it's getting worse. This won't do. I have to do something before things get even worse." He swung his sword fiercely, slashing straight ahead. Sharp sword auras appeared continuously. A voice suddenly echoed from within his subconscious. "I'm serious, I swear." Kun swung his sword down and snapped. "Quit the nonsense. Ridiculous." He dismissed it, but the voice insisted. "I really heard it. Beyond the level of a sword master, if you reach the ultimate realm of the sword, you'll receive a new body. Even an old, frail man can shed his skin and seize a new opportunity." The voice said, "Stop the rambling and come out here to spar with me." Snapping out of the memory, he panted, lost in thought. "So, I have to bet everything on that ridiculous story now? I've challenged the impossible countless times. Fine, let's see who wins this time." A while later, the moon rose high, stretching across the cloudy sky. Kun sheathed his sword, stood tall, and muttered to himself, "Is a day like this enough?" A noise from behind suddenly grabbed his attention. Kun saw someone approaching, and was caught off guard. He narrowed his eyes, wary, his cold gaze assessing the stranger. "What is this? I couldn't sense his presence at all." Then, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Kaz wasn't afraid at all, and calmly introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Kaz. I've come here to learn from the strongest sword of Kun." Thinking of that, Kun lowered his eyes and muttered to himself, "A platinum-haired swordsman. Could you be the Lindsay from the rumors?" He drew his sword from its sheath and slowly explained, "I abandoned that family name a long time ago." He smiled slightly, expressing his thoughts calmly. "Even I, someone who knows very little about the outside world, have heard of you. I hope you can return to the competition with the other swordsmen. But isn't your opponent supposed to be Z? Why not head straight to the Holy Kingdom?" It wasn't just Ign Crescencia. Other swordsmen were gathering there too. As the blade was drawn, a wave of dark energy immediately flooded the area. Faced with this, Kun couldn't help but gasp in fear, his eyes widening. A white, blazing light flared, and murderous intent tore through the darkness. The two rushed forward, their blades clashing, and a fierce power exploded outward. Even though he was heavily wounded, he laughed mockingly. "Coming here to learn, yet radiating such arrogant killing intent?" Kaz's face loomed closer as Kun's voice rang out. "If you've come to take my life," he laughed with amusement, "then you'll have to be prepared to pay with your own." The sound of steel clashing rang out incessantly. Kaz's sharp blade easily sliced through an ancient tree, and Kun countered just as fiercely with his own sword. The two fought a brutal, deadlocked battle. Suddenly, Kaz flicked his wrist, and his blade flashed. This strike was unusually powerful, successfully knocking Kun back. He jumped back 2 steps. Before Kun could even steady himself, he felt the murderous aura closing in. Kaz was leaping up, ready to unleash a strike. The impact devastated the ground. The shockwave spread throughout the forest, dust flying everywhere. Kun narrowed his eyes, not daring to let his guard down. Just as expected, a ray of light flashed through the dust. A second later, Kaz's blade swept past. Kun barely dodged it. He said in a deep voice, "You're pretty fierce. I'll give you that. I truly did underestimate you a bit." A massive surge of power gradually radiated from Kun. "To think my life would be threatened by a brat like you. That's getting on my nerves, you know that?" The ground at Jun Tahong shook violently. Jun flinched, his intuition screaming a warning, but his body's reaction was far slower than his opponent's. A crushing blow landed squarely on his face, sending Jun flying back with brutal force. He stumbled backward, dazed and groaning in pain as his opponent followed up instantly, slamming a foot down and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Jun suddenly froze. A sword strike had been launched without him even noticing. The pressure of it stretched for miles. He stood there, gasping for breath, clutching his chest with a deep, frustrated frown. The old man lunged forward again, and they clashed intensely once more. In that brief moment, Kun realized that this guy seemed to be on the back foot. Yet, he was still parrying the sword techniques with precision and counterattacking quite well. His talent, in a way, was actually terrifying. Kun unleashed a full power strike that instantly split the ground in two, sending Jun reeling again. Kun then sneered, "Your swordsmanship makes those years you spent hiding from the world look like a waste. For someone like you, it must be agonizing to hit that wall, that limit you know you can never overcome." The old man stepped closer. "Maybe you were trying to run away from those hardships, and that's why you haven't made any real progress." "I know that miserable feeling all too well," Kun said, his tone softening into a slow, cold advice. "When you reach a limit you can't break through, it's unbearable. Don't be afraid. Keep pushing forward if your desire is still burning and you're willing to work for it." But Jun's eyes remained strangely hollow. "Surely, you'll reach the place you're longing for eventually. I, someone who barely managed to become a master swordsman at 70, can guarantee that," the old man said, displaying true magnanimity. "I'll let it slide this time. While I'm still being lenient, get out of here, kid." However, that sharp look in Jun's eyes wasn't that of a fool. "One more thing. Tell me why you were after my life." But it seemed his words only fueled the kid's competitive spirit. Dust and smoke suddenly flared up. Kun just frowned and scolded. What a foolish move. Suddenly, the old man froze. A chilling sensation washed over him. The rocks around Jun Tahong cracked and crumbled. He quickly jumped back to dodge. He panted. That was dangerous. Deep down, his instincts were blaring an alarm. That technique from just now for a split second, it surpassed his own speed. "I knew something felt wrong," Kun whispered. "That bizarre aura. I can feel it coming from you." Jun stepped out from the dust, half of his face darkened. "Did you finally touch it? That demonic power hiding deep in the shadows?" Kun stood in the desolate field, gripping his sword tightly. The old man shouted a warning. "Sever your connection to the shadows. Get rid of that filthy, evil power you've accumulated, and start over." "It's not too late," Jun retorted. "What's wrong with having no intention of being righteous or evil? I only did as Master Kun taught, and obtained the power I desperately craved." The old man's lips trembled. "What does power mean if you throw away your humanity to get it? Fine. This time, I'll make you realize the truth." Kun's gaze became more resolute than ever. He would show him just how pathetic and vile the power he had touched truly was. Their energies exploded in a violent clash. Jun created a whirlwind to attack. He charged forward, lightning gathering in his hands. He launched a lightning-infused punch, and Jun leaped into the air at Jun Tahong to dodge. Fast as lightning, Kun closed in. The old man unleashed a barrage of strikes. "You've lost control. Let your emotions rule you," and threw yourself away to follow a crooked path. Jun could only stand there and take it. "These are the wrongdoings that will make you pay the price. In your heart of hearts, you will eventually feel the guilt for what you have done." Suddenly, Kun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his black pupils dilating at Jun Tahong. Realizing his chance had come, Jun immediately reached out, unleashing a massive tornado. After a long while, everything went quiet. Jun walked forward, speaking in a calm voice. "I am truly amazed." It seemed he was quite surprised that Kun was still standing. "I was certain I had blown you away along with your sword. To make such a wise decision in such a dangerous moment." Red blood splattered the ground. The old man still gripped his sword firmly, even though one of his arms had been blown off. "Kun, once again, I express my respect for you." As they locked eyes, Jun said firmly, "But now, I'm ending this battle." He unleashed more whirlwinds. Kun braced himself, but suddenly, Jun vanished. In a flash, he appeared right behind him. As they traded blows endlessly, Jun couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly admirable. Even after losing an arm, your sword technique hasn't diminished in the slightest." June said. "To be able to duel someone with such powerful swordsmanship as yours, I consider this my good fortune." He didn't respond, staying on high alert. Neither side gave an inch. June was getting a bit anxious. He had to keep attacking before the old man could unleash a finishing technique. In the blink of an eye, the old man coughed up more blood. June's strike speed suddenly surged. The sharp blade grazed Kun's body again, and his sword fell to the ground. The old man collapsed, both of his arms severed near the wrists. June's eyes widened in surprise. Both arms gone, and he still won't give up? Kun tensed his whole body, gripped the sword with his teeth, and lunged with a ferocious strike aimed straight at June's neck. Everything suddenly stopped, and all that could be heard was a sigh from the old man. Unfortunately, Master Kun had easily blocked it with one hand. Our battle ends here. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fighting someone who can no longer hold a sword holds no interest for me. Sword strikes continued to fly, leaving the ground in ruins where they collided. The old man gasped for air, his once clear eyes slowly dimming. His aged body went limp, as if surrendering to fate. The voice of his student echoed in Kun's mind. "Master, you have to fix the roof at the right time." Back then, he hated hearing those nagging words. "You're such a chatterbox, kid," he'd grumble. Kun managed a faint, difficult smile. He'd probably get scolded for that thought too. Memories flooded back. "Fine, live however you want. I won't care anymore," he whispered to himself with regret. "I should have gone to see her at least once." Kun slowly closed his eyes. June stood before the sword plunged into the ground, gasping for breath. It had truly been an exhausting fight. For now, he had to focus on recovering. He still couldn't stop June Tahong from trembling due to the aftershocks of the battle. Ending that old man was dangerous. I almost lost my life in the blink of an eye. If not for his chronic illness, I would definitely have been the one to lose. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. A sturdy figure was stepping out of the wreckage. No mistake about it, Kun was still alive. Cax immediately tightened his grip on his sword, filled with irritation. "Seriously, old man, your combat strength has far surpassed my imagination. Are you immortal or something?" He swung his sword, shattering Kun's blade. But even if he stood back up, he wouldn't have a chance at victory anymore. The corners of the old man's lips curled up. "Immortal, you say?" Those eyes were as confident as ever. Perhaps that was truly the case. Cax couldn't believe his eyes, his entire body brimming with inner energy. Impossible. That old man's internal power should have been completely drained. A brilliant aura radiated outward. Yan. Kun's two new arms were forged from that very aura. Is this what they call the ultimate realm of a swordsman? Suddenly, the old man's voice dropped, filled with contemplation. "Cax, it seems that my meeting you like this wasn't just a coincidence." Kun seemed to have many things weighing on his mind. "Let me ask you this." He stared straight at him. "Do you know the story of two wolves living in the same forest?" Meanwhile, at the encampment, a different situation was unfolding. He then was briefing his teammates. "To safely cross the Tam Mo forest, I've decided to join the Wise Caravan. It will take about a week to reach the Holy Kingdom." He looked at the woman. "Jaren, I hope you understand." She closed her eyes in annoyance. "I get it." Ethan could only look on awkwardly as Jaren walked away. "I'll head into the tent first." Irene Pareira couldn't help but wonder. After meeting the Wise Caravan, Jaren's expression had remained sour. "Did something happen?" Giovanni stammered. "About that, well, but we then nudged him, cutting him off. Don't talk nonsense. Get inside and prepare everything. We set out early tomorrow." The older man could only nod. "Understood, Captain." He turned to offer a reminder. "Irene Pereira, Jaren has her reasons that she cannot speak of, so let's not pry further." He was very understanding. "Yes, I understand." In a secluded corner, Jaren collapsed at the base of a tree, muttering to herself, "Right. What does it even matter?" The struggle was written clearly on her face. She just had to endure for one more week. 3 days later, Keenan stared wide-eyed at the notice. "No way. 3 straight days of night watch is going to kill me." Giovanni wasn't any happier. Even he had been assigned to the perimeter. Keenan frowned, complaining to Ether, "This needs to be addressed. We're being looked down upon way too much." "Exactly," Giovanni agreed. "Captain, this is going a bit too far." After hearing them out, he offered some comfort. "Understood. I'll go talk to them. You guys just stay calm and wait here." Though he appeared composed, Wheathen was actually scared to death inside. "Everything will be fine. I don't need to worry. We have every right to request basic things like this, don't we?" The guard seemed slightly surprised to see him approach. He barked, "Stop right there. What are you doing here?" He hurriedly explained, "I've come to see the commander." The guard questioned him. "What business do you have?" He hesitated before presenting his case. I'd like to have a word, as there seems to be an issue with how the duties are being distributed. However, the guard blocked him. Commander Wu is busy. Tell me, and I'll relay it to him. This left Y then feeling incredibly awkward. That is... Suddenly, another voice rang out. Could I perhaps speak with him myself? Y then exclaimed in relief. Irene Pareira. While the guard questioned, And who are you? He introduced himself very politely. Hello, I am Irene Pareira. I belong to Mr. Eaton's adventurer squad, and I have a few things I'd like to discuss. The guard seemed quite irritated. Why are you all showing up together like this? This drew the attention of others. What's this? Are those guys looking for trouble? What's going on? It's enough to make someone step out of the tent. Why is it so loud out here? The guard immediately jumped in shock. Sir, it's just. Even Y then was shocked to see who it was. It was the sword saint, Bruder. From inside the tent, another voice echoed, Come inside, and then we shall talk. Eaton and Irene followed Bruder inside. Irene, Pereira, was slightly stunned. That person inside, it turned out to be the big shot himself, the master of the Wise caravan, the handsome man with flowing red hair and half-elf blood, Gael Wise. After hearing the two of them explain the situation clearly, Gael nodded. So that's what happened. With so many people joining this journey, the schedule has become chaotic, leading to minor issues. He flashed a polite smile. I apologize. I didn't intend to cause offense. You then immediately waved his hands in confusion. Oh no, thank you for listening so attentively to such an unpleasant matter. Gael offered his assurance. While Irene Pereira's gaze was fixed on something else, I will ensure this causes no further trouble for anyone starting tonight. Why? Then spoke up. Relieved. Thank you. Gael suddenly asked him. Aaron Jen, do you have anything else to say? Irene Pareira shook his head. Oh no, thank you for responding so quickly. When he returned to his teammates, Eaton's demeanor changed completely. So, when I made it clear, he couldn't say anything and had to apologize to the captain. But there seems to be a problem, Giovanni whispered. While I was talking to other team members, I accidentally mentioned that Aaron had been pretending to be Irene Pareira, Perennia. Y then jumped in shock. What? Keenan felt terrible. The result is that everyone's opinion of Irene has turned very negative. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, Irene Pareira, unaware of any of this, was sitting cross-legged in meditation with nature, when suddenly, a shadow approached. Excuse me. He looked up, surprised. Jaren, she had come to explain. The uncomfortable situation you faced in my squad and the fact that you are now being criticized. It's all because of me. Jaren bowed her head in silence. Truthfully, I don't get along well with Gael Wise. That probably made everything unnecessarily hostile for you. She took a deep breath and said, Anyway, we'll be parting ways in a few days. You don't need to get involved any further. Drawing attention from the Wise Trading Guild won't do you any good. He gently interrupted. This means nothing to me, Jaren asked in surprise. What did you say? Memories from his childhood flooded back into his mind. I was mocked like this before. I was scared and ran away, hoping that the wind blowing against me would finally die down. Back then, I didn't know that the wind that shakes you will blow regardless of your will, Irene Pereira affirmed. But I also realized something else. Those winds don't just bring challenges. They also bring experiences that make us stronger, helping us grow into powerful people with hearts that cannot be swayed. Then, he smiled kindly. Thank you for sincerely worrying about me and for your empathy. That kindness alone is enough for me to endure this passing wind. Jaren really didn't know what to say. A long moment passed, and she suddenly asked, Are you really Irene Pareira Perennia? Irene Pareira startled, stammering, Oh no, I'm Aaron. She frowned, staring at him intently. The person who didn't fear monsters at all was now panicking like crazy. Should I start calling you Lord Irene? You quickly denied it. No, don't. The conversation shifted again. Then explain quickly, why are you hiding your identity? You awkwardly scratched your head to cover it up, and that's how it all turned out. And I just want to travel peacefully across the continent. Luckily, Jaren didn't notice the awkwardness. It seems I can't blame you. Being famous must be exhausting. She waved her hand. All right, I'll keep your secret. I'm leaving. You, behind her, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you. Suddenly, it was Irene Pereira's turn to be curious. By the way, Jaren, I have a question. She spoke up. What is it? For some reason, that question made Jaren freeze instantly. Can you tell me what happened between you and Wise? She quickly refused. No, you can't. If you find out, it will be dangerous for you. Irene's eyes showed clear stubbornness. What if I have a reason to know? Jaren was taken aback by that. What? What do you mean? Eon's voice suddenly cut through the conversation. Jaren Aaron, get back here right now. We've been ordered to regroup. His face was a mask of sheer exhaustion and terror. The demons are here, he stammered, and everyone in the camp scrambled to gather. Geo was questioning two witnesses. So, you actually saw the demons in the forest ahead? They trembled as they confirmed it, not just one, but multiple groups of demons. Broody whispered into his ear. The scout team we sent out had 4 experts in it, and they were wiped out. Geo just bowed his head to the 2 survivors on the ground. You two should go get treated and rest. Thank you. I know you're still in shock. Despite his calm exterior, his heart was racing. This was serious. The appearance of multiple demons meant a high-ranking demon lord was likely nearby. The safest bet was calling for reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, but that would mean they'd be trapped here until the Holy Knights arrived. Just then, Luke No, Irene Pareira, ran over, shouting, "Where are the demons?" The guard immediately recognized him, muttering, "That imposter is acting up again." Even the commander looked surprised by his subordinate's sudden outburst. "Aaron, what are you doing?" Irene Pareira suddenly held something out. "Please, take this sword." Jaren was stunned. "Are you planning to reveal your true identity?" Irene nodded firmly. "Yes, I think it will help in this situation." The guard shouted as Irene approached. "Who do you think you are, interfering in this?" "Quiet," Irene said. He extended his hand, and the sword in his grip suddenly erupted with a brilliant, blinding light, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. Even Gao's eyes went wide. Irene declared clearly, "I am the swordmaster, Irene Pareira. I have experience defeating both demons and devils. Just show me the right direction, and I'll leave immediately." Gao repeated the name in a daze. "Irene Pareira? The Irene Pareira from the rumors?" The guard's attitude shifted instantly. "There's a group of demons in the forest up ahead." Irene gave a curt nod and took off like a gust of wind. "Understood." Gao finally regained his composure and began barking orders. "We need to move, too. Even though Swordmaster Irene Pareira has stepped up to fight, we can't be sure how strong the enemy really is." He looked deadly serious. "I'm not forcing anyone to follow me, but my merchant guild and I are going to follow that young hero. Anyone who wants to stand with us, get ready now." Elsewhere, moonlight bathed a massive castle. A demon knelt in the shadows. "Your Majesty, we couldn't capture every human we found in the forest, but we still achieved excellent results." Beside him were people bound hand and foot. These weren't just commoners, they were skilled swordsmen, far beyond the average human. "If we turn them into demons, they'll be invaluable assets to your Majesty." The queen lounged on her throne and smirked. "Is that so?" A moment later, she stepped down, resting her chin on her hand with a devious grin. "My demonic forces are growing steadily. Soon, I'll have my own kingdom, hidden away from the prying eyes of the Holy Kingdom." She waved a hand dismissively. "Fine, throw them all into the torture chamber. We begin the ritual tomorrow." The demon bowed immediately. "As you command, Your Majesty." She let out a cackling laugh, her face distorting into a hideous, demonic visage. "Perhaps I'll test one out a little early." Suddenly, they froze in terror. The queen spun around, panicked. What was that sound? The subordinate reacted in a flash, ready to strike. "Looks like an intruder. I'll deal with this." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was attacked by Irene Pareira. Irene's eyes were sharp as blades. Caught off guard, the demon roared, "How dare a mere human do this?" They clashed violently. Irene Pareira didn't even have a scratch on him, dodging every strike with ease. But wait, when did the other guy lose his head? The queen watched her subordinate vanish and scrambled to her feet. "That little brat dares to defile my kingdom?" But the next second, she froze. A massive explosion shook the entire palace to its foundations. Irene stood there, fearless, but the queen was already fleeing. This man is too dangerous." The demon was so desperate, she literally punched a hole through the roof to escape. Irene Pareira chased her closely. "She's already flying away. She's just bluffing." "You little rat. I've got your face memorized." As if she weren't the one running for her life. "Just wait until we meet again. I'll tear your limbs off piece by piece." She noticed Irene was suspiciously silent. "What are you doing?" Faster than a flash of lightning, Irene swung his blade. The strike cut through the air and sliced her body clean in two. After the brutal battle, the soldiers were cleaning up the aftermath. The demons were defeated, and the monsters under their command were purged. Irene Pareira raised his sword, and a stream of holy light enveloped it. The land, once consumed by darkness, was being purified, thanks in large part to the mystical power of Irene Pareira. At the same time, other soldiers were dousing the ground in holy water. The Wise Merchant Guild was using their holy water without reserve to help cleanse what remained of the corruption. Scene change. Jaren's voice trembled. I can't believe so many people were being held prisoner underground. After walking for a while, Gio stopped. He observed the area for a moment and growled. It's not just humans held captive. There are many other races here too. Elsewhere, two men walking ahead sighed. It's truly incredible. He took down both the demons and their monsters single-handedly. After all, he is a genius who became a swordmaster before even turning 20, and he possesses mystical power that can dispel demonic energy. He really is a blessing to the continent. Watching the scene, Keenan felt a bit uncomfortable. Things changed in the blink of an eye, didn't they? The healer beside him consoled him. Well, the misunderstanding was cleared up, so that's a relief. As he said this, he suddenly remembered. Wait, where's Jaren? I haven't seen her for a while. Did she go to the restroom? Over there, Jaren was busy following a trail of clues. After a while, her face darkened. Jaren recalled what her sister had told her. Sure enough, something isn't right. It's not just our village. The number of elves in the neighboring villages has dropped sharply too. Back then, she had guessed that maybe the elves wanted to interact with humans through the Wise Merchant Guild, right? But her sister had immediately disagreed. The problem is, the only way out is through the Wise Merchant Guild, and the number of elf women marrying into human nobility is just too high. Plus, the number of missing elves has increased significantly lately. The more her sister spoke, the more suspicious she became. It's all too shady. I need to investigate further. Seeing her sister leaving, Jaren had asked, when will you be back? Her sister had smiled gently and replied, I might be back late today. Don't wait up for me. But after that night, she had vanished without a trace. That was the last time I ever saw her. After I realized she was missing, I started investigating the Wise Merchant Guild myself. At that moment, her father, terrified, tried to stop Jaren. Stop it, he said, his voice trembling. Father, but what about my sister? Before she could finish, he cut her off. Please, just stop. Stunned by this, Jaren was left in total shock. At that moment, Juntahan's entire body stiffened, begging in fear, please stop, it's too dangerous. I can't lose my child too. That day, looking at his father's expression, he was completely certain. Back to the present, Jaren walked and thought to herself, that was 7 years ago. Gale Wise's suspicions were still just guesses. Thinking of this, she frowned slightly. So what exactly is he plotting? I have to see this for myself. Jaren draped a black cloak over herself and hid in the shadows. Not long after, she threw a stone. Just as planned, he was actually distracted. The patrol team took the opportunity. Jaren quickly rushed to that door, and with one strike, she blew it away. The soldiers were startled and terrified. Lord Gael Wise lowered his voice to reassure them. Stay calm. A second later, Jaren appeared right behind him, and immediately, she widened her eyes. On this side, a soft moaning voice echoed. A pink fragrance surrounded them. Just that tiny flower was emitting a thick mist. Now Luke spoke in a low voice. I don't need to look to know who it is. I wish this day hadn't come. Gael turned back and smiled smugly. Jaren, long time no see, right? She shouted in anger. Your actions today are despicable. But shortly after, Jaren's body was also affected. Seeing that, he explained smugly. I forgot to mention. If you don't drink the antidote first, just breathing in this flower's scent will make your mind hazy. It will be a bit painful at first, but just endure it. Gael's voice was full of murderous intent. Once you get used to it, you'll feel extremely comfortable. Don't you understand? As soon as he finished, he turned back and scolded angrily. Why do you have to meddle in my business? On the side, Jaren lay on the ground, breathing heavily. No. If I lose consciousness. At this moment, a stream of golden energy seeped in. Thanks to it, she immediately regained her composure. What's going on? Her consciousness was returning, and at the same time, those footsteps approached. As soon as he saw it was Irene Pareira, Juntahan trembled. Duke Pereira, why are you here? Just a glance from him made the soldiers tremble. Irene Pereira's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, I don't want to hurt anyone, so don't move. He was so scared he couldn't even budge. Gale still tried to justify himself. Duke Pereira, please don't misunderstand. But he ignored him. Jaren, move back. Then Irene Pereira coldly walked past him. What do you mean? Gale loudly tried to stop him. Duke Pereira, don't go there. But before he could finish, he was blown away by Irene Pereira. After that, he stepped toward the flower pot. Sure enough, at that same moment, memories of the past flooded back. The dark aura I felt back then originated from this flower. Irene Pereira observed and carefully analyzed. They used the scent of this flower to mesmerize the spirits. A second later, his necklace reacted, and in the blink of an eye, the flower withered. Not long after, Oswando also arrived. Lord Wise, are you okay? He did not hesitate to point his sword at him. Gale shouted to stop him. Wait, don't tell me you intend to kill everyone here? As he said this, he suddenly coughed incessantly. If there is a crime, let the Holy Kingdom handle it. Blood dripped continuously from Gale's nose. Punishing the spirits is only permitted by the spirit tribe or the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. You aren't intending to break this rule and act on your own, are you? Irene Pareira silently frowned, staring at Gale. After a moment, he suddenly stepped forward and replied, Fine, but in return. Irene Pareira looked extremely serious now. On the way, you will come with me. Scene changed to another place. Rumors began to spread. Did you hear the news? The expedition team was just ordered to disband immediately. What? So suddenly, what's going on? Jaren rushed over, calling out in a panic. Eton, Kenan, Jovan. As soon as he saw her, Eton was very surprised. Jaren, where have you been? Jaren smiled brightly, her voice full of joy. Everything I said before, Gale Wise's dirty deeds have all been exposed. On this side, Gale had been taken away by Irene. The atmosphere in the carriage was extremely tense. After a long while, he hesitantly began, Duke Pereira, do you know how much influence the Wise Trading Company has on this continent? All over the continent, there are those who maintain close relationships with us. Reaching this point, Gale flashed a gentle smile. Of course, even the Holy Kingdom of Avilius is no exception. Do you understand what I mean? He didn't respond but just frowned as he looked at him. You're silent, aren't you? Inside, Irene Pareira became even more convinced. As I expected, this guy can't do anything to me. Irene Pareira, I understand what kind of person you are. Now, Luke analyzed carefully. An upright and honest person, always pursuing absolute good. This type of person cannot be bribed, but they aren't scary either. Because in the end, he only acts within predetermined limits. Now Irene Pareira wasn't in a hurry to expose him. Just wait and see. In the Holy Kingdom of Avilius, the only thing you can do is just stand and watch me. Unable to do a thing. Time passed, and the carriage suddenly stopped. And immediately the driver spoke up. Is it us? Witnessing this scene, Vunkus couldn't help but exclaim. Their carriage was now standing in front of a magnificent, luxurious palace. Gael provoked him again. He should have probably handcuffed him or something. He sighed with a smug look. It doesn't matter. This game is over. Lord Sapo has already set out and handled everything. Thinking of this, Gael wore a cunning smile. Irene Pareira, do you think you can resist the forces I've been holding back for so long? Enough. A second later, Gael's gaze stopped on that group of people. Count Britt had acted quickly as promised. However, shortly after, Quincy suddenly stepped forward. He widened his eyes, full of suspicion. Who is that? Looking at the attire, it seemed to be a holy knight. Before Gael could recover his senses, Irene had already stepped forward. Long time no see. As soon as he saw him, he jumped off his horse. It really had been a long time. Quincy then stepped forward and spoke first. I've received the report. I hear you've wiped out the demons. He quickly confirmed. Yes, once again I had to act on my own. I apologize for not being able to inform you beforehand. He smiled gently and praised him. It's all right. Thanks to your quick response, I was able to suppress them before their power grew too strong. Hearing this, Irene Pareira felt immense gratitude. Thank you, sir. Luke then glanced at him. I still have something else to report. Quincy tilted his head and replied, I've heard about that as well. But there is something more important you need to do right now. He calmly continued. Someone wants to see you. Irene Pareira was slightly startled. See me? At this, Quincy's expression turned serious. The Holy King wishes to meet you. When Kynes heard that name, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Holy King? Right now, he started to refuse, but he hadn't finished his business yet. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off. I understand what you're saying, Quincy reassured him. You've fulfilled your duty, so there's no need to worry anymore. Now, leave this matter to us in the Holy Kingdom. Irene Pareira didn't refuse any longer. Very well, I'll leave it to you. Shortly after, he gestured to command. Suddenly, Anya darted over from afar. Young Master Pereira, it's been a long time. Seeing the girl, he widened his eyes in surprise. A second later, Anya opened a portal. This is a direct connection to the audience chamber. Please, step through, young Master Pereira. The old man asked nervously. May I come along? The girl smiled gently. Of course. This portal can take as many people as you'd like. The next second, he scooped up Vulcan and left. Then, I'm off. A moment later, Quincy glanced back. Well then. Without saying much more, the old man moved closer to Gale. Let's just focus on our own business. After passing through the portal, the old man shouted, "We're here already after just one step? This is truly miraculous. Is this magic?" Anya looked extremely smug. That's right, Ania's magic always creates amazing things. When they approached the room, the guards asked, "Are you Irene Pareira? From here on, you must enter alone." Hearing that, he confirmed, "Yes." The next second, the guards respectfully opened the door. "Please, enter." As soon as Irene Pareira stepped inside, he heard the Holy King's voice. "There you are." The old man looked at him with a stern expression. "Irene Pareira, I've finally been able to meet you." With that, the Holy King commanded, "Step forward." Irene Pareira immediately complied. "Yes." He slowly approached. Sitting next to the Holy King was a woman. Seeing her, Irene Pareira felt a bit curious. "Who is that?" "I heard you wanted to see me," he said. The old man calmly explained, "I've heard of you in many places, so I wanted to meet and speak with you." He didn't hesitate and stated clearly, "Actually, I have something I would like to say to you as well, Your Majesty." Hearing that, the old man felt a bit curious. "To me? Well, let's hear it." Irene Pereira then presented everything that had happened at the Wise Trading Company. After hearing the whole story, the old man realized, so that's how it is. The Wise Trading Company and the Wise family have done terrible things. A moment later, his expression shifted. "I already knew that." Irene Pereira was shocked. "What? If you already knew, why did you let it be until now?" Seeing Irene Pereira's reaction, the old man explained it was for the peace of the continent. However, he couldn't accept that reasoning. Brainwashing innocent elves, breaking their spirits, and selling them to cruel people to expand the trading company's influence. How can turning a blind eye to such acts be called protecting the peace of the continent? The old man countered immediately. "Do you know how much tribute the Wise Trading Company contributes every year? Unfortunately, the Wise Trading Company is a major pillar, helping to keep this chaotic continent from collapsing." Irene Pereira gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "I know well what influence they have had on the people of the continent, but, when he reached this point, he shouted with agitation, "Support obtained by ignoring the suffering of the elves has no value at all. Sacrificing precious things for the sake of benefit is no different from signing a pact with the devil." The old man analyzed coldly. "That is just your way of thinking. This world isn't just full of people like you. There are many who are willing to take the lives of others just to exchange for a piece of bread for themselves. On this continent, their number is countless." The old man looked at Irene Pereira sternly. "People like that are also human, and that is what this world is. If I were to follow what you say, are they all people ready to sign a pact with the devil and unworthy of living?" The more he heard, the more agitated he became. "You're exaggerating, I didn't say that." At that moment, the old man could no longer hold back and slammed the table, shouting, "If so, then cast aside those naive ideals and tell me, in this world overflowing with chaos, what is the solution you've come up with?" Faced with this logic, Irene Pereira couldn't argue back. Silent for a long while, he humbly replied, "I don't know. I've thought about it for a long time, but still haven't found the answer, so I'm asking for your help." Irene Pereira made his stance clear. "Please, Holy King, resolve this troublesome and complicated matter. I hope you will handle it wisely." After hearing this, the old man asked irritably, "Are you mocking me?" He quickly denied it. "That's not it. I won't be stubborn. For someone young and ignorant like me, providing a solution for an event of this magnitude is beyond my capability." Then Irene Pereira carefully suggested, "Regarding this, I want to receive help from the Holy King or those much wiser than me. Instead, I will do what I can do." At this moment, he maintained his firm attitude, speaking loudly, "I will win this upcoming warrior tournament. I will demonstrate ability worthy of the world to hopefully bloom in the hearts of everyone on the continent. I will do my best to dispel the fear." A moment later, Irene Pereira affirmed it once more, because that was the only and best effort he could make right now. A long time later, someone led him to his room. "All swordsmen participating in the tournament will be provided with private lodging. If you need anything, please let me know at any time. Then, please have a comfortable rest." Not long after, Irene Pereira was sitting on the bed. He felt a bit of doubt about his choice. Did I do the right thing? Just as he finished his thought, a knock came at the door. "Irene Pereira, open up. I know you're in there." Hearing that, Irene immediately recognized her. "Judith." He excitedly ran to open the door. "You got here before me? It's been a long time." As soon as he opened the door, a piece of bread was stuffed directly into his mouth. Brat Lloyd and Judith urged him, "Hurry up and come out." That festival. Not long after, he finally joined the festivities. At this moment, she teased, "So, Lou couldn't come with you?" He didn't deny it. "That's right," she immediately got to the point. "Irene, I've been wondering why you've looked so gloomy. It's because Ilya Lindsay hasn't arrived yet, right?" He was startled and shyly denied it. "That's not it at all." Judith stopped while speaking. "Isn't it? Look at your face." Immediately after, she walked away. "There's a pharmacy over there. Let's stop by." Irene Pareira asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to go to a pharmacy?" She explained, seriously. "Master has been coughing a lot lately. If I'm not there, he won't even eat properly. What can I do? As his only disciple, I have to take care of him." She felt a bit of longing in her heart. "Are you still doing okay at this time?" Scene change. Smoke filled the air. A massive explosion occurred on the other side of the mountain range. Everything turned to rubble, and a magic circle appeared. That magic circle stood tall in the center of the blast. Going back 2 weeks, when Kale faced the others. "Others. Do you know about the 2 wolves?" He emphasized every word. "Do you know what reigns within a person's heart?" At this moment, his mind clouded with corruption as he gritted his teeth. Unable to hold back, he raised his voice in protest. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Immediately after, he unleashed a whirlwind, attacking him. However, he had already teleported behind him. When a person is born, 2 wolves live within their heart. As he spoke, magic manifested in both of his arms. One was a white wolf representing bright energy, while the other represented negative energy. Contrasting the first, his right arm transformed into a sword. He said that because they are enemies, they fight each other day after day. A second later, his right arm transformed again. He gritted his teeth as a reminder. Which one do you think usually wins? He was dodging the pressure, too exhausted to even pay attention to his words. "This power. Your aura is growing even stronger." He braced himself. The answer came through clearly in every word the old man spoke. "The one you feed." Following those words, a cross-shaped slash was unleashed, and he took the full brunt of it. "Perhaps I don't fully understand what happened to you, or the pain you've endured." He screamed in agony, falling to his knees in despair. He turned his head to look at him with a pained expression. "But in the end, you are the one who fed it. You are the one who nurtured the black wolf." He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with every breath. He struggled to grip his weapon and plunged it deep into the ground. Dark energy erupted from that spot. He delivered his judgment. "You have completely crossed the line." True to his words, he had lost the last bit of light in his mind, and the old man's eyes glowed. "Come at me." Their pupils constricted as 2 powerful surges of energy clashed. It created an explosion that leveled the ground. Dust filled the air, and only blue light could be seen moving within it. He was frantic and on edge. He spoke, "I consider this meeting a duty of mine. I will take responsibility and end your life." A sword strike swept through, and he was sent flying dozens of meters back. He looked at his mana-infused arm, thinking it was unbelievable. The energy within him was surging, as if he were burning himself alive and fading away. "I need to end this quickly." Despite that thought, he rushed toward him. He had lost his balance, so he was caught off guard. Before him were the 2 sharp blades of a true master. Their energy forced him to collapse to the ground. He moved at lightning speed, yet he still managed to parry some of it. Sweat poured off him like a waterfall. He had his fist ready as well. He threw a punch, turning him into a stump. His pupils dilated in panic. He shrieked like a wounded beast. He frowned, pouring the last of his strength into a final blow. "It's over." Suddenly, strange shackles were unleashed, locking all 4 of his limbs. He turned his head to see the clown binding him. He flashed a wicked grin. That was close. Quickly, he realized it was the clown demon. Then, a voice both familiar and strange appeared. "Long time no see. Isn't it?" The cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere. He took off his hood, glaring at him. "Do you remember me?" He frowned, showing his anger. "Remember? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a small spark of electricity ran down his spine. Looking at the cloaked stranger, he thought grimly, "What is this feeling? I'm sure I've never met him before, but it feels like I've known him for a very long time. That's impossible." His pupils constricted. Wolf. He seemed to understand something. It brought him back to the days when he was young and strong. He used to train his swordsmanship tirelessly for a personal goal. Looking at his calloused, blood-stained hands, he thought to himself, "It's still not enough." In his heart, he always compared himself to Jan. Right then, a young Jan appeared. He called out to him joyfully. He smiled kindly. "We're sparring today, right?" A moment later, his sword was tossed to the ground. Seeing him struggling so hard, it was clear he had lost that day. Jan took his hand as a sign of respect. "You were intense today, weren't you?" He, on the other hand, hesitated. Intense? Not really. As the two rested, he was quite surprised. Wait, you're planning to open a swordsmanship academy? He smiled, determination shining in his eyes. Yes, I've become a swordmaster, and I received a very attractive offer, so I won't be able to come here anymore. This news came as a shock to him. He forced a smile to regain his composure. My friend, congratulations. You don't need to come here anymore. Focus on your teaching career. Once you're done, come back and spar with me. As night fell, after saying goodbye to Jan, he threw himself into training. But this time, he told himself, I shouldn't be impatient. I can do this too. 20 years passed, and he was still there, still unable to break through to become a master. His hand gripping the sword trembled. Damn it, I haven't gotten any stronger at all. His pent-up anger reached its breaking point. What did I do wrong? What should I do now? For a split second, he nearly collapsed. Am I really that hopeless? Even after spending 2 decades? Why can't I do it? The inner demon within him rose up with resentment. Why can't you be like him? The black wolf he had been nurturing had taken shape. It had been waiting for this moment for over 20 years. He fell to the ground in failure and rage. Suddenly, a whisper echoed in his ear. Do you need power? He jumped up, clutching his sword hilt. Who are you? The inner demon appeared right before his chest. I dwell within you. His eyes widened in shock. Inside me? He smirked and confirmed it again. That's right. I was born from the deepest ambition within you. I can help you achieve what you desire. The inner demon's voice became more and more alluring. In other words, I am your ally. Kun broke into a cold sweat, his tension mounting. An ally? What is it talking about? It acted like an addictive drug, giving him a taste of overwhelming power. I will share my strength with you. Do you want to try it? It maneuvered him into a sword stance. With just a light flick of his wrist, the massive boulder in front of them split in two. Kun's eyes widened in amazement. The demon continued its seduction. Surprised? This power is yours now, Kun Tahar asked with a tremble. Is this my own power? The demon immediately confirmed. Yes, it is yours. A smirk curled on Kun's lips. His eyes were now filled with fear and desire. He confirmed again. So, this means I can become stronger? The inner demon grinned from ear to ear. Of course. From the moment he accepted the demon, his strength surged. He was like an addict, lost in it, with no way out. Yes, I finally did it. No one can look down on me anymore. At the height of his madness, Ian appeared again. Kun looked at him with suspicion. Ian? Why are you here? Ian stood there, hands on his hips, full of frustration. The Sword Academy term ended a while ago, but you never showed up, so I came to find you myself. Kun's hand dropped from his sword hilt. I was just about to stop by. His face darkened as he issued a challenge. It's been a while. How about we have a spar? The two of them clashed. Ian narrowed his eyes and took a step back, hidden behind a cloud of black mist. Kun's eyes burned bright as he lunged forward, his blade slashing down with enough force to tear the very path apart. Seeing Ian only defend without striking back, Kun shouted in anger. Ian, how long do you plan on doing this? Show me that magnificent aura of your blade. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was sent flying, the shockwave of the blow cleaving through the trees. Ian lay there, exhausted. Seeing him like that, Kun actually felt a surge of joy. I won. I defeated Ian. I actually defeated Ian. However, Ian was no longer conscious. His breathing grew shallow, and Kun suddenly snapped back to reality. The inner demon emerged again, whispering like honey in his ear. You are strong. If you listen to me, you can go even further. You will become even greater. A shred of reason clung to Kun's subconscious. No, Ian, I don't want to become stronger just to see you like this. The demon was startled by the unexpected turn of events. In that moment, Kun realized a truth. I understand now. The thing I've been truly afraid of, all this time, isn't jealousy or the inferiority complex I felt standing before Ian. It's the life I threw away just to surpass him. Kun's breathing became erratic. For a split second, the fear that everything might become meaningless, that was what truly terrified him. The inner demon inside him began to be pushed out. Each word from Kun was like a light at the end of the tunnel. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the inner demon's pupils, which were now fixed in helpless panic. No, your body is rejecting me, Kun affirmed once more. What I truly want, what I have longed for all this time, is to discover myself. With those words, the inner demon was like a punctured balloon, tossed into a corner. No, he's pushing me out. Kun suddenly felt a sense of clarity. He coughed up a glob of deep purple phlegm, the demon writhing like a starving wretch. If this continues, I'll vanish into thin air. I need to find a new body. Fast. After the demon left, Kun's mood stabilized. He leaned over Ian, who was lying motionless. The smile that had long been absent from Kun's face slowly returned. Ian, the great Ian, unconscious under my sword? Ian chuckled softly. Unconscious? I was just pretending to spare your pride. Kun reached out to help him up. Kun suggested that today's match didn't count. Ian was slightly surprised, not believing his ears. What? Is that so? Kun declared. One day, I will definitely defeat you with my own sword. The memory faded, and he remembered everything. Kun began to question the figure before him. I thought you would vanish after being cast out, but you've grown much stronger and returned. How many people have you devoured? The mysterious figure's pupils constricted, glowing crimson. I worked so hard just to stand before you once again. Kun. Suddenly, Kun's body began to lose all strength, though a smile curled on his lips. Hey, Wolf. Don't think this is the end. The demonic energy within him exploded. I will return. To achieve everything I desire, I will survive. His final words were a firm declaration. Kun collapsed to the ground. The mysterious figure whispered softly, Kun, please, rest in peace. Finally, Kun's last breath faded away. You think it's over just like that? A large magic circle appeared beneath Kun. The mysterious figure approached him, his body erupting with thick, dark, magical power. The clown stood outside, watching him in silence. I've been waiting for the prize, the clown thought. I've waited for this day. As soon as the ritual ends, I will absorb his power. I will surpass my past self. Suddenly, there was an unexpected variable. A column of pitch-black energy shot up through the barrier. The clown broke into a cold sweat. What is this? This powerful energy? He felt a chill run down his spine. Someone was walking silently through the chaos of life like a flowing river, their overwhelming pressure forcing the clown and the others to their knees. He thought to himself, my body is moving on its own. I'm forcing myself to bow. An absolute authority was demanding unconditional submission. It seemed he had discovered something. Congratulations, said the man, who looked just like a young coon with two horns on his head. The birth of the new demon king.